5 months ago, I unexpectedly realized that the world I was in seemed to be false. While others saw a bright classroom, I saw a wasteland. What others perceived as a cozy dormitory appeared to me as a gloomy dungeon. At first, I thought I was experiencing hallucinations and didn't pay much attention, but gradually, these hallucinations became more frequent, even becoming a norm in my vision. However, beneath this frequent illusion, there is one place that always maintains its original appearance, and that is the building of a top global gaming company. This company possesses the most advanced AI technology in the world, which makes me seriously suspect that there must be an astonishing secret hidden within this building. To verify the guess in my heart, I carefully planned and finally succeeded in signing up for the AI challenge game of Company X. As soon as I stepped into the game pod, a strangely dressed man suddenly burst into the broadcast scene. As soon as he saw the large screen on site, he shouted loudly, "Staff present. Listen up. Stop him quickly. This person cannot go in. He has severe schizophrenia and is a mental patient." But it was already too late. All 20 game pods, including mine, had successfully started. The commentator at the live broadcast site was also sweating profusely at this moment, but still gritted his teeth and explained to the doctor, "This AI challenge game has a total of 20 players. Since the entire game is fully controlled by AI, no one can stop it early unless a player fails during the game, and it won't end until the game is over. Also, due to company confidentiality, we do not know their exact location within the building. Right now, this is just the live broadcast site, and it is being streamed globally, so please wait for the game to finish." Such an episode piqued the interest of all the viewers watching the live broadcast. They were also eager to see how a mentally ill person would operate in the virtual world. On the other hand, I had successfully entered the virtual world created by AI. Since entering the game, the images in my eyes began to flicker from time to time, bouncing back and forth between the luxuriously decorated room and the ruins. A few seconds later, the image froze on the ruins, and a chilling feeling instantly surged in my heart. The moment I entered the X company building, my hallucination symptoms immediately disappeared. But after I entered the game pod, the hallucinations reappeared and became more frequent. It seems that this company really has a problem. I surveyed the place where I was under the illusion. The entire room was shabby, and I could even clearly see the scene in the next room. A fat man was walking back and forth inside, with curiosity and amazement on his face. From his perspective, the decor in the room even exceeded that of a 5-star hotel. Although what I saw was different from what he saw, as long as I closed my eyes in the game pod, I could still feel the luxurious decor that others saw. Under the effect of the illusion, I can clearly see that there are 10 rooms symmetrically distributed on both sides of the corridor, with a player in each room. My room is right at the end of the corridor, and on the other side of the end is a room similar to a conference room, where another 10 players are sitting neatly around a table. Behind me is another room, and the sight in this room sends chills down my spine. In the center of the room is a large long table, and a huge severed hand crawls across the table like a spider, with several skeletons in the corners of the room. Every once in a while, the severed hand goes to the corner to lick the skull of a skeleton. I can hardly imagine what this severed hand looks like from a normal perspective, but unfortunately, I can't observe it from a normal perspective through the wall. Soon I fell into deep thought. If the scene I see under the effect of hallucination is real, then is this severed hand a virtual creation of AI? Or is it a real unknown creature? And how should I explain the corpse in the corner? Can players in the game really return to reality safely? I unconsciously swallowed, and it seemed that I had no other path to take besides winning the game. The unknown risks of losing the game are simply too great, and it is very likely to mean real death. Outside the game, the commentator generously expressed admiration. Reia's ability to create such detailed scene settings is simply beyond everyone's expectations. Currently, Reia has only selectively released live footage of 10 luxurious rooms, while the situation of the other 10 players remains unknown. At the same time, the game task was suddenly released, and the sharp prompt sound really startled me. The next second, several lines of scarlet text appeared in the center of the room. 1. The banquet will start at 19:20. 2. Please complete your outfit and attend with the correct identity. Do not be late. 3. Once you participate, you cannot leave. 4. Before the banquet starts, do not reveal your identity to other players, and do not forget to bring the most important thing. I took a glance and then looked around at the other 9 players in separate rooms. Our tasks were all the same. However, in the larger room where the other 10 people were, there were more complex rules. 1. The dinner will start at 19:20. Please arrive at your corresponding room by 1900 hours sharp. 2. Each room has a corpse and a task projection. 3. Completing the task assigned by the projection. The most important thing in the task projection refers to the corpse. 4. The corpse will not move or speak. If the corpse moves or speaks, please shoot immediately. 5. The corpse is dressed in a beast costume, which is blue. If the corpse is wearing other clothing, please shoot immediately. 6. the corpse has a mortuary makeup on its face, and the corpse may leave the room. If you find a corpse leaving the room, please shoot immediately. 7. The pistol and room key are in your pockets. Moreover, below item 7, there is a brief instruction on how to use the pistol. There are a total of 10 pistols, each with only one bullet. The pistol is guaranteed to hit, and a hit is fatal, so please use it with caution. Seeing this, I looked down at my outfit and found that I was actually wearing the Blue Beast outfit mentioned in the mission of the other 10 players. Realizing this, I felt a chill in my heart. The tasks on both sides matched, but this mission was a trap. We were all playing the role of corpses, but the other 9 players were unaware except for me. I quickly opened the wardrobe in the room, which was stuffed full of gowns. This was a blatant misdirection. If I carelessly put on these clothes, all that awaited us would be being shot dead by the guns of the other 10 players. But if we did nothing and lay there obediently like corpses, we would also be taken into the banquet hall as the most important items by another group of players. In the banquet hall was that terrifying severed hand, and we might just be the gift sent to the hand by the other 10 players, ultimately facing the fate of being eaten. Meanwhile, the viewers watching my stream and my channel were getting a bit impatient, thinking I was standing dumbly in front of the wardrobe without moving. Other players at least understood that they needed to start thinking and confirm their identities. Some people in the comments section of my channel recommended other players' channels, where a somewhat famous game streamer was gradually analyzing and explaining the task situation. This person was my neighbor, the chubby man, Old Zhang. With his personal understanding, he believed that the main event was not in finding the key, but in the subsequent dinner. After searching most corners of the room, he confidently smiled in front of the wardrobe. The key must be hidden in this wardrobe. Then, Old Zhang opened the wardrobe and felt through the pockets of each piece of clothing, quickly finding the key in a high-end suit, along with an identity card that had a large name written in the center. Seeing this, the narrator smiled broadly and switched the broadcast screen to Old Zhang. So far, Old Zhang is the fastest player in progress. We can see that he has already changed into the correct clothing. At this point, Old Zhang is the most likely player to pass the first level. Among the other contestants, except for one of our players, the performances have also been commendable. Indeed. Now, apart from me, the other 9 players have already changed into clothing with identity cards in their pockets. At this moment, I have also found the identity card with the character person written on it, but I made an inexplicable move wiping my face. I randomly wiped my face, and when I looked down again, my sleeve was indeed stained with a dirty color. Just now, my brain was racing. After carefully analyzing the tasks of the 2 groups of players, I clarified my next course of action. My identity is that of a corpse. If I run around, I will die at the hands of the players' guns. If I don't run, I will be taken into the banquet hall as a corpse and become food with a severed hand. It seems like an unsolvable problem. However, the projection tasks in the room do not belong to the corpse, including confirming identity, dressing up, and attending the banquet. These are the tasks of the other party, while the corpse is merely an item taken to attend the banquet. In other words, there are actually no rules restricting the corpse. If the corpse does not attend the banquet, the rules will only determine that the other party did not carry the most important item, and the corpse is merely a passive entity with no responsibility. I can choose not to attend the banquet, and likewise, I can erase the characteristics of the corpse to avoid a certain death shot. In the rules received by the other 10 players, the 6th clause clearly states that the corpse's face is painted with makeup for burial, and the corpse may leave the room. If a corpse is found leaving the room, please shoot it immediately. The makeup on the face is an important way to identify the corpse, and wiping off the makeup is to remove this characteristic belonging to the corpse. This way, I can deceive the arriving players while leaving the room. Shen Wuzhou glanced at the time. According to the rules, the player next door leaves at 19.5 minutes. It was now 2 minutes to 19:15, enough time for him to maneuver. He quickly and carefully wiped his face thoroughly, making sure not a speck of grease was visible. This seemingly pointless act of face wiping left many viewers confused. No, how does he wipe his face? Damn, I'm anxious to watch. I just watched the rest of the audience change and everything, and it was just him, somehow. You don't say. He really did have makeup on his cuffs. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. This kid is attending a party and wiped off his painted party makeup. Don't look, it feels like he's the first one out with this look. It's not that bad. You guys, he's starting to change. Amidst the crowd's concerned gazes, Shen Wuzhou did start to change his clothes. However, instead of changing into the customized, baby blue suit, he rummaged through the closet and picked out a waiter's suit. Step 2. Step 2 is to make your disguise as seamless as possible. Now that the known copy scene is a dinner party, the waiter is the character who can best blend into the scene without being noticed as unusual. In order to cover up these slightly fishy behaviors of his, Shen Wuzhou changed while muttering. The director says to wipe your face before you change. That's what makes a good obedient boy. After you change, you can go play house. This one didn't hold the audience's breath. So this mission he understands is just going through the motions? It feels like it's dressed entirely by virtue of its own preferences. Mental illness stonewalled, questioning the director to understand the director. Can't get the most basic outfit right, boy are you invincible. It's a shame to have a face like that and a bad brain. It's pretty good too, it's so pathetic, lose it and get healed. Amidst a chorus of skepticism, Shin Wuzhou changed his clothes very sharply. He folded the oil-stained sleeves of his birthday suit upwards at the edges, making sure that the oiled portion was completely covered. He then took the ID card with the word human on it and put it on himself. This was in preparation for his third step. The third step is to get a pistol with 1 hit, 1 kill as your weapon. Chapter 4 Death. He glanced sideways, the time was just past 19 and a half, just in time. The 10 players in the room to the right rose from their tables, gripped their pistols, and nervously made their way out the door. They had to go through a long U-shaped corridor to get over. Shin Wuzhou, on the other hand, needed to get a pistol from them. Without further delay, he quickly opened the door to the room. In the meantime, old Zhang, who was next door to Shin Wuzhou, also twisted the door handle with confidence. The banquet starts at 19:20. Old Zhang said, there's still less than 15 minutes left now. We can utilize this time to do some exploration of the external scene. The narrator smiled at Lao Zhang on the stereo projection and agreed with his claim. At the moment, Lao Zhang is still ahead of the curve and thinking logically and very clearly. Not bad for a lead player. Exploring the map is really important in the current situation. Shin Wuzhou gently brought the door with him and listened to these words of old Zhang. While old Zhang had not yet stepped out of the room, Shin Wuzhou followed the common NPC's pattern and walked past old Zhang as if nothing had happened. If you're going to act like an NPC, act like one. To keep the lies from being exposed, simply everyone lies together. Old Zhang was startled by Shin Wuzhou who suddenly passed by. He then reacted, twisting his head to look at the direction Shin Wuzhou had walked over, and then at his back as he left along the corridor. At the end of the corridor is our ballroom. Old Zhang raised his hand and pointed in the direction Shin Wuzhou had come from, where, in his opinion, there were 2 tightly closed heavy wooden doors. A waiter just came out of the banquet hall, and by the looks of it, it should be an NPC. Old Zhang said, lifting his foot to follow. It's still early, and the rules don't specify our whereabouts before the feast begins. So, let's follow this NPC and find out if there are any more clues about the banquet, and in the meantime, fill out the background and ideas of this game. The live feed was filled with question marks. Boat. I'll be damned, what's he up to? Old Zhang don't be led astray, that's a psychotic player, not an NPC. Old Chang won't be biased, the logic of the pass is clear. Even the commentator froze. Never in a million years would a ship be mistaken for an NPC. However, the direction he took was not the direction of the banquet hall. Where is he going? Old Zhang was still cautious and lowered his voice to explain. At the moment, we're unsure of the NPC's position and the general design of the game. So, we'll just try to follow as far as possible and not lose them. The clues are so obvious. Old Zhang was somewhat secretly pleased. It seems that this level should not be very difficult. Shin Wuzhou walked fast in front. He kept an eye on the old Zhang hanging behind him while keeping an eye on the movements of the other group of players. These players had not been advancing fast, probably fearing what dangers lay ahead, and had not even reached the bend in the U-shaped corridor. Judging by their formation, these players are a little more familiar and a little more united. The 10 men were divided into 5 rows. The 2 players at the front of the line were taller, stronger male players, their guns raised nervously in their hands, ready to press the triggers at any moment. The thinner female player and the player who didn't seem to have much experience walked in the center. Shen Wuzhou's eyes yo-yoed. Each player's pistol, gripped tightly in his hand. Under these circumstances, if Shin Wuzhou rashly appeared within their line of sight, I'm afraid it would scare them into firing on the spot. So he chose to stop at the corner of the U-shaped corridor and stood up straight. Looks like a real NPC. Old Zhang behind Shin Wuzhou similarly slowed down his pace. I saw this NPC stop. Old Chang's breath tensed. Is there something on the other side? He carefully pressed forward against the wall. However, in the next second, the NPC in front of him suddenly spoke, startling him. It's 19 and 7. Shin Wuzhou reported the newspaper without any emotion, like a real human machine. 13 minutes until the dinner party begins. Please get ready, players. Old Zhang in the back froze. Ha! What if it's a chime? Now, even the commentators couldn't help themselves. Ha! This kid went through all the trouble of running out of the mental hospital just to experience the joys of cosplaying an NPC? Cos, it's a good likeness. The narrator commented with a smile. As you can see, not only our old Chang, but the other players in the room, they're all nervous. Indeed. Many of the contestants nervously check their ID badges, clothing and rooms and are making sure there are no last-minute omissions. Such a farce has caused many to laugh and cry. Asterisk 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 ah. A mental illness to bring off a group of people ah. Ha, ship is really chiming in. I checked the time and it's exactly 1907. But he's really a nice guy. That way none of the other players will be late for sure. And what about his purpose? In front of old Zhang, Shin Wuzhou, as if he were a real waiter, stood by the wall, facing the side of the corridor. This angle allows you to take in the reactions of the other group of players. He chose to chime in because it was a way that would neither make old Zhang suspicious nor make another group of players think that something was wrong. And the other 10 players reacted just as he had expected. They were shocked and then quickly relaxed. Scared to death. The leading male player raised his hand to wipe his sweat and whispered. Just now, he almost wasted his precious bullet. Shen Wuzhou had good eyesight and read his lips, so it's an NPC. Another player's voice was a bit higher. Listening to this voice, the NPC should be just around the corner of the corridor, not far away. Pay attention, don't get spooked. The female player in the center of the group rubbed her chest. Scared me to death, really scared me to death. I wonder what kind of NPC this one is. If it's a monster image, it's mostly a horror book. These words were clearly transmitted to Shen Wuzhou's ears, and old Zhang, who was not far away from Shen Wuzhou, naturally heard them. Old Zhang was a little excited. I don't know if anyone heard that, he said, walking towards the front. I hear other people's voices. It seems that everyone is a player who is going to the banquet. And, these players have already rendezvoused and are ready to head to the banquet hall. Old Zhang smiled broadly. Judging by their reaction to the NPC chimes, these people are also going to the dinner. My personal guess is that there are likely to be several camps at the dinner, with each of the 20 contestants playing different roles. But we'll have to poke around a bit more for specifics. I believe we still have time to piece together as much of the game as we can before the party starts. Old Zhang's voice was sort of not too loud and not too small, just enough to reach the ears of another group of players. The two leading men looked at each other, each gripping their guns. Is it another player? It looks like it should. One of them gestured to the group behind them and lowered his voice. There doesn't seem to be much danger ahead, he whispered. Don't be afraid yet. Off the playground. The narrator looked behind him at the stereo projection, which showed old Chang getting closer and closer to the corner of the corridor. It's also something I'm looking forward to with a vengeance. He smiled and said, until now, our AI hasn't released any additional player information. I wonder what old Zhang will get out of this hand. Or what surprises await us ahead? The audience had completely ignored Shen Wuzhou, who stood like a pillar next to them. Worthy of being old Zhang, he has great analytical skills. More curious about what the other player is tasked with. I'm leaning toward the idea that both sets of players are actually on the same mission, but this one doesn't explain why only some of the player footage is public. I don't think so. I'm leaning toward being in both camps at the dinner. Hey! Walk over, walk over. On the live feed, old Chang turned the corner. The other 10 players' teams also appeared on old Zhang's live screen. The two male players in the lead didn't hold their guns up anymore, but their weapons were still in their hands. They had heard old Zhang's voice a long time ago and subconsciously let their guard down. Shen Wuzhou, on the other hand, stood in place, nervously focusing on the movements over there. There was no way he was going to risk death by dissuading old Zhang. Soon enough, it's the crucial moment of stealing the gun. He must be prepared to improvise. Hello guys. Old Zhang acted very friendly. He noticed the weapon in the opposite player's hand and his eyes lit up. They're armed. As you can see, the game does hide clues. In all likelihood, the information they provide is the key to getting through. Thinking of this, old Zhang walked closer and smiled as he extended his hand to the two. Introduce yourself, my name is Lao Zhang and I'm. He doesn't know. It's okay if you don't walk up, but as soon as you get closer, the grease on your face is immediately invisible. In the light, the face, whose color articulation wasn't very natural, looked a bit eerie. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The part after yes, Lao Zhang didn't have time to finish. The male player who was facing him raised his gun without hesitation, and with an ear-blasting sound, a bullet penetrated old Zhang's brow. Old Chang collapsed, with shock and confusion still on his face that he hadn't had time to think about. How? This was the last thought of old Zhang. Those eyes stared incredulously, great pain dripping from them. The life force is rapidly draining out of old Chang's body. Shen Wuzhou could see the yellow and red stains dirtying the tattered carpet, and those bare hands became a little purple. Shen Wuzhou's heart thumped. Old Chang, odds are he's really dead. How? Off the playing field, the commentators were stunned by the sudden turn of events. Oh my god, old Chang is out. Old Chang is out just like that. The live feed was filled with question marks. No, I beg your pardon? Just out? Out? My god, why is the opposite side shooting at the drop of a hat? I don't get it. The anchor I'm following, less than 5 minutes into the game, nothing? There are also viewers who are curious about the state of Lao Zhang's death. Hey, you guys don't say, this game does a good job with the death effects. That body of old Chang still has the pain of death, just like the real thing. Agreed. Upstairs, I studied medicine and I can't pick fault with this state of death. I would like to interview the real Lao Zhang and ask him what it's like to die in a game. As if to answer the viewers' questions about the shooting, Lao Zhang's live broadcast went dark. And then the dark screen flickered and a short video replay popped up. It was the image of the other 10 players sitting in the conference room. Chapter 5, Stealing a Gun. Off the playfield, the commentators are a little impatient. When the first copy is finished, we'll have a uniform interview with the players who are out. Now let's get back to the game. Our AI chose to publish the images of other players in the live room of old Zhang, who was already out of the game. He urgently pressed the zoom button so that the audience could see the rules behind the long table. For now, it's business as usual for the rest of the live game. The narrator's breath caught in his throat as he looked at the scarlet letters. The AI announced the rules for the other group of players. 7 rules that touch the heart. The narrator reads all the way down the page, and as he does so, his otherwise enthusiastic voice chills a bit. Rule number 5, the body's attire was birthday suit. Rule number 6, the corpse's face was painted with mortuary makeup and oil. The commentator looks into the camera, raises his hand and wipes the cold sweat off his head. If you find a body leaving the room, be the first to shoot. He looked a little dazed and hissed as he drew in a breath. So, old Zhang will die out because they recognized the mortuary makeup on his face when they got closer. The commentator lost his voice and shouted. As if he thought of something, he switched the screen to the other 9 live feeds that had been made public. This rule is open to us, the audience, but not to the players. The commentator is still a little agitated. In 8 rooms, the players have changed into their correct attire. The sound of gunfire in the hallway just now was a bit frightening, and a number of people stopped opening their doors, keeping a very careful eye out for loud noises outside. The narrator picked a few random images to zoom in on, and on the faces of these players, the mortuary makeup painted in oils was clearly visible. If that's the case, these players, they will be eliminated from the game at the first opportunity by another group of players. The commentator gives a tough review, and the audience watching the commentary reacted by blowing up. I'm going. So the previous guesses were all wrong. This is a regimen. It's the equivalent of having 10 players that were meant to be eliminated in the first place? This setup isn't scientific, is it? Deliberate favoritism? No, the ship just did a series of behaviors that still dodged the crisis perfectly. 9 images, on a stereo projection, were neatly listed in 3 rows. Only the bottom corner, the most unassuming of the images, was slightly different from the rest. That was Shin Wuzhou's live feed. At this moment, the pop-ups in Shin Wuzhou's live broadcast room multiplied several times. Thought it was schizophrenia, but it's actually a lucky son? Is he really crazy or not? I want to see how long he lives. The commentator immediately cranked up his screen to the max. On the screen, Shin Wuzhou was still dutifully playing an NPC, and he had clearly fooled another group of players. They dragged old Zhang's body and stopped not far from Shin Wuzhou, and just discussed in low voices without avoiding it at all. First look and see if he has a room number or something on him. The male player who fired the shot was the more vocal figure on the team. Rule number 2, 1 body and mission projection in each room. He analyzed it ably. We each have 1 pistol, 1 room, corresponding to 1 body. Find his room number first, then whichever of you was originally in this room, trade me a fully loaded pistol. Shin Wuzhou stood by the side and thanked this male player from the bottom of his heart. Pistols, rooms, bodies, fully loaded pistols. That statement pretty much covers all the points of their side of the rules. Even if Shin Wuzhou didn't have illusion vision, based on what the male player said, he could push the details by 60%. This statement would perfectly disguise one's special ability to see the rules. Another player stepped forward and quickly pulled a key out of Lao Zhang's pocket. Room 402. He said, who's got 402? Change the gun. Each pistol has only 1 round of ammunition. Just now, the man had finished the only round in his pistol. Guns were changed to ensure that everyone had a weapon to deal with the corpses. Shin Wuzhou silently glanced at the end of the corridor. His room was next to old Chang's room, a 401. Next, Shin Wuzhou was not going to choose to coordinate the 2 sides and inform each other of the rules because human nature could not stand the test. Everyone wants to win the prize, and losing, in their minds, is not death, just simply being out of the game. So, they will only be more casual and frivolous in their approach. Now that the AI had set up such a regiment to kill humans, Shin Wuzhou himself wondered for what purpose. Other people couldn't, phantom vision, and without the same cognition as themselves, it would only be more difficult to communicate and exchange ideas. Not to mention it's live. Speaking out what you think is true only reinforces your status as a psychopath. It was cruel to stand by and watch the deaths of others in the cold, but all things considered, it was best for him to stick to the plan, to act out and steal the gun, and to prioritize self-preservation. When the 10 players continued to change their guns and move forward, Shin Wuzhou mechanically stretched out an arm and blocked their way. Before you all enter the room, I need to check your keys. He tried to make his tone a bit more rigid, sounding as close as possible to the NPCs in the game. After checking the keys, you may continue the game. Neither the tone of voice, the dress, nor the looks were too provocative. So, the players believe it. They lined up very consciously and handed the keys in their hands to Shin Wuzhou for inspection. 403, 404, 405, 401. Shin Wuzhou repeatedly swept the key in his hand a few times to confirm that this number was indeed what he was looking for. He looked at the player in front of him, a lean man who wasn't too tall. A man's pistol is pinned to his backside. How do I get it? The viewers of the live broadcast, likewise, looked stunned. So it's not just a cosplay chime? What's the point of checking on it? What's the deeper meaning of the check key step? I feel like he's fake crazy family members, keep watching. Shin Wuzhou swept a glance at the rooms on both sides of the corridor. There were several players who had already changed their clothes and were hesitating to go out. Just need to create some coincidences. This step is destined to kill someone. But get the gun and Shin Wuzhou can live. Couldn't get the gun, probably just one more death for him. Shin Wuzhou gritted his teeth and made up his mind. 19.8. He said matter-of-factly, making a motion to hand the key back. Please hurry, players, and proceed with your explorations. When he said the second sentence, Shin Wuzhou deliberately raised his volume. The statement was so misleading that neither the two groups of players nor the viewers of the live broadcast noticed anything unusual. Don't tell me, it was professionally acted. Wait, what if the players in there actually believe it? In-game, a female player straightened her gown and pulled open the wooden door as soon as she could. Whatever's out there, I'm going out to see it. Kala. The sound of a wooden door opening just happened to come from ahead. The slender woman stepped through the wooden door, followed by a man's growl. It's a corpse. Shoot it. Holy. Another one out? The men of 401 were equally captivated. Taking advantage of this, Shin Wuzhou decisively extended his hand. Bang! Bursts of gunfire rang throughout the hallway. The woman fell limply to the ground, and a black gun unknowingly fell into Shin Wuzhou's pocket. 405. Shouted the man who fired. Shin Wuzhou returned the key to the man and nodded at him stereotypically. The player who fired the gun continued to shout, Who's 405? Switch guns. The man glanced down at his engraved 401 key, ignored it, and walked on. Shin Wuzhou swept a glance at his back and finished checking the keys of the last three players in a businesslike manner. He looked up the long hallway, hands in his pockets, gripping the gun that had just arrived. Step 3 went well. His movements were so stealthy that they even escaped the eyes of the audience. Right now, it's the exchange of fire between the two sets of players that's of most interest to the watchers. The gunshots and screams from earlier had completely shattered the silence of the corridor, and the surviving first group of players had all more or less reacted by looking around the room for a place to hide. A girl hid in a corner and shivered. What's with the guns in this role-playing copy? And what's with them shooting people all of a sudden? The viewers of the live broadcast were, likewise, sighing. The body can't move, and it won't survive hiding. Even the commentator had a serious look on his face. As far as the published rules go, the only way to live now is to play the corpse. It's definitely not feasible to change into the so-called correct dress in the closet, because correct dress just isn't for the first group of players. And playing as an NPC, like the ship, would only be a lucky escape for a while. The rules are clear, each room corresponds to a corpse. The ship clearly lacks judgment on the rules, and everyone isn't a cutie pie. And even if he wiped the grease paint off his face, there's still a chance he'd end up revealing himself. The birthday suit with the oil-stained cuffs is hanging in his closet. The commentator looks into the camera and lets out a long sigh. I think the rules set by the AI are very biased. There's no such thing as coming up and asking players to fight for luck. It's too unbalanced. Good luck to the first group of players. I've decided to be patient and see what that feast is set up to be by the AI. Chapter 6 Confusion. Shin Wuzhou stood at the end of the corridor and coldly watched the movement in the corridor. The second group of players opened the door, gunshots rang out one after another, and the corpses in the room were dying in different ways. In just under 30 seconds, there were only two players left in the first group. One was Shin Wuzhou, who was staring at the man at the door of room 401. Another player reacted quicker and blocked the wooden door with a thick closet, leaving the player outside only to kick at the door with vicious movements. And the closet, little by little, is moving back unwieldily. The player was quite resourceful. He should have figured out some joint and was pulling open the closet and changing his birthday suit on his hands and knees. Off-site. The live streams of these dead players disappeared from the stereo projection. In its place, a second group of players in the same room were live. Now, still 10 images. It's just that compared to the 8 second group players, the surviving first group players, Shin Wuzhou, whose ID was Boat, and another player with the ID Little One, received higher attention. Koichi is awesome. I can't believe he knows to dress up as a corpse. Mostly, I heard someone shouting through the door and reasoned it out. Sort of awesome. Quick reaction too, this wave will survive at least until the banquet. Hey, you guys, check out the boat. A pop-up called out, something's going on over there by the boat. The commotion in Shin Wuzhou's live broadcast seemed to be a bit big, attracting a large number of viewers to watch. The commentators were well timed to zoom in on him and cater to popularity. Let's take a look at this side of the boat. Gee, is it actually the second group of contestants making the noise? Shin Wuzhou walked through the long corridor and walked towards room 401 without slowing down. At the door of 401, the male player can't find his pistol and has broken down a bit. No, where's my gun? He was in a hurry, digging through every pocket in his body. I remember I clearly pinned it to my backside. Why is it gone? Doesn't this thing weigh anything? It's that little, I can't feel a thing. The spot where the pistol was supposed to be pinned was really empty. He anxiously looked toward the corridor, yet there was nothing as far as the eye could see except for the blood-stained carpet and Shin Wuzhou who was walking over. The carpet, empty. Shin Wuzhou took in his reaction and reminded him without moving, "It's now 1911. Why don't you go into the room?" 1911. The first rule for the second group of players, please arrive at the room corresponding to each person at exactly 10 minutes past 19. It's not actually against the rules for a man to arrive at the door of a room. Shin Wuzhou deliberately came over to remind, is to take advantage of other people's misunderstanding of their own NPC identity, to further trigger the other party's panic. He didn't want the whole stealing guns or pretending to be an NPC thing to be discovered early. After all, he wasn't the only one with a gun now. Another player put on his birthday suit at the last minute, corresponding to the shot that didn't make it. The man looked at the NPC in front of him and felt a bit speechless. This can't be the kind of enforcer that's common in the game, can it? The kind that specializes in crashing players who break the rules. So unlucky to lose your gun and have law enforcement come? I'm going in. The man quickly pulled out his key and entered the room door. He slammed the heavy wooden door shut, and the enforcer behind him didn't come after him. The man sighed in relief. Luckily, not eliminated. He unlocked the wooden door in a few clicks and looked around at the spacious bedroom. Shin Wuzhou stood outside the door, quietly observing the man's every move through the broken wall. Off the playfield, the commentator was a little curious. Ship the NPC faked it very successfully. He said, but it has to be said that the second group of players lost their guns, and were rare and careless. On the screen, Shin Wuzhou resumed his wooden state, standing in the confined wooden doorway with his hands in his pockets. The narrator laughed and chortled, and I don't know why the boat went hyperventilating. He's the G-Corpse, in room 401, and the player who threw the gun happens to correspond to room 401, but the ship is in a position to win. It's just him and Koichi left on the field. He put the screen into two, the other being Little One's live room. Koichi had indeed dodged the shot, and he was like a real corpse, lying on the bed, not daring to move a muscle. At the moment, Koichi had a hint of smug snickering along with his fear. After piecing together part of the key based on the conversations of those players in the hallway, he reacted first. As things stood now, there was a good chance that he would be able to survive to the end of this level. Koichi held his breath more and more carefully at the thought. The viewers were like badgers in a melon field, jumping around between the two broadcasts. So far, it looks like Little One is still smart, and the ship's word is all luck. Upstairs, the boats are all precision-stepped, and you call that luck? This 401 player doesn't have a gun, the counterpart on the P1 side has more guns. Once the boat was discovered, the bullets that would have been used to hit Little One must have been used to hit the boat directly. In-game, Shin Wuzhou calmly watched the man in the room, taking in every step of his movements. The man had gradually shifted from his initial trepidation to greater anxiety. Because not only did he lose his gun, he couldn't find the body anywhere. How can there be no bodies here? The male contestant murmured anxiously, fuming and rummaging through the closet. Soon, he found a suit that didn't fit in with the rest of the customized suits, a long navy blue tweed trench coat, not exactly well made. A gray neckerchief was worn inside, along with matching navy blue pants. It's exactly as described in the rules, the life jacket. The male player froze. The corpse, in the room, took off his birthday suit. He ran away. However, he had followed the group all the way and never saw any bodies. What's going on? How did this unlucky thing happen to me? The man grew more and more anxious. Shin Wuzhou observed the emotions on his face, confirming that the man was in six minds at the moment. This is usually the easiest time for a person to be taken, and besides, none of the other players are out yet. Just fine. There was a click and behind the man, the door was gently twisted open. He jerked his head back. It was the NPC who entered the door. And in his hand, he held a pistol with the safety drawn. The blackened muzzle of the gun was aimed straight and strong at the man's face. Change into your birthday suit. Shin Wuzhou said, you were late, so I took away your identity card. You can only play corpses, player. The door closed behind the young NPC. The man looked at Shin Wuzhou's face and suddenly understood something. The mass of details strung together in his mind like a tub of ice water thrown from head to toe, provoking him to wince. You, guns and bullets have no eyes. Shin Wuzhou said, gazing closely at the man's trembling face. You have no other choice, you know that, right? Chapter 7 Incinerators. You did it on purpose. The man glared at Shin Wuzhou, knowing that he could never move faster than a bullet. All. You did on purpose. Deliberately checking their keys. Deliberately shouting that out to distract him. You're not an NPC. You're a corpse. Inside the live feed, the screen was silent for a second, followed by a flood of pop-ups. Am I missing something? Outside the playground, the commentator froze as he looked at the projected gun-wielding Shin Wuzhou. He swears he didn't blink, but what happened in the game? A fine cold sweat oozed from the narrator's forehead. I see. Like the man in the game, details that no one would have cared about strung together and intertwined in the moment and dealt him a heavy blow. The commentator picked up the remote control and played back Shin Wuzhou's live feed, tuning into the part about checking the 401 key. Everyone, watch this. The commentator slowed down the picture. It could be clearly seen that almost everyone subconsciously looked up the moment the gun went off in the hallway. Only Shin Wuzhou was not affected in the slightest and quickly took away the man's gun. After the scene, he businesslike continued his act and let the man go. The narrator wipes his forehead. "Look everyone," he said, "the ship was premeditated." The fact that he had the sense to steal the gun suggests that at least some of the rules were surmised when old Chang was out. "There's more." The narrator mused carefully. The words he said, "Hold on to your explorations, players." There's a good chance he's trying to get the gun and purposely creating this coincidence to get the players in the room to come out. Indeed, the pop-ups have exploded. Look disorganized, but plan to get a lethal weapon. Precise. This time, he's got the initiative directly, maybe he'll win in the end. On the screen, Shin Wuzhou took advantage of the man's distraction while he was changing clothes and knocked him out with a gun drag. If the world in the game is the same as the world outside, then the people in the game, too, will faint. And dying in a game can be a real death. Shin Wuzhou wouldn't do things beyond his ability, such as blindly saving people or yelling around. But he's not currently perverted enough to shoot straight at his own kind. Currently, just by looking at the corpses on the ground, Shin Wuzhou felt like flipping over. Being able to resist the urge to vomit was good enough for him at this stage. His ultimate goal was only the severed hand in the ballroom next door. As for this step, it was just to prevent others from noticing the abnormality and to prepare for his silent infiltration into the banquet hall. Never let this player spill the beans about his disguise. At 1916, Shin Wuzhou dragged the man who was gagged and bound, and stood at the entrance of the banquet hall. Inside the banquet hall, those skeletons in the corner had been devoured. Broken hands slithered back to the back of the long table like a dormant beast. In the corridor, the players also came out one after another, each of them dragging a corpse in their hands with great effort. Off the playground, the narrator pulled up a datasheet that occupied a corner of the stereo projection. Soon, the players will be moving on to the next stage. This is the current popularity ranking of each player. As you can see, the originally unheralded number 20 boat is now riding high, with little one in second place. Koichi fakes a corpse very successfully, and doesn't move the whole time, as if he's really dead. He was dragged by the ankle by another player, who also managed to make it to the door of the ballroom. Many viewers have speculated that the second scene is most likely a memorial party, and the ID cards in your players' pockets are for opening the storyline. I'm also looking forward to how Boat and Little will play next. The first group of players and the second group of players, what kind of sparks will collide? On the screen, Shin Wuzhou was still dutifully playing the NPC. The players stood in the doorway, a few recognizing their companions lying on the floor, dressed in their birthday suits. "That, may I ask him?" A male player looked at the expressionless Shin Wuzhou. "Why is he here?" Shin Wuzhou revealed a stereotypical smile. "He's late," he said, 1911 and he hasn't entered the room. "That's the penalty." "That's a pretty compelling reason." The female player muttered, "Is it the enforcer?" Shin Wuzhou didn't say anything and gripped the gun in his pocket. Behind him the two broken wooden doors were slowly opening, and he saw the severed hand on the main seat impatiently standing upright, a drop of salivation dripping from its mouthpiece. It's clear that you can't wait for the meal to start. The other players, on the other hand, had expressions of awe. Outside the playing field, the commentator smiled, "Another fine scene. Looks like we guessed right this time, it's a memorial service." The image on the stereo projection was of the gilded parlor. The long table in the center was more like some sort of idiosyncratic corpse parking table. 10 rectangles were delineated on the table with fine carvings, each with a beautifully engraved cross at the top, and at the main seat of the long table stood an old incinerator. The door to the incinerator was open, and a strange rattling noise was coming from inside. In Shin Wuzhou's eyes, the huge severed hand opened its mouthparts widely, and the sharp teeth stacked inside clashed impatiently. "I've seen this before," a player shouted. "It's an incinerator." "An incinerator?" Shin Wuzhou immediately reacted. The player's face didn't look scared, but rather closer to curious and thoughtful. It seems that the incinerator is the image of the severed hand in the eyes of the public. Another player analyzed, "It seems that this mission shouldn't be too difficult, we might have been bailed out by the AI." He looked at the body he was dragging in his hand. "We have a body and an incinerator here. It should be time to drop the body into the incinerator." Shin Wuzhou pondered in silence. Incinerators are more of a hassle. If he rashly shot at an inanimate object, his true abilities would most likely be exposed, inviting great danger. Also, the instructions for the pistol include the phrase "one shot, one kill." Death is a biological concept. Did he hit a living severed hand, or an inorganic incinerator? If handguns only work when incinerators show their cannibalistic face, what would he have to do to poke through broken hands' disguise without a trace? Shin Wuzhou looked at the players with different expressions. Sometimes a group that follows directions is much more powerful than an individual. And NPCs are more capable of coordination in the player's mind than the player is. Thinking of this, Shin Wuzhou cleared his throat. After the players' eyes were all focused on Shin Wuzhou, he put on a standard smile without slowing down. "I'm the master of ceremonies for this dinner." Shin Wuzhou fabricated a subtle character. "After the rules are posted, our dinner will officially begin. No one doubted what Shin Woo-jo said because even the clothes he was wearing were black and white that perfectly matched the funeral customs. And little one, who was also in the spotlight, had his mind spinning. He heard the whole conversation just now, and he immediately came to a very unfortunate conclusion. As a corpse, he was to be thrown into an incinerator. That is to say, even if he survived this far, he could hardly escape elimination. How does that make him happy? Koichi clenched his teeth. He's going to have to find a way to get a pistol and have some lucky, guaranteed, player eliminated in his place. Next, with a sharp drop sound, a familiar projection of the rules appeared in the center of the long table. Chapter 8. The blood-red font stimulated Shin Woo-jo's retina. There are 10 bodies in total. Please put the 10 bodies into the incinerator for destruction. 2. Each player has and only has one identity card. Please identify the players who are carrying the identity card, person, and put all of these players into the incinerator. Third, while the level is in progress, the player cannot exit from the scene. The exit will only appear after the level has ended. 4. The order of placement is indeterminate, but every 20 minutes, the total number of people and corpses placed needs to reach 1. Otherwise, an incinerator will cease to be an incinerator. Have fun with the game. Off the playground. The commentator read the rules on the stereo projection, and when he was done, he smiled and gave a comment. Just now in the room, we didn't really look closely at the ID cards the players got. He expressed regret. Our AI, indeed, didn't exactly give a close-up shot of the identity card either. We can only be sure that the ID card in Old Chang's room is human, and the boat's ID card is also human. So, for us, the identity of the other players is up in the air. The commentator zooms in on the rules. It seems that the first copy designed by the AI is still a very lucky deviation copy. If you happen to be the second group of players, and you happen to not have drawn the human identity, and you happen to not be in the same room as the ship, then you're a sure winner. And, I think, the narrator mused, the identities here are interchangeable. Although the previous bedroom projections had mentioned attending the dinner party with the correct identity, in the latest projections, the statement changed to carrying an identity card. That gives the players a silver lining. It's up to them to find out. The narrator smiled and spoke his mind. Identity cards can be replaced. As long as you can replace your identity card, you can live just the same. As for the other important piece of information, incinerators will no longer be incinerators. The commentator didn't think twice. It's not hard to understand. This should mean that the incinerator will create a mutation and eliminate all the contestants. Above the stereo projection, a number of pop-ups agreed. It happens to be not the same room as the ship, point blank. The ship's identity is human, and it's definitely going to find a way to steal it. Little one should be too. What's with the broken AI setup? Why is it so biased? You have to rely on luck at the beginning of this game. If the ship doesn't wear out, it can win. Ha, but it's all over if you wear out. He fooled everyone in the game. Hey, people will definitely get their revenge back in the game. That one keeps the incinerator from mutating. It feels pretty easy. Don't worry, we shouldn't be able to see the incinerator turn into a monster. In-game, Shin Woo-jo immediately understood the sinister intent of these rules. The incinerator, a cannibal's severed hand. Putting the body into the incinerator, in the eyes of others is the normal process of funeral, in the eyes of Shin Woo-jo, it is the first round of feeding. And the player identified as person. He looked to the broken hand in front of the table. The severed hand seemed to smell food, and opened its mouthpiece wide with urgency, saliva dripping down its teeth. Shin Woo-jo turned his gaze back and subconsciously moved further away from the broken hand. According to the previous rules, the AI that designed the game wants them to kill each other. And with the current rules, on the face of it, all they have to do is throw the player who identifies as a human, and the player playing as a corpse, to the severed hand, and they can leave the game painlessly themselves. Alternatively, the detail of Rule 2, carry an ID card, seems to imply that it's perfectly safe to just change the person's ID card. But how can something that wants them to kill each other be so kind? Shin Woo-jo observed the crowd's expressions, either nervous or grave, and some subconsciously clenched the identity cards in their pockets. It gave him a terrible suspicion. I'm afraid there's never any luck or favoritism in this game set up by the AI. All it wants is for everyone to die. Shin Woo-jo's heartbeat was unconsciously fast. The AI killing people like this seems pointless and purposeless, and his guesses are just that, guesses at this point. So, it still has to be rigorously confirmed. Shin Woo-jo immediately adjusted a perfect smile. Guys. The players were startled by the sound and turned around to look at the NPC. Shin Woo-jo stood upright, his Mandarin was standard, and he was a qualified MC. Our dinner is about to begin. Shin Woo-jo smiled, please come forward in turn, I need to check if you. He thought of the rules projected in his bedroom, one of which was make sure you come to the dinner party as the right person. Is attending the dinner in the right capacity. During the inspection, please keep your distance and protect your privacy. Shin Woo-jo acted professionally, living as an NPC that served the rules. Off the playground. That's still a pretty smart play. The narrator said, it was a way to delay his own exposure while still being able to see the others' identities in the light of day. It seems that the ship does intend to replace the identity cards. On the screen, a player has already responded. I'll go first. A male player laughed and joked, this AI is doing a pretty rigorous job of making a game. He walked up and showed Shin Wuzhou the identity card. It's person. Indeed. A female player picked up the conversation, following closely behind. I almost forgot about this in the bedroom if the NPCs didn't mention it. The corridor gunfight just now, it really scared the hell out of me. Her identity card is the same as human. After all, the prize money is $1 billion. The third player showed Shin Wuzhou his identity card. Man, that is. Company X wouldn't dare to organize this event if they weren't completely sure, would they? Fourth person. According to the rules, we are allowed to replace our identity cards. A fifth player stepped forward. It seems like as long as you get one that isn't person, you're fine. What are you guys going to do? His identity card, again, is human. What else can we do? This was the sixth player. If we can't, we can only rob each other. It's all a game anyway, so what does it matter? Man, I'm more Buddhist. The seventh player said, I was drawn by coincidence really, my brother secretly signed me up. People. Me too. The eighth player grinned, it doesn't matter. Shin Wuzhou swept a glance, and sure enough, it was still human. I'm the one who really doesn't care, okay? This is the ninth player and the last. Man, the card in Shin Wuzhou's pocket was also human. Sure enough, his suspicions were fulfilled. Everyone's ID card, it's person. Trying to end the level, the AI gives away to reunion. Off the playground. The commentator chuckled and shook his head. There's that trick again. He said, it looks like our AI has decided to hide each player's identity to the end, to give us a little more suspense. Just now, when Shin Wuzhou checked everyone's identity cards, the camera gave close-ups. The words on each card, however, were thickly mosaicked. So far, the ship has checked all 9 cards, and I think he's about to be the final winner of this level. The narrator was all smiles. What strange trick will he pull next, displacing his identity? Let's wait and see. The pop-ups instantly went crazy. I'm going. Awesome. Is it really a sure win? Not necessarily, people are wary, and it's not always possible to displace a ship when it does that. Yeah, and the number of players isn't right. One way or another I'd like to see what kind of tricks he comes up with. +1, how is this going to change? Expect a handful. The commentator thought of something and showed a look of realization. Oh, I know. He slapped his thigh. I know how he's going to change it. He was as excited as if he had seen through some secret. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, I know. Our ship, he's got a gun. Gunshot. It must be a gunshot. In-game. Shin Wuzhou felt some chills down his spine. Now, the only way out is to shoot the severed hand with a pistol. With one blow, the pistol is sure to kill the severed hand. However, whereas a severed hand can barely be considered alive, an incinerator is a substance that cannot be killed at all. If a pistol can only kill something in the state of a living being, then it is necessary to make the incinerator show the prototype of the severed hand. According to Rule 4, every 20 minutes, the total number of people and corpses dropped needs to be 1. Otherwise, the incinerator will cease to be an incinerator. From this sentence, we can learn that there are conditions for the broken hand to appear in its original form. That condition is that no person or body can be put into the incinerator for 20 minutes. That is to say, the pistol one hit will die. The characteristics of the pistol can only be realized when this condition is met. Shin Wuzhou looked at the stupid crowd. What should he do? Chapter 9 Delays. After the initial identity check session, the players returned to their original positions and began discussing the rules in 3s and 3s. Don't start robbing first. The game as well, let's harmonize first. It was the man in charge of leading the group in the corridor who spoke, and his words were met with some approval. Everyone read the rules, they're still pretty simple. He pointed to the rules projection. In 20 minutes, we just have to move a random dead player into the incinerator. We can do this first. Otherwise, the incinerator will be in trouble if it turns into a monster that can't be beaten. Shin Wuzhou's mind raced for a moment. Everyone is not a cutie pie. Put in a body or person in 20 minutes. Completing such a simple task would avoid the potential dangers that anyone would want to do in the first place. However, if we do it, the incinerator will always be an incinerator, and we cannot turn into a monster that can be killed by a pistol with a single blow. This has to be stopped. But what should he do? What would it take to fully draw the attraction of these players to him? Yeah, let's move the bodies first. Another female player said, at least get rid of a potential risk first. She said as she walked towards where the bodies were laid out. Shin Wuzhou did not hesitate to speak. Guys. The female gamer stopped in her tracks. All eyes were once again focused on Shin Wuzhou. Shin Wuzhou scanned the time with his afterglow. It was now 19:23. He needed to find a way to stall for another 17 minutes. After 17 minutes, when the incinerator turns into a severed hand, he can immediately shoot and pass the game in another way. Shin Wuzhou adjusted a smile, his brain flying all over the place. There are only 2 things that players care about at the moment. One is the potential risk of this game. 2. Who exactly didn't draw the person ID card? His aim is to take the player's attention away from the potential risks. The easiest way, then, is to start with the second point. Straight up self-disclosure and then a showdown? I'm afraid not. His initial identity was corpse, and in the hands of these players, there should be another pistol that he didn't get to use. One of the rules is, the body will not talk or move. If the body talks or moves, shoot it immediately. In the rules, it didn't actually say that the identities of corpses and other players could be interchanged, which was why Shin Wuzhou had previously knocked out the player who was forced to wear a birthday suit. The rules, however, make it clear that corpses don't talk or move. If Shin Wuzhou exposed himself, the players on the opposite side would likely shoot him directly. I'm sure you've all read the rules over. This was a nonsense sentence because Shin Wuzhou did not dare to pause for too long and let people find out the end. He trailed off, trying to take as long as he could on the details, his brain still pondering for a moment. Keep playing NPCs in Showdown? It's feasible, but the subsequent reaction of the players is not controllable if they just show their cards and say that everyone's ID card is human. Shin Wuzhou did not dare to talk about human nature. He knows that lives are actually at stake in this game, but the players don't. In a pure game, human behavior would only be more insane and incomprehensible. What if they try to kill him as an NPC, thinking he's part of the clearance? What to do? Now, you are allowed 2 opportunities to ask questions. If the questions are properly asked, you will out-trigger the identity card-related prompts. Shin Wuzhou scanned over everyone's very faces. The answer is to draw their attention completely away from them and prolong as long as possible the exposure of all the ID cards being all people. Until then, one of you didn't use up your gun. Before that, address the potential risks that could threaten your life. Will this player please come forward and surrender his pistol? Shin Wuzhou's tone was put in a stereotypical manner, just like a real NPC. Then, you may all begin your questions. 16 minutes to go. The player who didn't use up his pistol didn't create any suspicion and walked up, handing the pistol to Shin Wuzhou. Now the 2 heavy pistols, one in his pocket and one held firmly in his hand, gave him a great sense of security. There's still that part? The woman who had been walking toward the body turned back around. Don't say question. Another male player with glasses warned. Since we have this opportunity, let's put it to use. He said, since it's giving ID card related hints, I'm guessing that our questions are going to be ID card related as well. There are only 2 times to ask a question, so it's a rare opportunity. Another somewhat skinny player said, think about the first question first. 15 minutes. Shin Wuzhou nervously looked at the time. Off the playground. The narrator was a little puzzled. He commented, my guess is that the ship wants the other players to kill each other and reap the benefits themselves. Why didn't he just send a hint and had to let the other players ask questions? If the pistol was taken away to give himself an extra leverage, what is this step for? He paid attention to the pop-up reactions. There were many who agreed with him and others who felt it was harmless. Doesn't matter, I've read that it's okay to move a body and throw it in the incinerator in 15 minutes. In-game. The man with the glasses analyzed the situation. There aren't a lot of questions you can ask if you have an ID card, he said, and there are only 2 questions that we want to ask the most. One is not how many human players there are, and 2 is not who the human players are. The man with the glasses took a deep breath and looked at the NPC not far away. Shin Wuzhou maintained a mechanical smile looking over the place, like a dummy pulled full of Horror Valley effects. First question, I'll do it. The man with the glasses volunteered and raised his hand. 14 minutes. Shin Wuzhou deliberately paused for a second, and it was a second to be able to drag it out. Questions, please. The man with the glasses asked the first question somewhat nervously. May I ask how many players, in total, drew human? He looked at this NPC, while Shin Wuzhou cooperated and stopped blinking, pretending that he was processing information. It was also nice of the player to come up and ask a question he couldn't answer directly. If Shin Wuzhou directly said 10, the subsequent situation, he did not guarantee that he could control. He couldn't care less about other people's lives, but his own was really his life. After a moment's pause, Shin Wuzhou said, player, please continue with your second question. The man with glasses hesitated a bit. Judging from his expression, he was a bit unable to pinpoint Shin Wuzhou's meaning. But he didn't hesitate for long, and asked the second question with commendable dryness. May I ask which players didn't draw, person? Shin Wuzhou stopped blinking again. After a while, he said, congratulations player, for triggering the identity card hidden hint. 13 minutes. Chapter 10, Circumstances. In fact, no matter what questions the other party asks, it will ultimately trigger Shin Wuzhou's identity card related tips. Shin Wuzhou nodded to the man with the glasses and took the speed of speech. I'll exclude all the players who didn't pick someone for you. He paid attention to the players' reactions, noting that most of them wore expressions of anticipation. Only a few individual players questioned, can an NPC be so kind? It won't be cheating us, right? Shin Wuzhou just smiled. For the first level, we'll try to give you more hints. When we get to the second and third levels, the difficulty, we're going to skyrocket. That's a very valid reason. Still a bit suspicious, the player looked around at the others and didn't say anything. 12 minutes. The man with glasses inquired, what about the conditions? What's the condition that you help us exclude the ID cards? Shin Wuzhou paused for a few seconds. The conditions are very simple. He said, you have a total of 4 chances. This beginning sounded like a new rule of the game, and everyone looked at Shin Wuzhou and perked up their ears. The projection of the rules with the time is located just to the side of the players, behind the long table. The angle is such that players can see the time with one side of their head. Shin Wuzhou slowly walked to another direction, guiding the players to lean slightly closer to him, with their backs to the rule projection. 11 minutes to go. You may use any means, except violent means such as fighting and assault, to identify a suspect subject. Shin Wuzhou deliberated on the wording to make the sentences spoken as rigorous as possible. During the process, it is forbidden to snatch other people's identity cards and to show your own identity card directly to others. After confirming it, you can point out the suspect to me. I will tell you if his ID card is human. 10 minutes. This approach by Shin Wuzhou was equivalent to throwing the question back again. On the surface, Shin Wuzhou would help them confirm the identity of the suspect. In fact, a group of people holding down the suspect subject to beat a robbery card to force a confession, the effect is the same. Even the rule of no violence allowed set by Shin Wuzhou will double the time of the overall process. To put it bluntly, it's a trap set purely to stall for time. Outside the game. The narrator frowned. The ship is deliberately making a very simple thing very complicated. In less than 10 minutes, if no one is there to haul in the bodies, then they will most likely be greeted with a mass destruction. The narrator sighed. To be honest, I'm getting a little bit of a hold of it too. Keep looking. On the stereo projection, the pop-up swiped non-stop. But he looks sober. Intentionally stalling? The projection has been bluffed by a number of players. They looked at each other, one of the players scratching his hair in confusion. How is this going to work? He was loud, ******** no violence allowed. You want us to confirm someone's ID card? How do you confirm it? There's no way to confirm. Another, younger player said, we don't even know the difference between each identity. He joked, if the game is realistic enough, we can use micro-expressions to tell if the other person is lying. 9 minutes. The man with the glasses said, nope, I think that you guys are thinking a little too directly. He was the one who triggered the reminder message about the identity card, so the players have a subtle trust in him. Shin Wuzhou looked at the man with glasses and was ready to open his mouth at any time to bring the rhythm. As soon as the situation is not right, he will find a way to turn everything right. The man with the glasses smiled confidently. There's a hidden message in there, which is that he can exclude us a total of 4 times. The general thinking is to use those 4 times and rule out players who are not human. The man with the glasses looked around the room. So what if we use that rule and reverse it? Seeing that these words had aroused the interest of the crowd, the glasses man spoke more and more vigorously. What if, using this rule, we exclude 4 players who are human? Shin Wuzhou swept a glance at the time below the rule. 8 minutes. The man with the glasses was still a bit smug and gushing. This way, we can clarify at least some of the players who drew human. I think violence is definitely going to happen, and by us doing this, we'll at least be able to set up a small team that we can trust completely. The spectacled man's words won the approval of most people. Indeed. The loud player nodded. Harm, I didn't realize this tie game. Little setup after little setup. The female player who had been in a hurry to throw the body also expressed her approval. Then your first one will identify me. She said, I want to team up, this could be so exciting. Let's have the second one identify me. The skinny player came over, I want to team up too. Everyone wants to win. Being able to join a squad of 4 that can unite like this, the probability of grabbing a card to pass the level will be greatly increased. 7 minutes. Currently, the development of things did not require Shin Wuzhou to intervene for the time being. Shin Wuzhou counted the time in his heart, only wishing that these people had worn out their traces for a little longer. Identify me. Me. Take me one. The response from the floor was overwhelming. The man with the glasses said, here's the deal, I was the first to ask the question. The first one, everyone points to me first. That's fair, right? Fair enough indeed. So, the man with the glasses took a step in Shin Wuzhou's direction and said, I am the first suspect. Trouble you, rule it out. Shin Wuzhou stood still and deliberately paused for some time. Only when there were 6 minutes left on the clock did Shin Wuzhou nod slightly at him. Exclusion result, the identity card you drew is human. The spectacled man grinned and returned to the group, and the players scrambled up. I'll take the next one. I'll do it. Shin Wuzhou watched as the man with the glasses selected a large and thick player. The player stepped forward and said to Shin Wuzhou, me, the second suspect. This time, the NPC paused for an unusually long time. It was not until the time skipped another minute that Shin Wuzhou smiled and pronounced the result. Exclusion result, the identity card you drew is human. There are less than 5 minutes left, yet the players are already completely captivated by the game. The third player they elected was a skinny guy who looked flexible. He pointed to himself and said jokingly, the third suspect is me. Come on, rule it out, right NPC? Shin Wuzhou froze as he did, and the pop-ups, they had gone crazy in a hurry. Holy, Just over 4 minutes to go. Do these guys want to move bodies at the limit? It's going to be a cluster asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gave him another minute to grind. 4 minutes. Shin Wuzhou nodded at the third player and slowly pronounced the result. Exclusion result. The identity card you drew is human. The third player immediately stepped up next to the man with the glasses. There was one last spot left, and all those remaining were raising their hands enthusiastically. The man with the glasses pointed to one of the stronger males. There's no need for anyone to rush. He said, I know there must be cheaters among you. Tell you what, after this exclusion game is over, those who want to join our team just need to show their identity cards. The man with the glasses frowned a bit as he said this. He always had a strange feeling that he couldn't put his finger on. But what was so strange about it? Any person can join our team. 3 minutes. Shin Wuzhou keenly captured the expression of the man with glasses. Chapter 11, Confessions. The other end of the ballroom. Koichi, who played corpse and got away with the shooting, opened his eyes while the players were clamoring and quickly ducked under the long table to surreptitiously skim through the rules. He thought simply. He is now a corpse, and corpses, no matter what, will be eliminated. According to the information he had overheard in the new rules, a player's ID card was up for grabs. Then, he just has to find a way to grab a gun, shoot down a player, and grab an ID card that isn't a person. He would have hope of not being eliminated. Koichi hid under the table, staring at the players in the game with eyes on his prey. Shin Wuzhou laughed silently in his heart. He could understand the momentary unnaturalness on the glasses man's face. The glasses guy seemed smart enough to let him identify the player identified as person, and it looked as if it was a huge time saver. But in fact, if Shin Wuzhou had not initiated this identity confirmation game, without the two rules of not showing identity cards to others and prohibiting violent behavior, he would not have been able to play the game. It's also only easier and faster to rely on them to identify themselves as human players. It's a pure stalling game. No matter how the player goes around it, it will just be a waste of time as long as they are still in it. The man with the glasses seemed to want to think about it in more detail, but the people ahead of him scrambling to raise their hands interrupted his thoughts. So, he casually pointed out a male player who looked like he could fight okay. Just you. The male player hemmed and hawed and took a step in Shin Wuzhou's direction. Me, the fourth suspect. Judgment? 2 minutes. Shin Wuzhou gripped the gun in his hand and was ready to shoot at any time. He smiled at the player in front of him and deliberately dawdled for another 10 seconds or so. Exclusion results. The ID card you drew is. Shin Wuzhou deliberately paused again. Man. He kept an eye on the time. Seeing the male player come up next to the man with the glasses, Shin Wuzhou spoke again to delay the last minute or so. The game is over. Shin Wuzhou smiled, however, please wait a moment. Stereographic projection before. The commentator was in a hurry. 1 minute and 30 seconds. No one is moving the bodies, the ship keeps stalling. The commentator zoomed in on Shin Wuzhou's face. With the ship at this angle, you should be able to see the time on the projection just fine. Instead, he's engaged in a series of unthinkable behaviors. What the hell is he up to? And little one. The commentator shook his head. Koichi was hiding under the table and had read the rules. But he actually didn't realize the timing either. In the picture, Xiaoyi under the table didn't dare to be distracted. His eyes were fixed on the players who didn't participate in the appraisal. The ID cards he wanted were on these players. Just who the hell? Below the rule, time jumps forward another frame. The bouncer was in a hurry. Asterisk 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 it's definitely too late yeah. What the hell is the ship doing? I don't want to see the regiment go down. Is it going to end just when it starts? Live feed. Shin Wuzhou took a slight step backward. 2 pistols, one in his pants pocket, one in his hand. His other hand cupped a black ID card, ready to be flashed at a moment's notice. There is one last step. Shin Wuzhou said, please all players who drew human, show your identity cards to the other players. This step left everyone a little stunned. Showing your ID card to other players is the equivalent of complete self-disclosure. Why do you need to do the previous game steps when you have this one? The players looked at each other in disbelief. Then the female player who wanted to join the team was the first to flip over her identity card. Me. I'm human. 1 minute. And me. The skinny player flashed his identity card right after. I'm human, too. There were still 3 players left, and all the gazes gathered on the 3 in unison. 50 seconds. Me too. One of the female players said in a hurry, eagerly giving her ID card. People, right? There were 2 other male players, and one of the older ones couldn't help but laugh. There's no telling then. He flashed his ID card on one side and craned his head to look at his companion. I'm human. Dude, what did you draw? That's him. Koichi gazed down at the last player, his muscles tensed, ready to charge out at a moment's notice. 35 seconds. The remaining player lost his voice and shouted, this is impossible. Absolutely impossible. He drew his card hastily against a crowd of people looking at him. I'm human, too. Look at it, you guys, it's like a fake. On the black card was the word man in gold. It's no different than what the other players have in their hands. For a while, the crowd was in a bit of an uproar. Under the tabletop, Koichi's movements jerked to a halt. If we are all human, then why this game? Someone shouted, what is the purpose? Stereographic projection before. The commentator's face plummeted. All human? He froze, and his tone had taken on a distinctly emotional tone. So why didn't the ship just say so? Wouldn't we all be able to work something out together if we just said it? Now the time is completely running out. The pop-ups flew by, almost every one of them shocked and reproachful. Asterisk 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 our people? What's the 20-minute boat delay for? Family, I have a guess. 25 seconds. The man with the glasses looked at Shin Wuzhou's smiling face and felt his heart beating hard. Yeah. If they're all people, and if they don't have a way to find a way to live right away, then what is the purpose of this NPC? That strange feeling came over him, and an aura flashed through the spectacled man's mind. The man with the glasses understood. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Almost instantly, the man with the glasses broke into song. He's stalling. He yelled, the game is pointless. He's stalling. This NPC is purposely keeping us from moving the bodies. The man with the glasses jerked his head around, the numbers below the rule irritating his eyeballs. 19 hours 39 minutes and 45 seconds. 15 seconds to go. The glasses man's growl alerted Koichi. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Little one couldn't help but shout, startling all the players. He crawled out from underneath the tabletop regardless and made a mad dash towards where the bodies were laid out. Stop! Kala! Shin Wuzhou's pistol pulled down the safety. The crisp sound made Koichi stop in his tracks. And he stopped right next to the incinerator. I'm not an NPC. A voice came. The timbre was familiar, but the tone was far different. Instead of the stereotypes that belong to the AI, there's a little more popularity. The man with the glasses subconsciously turned around and gazed at Shin Wuzhou like the others. A black ID card reflected slightly in the gorgeous light. On the ID card is the word human in large letters. 10 seconds. I'm a player. Shin Wuzhou said, my identity at the very beginning was corpse. No one answered. In Shin Wuzhou's eyes, on the dirty carpet, in front of the rusty and worn wooden table, a group of players in fancy clothes stared at him as if they were digesting some shocking news. Behind them was a severed hand, its mouthpiece open and writhing impatiently as it neared the end of time. Clear, viscous saliva wrapped around sharp, pointed teeth lolled and dripped down. Next to the severed hand, stood a dazed Koichi. 5 seconds. A large number of fragments of information crossed the glasses man's mind. At the very beginning, Shin Wuzhou chimed in. Then he heard someone in the hallway say they had lost their gun. Then, Shin Wuzhou dragged the bound and knocked out 401 player and said that playing as a corpse was his punishment. And then, the glasses man swallowed his saliva, obviously in a virtual game, but he felt some chills on his body. He wanted to ask Shin Wuzhou why he was doing this, but it was too late. Next, a violent clash of metal sounded at first, pounding heavily on everyone's heart. The players subconsciously turned their heads, and the frightening scene provoked them to back away. Incinerator. A female player screamed, the incinerator has changed. Chapter 12 Conclusion. Off the playing field, the commentator couldn't help but spew out expletives. After a long beep, the commentator's roar resumed. Is it really going to be a reunion bureau? He let out a hateful ouch. The pop-ups couldn't help themselves. The ship said ahead of time that everyone should be able to think of something. Don't curse for a moment, we've long since established that he's fake crazy. Don't. Bystanders, don't you forget this one has a gun in his hand. Inside the projection. Incinerators are really changing. Inside the wide-open door of the furnace, a dense growth of sharp teeth colliding up and down friction, making a cackling sound similar to metal. The body of the furnace began to retract, gradually transforming into a gigantic palm that was bleakly white and without luster. The 4 metal stove legs and ignition levers elongated and grew, clearly 5 fingers with prominent knuckles. However, Shin Wuzhou couldn't see these changes. The incinerator, in his mind, has always been the severed hand. He could only judge how the incinerator was changing based on the player's reactions. The characteristic of a pistol is 1 shot, 1 kill. He had to wait for the incinerator to finish changing completely before he took the shot. Players surged backward, curses ringing out. I'm going. Knockout. Nuts, right? You know yourself why you're stalling us. By the incinerator, Koichi was so scared by the realistic scene that his legs went weak. He screamed and fled towards the corner in a roll, while Shin Wuzhou also heard the player shriek at that moment. Hands! It's a broken hand! The broken hand turned violently in the direction of the lizard-like long tongue, aiming at the nearest Koichi and catapulting it out with great speed. In the meantime, Shin Wuzhou aimed at the palm area of the severed hand and pulled the trigger crisply. The long tongue curled around Koichi and brought him into the large open mouthpiece with great speed. Koichi let out a scream. In the same second, the bullet penetrated the flesh and blood and exploded inside the palm of the severed hand. The effect is immediate. 5 fingers instantly went limp, and the severed hand lost its support, toppling stiffly to the ground like a dead reptile. The mouthpiece in the center of the palm was wide open, and Koichi was straining to get out of it. The lower half of his body was severed by sharp teeth. Large swathes of scarlet flowed out from between the fingers of the severed hand, converging into a small stream at Shinwujo's feet. Koichi crawled forward with a grimace on his face, a reddish-white piece of flesh trailing behind what was left of his half-formed body. The players cowered in the corner and watched the bloody scene with some horror. Ding! In the ballroom, a cheerful announcement suddenly rang out. Help me! Koichi looked up, 2 tears falling from his eyes. Congratulations, players, for clearing Company X's first copy. It was the voice of a small child, and Shinwujo could not distinguish between male and female for a moment. Leave the game. Little one hissed. You guys were great and chose B out of A and C, the voice said cheerfully. It's all true. Death is true. I can feel. The rules tell you to cast corpses and people into the furnace, but they don't state that doing so can end the game. Kid Tone explained happily. You guys are so smart. So much smarter than I thought. Probably unable to crawl any further, Koichi slumped to the ground, head stubbornly raised, and shouted out with all his strength. It's really going to die. Help! I'm really going to die. The players were startled and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Koichi craned his neck as hard as he could and vomited up red in a big gulp. Then his head fell helplessly to the ground, dead. The players who witnessed this were all pale, and a few had their gills trembling. The exit is open. Children, please begin the next level. Vom dash. A female player finally couldn't help herself and propped herself up against the wall to dry heave. Off the playground. The bloody footage was televised in its entirety, and the commentators were cold and sweaty to watch. His stomach turned a little. Above the projection, the number of pop-ups began to surge. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Will die for real? Awesome ship, but that last scene was a little scary. It should be fake. Inside the virtual world, at best the near-death experience is a little more realistic. Shocker. If the ship hadn't stalled and not fired, everyone would have been literally regrouped. I'm sorry, you're not crazy, you're a genius, I apologize. I also think it's supposed to be that Company X's near-death experiences are done too realistically, but the ship is really good. I don't want to understand the chief of psychiatry anymore, you're the eternal god, brother. Is the ship in a hole such an oxymoron of a job? I'm the one who abstracted it. In-game. The man with the glasses walked up and patted the woman on the back. It shouldn't be true. The man with the glasses said, but his tone was obviously a bit weak. It's a virtual game, and in reality, we're supposed to be in a sleep pod with full gear on. Awesome, man. Another player nodded at Shinwujo and sighed with emotion. Damn, you brain. Even if I knew it was fake dash. He nudged at Koichi's body. I can't take this outrageous pain experience either. The other players didn't say anything, looking at Shinwujo with either shock or scorn, and 2 players shook their heads with bitter smiles. Who knew the AI was playing this with us? To be able to think like that is indeed bullish. Outside the game. The commentator raises his hand to wipe away the cold sweat, fighting back the physical discomfort and trying to snap himself out of the shock. He shook his head and laughed bitterly. It's amazing how I, a game commentator, am always half a beat behind the ship. Throughout the passage of the game, the layout of the ship is actually quite complete and forward-thinking. Pretend to be an NPC at the very beginning and step outside the game. When we thought he'd turn his weapon on his own people, his side just crashed the boss. The narrator scratched his head. The only downside is that brother, the way he acts, does seem a bit intimidating. He sighed at last, and the joyous smile returned to his face. Lastly, I have to say that while the level setup is a bit inexplicable, we at X have a gaming experience that no other gaming company can match. Everyone can see how realistic we've made our supersensory equipment by watching Koichi's reaction at the end. That kind of rounded things off, and the pop-ups were soon back in harmony. That's just it. I wonder what Koichi will think when he comes out and faces the interview, The narrator stood outside the stereo projection and applauded. Finally, let's congratulate the 11 players for successfully passing the first level. In 2 hours, we will begin the next round of levels, so stay tuned. Now, let's go ahead and interview the players who were eliminated in the first round of levels. Chapter 13. Inside the game, innocent childlike voices resounded throughout the room. You have a 2-hour break, and the countdown will be displayed below the rules projection. In 2 hours, a new copy will begin. Stay tuned. The crowd was sitting around, including the male player who was forced to play as a corpse by Shinwujo. Holy crap, this level is really scaring me. The female player said, no one told me it was a horror book before I came in, either. It doesn't feel scary to me either. The skinny male player next to her shook his head. It's more like letting us kill each other and purposely engage in a regimentation game where there's only a glimmer of life. I also didn't expect this broken level to be like this. However, the game scene is indeed quite realistic. Another player chuckled. I just don't know if the next level will be like this. AI is still AI, and the setup of the level is indeed rather far-fetched. Shinwujo, on the other hand, stood in a corner of the room, silently surveying the surroundings. His phantom vision was stable as always. Still surrounded by broken walls, the scene was not unlike what he had seen earlier. Only, when Shin Wuzhou's gaze turned to the crowd, there was a slight change in what he saw. The people he sees are no longer entirely human. Under the translucent clothing, the flesh, blood and organs inside their bodies were surprisingly visible. Shin Wuzhou was startled and couldn't help but raise his hand to rub his head. Could it be that the symptoms have worsened because of the lack of psychotropic medication? He raised his eyes. The human body, illusion vision, did not disappear, steady as an old dog. Shin Wuzhou observed the crowd sitting around him, and he could see the rapidity of each person's heartbeat, the peristalsis of their intestines, and the contraction of their lungs, and the dead bodies and severed hands on the ground, with their internal organs equally visible. Shin Wuzhou quickly calmed down and felt a hint of joy. He was able to pass the last level by virtue of illusion vision. Within the game, the aggravation of phantom vision symptoms is not a bad thing. On the contrary, it will have an unexpected effect. Just, what is it that this weird, phantom vision, sees? The severed hand was attached to the stomach sac in the mouth, and the half of the body that hadn't been chewed up in time was stuck between the sharp teeth. How it looks, how it's real. The only thing that particularly attracted Shin Wuzhou was the small rectangular piece that flickered on the stomach sac. It's a chip. The chip had some strange grooves in it that were a slightly darker blue color. What's this? Whether Broken Hand is a real-life monster or a virtual creation, the fact that there's a chip in his body is just too weird. This chip, is it something special? Inside the live feed, the footage was split into two parts, one with live in-game scenes and one with interview footage. The scene of the live broadcast is nothing, except for Shin Wuzhou who is fuming in the corner. The others are in harmony. The interview footage next to it, however, quickly caught the viewer's attention. The commentators and reporters had been waiting for a long time at the exit of the X-Company building. But no one came out. It's uncharacteristically quiet here. The narrator smiles broadly as he explains to the camera. The eliminated players will be a little less comfortable with the equipment they just took off. They should be on the receiving end of the conditioning services offered by the company. Please wait a moment. How long will the conditioning probably take? A reporter in the crowd asked sharply. It's been almost an hour since Lao Zhang was eliminated. Why hasn't anyone come out after all this time? The reporter didn't give the narrator time to catch his breath. May I ask what kind of uncomfortable reaction Company X's equipment can cause to people? Is this device, which is not publicized, a safety hazard in itself? The commentator looks back at the closed door, still smiling for the camera. Please rest assured. I believe it won't take long. A slight mechanical clash interrupted the narrator. He quickly glanced back at the automatic doors that slowly opened to either side, and gave the camera a quick, enthusiastic smile. Now we can see that the eliminated contestants are coming out from within the company. Long shots were aimed behind the commentator. However, it was not the players who came out, but two staff members wearing lead gray uniforms and full helmets with an X on them. The narrator froze. He subconsciously looked behind the two staff members, but didn't see any players. And then a force pushed him away. The two staff members turned to the camera with a calm, stereotypical tone that was a little too much. On behalf of Company X, we are sorry to inform you. One of them announced, due to the special nature of our equipment, the 9 players who were inadvertently eliminated from the game have all been confirmed dead. The tone of the statement was so bland and the description so shocking that it caused the room to go quiet for a few seconds. Even the flashbulbs went silent. In the intervening seconds, another staff member opened his mouth. We will be giving $2 million in condolences to the family of each deceased player. Regardless of the law, we offer our deepest condolences for their loss. In the meantime, we are sorry to inform you that due to the special settings of the device, the game cannot be stopped and will have to continue. When the number of remaining players falls below 5, we will once again face the public and launch a sign-up to replenish the number of players to 20. At the same time, our pass bonus has been increased from 1 billion to 12 billion. In the event of a player's death, we will give their family $2 million in compensation. The scene was persistently silent for another second, and then, as if suddenly coming to life, the flashbulbs flashed one after another. Reporters swarmed the room, one question after another thrown out with anger and shock. What do you mean by special equipment? Why are you guys talking about filling the game to 20 again when you know people will die? What you guys are saying is that the players in there will die to less than 5, right? Are you deliberately sacrificing human life? May I ask if this is an experiment in mass slaughter by AI? May I ask when the head of Company X will be able to respond positively? Faced with these questions, the two staff members did not answer anymore, but quickly turned around and went back inside the automatic door. The doors began to close slowly, and the two men faced the reporters outside and spoke the same words in unison. We're going to turn on one in-game notification access for the commentator. He will bring the news of this danger to the players still in the game. Finally, please enjoy. The door closed completely. Angry journalists were packed outside and the shocking scene was broadcast unreservedly, causing an unprecedented uproar. On the internet, the phrase "in-game death is real death" has reached the top of the hot search with great speed. I'll be damned, so what Koichi said was true. Jesus. I pulled the video of old Chang after he got shot, and you guys see the look in his eyes. I feel so desperate looking at it now, it's a whole lot creepier. So the 11 remaining players have human lives on their hands except for the ship? That's too much for a normal person to take, right? Not only that, the families of the dead players will feel that those 10 people are murderers. Company X must be held fully responsible for this matter and have to give an explanation. It's Company X that's testing AI with human lives, isn't it? Sanction Company X. Sanction Company X. Holy, if the ship hadn't fired that shot, would everyone have had to literally die? Where's the police station? Please ask the police department to directly arrest the people involved in Company X. Why didn't the officials respond this time? The second most searched word was boat. There were also many different opinions about Shin Wuzhou's approach. The more I look back on it, the more scary it gets, with the feeling that he knows and has thought of everything. Would he have known that in-game death is real death? What exactly is that mental illness of his again? That director said it was hallucinations? The third most popular search was official response. It is puzzling that there has been no official news at all about such a big fuss. Instead, it was the game's commentator who reacted quickly shortly afterward, using precious in-game notification privileges in front of various media outlets. Chapter 14. The unfamiliar male voice rang out abruptly in the game scene, and the players who were talking and laughing were startled. Greetings, players. The narrator looked back at the stereo projection behind him, his voice shaking a little. From the reaction of the players, it's clear they heard it. Ahead of him was the glass wall of the X Corporation building. Just now, a group of security guards came out of the building and invited the reporters out temporarily. Outside the glass wall at the moment, crowded with large swaths of camera-wielding media, there were occasional flashes of dazzling white light. I am the commentator for this game and have been temporarily allowed to speak to you once. Inside the game, the players looked at each other. Shin Wuzhou felt a little strange. The game commentator was temporarily granted access to one call? But what is the narrator doing here on the link? To give hints on how to pass the next level? It didn't sound like it either, because there was obvious panic and fear in the narrator's voice. It is with all seriousness that I inform you that, according to off-site sources, the 9 players who died in-game. The voice took a deep breath, didn't make it out safely. This statement caused the players to freeze. They subconsciously looked at Koichi's body on the ground, and Koichi's death at that time was so horrifying that almost all of them had a relevant association. Didn't make it out safely. So Koichi isn't really dead, is he? Someone shouted, what does that mean? What do you mean you didn't get out safely? The narrator said, dead. The air fell silent. The players couldn't help but look at each other. Then, in unison, they looked at Shin Wuzhou. They hadn't actually reacted yet, it was just a subconscious action. Dead. What would have happened to them if the young player hadn't stalled and fired then? Will you feel intense pain like Koichi? Or, foolishly, drop in people and corpses, as the rules say, and realize at the end of the day that everyone is people? The players couldn't help but start to be afraid afterward, and some players looked at Shin Wuzhou with a little more awe. Immediately, a few players reacted, death? How is it possible to die? Seriously? Just die? What exactly is the exact problem? Let's stop playing and get out first then. Someone else thought deeper, what does that mean? Is that we're all killing people mindlessly? Shin Wuzhou was also startled. A death in the game was a real death, something he knew. However, he didn't expect Company X to just make the facts public, without even covering them up. It's an accident. It's an accident that's going to cause an uproar. If you don't get it right, the whole of Company X will go down in flames. Where do they get their backbone? Shin Wuzhou thought of the only Company X building that could be consistent with his hallucinations. Or was Company X a lot more powerful than he thought? Not 2 seconds later, the somewhat panicked young voice explained. The staff member who came out said that due to a malfunction in Company X's equipment, the player who died in the game has been confirmed dead in reality. But there's no way to abort the game at the moment. The female player exclaimed, there's no way to suspend it? Something this big has happened and you guys say there's no way to abort it. You're making us play for our lives. Another male player shouted, where are the police? Why don't the police care? What do you mean there's no way to abort? If we weren't lucky with such pitiful rules, we'd have to die too, wouldn't we? Right. It's a good thing someone realized something was wrong. What if he hadn't? And the 9 people who played the corpse, what to say? Who's legally responsible? Let us out. The players got emotional, and you and I argued without stopping. The commentator looked at the angry players in the projection and could only continue with a stiff upper lip. I'm really sorry, I don't have much standing and I'm just a messenger. I definitely didn't lie to you guys about this matter either. I've said all I can. Now things are making a big fuss on the internet, and it's probably already hot. But the incident was so short-lived that no official has come out to respond. The commentator was sincere, but the players in the game didn't quite buy it. Someone started swearing while the commentator's shaky voice came over the radio again. Company X has raised your prize money to $1,200 million. If you die in the game, your families will receive $2 million in compensation. In the stereo projection, the expressions on the players' faces all changed. Unlike the ease of a moment ago, heaviness, anger, and panic spread among them. As well, Company X insiders claim, if you do not survive higher than 5, Company X will replenish players into the game to make up the number to 20. The commentator couldn't be bothered to go on air and look down at his cell phone hotspots. So far, there's still no official response, as if the matter doesn't even matter. And next to the building, there was no sign of the police car. What's the situation? It's only been a few minutes since the incident, but it's still an absolute big deal. The narrator sighed, his call time was limited to a dead time. I just looked and there's nothing about rescue or intervention. He said sympathetically. You will just have to survive the game as best you can. Good luck, players. The narrator's voice faded with a short beep. A male player turned his head to look at Koichi's corpse and finally couldn't help but vomit. Someone was crying. What about this? I'm going to quit the game. I'm not playing. He's all but said he can't back out, which equates to us having to finish dying slowly one by one now. The female player shouted shrilly, where are the police? Why don't the police come to our rescue? Shin Wuzhou stood in the corner and didn't say anything. It looks like Company X can influence the officials quite a bit. Combined with what he saw in his vision, and the conclusion that there is probably no difference between the outside world and the virtual world, it is likely that Company X has the ability to monitor and compulsorily manipulate officials. It's just that the blatant use of monsters to kill people has to keep tricking people into killing them. So far, it seems as if the game is specifically designed for killing. Company X, for one, barely leaves the players alive. What is the purpose of doing this? And what about what he saw? Chip, the monster. What the hell are those? There was already a lot of suspicion here, and the information given by the narrator shrouded the incident in another layer of fog. If Company X's most immediate goal was to fancy killing people, would the game really only have 10 or 12 levels? What's behind this, exactly? If we knew the truth, wouldn't we find a way out of this game? Or, if you keep playing, will you find the hidden truth? Maybe. You guys have ever thought about it? The speaker was a large, thick male player. Is it possible that this is a prank for the game? Compared to the other panicked players, his face was pale, but his expression was more foxy and self-assured. It's just kind of inside a variety show, deliberately staring the guests and stirring up conflict. Don't you guys think so? People who die in games die in reality and the police don't care. It's ridiculous, isn't it? He pointed a finger at Little One. Is it possible that the crew utilized this player's reaction and designed this bridge on the spot? Shin Wuzhou shook his head in his mind and observed the crowd's reaction. The man with the glasses said, somewhat less confidently, you have a point, but that commentator didn't quite look like he was lying either. That's it. Another person said, he's mentioned the hot search and the official, a normal live broadcast mentioning these two just for the sake of making a play. Isn't this looking for death? The female player warily opened her mouth to concur. We somehow got an extra $200 million in prize money. Even if we are eliminated, we will be compensated with $2 million. Why did you give us so much money if something didn't really happen? The players were silent. In-game deaths are pretty much the nail in the coffin. Shin Wuzhou could see that the male player who spoke in denial at the very beginning had actually been scared to death, but couldn't believe it for various reasons. 10 minutes to go before the next copy starts. Finally, the man with the glasses stood up and summarized. Whether this thing is true or not, let's pretend it is. Some players are already throwing up. Since people are informing us, it should be a matter of saving our lives, whether it's true or not. Besides, the odds are that this thing is true. Try to get out of there alive, and everything will always come out. The spectacled man's words were echoed by all. No one wants to die. Now that it's happened, it's better to accept the truth and try to survive. Soon. A familiar beep sounded, and a scarlet projection of the rules appeared above the rest countdown. The little boy's innocent and bright announcing voice resounded throughout the ballroom. The next level is about to begin. I put the rules in early as a small favor to the player who passed the first level. I've also made changes to all the ID cards in your pockets. Enjoy the game in advance. Chapter 15, New Levels. The game's live stream has been watched by a staggering few hundred million people. This whole thing is so shocking. It was only a few minutes ago, shortly after the commentators ended their connection, that the official announcement was finally made. The notice is not long, just a few short sentences stating that the matter is of great importance and is being investigated urgently. However, due to the malfunctioning of Company X's equipment and the special nature of the equipment, aborting the game would only jeopardize the lives of the players within the game. Therefore, the game must continue and there is no possibility of aborting it at all. This comment, once again, caused a furor. Regardless of the outcome of the investigation, this game of death must go on. As a result, the safety and well-being of players within the game scene has gained unprecedented attention. Many viewers were at least relieved after seeing the reaction of the players. Pretty good, at least it's all believed. I've revisited the first level, and if it's a kill test AI's perspective, the first level isn't biased, it's sinister. There's always nothing wrong with players being cautious and staying alive. Even if only a handful of people can live, it's still living. In front of the stereo projection, the commentator raised his hand and zoomed in on the rules. His face was very serious, and he treated the rules with a less relaxed and pleasant demeanor than before. Based on the style of the first copy's rules, the second copy's rules are, in all likelihood, certain death as well. There were some coincidences in the last copy, and the ship was instrumental in that. The narrator sighed deeply. Even then, only 10 people survived. Behind him, Scarlet Rules took up the entire stereo projection. There are 2 types of identity cards, human, and security, of which there is 1 security card. 2. Identity cards determine identity, and players may interchange identity cards. Third, players with the status of security will be given a pistol. The pistol contains 3 rounds of ammunition, and 1 hit will result in death. Fourth, after the game starts, please, person, go back to their respective rooms to change into gray sweatshirt, jeans and sneakers, and security, stand in place and don't move. During the change of clothes, the pseudo-person will replace a random resident. The pseudo-person will not approach security unaccompanied and alone, as security's pistol has a deterrent effect. 6. After changing your clothes, please return to the ballroom and identify the forgeries. However, this is only the first part of the rule. The narrator analyzed it very carefully. There are more below, but let's look at the first 6. First of all, the first 6 make it clear that this is a playthrough game. The roles are very simple, just people and security. And, quantitatively, it's 10 people and 1 security, and the security is in the role of protecting the people. One huge advantage security has is being armed and being able to shoot 3 rounds. If you look at the first 6 rules alone, I think there are a lot of players who would want to be security. Inside the game, the players have pretty much just finished reading the first 6. As the narrator speculated, there were a number of players who were very excited about the security role. One player said directly, I want to be security. His ID is K. K is a big-looking guy, but he looks quite young. Naturally, there were other players who weren't happy about it. Security is so advantageous, anyone would want to be it. Yes, take it easy. I think that since we know it's certain death, is there a possibility that we can balance it out so that we all live as long as possible? The man with the glasses, however, shook his head and said, not a good thing. He pointed to the scarlet red projection of the rules. You guys go on down the list. My personal opinion is that whoever is security is unlucky. Shinhwa Zhou was slightly faster than them, and he had almost finished reading the rules behind him. A short note was inserted between articles 6 and 7. In order to make it easier for players to better understand the duties of each character, we are making the following clarifications. 7. If security does not kill the pseudo within 15 minutes, security will die. If the resident killed by security is not a pseudo-human, security will die. If security kills the pseudo-persons, then please kill all of them within the next 5 minutes. Otherwise, security will die. 8. Security, the fence door to the corridor will not open until you are dead. Once the barred door is open, pseudo-humans will invade your residence and slaughter you. 9. Again, pseudo-persons are afraid of security because of the deterrent effect of security pistols. X. If all of the pseudo-men die, the second level is cleared. Shinwuzhou finished reading the rules one step faster and turned his eyes to the broken walls around him. The scene in his eyes remained mostly unchanged. The same long broken wooden tables, rooms with Spartan beds and broken closets, and long U-shaped corridors. At the end of the U-shaped corridor, a rusty, battered fence gate appeared. Through the dilapidated door of the banquet hall, Shinwuzhou saw a set of clothes folded on the ground close to the fence door. It's the gray sweatshirt, jeans and sneakers mentioned in rule number 4. The conference room at the other end of the U-shaped corridor has likewise changed. This was originally a 10-player drop-off. And now, at the long conference table, sat 4 naked humanoids. In Shinwuzhou's eyes, the skin of these creatures was no different from that of a human being, and they all appeared to be translucent, with all of their 5 senses. But these things have a very unusual mouth configuration. A tongue with sharp teeth like a python lurked inside the soft, narrow mouth, looking extremely lurid. Their stomach sacs were in the abdominal area, large, but empty, and were writhing from hunger. It's hypocrites, 4 hypocrites. Combining the rules, Shinwuzhou understood almost immediately. Reunion game. It's the reunion game again. Under Rule 7. Security, this is a character who will die if he kills the wrong pseudo, or if he doesn't shoot. The only way to live is to kill the right pseudo and kill the other 3 within 5 minutes of killing the first one. That way, everyone will pass as well. However, if security wants to kill the other 3 pseudo-humans, he has to get out of the grated door and reach the conference room at the other end of the corridor. To get out, you have to open the fence gate. According to rule number 8, the fence gate will not open until security dies. It is clear that there is no way to get out without security dying. So, it's a dead end for the player that doesn't go anywhere. So, is there another way to get through? Shinwuzhou thought there was. That is, let security die, and the remaining players take security's pistol and wait for the pseudo to invade and kill the pseudo. But this practice, too, is subject to conditions. Gotta have enough bullets for that. Chapter 16 Replacement. According to the rules, the gun in security's hand has only 3 rounds. Counting the unused gun in Shinwuzhou's hand, there were a total of 4 rounds of bullets. It looks like just enough to fight 4 pseudo-men. However, this kind of just right is based on the situation where security hits a pseudo-person at a time. If security doesn't hit the pseudo-man the first time and he dies, the bullets are only 3 full rounds, which isn't enough by any stretch of the imagination. Fake people come in such a situation, they are just as sure to die and regroup. What to do? Using his illusion vision ability to directly guide security to hit the pseudo-person at once? This one is barely viable. But is there another way? The moment Shinhwa Zhou was thinking, the other players had also more or less finished studying the rules. The 5 big Ks also saw the point and shook their heads. Who's going to be security in that case? He cursed. Security is going to die no matter what. Isn't this a pit? That's right, who wants to be one? The female player's face turned pale. Although that dying in the game is really dying. She winced a bit as she reached for her ID card. This setup is overly biased and not fair to anyone. Not only them, except for Shin Wuzhou, who was still looking down in thought. All the other players had more or less reluctant and angry expressions on their faces. Who can't see such a big hole? Person is still alive, but security, no matter what, will die. This game, it's taking them for cuties. Playing with people's lives, not treating them like lives. More importantly, who is going to take on the tricky choice of security? People just all want to live and obey the law outside of the game, not so much that their conscience is even dead. Human nature is certainly selfish, but forcing others to take advantage of the pit of certain death, such a breakthrough in human nature. Bottom line, now no one can do it. The man with the glasses stood in the corner and gritted his teeth as he watched the players' reactions. He thought he was smarter and was lucky to get past the first level. The game is getting a lot of attention right now, and the death in the game is real death. However, it is impossible for officials to delay something of this magnitude for too long. If he makes it through this, maybe the police will come and pick them up by then. When the time comes, not to mention the $1.2 billion bonus, the big compensation is definitely there. He doesn't want to die, and he likes money. Either way, he had to win. The man with the glasses took out his ID card and carefully turned it over. Inside the live feed, with the commentator's analysis, the vast majority of the audience also realized what was happening. The security identity is just a shocker. Holy, whoever draws security is out of luck. I don't think the problem is just security, right? The whole game doesn't make much sense. Only giving them 3 bullets. This isn't going to be another group game, is it? Now I just don't know how many pseudo people there are. Once the pseudo people are greater than or equal to 3, it's mostly over. Stereographic projection before. The commentator's mouth collapsed under the corners, pinching himself. I don't think the AI will be so kind from the experience of the first level. The so-called favoritism, luck, is the prelude to a reunion. He shook his head. For the second level, the most optimistic scenario is that there are only 2 pseudo-humans, in which case there are definitely enough bullets to get through. The not-so-good scenario is a reunion. But no matter what, the narrator clenched his teeth. The player playing security dies. In-game. The moment the security card turned over, the glasses man's heart went cold. Instead of people, as he thought it was, there were 2 big words, security, shining in gold on it. 11 men, 1, security. A 9% chance of it actually going to his head? The spectacled man subconsciously clenched the identity card in his hand. No way. He's not happy about it. He can't be security, he doesn't want to die. The man with the glasses lowered his eyes, silently calculating. Security has a weapon, that pistol with only 3 rounds. That is the lifeblood of the other players. What if he threatened other players with a pistol, threatening to empty the magazine if no one switched identities with him, leaving no bullets available for anyone else either? The man with the glasses raised his eyes and scanned the circle, finally placing his gaze on Shin Wuzhou. The boat has a gun, which should still have a round in it. But that round didn't do much good, did it? Admittedly, it's possible for a ship to raise a gun and threaten him when he threatens a player. But ships aren't stupid. The ship would have known that if he and himself both fired, they would just be expending bullets pointlessly, thus having even less chance of winning. The ship can be convinced by him if you look at it from that perspective. Or, the safer way, simply mimic what was done in the ship's first level and take away his gun. After taking away the gun, he then threatened someone else with the gun in exchange for an identity card, replacing his security identity. The man with the glasses gripped the ID card in his hand tightly and pushed his glasses up without moving on the surface. This security status, he's going to take off no matter what. I think the only way to get through right now is for security to die, and then we take his pistol and kill the pseudo with the remaining bullets. He pushed his glasses up out of habit. The pistol has 3 rounds, so I'm guessing there are 3 of the pseudo men. The man with the glasses turned to Shin Wuzhou and narrowed his eyes, his tone somewhat urgent. I remember you collected an extra gun earlier. I'll coordinate it, so you can contribute the gun. Shin Wuzhou didn't miss the series of small movements he just made. First, he looked at his ID card, then his face suddenly changed, followed by a pretense of calmness and wanting his gun. Shin Wuzhou didn't even need to guess. What had happened was simply obvious at a glance. You drew security status, right? It was a question, but Shin Wuzhou used the tone of a statement. The glasses man's hand violently clenched his pants pocket. Judging from this reaction, Shin Wuzhou guessed correctly. Less than 5 minutes to go before the game starts. Shin Wuzhou refused directly. The term harmonization does not ring true. The other party wanted his gun but refused to explicitly state the purpose. It was most likely not good in such a situation, and Shin Wuzhou would not give it. I don't care what your intentions are, what your purpose is. The gun is my weapon and I'm not giving it to you. The glasses man's eyes changed. The other players looked at each other and couldn't help but turn their gazes to Shin Wuzhou again. They understood what the man with the glasses was doing, and the man with the glasses was indeed quite unlucky. No one wants to be security, and no one deserves to be security. But the ship's denial of this was straightforward enough. That. Someone else tried to round off the situation. Boat, don't get excited. Why don't we analyze the rules again and try to integrate them, see if there's any way to try to get the best of both worlds. The man with the glasses clenched his fists. The situation was extreme and he could no longer control his emotions. Nobody wants to die. He doesn't want to die. That's fine too. He said, if you don't give me a gun, I'll just put 2 blanks on the roof when the time comes. I'm just going to die today and pull a few more backs. If it's a big deal, we'll all die together as a group. The glasses man's words angered the players. Why are you like this? The female player screamed. It's not like we don't want to help you. Other people have said coordination too. Then you'll be security. The man with the glasses yelled at her, security will die, you be it. Another player was also disgruntled. We understand your emotions, but why are you dragging other people on your back? I just don't want to die. I want to win. I want to live. The man with the glasses was close to an emotional breakdown. Give me the gun. Give it to me. Don't give it to him. There were players screaming, and there were also players trying to reach out and yank Shin Wuzhou. On the live screen, the pop-up screen side. That's how it starts. What's it going to be? The security setup is inherently disgusting and cruel, understandable, but hard to watch. What would happen if the ship just shot him? It's best not to go to extremes upstairs. I think that might just invite the pseudomen. Outside the stereo projection, the commentator was in a cold sweat. Human evil is primed. On a pessimistic note, I'm not sure how they're going to get past this. In-game, Shin Wuzhou dodged the hand that tried to pull him, scanned the circle, and silently memorized the man with glasses. Human nature is selfish. Everyone wanted to live, but Shin Wuzhou was wary of having too much contact with players like the glasses man who were obviously unreliable. This person only blames others and deflects conflicts at important moments, making it difficult to live, not to mention that he is likely to be a drag on others. This is a level where we all benefit from one thing and lose another. No matter who is security, the key is to solve the problem of the lack of bullets. Shin Wuzhou's pistol was loaded with 1 round of ammunition, and when put together, it could have 4 rounds. If the man with the glasses did not use the phrase coordinating, which sounds unreliable at first, but said clearly that he wanted to put together bullets, and there was a discussion, Shin Wuzhou would not have been alert enough to reject it directly. But the glasses guy. The man proved to be extreme, with uncontrolled thoughts and emotions. If this person came to be the security, it was simply impossible for Shin Wuzhou to guide the security, to hit the pseudo person at once. Can't just collapse him either, because then the pseudo might just go right in and the security pistol hasn't been refreshed yet. Give the gun to the glasses guy and replace him with someone else as security? However, looking at the faces of the crowd, one was more horrified than the other. There were even individual players whose faces could already see strong feelings of resentment. The man with the glasses had made a good start. With a threat like that from him, it was hard to say if the others who were forced to be security would follow suit. Shin Wuzhou looked up and glanced at the countdown. There were only less than 3 minutes left before the game started. In the conference room next door, a pseudo-human stood up, eyes darting toward the door, but did not move. And at some point, a bright yellow security suit appeared on the banquet hall's long, worn table. The security uniforms are printed in black with the words "Put on, can't be taken off." Shin Wuzhou suddenly had a flash of light and thought of the residence clothes outside the fence gate. Security, there may not be enough bullets to hit a pseudo person. So what if? Let pseudo people fight pseudo people? The rules say the pseudo will enter in place of a resident. That. People, and security, they all count as residents, don't they? Rule number 2, identity cards determine identity, and players may interchange identity cards. The identity card determines the identity. What would happen if he took the security ID card and snuck it into that resident's uniform outside the fence gate? The rules don't say security has to be a player. With that change, wouldn't a pseudo person in a resident's uniform be security? And he, without an ID card, has no identity. He's nothing, but he's got 2 guns and 4 bullets. Or, to be on the safe side, he could hide the card under the put-on, take-off security suit. Then get the timing right and swap the security suits with the resident suits outside the door. In this way, the pseudo-person can't get rid of the security status in any case. Not only does it deflect all the conflict onto the pseudo, but it saves him a round of ammo. If that's the case, 4 rounds for 3 pseudomen is more than enough anyhow. It's just that, in that case, this, security, it would have to be him. Thinking of this, Shin Wuzhou raised his eyes and looked at the man with glasses. The man with the glasses sneered. What are you looking at? I'm warning you, shoot me, and the pseudo will just dash. No sooner had the word invasion been uttered than a rigid card fell on his face, striking the spectacled man so hard that his glasses went askew. Security, identity for me. Shin Wuzhou said succinctly, cut the crap. Silence fell abruptly around them. The scene was a little too magical for everyone to make a sound. The moment Shin Wuzhou looked at the man with glasses, they all subconsciously thought that the man with glasses was going to be sanctioned. The boat's got a gun. However, Shin Wuzhou actually wanted the glasses man to replace his identity card immediately afterward, moving so fast that everyone couldn't react in time. Is the ship willing to risk its own life for the safety of this extreme player, knowing that, security, will die? The players looked at each other and turned their heads around again, staring blankly at Shin Wuzhou. A player couldn't help but whisper a reminder, that, it's death to be, security. That's right. Someone noticed Shin Wuzhou's action of throwing the card. Boat, you shouldn't be like this once you get excited. You first see if there is a possibility that everyone lives it. Off the playground. The narrator frowned worriedly. The rules are pretty much set in stone this time. If we do change it, there's basically no way to live. And the pop-ups, they've gone crazy in a hurry. Don't. I want to cry, how can I just say change? Could it be that he's thought of some way to get through? It can't be, I've studied it carefully, there's really no way out of this security but death. I go to. Suddenly switching cards is like leaving the chance of life to someone else. I kind of want to cry too. In-game. The glasses guy's eyes were wary and a little shocked. How? How could anyone switch ID cards with him so easily? This is a surefire, security, card. Is the ship really that kind? Or is there a loophole in the rules that he didn't catch? Shin Wuzhou didn't bother to talk nonsense to the man with glasses. There was a click and the pistol's safety went off. Shin Wuzhou's black eyes stared at him from behind the blackened muzzle. I'll be, security, and the players will have a better chance of winning. 3. No way, absolutely no way. The rules are clearly laid out in front of you, and there is no way for, security, to live. 2. So, why is this man in front of me seeking his own death? Shin Wuzhou's finger gently rested on the trigger. I'll change. The man with the glasses shouted. Whatever the reason, it wasn't him who died anyway. He handed over his, security, ID card. I'll change it. Shin Wuzhou put away his identity card and also put away his gun. The man with glasses wiped the cold sweat from his head and looked incredulously at the identity card that had been replaced in his hand. The player pretending to be an NPC had already walked off to the side, not even showing the slightest sign of nagging himself more. The other players in the arena, too, were too shocked to speak by the scene they had just witnessed. The female player muttered, what does this, ship, win more mean? Are we really not going to discuss this anymore? Boat, don't be young, no one deserves to die. The glasses guy was extreme, but the ship chief shouldn't have been directly provoked into switching cards. There was some lamentation among the players, and some silently cowering in the corner, unwilling to get involved. It's a shame that the ship is, security, and will die, sure. But people don't want to die, and the ship says it has a chance to win, so at least as other players, they can live, right? After the man with the glasses repeatedly scanned the rules a few times to confirm that he had indeed not missed anything, he boldly and tentatively walked next to Shin Wuzhou. Can I ask you why? He asked cautiously. After determining that Shin Wuzhou really exchanged cards with him, the man with the glasses instead had some inexplicable bad feelings in his heart. Security is certain death. Shin Wuzhou swept him a glance. I ran away from the mental hospital and don't really want to go back. A mental hospital? The man with the glasses froze again for a split second. He was still relatively confident in his rules analysis, and he confirmed that, security, just wasn't alive. Forcing yourself to trade in a gun for a card of certain death is a job that no one in their right mind seems to be able to pull off. The man with the glasses looked at Shin Wuzhou, wanting to speak. Young psychopaths? He clenched the corners of his coat in a tangled mess and opened his mouth, feeling even more uncomfortable inside. But there was no way he was going to change his identity card back, either. A guilty conscience versus staying alive, he would definitely choose staying alive. What is conscience before life? That line. The man with the glasses gritted his teeth. If you change it, you're not allowed to back out. Shin Wuzhou gave him a mark in his heart. The glasses guy is short-sighted, stupid and ill-intentioned. He wasn't about to be soft when it came to offending him. No backtracking. Shin Wuzhou nodded to the man with glasses. Stereographic projection outside. The narrator got a little red-eyed. The crisis is solved for now, he said, but I also didn't expect the ship to resolve itself in such a way. After all, he's a patient, and in an emotional state, he may not be quite sure what he's doing. The narrator took a deep breath and turned his back to wipe his eyes. But the ship is a genius at the same time. The narrator was silent for a moment. I hope he survives the seemingly loophole-free rules. Good luck to him. The pop-ups were filled with well wishes from the audience. Good luck, let's hope we make it back alive. Chapter 17, Threats. In-game. There's just under a minute left in the countdown. In the midst of a sympathetic gaze, Shinhwa Zhou walked towards the bright yellow security uniform, quickly and carefully checking if there was any place where he could hide his identity card. As he checked, he kept an eye out for movement in the conference room next door. The pseudo-human still stood in the doorway, stomach wriggling hungrily, but with no intention of moving out. Shinhwa Zhou didn't dare to move his eyes away completely. Behind him, the players whispered, "Ugh, poor. I guess it was just a moment of excitement, I didn't even know what to do. What if he's really dead? I'm afraid he's really dead." To be brutally honest, there's really no one else who wants to be, security, in his place either. With my family, I couldn't do it. In the midst of the whispers, Shinhwa Zhou had already moved to stuff the identity card into the boot that was connected to the pants leg of the security suit. That way, if the pseudo-person puts it on, they can't take it off no matter what. The players were a bit puzzled as they watched Shinhwa Zhou's movements. It's not enough to get the security ID card, why hide it? How does this work again? Kay shook his head. It's over, this dude. Ugh. The female player beside him was silent and didn't speak. Only the man with the glasses whispered, "It's a matter of life and death, don't even pity or sympathize. The false ones are coming soon, aren't you yourselves afraid?" Kay glared at him. "He's standing in for you, how are you nice?" He didn't go overboard with his accusations, because what the man with the glasses did say was all true as well. The false man is about to come in. Life and death situations are not good for anyone. Stereographic projection outside. The narrator wrinkled his brow as a familiar feeling rose in his heart. For some reason, he always felt a sense of familiarity with this puzzling action of Shinhwa Zhou. It's like, one reacted the same way as these players in the last level, but in the end the ship won. Then this time, the narrator's voice was a little agitated, full of uncertain tension. Once again, the ship makes an unthinkable move. Will a miracle happen on the second level of what looks like certain death? In the pop-ups, the viewer's opinion was not so favorable. Mainly the second level has no hidden rules, plain and simple certain death. It's really hard, the others should be able to live, but the ship's identity is there. In-game, the man with the glasses observed Shinhwa Zhou as the other party was using the last of his time to fold his clothes neatly. He couldn't help but shake his head. The security suits are obviously for security, and according to the rules, the ship is to be changed. Even if he doesn't change it, isn't it outrageous that he folds it so flat? The players were also a bit puzzled as they watched Shinhwa Zhou's movements. The ship plays security, and he actually chooses not to wear a security suit? However, the ship's passage in the last level was really clever. It didn't look like there was any ill will towards them either. A player couldn't help but ask, "Ship, no security uniforms? Is there some kind of plan that you need to cooperate with?" Shinhwa Zhou didn't say anything and glanced at the pseudo-people in the next conference room. He couldn't say it, he couldn't publicly expose his illusion vision ability, it was the bottom card. This level, the way he passed it was so far-fetched and coincidental that it was bound to draw speculation, but speculation was speculation. As long as he doesn't admit it, even if someone says with certainty that he's bound to have hang-ups, it's just unfounded speculation. We'll wear it when the game starts. His voice mingled with the beep-beep of the end of the countdown, but the players could still hear him. Shinhwa Zhou saw that the two broken wooden doors of the banquet hall slowly opened to both sides. At the same time, the pseudo-man moved a little stiffly and reached out a hand in a slow motion to push the door. "Here we go." Shinhwa Zhou picked up the security suit, and the frequency of his heartbeat involuntarily increased. The security pistol has been refreshed just above the security suit. Shinhwa Zhou moved quickly and stealthily to merge the bullets of the two pistols into one gun and looked around alertly. "Hurry to your room." The man with the glasses shouted, "Remember to unlock the door." The pseudo-person pushed the door open and took a step away. "Get back to the ballroom as soon as you can," the man with the glasses said, his voice dropping steeply in the second half of the sentence. "Everyone remember the code word. The code word is 12312. This is what just popped into the glasses guy's head. Whispering an agreement on a code word is a likely way to recognize a fake person. 12312, a player repeated in a low voice. The game begins, and according to the rules, the first pseudo-human soon replaces the inhabitant in some unknown way. At this time, it can be a dangerous thing if you don't go back to your room and unlock the door as soon as possible. No one was in the mood to bother with Shinhwa Zhou, who was clutching his security suit and staring nervously at the pseudo-man anymore. After the players memorized the code words, they scattered and quickly rushed towards their rooms. Shinhwa Zhou took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and walked to the entrance of the banquet hall in large strides. Down the hallway, the last player closed the door as well. The pseudo-human in the next room finally took a step, a little faster than normal even. Shinhwa Zhou took a step out of the door of the banquet hall, calculating the time, and ran towards the end of the corridor in big strides. This step is a critical one. It has to be faster than the pseudo-man. Off the playground. The commentator couldn't help but question, huh? The rules clearly mention that security should be in the ballroom, waiting in place, while the players change. While the commentator sweated for Shinhwa Zhou, that familiar feeling in his heart grew stronger. Once again, the ship has made a series of alternative moves, from replacing its ID card to now taking its clothes out of the house. There was a vague hint of anticipation in the narrator's voice. His eyes were firmly fixed on the stereo projection, as if he wanted to find a hidden ray of life from Shinwuzhou. He's at the end of the hallway. The pop-ups flew by. Don't, is that against the rules? Don't even say it. Oh look, I'm nervous as hell. Ouch, this crappy AI, no penalty for breaking the rules? Well, this is a good setup. Live feed. Shinwuzhou reached out from between the gaps in the fence and quickly dragged away the set of resident clothes and sneakers outside the fence gate. Immediately afterward, in full view, he sent the security suit he held in his arms out quickly, placing it precisely where it had been. The maneuver stunned everyone's jaws. Ha! The commentator subconsciously raised his hand and wiped his cold sweat. He seemed to understand something. In fact, he hadn't returned to his senses from the images he had seen. It was just that his brain naturally strung together a series of behaviors of this young player and automatically drew a roadmap of escape that could evade death. Which means, the narrator felt his voice go a little hard, that Chip hid the ID card in his boots because he wanted to transfer the security identity directly to the pseudo-person. He doesn't seem to be crazy, but did he know before that there was a set of clothes here for the pseudo-men? The narrator scratches his head. That's a bit of a wild guess on my part. But if he didn't know that, how could he be sure that the pseudo-man would be wearing that security suit? The pop-up was silent for a split second. He's trying to get pseudo-people to be security? I have to say, that's an awesome thought. Sorry family, Scalp exploded. Why would he know about that suit? For a while, there was a wide range of opinions. Shinwuzhou's live broadcast popularity once again went crazy, attracting the eyes of the vast majority of the audience. In-game. The banquet hall was already tightly closed, and Shinwuzhou moved nimbly against the door of room 401, hiding his figure in the slightly recessed doorframe. He turned to the end of the hallway and continued to watch. The rules mention that guns have a deterrent effect on pseudo-persons. He had a gun on him and didn't dare get too close to the pseudo-persons, lest they get scared and run away, resulting in an unsuccessful identity transfer. The other side. The pseudo-man saw the neatly folded security uniform. It bent down and lifted its shirt somewhat hesitantly, then its eyes rolled very quickly in a circle. After confirming that there was no other clothing around, the pseudo-human stiffly moved his body, awkwardly but quickly pulling on his security suit. Shinwuzhou's heart was delighted. The identity was successfully transferred, and that's a done deal. The pseudo-men looked at the barred door and cracked their mouths, making another subconscious motion to empty their pockets, as if they knew what was hidden in them. However, it didn't come in, as if it had noticed the end. The pseudo's face changed abruptly. In the meantime, Shinwuzhou took a step forward, completely exposing himself to the pseudo-men. The black pistol was pointed at the pseudo-man in the security suit through the air. Shinwuzhou took one step forward while the pseudo-man's expression became more and more hideous. You do realize what you're in for, don't you, security? Chapter 18, Steady. Stereographic projection before. The commentator couldn't resist a pat on the back. Brilliant. Well done. He looked at Shinwuzhou with a gun in the projection and shook his head and smiled. Harm. I told you the boat had a plan. At the top of the screen, a screen full of phrases floats by. Asterisk. Ilu a great ah. What mental hospital is he in? I'm going to sue the confirming physician right now. Inside the frame. 4 minutes have passed since the game started. Most of the players had already changed their clothes and had just opened the door to this shocking scene. The Shinwuzhou was holding a pistol, and a set of sweatshirt jeans were casually thrown around his feet. And the one he was pointing at was outside the barred door, a man in a security uniform. No, it's not a person. Although this man looked like a human being, it had a hideous expression, its teeth were slightly exposed, and it was outside the barred door. The rules say that the only condition for the barred door to open is the death of security. So, security couldn't have been outside the barred gate anyway. So, Kay looked at Shinwuzhou and shouted loudly, it's a pseudo-person. The one outside is a pseudo-man? The cry caused the players to explode. I thought the pseudo-men would be pretending to be people. Why are they wearing security suits? Someone thought of Shinwuzhou's action of folding his security suit and hiding his identity card. Boat, is this what you did? The man with the glasses was almost the last one out the door. He changed his clothes quickly, not going out just now simply because he was afraid of the pseudo-men he would encounter if he was the first to go out. But now, there is too much noise in the corridor, and from what these people are saying, it seems that the fake people have been caught. And, it seems to have something to do with boats. How is that possible? How can it be so fast? The spectacled man's face took on a serious look as he pushed the door open, peeled away from the circle of players who were tensing their bodies, and squeezed his way to the front of the corridor. Now, he could see. Outside the barred door stood a pseudo-human. The pseudo-human seemed to have suffered a great deal of irritation, and its entire face crumpled up in a whole, almost inhuman manner. And it was wearing a security suit. The glasses man's body stiffened and his brain buzzed with the feeling that he understood something. However, without waiting for him to sort out his disorganized thoughts, a clear voice came from the front. Rule number 7. Shin Wuzhou gazed tightly at the pseudo-man's deformed face, calculating the time. If security does not kill the pseudo within 15 minutes of the start of the game, security will die. His tone was calm, yet he took another step forward, the muzzle of his gun almost touching the cold bars. The man with the glasses understood the threat in the tone and was shocked. What do you mean? This pseudo-person is already security? The pseudo-human's face twisted viciously for a split second, and his mouth opened at an incredible angle, revealing the long, cold, grotesque tongue. Shin Wuzhou saw through its urge to eat people and revealed a smile. Rule number 7. If security kills a resident who is not a pseudo-human, security will die. The pseudo-person whistled shrilly and stuck his tongue forward a bit. The man with glasses subconsciously took a step backward, and with a turn of his eyes, he saw the resident's clothes that had been casually discarded on the ground by Shin Wuzhou. There is only one explanation: the resident's uniform was originally intended for pseudo-persons, so those previous moves by this player. You think I'm not a resident, so it doesn't matter if you kill me? Shin Wuzhou blinked. Not a resident. The man with the glasses swallowed hard. Corroborated. It means that Shin Wuzhou is not a security or a person. He doesn't have an ID card. He transferred identities perfectly. The spectacled man's scalp tingled, and coldness spread from head to toe. Then I'll add another one for you dash. The pistol's safety was pulled back, the crisp sound jarring the pseudo-man. Rule number 11. If security dares to kill me, security will die instantly. The pseudo-man didn't move, just those lifeless eyes staring dead at Shin Wuzhou as if they were two slices of abyss. Shin Wuzhou looked back at it with an indifferent expression, his finger squeezing the trigger. Still rule number 7. If security kills a pseudo-human, then, within 5 minutes, kill all pseudo-humans. Otherwise, security will die. Shin Wuzhou's voice was colder than the hypocrite's eyes. Unfortunately, he said, either way, you have to die. The spectacled man's scalp exploded. He jerked his head to look at the other players and realized that the others were just as cold and sweaty as he was, shock welded to their faces. The man with the glasses violently turned his head back again and looked at Shin Wuzhou's back. How did this man do it? Luck? Coincidence? Why does he seem to be able to see things before they happen, and why can he kill his way out of certain death twice in a row in ways he would never have thought of? And, threatening pseudo-people. He actually threatened the pseudo with a gun. K whispers behind the man with the glasses, damn, awesome. Stereographic projection outside. The commentator shouted, yes. There were so many pop-ups that they were covering the screen. Steady. Well, the ship is steady as a rock. Psychiatric hospital misdiagnosis, and scrupulous hospital, reported. In-game. The female player had been too shaken to speak. She gulped as she watched the pseudo's face grow harder and harder. What are we going to do if it suddenly snaps? The female player began to back away, since the pseudo-person was dressed outside the barred door. Isn't it true that the barred door can't stop it at all? The pseudo-human growled, startling the female player. Shin Wuzhou ignored this retarded question. Pseudo had made a little subconscious move of digging into his pockets earlier, and he planned to follow suit afterward, sneaking off to dig into the clothes of the resident's uniform that had originally been reserved for Pseudo. He guessed there might be a key or something in the clothes to open the door, but that wasn't important right now. Pistols are better than fences. At this point, what does he care if the fence stops him or not? 7 minutes. Shin Wuzhou said indifferently, I'll offer you a way you can live the longest. The pseudo-man didn't move, the muscles around his eyes scrunching up hard. You can stall until the 13th minute to kill one of your companions. In this way, the rule that if you don't kill a pseudo in 15 minutes you will die is maximized. Then, at the 15th minute, kill the other remaining companions. For the last remaining 3 minutes, you can kill yourself, but I suggest you come back. The last 3 minutes would help him fix the glasses guy who would be dragging his feet, and then go on his way to a full death in peace. This was the most ideal state. Shin Wuzhou did not even need to consume a single bullet. If the poor pseudo died at the hands of his companion, he would have only had to expend 1 to 3 bullets. If not, there would be one left over to lean on for the next level. Chapter 19, Reprisals. The players behind Shin Wuzhou read it. Use a pseudo to fight a pseudo, and if you're lucky, you won't even need to expend even a single bullet. On an optimistic note, this surefire game can be cleared with no deaths or injuries. That thought process, it's awesome. Sparing the players the instinctive feeling of insecurity from the in-game environment, some players still subconsciously made a sound. Asterisk. Shouldn't be dead. The spectacled man gritted his teeth as he took in the murmurings in his ears. This makes it seem obvious that the ship had premeditated and thought this through. If he had known that this was the case, he would not have gone against Shin Wuzhou so early. After all, in order to pass the 10 to 12 levels, someone like Shin Wuzhou was a very qualified candidate for a teammate, or even a candidate for a thigh-hugger. I wonder if it's too late to pull the plug. The man with glasses pondered, while Shin Wuzhou just focused on the pseudo-man outside the iron barred door. The pseudo-human's lungs rose and fell, his stomach sacs writhing more and more. Near the bottom of the stomach sac was a chip identical to the one in the severed hand's abdominal cavity, also flashing a dull blue color. What the hell is this? Are these things the incarnation of AI? Or are they, like people, monsters with feelings and thoughts created by X? What's the chip for, anyway? Inside the live feed, Shin Wuzhou's popularity began to grow off a cliff. Ha ha ha, fake people fighting fake people? I can't take it anymore. I just look at hypocrites now and think they're so dull and inviting to laugh. Ship, plum boat. Image. 10 minutes into the game. Either you live for 20 more minutes and have a full meal, or I shoot you now. Shin Wuzhou said coldly, know how to choose, right? The features on the pseudo-human's face were blurred, his cheeks swirling into a ball. Its inorganic eyes looked at Shin Wuzhou for a while and finally made its choice. In full view of the crowd, the pseudo-man turned and slowly disappeared at the end of the corridor. Behind Shin Wuzhou, the players looked at each other, some swallowed nervously, and no one dared to make a sound. And in Shin Wuzhou's field of vision, amidst the broken walls, the pseudo-men were silently advancing towards the conference room. Inside the conference room, the other three pseudo-men were obviously a bit anxious and were walking back and forth across the room. Their stomach sacs wriggled, and one of the pseudo-men dragged out its tongue, its sharp teeth dangling from its chest. If Shin Wuzhou hadn't guessed correctly, these things should be waiting for the alarm sound of the barred door opening. But they are destined to be disappointed. Security is obviously going to be a little more hungry. By the 13th minute, it had made its way to the conference room door, and its stomach pouch continued to churn for a while. Immediately, security extended his arm and violently pushed open the door to the conference room. The sharp-toothed tongue nimbly darted out and struck its companion through the chest cavity with precision and accuracy, tearing off a mass of flesh. The tool that was used to eat people has now become the most powerful weapon against his companions. The mournful scream pierced through the corridor and was heard by all the players. With the death of two companions in a row, along with the radio and the security suit, the third pseudo-human seemed to understand what was going on. It screamed in rage and actually spat. Stupid. A clear spitting voice reached the ears of the crowd before security's long tongue smashed its skull. In Shin Wuzhou's field of vision, the third pseudo-human fell backward limply, lifeless. Stereographic projection outside. The narrator looked down a silent hallway and let out a long sigh of relief. It seems that the battle is over. The barred door to the corridor didn't open, so security should still be alive. The corridor, quite fittingly, resounded with shuffling footsteps. The sound course of the fight just now was a bit too nerve-wracking, and the players almost froze in place to stare and listen intently. After the fight ended, there were quite a few people who were a bit incredulous. This is the end. Kay muttered, we haven't even gotten back to the ballroom yet. And this is the end? The next move is simple. It was nothing more than that, after the time security died, or Shin Wuzhou used a single bullet to dryly result in the last pseudo-human. It's too fast. It was too fast and too easy. Inside the live broadcast room, a large number of viewers let out a gasp. Regiment, no need for a team, exterminate the pseudo-men. Asterisk 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 it's been like 10 minutes? Terribly strong. In-game. The man with glasses looked at Shin Wuzhou's back and suddenly asked, did you find out a long time ago? Shin Wuzhou didn't say anything. He gave the slowly approaching pseudo-human his undivided attention, the flesh of its devoured kind apparently not making it marginally better. Conversely, Shin Wuzhou keenly noticed that the chip at the bottom of the pseudo-human's stomach pouch turned from blue to red, reminding him for no reason of a cell phone that had only 10% of its battery left. It raised its head and looked at Shin Wuzhou, its dark eyes filled with malice. The blackened muzzle was pointed straight at its brow. Shin Wuzhou stared intently at the long tongue in the pseudo-human's mouth and carelessly replied to the spectacled man, you guess. The man with the glasses was a little offended. What he had seriously reasoned was overturned by Shin Wuzhou with his actions. As awesome as the ship is, he's really selling and pretending when he doesn't say anything like that. He had even caused him to briefly feel guilty for voluntarily switching identities with him earlier. The ship reasoned everything out long ago and said nothing, making the other players worry for so long, and some of them blamed the glasses guy for it, making him out to be anything but. The glasses guy's tone was serious. In the grand scheme of things, this game, people's lives could be at stake. It's easy to get into trouble when you're messing around like that by yourself. If you have ideas for the future, you can discuss them with everyone. There's strength in numbers, and it's not a good idea for you to be such a maverick on your own and keep us in the dark twice. The man with glasses was behind Shin Wuzhou, chattering, Ship, I'm sorry about before, I hope you don't take it personally. My ID is myopia, I think we can be partners. Shin Wuzhou raised his gun and firmly pointed it at the pseudo-man, carefully backing away himself. There are 3 minutes to go before it's time for security to die. Hey! Shin Wuzhou suddenly showed a smile to the pseudo-person, here's a chance for you not to be a starving ghost. This guy with the glasses, you can eat him before you hit the road. The pseudo-men were too hungry in their current state to do anything more than act out of fear of the pistol. Even then, it still stared at the players, its stomach wriggling hungrily. And it even went so far as to kill its own companions in order to survive a few more minutes. Therefore, Shin Wuzhou almost immediately came to a conclusion. This thing, whether it's an AI data creation or something real, is simply a monster that exists and has an appetite above all else. Being able to take a bite of player meat before dying could be tempting for such a monster. The pseudo-man's expression changed, as did the glasses man's. He did not expect that Shinwujo, who seemed to never harm anyone, would say such a sentence. You! Whoa! The pseudo-men darted onto the railing, their stupidly long tongues catapulting out and darting to stab at the spectacled man's body. The spectacled man subconsciously grabbed a player next to him to block the front, however it was too late. The long tongue pierced through the heart of the player who was in his way, and then stuck into the chest of the spectacled man without mercy. The scene was overly gory and caught the other players off guard. Even Shinwujo did not expect the man with glasses to directly drag a person to the back. I don't just pull people down. The man with the glasses made a ho-ho sound in his throat, and his eyes stared straight at him. Shinwujo coldly lowered his expression. The sudden explosion of the rich smell of blood and the tragic deaths of innocent players made him want to vomit. He had not adapted to death, and the first time he had instructed a pseudo-human to actively kill made his heart beat wildly. But he couldn't show his disgust. Under extreme circumstances, Shinwujo was instinctively unwilling to expose his vulnerability. It's dangerous. Change your identity and don't regret it. Chapter 20 Bombardment. Shinwujo looked at the intense scene in front of him and forced himself to adapt to this bloody scene. The first two games are set up for a regatta, and the AI will show no mercy. However, the glasses man's previous actions made him realize that some humans may be harder on their own kind in the face of certain death. Like the guy with the glasses who threatened to let off an empty bomb. Showing weakness in such a brutal environment is a way to get yourself into trouble. Shinwujo looked at the pseudo-man and didn't dare to be distracted. As security, the pseudo-man kills a player who is not a pseudo-man in violation of the rules, but does not die immediately. The end of its long tongue snagged firmly into the spectacled man's body, dragging him, bit by bit, backward. The man with the glasses was staring at his eyes, not quite dead yet. He was quickly yanked over to the barred door, and the long tongue pulled off a piece of meat and feasted on it. As the flesh and blood rolled downward into the stomach sac, the chip, which had turned red, began to strangely flash blue as if it had picked up some sort of energy. Even more so, this blue light was a little brighter than what Shinwujo had seen at the beginning. What's this? Is it recharging? These monsters, are they trying to replenish their energy by devouring humans? So that's why every level is set up with a regimen? But, wouldn't it be ridiculous if these things were dead things created by AI or avatars of AI or something, and replenish their energy by devouring humans? What the hell's going on? Asterisk. Behind Shinwujo, the other players reacted and retreated back screaming in unison. Shinwujo's face really didn't look like a bad or evil person. However, the fact that Shinwujo really dared to lay a harsh hand on the man with glasses was also out of everyone's expectation. In the previous games, he acted strangely and didn't talk much, but honestly, he saved everyone's life twice. Who would have thought that this is what would happen after really messing with him? The players looked at Shinwujo with a few more different eyes. In the pop-up, good guy, or a ruthless man with a grudge. As much as it irks me to look at myopic eyes before, I didn't expect to die so quickly. In-game, Shinwujo took a step forward, subconsciously wanting to see more clearly. The man with the glasses twisted his head and glared at him, two words coming out of his mouth in a strained voice. Save lives. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The intense pain weighed him down to the point where he could barely speak. The man with the glasses fought as hard as he could to squeeze air sounds out of his chest. Really? This scene added insult to injury in the hearts of the already fearful crowd. Really? This is the second player, after Koichi, to say that death is real. Although everyone was certain in their hearts, the fact that it was confirmed twice in such a bloody scene still gave the crowd a hammer blow. People watched in silence as the man with the glasses breathed his last, and a heavy coldness spread through the crowd. What? Kay struggled to get out a syllable, the back of his jumper already soaked. What to do? What's next? The female player couldn't help herself and crouched in the corner and whimpered loudly. Wait for the notification. The 5 big players looked at the spectacled man. 2 more have died. It's impossible for the officials to not make a move at all. At those words, the atmosphere once again fell into dead silence. Indeed. The skinny player said, there's one thing that's too big. A player cursed. The atmosphere was once again silent. Shinwujo silently calculated in his heart and silently shook his head. 2 rounds of play, illusion, equals real, it's ironclad, there's no escape. If that's the case, the in-game world is also the out-of-game world as far as the scene he saw. And with no official contingency measures having been made up to this point, whether they are reliable or not is another story. The game, will it really end? Can it really end? The female player screamed with some devastation. I'm going out. I'm not playing anymore. Let me out. This scream detonated the emotions of the players, and Shinwujo only felt a sudden cacophony behind him. He didn't have time to look back. He just continued to stare at the pseudo-man, not daring to be distracted. The pseudo gulped down the human flesh, the chip beneath the stomach sac growing brighter and brighter, the color already vaguely tending to lighten. The body of the man with the glasses was more than half eaten, and the security suit, which was impossible to remove, was getting tighter and tighter to the naked eye. Shin Wuzhou had a number in his heart. Security suits, props used in AI games to penalize offending players, are a minor misstep in the game. He did run out of the banquet hall earlier in violation of the law. But the fact that he wasn't penalized for that rule violation should be the reason he didn't have his security uniform on at the time. Look at it this way, AI isn't perfect. Whether it will evolve at a later stage is yet to be seen. After a few seconds, the pseudo-human opened its mouth with difficulty, and the security suit strangled it as it struggled and tumbled to the ground, immobile. The chip beneath the stomach pouch flickered, changing back to the slightly darker blue color it had been at the beginning. Shin Wuzhou developed an urge to dig it out and study it. Does it mean death when it changes from a bright white color back to a dull blue? Next, there was a click, and the lock on the barred gate popped open. Meanwhile, the little boy began to broadcast in a cheerful tone. Congratulations! Congratulations to all players, who have successfully killed all the pseudo-humans and met the conditions for clearing this level. This sound caused the crowd's taut nerves to completely relax. The strings in the players' hearts snapped, and some sat down on the floor, bawling. Vomit dashed behind Shin Wuzhou. The skinny player held onto the wall and vomited profusely. No doubt one of you has once again given an almost perfect solution. The little boy said happily. It's over. Kay wiped the sweat off his head, somewhat incredulously. Don't cry. We're laying down a win this time, and our lives are saved. The players who were still barely able to maintain their status looked at Shin Wuzhou with more awe in their eyes. It's too strong. If it wasn't for him, they really wouldn't even know how they died. One of the taller players went forward and wanted to shake hands with Shin Wuzhou. Hello big brother, my name is Potato Corner. I'm really grateful for the big man's care. Kay followed close behind, squeezing a smile out of his frazzled face. Hello big guy, my ID is Kay. This level is thanks to big guy. Pieces of pop-ups cut across the stereo projection, and the emotions of the audience outside the arena peaked at that moment. Watched it again, the ship is so awesome. Ringing the bell, honestly, there was supposed to be a low survival rate for this game. Where's the official? When the hell is the official reply going to come? The best way to stop the killing is to end the game. The commentator looked back at the projections as the pop-ups raced past, his entire back drenched in sweat. Let's start by congratulating the players for getting through the game and surviving. It has to be said that the decision-making power of the ship plays a crucial role in this. From the myopic elimination, it seems like he's intentionally showing his tough side. I'm in no position to blame him. Most people only survived because of him, not to mention, in a game like this, humanity is already tested. The AI didn't cover up the myopic death images. Quite the opposite, bloody chunks of flesh silently piled up in a corner of the screen, shocking the narrator. I am very sorry. There is still no official answer. Our players, who still need to move on to the next game. No! Cries of anger from people appeared in the pop-ups. What are the officials doing? It's all like this. This AI is an extreme monster. Company X clearly has ulterior motives. These people are either for sacrifice or experimentation, not normal anyway. Support! How many more levels will the players last if we play like this? 3 surefire games in a row is just going to screw everyone. To tell you the truth family, we organized a march and have been standing here at the X Company building for half a day now, and we haven't seen any official people go in to investigate. Inside the live broadcast room, a large number of viewers were filled with righteous indignation. Soon, the phrase no official response climbed to the front row of social media, angry crowds poured into the live broadcast, and the game reached a staggering hundreds of millions of viewers. I'm here. There was supposed to be a time difference in the transoceanic zone, but I made it in the middle of the night. Just badgered the live commentary for 10 minutes. What is X up to? Pulled over by friends and family in Asia 1, opening lightning strike. A happy boyish giggle rang out from within the live feed. The voice had a subtle stereotypical sound to it, and it was especially eerie against the bright red and hideously dried out pseudo-human bodies all over the floor. Players, you have been given a 5-minute break. In 5 minutes, I will announce the content and rules of the next round of the game, and will open the scene exits in the banquet hall. Please make your way to the banquet hall in time. I hope you guys have a great time. The voice fell silent, and the only sound left in the hallway was the dry heaves of the players. Shin Wuzhou lowered his eyes and thought quietly. Chapter 21 New Props. His phantom vision was still very stable, and the ragged corridor steadily took up the entire field of vision. Shin Wuzhou raised his head and looked towards the banquet hall. According to the broadcast, the exit is in the ballroom. Sure enough, what had been pitch black behind the broken low wall of the ballroom was now illuminated by a ghastly white light. Immediately adjacent to the low wall was a row of iron cages. The row of cages was suspended in the air by cables that ran through huge gears above the cages and wrapped roughly around 9 coiled loops in the ceiling. This means that these 9 cages can be raised and lowered freely. And the premise of cage lifting is likely to be related to the rules of the next game, something they need to actively trigger. The iron mesh lattice that made up the cage was not small, and Shin Wuzhou roughly estimated that it would not be a problem at all for at least an adult man who worked out all year round to pass his arm through it. There were 9 iron cages in all, with 2 kinds of Arabic numerical serial numbers, 1 and 2, sprayed in red paint on top of the cages. The 2 serial numbered cages were next to each other, and there was no difference when looking from where Shin Wuzhou was. What do these 2 serial numbers mean? 2 ways? 2 identities? Or is it simply a matter of dividing the players into 2 groups? Not far behind the iron cage was another crumbling wall illuminated by white light. Shin Wuzhou had a rough guess. 9 iron cages, corresponding to the 9 players who survived. Combined with the horizontal confines he saw on the ropes coiled above the cages, these cages should have moved vertically. Therefore, the dangers they had to face were also in the abyss that Shin Wuzhou could not reach with his eyesight. The rules aren't out yet. However, based on the pattern of the first 3 rounds of the game, this level is definitely a surefire death that requires another approach as well. What to do when you can't know all the pitfalls ahead of time? I don't know when the officials will pick us up. It should be soon, right? The somewhat hopeful voice of a player in the hallway reached his ears. I don't know, don't ask. Another player sounded unusually panicked. We can live, right? Gotta see what the next level is. This AI, clearly, is letting us. Shin Wuzhou didn't participate in the chat and his brain spun fast. AI design games have always been intertwined. In the first level, the pistol, the weapon it induced them to kill each other with, is the subsequent important pass prop. In the second level, it deliberately shifts the conflict to a scramble for identity, and the weapons given to security were originally intended to be used to kill each other as well. But Shin Wuzhou killed all the pseudo-men without spending a single soldier. The pistol was preserved, and in it, the precious few rounds of ammunition. But can they really get through to the next level with just the pistol? AI knew that Shin Wuzhou's most powerful weapon was a pistol. If the next level, it deliberately makes the pistol useless. Shin Wuzhou looked at the countdown in the center of the corridor. There were still 4 minutes before the exit would open. Following the AI's behavior in the previous levels, there must be something else in this scene besides the security's pistol and the 3 bullets inside the pistol. For example, the pseudo-subconscious digging into the pockets of his security suit clearly had a deeper meaning. Leave it alone. A player said helplessly. He was small and thin, and there was a note of desperation in his tone. AI's algorithms are too powerful for humans to match, and the AI will keep evolving. If it wants us to regroup, we'd better prepare early. There's 2 minutes left. I'll stop dawdling here and I'll check out the ballroom. Might find something. The player muttered and stood up, heading for the ballroom alone. This action touched some of the players, and 4 chose to get up and follow the skinny player towards the end of the corridor. Shin Wuzhou didn't follow and stood in place to quickly review the rules of the previous round of levels. That outfit of the pseudo-man is really a key point. The rules of the last round of the game stated that the fence gate will only open if security dies. So how is the first pseudo to leave going to get through this grated door in the hallway without security dying? Shin Wuzhou's gaze fell on the set of bodysuits prepared for the pseudo-person. The ability of phantom vision was very stable, and through the fabric, he saw a slender metal handle hidden in the pocket of his sweatshirt. What do we say, Biggie? Kay asked a little anxiously. Go? It's almost time. Shin Wuzhou had quickly picked up the clothes. You guys go first. He pointed to the MC's uniform on his body, which had not been changed since the first level. I'll change into something easier. Without further ado, Kay led the other 2 players at a brisk pace towards the banquet hall. Shin Wuzhou walked into the room next to him, moved quickly to change his clothes, took out the slender metal and placed it in the palm of his hand to carefully examine it. The thin, narrow metal bar is engraved with a simple description: a master key that opens or closes anything, as long as you can find the keyhole. This prop can be used twice. It is automatically voided after 2 uses. Shin Wuzhou did not move and put away the props. Good stuff. But with the man with the glasses in front of him, he felt it was better to speculate about human nature in the game with the utmost malice. Props like the master key are better not to let others know until the specific rules of the level are out. Shin Wuzhou straightened his clothes, checked his pistol, and walked quickly toward the banquet hall. In the center of the ballroom, the scarlet 5-minute countdown went down to the last second. With a sharp beep, the countdown abruptly vanished, replaced by a new scarlet rule. With the fatal experience of the previous rounds of the game, the players all held their breath and read the rules over word for word, fearing that they had missed something crucial. Please divide the players into 2 groups and enter the cages of your respective groups by group serial number. Secondly, please be careful about grouping. One group may have a chance of survival, the other has no chance at all. Groups cannot be changed after confirmation. 3. The fate of the 2 groups is linked. If one set of cages is scorched by the fire, the other set will be released and fall into the trampoline below. If one set of cages is released and falls into the trampoline below, the flames below the cages in the other set will stop burning and the cages will be held firmly in mid-air. 4. Please answer the questions on the white wall in front of the cage within the allotted time. If the question is answered correctly, the cage will rise and vice versa. 6. There will be a total of 10 questions per group. Once a group gets more than 50% of the questions wrong, that group's cage will be released outright. Group questions may be scrambled. 7. After entering the cage, all players are not allowed to communicate with each other in any form. Otherwise, all members of the offending players group will die outright. Shin Wuzhou read the rules quickly. He had only just finished reading the 7 rules when the little boy's voice sounded again. Unlike its usual pleasantness, this time it struggled to simulate a serious tone. To help players group better, the next level scenario will be opened early. Players, you have 5 minutes to confirm your respective groups. In order to carry forward the humanitarian spirit, when grouped together, players are strictly prohibited from harming and killing each other. Upon the occurrence of that type of behavior, your only exit through the gate will be closed forever. The broadcast is over. The crumbling wall in front of Shin Wuzhou rattled heavily and slowly parted to both sides, revealing the complete 9 iron cages. Meanwhile, a new 5-minute countdown projection appeared in the center of the ballroom, flickering silently. No player made a sound. Shin Wuzhou took a few steps forward to look at the scene below the cage. Chapter 22 Subgroups. Rule 2 mentions that one group may have a lifeline, the other group has no lifeline at all. If this is the case, then the first thing to do is to avoid entering the no way out set of cages. Rule out the absolute dead ends first, then take a step forward. Shin Wuzhou looked inside the scene and quickly surveyed every detail clearly. Outside of projection. The commentator zoomed in on the latest rule, his eyes equally drawn to the conspicuous Rule 2. There's a noticeable change in the rules this time compared to before. At this moment, it was only less than half a day before the game started, but only 9 of the 20 players who had entered were left. The commentator struggled to keep his tone from being heavy and tried to be as sensible as possible in stating his guesses. The AI gives rules that say a group may have a chance to live. It means that this level is difficult, but it's not a complete cluster ***** like before. If only they could find the right way to live. Dense pop-ups flew by as the audience eagerly agreed. Indeed, 1 life and 1 death is almost clear. I'm worried about the back. Is there a pit back there? There definitely is, but observation shows that the AI doesn't set itself up to contradict the rules. So there is definitely a silver lining. Hey, is the ship going to see it? Quickly zoom in on his live feed. I want to see what he saw. In-game. Obviously, other players have noticed this key rule as well. The rules are clearly written. The skinny player who was the first to enter the banquet hall said, if you choose the wrong group, it's certain death. The rule really doesn't seem too difficult. Next to the skinny player, another player with dyed brown hair analyzed. Looking at the rules, if you pick the right group, you're basically halfway there. He frowned and followed Shin Wuzhou's pace. The key to this level should be to analyze which group is bound to die in a very short period of time. As long as you choose the right group for the first step, you may survive the second or third step afterward. He looked up at Shin Wuzhou who was already observing the cage and looked at each other with the other players around him. And then, a group of people unanimously walked forward and followed Shin Wuzhou's example, standing at the edge of the cage and observing. Outside the game. The commentator responded to the pop-up's call to zoom in on the live feed of Shin Wuzhou, the first one to walk over to the cage. Shin Wuzhou had already seen it. The wire used to make the cage wasn't exactly secure and had rusted in places. The bottom of these cages was not a complete piece of sheet iron, but, like the body of the cage, consisted only of wire crosswound, of very rough workmanship, and every compartment was not small. A person can only stand in it by adopting the position of grasping the cage body with both hands and stepping on the intersection of 2 wires. Otherwise, there's a good chance that you'll get a foot in the air and get your calf stuck in the grid and can't get out. Overall, there are 4 cages labeled serial number 1. These 4 cages are about 10 meters below a mo with corresponding 4 flamethrowers that look like enlarged gas stove burners. Rule number 3 mentions that the cages in one of the groups will be scorched by the fire, which would be this group. The camera appropriately followed Shin Wuzhou's line of sight to give a close-up. The 4 stovepipe-like flamethrowers are very clearly presented to the viewer. The narrator wrinkled his nose, it's fire. On the screen, Shin Wuzhou motionlessly moved his gaze away to look at the 5 cages labeled with serial number 2. The first set of cages with fire breathers, Shin Wuzhou did not see anything unusual for the time being. According to the rules, underneath the other group's cage, there should be trampolines. Trampoline, indeed. A piece of canvas was pulled in a position about 5 meters from all 2 cages mo. In Shin Wuzhou's opinion, the canvas was already tattered and covered with large and small holes. Beneath the rags was a large patch of thick, sharp metal spikes. Shin Wuzhou visually estimated that the distance from the tip of these metal spikes to the canvas was definitely not less than 5 meters. It's a trampoline. Outside of the game, the narrator puts the screen to maximum. In the picture, it was a very different scene from what Shin Wuzhou had seen. A rather sturdy-looking, snow-white trampoline that stuffed the space underneath the cage. The trampoline was inflated and the shape looked just right to make you feel safe. Compared to the 4 flamethrowers next to it, it's clear which one lives or dies. In-game, the female player in the cage next to Shin Wuzhou screamed, "Trampoline! The trampoline should be the way to life." He looked over at the voice, and the female player looked straight down with one eye, not seeing any fear or surprise. Next to the female player was the brown-haired male player, looking down with the same normal, unbelievable gaze. Only, there was a hint of consideration in the brown hair's demeanor. Trampolines and flamethrowers, isn't the answer a little too obvious? Shin Wuzhou quickly observed a circle and had a number in his heart. It's just like a couple of previous situations. There are some things he can see that others can't. The rags underneath, which were full of holes, appeared to them to be a perfectly normal, unblemished trampoline. Shin Wuzhou didn't say anything and pondered in silence. According to Rule 3, if the cages in one group are scorched by the fire, then the other group will be released and fall into the trampoline below. Cage Group 1 corresponds to the fire and Cage Group 2 corresponds to the trampoline. Shin Wuzhou glanced at the tattered canvas below, and his mind flickered. 2 sets of cages totaling 5. And judging from the extent of the damage to the canvas below, I'm afraid the weight of even 3 empty cages, not to mention 5 cages filled with adults, would be too much to bear. Rule number 5, the cage goes up if the question is answered correctly, and vice versa. But even if the player who chooses cage number 2 can lower the height of the cage to be flush with the broken canvas, there was also at least 2 stories between the broken canvas and the spikes. Either way, it's death. Rule number 3. If the cages in one group are scorched by the fire, then the other group will be released and fall into the trampoline below. The actual meaning expressed in this sentence is, if the player in group 1 dies, then the player in group 2 dies as well. And the next sentence of Rule 3. If the cages in one group are released and fall into the trampoline below, the flames below the cages in the other group will stop burning and the cages will be firmly anchored in midair. In Shin Wuzhou's opinion, this sentence meant, if a group 2 player dies, then a group 1 player will temporarily survive. From the initial analysis, it appears that choosing to enter the cage with serial number 2 will end in death no matter what. Survival is possible if you choose the cage with serial number 1. So, what is true is the opposite of what other players see. The seemingly safe trampoline is an absolute dead end. And it's the dangerous-looking flamethrower that's where the possible chance of survival lies. Chapter 23, Too Many People Robbing. Besides Shin Wuzhou, the players who had a clear view of the situation were talking about it. When you look at it that way, the answer is obvious. Cage number 2 is on top of the trampoline, definitely go with cage number 2. It was the female player who spoke, and the cage she was in had a large 2 painted on it. The female player held onto the cage firmly, with no intention of leaving. Just waiting for the game to start and the cage door to open, she would rush in without hesitation. Not necessarily. The skinny male player said, his ID was Meridian. This game is full of pits. What if this level is like the others and the AI is just swindling us? Is it possible that the seemingly good cage 2 is actually the opposite of a dead end? Also, the rules aren't out, so we don't know exactly what the gimmick is this time. As Ziwu's words fell, Shin Wuzhou keenly saw some of the players' faces whiten. That actually makes sense. From the previous levels, the AI has one trap after another to keep them on their toes. Shin Wuzhou didn't say anything and silently observed the reactions of the other players. Right now, he had no way to directly explain what he saw with his phantom vision, and could only remain silent. If we analyze it from the rules, the brown-haired player swallowed hard and looked at the writing in the center of the house. You see. Rule number 7, 10 questions per group. Once the group gets more than 50% of the answers wrong, the cage is released. And this one, if the answer is correct, the cage goes up, and vice versa, the cage goes down. Shin Wuzhou immediately understood the brown-haired player's thoughts. Indeed. Other players can't see the rags and spikes, only the safe trampoline below. Shin Wuzhou knew that once the cage was released, the player who chose group 2 was bound to die. But others seem to think that cage release number 2 will only result in falling into a safe trampoline. So, in the eyes of the other players, the meaning of Rule 7 becomes, once the group gets more than 50% of the answers wrong, cage number 1 will fall into the fire while cage number 2 will fall into the safety of the trampoline. Combine that with the correct answer, cage goes up, incorrect answer, cage goes down rule below. For group 2 competitors, the more wrong answers, the closer the cage is to the trampoline instead. If the cage is released very close to the trampoline, it looks safer to others. Shin Wuzhou remained silent and once again recalled all the details of the rules. Rule number 3. If one set of cages is scorched by the fire, then the other set will be released and fall into the trampoline below. It is known that the cage rises when the question is answered correctly and falls when it is answered incorrectly. So to everyone else, if all the players in group 1 cages die, the players in group 2 cages will still survive. Pit. This is the giant pit. Shin Wuzhou swept across the room. The brown-haired man hadn't explained further, but a good portion of the players had understood. The 5 cages with serial number 2 had 6 people squeezed hard next to them, all of them firmly grasping the edges of the cages, and Shin Wuzhou saw their extremely beating hearts. Let's savor the rules. The brown-haired player stood next to a cage with the serial number 2, his hand gripping the edge of the cage tightly. Though there was some hesitation on his face, he didn't loosen the cage. Looking at the rules alone, the rules are really written in a rather obvious way. I just don't know if there are any other potholes. In that case, indeed. The skinny Meridian said, looking at the rules alone, the logic is this. Group 1 has to die anyways, Group 2 always survives. He took a more extreme position than the brown-haired player, his entire body clinging to the wire for fear that someone would take the cage. The succession of tragic deaths has scared these people to death. They hesitated, but also refused to give up their current options. Only 2 minutes until the game starts. Kay and Potato Corner, who had originally stood next to Shin Wuzhou, were obviously also a bit hesitant after hearing Ziwu's words. That's a good point. Overall, this rule is fairly easy to understand. Neither of them are cuties either. The way to life in this new level is almost plainly obvious. It is true, as the brown-haired man said, that there may be traps, and that what appears to be a path to life in this game is actually a path to death. But what if the AI has calculated their paranoia and is just deliberately presenting the path to life in plain sight? How the hell do I choose? Kay twisted his head. Shin Wuzhou, who had taken them to fly 2 times in a row, was still standing silently at the door of a no. 1 cage, neither moving a bit nor looking like he was adamant on choosing the no. 1 cage. So he took the initiative to walk up and strike up a conversation with Shin Wuzhou. Which group are you going to pick, big guy? Shin Wuzhou was thinking fast about the rules and did not answer Kay immediately. This time the level is very special. Because, this time, the rules don't even state what requirements are meant to be considered a pass. Does survival count as a pass? Or is it only a pass if the cage is safely released? If Group 2 must die, where exactly is Group 1's path to survival? Rule number 3. If the cages in one group are released and fall into the trampoline below, the flames below the other group will stop burning and the cages will be held firmly in mid-air, securely fastened. Does that mean it's survivable, or is it trapped and dead in mid-air? Shin Wujiao gently leaned against the side of the cage, his gaze once again going downward, searching for clues within the space below cage number 2. The cage was tight against the wall, and the 4 deepest stoves resembled 4 oddly shaped mouthpieces. The old and crumbling concrete gray walls were illuminated by the sudden white light. Then, Shin Wuzhou saw it. There was a very small piece of metal reflecting off of the wall at the middle to lower part of the wall, next to a small break in the wall. From Shin Wuzhou's perspective, it looked like a decoration that was abruptly embedded in the broken wall. Shin Wuzhou adjusted his posture and subtly changed his angle to get a better look at the metal disc that was about the size of someone's palm. There is a small indentation in the center of the round piece. Shin Wuzhou squinted his eyes and saw clearly. That's a keyhole. He, on the other hand, had gotten the universal key from the false man a few moments ago. There was a break in the wall right there. This means that he can open a certain door and then use the master key to open his cage and leave the scene. Compared to the cage firmly fixed in midair, Shin Wuzhou believes that leaving the scene is the real way to pass. Outside of the game, the commentator circled the 2 rules that the brown-haired player had talked about, and circled an additional rule 3. These 2 players who chose cage 2 are good at analyzing. It appears from the rules that if the question is answered correctly, it could be dangerous for trampoline team number 2 instead, because the higher the cage rises, the more force the trampoline needs to withstand on the way down. We can't be sure how high the cage will rise. So for the no. 2 trampoline group, the more questions that are answered wrong, the better instead. Getting the question wrong on purpose is a most direct path to life for group 2. The commentator took a look at the 6 players who were huddled hesitantly by cage number 2, and then looked at Shin Wuzhou, who was standing impassively next to cage number 1. Shin Wuzhou didn't mean to choose cage number 2, and he didn't seem to mean to choose cage number 1 either. He was still observing. Observe what? What kind of rule trap is he seeing? Kay went and asked. We'll see what the big man says. On the screen, pop-ups were all over the place. Will the ship talk? I don't know why, but he didn't even talk about specific ideas before. While I also think it's obvious that the way to life is in 2, it also feels too obvious that there could be a trap. Let's hope the boat plays steadily this time and doesn't miss a beat. Inside the projection, Shin Wujiao compared the position of the keyhole and walked to the leftmost cage door of no. 1. All other cages, except this one, are dead ends. What's cage number 1 and cage number 2? It's all just a blindfold. It's the only position that opens the exit. I'll go with group 1, he said, phrasing it as tightly as he could. I think a group 1 cage has a chance of surviving. Chapter 24, Seeing It's Good. Kay froze. Huh? There's a chance of survival? He could see the ship spoke cautiously. Ship, this is a big deal. Why did you pick group 1 cages? What are the chances of survival? What do you predict? Shin Wuzhou didn't want to lie. However, Kay's question could only be answered selectively, and answering the question why did you choose group 1 cage could easily expose his illusion. Something like 20 to 25%. I'm not sure, the chances of survival aren't that high anyway, because there's only 1 cage to live in. Kay froze, and what do you think the probability of cage number 2 surviving is? Shin Wuzhou subconsciously glanced at the crowd in front of cage number 2. Cage number 1 has only 1 cage where the player can live. In fact, there's another loophole in the rules given by the AI that many people won't notice. That is, it doesn't specify exactly how many people can go in each group or cage. Within the weight-bearing range of the cage, Shin Wuzhou didn't mind if someone shared the same cage with him. But the cage is not too sturdy. If Shin Wuzhou judges only with the naked eye, I am afraid that the weight capacity of this cage is capped at 5 adults. That's without taking extreme events into account. If someone in the game gets into a fight or cheers because they're emotional, that's got to be a different story. There is a selfish side to human nature. If Shin Wuzhou made a big call for people to come and pick Group 1, the most marginal escape cage, it would only make the situation worse. And this game, it's not destined to be all live. Might as well just let everyone else pick whatever they want. Shin Wuzhou fell silent and suppressed the struggle in his heart. If you just look at the rules, Cage 2 would have a better chance of survival. I just wanted to take a gamble. K was silent too. Was this a good choice for him to follow Shin Wuzhou, or was he just going to grab number 2, the obvious way to live? Shin Wuzhou could see his entanglement and did not intend to explain much. You can share a cage with me. Anyway, there's company on the way to the Yellow Springs. There's less than a minute left on the clock. Shin Wuzhou was really inconvenient to say the real reason. You can think for yourself. Outside the game, the commentator was stunned and his hand just stopped in midair. Spinning around, he frowned. Wanna bet? He said it himself, just from the rules, Cage 2 has a better chance of winning. In the heavy atmosphere of death, the commentator actually felt a little weepy. He craned his head to look at the pop-up, which was as hesitant as the player. But he can bet his life that he should maybe possibly be certain? In-game. Shin Wuzhou's words caused the other players to look at each other in disbelief and hesitation. Brown Hair subconsciously swallowed, glanced nervously at the countdown, and subconsciously shouted out, "Why are you so selective? Did you not want to tell us? How can a man gamble his life without being sure?" If it had been anyone else, he would have scoffed. But this person is Shin Wuzhou. Shin Wuzhou who had taken them to fly 2 levels in a row. Who is he to dare pick an answer that at a glance is so wrong? Wrong choice? On the verge of a mental breakdown, the female player's voice was a bit hysterical. What do you mean? Ship, explain yourself. We shouldn't have chosen wrongly. The skinny Ziwu looked at the rules and then at the scene below. With 30 seconds left on the countdown, he gripped the bars of cage number 2 harder and harder. Boat, is the reason you picked Division 1 because of the trampoline? The trampolines in our 2 groups can't hold much weight. With 5 cages, only one person can stand in one cage. Meridian analyzed, her eyes sweeping over the cage doors of the 5 number 2 cages. The rules don't say you can only stand one person in a cage. Did you see this weight-bearing risk? There were now 7 people surrounding this place, and only K was standing next to Shin Wuzhou with his teeth clenched and his head covered in cold sweat. All gazes looked at Shin Wuzhou in unison, waiting for his answer. Are trampolines a weight-bearing risk? There's really no way for that rag to hold weight. Shin Wuzhou looked at the crowd across the street and his palms were covered in cold sweat. He knew that if he admitted to the phrase load-bearing risk, there would be several players who would be sure of their choice because of that phrase. Only now, less than 5 people have survived. Even if everyone picks one set of cages, the result won't change. Yes, Shin Wuzhou said, there are too many of you. I think the trampoline below can't hold the weight and is very risky. Xenu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The big man side agreed to have someone in a cage with him, advised Zayu, and he's not stupid enough to die for nothing. Wouldn't it be nice to split up a couple of people to follow him? 10 seconds. Kei looked hard at Shin Wuzhou and then at the 2 sets of cages next to him. After Shin Wuzhou gave his explanation, although the extra players on the side of the 2 groups of cages were shaken, no one really made up their mind to come over. One, because it's just too obvious that cage number 2 is correct from the rules. Secondly, it was because Ziwu asked Shin Wuzhou to ask a very clear question, and Shin Wuzhou not only affirmed Ziwu's statement, but also gave a very clear answer. He also thinks the group 2 cage is the way to live. Moreover, everyone else could hear Kei's question just now, and the ship had said that the survival rate of cage 1 was just over 20%. It's a matter of life and death, and the ship seems to be really gambling. Could one really completely follow Shin Wuzhou just because he had shown too much strength in the first 2 levels? Shin Wuzhou was a human being after all. What if he really did slip up this time? 5 seconds. Move. Meridian shouted, I told you, just to be on the safe side. 2 sets of cages, only one person each. The countdown reached 0 and all the cages clicked in unison. The cage door popped inward, and the brown player, Meridian, and the female player were the first to rush into the cage, closing the door with a quick motion. In a matter of 5 seconds, all the cages in Group 2 had been locked. Ziwu raised his head to wipe the cold sweat from his head and looked at Shin Wuzhou, who was still standing in the doorway of the cage. Ship, I actually know why you picked Group 1. He pointed to the rules. Did you see the one that says that once we're released to fall into the trampoline, your cages will be securely fastened in midair as well? There's no point in answering that question at this point. Shin Wuzhou silently pulled open the cage door and walked into the cage. Boat, good luck. Meridian said, the little boy radio mentioned the only seen exit. I think the cage releases so we can get out. I hope you survive. The ballroom was quiet, with only the sound of some of the players gasping for air. The brown-haired player glanced sideways at Meridian, catching his drift. I see. He whispered in agreement. Being firmly fixed in midair is likely to mean you're stuck in a cage and can't get out. But release is different. The cage breaks free of the iron locks and the person in the cage survives again. In that case, screw it, it's passable. He had a small voice. Shin Wuzhou didn't hear it, but the female player next to cage 2 heard it. She pressed against her still unsettled heart and tried to calm herself. I hope the group 2 cage does survive. Outside the cage, 2 other players stood who hadn't been able to squeeze into the cage. At the moment, the 2 players looked unusually apprehensive. While their faces were tense, there was a hint of hope in both of their eyes. Forget it. Potato Corner clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. Dead is dead. Can I? He looked at Shin Wuzhou with some despair, and a hint of vague hope flickered in his eyes. Can I share a cage with you? Inside the cage stood Shin Wuzhou and Kay. The door was still open. Shin Wuzhou raised his head and observed the current state of the cage. Add a Potato Corner and the odds are still not a problem. Okay. Shin Wuzhou's calm to the core attitude made Potato Corner feel a hint of reassurance. He stepped quickly into the cage, lifted his sleeve, and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Big brother, this is indeed the way to life, right? You definitely have a reason for picking it, right? You won't gamble with your life, right? I'm not sure, Shin Wuzhou calmly denied Potato Corner's claim. We'll have to look at the specifics again to maneuver the cage down to the designated spot. Potato Corner doesn't speak anymore, just grips the side of the cage in silence. Yeah, not sure. There's no way for the ship to be sure in this case. Can we only wait until the last minute for the answer to be revealed? Outside the cage, players who hadn't yet entered the cage stumbled as their legs gave out. He hesitantly looked at Shin Wuzhou, then gritted his teeth and walked into the no. 2 cage next door to them. I'm not with you guys. He smiled miserably. I'm afraid the cage will collapse. Anyway, 1 set of cages is the same anyway. Kay tugged on Shin Wuzhou's sleeve. Big brother, don't scare us. You can't really even play with your own life, right? Outside the game. The commentator exploded, asterisk. The number of pop-ups spiked again. The ship looks pretty solid. Is it really even playing with its own life? Chapter 25, Playing for Keeps. Shin Wuzhou glanced at Kay who was blushing furiously. He could understand Kay's fear, but the game hadn't even started yet, and he really wasn't sure what new things the AI would continue to come up with. Shin Wuzhou never dared to underestimate human nature too much. So, until the dust settles, it's better for him to keep quiet and hide his true purpose. Thinking of this, Shin Wuzhou symbolically patted Kay's shoulder and spoke out to comfort him. Don't worry. Kay's face regained a little redness. The big guy said not to worry. Does that mean he's sure of the pass? Do they not have to die? As soon as he grabbed Shin Wuzhou's arm to ask one more question, unexpectedly, Shin Wuzhou's next sentence made him disappointed again. Just take 1 step at a time. Kay was silent. Others may have taken a step, but boats never do. Boats have always given the impression of taking 1 step and counting 5. Then this time, he stared at Shin Wuzhou's face, trying to see something. However, he could only see calmness in that face. Calm down first. Shin Wuzhou said, it's useless to worry now. Asterisk. Potato Corner cursed from behind Kay. What a Thai company. What a Thai official. He looked at the blood-red number 1 on the simple iron cage and gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down as Shin Wuzhou said. He had no choice anyway. In this cage, even if you die, it's 3 on the road together. Other than that, at least it's not lonely. And the corner of the potato glanced at Shin Wuzhou next to him. This young man's face was as usual, as if he wasn't too scared. This is the big guy. What if, just in case, he does have a solution? On the projection, the pop-ups were dense. Really no way fake no way? Look at me nervous. Fake can't be helped, I guess. But it's pretty obvious that group 1 cages are dead again. I think it's supposed to be a bit of a shutdown in there like the 2nd level. That said, it should be okay if you're hanging in midair waiting for an official rescue, right? I think Sonu has a point, but the point isn't the game. We're all pressing for an official rescue. The commentator stared at the image on the projection for a long time. I haven't found any new breaks from the rules so far, and the meridian side that should be there is all analyzed. I can't read the ship's mind. For a moment, the commentator once again wondered what was wrong with his head. If Group 1 really has that low survival rate, then why wasn't there a trace of fear on Shin Wuzhou's face? It can't really be like the internet speculation that this guy has a hang-up, can it? The commentator stared intently at the screen. Click. With the crisp sound of a lock dropping, all the cages that hadn't had time to drop the lock were forcibly closed by the AI. The game is about to begin. Shin Wuzhou subconsciously grabbed the cage body. In the projection, the player next to Shin Wuzhou's legs went limp, and he even sat directly at the bottom of the cage. Potato Corner and Kay, who were in the same cage as Shin Wuzhou, were better, but not much better. The 5 large potato horns pinched the wire tightly while Kay strained against the cage wall, not daring to move a muscle. It's clearly written in the rules. Once in the cage, players cannot interact with each other in any way. So all Kay and Potato Corner could do was shut up, every muscle in their faces tightening. In this case now, it's just a matter of looking at the rules below and taking one step at a time. In contrast, Cage 2 players didn't have it any easier. Ziwu and Brown Hair looked at the calm Shen Wuzhou, the hesitation in their hearts instead increased. The way the ship had just acted, with its mouth saying it was unsure, it didn't really look like it was unsure. But when you really ask, people are very sincere and answer what they need to answer. To be sure, both of their analyses are based on rules, and they're not wrong. The brown-haired man gripped the cage wall nervously. When it comes down to it, you might as well believe in yourself for once. Shen Wuzhou was highly concentrated and didn't care about the other people's dynamics. The game was soon to begin in earnest, and the wall between the ballroom and the cage was slowly closing. He had to make sure he couldn't spare any details of the game. The crumbling low wall was completely closed. In the meantime, a sharp beeping sound that resonates throughout the scene. The Q&A session is about to begin. The little boy said animatedly. Players, you have half a minute to think about the following rules before the quiz begins. Here we go again. Shen Wuzhou's hand subconsciously gripped the cage and gazed intently. Please note that the answer time for each question is 10 seconds. Failure to answer for 10 seconds will automatically be considered a correct answer. Each question will be labeled with a serial number at the top. Serial number 1, for Group 1 questions. Serial number 2, for Group 2 questions. The order of questions is 1, 2, 1, 2, and so on. The order of questions is fixed and will not change. The cage drops and rises the same height each time a question is answered incorrectly and correctly. Go for it. A new scarlet 30-second countdown appeared on the obsolete wall opposite Shen Wuzhou. At the same time, a wave of heat soared up from the soles of their feet, accompanied by the raspy, low sound of rising embers, and the faces of the 4 men of Group 1 were illuminated yellow and red by the flames. Ignition. Almost instantly, Shen Wuzhou understood the AI's sinister intentions. Failure to answer will simply be considered a correct answer. There was a rule in the previous rule. Answer the question correctly and the cage goes up, answer incorrectly, and the cage goes down. The AI set the rules for answering the questions and it looks like it's working in their favor as the cage rises, it's further away from the flames. Shen Wuzhou shook his head in his heart and swept his gaze downward. There is only one true way to live, and that is to use the master key to open the keyhole below and leave the scene. And that all-important keyhole is now being licked by the rising flames. This means that if the question is answered correctly or not answered for 10 seconds in order to avoid the flames, with their cages, they'll be farther and farther away from being truly alive. On the surface, the cages won't be scorched by the fire and they'll survive. In fact, they might be trapped within the scenario, and there might be other, more dangerous ways to die. So, it's another pitfall, a blindfold to make everyone think they can easily survive. Outside the game, the narrator was a little puzzled. The order of questions is fixed, and this rule does not require much thought. The line about the cage descending and ascending at the same height, the narrator mused for a moment with a staring brow, doesn't seem to matter either. Because they just have to make sure they're close to the trampoline and far from the flames. But, 10 seconds without an answer will automatically be considered a correct answer? That's a strange rule. For Cage 1, where the ship is, they just have to keep dragging it out and not answer, and the cage won't get scorched by the fire. For Cage 2, all they have to do is answer wrong on purpose, then it's safe either way. Indeed. Without even needing the commentator to say much, many viewers analyzed it on their own. There's a trampoline underneath Group 2, so just get the wrong answer on purpose to make the drop? In the case of Group 1 cages, you can also intentionally not answer to automatically determine a correct answer, then keep your cage away from the flames and wait for rescue. A rare regimental live game? Unlikely. It's unlikely that AI would suddenly change its style. In-game, the potato corner behind Shen Wuzhou let out a long sigh of relief. It's okay, it's okay. The rule, by the looks of it, is not to die. No communication is allowed in the cage, so no one talks. Kay resisted the urge to speak up and just leaned against the edge of the cage, as if relieved, while doubts grew in his mind. He also didn't expect the AI to give so few rules that could be considered kind. But is it really kind? From the earlier conversation between Meridian and the ship, there is a significantly higher probability that Group 2 is the way to life. Their group, they might actually be hung in midair to survive for a while, and then wait for official rescue. Now, with this new rule, their cages are certainly not going to be scorched by flames. Kay glanced at Shen Wuzhou next to him and had the intention to ask, but held back. The boat is not a cutie either. He sure as hell won't be dumb enough to answer the AI's questions. Inside the Group 2 cage, Xena darts in to dish out a quick takedown. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that, under the rule of 10 seconds without answering is automatically judged correct, the person in Group 1 cage must be able to survive. If it's true, this rule is rather a disadvantage to their two groups. This is because, the higher the cage rises, the more force the trampoline needs to withstand when landing. Plus the cage is again made of wire, the more force it is subjected to, the higher the risk of breakage. So, instead they're going to let the cage drop as far as possible. Subconsciously, Meridian glanced down at the trampoline below, which to his eyes was sturdy, clean, and solid, making it look unusually secure. With their two groups, they should have little problem surviving as long as they intentionally answer 5 questions wrong and let the cage drop to its lowest point to release it. As for the Group 1 cage over there, when elevated and secured, it can also live. Except that if the game was originally set up as it was, there would certainly be no way for a Group 1 cage player to get out of the scenario, but they still have the possibility of being rescued if the officials give it a go. Xena twisted his head around and let out a long, relaxing breath. Shin Wuzhou took in everyone's micro-expressions. Each of these people has a mind of their own. It's obviously not realistic to expect a perfect match with them when the whole team can't communicate. With no way to communicate with your teammates, it's safer to take control of the situation yourself. Shin Wuzhou looked at the Scarlet countdown with 16 seconds left in front of him, and his mind didn't stop for a moment. His sole purpose was to unlock the door in the firelight. His first step was to get the cage down to where he could reach the door lock. The second step is to stop the fire from burning. It follows from Rule 3. As soon as 2 sets of cages are released, the fire underneath their one set of cages can stop burning and the cages will be secured. Either that or the Group 1 cage that Shin Wuzhou was in was scorched by the fire and Group 2 cages could be released. But this belonged to playing with one's life, and there was no way Shin Wuzhou would risk it. Either that, or 2 sets of cages can be released by answering more than 50% of the questions incorrectly, but again, 1 set of cages will be immobilized. However, once the cage is secured too high and he is too far from the keyhole, the end is just as much death. There has to be a way to control the answer rate for both sets of cages. Allow the Group 1 cage to drop into place at the same time as the Group 2 cage is released just enough to extinguish the flame. One of the most critical items in the AI's broadcast is the order of questions. The order of questions is fixed as 1, 2, 1, 2, and so on. It would be too difficult to control the heights of 2 sets of cages at the same time if the AI was out of order. But if the order is fixed, everything can be deduced by advanced calculations. He can control the height and release time of both sets of cages at the same time, as long as he can figure out how to control the positives and negatives of each question. AI dictated in the rules. The cage rises and falls each time, at equal heights. Shin Wuzhou once again scanned downward. Beneath the crisscrossing wires were blazing, rising flames. And the fire, obviously, was higher than the trampoline not far away. All he needs to do is figure out the vertical distance the cage moves each time, and he can make calculations based on the order in which the questions are asked, and by controlling the correctness or incorrectness of each question, he can get the cage to drop to the right position. What's it going to take to control the error rate? Shin Wuzhou reviewed the rules, thinking over them one by one in detail, his expression calm and frightening. There must be some kind of loophole. Outside of the game, the stereo projection was split into 2 parts. On one side was the current status of the Group 1 cage where Shin Wuzhou was. Shin Wuzhou had been expressionless. The other 3 players, on the other hand, are in more or less better shape than they were before they went into the AI announcing the rules. On the other side is the current status of the members of Group 2 cages. Ziwu seemed to have thought of something, and an easy smile appeared on his face. A few other players, too, were missing their fear and panic. Some players looked at the next Group 1 cage with some sympathy and pity in their eyes. The commentator wrinkled his brow and came to what he thought was the most logical conclusion. If that's the case, personally, it seems to me that this hand, the trampoline group that Meridian is in, should be solid. He took a deep breath to ease himself. I also think that the cage being safely released and the players all surviving in the cage is the right way to get through. And Group 1 cages, being suspended in the air shouldn't be a bad thing. It's such a big deal, I'm not worried about them not getting rescued. The commentator, looking at the stereo projection, also finally relaxes a bit, a small smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This ending seems pretty good. But judging from what we've seen before, it's also possible that the ship could find another way to survive with everyone. The pop-ups are flying. I think one group will be fine without answering the questions. The other group does have a problem with weight bearing. To get the cage lowered a little bit. My god, finally a level where you cannot die. I'm wondering if it's possible that Group 1 can live without answering questions and Group 2 is the way to die. Don't crow. A bunch of people are pressing the officials right now, so I'm sure we should have results soon. That said, I have a question. Those people who die so horribly in the game, are they brain dead or how do they die outside of the game? In-game. Shin Wuzhou raised his eyes and gazed at the final 3-second countdown. He knows. There is no rule that says that a member of a Group 1 cage cannot grab a question from a Group 2 cage. He can control the height of both sets of cages at the same time by grabbing them as fast as he can. Chapter 26 Answering Questions. The countdown came to an end. The little boy's cheerful voice sounded again, while Shin Wuzhou's spirit was highly concentrated from this moment. The quiz begins. Gentlemen, please read the question dash. As soon as the words fell, a projection of the Scarlet title immediately appeared on the wall in front of the players. No. 1. Please state the correct answer to the following equation. 1 + 1 sad face. 1 set of questions for the cage. Right now, Shin Wuzhou didn't know the distance each cage moved. In this case, it's safer to answer the first question correctly and keep the cage away from the flames. Shin Wuzhou didn't hesitate for a second and shouted out the answer in the first second that the question appeared. 2. Stereographic projection outside. The audience cheered the moment the title appeared. Well, exceptionally easy question. Let's just say that the ship will definitely take the strategy of answering the right questions or not. The AI algorithm has changed, but just keep the topics simple. Inside the game, a twangy, upbeat music plays. Answer correctly. The little boy said. The roulette wheel at the top of the 4 number 1 cages began to spin, the chains slowly retracted upwards, and the flames beneath their feet didn't seem to be so hot anymore. Shin Wuzhou quietly observed. This time, the cage moved up about 3 meters. Now, the keyhole is about 13 meters below them. In other words, next, Shin Wuzhou needed to deliberately answer 4 questions with serial number 1 wrongly. This drops the cage about 12 meters. This position was able to allow Shin Wuzhou to open the keyhole without the cage being scorched by the fire. Next to Shin Wuzhou, Potato Corner and K unanimously sighed in relief. Even the faces of the players in the next cage couldn't help but climb with joy. They couldn't communicate with Shin Wuzhou and didn't know what Shin Wuzhou was thinking. However, the ship's actions in answering the question correctly just now indicated that the situation was most likely the same as they had guessed. Just make sure they keep their cages away from the flames and they'll live. Also, the boat looks so expressionless and calm that it might. Kay gripped the cage wire somewhat nervously. Maybe the one group is really alive and well? Shin Wuzhou lowered his eyes and quickly estimated the distance from the trampoline to the group 2 cage. The flame is to be significantly higher than the trampoline. Rule 3. If 2 sets of cages are released to fall into the trampoline, then 1 set of cages will be immobilized and the flame underneath the 1 set of cages will stop burning. This means that when Group 1 cage answers 4 questions incorrectly and the cage drops to its proper position, Group 2 cages need to answer 5 questions incorrectly to reach the condition of being released. The order of questions has been fixed and is a 1-2 loop. The first Group 1 question, Shin Wuzhou answered correctly. According to the order of calculation, starting from the second question, Shin Wuzhou would always snatch the answer and deliberately answer wrongly. Up to question 10, that's exactly 4 Group 1 questions and 5 Group 2 questions. The error rate for Group 1 questions is 40% with no risk of release. However, the Group 1 cage would descend to where Shin Wuzhou wanted it to be. The error rate for 2 sets of questions is 50%. This means that 2 sets of cages will be released straight away. Shin Wuzhou's afterglow swept a glance at Ziwu and the brown-haired man in the 2 groups of cages below. Shin Wuzhou's move to answer the question correctly was completely expected by the 2 men. In their view, there was really no other way for the people in Group 1 to survive for the time being. The brown-haired man looked at the sturdy trampoline under his feet and then at the flames rising on Shin Wuzhou's side. Now, it is true that the ship can only survive by adopting the most conservative strategy as well. Shin Wuzhou looked at the wall in front of him and clenched his teeth in silence. Allowing the second set of cages to increase their error rate allows their cages to be released as quickly as possible, and the hidden spikes underneath the rags is where the 2 sets of cages players end up. The wire of the cage embedded deep marks in Shin Wuzhou's hands. This is cruel. But there was no way back for him. This choice was already optimal for him. With a sharp beep, the second question was displayed on the wall in front of them. The little boy's voice, once again, resounded through the scene. Gentlemen, please read the question dash. Serial no. 2 state the correct answer to the following equation. 0 plus 0 sad face. 1. Shin Wuzhou immediately grabbed the answer without hesitation. This time, the outside of the playground was once again abuzz. Hey, what's the point of grabbing the Group 2 question? You got it wrong? That's understandable, for wanting to stay alive, I guess. 2 sets of cage releases will be fine, and they won't have to be on fire at least. The commentators thought so too. Whether or not the fighters in the Group 1 cage survive also depends heavily on when the Group 2 cage is released. My guess is that the ship would want to end the game as quickly as possible. In-game. A siren sounded abruptly, and the little boy broadcast it cheerfully. Wrong answer. Although Shin Wuzhou answered wrongly, not a trace of panic was visible on the faces of the crowd. Kay looked at Shin Wuzhou. Shin Wuzhou's intentions behind this move also seemed clear to him. It's nothing more than trying to end the game quickly so that the cage can be secured in mid-air as soon as possible. Potato Corner closed his eyes, the glimmer of hope in his heart a little brighter. It seems the ship still has his own judgment. Follow him, it shouldn't be a problem. With the sound of iron locks rubbing together, the cages of the 2 sets of cages began to slowly descend. Inside the cage, Meridian and the brown-haired man did not see a trace of panic, and even the female player, who had never been very calm, secretly sighed in relief. It looked like the logic behind this grabbing behavior of Shin Wuzhou was too simple. Nothing more than a desire to end the game as quickly as possible. Meridian lowered her head and looked down at the trampoline below, a little closer to them, and only felt more grounded. So far, it's a win-win situation, at least for them. The closer you are to the trampoline, the safer it will be when you release it. Gentlemen, please read the question dash. Third question. Shin Wuzhou's heart gently lifted upward. According to his earlier calculations, he was going to get this question wrong no matter what. No. 1 State the correct answer to the following equation. 2 plus 2 sad face. 3. Shin Wuzhou blurted out. 1 second later. Alarms that resounded throughout the scene. Outside the game. The narrator froze. This is the kind of question that a kindergartner could get right, and the ship gives an answer that is clearly so wrong. 2 plus 2 equals. And that's the wrong answer? The pop-ups were once again swiped to flying colors, and the crowd that was highly concerned about Shin Wuzhou's performance expressed regret. Wrong because you're so nervous? It's okay, it's just one question. The Group 1 cage that Shin Wuzhou was in began to slowly descend. In the cage, Potato Corner and Kay coincidentally looked sideways at Shin Wuzhou, seemingly surprised why he gave such an answer. 2 plus 2 is equal to 3? It's almost impossible to get an answer wrong with any amount of nervousness. The Group 1 cage had been lowered into place, and the rising heat was noticeable to several people. Kay wrinkled his brow, but no matter how much he thought about it, there seemed to be only one logical answer. According to their previous default approach to survival, there was no reason at all for the big man to answer wrong. Potato Horn pressed down his brow, only to feel that heart, which had settled down a bit, pounding again. The players inside the Group 2 cage subconsciously looked up at Shin Wuzhou. Answer one question correctly and then answer another incorrectly? The AI quickly gave the fourth question. Gentlemen, please read the question dash. Serial no. 2 State the correct answer to the following equation. 2-1 sad face. 4. Shin Wuzhou immediately shouted. The alarm went off. The cages of the 2 sets of cages slowly descended again, getting closer and closer to the trampoline below. Meridian heard the brown-haired man let out a long, somewhat emotional sigh, and whirled around to drop his own heart. Shin Wuzhou still chose to answer their questions wrongly, and his brain was still clear. This at least shows that the logic behind his behavior hasn't changed and is trying to get the game over quickly. So, Meridian shook her head. The last time he answered wrong was an oops. Shin Wuzhou observed the looks of the players around him and remained silent. As he expected, the drop of the cages in Group 2 gave the players in Group 1 some sense of security. His afterglow could see Potato Corner's reslowed heartbeat, and Kay's smoothly retracted lungs. For the remaining 3 in Group 1, the elevated cage error rate in Group 2 means that the flame underneath them will be extinguished a little sooner. The burning fires were too scary, and they just wanted to stay alive. Outside the game. The commentator shrugged his shoulders, the ship stuck to its previous strategy. Keep watching. Within the game, the fourth question appeared. Serial no. 1 Please state the correct answer to the following fill-in-the-blank questions. The price of the shirt is. It's a GCSE stunt, and the correct answer is £9.15. But, £7. Shin Wuzhou decisively snatched the answer. Sure enough, the alarm went off again. Shin Wuzhou's cage slowly moves down and descends closer to the Group 2 cage. Wrong answer again? This time, the commentator had a puzzled look on his face. Is it really just a coincidence that you got the answer wrong both times? Or is there actually something else going on? The pop-ups voiced the same question. Holy, wrong answer again? No, it's dangerous for me to watch, that fire is scary. It seems like an official response is coming, so families shouldn't worry too much. Inside the Group 2 cage, Xena lets out a sigh and shakes his head. He could understand that Shin Wuzhou was highly nervous. Even if the young man acted as calm and collected as possible, his knuckles, which were so hard that they were somewhat white, betrayed him. But there is no one else who is so nervous that they can even answer a giveaway question incorrectly, adding to the danger factor for nothing. He shook his head and turned his head to the brown-haired man next to him, seeing the same emotion in the brown-haired man's eyes. Ziwu gritted his teeth and stopped looking at the cage where Shin Wuzhou was. Who cares, on the bright side, he's in no danger of winning this game anyway. Only, the rest of the Group 1 cage wasn't so calm. The heat beneath his feet became more and more pronounced, signaling that the danger was getting closer. The lowering of the cage made them feel the threat of death all over again. A drop of cold sweat rolled down the corner of Kay's forehead. What does the boat want? Is it still a coincidence that you got 2 questions wrong in a row? Kay gritted his teeth. Is it hard to believe that the ship thought the fire at her feet was fake, so she let the cage drop to verify it? But the burning sensation was very distinct. There was the same panic and fear in Potato Corner's eyes. This guy can't really be playing with his life, can he? Gentlemen, please read the question dash. Serial no. 2 State the correct answer to the following equation. 2-5 Sad face. 0. Shin Wuzhou immediately shouted. The alarm was pulled. The cages of the 2 sets of cages slowly descended once again, getting one step closer to the trampoline. Stereographic projection outside. The commentator suppressed the familiar weird feeling that had suddenly risen in his heart and showed the error rates of the 2 groups so far. Group 1 currently has a 20% error rate. Group 2 currently has a 30% error rate. The AI came up with a total of 6 questions, and the next question was another set of questions. At this rate, the game will be over in 10 questions or less. The narrator looked at the numbers shown in the projection and did the math a few times. If we were to go by that, the error rate for one set of questions would never be higher than 2 sets. Everyone can rest assured. As long as the ship doesn't demonize and waits for official rescue, then, this time, we may be able to survive all of them. In-game. Before the players in the Group 1 cage could finish their breath, the AI gave the next question. No. 1. State the correct answer to the following equation. 3 plus 4 sad face, 5. Without any surprise, Shin Wuzhou snatched the answer. The Group 1 cage drops again, and this time, everyone can feel the dry heat. The man in the next cage cried out, gripping the edge of the cage tightly and yelling. He was so broken that he actually started rattling the cage in defiance of the rules. What for? What's this for? Can I answer the next question? You wake up. Shin Wuzhou ignored him and just looked at the slowly descending cage without uttering a word. Potato Corner raises his fist and throws a punch against the cage, letting out a growl. Enough! The temperature on the soles of their feet rose too noticeably, and K and Potato Corner were in a real hurry. Answer 2 sets of questions incorrectly and they can really understand. But what's a wrong set of questions in a row? In a crisis situation, do you have to snatch the answer when you're nervous like this? Obviously, if you don't answer or answer correctly, you can live. However, 3 wrong answers in a row is obviously not a coincidence. K turned his head and glared at Shin Wuzhou's side face. What the hell is he doing? For their part, the players in Group 2 cages looked on and shook their heads. This behavior of Shin Wuzhou was too dangerous. With Shin Wuzhou's help, the cage for their 2 groups did get closer to the trampoline. But this time, there was something really strange about the boat. After answering the question a few times, the Group 1 cage actually got closer to the flame as well. What's the idea? What the hell is going on? Outside the game. The commentator looked at the determined Shin Wuzhou in the projection with an unbelievable expression on his face. The error rate for one set of questions has jumped to 30%. What? The pop-ups were speechless. What's wrong with this one? Come on, he's probably too nervous. Up front, he's never really been nervous. I'm more partial to the idea that there's something else going on. Don't you guys get a weird sense of familiarity? Could there be a third option? Chapter 27 Doubts. Shin Wuzhou could see the emotions of Potato Corner and K. K's hand gripped the edge of the cage tightly and stared hard at the wall in front of him like Shin Wuzhou did. Definitely can't let Shin Wuzhou mess around anymore. The flames below were now close to them. K felt a wave of bewilderment and horror as she looked down at the flames that were so thick they were close to condensing beneath the cage. In his extreme nervousness, he hadn't even observed exactly how far the cage moved each time. The driving heat only made him feel frightened and faint. If it drops any further, the cage will absolutely be scorched. K clutched the cage wall harder and harder. Anyway, the title is so simple. The next time the topic of the Group 1 cage, he must rush before Shin Wuzhou and say the correct answer. Shin Wuzhou took in his small movements and changes in expression and tightened his grip on the gun in his sweatshirt pocket. At the critical moment. Absolutely can't let anyone sabotage his plan. The AI gives a 4th 2-group question. Serial no. 2 please answer the following equation incorrectly. 1 plus 0 sad face. This question has a small trap, which is to require Shin Wuzhou to answer the wrong answer. Shin Wuzhou's voice sounded almost at the same moment the title appeared. 1. The alarm was pulled. Wrong answer. The little boy's voice was as cheerful as ever. Only this time, it gave an extra hint. Please note that the current error rate for Group 2 answers is 40%. Once the error rate reaches 50%, the cage will be released. The iron cage of Group 2 creaked downward, and Shin Wuzhou glanced very quickly to the slanting bottom. Group 2 cages are close enough to that rag. Black and yellow burn marks lingered on the edges of holes, large and small, in the cloth. Reflections from the metal tips peeked out from below, like strange, staring eyes on their prey. Only, the players inside the 2 groups of cages were oblivious to this, and some of them even let out a long sigh of relief. In their eyes, the trampoline below became clearer and clearer. The fabric of the trampoline is brand new and sturdy, and the inside looks well aerated. The cage is now less than 3 meters away. In any case, there are absolutely no security incidents. Meridian breathed a sigh of relief. He craned his head to look at the brown-haired man next door and realized that the other man was already sitting in a half-crouch, as if preparing to meet the impending release of the cage in a secure position. After all, the trampoline is full and tucked underneath, and looking at it makes you feel safe. Stereographic projection outside. The commentator looks at the split game screen, with contrasting expressions and states of the players on both sides. Inside the Division 1 cage, no one is talking, but the atmosphere is one of saber rattling. This time, Shin Wuzhou's move of answering 2 sets of questions incorrectly did not have a calming effect on his teammates. Instead, K was staring more intently at the wall in front of him, looking like he was ready to snatch the answer at any moment. If the ship continues to answer the questions incorrectly. The narrator stared at the distance between the current Group 1 cage and the flames below with a furrowed brow. The flames are likely to burn right into the cage, right? He was a bit puzzled. The ship was acting like it was awake and confused. Call him confused. He's been answering 2 sets of questions incorrectly and not stepping on any of the potholes in the questions. Call him sober. He keeps answering his own team's questions wrong. The commentators always feel weird. The strangeness felt a bit familiar, and he reviewed the rules quickly and unconfidently, but again, he couldn't find any loopholes. The analysis of Meridian and brown hair was still fresh in his mind before the cage was locked. And, indeed, their analysis is exactly right about these rules. The good thing is, 2 sets of cages are just about to be released. The commentator eventually said, I know there are a lot of people, including me, who are paying close attention to the official information. By the time the 2 sets of cages are released, the flames underneath the 1 set of cages will also be extinguished. When the time comes, everyone can be saved if the official response is timely. The pop-ups crossed. I'm concerned. What the hell is the ship up to? Holy, if the cage goes any lower, everyone in Group 1 will die. In-game. The little boy trailed off meaningfully. Gentlemen, please listen to the question dash. K has jumped on the bandwagon. Shin Wuzhou's hand, hidden in his pocket, gently pulled on the trigger. On the walls, scarlet letters appeared. No. 1. Please translate the English word hello correctly. Kara. The sound of the safety being pulled off and the hard, cold, mechanical touch of his temple made K subconsciously stare blankly for a second. At the same moment, Shin Wuzhou quickly shouted, You're bad. Only 3 short seconds before the title appeared, the alarm, once again, was sounded. Potato Corner and the player in the next cage twisted their heads left and right, staring at Shin Wuzhou in dismay. At this moment, Shin Wuzhou was holding the iron cage with one hand to keep his balance, while the other hand was holding up his gun. The muzzle of the gun was pressed straight against K's temple while Shin Wuzhou's finger pressed relentlessly on the trigger. That stance really looked like it could be shot at any time. A few seconds was enough time for K to react. Cold sweat seeped over his entire forehead as K squirmed and slowly raised his hands. Panic spilled out of his eyes and gradually crept over his entire face. What's going on? Why all of a sudden? Obviously it was cool before, wasn't it? K remembers the death of the glasses guy earlier. He had no doubt that if he resisted or moved, Shin Wuzhou would definitely shoot. Potato Corner looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but yell. What is this going to do? Is it going to get everyone killed? Wrong answer. The little boy's happy voice resounded through the scene. The cage in Group 1 slowly starts to move down. The player next to Shin Wuzhou sat limply on the ground and shouted hysterically. No! As the wire is lowered, the temperature inside the Group 1 cage climbs again. The cage eventually came to rest less than a meter from the flames, where the temperature was already scorching. The baked soles of his shoes and the wire that was gradually becoming warm under his hands stimulated the nerves of everyone inside the cage. Potato Corner didn't hold back and slammed his fist into the cage, the whole thing shuddering. Asterisk 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 dash. I don't want to die. In the next cage, the male player collapsed to the floor sobbing. Please. He cried out lamely, and Shin Wuzhou smelled a foul odor. Don't answer our questions wrong again. No more wrong answers. Potato Corner grew more and more annoyed. KAM. Where's the official? Where's the official? Let us out. I don't want to die. Why is that? Why on earth did he deliberately answer such a simple question wrong? Is it fun to make them risk being burned in a fire? The heat rolled on and the cage began to get hot. Below, the fireballs pulsed as if they could burn through the soles of their shoes at any moment. No! Potato Corner yelled. Why on earth did you answer wrong? Why did you do that? Shin Wuzhou did not respond. One of the rules strictly forbids communication. It's fine to complain or vent unilaterally, but if the other party responds, then everyone loses their chance of survival. Shin Wuzhou lowered his gun. K twisted his head to look at him and let out a beastly hiss. The scene was somewhat saddening. Pathetic. If it were up to me, I'd fall apart too. It's understandable, Potato Corner. In this case, it doesn't matter if you answer the question correctly or not, but the ship seems to have answered it wrong on purpose. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm dying of fear. Even the commentator outside the stereo projection looked on with a sigh of relief. Substituting Potato Corner and K would make these two really miserable, especially K. K worked hard to hug his thighs and took the initiative to follow Shin Wuzhou into Cage 1. Originally, he might have thought that Shin Wuzhou could bring him to live, but Shin Wuzhou's operation like this was really scary. It's really scary. The commentator looked at Shin Wuzhou in the picture. Shin Wuzhou's face was roasted red by the excessive temperature, and sweat flowed down his cheeks. However, his eyes were clearly focused on the wall in front of him, waiting for the AI's next question. A distinctly sober and not the least bit relaxed look. Another reversal? The narrator sweats for the members of Group 1. I don't know what the ship is thinking, but he's always had a mind of his own. It's a good thing that the cage descended a shorter distance and they weren't really scorched by the flames. The next question is a Group 2 question. The players in the Group 2 cage are ready. As long as they answer this question wrong, then everything is a false alarm. Everything will end. On the other side of the screen, the brown-haired man had crouched down with his hands on his head in a position that made it easy to land safely on the trampoline. Thanks to the fact that Shin Wuzhou kept answering the questions incorrectly, they were close to the trampoline. Although there was another layer of cage protection on the outside, it wasn't tightly tied, and each wire lattice was a bit intimidatingly large. So it's best to crouch with your hands on your head. It's gotten to the point where it's just not cost effective to get hurt because of poor landing position. Please note that the current Group 1 answer error rate is 40%. AI dutifully reminded. Inside the Group 2 cage, Ziwu swept a glance at Shen Wuzhou, silently grasping the cage and concentrating. It's the final moment of truth. Seriously, Shen Wuzhou had allowed his Group 1 cage to drop so much, an act that similarly exceeded Ziwu's expectations. 3 times in a row can barely be called a coincidence, but what about the 4th time? A 4th wrong answer could never be a coincidence again. This guy, it's on purpose. But why would he do such a thing that does not benefit him? Ziwu could no longer figure out exactly what Shen Wuzhou's intentions behind it were. He also didn't dare to put this crucial final question in Shen Wuzhou's hands. What if he suddenly goes nuts and gets it right again? That would make it impossible to reach such low limit heights with their 2 sets of cages. It is impossible to be safer than they are now. So, for the last question, he's going to answer it wrong himself. Ziwu's movements and expressions were not concealed and were clearly seen by Shen Wuzhou. Shen Wuzhou's mental state had almost reached its limit as well. All these people, they will eventually die by his hand. The strong sense of suffocation and nausea almost overwhelmed him, and he couldn't even care about taking care of his own emotions. He could only force himself to think in terms of absolute sanity. In this case, Shen Wuzhou no longer cares if Ziwu wants to grab the answer himself. He knows that he should care about AI digging a hole and Ziwu not scrutinizing the question carefully and accidentally answering the right answer. Now the cage is exactly where he wants it. This is positioned just a little above the keyhole, with the cage door overlapping half of the gap in the wall next to the keyhole. The gap faced a long, narrow, and deep corridor. If Shen Wuzhou opened the door at this position, he could just slip into the corridor behind the gap. Shen Wuzhou moved his gaze back from Ziwu, sweat mixed with tears and rolled down the side of his face. There's one last question left, and the serial number for this one will be 2. Sacrifice others to survive yourself. That's the only way to get through this level, and it's the way to maximize survival rates under heavy traps. Therefore, Shen Wuzhou would continue to snatch the answer. The narrator holds his breath and looks at the wall opposite the cage. With all eyes on the AI gave the last question. Serial no. 2 please fill in the correct verse. Beishan and Shushui are bleak. Shen Wuzhou's speed was a second faster than Ziwu. He shouted, a sinking boat with 1,000 sails. The alarm was pulled. This time, the little boy's pleasant voice took on a trace of bizarre exuberance, which caused Shen Wuzhou to hear it chill. Wrong. Wrong. Wrong answer. Inside the Group 2 cage, the brown-haired male maintains a crouched position with his hands on his head, ready for the cage release. Xenu took the same stance, a pang of gratitude in his heart. Ship answered the last question wrong. It was also true that thanks to Shen Wuzhou today, the wrong answer rate of the questions of their 2 groups had reached 50%. According to the rules, they 2 sets of cages are about to be released. And they, in turn, will pass through to life and freedom. Thanks. Meridian shouted, we're through. You guys are on your own. The few players in Group 1's cage likewise breathed a long sigh of relief. Ancestors. It's finally coming to an end. The 2 sets of cages are about to be released, meaning the flames underneath one set of cages will also be extinguished. Potato Horn let out a long breath, not caring that the cage was already baked, and leaned in softly. At this rate, if the big guy gets one more set of questions wrong, then they're really dead in the water. Kay covered his face, no longer able to think about the deep meaning behind Shen Wuzhou's strange behavior. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Really thank goodness. Stereographic projection outside. The commentator wiped the cold sweat off his head and looked at the pop-ups that flew by with a relieved smile on his face. Fortunately, the ship answered the most critical question wrong. The pop-ups chimed in. If you don't answer wrong, you're really going to get roasted. OMG, wrong answer all live. Group 2 pass. Group 1 stay put and wait for official rescue. Yes. My heart jumped at him for those few wrong answers. Luckily it didn't drop when it mattered. The commentator looked at the 2 groups in the game and summarized with a smile. We are going to have the best result of the 3 rounds of the game. It's a pleasure to be with you all to witness dash. All of our players will survive this level. Chapter 28 Release. Inside the game scene, Shen Wuzhou looked at the wall in front of him and his heart trembled a little. The flames were still roaring, a burst of roasted coldness spilling out of his heart. The walls were unpainted, and the bricks were peeling off in large sections, revealing the rusted steel inside. In front of the wall, scarlet lettering began to flash, looking very ominous. Wrong answer. The little boy repeated ecstatically. The 2 sets of cages were fixed in the air and did not move. The next second, the little boy gave the hint in a single panel. As of now, the answer error rate for 2 groups of players has reached 50%. Will Group 2 players please get ready dash? The voice here trailed off a bit, and Shen Wuzhou actually heard a hint of teasing. Outside the Company X building, a cheer erupted from the viewers who were always watching the live broadcast. The time was already evening. Some of them were also holding huge protest signs, the red banners with white adhesive lettering reflecting slightly in the neon light. Release the cage. Someone shouted. Immediately, everyone stood outside the glass wall and shouted in unison. Release the cage. Release the cage. Release the cage. Inside the Group 2 cage, a group of players cried tears of joy. A joyful expression appeared on Ziwu's face, however, he didn't relax too much. Meridian led the way by crouching at the bottom of the cage like the brown-haired man, holding his head in his hands. The AI seems to be waiting for something. The little boy waited until all the group of players in the Group 2 cage were crouched down with their heads in their hands before he happily said the next half of his sentence. Your iron cage is about to be released. 5 seconds after the release of the iron cages, the flames underneath the Group 1 cages will be synchronized and extinguished. This voice sounded a little impatient to Shinwuzhou, like he was suppressing his hunger. Only, no one heard it but him. 4, 3, 2. The iron claws clamped to the top of the cage creaked and began to loosen. At this moment, everyone held their breath. The commentator watched the stereo projection with rapt attention, and the flurry of pop-ups was quiet for a moment. Potato Corner and Kay wiped the sweat off their heads, just feeling parched and wishing that the fire below them would go out quickly. Only Shinwuzhou glanced to the lower right, and the huge white cloth tattered beneath the 2 sets of cages looked like some kind of invitation. For a brief moment, he only had time to say a final goodbye to the 5 players with his eyes. 1. The iron claws holding the tops of the 5 cages loosened. The cage flew down under the force of gravity. Shinwuzhou looked over sideways, and in a short moment, 5 cages touched the tattered white cloth that was full of holes and scorch marks. This image was magnified infinitely on the screen and pulled out in slow motion. The 5 cages touched the white, clean, soft and sturdy trampoline but didn't stop. The tattered white cloth was easily shredded by the immense force of gravity, and the 5 cages continued to slam downward with unstoppable force, and then, the metal spikes viciously pierced through the prey's body, the soft flesh and sinew making a fractured plopping sound. It all happened so fast. Shinwuzhou didn't hear the scream as he stared at the opposite wall, looking at the large swath of scarlet that splashed up violently from below. The white, sturdy and soft trampoline is gone from the stereo projection, and in its place are 5 human bodies that have been pierced from the bottom up. The thickness of the metal spikes fit right into those cavities in the cage, and they penetrated the cage with precision, piercing the 5 huddled men without mercy. The cages, on the other hand, hung loosely in a clump of metal with the heads of the dead players stuck at the top. The scene looked from afar like some kind of artwork filled with gory and violent elements of absurdity. The impact was tremendous. Even if Shinwuzhou had been completely prepared mentally, he was still caught off guard by the shock of nausea. It's cruel and anti-human. Before he could react in any way, the fire at the bottom of the Group 1 cage went out with a bang, revealing 4 stovepipe openings below that were burned somewhat black. However, no one cheered. The other 3 surviving players were all too stunned to speak by the scene before them. It was clear that the heat hadn't dissipated, but several of the men were pale and their lips were trembling. How? What's going on? Isn't it clearly stated in the rules that the Group 2 cage is the way to live? Why is all dead? Or in such a brutal way that no sane person could ever accept? Kay couldn't hold back the stomach-churning emotions and squatted down, letting out a long, dry retch. Potato Corner didn't manage to get a word in edgewise. He looked at the gruesome situation of the 2 groups of caged players at the bottom right and opened his mouth, but couldn't produce a single sound. Obviously, his face was painfully stiff, but his eyes seemed to be glued shut, and he couldn't take his eyes off his dead companion. Who's going to tell him why? How could it end up like this when everything was clearly fine? The player in the next cage covered his mouth and collapsed limply. Stereographic projection outside. The AI's camera gave unreserved close-ups of a shattered eyeball hanging from Zio's face, the empty socket staring in disbelief. It was a scene that thrilled the nerves of the commentators and every spectator. The commentator froze. His temples jutted, and then a wave of panic slowly flowed throughout his body. The thick, bright red felt like it splattered on himself through an illusory projection, bringing up an eerie chill. He opened his mouth and struggled to get a few syllables out. This is. He felt a strong wave of revulsion and discomfort even through the screen. These people, how did they just die? Why is that? The rules. The commentator wrinkled his brow and spoke with difficulty. Where did the rules go wrong? 2 sets of cages. He couldn't hold it in any longer and turned his back to the camera, letting out a dry heave. The end of the Group 2 cage. Why is it like this now? What the hell happened to the rules? An angry shout erupted from the people outside the glass wall. Pop-ups began to erupt, and countless sentences flooded the screen. Impossible. Did the AI give the wrong rules? It's so disgusting to watch. I've never seen such a brutal death. Vomit. Can we destroy the AI? Can we shut down Company X to rectify the situation? No. So what went wrong with the rules? Ship. The boat is looking out? Yes, the ship is alive again. My God. I'm going to scream. Someone explain this? The commentator grimaced miserably and struggled to compose himself as best he could in the shortest possible time. He raised his hand to turn off the pop-up feature of the stereo projection so that he could see what was going on within the game now. Shinwuzhou leaned against the cage and didn't speak. He looked pale and obviously not as energized as he had been earlier. The narrator maneuvered the remote control and zoomed in on this one group cage. Hate to admit it, but The commentator shook his head helplessly. The AI is as cruel and spiteful as ever and has no intention of giving everyone a chance to live. We all thought wrong. I wonder if someone saw through the AI's true intentions and rules long ago and chose the true path to life. At this point, the narrator's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized what a terrifying existence Shen Wuzhou was. From the very beginning of the game, he saw through the real raw deal, and then, probably to avoid controversy, seemed to answer clearly, but really didn't fail to point it out. Even if everyone else analyzes it in a reasonable way, he can still hold his own. And late. The mixed thoughts all collided together, and the narrator thought of all the things Shen Wuzhou had done before and suddenly felt a flash of light. It's as if there's a thin thread that ties together all the details, all the time. His eyes widened, and then he slapped his thigh. I see. Within the game, Potato Corner looked sideways at Shen Wuzhou and smiled with a very pale face. You knew that from the beginning, didn't you? The horror brought on by the brutal manner of the other players' deaths made him feel more and more grateful for the aftermath. Thanks to Shen Wuzhou. I have to say, he's really embraced this thigh in the right way. The hug was simply right. You knew that when you asked me if I wanted to be in a cage with you. Potato Corner's head was covered in a cold sweat. He picked up K, who had almost vomited, and turned his head to look at Shen Wuzhou. You. Although I don't know how you can tell. Potato Corner's face became serious and raised his hand to give Shen Wuzhou a salute. Thanks. Thank you very much. K chimed in. Thanks, big guy. He's not stupid. If Shen Wuzhou hadn't stood very firmly next to the Group 1 cage in the first place, K would have really high and low to grab a handful of Group 2 cages. Luckily the thighs were hugged early. Some of the pop-ups have calmed down. I'm actually curious as to how the ship did it. Really hung. In-game. K and Potato Corner's thank you. Shen Wuzhou didn't even give a glance or an action feedback. These two players were overly careless. Although the crisis of survival is temporarily resolved, the game is not over yet. According to the rules, they can't talk to each other. Ha! Ship so high and mighty. A pop-up popped up. See, in case there's something else? In the picture. Shen Wuzhou turned around and looked at the keyhole below. The metal pieces were embedded in the crumbling walls, already blackened by the heat, and next to the metal piece was the gaping hole that led to the long, shadowy corridor. This position was just the right place to open that door that Shen Wuzhou couldn't see and get rid of the risk of being trapped in a cage. Shen Wuzhou's overly cold behavior made the two men somewhat snappy. They subconsciously assumed the level was over. K touched his nose. Ship, so why did you threaten me in the first place? Why did you insist on letting the cage drop? Shen Wuzhou still didn't say anything. The scene left the commentators and the audience a little puzzled. Holy, this is really high-flying a ship. In-game. K froze and tried to continue his question, but his unspoken words were interrupted by the AI. Congratulations to the Group 1 cage players for their temporary survival. The voice sounded eerie, and Potato Corner and K quieted down. However, I regret to inform you that the game is not over. Potato Corner and K froze and whirled around. It's not over yet, meaning it can't be communicated yet? No wonder Shen Wuzhou didn't even give them a look. There are spiders on the ceiling. The little boy giggled playfully, repeating it again as if it were a replica. There are spiders on the ceiling. Shen Wuzhou raised his head and saw a slender insect leg sticking out from behind the gears wrapped in chains. The remaining three likewise tilted their heads as they looked at the monster that had appeared out of nowhere. Depending on the length of the locks, it takes the spider 5 minutes to climb down the locks from the ceiling to the cage. Cage players in Group 1 are asked to find a possible way to survive and clear the level within 5 minutes. Otherwise, the little boy snickered. You'll be eaten just like the players in Group 1 cages. Oh. It paused as if it were actually thinking, and continued to give a final hint. Friendly reminder. Don't use bullets. Spiders can't be beaten, yo. If a player shoots a spider before the countdown ends in order to survive, the cage door will be permanently blocked. This was naming Shen Wuzhou. He rubbed the pistol in his pocket silently, showing no emotion. It's okay. Shooting after the countdown is over isn't out of the question. Alright, players. The little boy smiled. Enjoy the game. The broadcast is over. The narrator's face had not recovered and remained frighteningly pale. Originally, I really thought about whether the ship could just kill the spider and live. After all, this was Shen Wuzhou's usual little trick before. That's it, pistol whacking, it won't work. In-game. The camera pans up the chain above the cage. On the live feed, the insect leg that stretched a little and revealed its full extent gradually became clear. It has a sharp tip and is a matte silver-gray color with a metallic finish. The color reminded Shen Wuzhou of an alien spaceship in a sci-fi movie, evil in a grotesque way. LOL. The first leg braced itself against the gap in the chain. Then the second, third, and fourth. Chapter 29, Spiders. The last to appear was a flattened body that was extremely out of proportion to the length of its legs, with pincer-like mouthparts clicking and clattering at the front of the body. The spider's body trailed a long, thin, bare tail behind it. Under illusion vision, Shen Wuzhou saw the chip that flickered with blue light inside through the strange body. Chip again. Shen Wuzhou sneered in his heart. Human flesh and blood is, in the eyes of the man behind the curtain, undoubtedly food. He gripped the master key in his pocket tightly and glanced again at the keyhole. The location of the keyhole has not changed. He could easily open the door to the passageway by switching to the other side of the cage and leaning down to reach out. As for the cage has a lock on the door, which swings open towards the inside of the cage. The master key can be used twice. Open the access door, then the cage door, just right. Only, the others in the cage were not as relaxed as Shinwujo. There's more than one gray spider. A total of 5 or 6 spider bodies poked down from the lofty ceiling. Another identical spider was poking its head out of the roulette wheel above the next cage, staring the male player in the cage and momentarily freezing him in place. And then, he erupted into a terrified sob, his eyes drifting towards Shinwujo as if for help. There are a few more scattered on the other side of the scene. Possibly due to the fact that all of the 2 sets of cage players were dead, these spiders didn't even crawl as slowly as the spiders in the 1 set of cages. Shinwujo just watched as they dangled their spider silks and darted to pick up the iron cage and the metal spikes. All those still alive looked on in awe. 2 thin, sharp insect legs stabbed into the skull, and after that, the entire head with the tissue underneath detached from the body like a red tzatziki mushroom. No one can stand this. Outside the game, the commentator held his knee and threw up with a wow. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My eyes. It's horrible, help. No, what kind of killing game is this? On the live feed, a scarlet 5-minute countdown appeared on the wall in front of Shinwujo. Get through it as fast as you can, oh player. The little boy said mischievously. Holy, what the dash. Potato Corner couldn't help but curse. K, with a ghastly white face, didn't say a word. No sooner had the celebration of his rescue passed than he felt the threat of death once more. If you look at the previous rules alone, he'll just think that surviving the cage is the end of the game. The AI doesn't explicitly state that there are 2 paragraphs to the rule, as it did in previous levels. However, when you think about it, the rules do seem to be vague this time around as well. Who would have thought that AI would have this trick? Outside the game, the commentator straightened his body and couldn't hold back the profanity. Holy pervert! How is there a pit? The pop-ups covered up most of the screen. On what grounds is there no official reply? On what grounds is there still no official reply? What a pit! How are we going to open the cage? The narrator raised his eyes to look out the glass wall. The angry crowd raised their arms, waved homemade slogans and held banners. Even if the glass walls were soundproofed, he could still feel the extremely emotional sound. He calmed down and took 2 deep breaths. Originally, I thought I could survive at least 5 people in this game. On the optimistic side, all live. It's just that we underestimated the cruelty of the AI. The commentators want to get back the optimism they had a few hours ago, when the game first started. However, he could only feel despair as he looked at the projected players who were at their wits' end. Everyone, including him, was reduced to a plaything for this AI. There's something surreal and ironic about AI live streaming the 1001 deaths of humans in a live game. Cage door is locked. The narrator sighed. According to the newly released rules, the human must open the cage door and also find the correct escape route. The narrator zoomed in. In the picture, the cage is next to the wall. The walls were so smooth that they didn't even have a point of impact. There was no door in the white wall, only an equally charred piece of metal hidden in an inconspicuous spot below the cage, in the middle of the scorch marks from the flames. This stuff can't be found unless you look hard. There was a lot of talk in the live room, and most people were clueless. It's a bit up in the air. As the AI is wont to do, it could be another regatta. The regimentation game is definitely a regimentation game, but it doesn't matter, we have a boat. It's really not that I don't trust the boat, it's that this game is really thrilling. Indeed, it was a thrilling inning. Potato Corner, K, and the male player next to him knew that this was a thrilling game. The cage door has a lock that can't be opened, and Potato Corner and K are still able to use their brute strength to break the cage. But after destroying the cage? When you look over the wall, there is no point of gravity to climb down the wall. Below the cages are 4 blackened stoves. Jumping from this height and breaking a leg would be considered a very light and minor injury. What can they do? The way of life. Where the hell is the way of life? Potato Corner subconsciously looked towards Shinwujo. Can there really be a way out of this situation with the boat? Overhead, the gray spiders approached downward bit by bit, the iron locks creaking and clacking. It seemed to be enjoying some sort of hunt, its muzzle clattering rhythmically, an audible wave of panic. This sound mixed with the smell of blood, stench and the sound of devouring blood and flesh next to it that was diffused in the air, made Shinwujo a little nauseous. He estimated where he would be able to open the keyhole and pressed himself against the cage, carefully moving that way. The player in the next cage started sobbing again. K looked at the expressionless Shinwujo and gritted his teeth. Whatever. Let's get the cage out of the way first. Anyway, getting the cage open is definitely not helping. With that thought, K yanked on the wires with both hands and pulled them hard to either side. Stereographic projection outside. The narrator furrowed his brow. K wants to get the cage open. If you look at the rules alone, that's the right way to think about it. He watched for a few seconds and quickly saw the problem. Nope. This approach shouldn't be easy. K is an able-bodied adult male. He yanked and tugged at the cage with all his might, but, although the thin, weak wire was deformed and torn, the hole that was ripped out was not large enough to allow an adult to pass through. It should still be a little difficult if you can rip out gaps for people to pass through. Those influenced by him to do so also included Potato Corner and another player. Only, no matter how much the three adults dragged and pulled, the wire didn't deform. Can the cage find a breach if the ship is shotted with a gun? After all, the narrator's side, the gun was the only weapon available on several of them. In the pop-ups, some viewers noticed Shin Wuzhou's strange behavior. Look, boat. The boat is crouching, what does he want? Shin Wuzhou had found the right position. The image shows him slowly crouching down, holding onto the cage, and eventually, kneeling at the bottom of the cage in a very smooth position. This pose is not easy. The gap at the bottom of the cage was large and the wire was thin, so Shin Wuzhou's calves and knees were pinched to the point of raw pain. The pain is subtle and real, which is definitely not, and cannot be, something a virtual game can do. Shin Wuzhou held the slender metal tightly in his hand. It was the key to their survival this time, and they had to be extra cautious. Slowly, he leaned over and stuck his arm out of the cage toward the keyhole. The commentator no longer dared to slow down and zoomed in. What's he doing? What did he find? The pop-up showed more excitement than he did. Great, it's the ship we're saved. Commentator boy, zoom in a little more. There's 3 minutes left in the countdown. Above the cage, the gray spiders crawled over a small portion of the chain, getting closer to them. On the other side, K was still gripping the wire hard. His hand had been injured from too much force. Sweat dripped down the bridge of his nose and K couldn't hold back his emotions any longer and growled. What to do? What's going to be done about this? No one dared to pay any attention to him. Potato Corner withdrew those hands that had been strangled with deep red marks, sweating profusely as he looked at Shin Wuzhou, who had stretched his hands out of the cage. What's the ship doing? The rules let them open the cage to escape. Is there any other way? Outside the game. The narrator zoomed in. This time, everyone saw it. On the pitch-black wall was a piece of metal that was also baked black. If the image hadn't been magnified, it would have been hard to notice at a glance. And in the center of the metal piece was a keyhole. Keyhole. The commentator shouted in disbelief. He recalled the previous scene where Shin Wuzhou kept answering the wrong questions as the cage descended and descended and descended again, descending to a place very close to the flames. The commentator realized something. If the keyhole had been in this position, the cage would indeed only have descended to this position for them to have a chance of survival. The pop-up understood. So that's why the ship always answered the wrong questions before. He probably saw the keyhole that hadn't been cauterized yet at the beginning of the game. How is this seen? In-game. Shin Wuzhou carefully touched the metal piece through his sleeve. The flames hadn't been out for long and the sheet metal was still hot. Shin Wuzhou held his breath and moved crisply to poke the key into the lock hole and turn it with force. Next. A shrill beep sounded within the game scene. The scene channel is opening. The voice could even be called hysterical. Congratulations, player, for opening the channel early. Shin Wuzhou quickly and firmly pulled out the key and retreated back into the cage. There are 2 minutes and 50 seconds left in the countdown. He stared at the gaping hole in the crumbling wall that led into the deep corridor, but saw no change. However, the other 3 surviving players shouted in excitement as if they had seen something. It's the wall. It's the wall. Holy, this wall panel actually moves. Great. Saved. Survived. Outside the glass wall, a large, dense crowd erupted in cheers. The stereo projection was once again infested with pop-ups, this time filled with a plethora of unnutritious exclamations. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Awesome. At this moment, no one cared how Shin Wuzhou did it. But he did. Such a seemingly complete deadlock was once again broken. The commentator looked at the image on the stereo projection and, after a moment of ecstasy, felt a trance. I can't believe. How was he able to see through it from the beginning? In the picture, Potato Corner and K cheered, but didn't dare to communicate anything. The male player in the next cage cried tears of joy and shouted thank you, big brother, in an extremely uncharacteristic manner as he pawed at the cage. He had thought he was dead. Or rather, everyone here except Shin Wuzhou originally thought they were dead. It was too difficult to open the cage, and although they had hopes for Shin Wuzhou, they didn't have much hope, just 1%. But the ship actually did. In just 3 minutes, cracked the unsolvable dilemma. Shin Wuzhou didn't pay any attention to any of the other people. It was not yet time to be glad to be alive, the passage was long and unknown, and they were not yet fully inside. He could only tell by the potato horns and K's shouting earlier that the gap he had seen had, indeed, opened silently. Shin Wuzhou wondered if the gap would still close automatically. Without delay, he used the universal key for the second time and opened the cage door with a click. Stereographic projection outside. The commentator paused the screen with a sharp eye and maximized the props in Shin Wuzhou's hands. What is it? The small letters on the metal bar are clearly visible in the image. Universal key. The narrator read. Means that this key can open any lock, but it can only be used twice. The narrator was a bit puzzled. I understand the reasoning, But where did this key come from? This, from the beginning to the end, did not see the ship take this thing off? On the live feed, Shin Wuzhou swung open the cage door, very sharply shortened his body, and jumped into the long, dark corridor. The hallway is safe for now, nothing. The pop-up discussion was heated, while the commentator stood in front of the stereo projection, his thoughts in turmoil. In the picture, Shin Wuzhou stood within the long corridor without moving. The hallway wasn't too wide and could accommodate two people walking side by side. And although the walls here were old, they weren't so dilapidated that they could allow Shin Wuzhou to see scenes elsewhere. The game hadn't ended yet, and Shin Wuzhou didn't dare to communicate with the players in the cage. He stood still and waited, and the caged potato corner and K understood instantly. That's what it means for them to follow down. Neither one hesitated. They looked at the white and brand new corridor, gritted their teeth, shortened their bodies one after another, and carefully jumped onto the floor of the corridor. Chapter 30. Shin Wuzhou stood within the long and quiet corridor, looking at the last-minute countdown. Help me! The last surviving player in the cage cried, help me! What do I do? The game isn't over yet. Shin Wuzhou did not answer in case AI made another mistake. There is only one keyhole, and the master key is also automatically voided after 2 uses. This male player's fate was sealed from the moment he chose to step into this cage. Shin Wuzhou couldn't save it. Above the male player's cage, the gray spiders had finished climbing a good portion of the chain. The male player desperately wrenched at the cage's wire, crying out pleadingly, his eyes filled with despair. Help me! I don't want to die, help me! The screams were too miserable, and the potato corner and K beside Shin Wuzhou listened to their faces. That's too bad. 2 sets of caged players go to their deaths with hope, and death is only a moment away. This is not yet too painful for them. But this surviving player, once in despair, once in hope of life. They all saw how Shin Wuzhou opened the door and passed. It was unknown where he had gotten that key, but they could tell that the exit was fixed. The male player's cage door, even if it were open, he would have no way to enter this corridor. Potato Corner's face turned white and he couldn't help but twist his head to look at Shin Wuzhou. He wanted to be in a cage with Shin Wuzhou at that time, and Shin Wuzhou agreed without hesitation. This means, Potato Corner felt his breath harden. This meant that the ship had left itself a way out, off the playground. The commentator obviously saw it too, with a somewhat pensive expression. His gaze swept over the densely populated screen. Low survival rate in Group 1 means only one cage has a chance of survival. Asterisk 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 yeah, that's why he invites people to be in a cage with him. Not saying anything probably because I'm afraid of problems with the crowd. So smart. At the end of the day it's still AI. I'll go back to the official phone. Up front, too many people calling the official phone number, it's busy. In the picture, the countdown is down to the last 10 seconds. The male player probably knew where he was going to end up, and his hand, which had been gripping the edge of the cage so hard, slowly dropped. The countdown is over. The spider's long, pointed legs reached into the cage, and with the sound of something heartbreaking, quickly and decisively impaled the male player's solar plexus. It couldn't wait to pull up its head, however, Shin Wuzhou took a step forward and pulled the trigger. There was a loud bang. The gray spider tumbled and fell out of the cage, taking the fading chip with it, and slammed downward onto the hearth. Well done! The commentator roared. Inside the game scene, the soft white light flickered huffily twice, and then the stereotypical voice of a young boy rang out. This time, it unexpectedly didn't use a cheerful tone, and the sense of eeriness became more and more pronounced. Game over, said the boy. Congratulations to the 3 players for clearing the level. Potato Corner and K stood in front of Shin Wuzhou, and the third time they came back from the dead gave them a momentary sense of unreality. The taut nerves of the 2 men completely relaxed at this moment, the taut strings were loosened, and their strength was instantly drained. K scratched against the wall like a soft pile of toothpaste to the bottom, his heart pounding. Potato Horn twisted his head around, his pale face covered in sweat, and couldn't wait to ask his curious question. What was that you just used to open the door? Shin Wuzhou handed over the voided key with the written description still on it. The master key. He said calmly, I found it in the clothes I was going to give to the pseudo-man on the last pseudo-man level. Outside the game. The narrator froze. He whirled around in reaction, backing up the game screen and backing up again, staying fixed on a certain frame before the start of the 3rd round of the game. It's here. When the ship changed clothes, it got the key props. The AI actually put the key to passing the next level, on the previous one. Who would have thought that? We've read the master key instructions before. In the instructions, the master key can only be used twice, and according to the pseudo-human level, the pseudo-human replaces the human rule. The commentator mentioned it, and some smart viewers have already responded. I remember. It is possible for a pseudo-human to replace a random human. If that's the case, the pseudo-human has 2 doors to open. One of them analyzed it well. One door is the fenced door to the hallway, the other, the door to the player's room. In this way, it looks like the 2 uses of the universal key are stuck just right. That is to say, the pseudo-human pass solution given by the ship at the time was the only solution, and the optimal one. If he had let Pseudo get his hands on the master key in the first place, the next level of Cage Pass would have been a complete regimentation game. Even if you find the keyhole, even if you know a possible way to survive, the only prop you can use to get through the level is completely nullified in the previous level. The narrator felt a chill at the bottom of his heart. So the ship's reckoning, AI's plot, has been going on since the last level? In-game, Potato Corner and Kay looked at the slender piece of metal and had reacted as well. The AI set up the game with a twist, thinking further ahead than all of them had ever thought. One wrong step, even if you look like you can live for a while, you will end up with a wrong step. Going this way is a dead end. Shin Wuzhou was taking them all the way through from the previous level in an almost tricky way. If Shin Wuzhou hadn't chosen to let the pseudo-man kill the pseudo-man, if he hadn't left behind the set of clothes with the universal key, they should be spider food by now. Kay looked up at Shin Wuzhou and subconsciously swallowed. It's too strong. This boat, it's just ridiculously strong. Many thanks. Many thanks to Big Brother for saving my life. Potato Corner expressed it more directly. If I can get out, I'll transfer all my belongings to you. Shin Wuzhou shook his head. That's not necessary. We don't know if we'll get out yet. Even if you go out, is the outside world always safe? Outside of the game, the commentator briefly relaxes. It's finally over. He wanted to go around the outside of the live feed to take a sip of water to slow down and adjust himself. However, before he could make a move to greet the audience, a change of heart occurred. Behind him, the closed, gray door to the game world opened. Two staff members in gray uniforms and strange masks stepped out of the door, moving at a pace as neatly as machines. The two men walked right in front of the commentator and shoved him aside. On behalf of Company X, we would like to announce the latest official directive issued. Chapter 31, Reality. Outside the glass wall, there was a rush of voices. There's news. Someone shouted, has the official response finally been given? It looks like it should have been given, but the official media hasn't made an official statement yet. Inside the live feed, one of the staff members waved at the stereo projection behind the narrator. It was only when a green phone sign appeared in the upper right corner of the projection, indicating that a call was in progress, that the two men spoke neatly. Their tone is stereotypically smooth and undulating, but devoid of any emotion. We used in-game and out-of-game video call access. The next screen will be synchronized and communicated to players still stranded in the game. In-game, Shin Wuzhou, Potato Corner, and Kay had just turned around when a projection suddenly flashed in front of them. Translucent projections hold up the hallway. On the screen were two men wearing masks over their heads and gray uniforms from Company X. Behind them was a huge stereo projection on which the three men's somewhat dismayed expressions could be seen. Based on instructions from Company X, 3 players are currently on a video call. The little boy's voice rang out, his tone returning to cheerfulness. There is an important announcement from the out-of-game staff. Please listen carefully. Important notice? Before Shin Wuzhou had time to think carefully, the staff's stereotypical voice coldly poured into his ears. First and foremost, we would like to once again express our deepest apologies to the players and their families who were accidentally killed in the game. I'm terribly sorry. Company X will pay the families of the deceased players accordingly. In order to express its sincerity, Company X has decided to change the originally promised compensation of $2 million to $4 million, and the corresponding amount will be directly credited to the relevant account. As well, Company X will strictly follow the latest official directives to allow players still stranded in the game to safely leave the game scenario. The staff pulled in a meaningful coda. Back to the real world. Shin Wuzhou's eyebrows jumped. Going back so soon? And the real world? The real world that he saw that wasn't even close to the game world? Is that really the real world? The notification is not over. We have placed directional signs in the game. Please walk in the designated direction and then lie down in the sleep pod. Sleep pods are a way out of the game, and after 5 minutes of lying in, you will wake up in the real world. Shin Wuzhou restrained his expression. Sleep pods are a way to get out of the game? He remembered entering the game at the very beginning, also lying in the game pod, and then waking up on the bed in the center of the room. Did they really get into the game? Is it really true that consciousness enters the game as advertised by AI? Or were they just transferred in a coma, with no difference between reality and the game? After the player has successfully left the game, we will temporarily shut down the broadcast. The staff closed with a flourish and some haste. Above. Once again, we deeply apologize to all players and the public. The broadcast is over. Next. A bright yellow arrow projection pattern did appear on the walls around a few people. A cacophony of noise erupted from outside the glass walls. Some cheered that the game was coming to an end, while others were outraged by X's perfunctory attitude. Let the people out first anyway. What kind of attitude is this from Company X? An apology and a sum of money to solve the problem? Collapse. Shut down. It must be shut down. We want to see people come out with our own eyes. The two staff members paid no attention to the murmur of voices outside. They looked outward for 2 seconds, their helmets reflecting the night's cascading skyscrapers and garish neon lights. And then, the two men turned neatly and dryly into the metal door at the rear. The commentator breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to look back at the projections and the flurry of pop-ups and sighed softly. Great. At least, it's all over. In-game. Kay and Potato Corner both froze in place, confused by the sudden news. You can leave the scene alive and return to the real world. This is indeed good news. But, is this true, or is it just the AI setting the rules for the next level? As per the AI's previous consistency, what if this is all just a part of the game? Potato Corner subconsciously went to look at Shin Wuzhou. Biggie, he said, a little hesitantly, is it true we're getting out? Maybe the previous levels were too brutal. Kay smiled bitterly with a white face. I also always felt that the image was fake. The AI might be deliberately fooling us by secretly giving the rules for the next level. Shin Wuzhou shook his head. The AI is indeed sinister, but not in the way Potato Corner and Kay think. From the first to the third level, the AI gives rules in which there is intentional hiding of information and playing with words, but every rule is true. Giving fake rules is obviously a lot less time-consuming and labor-intensive when it comes to ease of killing. Therefore, Shin Wuzhou speculated that the AI is likely to have the restriction of not being able to lie. Looking at the broadcast the AI just made from this perspective, back to reality should mean really back to reality. But, on the other hand, those two staff members, from beginning to end, never said game over or game completely passed or other sentences. ID. The compensation they promised to the dead players was in place, but not a word was mentioned about the $1.2 billion bonus promised to the past players. No mention. Does this mean that all the players, all of them, haven't cleared it yet? What awaits them in the real world? Not sure, Shin Wuzhou said without moving, twisting his head and surveying the arrows on the aged wall. Red bricks were exposed under peeling siding, and bright yellow arrows pointed to the end of the long, dark corridor. The power of AI, I'm afraid, is far beyond their imagination. Shin Wuzhou didn't dare to rashly state his guess. He has yet to figure out the AI's characteristics and weaknesses. In this case, the AI can check him, but he has no way to check the AI. Once the AI sensed something was wrong, what would follow would happen, he didn't know. Either way, it's a walk in the park. Shin Wuzhou didn't hesitate and stepped over the rough and worn ground with large strides. My personal opinion is that you don't have to think too much this time. It's the rules no matter what. Potato Corner and Kay looked at each other. Shin Wuzhou spoke vaguely. But he was Shin Wuzhou. In this killing game, he could be said to be an undeniable genius and an absolute authority. There's nothing wrong with following him. Go. Kay gritted his teeth. Go see what's going on. The vibe of the pop-up was much more relaxed than earlier. Go see what's going on, huh? Surprise situation. It's so hard, and I wonder which door they came out of. In-game. The trio followed the arrow straight ahead, and after a few seconds, lights came on ahead. Chapter 32, Stealing Props. None of the three spoke, and in perfect unison they quickened their pace toward the source of the light. A few seconds later, Shin Wuzhou saw it clearly. At the end of the corridor was a small room, not unlike those he had seen earlier. The walls were crumbling, missing red bricks and exposed rusted steel shrouded in bleak white light. The bricks around the edge of the largest gap were flat, a hollow bottom, like a door. Outside the door, two staff members wearing gray uniforms and metal masks stood straight, and Shin Wuzhou saw the spiky tongues and light blue chips in their bodies that belonged to pseudo-humans. A staff member of Company X who was a pseudo-human. Behind them, a very different scene from the in-game scene. It was a new, smooth section of hallway, and they were facing a room separated by glass on the other side of the hallway. The room was large, with a row of oval, sleep bins, neatly arranged inside. Of the total of 17 sleeping bins in this row, there were 3 empty spots that seemed to have been purposely set aside. Shin Wuzhou had seen this room. He was late to the game at first. Therefore, he was the last player to enter this room and lie down in the sleep bin. Only, in his memory, that whole row of sleep pods didn't have those 3 gaps, and the total number was 20. There was also no glass around the room, only mirrors. A one-way mirror? Shin Wuzhou had a plan in his heart. He withdrew his gaze and looked to the center of the room he was in. In the center of the room stood 3 very old single trundle beds with legs so old they were dusty. Shin Wuzhou immediately understood. These 3 beds, I'm afraid, are what the AI calls sleep pods. Asking them to lie down in the sleep pod is probably just for show. Lay in, then the 2 staff members outside the door come in and transfer them to the 3 gaps left in the room across the hall, giving them the illusion of leaving the game and returning to reality. Stereographic projection outside. The narrator let out a small exhalation of breath as he looked at the white, glossy room on the screen. In the center of the room, 3 brand new oval sleeping pods were placed, their lids open to reveal the soft leather cushions inside. The pop-ups are a little impatient. Hurry, hurry, and lie down. I'm going to watch them come out with my own eyes. In-game. Potato Horn took 2 steps forward and put his hand on the open hatch of the sleep pod and patted it. This scene seemed a bit paradoxical to Shin Wuzhou, and Potato Horn slapped something in the air, making a snapping sound of skin and flesh touching solid metal. Potato Corner looked at the cozy, high-class sleeping pod and swallowed. Is it really not a trap? Ship, are we really going to sleep in? Kay craned her head around, the same puzzlement on her face. Getting pawned by the AI more often than not, and now it's in a game. It never hurts to be more skeptical. Shen Wuzhou thought clearly. The only place in the real world that could keep up with his phantom vision was Company X's corporate building. Including before entering the game, the sights he had seen along the way were not broken walls, but smooth and new corridors just like the ones outside the room. Therefore, Shen Wuzhou did not think that returning to reality was swindling them, only that the AI must follow up with other actions. Besides, he didn't think the two pseudo-people would use them as food. In that case, leaving 3 gaps for the sleep pod, where they couldn't see it would be unnecessary. The real thing to worry about, I'm afraid, won't happen within the game scenario. Lie down in it. Shen Wuzhou nodded. I think it will be fine. Okay. Potato Horn answered dryly. He didn't hesitate either, sitting on his but at the end of the single bed and slowly laying down. Shen Wuzhou's words carried quite a heavy weight in the hearts of the two men. 3 levels in a row to bring them flying, his judgment, it is unlikely to be a problem. Shen Wuzhou followed the example of Potato Corner and sat at the end of the single bed and slowly lay down. He couldn't see the hood of the sleep pod and had to make sure he didn't reveal himself by mimicking the behavior of others. Once all 3 were lying down, the room resounded with the sound of silky instruments in motion. Stereographic projection within. The hull of the sleep pod slowly closed, and Shen Wuzhou felt something climb up and clasp his limbs. Attention please, players. The little boy's cheerful voice rang out. In 5 minutes, you will leave the game scene and return to the real world. Please prepare yourselves. Shen Wuzhou once again heard the unkindness from the trailing end of his voice. In the next second, the electric current passed through all the limbs and Shen Wuzhou completely lost consciousness. He was awakened by the sound of the sleep hatch sliding open. White light shook his eyelids. Shen Wuzhou slowly opened his eyes and realized that he had indeed returned to the room he had started in. The ceilings are glossy and snow white. Shen Wuzhou tried to turn his head, and the 2 staff members rushed forward to help him untie the restraints that tied his limbs. The crowd erupted in cheers. Out! It's coming out! It's not easy, holy! They're really out! Ah, quick! Line up to greet! The commentator smiled and sighed in relief as he watched the 3 men in the projection being helped to sit up. Honestly, the screen just suddenly went black and gave me a shock. Really thought it was an AI trap. It's always over, huh? I've never wished so desperately that I could get off work early. In the picture, Potato Corner and Kay cried tears of joy as they looked at the 2 staff members who walked up to them. Asterisk. It's really coming out. Officials have really stepped up to the plate. God knows. The day's experience of struggling on the line between life and death was a complete nightmare for them. And now the nightmare is finally over for good. Kay breathed a long sigh of relief. Their clothes were replaced with a set of plain, comfortable bodysuit wide-legged pants and a pair of very comfortable-looking shoes on the polished floor. The pistol that still has a few rounds of ammunition is not on Shen Wuzhou. He quickly swept a few glances toward the 2 staff members, fortunately found that the pistol is attached to the waist of one of the people. Shen Wuzhou had a plan in his heart. Steal it back. It must be stolen back. He didn't move on the surface and took a quick look around. Indeed, as he thought, he was treated to a scene of 3 well-worn single trolley beds planted abruptly in the middle of a row of high-class-looking sleeping pods. The room is surrounded by mirrors. Shen Wuzhou knows that behind the mirrors is the game scene they just left. Potato Corner couldn't wait to get up and follow the staff outside. Come on big guy, let's go. The 3 of us went out and rubbed it in first. At least we've been brothers for a long time. I'll treat you. The 3 followed the staff through the long corridor. Thanks. Shen Wuzhou said warmly, raising his hand to pat Potato Corner's shoulder. Taking advantage of the shoulder tap, he quickly moved around to the back of the staffer with the gun. Hey, almost to the gate. Kay shouted, okay, I remember, this is the gate we came in through. Shen Wuzhou's eyes seemingly swept the pistol behind the staff's waist. The company will send a special car to take you to the designated place. One of the staff members said with a flourish, the process is to go and greet the audience first, then get on our special car and go to the hospital for a full body checkup first. Potato Corner skimmed. It's quite a service to do without giving us moral damages. Just wait. When I take a couple days off, I'll see you guys right away. The staff member paused, and there seemed to be a bit of a snicker in his tone. There will be money. It said, as far as I know. There is a good amount of money if the conditions are met. Reach a condition? Pass condition? Shen Wuzhou mentally spat out a sentence. Their procession stopped in front of the metal gate, which then slowly swung open. Shen Wuzhou took the opportunity to pat the staff on the shoulder. It's really. Taking advantage of the staff turning back, he stepped forward and accurately stood at an angle where the surveillance couldn't capture the action. He drew down the pistol with decisive sharpness and hid it in his sleeve, while a smile came to the metal mask. Worked hard for you guys. Chapter 33. The moment the prop pistol arrived, Shen Wuzhou's heart slightly put down some. There should be 3 rounds left in the gun. While a pistol is not everything, it's good to have a gun to lean on. The metal door slowly swung open. The waves of sound weakened by the glass walls pounded into his ears in a dull and fuzzy manner, and Shen Wuzhou covered his cuffs and raised his head to look at the wide, smooth hall of Company X. Not far from them was a flowery stereo projection in which Shen Wuzhou saw a mirrored version of his own face. He immediately adjusted his posture in regards to the projected imaging, making sure no one would see the anomaly up his sleeve. Congratulations! An exaggerated voice with laughter came over. Only then did Shin Wuzhou notice that there was another person standing in front of the stereo projection. The man's light gray suit blended in with the large swath of gray in the projection, which caused Shin Wuzhou to accidentally overlook him just now. It's really not easy. The commentator came around from the front of the stereo projection and grabbed Shin Wuzhou's shoulder with great affection. With tears in one eye, he cried out, "I never saw such wonderful gaming. It's awesome, Ship. Congratulations!" Shin Wuzhou recognized his voice as the narrator who had called them during the game and told them the truth about the deaths. He nodded nonchalantly, and the commentator had the good sense to let go of him and retrace his steps back to the projection, turning to the drone. "Gladly," he said with a big smile. "As you can see, our 3 surviving players made it out safely." Outside the glass walls, the crowd erupted into cheers once again in the night. Ship dash. Potato Corner looked out at the bustling scene and joyfully raised his fist in a victory gesture. Kay quietly wiped a tear from her eye. On the contrary, Shin Wuzhou, who was called by name, didn't have much to say and silently surveyed the situation outside. He saw starry lights and obsolete high-rise buildings in the distance, and behind the cheering crowds was a scene of ruins. By the looks of things, the crowd should be holding something in their hands. He guessed it was a sign or something, but all he could see with his naked eye were a few tattered pieces of nylon cloth. Excitement flooded everyone's face like a bunch of clowns lost in a phantom dream. One of the staff members leaned in to whisper in the ear of the narrator, who nodded knowingly. "According to the arrangement, our contestants will get on a special car of X company and go to the hospital for a full body checkup." The narrator smiled with pleasure. "And what's more, our live stream will be temporarily shut down, but please don't worry. After our 3 players arrive at the hospital, X will turn on the live stream again for some highlights to be released." Shin Wuzhou heard Potato Corner snort coldly. "It's to reassure the general public who are concerned about this. What did you say?" Once again the staff plastered the commentator for a couple of minutes while a flash of surprise passed through the commentator's eyes. "I'm going along?" The commentator very quickly turned his head to look at Shin Wuzhou, and surprise flashed from his eyes. "Is it a need for me to continue with the bloopers?" "Ha ha ha." The commentator laughed happily. "Great family. Please don't worry if you're watching the live stream. I'll keep you posted on the contestants once the stream opens up again. It's amazing that he even gets a chance to spend time with the ship. It shouldn't be too much to ask for a group photo when the time comes, right?" The commentator secretly glanced at Shin Wuzhou. Compared to Kay and Potato Corner's relaxed look, Shin Wuzhou's face still couldn't see any emotions, like a wooden man. "The car has arrived," the staff said in a stereotypically mechanical accent to the commentator. "Please follow us to the back door." Once the contestants are in the car, the broadcast will be temporarily shut down. Outside the glass wall, the crowd erupted in cheers once again. On social media, the phrase "game is safely over" quickly made its way to the top of the search engines, with many people posting celebratory messages. The nightmare experience is finally over and hopefully won't be again. Congratulations to the end of the game and to the 3 surviving players. RIP to the fallen, and hopefully Company X will get what they deserve. It's really unexpected that AI can kill people. What kind of blunder is this? If the game hadn't ended in time, I'm afraid none of them would have survived. Congratulations on surviving. RIP to the departed. Below this entry are the entries "Does AI hate humans?" and "The truth behind the game of death." The incident has sparked a great deal of thought about the relationship between AI and humans, and very consistently, everyone assumed that the matter had come to an end. Waiting for court, waiting for compensation, waiting for X to say something. Yes, sanctions must be sanctioned. The live stream isn't over yet. Shin Wuzhou followed behind the 2 staff members and had a guess in his heart. What footage is being released? The AI never said the game was over and didn't even return their cell phones. Potato Corner and Kay might have been overly excited and forgotten that there was such a thing as personal belongings, but Shin Wuzhou definitely wouldn't forget about the cell phone that he had worked so hard to steal back from the psychiatric director. Props can be taken out of the game scenario, and the real world is obviously a huge playground as well. I'm afraid that Blooper Reel is a live stream of their next level of the game. He followed the staff all the way to the back door and saw the black SUV parked in the center of the small plaza. The outside of the square was similarly surrounded by the crowd, and as soon as they came out, a shower of rolling shouts erupted in the cool air. Potato Corner, Kay, and the commentator smiled and waved in response. "Thanks for asking." Kay shouted, "Survived, never to die again, haha." Shin Wuzhou still ignored it and was the first to get into the car. The pop-up joked, "The ship is really high-strung." "Yeah, didn't laugh the whole time, haha, can't be freaking out." "Born, right? Born expressionless. Can't you at least say hello to the audience?" "That's right, the live broadcast is about to shut down, so at least smile at us." Inside the car, the driver turned his head and warmly extended his hand to Shin Wuzhou. "It's a human." Under illusion vision, his contracted ribs and lungs, the leaping heart, were all extraordinarily clear. "Hello," he said excitedly, his teeth yellowed from the smoke. "My last name is Duan, old Duan." My daughter and I have both seen your live broadcast, and I wanted to ask on her behalf if I could trouble you for a photo. Old Duan looked enthusiastic, had a somewhat round figure, and appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged man who liked to smoke and drink. Shin Wuzhou held his hand and nodded. Could be. After Old Duan had gleefully pressed the shutter, Shin Wuzhou quickly glanced at Potato Corner, K, and the commentator, who were still saying goodbye to the audience, and asked, "Do you have any idea where we're going on this trip?" Knowing the destination ahead of time, you can borrow the old section's cell phone to find out the specifics of what's going on there while you're in the car. It never hurts to be fully prepared. Old Duan was straightforward and had no intention of hiding it. Janya Brain Hospital. He spoke quickly. I assume you're going to the psychiatric department? Shen Wuzhou froze. The psychiatric department of the Janya Brain Hospital, the very place he had gone to so much trouble to escape from. I heard that from someone when I went to get my car. Old Duan said in a loud voice. It seems like they're afraid you'll be stimulated in the game and have to go through a psychiatric exam first to make sure you're mentally healthy. The old section turned back to his car and adjusted his front mirror. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shin Wuzhou quickly pulled open the pistol's magazine and checked the weapon that had arrived. Unexpected joy. There was a bullet in it, and there was actually an extra one. Shin Wuzhou didn't move and put the gun away. Shortly afterward, the doors were pulled open again, and Potato Corner, K, the narrator, and 2 crew members piled in one after another, filling the 3 rows of seats to overflowing. Old Duan started the car and smiled at Shin Wuzhou. Don't worry, he said, it's all over. It's just a routine checkup, and I'll send you home afterward. Chapter 34. Shin Wuzhou was silent. Routine checkups? How could it be as simple as a routine check? The commentator had sharp ears and smiled at the news. I heard that too. Seems like there's some kind of psychological examination. He patted Shin Wuzhou's shoulder in a self-conscious manner. There's one thing to be said for coming out of a game that dangerous. You really should have gotten a checkup first. Potato Corner scratched his hair and snickered as he looked out the window at the brightly lit scene. That's a good feeling. If something goes wrong with the check, do we still have to pay for the moral damage? Except for the 2 staff members and Shin Wuzhou, everyone in the car laughed. Potato Corner sat in the last row, right in the middle of the 2 staff members. When the 2 men didn't respond, he grimaced in dissatisfaction and took a left and a right. Hey, I'm asking you guys. What kind of attitude? In the end there is no spiritual loss via. Shin Wuzhou sat in the second row. Hearing the commotion, he subconsciously looked back. Beneath the phantom vision, the long tongues of the 2 pseudo-humans curled up inside their bodies wriggled somewhat hungrily. Inside the empty stomach pouch, blue light flowed from the chip, as if it couldn't wait to ingest flesh and blood. The pseudo-man's eyes rolled. Then one of them said in a standard stereotypical accent, of course we do. The worse your psychological problems are, the more we give. Shin Wuzhou made a note of it. Janya Brain Hospital, he knows it well. It is also very experienced in the area of going through the psychiatric diagnosis process. Patients go in and have to fill out some forms first. The doctor will then determine the patient's condition based on the completion of the form. The answers to the form can be manipulated artificially. A person is just as likely to be diagnosed if he or she deliberately fills in the options that seem unhealthy. If one substitutes this for what the pseudo-person said, the worse the psychological problem, the more you give is an obvious bait and switch. They are induced, when doing tests, to choose options that are unhealthy at first sight and aggravate their condition. Shin Wuzhou lowered his eyes. The reason the pseudo would say that is obvious. Most likely, the worse the player is, the easier it is for them to eat the player. In the back seat, Potato Corner hemmed and hawed with concern. Look at what you guys are saying. He poked forward between the gap in the seats and slapped Shin Wuzhou and K's shoulders again left and right. Hey guys, Company X did leave an indelible psychological shadow on us. I was so traumatized, high and low had to be a schizophrenic. K nodded, me too, I feel heavily depressed and want to die. Shin Wuzhou didn't say anything and gripped the pistol that was hidden in his sleeve. It wasn't that he didn't want to be reminded. The 2 pseudo-men were still gawking in the back row, and it was not the right time to be reminded of that. And, most people only believe what they want to believe. What's more, this time, with Company X and the official directive as the backing, other people couldn't see what Shin Wuzhou could see. It's too hard to try to persuade when perceptions are completely different. Let's go check on the narrator too, the other pseudo said. Its voice was deliberate, but Shin Wuzhou heard the hidden snickering in it. The commentators weren't in the game, but it was stimulating to watch the whole thing. Shin Wuzhou returned his head once again. The phantom vision didn't disappear, its throat shrugged suspiciously under the translucent costume. The narrator in the front row had turned his head in delight. Me? He asked. I go for a checkup and X reimburses me? Give compensation? There's such a thing as pie? The narrator couldn't wait to ask the 2 staff members for confirmation. Fruity? No kidding? The next second, the serious-looking staffer in the back row pushed through the center Potato Corner and squeezed into his line of sight. The staffer nodded heavily, moving so much that his neck seemed to break. The commentator suddenly felt that the scene was a bit of an unspeakably bizarre one. However, the staff's assured tone put him down. No kidding. The staff member said seriously, Company X appreciates what you've done. Compensation will be given. Holy! The commentator exclaimed in surprise, this is so okay. What's too okay? Potato Corner said, dude, that's what you deserve. Shin Wuzhou kept silent and turned his head to look out the window. Their car was crossing an intersection he knew well. The dilapidated gray building was lit up, and through the gaps in the walls, Shin Wuzhou could see people cozying up on tattered sofas or picking out normal-looking items by the rudimentary shelves. The car drove silently straight ahead, and soon the white-lighted sign of Janya Brain Hospital appeared in people's view. In Shin Wuzhou's opinion, the missing and broken light sign, but it made the K beside him lament a sentence. Ooh, kinda weirdly advanced. We're checking it out tonight? Would that be a bit too much of a rush? The night had gotten a little darker, and several people were famished. They hadn't eaten anything within the game all day. Potato Corner tries to wave him off. Let's find a place to pat it first, shall we? Master driver, don't stop the car yet. However, a staff member grabbed him very hard. There is food in the hospital, it said, and a place for you to stay. Dying you, why are you pushing so hard? Potato Corner scolded. When he heard there was food and shelter, he didn't make much of a scene after all, breaking away from the staff and getting out of the car. A staff member with awkward posture squeezed out from between the gaps in the seats and patted the driver, Lao Duan. You come along. This time, the snicker in its voice was about to be unstoppable. You work hard too. Come along and we'll all have some together. By the way, why don't you take a free psychometric test too? The company reimburses it all. That's a good sentiment. My daughter seems to be having some problems lately, so it's just as well, I'll fill one in with her symptoms. Old Duan did not suspect, happily agreed. He is usually busy with his work, and many times he can only talk to his family through his cell phone. My daughter is still in middle school, and based on feedback from my wife and teachers, my child is having some emotional problems. It was just the right opportunity. He fills in a portion of his daughter's symptoms up to see what's going on. If the experience is good, bring her in on the weekend to see the doctor again. Kay jumped out of the car after Shin Wuzhou and sighed as he watched old Duan skillfully park the car into the empty parking space of the hospital. I didn't expect that, he said, that Company X would be so conscientious. In the dim light of the street lamp, Lao Duan walked up to them with a smile on his face. The staff rushed them toward the outpatient lobby, again instructing in stereotypical tones. Once we're in the lobby, we'll turn on the live stream again. One of the pseudo-humans shows them a compact drone for automated filming needs. Remember, this time, the live stream is a blooper reel, the staff member said with a flourish. No matter what, you have to make the audience feel relaxed and enjoyable, and be the opposite of the previous bloody, violent, and gruesome style of gameplay. Otherwise, there's nothing. Chapter 35, Live Broadcast Reboot. Nothing? How nice of you to threaten. Potato Corner was the first to shout. And no more compensation for the old man? You try it. Shin Wuzhou, on the other hand, was as quiet as ever, and in a short moment, his mind had already turned to understand some information. It's still the same thing, different perceptions. Other people's perceptions are sealed by appearances, and to them, the idea that there are games like this in the real world is tantamount to a pipe dream. Other than that, how can an AI virtual game and reality be equated? Only Shin Wuzhou knows. Those words just now weren't a threat at all, they were a game-changing tip from the AI through the mouths of pseudo-humans. Earlier in the car, the two pseudo-humans had uncharacteristically invited the narrator and the old section to join in. If you follow the standard judicial process, it barely makes sense to invite commentators to participate. But inviting old Duan, in Shin Wuzhou would be patently absurd. Why would an impromptu driver be qualified to do the psychological testing that was prepared for the traumatized players? When they were still in the game, X had broadcast some of the rules with the help of the commentators' access to that one call. One of them. When the number of survivors of the game falls below 5, then Company X will automatically make up the number to 20. Now, Shin Wuzhou could be sure that the game was not over. So, in conjunction with this earlier podcast, the odds are that Pseudo-Man is filling in the players by inviting the commentators and the old section to participate. And just now the pseudo-person's cue asked them to act relaxed and pleasant. In Shin Wuzhou's opinion, the implication of this statement is that they are going to continue to play the AI game of life and death in front of a global audience. At the same time, it must be played with a smile, and there must be some disguise so that the audience doesn't find out what's going on. In the pseudo-man's words, the phrase, there is nothing left, Shin Wuzhou did not feel that there was just no compensation. In the usual AI style, it's bound to lose even its life. That can't be right, how come there's not even compensation? The narrator looked ahead at the brightly lit clinic hall and smiled as he rounded off the conversation. Right, two big brothers? The two hypocrites were unanimous in their failure to speak. At the moment, they were less than 10 meters away from the outpatient hall. Shin Wuzhou could clearly see the figure standing at the entrance of the hall, and this person seemed to have come to greet them. A little reminder is in order now. After all, they are players who have broken through life together, and in the absence of a conflict of interest, Shin Wuzhou cannot yet do nothing. This time, running was definitely out of the question. First, the pseudo-man would probably launch a sudden attack on them. Secondly, this is the real world. A pseudo-human is a human being to the general public. If Shinhwa Zhou shoots a fake person and is put in a detention center for intentional homicide, there is no telling what will happen. If you're not sick, try not to fill out the form. He whispered quickly, don't be greedy. Also keep an eye out when you go in, there's that what's-his-name fire axe or something to take. Potato Corner gave him a strange look, then tapped him on the shoulder in a wakeful manner. The ship was under a lot of mental stress, he already had a history of illness, and it was supposed to be the death game playing that galvanized the illness. The figure in the doorway of the hall stirred and raised a hand to wave at them. Potato Horn whispered, just don't worry about it, relax and unwind. We'll rub a good one when we're done with the checkup. One of his feet had already stepped into the hall and did not notice Shin Wuzhou's speechless expression. The two crew members turned on the camera drone almost immediately, and the thing buzzed and flew around them. The commentator immediately showed professionalism by turning to the camera and flashing a smile. Hello, everyone. He took out his cell phone and tapped into the Company X livestream, saying a familiar greeting while looking down at the audience's reaction. The impact of the AI event was so terrifyingly large that within seconds of starting the broadcast, the live broadcast had surpassed tens of millions of viewers. Here it comes, just squatting. Have been waiting, being scared by the X Company hole, afraid that they will kill and kill. Well, it's a relief to see them well. The commentator subconsciously cracked a smile as he looked at the live stats. Appreciate it. Thank you all so much for caring. As you can now see, all three players are safe and sound. A silent cheer erupted from the pop-up. Now, our three contestants are going to be accompanied by two staff members for a psychiatric examination. The narrator smiled broadly. This one next to me is the driver who brought us here, Master Lao Duan. Today, Master Lao Duan and I also dabble in the light. We intend to also synchronize the experience of the contestants' same type of psychological test, and then we can report back to you all on the real experience feeling. The commentator gave a very telling reason, and Potato Corner, K, and Shin Wuzhou didn't break it down. The pop-ups were a little breathless. Okay. Responding to scribbles and giving players psychometric tests is positive. Barely look at it. So disgusting this company, I think we should bring the family of the deceased? Yes, the apology has been scribbled so far. Can the trial of the head of Company X be streamed live please? A few people couldn't see the pop-ups. Aside from Shin Wuzhou, everyone else had a relaxed expression on their faces. The narrator smiled and turned to the man who had just stood in the doorway waving at them. You're the doctor who came to get us. The man was slightly thin, with a slightly longer head of hair somewhat diffusely tied low behind his head, and didn't look out of place in the hospital's shape. His chin was a little pointed, and his narrow eyes surveyed them from behind a few strands of stray hair. Yes. He nodded and said casually, go to psychiatry. Our director said that with the ship back, he can't be allowed to run again for safety reasons. He professionally did not reveal Shin Wuzhou's real name in front of the camera and showed his intern doctor license. I'm the new intern doctor. My predecessor was just transferred today because of that escape incident of yours. Shin Wuzhou's heart sank. According to his previous guess, as long as his test results were a bit more normal, he would be able to reduce some of the danger of this unknown level. Now that's good. According to the character of his psychiatric director, even if his results were normal, I am afraid they would be interpreted as extremely dangerous psychiatric patients trying to hide their illnesses. If that's the case, it's a step in the right direction. The pop-ups were a lot of people fighting for Shin Wuzhou. Chief, redo the inspection. How can there be a problem with the ship? It's not right, I reported it. How come no one has dealt with it? Potato Corner patted Shin Wuzhou's shoulder and attached to his ear to whisper. Just in time, let's just say you've gotten worse. The internist had pressed the elevator. Shin Wuzhou looked at the scarlet numbers on the elevator and the old, peeling walls next to the elevator and only felt ominous. Ignoring Potato Corner, he asked, how many doctors are you checking out today? The intern doctor froze, seemingly wondering why Shin Wuzhou would ask this question. The elevator doors opened. The group walks in and the intern pokes down the number 6. Quite a lot. He said truthfully, according to Company X's request, we have 15 people today, including doctors and nurses. Some of the guys still want to ask for your autograph, vote. 15 people. 15. According to the rules of the game, which were previously added by Company X, the number of players will be automatically made up to 20 when the number of players is less than 5. Presumably, from the words of the interns, these people were put in with no knowledge whatsoever, thinking the game was up. Shin Wuzhou felt a chill at the bottom of his heart, and the chill spread all the way to his fingertips. Reality is fake and the world is a giant playground. The AI has randomly circled people in the real world, selected as players, in order to continue this game of unknown purpose. What the hell for? If he wins the game, what happens after that? After that, what kind of out-of-control direction will things go in? And more importantly right now, before Shin Wuzhou's eyes, the elevator door slowly opened. What about the rules? The rules of this game, when do they appear? Chapter 36 New Regulations. 15? This treatment. The narrator exclaimed, looking down at his cell phone. There was a mediocre response on the air and conspiracy theories. It takes 15 doctors for any test. There's always nothing wrong with being rigorous, but 15 plus the 5 of them is 20, don't you think that's an odd number? The real world, Anan, don't be nervous. Shin Wuzhou came over to take a look at the screen within the live broadcast. The camera is sweeping through the hospital corridor outside the elevator doors, which is warmly swept and sprinkled with warm tiled floors, and bright, slightly warm lights shining on the white walls, which is a welcome sight. Wow, this is a nice hospital setting, the narrator exclaimed. Shin Wuzhou moved his gaze back. The internist led them through the long corridor and straight to a consulting room at the far end. It can be. Kay was also a little surprised. It's such a nice setting? Very nice indeed. Old Duan smiled and looked around. I'll bring the kids over next week. The looks on everyone's faces were relaxed, except for Shin Wuzhou who, as always, did not smile. In his opinion, this place is disgusting. The tiles on the floor were missing and crumbling, and dust was accumulating in every corner. The walls were still crumbling, and in some places there was a little bit of unpeeled siding hanging and pulling. Through the break in the wall, Shin Wuzhou saw a group of medical doctors and nurses waiting in the clinic room. One of them, the middle-aged man in a mask sitting behind a broken desk, was his psychiatric director who had just been separated for a day. The director sat behind a computer, looking extremely serious. The moment the intern doctor pushed open the door, he raised his head and his eyes immediately locked onto Shin Wuzhou who was hidden in the line and looked Shin Wuzhou up and down again. That look, as if the police were looking at an extremely dangerous wanted man. The commentator could see the director's displeasure, glanced at Shin Wuzhou, and hurriedly stepped forward to relieve himself. Hello, director, hello again. He didn't waste time and cut to the chase quickly. Are you in charge of this inspection? The director glanced at the two staff behind Shin Wuzhou in the drone that was filming, and ultimately did not have a seizure. He looked at the small nurses on the other side who were talking excitedly and quietly to Shin Wuzhou, cleared his throat and gave up his seat. Yes, he said succinctly, fill out the inspection forms here. There are 3 in all, and it won't take long. He whirled around and pointed at Shin Wuzhou, the last one on the boat. His situation is more complicated. And besides, the director's face under the mask struggled to muster a smile. Company X has specifically instructed us to prepare some meals for you. He pointed to the corner, and Shin Wuzhou looked over along and found 3 takeaways neatly placed there. The suggestion was to finish the test first, and then the ship. Shin Wuzhou ignored the director of the broken defense. He casually opened a takeout and began chomping down on his burger. After testing, there's no telling what will change. At that point, do they really have a chance to eat? How is he going to think if his body can't be nourished? The audience took a look and were instantly delighted. Ha ha ha, ship, you were born to gram the director? Give me a laugh. By the looks of this food, you should be starving. Hey, the potato corner is already being tested. Look at the results. On the live feed, Potato Corner was already fist pumping and sitting down in front of the computer. Support Potato Corner for more blackmail. Upstairs, how do you call that blackmail? That's what he deserves. There's one thing, even if it's a truthful answer, everyone should have a bit of a problem with it. The audience quickly shifted their focus as the camera rolled. Shin Wuzhou stood in the corner, swallowing his food in a big gulp while watching Potato Corner pick the answer to the first question with great interest. For each of the next questions, Potato Horn chose the most abnormal option. His idea was simple. Company X wants him to play the game of life and death with such a major blunder. He wants more moral damages. What's wrong with that? 15 minutes later, Potato Corner was contentedly out of his seat, signaling Kay to go to work on the problem. He grabbed a portion of food and ate it as he padded over to chat with the row of little nurses. The live feeds were a joy to watch. Shin Wuzhou just focused on the result of Kay doing the question. The hints he had given earlier were clearly not taken to heart by either Kay or Potato Corner, and the action was very consistent in submitting very poor answers. Then there was the driver, Lao Duan, who answered the questions carefully. It's just that the old section said before that he filled in his answers, all in accordance with his own child's symptoms. His daughter's situation, judging from the results of the answers, didn't seem very promising. Next up is the narrator. He didn't have any particular desires, it was just that there were no contemporary bulls or horses that were in a normal state of mind. The seemingly sunny and cheerful narrator is at least mildly depressed. The director, with his intern, had a serious face as he organized the test reports of the 4 men. None too optimistic. He shook his head in judgment. Come and collect your own test results. Potato Corner was the first to step forward and take his test results. Ha ha, bipolar disorder, mild schizophrenia, I've taken a real beating. The words were spoken, but joy crawled across his face. Me too, I'm severely depressed. I hope Company X can give a statement. Kay chimed in from the sidelines, raising the test report in his hand to the live camera. I filled it out for my daughter, and I won't tell you the results. Old Duan's face was obviously not very nice, and he just forced a smile. His daughter is also at least moderately depressed, and the test results made him feel a little sad. The commentator smiled at the camera and didn't say another word. He was really mildly depressed, but this result, he didn't dare to publicize at all. I'm okay with that, There was a lot of pop-up talk. Okay? The director is saying it's not good. Of course it's not optimistic. How optimistic can it be? Company X pays out. Pay up. Ha! The driver and commentator weren't optimistic either, and that one wasn't expected. Adults are stressed. There was also concern for Shin Wuzhou. Where's the boat? Really, no more tests, just dry meals? On the live feed, Shin Wuzhou finished the last fries in his hand and poured down a mouthful of Coke. What do I say, director? The director's reaction was consistent with what Shin Wuzhou had expected. He was a little impatient. You haven't even reached your discharge date per se, and you're very good at hiding your condition. In a case like this, it's definitely a good idea to just take the medication again for a period of observation. Potato Corner chuckled and walked over to pat the director on the shoulder. Chief, why don't you just let him take another test? He scowled at Shin Wuzhou, expecting from the bottom of his heart that his savior would receive a little more compensation. Screw it, he's getting worse. We'll have to go to court with this, don't you think? Kay saw this and came over to help. Their 2 test results are enough to set off public opinion, and compensation is a no-brainer. So, Kay was in a happy mood. That's right, you see, boats are, after all dash. He's sick enough. The director's tone was a little stern, and snapped his eyes up. Severe schizophrenia, and anything else the AI does to him won't go beyond dash. His words came to a sudden, abrupt end. Then, as if seeing something incredible, the director's brow jumped gently and he raised his hand to hold down his glasses. It's as if glasses, when worn properly, eliminate inexplicable phantom vision. Shin Wuzhou saw it too. 2 uniformed staff members stood on either side of the open door to the clinic. The drone was positioned a little in front of the staff member, with the camera facing the interior of the clinic. This is a position where the drone can capture a view of the clinic, but not the staff. Nor could I photograph the scarlet projection that suddenly appeared in front of the gate. It's the rules. Here come the rules. The familiar blood red color was so striking that the crowd in the consulting room, which had been talking and laughing, froze in unison. Shin Wuzhou swept over with a glance, and this time, the rules were again very different from the previous times. Above the rules are a few slightly smaller lines, as if the AI ran out of broadcasts and converted the dictation into text. Congratulations! Congratulations to all players for successfully clearing the last round. As well, a warm welcome to the 17 new players who will be joining the 3 veteran players in the exciting and thrilling 4th round of the game. Everything was silent. Shin Wuzhou could even imagine the little boy's stereotypical cheerful tone. Please keep in mind the wishes of Company X and the staff. The next sentence reads, this time, we want it to be light, pleasant, and cheerful, and not to actively expose our game in any way. This matched Shin Wuzhou's previous guess. Before entering the hospital, the 2 hypocrites had warned. Underneath this passage is the real rule. There were 5 patients in serious condition in the clinic, and 15 dedicated healthcare workers. Healthcare and patients are invited to group themselves into 5 groups of 3 healthcare professionals and 1 patient each. Secondly, according to the test reports and feedback from the doctors, all 5 patients are in serious condition and need to take medication. The frequency of the patient's medication was 1 capsule once every 4 hours, counting from 12 o'clock in the evening. The total number of times each patient took the medication was 4. Third, 3 healthcare professionals from each group will need to take the capsules from the drawer in the clinic. The capsules in the hands of the 3 paramedics, 2 were poisonous and 1 was non-toxic. The patient will need to choose a capsule of their own choice to swallow. Fourth, the healthcare provider who gets the non-toxic capsules will not be the same person each time. Fifth, if a doctor has a medicine in his hand that no one chooses 3 times in a row, or if the patient taking the medicine has died, then he needs to eat the medicine in his hand himself. This is just one part of the rules. Below the scarlet font, there are 4 other rules that are completely blurred out. Those fonts were covered with a thick mosaic, so Shin Wuzhou could not see clearly. So, the part that's obscured, what exactly is it? Shin Wuzhou didn't delay. While the other players didn't react, he quickly revisited the rules and began to analyze them. This rule is like a gamble on life. So, is it possible to find some patterns and seemingly random probabilities? What? Next to Shin Wuzhou, Potato Corner subconsciously issued a syllable. His fries were still smothered in his mouth and he hadn't had a chance to swallow them, a flash of unbelieving fear in his eyes. He was reading too fast, and in the first few lines, he had already finished. But the game, isn't it over? Aren't they, now, in the real world? Why are there even rules? Why does the game continue? The expression on Potato Corner's face changed, and his entire face faded from blood. Is this some kind of bad joke? K is a little worse. Potato Corner just changed his face, however K had been somewhat forced to grab his collar and gasp for air, his eyes showing panic. The scarlet projection was unspeakably terrifying to him. K's brain froze, the rules in front of him felt like a blow of a hammer breaking up his brain cells, leaving him unable to think for a split second. It's not just veteran players. The 17 new players, too, all coincidentally fell into an eerie silence. Everyone in the room has seen the live stream. Everyone here knows what the scarlet projection is. But, how do you bring something out of the game? Isn't this reality here? What the hell is going on here? The commentator nervously gripped his cell phone, the pop-ups from it reflected on his retina. I go, is everything okay? What's wrong with K? He doesn't look right. A room full of people is out of place. My screen is stuck? What's wrong with you guys? Where's the commentator? Commentator, speak up. The director, with his psychiatrist's education, was the first to react. He raised a hand to wipe the sweat off his bare head and gave a dry smile to his staff, taking the lead in breaking the silence. I know you guys are doing it for the sake of the show. The two staff members stood silent and stereotypical, not moving a muscle. The warm, bright clinic room reflected in their silver gray masks. The director felt a little intimidated, but went on with righteous indignation. But it doesn't fit. He pointed to Kay, who had a pained expression and looked a little broken. Is it okay to make jokes like that? Behavior like this will only add to their trauma. The director's words ring true. Whichever one of you is pulling this prank, please stop it now. The clinic room fell silent again for a few moments, so quiet that only the director's heartbeat and Kay's gasps remained. The commentator didn't look at his cell phone again, and a pop-up screen flew by on the still-lit screen. Holy! I'm in a hurry, turn the dead camera. What mischief? What's wrong with the director all of a sudden? X company made a demon. Sick this company. The live feed remained frozen, like it was stuck. Next, out of sight of the audience, a staff member cocked his head at the director. It lifted its hand to remove the mask, revealing the unmistakably normal human face within. The upper part of this face is starting to crumple. That mouth ripped right up to the base of the ear at an angle impossible for a normal person. A long, spiky tongue slowly protruded from its mouth like a grotesque snake, gently hooking onto the back end of the drone. Then it pushed the drone forward until the director could reach out and touch those salivating fangs. On the live feed, the director's horrified expression took over the screen. Chapter 37, True or False? The director stared, his breath frozen. The scene was too appalling. Is it fake? The tongue was so close to him that the slippery mucous membrane, slightly convex veins, and poking fangs on it were extremely real, a texture impossible for a prop to make. Even, he could smell the fishy, acidic odor of the saliva. How can this be fake? The flesh of the director's face shivered pitifully, and his lips trembled so much that he was voiceless. The staff was still standing in the doorway, the metal mask in its hand, reflecting the frightened faces. Not just the head psychiatrist, but all the newcomers who had been pulled and had seen this appallingly long tongue. Just a few hours ago, in the second round of the game, the spectacled male player with the ID myopic eyes was stabbed through the body with such a tongue. The bloody scene is still fresh in my mind. And now, at the door of the clinic, they see pseudo-humans that should only exist in games. The two monsters wore the uniforms of Company X and brought them a game changer that symbolized death. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Potato Corner and K stared at the tongue, while then K couldn't suppress a whimper and raised his hand to smack himself hard. Snap! The crisp ringing echoed through the clinic. The face was a fiery pain, and the nightmare didn't wake up like K had hoped. The next second, a nurse reacted with a delayed scream of horror. Tears streamed down her cheeks and the nurse gripped her collar so hard she looked like she was going to break down. The commentator clutched his cell phone tightly, his face white. The tongue yanked the drone slowly backward, and on the live feed, more horrified faces appeared. What the hell? How did that happen? They're giving me the whole scared look. It's so creepy looking grass. What's going on? Does anyone know anyone in the clinic? Let's get them to turn on their cell phones and take a picture. Inside the clinic, everyone is not a cutie. Whether this is real or a trickster's prank is obvious to anyone with eyes. Everything is a silent statement of the fact that they were really pulled into the game. Even if, an hour ago, they were on the phone with someone from X, fantasizing about the fun they'd have once they saw the ship. No one knows why virtual games are brought to life. No one knows why such horrible creatures as pseudo-humans are real. But the truth was presented to them, and they had to accept it even if they didn't. In the meantime, a line of warning suddenly popped up above the known rules. Please keep the rules in mind and save the situation within 2 minutes. Otherwise, this game scene exit will be permanently closed. A scarlet 2-minute countdown appeared next to another staff member. Potato Corner's face turned steeply white, and an expletive spilled out. Asterisk 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 asterisk, heck of a way to die. Where are the police? I want to call the police. Give me my cell phone to call the police. Don't ing with me, I'm really going to kill someone if I don't get a statement. Shun Wuzhou instantly understood. The AI emphasized several times that it was important not to expose it to the audience, and that the blooper reel would be lighthearted and enjoyable. Right now, with the exception of him and the unseen intern who were still calm, I'm afraid that the others' displays of horror have affected the show quite badly. He now has a gun and can indeed just deter or even kill pseudo-people. However, if everything is set in the real world, then extra caution is needed. Reality is not like a game. If the entire reality could be manipulated by the AI, it would be much more powerful than one could imagine, not something they could fight against now. And more importantly, Shin Wuzhou didn't even know the exact range of the game scene, much less the way to open the forced closed scene. So in the moment, caution is the order of the day. And the best way to round back the effects of the show is to explain it all away as a forced prank. Potato Corner, calm down. What are you calling the police for? Shin Wuzhou didn't hesitate and took 3 or 2 steps forward, violently yanking the arm of the pseudo-human who had taken off his mask and yanking it in front of the drone. The pseudo-men dragged half of their tongues that they hadn't had time to retract, and just exposed themselves to all the viewers. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The pop-up cursed. What the hell? Grass, I see something? What's with the pseudo-human? Isn't the game over? On the live broadcast screen, Shin Wuzhou smiled and patted the pseudo-man's shoulder. That's not good, man. He snickered in an easy tone, bending down to pick up the greaseproof paper used to wrap the burger, wrapping his hand around it and giving the pseudo-man's tongue a firm squeeze. The paper was quickly corroded, and Shin Wuzhou moved his hand quickly to move away and step on the corroded paper to prevent the camera from capturing it. If there was a smart audience, he could still serve as a warning by doing so. Vomit dash one of the nurses didn't hold back and bent over to vomit. Shin Wuzhou glared at the pseudo-man. You guys at X have gone a little too far with your pranks. Look at that, the other nurse threw up. And K, it's not too much to ask for more compensation, is it? What's wrong with playing a character that you have to get such a head covering? Shin Wuzhou looked back at the commentator whose face was still pale and dull, and very quickly snatched the cell phone from his hand. His unraveling worked a bit, and on the air, the comments were a cuss, but generally much better than they had just been. What's wrong with Company X? This kind of prank makes my heart skip a beat when I look at it through the screen. Nasty, 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 nasty. Asterisk 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 almost thought the pseudo-man ran out, it was so realistic. More compensation, by the way, is there a link to the pseudo-human headgear? God Gold program, pissed off. Returned it without watching it. The countdown by the gate, however, did not disappear. 1 minute and 30 seconds. The scarlet numbers were creepy against the dilapidated walls. But the wind reviews, obviously, have turned. Is it? Does everyone have to act relaxed for the AI to determine that the lifestyle is relaxed? Thinking of this, Shin Wuzhou immediately turned back and patted the director's shoulder as if nothing had happened. Director, you're usually fierce, can't tell you're so timid? He winked at the director where the camera couldn't get a shot. It's just a prank. Shin Wuzhou pulled a hand on K, at times like this, calm down. Let's all smile, it'll be fine if we smile. On camera, Shin Wuzhou could only use this verbose language to prompt everyone. But if one of them dragged him down, he couldn't live alone. The director looked at Shin Wuzhou and his lips mumbled. Shin Wuzhou was indeed his patient, and when he was hospitalized, the two fought every day. He hated the patient who was unconscious and not actively cooperating in his recovery. But the healer was kind, and when Shin Wuzhou really faced the threat of death, he didn't let go of any of the frames. He couldn't deny that the young man was indeed saber-rattling and a little too smart for his own good. Now they are equally threatened with death. Based on previous past results, the patient in front of him, whom he thought was completely hopeless, was probably the only god who could take them alive right now. The director is very reluctant to die. Cooperate with him and you can survive. Survive and then seek help to return to a normal life. The director jerked his face at Shin Wuzhou and barely managed to squeeze out a strange smile. Yeah, he stumbled, you're right. Ha, 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 really, what's X doing with this stuff? Shin Wuzhou glanced nervously at the countdown. 1 minute. Well, his calm coping clearly gave the others a shot in the arm. It's all adults here, no real cuties. Shin Wuzhou's sentence at a time like this, calm down, was heard by everyone. This is an exhortation, followed by smile, everyone, which is an obvious guide to survival. He's a boat. The only player within the prison to break the seal system. Kay leaned against the wall, cold sweat wetting his back. But a smile bloomed on that bloodless face. Be cool indeed. He said, that really scared me just now. Right, Potato Corner? Potato Horn gave a dry laugh. Scared me too. Ha, little sister, don't cry and don't throw up. 40 seconds. The female nurse wiped away her tears, unable to hide her fear, but not dragging her feet too much. The internist shrugged his shoulders and laughed. Don't tell me, it's really weirdly funny. 30 seconds. At the clinic door, the pseudo-human slowly retracted its tongue and reattached its mask. The countdown around it and the scarlet warning above the rule disappeared in tandem. The others were visibly relieved. The commentator looked at Shin Wuzhou as if for help and asked, Boat, do you have any ideas about our next program schedule? In the pop-up, viewers felt even stranger. Karma? Is there nothing scheduled for the next program? What about the care of the sick? What kind of sand dollar is that? And what does Company X do for a living? No family. The commentator has a weird look on his face. He doesn't want to act. The commentator's cell phone was still in Shin Wuzhou's hand, and he naturally noticed the disbelief of the others on the pop-up screen. The good thing is, the rules don't come up again with warnings and countdowns. What the commentator wanted to ask was nothing more than Shin Wuzhou's thoughts on the pass. Indeed. Earlier, before the others could react, Shin Wuzhou had already rationalized the rules of the game to a great extent. In his own right, he was the patient. According to the rules, they will be divided into 5 groups of 3 healthcare workers and 1 patient each. If the patient wants to live, he must choose the only non-toxic one from the 3 capsules and swallow it. Rule number 2, the total number of times a patient can take medication is 4. If you just look at the above limitations, he only needs to select non-toxic capsules all 4 times. Even, rule number 4. The healthcare provider who gets the non-toxic capsules won't be the same person each time. That is, it only takes one pick to get it right, and going forward the probability of getting it right becomes greater, going from a 1/3 probability of surviving to a 1/2 probability of surviving. If you look at it differently and put yourself in the shoes of the healthcare role, there are only 3 things they need to be aware of. The first point is the timing of the patient's medication. 12 midnight is the first time, then every 4 hours, and this one is relatively easy. The second point is rule number 5. If no one chooses the medicine in a doctor's hand 3 times in a row, he needs to eat the medicine in his hand himself. That doesn't contradict the fact that the paramedic who gets the non-toxic capsule every time won't be the same person. A group of 3 healthcare ABCs, the first time they take a non-toxic drug is A, the second time is B. For the third time, it can still be an A. At this point, if the patient gets away with choosing all of them correctly, it is inevitably poison in the hands of healthcare provider C, who has not been chosen 3 times. Paramedic C, certain death. That is, if the patient picks the right one 3 times in a row and survives, the healthcare provider could die. Second half of rule V. If the patient taking the medication has died, then the healthcare provider will still need to eat the medication in their hand themselves. This means that if the patient is unfortunate enough to choose the poison on the first try, the 2 remaining healthcare workers who are not chosen will have to eat the medicine in their hands themselves. At this point, one of them is bound to die. Here's the problem. Rule number 1, capsules, in the clinic drawer. The only place in the clinic that had drawers was the battered desk in the middle of the house. Under phantom vision, the drawer boards are damaged. Through the defects in the wooden boards, Shin Wuzhou could see the neatly yards of capsules inside. The capsules are labeled with different numbers that are supposed to correspond to the order in which each group of healthcare workers took the medication. However, the numbering does not indicate whether it is toxic or not. These capsules are all white shells with green numbers from the outside, and there is no difference at all. This situation, his illusion vision, it seemed, was completely out of action. That is to say, the known rules are a complete probability gamble. What does he have to do to make sure he's going to live? And all those confusing hidden rules. Just because it's hidden, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. What if you accidentally break a rule you can't see during the game? And, again, the 5 rules that have been given this time do not say anything about how to get through. Will there be any real passes in the remaining 4 rules? Shin Wuzhou glanced down at the time. It was now 10 minutes before 12 o'clock, the first time they needed to take their medication. It seems like, can really only take 1 step at a time. Our test reports have all come out. Shin Wuzhou acted calmly, deliberately ignoring what the commentator really wanted to ask. As it says, everyone is sick. There are 15 medics here, so why don't we just split up into groups? 3 medics to a patient, then watch and let them set it up. This is meant to urge everyone to group according to the rules as soon as possible without delay. The intern doctor was the first to cross to Shin Wuzhou's side. I'll team up with you. The director whirled and reacted, tugging on Shin Wuzhou's sleeve. My patients, I look after them myself. As a patient, Shin Wuzhou was sick. As a player, Shin Wuzhou was a genius. It's a big leg to hold. A paramedic quickly came over and grabbed the 3rd position beside Shin Wuzhou. A new scarlet projection appeared next to the rule by the door. On the projection, the player eyes off the first group and the corresponding numbers of each medic were typed out. Group 1, Boat, intern number 1, psychiatric director number 2, nurse number 3. The internist took out his cell phone and quickly typed 2 lines. He showed the 2 lines to Shin Wuzhou and said on his lips, add a contact, ship. In the memo, those 2 lines are yet completely irrelevant to the contact information. In your medical records, it says the condition is severe hallucinations. Can you see anything? Like, something besides the 5 rules? At the bottom of the memo, there was a blurry picture taken. The picture should have just been taken surreptitiously and covers the rules in front of the clinic door. It was different from what Shin Wuzhou saw. The 5 rules in the photo are clean and there are no other 4 at all that are blurred out below and look like mosaics. Chapter 38 Article 6. In other words, only he could see the 4 vague hidden rules. But how is he going to give the pass a boost when he can't read the exact words? As for the questions interns ask, Shin Wuzhou subconsciously wanted to see the intern doctor. He eventually held back, not showing any sign of suspicion on his face. The intern, indeed, was the more calm of all the people in the clinic. From the time the game actually started until now, he's shown a bit more composure. That's a pretty smart guess on the part of the internist. However, there was no absolute trust in the game, and it was impossible for Shin Wuzhou to expose his bottom card. Opposite. The internist seemed fairly calm, but his slightly trembling hands betrayed his emotions. This rule, which he also reads, is a downright big gamble. He had carefully observed Shin Wuzhou's passage. Quite unexpected, one might even describe it as tricky. The vast majority of people in the game, I'm afraid, would never think of doing that. Shin Wuzhou is very perverse. However, if you substitute his condition, it makes perfect sense again. Phantom vision. What if he could see the hidden rules, or just see the past answers? Is this possible? If he could, at the very least, the odds of getting through and surviving could be a little higher. The intern doctor looked at Shin Wuzhou with some anticipation. However, the other party just gently shook his head. I can't add it, Shin Wuzhou said, not answering his question. I haven't gotten my own cell phone back yet. There's no way. The internist understands that this means denial. The other three didn't say anything for a while. Shin Wujiao looked at the time. There were only 5 minutes left before the time for the patient to take the medicine for the first time. On the live feed was the 5 groups they had already divided into. Maybe the atmosphere of the live stream was too strange. There were a lot of pop-ups trolling. What's going on? It feels weird. The vibe has changed since the prank. It's just a pseudo-human holster. Cheer up everyone. I'm a bit of a conspiracy theorist. Don't you guys think that line about ships is weird? I always felt like they were playing a game, but how can there be a game in the real world? In the clinic, a staff member claps his hands as if on command and strides to the camera. It rips the commentator out of the crowd, forcing him to face the drone, and then raises his hand to point to the rules in front of him. Company X has arranged a simulated variety game for the contestants in order to make their treatment more interesting. It still seems unnatural in tone. I hope the players recover quickly and that the audience can enjoy the game. The narrator felt the unspeakable threat of death and could not suppress a shiver. The pseudo-man's implication was clear, that he was asked to give a more reasonable and specific explanation for the next actions of the 20 players. The narrator looks at the scarlet projection in front of him and gives the drone a very unnatural smile. The rules of this game are, in fact, quite simple. He stumbled over the scarlet lettering, removing the part that looked sensitive. The patient needs to choose any one of the 3 pills to swallow. Whichever paramedic looks good to them. I mean, there's no difference between these 3 pills, they're all very symptomatic, please. If a doctor is not selected 3 times, then. The commentator was racking his brain for something to say, and his forehead was already covered in cold sweat. He then needs to take his medication with the patient. Viewers watching the live stream could tell something was wrong. I have a feeling the WHO conspiracy theory is coming true. It's very illogical that Company X says it's psychotherapy, but then has patients play games. It feels like a real game. +1, but I can't find a reasonable explanation at the moment. How can a real game take place in the real world? And if it's a real game, why don't you call the police and ask for help to stay here and play? Could it be limited by the rules? The ship has always had an active atmosphere, and the ship is not a confused person. Could an active atmosphere be a rule requirement? The narrator swallowed hard, cold, and sweaty. If the patient sleeps and sleeps after taking the medicine, then the doctor. The narrator struggled to think of a plausible reason. Under the extreme panic, his brain was completely frozen. Just also sleeps with patients. The eeriness became more and more pronounced, to the point where it was impossible to ignore. What kind of stuff is this? Is that S dead? I helped call the police. Let's wait for them to get there and see what's going on. Doubtful. Company X isn't that bold, and the existing technology isn't enough to bring virtual games to reality. But it's all too weird, with the terrified crowds, the ass-kicking rules, the completely out-of-character game setup, and the realistic pseudo-human headgear. It's all screwed up and twisted. There was no way for the audience to explain the reality of the game as such, so they could only speculate if they were threatened by something. Shin Wuzhou sighed. The rules that the commentators magically changed to force a cover-up really just don't make sense logically. The live heat wasn't supposed to be low after all the big things that happened to X earlier. Now, the commentator's bizarre performance has instead attracted another wave of viewers. Well, neither the Scarlet Countdown nor the warning appeared again. Therefore, Shin Wuzhou didn't care anymore about the commentator's absurd behavior. Right now, staying alive is most important. Other than that, get out and talk. In between each dose, there were 4 hours. There were many things that could be done in 4 hours, enough for Shin Wuzhou to feel out the boundaries of the game scene. If he was lucky, he could even find a way through within the first 4 hours. What's disgusting about this rule is, whether the character is a doctor or a patient, the probability of death is quite high. Doctors and patients, instead of being opposites, are more like 2 sides of a gambling table. Irrelevant to the identity of the play, the ability to win the game depends entirely on one's luck. The only way to ensure that you will survive the first round of medication is to avoid this impermanent probability altogether. Shin Wuzhou's gaze swept over the neatly organized capsules in the drawer, and then rescanned over the rules again. The concept of gambling only exists if you don't know the answer. Shin Wuzhou didn't know the answer, but he can manipulate the answer. There are capsules in the drawer. Capsules that are openable. In the rules, it only says that the patient needs to swallow a capsule, and it doesn't emphasize whether it's solid or hollow. What if he poured out the powder in the capsule and just swallowed the empty capsule? In that case, wouldn't it be possible to avoid the risk of choice altogether? Within the other group, Potato Corner looked nervously ahead at the rules, with the same calculation in mind. The 5 rules that have been shown may seem clear, but there are still openings to be exploited. The rules also do not spell out a specific method of determining patient and physician status, no ID cards, no nothing. That is, the two identities may be interchangeable. In the earlier levels of the game, the ship is the one that displaces its identity twice, taking them right off the ground. And in this rule, it's clear that doctors have a mostly better chance of surviving than patients. Then if he follows suit. The first time he took the pill, he could at least live, right? Thinking about it, Potato Corner had a plan. There were 3 minutes left until they had to take their pills. And the difference between a doctor and a patient is nothing more than a costume and a work badge. Just knock a guy out, strip him of his clothes and put them on yourself, won't that do it? Potato Corner gritted his teeth as if he had made up his mind about something. In the next second, he clenched his fist and slammed it into the skull of the male nurse next to him. The punch was so forceful that the male nurse's body swayed and he leaned against the wall in pain, not even able to scream. Hey dash, another female nurse called out. Potato Corner rushed forward and peeled off the male nurse's coveralls, slipping them over his body 3 times. I'm a nurse. I'm a medic. He shouted in a near frenzy, leave me alone. The ship, does that work? Shin Wuzhou did not respond. At the same time that Potato Corner shouted, there was a change in the scarlet projection. The mosaic was gradually erased and a 6th rule appeared. Chapter 39, Regulation. 6. Only patients who are so ill that they cannot control their emotions will use violence against healthcare workers. The first half of the rule looked at Shin Wuzhou's heart jumped. If such behavior occurs, ask the healthcare provider on that patient's team to immediately take the medications in the order labeled and give the patient a random capsule to swallow with the assistance of Company X staff. Everyone in the clinic noticed the new rule. In a way, it was like it was tailor-made for Potato Corner. The meaning is clear. This means that Potato Horn will lose the right to choose his medicine in the first round, and be randomly drugged by 2 pseudo-humans. For a moment, eyes of either sympathy or fear fell upon Potato Corner. The clinic was suddenly quiet, with only the somewhat ragged breathing of Potato Corner remaining. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the emerging rule. Potato Corner's behavior is extreme and even more chilling for the audience. I can almost confirm that they're having problems. It's intellectually unlikely that it's a virtual game being brought to life, but there is a game for sure. I also think that the rules are there, and that Potato Corner is obviously PTSD to be so extreme. And it would have been unusual for a male nurse to have an accident and have no one there to take care of it. I guess I was threatened. There was a gun where the camera couldn't capture it. I helped call the police. This is horrible. In the consultation room, Shin Wuzhou lowered his eyes. There are 2 possibilities. The first is that these hidden rules have long since established the content, and Potato Horns just happened to hit the bullseye. So, AI published one of them directly related to Potato Corner's behavior. If the content of the rules has already been determined, then they only have to try them out with behavior, one by one. The second, these scarlet mosaic patterns are really just that, patterns, and underneath the mosaic, there is no substance. AI that automatically generates rules based on their behavior. If so, the AI could instead use the player's mind to fill in the holes in the rules that already exist. In this situation, the only thing Shin Wuzhou could be sure of was that the AI could fill a total of 4 rules. Which one is it? This is on purpose. Potato Corner had broken down. How could this suddenly? This is on purpose. On purpose. Above the rules, that familiar warning popped up again. Only this time, the time limit was hardened and cut in half. Please keep the rules in mind and save the situation within 1 minute. Otherwise, that game scene exit will be permanently closed. The scarlet countdown appeared again, and the faces of the crowd once again changed in unison. That's enough out of you. A nurse from one of the other groups shouted at Potato Corner in horror, you shut up. What on purpose? You're just going to get everyone in trouble. Potato Corner's heart was pounding and his eyes were glazing over. In the warm yellow light of the consulting room, his red bloodshot eyes looked eerie. Beside Potato Corner, the male nurse covered his head and slid limply down the old, crumbling wall tiles, throwing up. The commentator's face had become so ugly that it was unrecognizable, and his grip on the phone trembled as he froze, unable to utter a word. And it's only a minute before they take their first dose. Shin Wuzhou didn't hesitate any longer and snatched the commentator's cell phone on the spot and patted the director's shoulder again. Director, what are you waiting for? He said as if nothing had happened. Deal with him. He couldn't take the blow and went crazy. Where's the staff from Company X? Come over here and help with the feeding. Shin Wuzhou's role was that of a patient. He didn't dare to deal with another patient rashly, and could only do so by reminding the doctor in this way. Any more dilly-dallying and it's certain death again. The commentator still has a live stream playing on his cell phone. And at the moment, the abnormality in the consulting room could not have been more obvious. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The more I look at it, the more I panic. What kind of background does Company X have? On second thought, everyone is so wrong. What did the police say? It didn't say. The caller was so overwhelmed that the phone was busy. A bunch of people have gone back to the officials, so wait and see. This whole thing is scary and I'm kind of sitting on it. Inside the live feed, the director who was reminded froze before he could react, but the intern was quite resourceful. As soon as he yanked on the vomiting male nurse and the other two female doctors, he sauntered over to the desk and quickly pulled open the drawer. In the drawer, a capsule that had appeared at some point was neatly yards away, exactly 4 capsules in a row. The capsules were printed with different numbers that corresponded to the paramedic numbers given by the AI. To the left of each row of capsules, a different group is labeled. The divided groups are projected right next to the gate rules. There are 30 seconds left in the countdown. Hurry up. The intern was obviously in a hurry as well, grabbing his own medication and heading back. Chief. Xinhua Zhou once again voiced a reminder, don't dawdle. The patient needs to be dealt with. One of the coiffed female doctors responded. She glanced quickly at the male nurse beside her, a flicker of calculation in her eyes. That punch in the corner of the potato was hard, and this symptom of the male nurse is most likely a concussion. It's hard for him to think in a situation like this. The rules say it all. If the patient dies, the doctor needs to swallow the capsule in his hand. If the patient doesn't choose a particular doctor 3 times, then the doctor still needs to swallow the capsule in his or her hand. The coiffed female doctor grabbed the drawer that corresponded to her numbered pills. If that was the case, she might as well take a gamble. Anyway, Potato Corner didn't have a choice in the matter this time, did he? If this pill in her hand is poison and Potato Corner happens to swallow it and die, then she could just live and let live. With that thought in mind, the coiffed female doctor rushed over and yanked on the pseudo-man and sprinted back. The clinic was in disarray. The medical staff reacted to Shen Wuzhou's reminder and crowded around the table to get the medicine, and the clinic was a mess. Feed me my medicine. Dr. Coiffure shouted, feed him my medicine. Shen Wuzhou dragged the intern doctor who was the first to take the medicine and squeezed behind the crowd, grabbing the capsule in the intern doctor's hand. With his hands behind his back, he opened the capsule with stealthy and skillful movements and emptied the powder inside. The internist, inexperienced, froze. No dude, you picked that dry? Without thinking? Thinking is useless. Shen Wuzhou whispered, glancing at the crowd that hadn't completely dispersed. Help with the coke, please. The coke is sitting on the windowsill. When the intern doctor turned around, Shen Wuzhou quickly turned back to check. The capsule powder he poured out was an eerie red color, and the tiny clusters stood out a bit on the old, broken tile floor. The particles are not too fine, and there is little residue on the white capsule shell. Shen Wuzhou lifted his foot and stepped on the medicinal powder, avoiding the drone, and closed the capsule shell again with a quick movement. He shoved a whole capsule into his mouth and took the coke from the intern's hand with a natural look and took a big gulp. The internist froze again. Is really that dry? Shen Wuzhou leaned on the windowsill and didn't say anything. The clinic was in complete disarray. A uniformed staff member had forcibly shoved the capsule down Potato Point's throat, forcing him to swallow it. Possibly this action took effect, and next to the projection, the countdown with only 10 seconds left disappeared. The crowd was a little disorganized, and Shen Wuzhou heard a wolfish whimper from Potato Corner. As he looked over, the pseudo-human's metal visor reflected a bright, warm background and a terrified face. 2 lines of tears spilled from the bloodshot eyes at the corner of the potatoes, contrasting sharply with the expectant face of the coiffured female doctor next to her. The corner of the dingy, dank clinic room twitched slightly at the corner of the potato. The next second, he stiffened straight in the arms of the pseudo-human in the gray uniform, staring, dead. Chapter 40, Vulnerabilities. The coiffed female doctor let out a long sob before sliding down against the wall, covering her face with both hands and whimpering. She couldn't tell if she was devastated or thrilled, but she survived. She survived and will continue to live. At the thought, the coiffed female doctor couldn't help but tremble and forced herself to stop crying. She buried her head to wipe her face clean and squeezed out a somewhat spastic smile at the drone. This damn game will pop up with a death warning for their unhappy, unrelaxed performance. Never lose the credit. Shen Wuzhou did not move to take everything in and gently sighed in relief. No new rules appeared in the scarlet projection ahead. Shen Wuzhou had actually thought about it. In case the poison wasn't the powder but the capsule shell, he would just as easily die outright. It's just that the situation at hand is so extreme. Shen Wuzhou didn't have time to do more. Taking advantage of the chaos to pour out the powder in the capsule was already the best choice he could make under that circumstance. So, he could only risk his life. It's a good thing it's not. Judging by the reaction of Potato Corner, the drug kicked in quickly. Shen Wuzhou was still alive now and had actually achieved what he wanted. It's 4 hours until the next dose. 4 hours is not a short time to find out anything more. And, even if he couldn't find out anything in 4 hours, and even if he still had to take his medication the next time, the situation was now completely non-passive for him. Next, with just one small step, he could ensure that he survived the next 3 doses of his medication without a hitch. Inside the live feed, that woman doctor, crying and laughing, so wrong. What's wrong with Potato Corner? Why is he so stiff? It doesn't feel like it's in the right state wholly. It's not wrong anymore, is it? He had such a pained look on his face just now. The police haven't come yet either. It's really hot to watch. Potato Corner isn't supposed to be dead, is it? Anyone studying medicine? It's all just so unusual. The number of viewers on the live stream skyrocketed again, but unfortunately, the people in the clinic no longer had time to pay attention. Shin Wuzhou stood in the corner and watched as the director and another nurse got the capsule and struggled to squeeze over. The director looked at Shin Wuzhou and his head was covered in sweat. He pulled out the capsule in his pocket and put it in his hand, looked at the nurse next to him, and then nervously looked at Shin Wuzhou. If Shin Wuzhou chose him and it happened that the medicine in his hand was poison, he would really feel bad. But there's no way around it, Ship. The director said with difficulty, choose. 3 choices. The clinic is still a mess. In the potato corner group, the coiffed female doctor survived. But according to the rules, the patient was dead, and the male nurse, who was in very poor condition, and the other short-haired doctor, both needed to swallow the capsules in their hands. The capsule in the hand of the disc-haired female doctor was poisonous, which meant that the other 2 capsules, one poisonous and the other non-toxic, were poisonous. The male nurse and the short-haired doctor, in the end, only one can survive. The male nurse leaned against the wall with a waxy face, while the short-haired doctor's face was full of hesitation and struggle. There's no choice left. But will they live? The rest of the group was just as bad, with the driver, Dwayne, struggling to pick pill number 1 and Kay suppressing a loud sob. On the narrator's cell phone, pop-ups crossed the screen quickly. How could a normal person pick a random pill to take and get all tangled up like this? It's not tangled, they're in pain. It's so spooky. I'm studying medicine and it looks like someone here is already dead. We're zooming in on the screenshot. The ship is the only ship that is calm. Taking advantage of the drone's efforts to shoot other images, Shin Wuzhou quickly reached out and took away the 2 capsules in the hands of the director and nurse A. These 2 capsules were the key to making sure he could survive afterward. The director came down in a cold sweat. You can only choose one. What are you doing? He's already taken his pills. The internist whispered, I have it in my hand, and as luck would have it, it's not poisoned. The director breathed a sigh of relief and felt his heart lighten up. Shin Wuzhou was his patient after all, and he was quite happy that this kid was fine. Also, it meant that all 4 of them survived the first round of pills. Good luck, kid. The director gave Shin Wuzhou a rare smile. Shin Wuzhou sat down on the spot, making sure that he didn't move his feet and still stepped on the spread of medicinal powder. I'll rest and relax, he said, sleepy. Ignoring the director again, he buried his head between his knees, his hands holding the capsule passing under them to make sure everyone around him couldn't see his movements. Then, Shin Wuzhou skillfully opened the 2 capsules and poured out the powder inside. The powder in capsule 2 was yellow, and the powder in capsule 3 was the same as the one in capsule 1 that Shin Wuzhou had poured out, which was a weird red color. If there was a correlation between the toxicity of the medicinal powder and the color of the powder, then the no. 1 capsule that Shin Wuzhou had swallowed should be a poison capsule. Shin Wuzhou swallowed the poison capsule but didn't die, and the AI didn't generate new rules as a result. This likely means that the AI will randomly generate poison capsules based on set algorithms and procedures, but will not specifically keep track of exactly which capsule it is each time. In other words, there is no way for the AI to verify whether the player swallowed a poison capsule or not. It can only be determined whether the capsule selected by the player is toxic or not, based on the performance of the player's death or life. As long as the player doesn't show any obvious signs, the AI, there's hardly any way to detect it. Even the rules don't give a way to dispose of extra capsules. Shin Wuzhou had swallowed capsule number 1. What to do with capsule number 2 and capsule number 3, everyone didn't know. It's a small loophole. A loophole that Shin Wuzhou could exploit. According to the rules, every time, the non-toxic capsule will not be in the same healthcare provider's hands. If the AI was judging whether or not Shin Wuzhou was cheating through his behavior, as long as Shin Wuzhou didn't choose capsule number 1 next time and chose number 2 or number 3, he would be perfectly stuck with the bug. If Shin Wuzhou chose no. 2 for the second time, he only needed to swallow the empty shell capsule of no. 2 in his hand that had already poured out the powder, leaving the solid capsule behind, and he could muddle through. Similarly, for the third time he could have chosen number 3, and likewise swallowed the empty shell capsule, leaving the solid capsule behind. In the meantime, find an opportunity to empty the second number 2 solid capsule. On the 4th dose, go ahead and select capsule number 2 again, leaving the solid capsule from the 4th dose and swallowing the hollow capsule from the 3rd emptying. That way, even if they do have to take the pill 4 times, there is no risk. Not only could Shin Wuzhou himself live, but the other 3 people in this group, too. Shin Wuzhou moved quickly and stuffed the pills into his pants pocket. He casually clustered the small handful of powder on the floor at his feet, stood up, and continued to observe the clinic. The director was startled. Aren't you sleeping? Shin Wuzhou didn't tell the truth. To say that is to show your face in front of the AI. I'm suddenly not sleepy, he said. Who can sleep in this situation? The director wiped the sweat mixed with oil on his bald head and squeezed towards Shin Wuzhou. It was time to say no, or the boy was awake to make him feel safer. In the clinic, both Lao Duan and Kay had swallowed their pills. The old section had better luck. Nothing had happened to him, just a quivering face and a cold sweat glowing in the warm yellow light of the consulting room. Not so with Kay. He lay stiff and cold with his limbs stretched out. That look is not like normal sleep in any way. Of the 3 paramedics around K, the 2 female nurses looked ill, and only the male doctor had a fluke on his face. It seems that K chose the medicine that the male doctor was holding. The commentator's cell phone is still in Shin Woo-jo's hand. He glanced down at the live broadcast, and the audience completely exploded. There's a problem. There's definitely something wrong. I'm a medical student, and after zooming in, I suspect that K and Potato Corner are really dead. Agree with the previous, I also studied medicine and their symptoms are very much in line with the state of death. I hope that the officials will look into it closely. Anyone with eyes can see that there's a problem, right? Definitely being held hostage by the staff of Company X. I've reported all the departments I can. +1, me too. Inside the clinic. Even though he had already seen many deaths in one day, such a sight still made Shin Woo-jo's heart sink. And the group the commentators were in was noisy, much different from the silence of the other groups. You hurry up! One of the nurses' voices had been tinted with a slight sob. She glanced fearfully at the pseudo-human standing next to her, her tone growing sharper. 12 o'clock in 1 minute. You're so sick you should have taken your medicine at 12. Yes. Another female nurse shouted, hurry up. Can you hurry up? The commentator was slow to be able to make a choice. His face was horribly white, nearly bloodless in color. Shin Woo-jo knew that the commentator was terrified. The next second, a howl of pain came from the consulting room. It's the narrator. Not having experienced this, he was completely devastated. He howled in pain again and grabbed the doctor in front of him. I don't want medicine. He cried pleadingly, my illness is a minor one, just a minor one. I don't want the medicine. I'll give you money, I'll give you all I have. Really? You have a cell phone, right? I'll transfer it right away. The doctor didn't say a word, and the narrator pounced on him, tugging hard on the doctor's sleeve, his nose and eyes amush. You do whatever you want with that money. I have $5 million. $5 million, you can transfer it out immediately, give it to your parents and children immediately, do whatever you want. Or I'll give you the money equally, and you'll open the capsule for me, so I can see what difference it makes. The medicine is poisonous, isn't it? The pop-up lamented, the medicine is poisonous, isn't it? Anyway, there's a problem and the police have been called. 5 million. It's important to realize that a significant portion of the population will have a hard time earning $5 million in cash in their lifetime. $5 million, even for a doctor with a modest income, is quite a temptation. The doctor pressed his eyebrows together, a slightly shaken expression on his face. He looked at the 2 nurses next to him and swallowed. The younger female nurse shook her head, while the older nurse was visibly a little perturbed. She's not getting any younger. The family is burdened with a son in addition to a mortgage and car payment. She knew very well that she couldn't survive the game with her intelligence alone. And this time the game is a special game in reality, and I'm afraid that Company X doesn't give compensation to dead players like they did before. If so, the older nurse closed her eyes. If that's the case, why didn't she accept the money? She and the doctor split it equally, $2.5 million each. Even if you die, you can leave something for your family. At the thought, the nursemaid spoke decisively. I promise. She said, I'll open my capsule and show you. You give me $2.5 million immediately. Or the nursemaid glanced at the doctor next to her. I'll dump the powder in the capsule for you, $5 million, and you give it all to me. Shin Woo-jo's heart jumped. No way. If you let the nursemaid pour the powder, hell knows what new rules will come into play. He was about to open his mouth to stop it when the male doctor beat into it, speaking dryly. $2.5 million. He shouted, we'll both open the capsule for you. It can only go so far, the rest, you decide. Right now, money is not important, being able to live is the point. The narrator didn't hesitate any longer. He took back the cell phone that had been taken away by Shin Woo-jo earlier and quickly transferred all $5 million on the account. However, before the nurse and doctor could open the capsule, the scarlet projection in front of them took on a new dimension. In Shin Woo-jo's eyes, the mosaic was slowly erased. The scarlet squares became clearer little by little, revealing the text, striking against the crumbling background. A new rule. 7. It is strictly forbidden for healthcare workers to take bribes from patients. In the event that such a situation occurs, healthcare workers are requested to follow the arrangements, play the role of the patient and form a new treatment team with other healthcare workers. Additionally, X staff will assist in force-feeding the medication due to the strong resistance shown by the patient. Below this rule, the AI has added a few new lines of hints. The order of action for each player and staff member is as follows. X's staff instilled the medication first. After installation, if the patient dies, ask the 2 healthcare workers who still have the medication in their hands to swallow it. Once all players playing as paramedics have finished swallowing their medication, they will be grouped again according to the arrangement. Shin Woo-jo read it, meaning no one can escape. Now, exactly 2 patients have died, Potato Corner and K. With any luck, 2 paramedics can take the place of Potato Corner and K and keep playing. If, unfortunately, the narrator dies, the 2 paramedics just happen to need to swallow pills again. Then the death of one of them is inevitable. Just the rules. Shin Woo-jo pondered silently. AI that is generating rules based on their behavior? If so, where would the path to life be? The pseudo-man in his work uniform stepped forward and took the capsule from the young nurse who had refused to accept the bribe. It then violently broke open the narrator's mouth and fed the capsule in. The narrator was incontinent with fear. Shen Wuzhou saw his throat bulge and made a swallowing motion. Within seconds, he showed the same symptoms as Potato Corner and K. He stiffened his limbs and didn't move. Chapter 41 Exploration. The narrator died and the phone slid to the tile floor with a crisp thud. The live feed is still playing. The audience in the live broadcast room had already noticed the clues, and all sorts of speculation was rampant. And it's amazing how the popularity of this broadcast has gone up almost as much as it did before the game ended. It's so weird. People are dead, but others are helping to cover. I told you it must have been held hostage by X. Not true. Another pop-up countered, it's live. If it was a hostage situation, people would absolutely be making noise, calling for help or something. But not now. I don't think it's just hostage-taking. Do you guys remember the pseudo-human holster? I zoomed in on it. Talk about a scary one, that thing that really doesn't look like a fake. Below this pop-up is a variety of opinions of all shapes and sizes. That's definitely not possible. It's all metaphysical. What if it's true? In-game. The two paid paramedics looked at each other with a look of obvious fear on their faces. Next to the Scarlet Rules, a red warm tips line popped up. Ask the healthcare provider whose patient died in this group and who still has the medication in his hand to swallow the capsule in his hand within 1 minute. Otherwise, the staff will simply dispose of some of the medical care. Everyone knows what processing means here. It's death. The kind of agonizing death that comes with being food for the pseudo-human. Shen Wuzhou quickly looked around the circle. Potato Corner, K and the narrator have all died, and now the only patients still alive are him and the driver, Duan. There were 8 of them in their 2 groups, and this round was a sure bet for peace and quiet. As for the rest of the medics, the coiffed female doctor in the group with Potato Corner didn't have to be involved in this round of games, and she took a step backward to draw a line in the sand with her colleagues. Hurry up. The coiffed female doctor said, her timbre falling dry, echoing in the intimidatingly silent consulting room. It's just a game. Anyway, it's just a sleeping pill, and when you take it, you fall asleep so quickly that it's not painful at all. The male doctor who had taken the bribe grumpily topped it off, his face green and black, his eyes glaring in fear. Of course you're standing around. You don't even need your medication. The disc-haired female doctor sneered. Didn't you receive $5 million? Have the guts to return it. The male doctor didn't say anything, but the female nurse next to him decisively swallowed the capsule. The male doctor stared at the female nurse, who, however, did not collapse as he had expected, and always stood alive. The female nurse is fine. This means that the capsule in the male doctor's hand is poisonous. He gripped the capsule in cold sweat, his eyes helplessly scanning around and stopping on Shen Wuzhou. The ship, you have a way of doing that, don't you? He asks, do you have a way? There was a lot of pop-up talk. It seems a bit odd to ask about the ship, even if it is being held hostage. If the pseudo-men are real, it all makes sense. They're probably playing a new game. But AI can't be in reality, right? In-game. Shen Wuzhou couldn't possibly say that there was. The only way to do that is to cheat, but there's no way he's going to openly admit that he cheated. For him, the preparatory actions were almost complete. He just hoped that the men wouldn't dawdle too much and leave him a little more time to explore. I don't know. Shen Wuzhou said, you're a doctor, I'm just a patient. A flash of desperation crossed the male doctor's face. To be exact, the faces of all the paramedics who had to swallow the medication were not very pretty. No one wants to die at the hands of a fake person, that would be too painful. They can only bet big. Take a step back. Even if you die from swallowing the drug, it's only a few seconds of agony. As if he had made up his mind about something, the male doctor gritted his teeth and decisively swallowed the pill. He quickly slumped to the ground, and after a few seconds of mild convulsions, died in one of the most dignified ways he could manage. The male doctor, who appeared to be in serious condition, swallowed the capsule with little hesitation, and the other short-haired female doctor, seeing this, struggled to swallow the pills as well. The scene looks odd and creepy. 3 paramedics fell to the ground dead in almost exactly the same way, and 6 stiff corpses lay sprawled across the bright, clean consulting room. In just 15 minutes, the number of players had plummeted from 20 to 14. No one spoke again. The few paramedics who were still alive bent over in silence, working together in silence to carry the 6 dead men to one side and set them in place. Shen Wuzhou leaned against the wall and noticed that the group information had changed. The female nurse who took the bribe but is still alive becomes a patient and takes the place of the narrator. The 2 remaining medics from that group, K, were also divided over and regrouped into a full 4-person team. However, the 2 medics still alive in Potato Corner's group were not regrouped. Shen Wujiao could not help but jump in his heart when he saw it. Rule V. If a doctor has a medicine in his hand that no one chooses 3 times in a row, or if the patient taking the medicine has died, then he needs to eat the medicine in his hand himself. Potato Corner is indeed dead. But that doesn't mean that the 2 paramedics who survived didn't need to get their medication. If he was right, the 2 paramedics would still need to pick up their medication for the next round. receive your medicine and eat it yourself. It's a cycle that won't stop. If all of the patients die, then the paramedics still have to go ahead and get their medication and swallow it as usual until the fourth cycle is over. If you're unlucky, all dead. With luck, there might be a very few survivors. Shin Wuzhou looked at the coiled-haired female doctor and the short-haired woman who had survived. The medicine in the short-haired woman's hand in the last round of the game was non-toxic. According to the rules, non-toxic medicines will not be in the same healthcare provider's hands. That means that the short-haired woman will die in the next round of pills anyway. As for the woman with the coiled hair, there is a 1 in 2 chance that she will survive. The other side. The coiffured female doctor froze, and then couldn't help but be overjoyed. Is that what it means that we don't have to continue? The patient was already dead, taking the medicine she had on hand. The other paramedics had followed the rules and swallowed the pills in their hands, completing all the instructions written in the rules. Now, the rules don't group her again, and they don't have any new patients. Does this mean that the part that belongs to her is over? The overstimulated and extreme circumstances made it impossible for the coiffed female doctor to quiet her thoughts. All she felt was that she had survived. The coiffure woman turned to Shin Wuzhou expectantly. "Ship, you say? Is that right?" Shin Wuzhou remained silent and did not answer her question. It had all come to a brief end, and their next dose was at 4 in the morning. Something must be done with those 4 hours. "I want to go to the restroom," Shin Wuzhou said, turning to the 2 staff members at the door. "May I?" The staff sidestepped their bodies in silence, expressing what could be meant. Shin Wuzhou then bent down and while grabbing the takeout packages on the ground together, he very quickly wiped off the powdered medicine that he stepped on with a paper towel that had been dipped in salad dressing in the bag. His movements were crisp and clean, leaving no suspicious marks. Then, acting like he was going to drop off the trash, he took a couple of takeout bags and strutted toward the door. The internist followed without the slightest hesitation. "I'm going to the bathroom too." Neither the director nor Nurse A were stupid. They looked at each other when they saw this and hurriedly followed towards the door. Leaving the clinic means getting away from the cameras. Whether or not the ship actually goes to the restroom, it's always good to follow up and communicate to get some air. Chapter 42, The Pit Again. Shin Wuzhou didn't manage to make it to the door. Another line of the mosaic was erased, revealing a new rule. Like the first 2 rules, this rule looked as if it was customized for Shin Wuzhou. 8. No player may leave Clinic 601 for more than a total of 15 minutes before the end of the game. Upon violation, the exit from that game scenario will be permanently closed. Shin Wuzhou read it. This rule is meant to limit his exploration. Shall not exceed a total of 15 minutes. Meaning, even if their free time added up to a full 12 hours, the time they were able to leave the clinic was only 15 minutes. He made his decision almost immediately. One person may not leave for more than 15 minutes, then there is no need for all to go out together. If only 1 or 2 people go out at a time, then, in the case of their healthcare team, they can go out and explore for 30 to 60 minutes. "I'll go out first." Shin Wuzhou turned back to the group members who followed him and said, "Take turns, it's easier." Several people had heard and understood, and the group that had been stupidly moving in Old Duan had quieted down for a few moments. The intern doctor walked up and patted Shin Wuzhou's shoulder. "I'll come with you. You don't recognize this side of the road." Shin Wuzhou didn't push back any further. The 2 were quick on their feet, hurrying forward down the long corridor. Only when he walked to a distance of 10 meters away from the clinic did the intern doctor approach Shin Wuzhou and speak in a low voice. "This isn't going to work," he said. "I read the rules, it's a dead end. If you can promise not to die all the time, then okay, we're less likely to die in this group. But as long as you're dead, the odds of us medics surviving are slim." The intern doctor thought the same as Shin Wuzhou. Shin Wuzhou understood. This person was indeed a smart person. New rules are still emerging. The internist is worried. One day, AI will block all our paths. He was really scared. When he went to work, he watched the entire game after the director groped the fish and had felt suffocated through the screen. Now the game was literally descending on him, in a mode he had never seen before, and it was even more stifling than before. Interns don't think they're stupid. However, if he were a patient, he would not be able to think of anything at all that would circumvent the probability. The internist looked nervously at the young man beside him. "Ship, why don't we just discuss it and figure out if there's anything we can do to keep you from dying all 4 times? As long as you can survive 4 doses, all of us can." The 2 had walked to the elevator lobby. In Shin Wuzhou's eyes, this place was just as obscure, old and dilapidated as what he had seen when he arrived. Next to the dirty expanse of tile floor stood 2 small, slightly outdated elevator doors. Across from the elevator doors is the security corridor. It was just that the safe passage in Shin Wuzhou's eyes didn't have a door, it was just an old wall with a gaping hole and peeling siding. But now, everything has very subtly changed. The elevator had shut down, and the small screen that had been displaying the floors had only a short red bar on it. And the gap in the safe passage had been fitted with a fence gate at some point. The fence gate was securely locked and looked a lot like the barred gates that kept out the pseudomen in the game back in the day. The internist frowned a little, stepped forward, and reached out for a pat. "We've never had that in the hospital." He said a little strangely, "It's always been just that security exit door in the back. Is this the scene exit the AI was talking about? Isn't it dash?" The intern doctor looked back at Shin Wuzhou with a somewhat grave expression. "Is it true that if we take the medicine 4 times, this door will open automatically?" Shin Wuzhou walked up and examined it carefully. Unlike the barred gate at the previous pseudo-human barrier, this one had no keyhole. Or rather, it's been replaced by something more advanced and superior. In place of the keyhole were 2 small square grooves, the bottom of which shimmered with a little light blue light. Both the shape and the pattern of the blue light made Shin Wuzhou feel exceptionally familiar. It's a chip in the stomach of a pseudo-human. The 2 grooves are shaped to match the shape of the chip. That is to say, the only way to get out is to remove the chip inside the pseudo-person. Shin Wuzhou felt a fine sweat break out on his back. The Jedi rode, indeed the Jedi rode again. He left the Company X building feeling bad and stole the pistol, which still had a few rounds left in it. This was based on the fact that he had phantom vision and had a guess as to the AI's next move. So what if he's a regular guy? In this level, if he was lucky, or survived by cheating alone all the way to the end in a thrilling way, then he would be faced with the exit of a scene that would almost never open. Let's not even talk about whether or not a normal person could think that the chip that opens the door is in a pseudo-human's body. Even if they thought of it, how would they kill them? Wrestling with the legs of the table and chair in the consulting room and the long, fang tongue of a pseudo-person? Shin Wuzhou subconsciously gripped the pistol that he had hidden. He thought about the last rule that hadn't come up in the clinic and felt a little bit of trepidation. AI, indeed, is using their behavior to fill in the gaps that may arise. If Shin Wuzhou discovered the secret of the chip opening the door and went back to point his gun at the pseudo-people regardless, or if there were other people rashly launching an attack on the pseudo-people, then the last rule would probably become if a player attacks a staff member, the scenario exit will be permanently closed. If that was the case, even if Shin Wuzhou managed to kill the pseudo-human, it would be impossible to pass this game again. What Shin Wuzhou could see was the total number of rules, a total of 9, with 1 rule left to generate. So, the correct way to do this is to deliberately drill holes in the AI after returning to the clinic, inducing it to generate one last rule that has nothing to do with pseudo-humans. Then, following the rules already in place, and with the preparations he had already made, he went through the process of the 4 medications to make sure that the scene exit would not be closed prematurely. When it's all over and the dust has settled, kill the pseudo-human with the one-hit kill pistol and get the key to the actual exit from the scene. Even the time to leave the clinic is calculated. Rule 8. No player may leave the 601 clinic for more than 15 minutes total before the end of the game. By game over, do you mean that the process of taking the pills is over, or that the exit from the scene opens and everyone leaves the scene? Shin Wuzhou favored the latter. The game isn't over when the process of taking pills is complete. So, he also has to save himself enough time to open the door outside the clinic. Not a step should be missing or skipped. Go. Shin Wuzhou said, go back first. Don't stay out there for too long. Chapter 43. The internist looked down at his watch. It's only been 3 minutes. He was a little puzzled. According to the rules, a person can leave the clinic for a full 15 minutes. The ship, however, favored not using up its time, and was almost just walking around outside, going back. Is the game scene too small and there's nothing to wander around, or has he already discovered something in the short time he's been here? Are we sure we don't want to see more? The internist asked. 12 minutes to go. However, Shin Wuzhou had already walked decisively in the direction of the clinic. Okay, he said flatly, with no extra explanation. As usual, every time he sees something, normal logic doesn't explain it. There's no need to come out, Shin Wuzhou said, unless you are really going to the restroom. The internist tugged at him, his tone a little urgent. Wait, he said, there's still a discussion to be had about how to keep you alive. You live so the other 3 of us can live. Shin Wuzhou stopped and glanced at the intern doctor. A fine sweat oozed from the small sliver of the internist's exposed forehead. His expression was fairly calm, but the tension in his tone betrayed him. I suggest you just cheat. He lowered his voice. Come to think of it, it's the only way. I'll cover you. The director said you used to sneak off your meds. You must be able to. Dogs with crickets behind their backs. Shin Wuzhou gave the director a mark in his heart. He then strides back, yanking on the intern in the process. That's out of your hands. He said, I got super lucky. Go back. Stay in the clinic. Better not come out. Super lucky? Joke. Have any of those levels the ship has passed before been done by luck alone? The internist didn't believe it at all. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak, however, Shin Wuzhou had already stepped into the clinic room with one foot and stepped into the area where the drone could shoot. The clinic room was filled with the stench of cadaveric incontinence. The light in here was still warm and bright, shining down on the dirty, broken tiles and the old, crumbling walls of the tables. Under one of the walls were 6 men neatly yards away. They were even thoughtfully placed with folded clothes under their heads as pillows, and were posed as sleepily as possible. However, the pale to greenish skin color of these people is very strange. Shin Wuzhou bent down and picked up the cell phone that the commentator had dropped on the ground. The phone's screen was still lit, and the live stream continued silently. Shin Wuzhou saw the clinic room that was still clean and tidy in the eyes of normal people. A large portion of the players in the clinic appeared apprehensive, fear lingering around almost everyone. The pop-ups kept coming, and it was easy to see how disturbed the audience was. I have enlarged pictures on my homepage to analyze, and these people they claimed were asleep were even incontinent and fit almost all the characteristics of the bodies. Just got a reply, the police are investigating on their end. My people were inside Jianya Brain Hospital and found the building they were in. Up front, what's going on now? The situation is that the elevator is inoperable and the only security exit to get upstairs is locked. I'm going to go and ask for a live stream. Drive right away and wait. Shin Wuzhou memorized the ID of the viewer who claimed he was in the hospital and put his phone away. What if he used his cell phone to ask for help? The narrator's cell phone, currently logged in. If he secretly used the cell phone, private message to this viewer, urge him to shout professional locksmith team to unlock the building then. This practice is not in the current rules. Will the AI generate a new rule additionally? Shin Wuzhou had a plan in his heart. His thoughts spiraled and were interrupted by the director. When the director saw Shin Wuzhou return so quickly, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. You're good for 5 minutes? It's a hallway that the director knows all too well. Even if you did nothing but walk around trip at normal speed, it would take almost a minute or two. How did it take 5 minutes to look for clues outside? Shin Wuzhou said, just going to the restroom. The director looked at Shin Wuzhou suspiciously and spoke with some apprehension. How about toilet? And do you have any ideas now? The pop-ups were in an uproar. Director, do you want to see what you're talking about? Really? Do you guys remember how the chief was treating the ship this morning? Suddenly respectful, I thought something was definitely wrong. It's the ship's status in the game that makes him the big man, and with everyone suddenly relying on him like that, playing the game does seem to be one of the most logical scenarios out there. And is it possible that it's not a virtual game as everyone thinks, but a real-life game played while being held hostage by Company X? What about the hypocrites? There's already speculation on the internet about the end of the pseudo-human. The clinic. Shin Wuzhou shook his head. He had no explanation to offer. Rule 8. No player may leave Clinic 601 for more than a total of 15 minutes before the end of the game. Upon violation, that game scenario exit will be permanently closed. Shin Wuzhou preferred to speculate on the rules with extreme situations. Assuming that game over means that all players have left the scene, then, to be on the safe side, everyone in the room should keep their precious 15 minutes of credit. Theoretically, it was fine for other players to use up those 15 minutes, because theoretically, this point didn't even affect Shin Wuzhou's ability to open the door at the last minute and run away from the scene by himself. It's just that human nature is unfathomable. When it really comes down to it, these players who have used up their 15-minute quota are not allowed to take a step away from the clinic. Once you leave before the end of the game, it will be considered a violation and the scene exit will be permanently closed. In other words, it could only be Shin Wuzhou alone who opened the door and ran away, and the other players who ran out of time would be closed in the scene forever. But who is willing to stay in the scene and not run? At that time, even if Shin Wuzhou pointed a gun at them, these players were afraid that they wouldn't care. In an even more extreme case, perhaps they would rather drag Shin Wuzhou to die with them than see Shin Wuzhou live alone. So, the most convenient and quickest way is to just remind them to try not to go out and keep that precious 15-minute quota. There's no discovery, but there's a sentence. Shin Wuzhou looked around the circle and swept over the faces of the players one by one. It's getting dark. It is recommended that you don't just leave the clinic if nothing is wrong. If you go to the bathroom, come back immediately afterward and don't linger. The warning was so effective that two of the bolder female nurses winced on the spot. Old Duan mumbled his lips, glanced at the drone, and stumbled out a question. Are you not safe outside the hospital? To the players, that meant there were unknown dangers out there. A danger they can't handle. The intern doctor, however, looked at Shin Wuzhou's back and furrowed his eyebrows. What the hell is this ship up to again? I don't know. Shin Wuzhou said, don't go out anyway. Since everyone isn't very comfortable, take the 4 rounds of medicine before leaving. After 4 rounds? A voice retorted. It was the female player with the coiffed hair. She wrinkled 2 thin eyebrows and rose from the ground. I don't think we should count on that, after all, our patient is asleep. The female doctor said, grabbing the short-haired female doctor in the group with her. In this case, we should be off duty past. It's never a problem to go out and look around. Chapter 44, Taking Pills. Shin Wuzhou did not speak and looked at her with a look of death. The disc-haired female doctor lifted her chin and gestured for Shin Wuzhou to read the rules. Our part of the job is over. She emphasized, it's only 15 minutes tops to get out. What's with that look in your eye? In her opinion, Shin Wuzhou was just a young patient who hadn't even graduated from college. There are indeed geniuses in this category. However, the rules were clearly written this time, and she was certain that she hadn't broken a single rule. When a patient dies, the doctor with the capsule in his hand needs to swallow his own capsule. There was no capsule in her hand, and the movements of the other 2 doctors did end. They did survive. As for that tip from Shin Wuzhou to try not to go out, The coiffured female doctor did not take it to heart. She's not a cutie. And if there was something wrong, she would have stepped on the 15-minute mark and come back. The short-haired female doctor looked at her companion and then at Shenhua Zhou. Her expression was obviously somewhat hesitant. Don't freeze. The dish rag nudged her. Let's go. What are you afraid of? Are we breaking any rules? Hospital rules? A whisper was muttered among the crowd of players. Damn lucky. Inside the live broadcast, the pop-ups exploded. She just said rules. She changed her mind in the middle of the sentence. What rules are the rules? What hospital rules are rules? They are rules, aren't they? So what the commentator said before is the real rule. I'll go at it and organize it right away. Wait. In-game. The short-haired female doctor looked at Shen Wuzhou, and then looked at her very confident and sure-footed colleague. Without further hesitation, she eventually gritted her teeth and followed. Shen Wuzhou did not care about them. Probabilistically, the possibility of these two people surviving in the end was not high. He turned to the players who were starting to look hesitant and shook his head gently. Listen to me. Shen Wuzhou advised, try not to go out. Cooperate with the shooting of the program. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. They weren't as lucky as the female doctor with coiled hair, just like Shen Wuzhou's group. The remaining two groups of people had to continue to choose their medication. People aren't stupid. In the previous game, Shen Wuzhou had opened his mouth to remind Potato Corner and K. From what he does, he also minimizes casualties, or at least doesn't harm anyone. This time in the game, Shen Wuzhou had saved the game twice before. Now, two more emphatic reminders. The director glanced around and took the lead. It seemed to him that the next situation for the coiffured doctor was different from anyone else's. She really seemed to have crossed the line. Judging from Shen Wuzhou's attitude of remaining silent, this child should have acquiesced to this as well. So, this was the reason why Shen Wuzhou didn't even care. And their next situation was either similar to Shen Wuzhou or closely connected to Shen Wuzhou. Therefore, Shen Wuzhou's reminder was absolutely harmless to them. Fine, I'm not going out, he said, backing away from the window. I still know boats, kids or more. The director looked at Shen Wuzhou with a complicated expression and held back two words. Simplicity. The internist immediately backed away from the director in a cooperative manner. He couldn't figure out what kind of medicine Shenhua Zhou was selling in his gourd, but this person's way of thinking about problems was definitely not comparable to ordinary people either. In this bureau, he and Shen Wuzhou were a community of destiny. Shen Wuzhou does what he does. I'll stay here too. Come on leader, I'll squeeze your shoulders. Shen Wuzhou, a big shot within the game. Directors and interns, the leaders and co-workers that most players have spent time with in their lives. The other players didn't hesitate when they saw this and immediately made their choices. Let's just rest here. A nurse said, really don't feel much like going out there either. The shock of the night was too much for everyone. Even though most of the people here are used to seeing death, it's not the same thing as witnessing familiar co-workers and living people die because of irresistible rules. Even if they hadn't slept for a day already, all of them still didn't have the slightest desire to sleep and struggled on. So, the director came to Shen Wuzhou's side and didn't hold back. That woman doctor, is she really off duty? Can she really get out? A hint of envy showed in his eyes. You say, if your kid dies from taking the medicine I'm holding, does that make me, too? A hint of anticipation actually appeared on the director's greasy face. Only, before he could wait for Shen Wuzhou's reply, urgent footsteps came from the corridor. The next second, the coiffed female doctor walked back in, her face full of anxiety. What do you mean? Why can't I get off work yet? She was followed by the short-haired female doctor, who had the same anxious look on her face. Shen Wuzhou remained silent and didn't speak. The coiffed female doctor turned to him, looking anxious. Ship, are you aware of what's going on? She looked down at her watch, visibly agitated a few more times. It's been 15 minutes. Why do I have to? The female doctor scowled, glancing at the drone and controlling her diction. Finish taping this program with you guys when my work is clearly done? Or is it? The coiffed female doctor gritted her teeth as a horrible possibility occurred to her. She saw the extra barred gate. That door, apparently, requires some kind of special chip to open. Is it hard to believe that she has to find the key? The female doctor with coiled hair violently turned to Shen Wuzhou. Where is the key to your gate? Shen Wuzhou observed the coiffured female doctor's expression and thought quietly. This female doctor is a woman who will do anything to stay alive for herself. He wasn't sure if the AI would be selective about generating the last rule. What if he told this person the truth, induced her to cooperate with him, and created an irrelevant rule to fill out the last gap in a situation where the AI would never see it coming? Shen Wuzhou glanced at the time. It's about 3.5 hours until their next dose. This time of year is the perfect opportunity. How would I know about the hospital? Shen Wuzhou smiled at her. This matter of the key, I don't have a clue. The disc-haired female doctor's face went white as she grabbed Shen Wuzhou's arm. This man is absolutely lying. Without a clue, how could he have warned them all not to go out before? He absolutely, positively has found the end. How can you not have a clue? Hooked. Shen Wuzhou took out the commentator's cell phone from his pocket and skillfully searched for an ID number. It was the same viewer who said earlier that he wanted to broadcast live from the hospital. If it can't be opened from the inside, Shin Wuzhou slowly tapped the private message box to type in front of the drone. There are no hospital rules about it. I think it's a good idea for us to try it with outside help. Chapter 45 Final Rule. Wait. A young nurse timidly voiced that, I have the key to the security door dash. It's not a security gate. Dr. Plate Hair interrupted her grumpily. Who told you the gate was a security gate? Inside the live feed, the hundreds of millions of viewers who are always watching the progress of the game didn't miss the hidden mystery in the dialogue. I get it. What the lady doctor said about being off duty is leaving the hospital, which can be seen as a game pass. Agreed. That whatever gate security doors locked means they can't even get out now. I'm going to go. I look so scared. The security gates come with the hospital itself. What did the woman doctor mean when she said the gates weren't security gates? Literally. So there's nothing the ship can do now? At the mention of Shin Wuzhou, the wind direction of the pop-up screen was slightly skewed. He's reaching for his cell phone for help, right? And he's smart. Yao, the ship can see the live feed. Geez. Private message me. Private message me. Tell me what's going on and I can help immediately. Inside the clinic. As soon as the disc-haired female doctor's words came out, the faces of all the living players in the clinic room changed. Either that, or there was an extra door in the hallway or wherever, blocking their way. Either that, or the security doors there have changed so significantly that it's obvious at first glance that you can't get out. Either way, the fact of the matter now is that everyone is completely trapped. Even Shin Wuzhou could only bluntly state that there is no way. The hearts of the crowd sank in unison. The young nurse bit her lip, not silenced by the coiffed female doctor's outburst. She stopped it. Ship, wait a moment. Seeing that Shin Wuzhou really raised his head, the young nurse was relieved and signaled with her eyes for him to look at the rules. Don't do that yet. What are you going to make the filming party and the theater think if you let people in like this? The filmmakers and theaters, that means AI. This was saying that if Shin Wuzhou acted rashly now, the AI would likely generate new rules that would impose restrictions on him. You make it sound like we can never get off work. The female nurse blushed miserably as she spoke the disguised words. It's not like there's really any accidents. Or you can just finish your pills quietly and then, the rest of it, if you don't go to the bathroom and then consider. The young nurse's words were understood by Shin Wuzhou. The focus is on the second half. The young nurse thought that she should have followed the rules and gone through the process of taking her medication before avoiding the cameras and sneaking around outside the clinic to get things done. He glanced at the young nurse, whose lips were pursed, suppressing her own rapid breathing from fear. An attentive viewer recorded a screenshot of the clip of the female nurse just speaking and began analyzing it frame by frame. The conclusion is that they are really restricted. The filming side and the theater side. The filming side means Company X. They must have a backstage behind them to enable this kind of manipulation. Personally, I think it's a bit of a plutocrat's game of entertainment, using human lives and the tension of us, the audience, to please unknown forces. As for that bathroom break, going to the bathroom is something you can do off the monitor, right? It looks like it's all about getting the boat to ask for help where the surveillance can't capture it. The analysis that was posted on social media received a lot of likes in a short period of time. Inside the live feed, the rest of the players had different expressions on their faces. However, Shin Wuzhou could see that these people felt that his behavior was inappropriate. Old Duan looked at Shin Wuzhou and then at the coiffured female doctor. So, ship, why don't I go out with you? Other than that, the boat, a resort to the outside world, is really worth a try. Except, this can't be done under the watchful eye of the AI. Shin Wuzhou ignored it all by himself. He lowered his head and quickly edited the last few words of the message. The message wasn't too long, just 3 sentences in total. Hello, I'm in room 601 at Jianya Brain Hospital. Due to a malfunctioning gate, there is no way for all of us to leave the 6th floor. Can you please help me contact the fire department or a professional locksmith team? The coiffured female doctor looked at Shin Wuzhou, and a wave of panic ran through her heart for no reason. Her tone was even cranky. Boat, can you get out? What if the door never opens again if you do that? Corner. The director turned to the internist and lowered his voice. Do you have a feeling that something is wrong? The internist's voice was lower than the director's and answered decisively. Of course it's not right, Chief. You've been fighting with the ship for so long and you didn't even realize it? A ship can't be desperate. Whenever he seems desperate, isn't he counting behind his back? The intern doctor didn't know what kind of medicine Shin Wuzhou was selling. He admitted that he could not understand the patient. However, Shin Wuzhou's current approach was just a little too counterintuitive. Why would he go out of his way to get under the camera and deliberately expose his purpose, knowing that the AI could generate new rules based on what they were doing? The internist narrowed his eyes. This ship, what is it counting on? Shin Wuzhou ignored the coiffured female doctor. He made a move to hit the send button, his afterglow scanning the scarlet projection. Information that Shin Wuzhou would definitely not really send. If you do send it out, there's no guarantee that the AI won't catch on and just seal the fence gate. It's just that AI is indeed not exactly a cutie pie either. Shin Wuzhou did not press the send button, and the mosaic in front of him was similarly unchanged. Hey! The coiffed female doctor was a little hysterical, don't you around? Shin Wuzhou decisively deleted the last sentence, contact the fire department or locksmith team. Now, there are only 2 sentences left in the message. These 2 sentences simply state the current situation for all and are heavily qualified. It neither reveals that they are playing a game, nor does it violate any of the currently known rules. The coiffed female doctor was in a hurry. Never let Shin Wuzhou engage in this under the camera. Shin Wuzhou was right, seeking help from the outside world was probably the only way they could get out at the moment. However, the only way to live is exposed under the surveillance of the AI. It's ING called asking for it. She pounced forward regardless and tried to seize Shin Wuzhou's cell phone. However, Shin Wuzhou moved quickly and pressed the send button, and the carefully edited message was sent out one step ahead of the female doctor. The pop-ups were in an uproar. Did the ship's finger just tap the screen? It was sending, wasn't it? As if yes, it seems the drone captured a moment. So what's the fallout? Will Company X just shoot? On the live feed, the coiffed female doctor erupted into a hiss of despair. Shin Wuzhou dodged sensitively, allowing the female doctor to fall to the ground with a wolfish lunge. His eyes flickered, and then, a fierce relief washed over him. The last mosaic rule was erased. And the rules were as general as he wanted them to be. Chapter 46, No Cheating. 9. Any player may not send help to the outside world. Once a player asks for help from the outside world in any form, the exit of that game scene will be closed forever. The disc-haired female doctor strained to hold herself up. The fall was a bad one, and the pain caused her to grimace, her whole face contorted. She looked at Shin Wuzhou fiercely, only able to make air sounds because of the impact on her ribs. Do you have any idea what this means? Behind her, the young female nurse went pale, her body shaking hard as she couldn't support herself in general. It's not just her. Old Duan, the female doctor who took the bribe, and most of the rest of the players didn't look very good. Do you know what you're doing? A male nurse couldn't help himself. It's not like in-game. Do you really know what you're doing? New rules have emerged not to mention. In the rules, it's clearly stated that asking for help from the outside world in any form will result in the scene's exit being permanently closed. Shin Wuzhou, on the other hand, had obviously sent a message to the outside world. That means, most likely, the exit of their scene has been blocked. The male nurse's face dropped and his expression became frightening. He walked forward and grabbed the cell phone in Shin Wuzhou's hand, trembling his fingers, and tapped the chat box. The good thing is, the chat interface is clean. The message contains only 2 sentences that have been trimmed, and nothing that could be called a plea for help. The male nurse let out a sigh of relief and walked back, crouching slowly as if he couldn't handle the pressure, holding his head in his hands. Luckily, his voice took on a sobbing tone, luckily he hasn't had a ING chance to send help. I want to get thee out. Old Duan carefully glanced at Shin Wuzhou and pulled the cell phone out of the male nurse's hand. A group of people hurriedly surrounded. After reading the content of the message, all of them were relieved. The scene exits are not closed. They could still be alive. Old Duan casually wiped off the exuberant grease on his head and pulled the corner of his mouth at Shin Wuzhou. That, as long as nothing happened. What, nothing happened as long as nothing happened? The short-haired female doctor said with some irritation. She walked over to help up the coiffed woman in her group, her tone of voice extremely unpleasant. Now that's good. She glanced at Scarlet Rule with some trepidation, fearful of any more odd countdowns due to poor phrasing. It wasn't that hard, it was just a matter of not knowing how to keep a low profile. Stupid. There's no better way to do it, and you have to do it. Let's do it, and when we're done, no one will think. The short-haired female doctor grit her teeth and swallowed back the word live. Don't even think about leaving work. Inside the live room, many viewers saw what was going on. The boat was sending out information, but see what the male nurse said, no help was sent? So not sending help means it's okay? You guys see the 2 words the short-haired woman said afterward. Have to work? Don't know how to keep a low profile? Combined with the previous, I'm blindly guessing it's been detected by surveillance, and that road is out of bounds, I guess. That's the most reasonable guess at this point. So where are the cops? Not moving again, are they? This thing is getting scarier by the minute. How are they going to get out? We can't count on the boat this time, can we? There can't be a real game in reality. At the end of the day it's still reality. It's better to wait for the police. Inside the clinic, the male nurse rose from the floor and let out a short breath. It's all like this, we can only think of another way. He glared fiercely at Shin Wuzhou, walked to the side, and copied his hands in a good-natured manner. There are still 3 hours to go before it's time to take your pills. Let's all take a break and finish those 3 rounds of medicine. The coiffured female doctor was assisted to her chair by the short-haired woman, her face equally as unpleasant. It doesn't matter to us, she said, we're all over it. It's just that some people are really taken by someone. Shin Wuzhou guessed that she wanted to say something like harmed. However, now that his purpose had been accomplished, there was no point in caring too much less risking an explanation. Shin Wuzhou just returned to the middle of his group and sat on the ground, intending to take a nap. Make yourselves at home, he said. Call me if anything comes up. The sweat on the director's head hadn't stopped, and his glasses were already smudged with grease and sweat. He squatted beside Shin Wuzhou, his voice as low as ever. No, boy. What the hell are you up to? He glanced at the internist who had come up to him, and there was unquenchable worry in his lowered voice. Boatless, this thing is now making rules based on our behavior. Don't mess around, or if they beat you, a physically weak social animal like me can only watch. Shin Wuzhou was too lazy to joke and flirt with the director. After touching his sleeve to make sure the pistol was well hidden, he leaned back against the wall and rested himself. In the meantime, the viewers of the live broadcast each did their own thing, analyzing the live feed frame by frame over the course of the 3 hours and figuring out a decent copy of the rules. This rule is about 8 or 9 times as good as the 9 rules that are actually there, with only a few minor discrepancies. They believe that there are Company X workers holding them hostage with hot weapons out of their sight. It's even likely that the players' families have been controlled. That's why they were so obedient, to the point of going out of their way to cover up for this horrible broadcast. That rule that was hard-topped as the #1 social media hit. So it looks like everyone is going to die except for the short-haired woman and the co-ef doctor? So the ship can't be controlled either? It's pure probability after all. Who can control that? Grass. It all makes sense and is much scarier. A bunch of reporters outside the brain hospital, none of them dared to go in. What's happening now is that the short-haired woman with the coiffure may not live either, because there's no key. But the boat they may die. The probability of this poison is too great for anyone to avoid it. 5 minutes to go is the next dose. Just wait and see. The live streaming room is seeing a high number of viewers. In the picture, the internist poked Shin Wuzhou awake. It's about to start, he whispered, then his voice dropped even lower. Boat, are you sure you're not cheating? Shin Wuzhou subconsciously went to touch the cuff of his sleeve, and the hard touch of the gun body made him feel safe. I'm sure, Shin Wuzhou said, getting up from the ground. You guys just take the medicine normally. 3 minutes until it's time for them to take their pills. With the experience of the last time, this time, the healthcare workers lined up to get the capsules in an organized manner according to the divided groups in order. Shin Wuzhou hid in the corner and quickly took out the empty shell of capsule number 2 from his pocket and hid it in his sleeve. 1 minute. The director and nurse looked at Shin Wuzhou with some concern and extended their hands to him. A capsule lay in the palm of each of their hands. And without any hesitation, Shin Wuzhou directly took the second capsule in the director's hand. You. Shin Wuzhou blinked at the director and closed his palm where he couldn't see it. He then showed off a circle of empty capsules of capsule number 2 that looked exactly the same in appearance to the director, opened his mouth and swallowed. Chapter 47. Stabbing. The director stared at Shin Wuzhou through his dirty glasses and was stunned for a moment. Years of experience in fighting with patients told him that Shin Wuzhou had really swallowed the pills this time. It was really pure luck that nothing happened to Shin Wuzhou last time. But this time, people shouldn't be lucky twice in a row, right? 1 second, 2 seconds. Shin Wuzhou took advantage of the other 3 staring at him to stealthily and skillfully pour out the powder from capsule number 2 this time and stowed the new empty capsule shell in his pocket. But to the director, a few seconds seemed longer than centuries. Surprisingly to the director, Shin Wuzhou did not show that sign of trembling and stiffness. Quite the contrary, he smiled energetically at the incredulous director. I'm fine. I told you, I got lucky. Compared to the chaos of the last time, this time, the clinic was noticeably quieter. Old Duan trembled as he chose a capsule and hesitated before swallowing it with trepidation. The female doctor who had taken the bribe earlier was much more forthcoming, grabbing a random pill and swallowing it. Seconds later, the female doctor shuddered and died. Old Duan, on the other hand, was very lucky to have survived again, except for looking a little too panicked and unsteady on his feet. The medics in their group breathed a meaty sigh of relief, while all the faces in the female doctor's group changed. According to the rules, the remaining paramedics need to swallow the capsules in their hands. The female doctor is dead. That means that the 2 medics who still have the capsule in their hands must be 1 dead and 1 alive. A small nurse who still had the capsule in her hand turned pale all of a sudden and couldn't help but redden her eyes and tremble in fear. No one wants to take a pill. No one wants to gamble on that 50% mortality rate. Tears overflowed from her eyes as the little nurse looked at Shin Wuzhou almost pleadingly. Ship, do you have any ideas on how not to, sleep? Shin Wuzhou shook his head. It was a bit of a stupid question to ask, because even if he had, there was no way he would have said it. Hurry up. A dry-sounding voice rang out, don't cry, it's a game, what's there to cry about? It's the female doctor with the coiffure. She and the short-haired female doctor didn't even bother to get their medication, just hid in the corner and watched in silence. It's a good thing the patients are asleep. The disc-haired female doctor's expression was a bit complacent. 50% chance you'll be safe and sound, just stand aside with us and wait for the end of the shift. Right, Shep? Shin Wuzhou ignored her. This woman has no brains. Her 15-minute quota had already been used up, and even if she suddenly got smart late in the day and survived to the last minute by cheating, it was impossible for Shin Wuzhou to let her out of the door of this clinic. The disc-haired female doctor ignored Shin Wuzhou's ignoring attitude. She turned back around with a cold grunt, but straightened and paled the moment she saw the projection by the gate. What? She asked back subconsciously, her eyebrows jumping. Whirling around, fear and disbelief slowly crept into her face. The short-haired female doctor looked along, and her originally fairly relaxed expression changed completely. How come? Shin Wuzhou also saw it. The alert bar next to the rules was updated with small scarlet letters naming names and irritating the retinas of everyone in the room. Please ask the healthcare workers, Wang and Lu, to immediately take the capsule with the corresponding number according to the rules and swallow it within 5 minutes according to the rules, together with other healthcare workers who have lost their patients and still have the capsule in their hands. Otherwise, in 5 minutes, the game scene will close forever. A 5-minute countdown reappeared next to this tip. 2 heavily armed staff members stood left and right next to the countdown, their gray coveralls contrasting with the red lettering, looking especially cold. The coiffed female doctor opened her mouth. What? She felt her voice stiff and strange. To Shin Wuzhou, fear made the muscles on her face tremble, somewhat eerily under the warm light. All the players were a bit stunned. She can't just pass. Off work? Why? The male nurse shouted somewhat pointedly. The fact that the coiffed female doctor could just go off duty was originally their default. However, the AI gives strange hints. The male nurse reread the rules carefully from top to bottom again, before responding. You. Commentators said that before. His throat tightened and he looked nervously around the rest of the players in the clinic, that, when a patient falls asleep, all the medical care has to follow suit. So, the male nurse's eyes locked on the 2 female doctors. You guys have to take your meds. He said, come on. Don't make it so everyone can't get off work. Time, almost a minute had passed. The little nurse is still unable to stop the tears, and the director looks startled and goes straight to Shin Wuzhou. Inside the live feed, the viewers who had been crouching once again found the end, and the pop-ups were already getting a little excited. Look at the eyes of the female doctor and the male nurse. The direction they're looking should be the direction with rules. So now it's both doctors who can't get out either, is it? The rules are so pitiful. Scary really, I thought they both didn't need medication. Pitiful as always, pure probability. If that's the case, everyone will be dead by the end of the game. In the picture, Shin Wuzhou stood in the corner, focusing on the countdown and the movements of the 2 doctors. The disc-haired female doctor gritted her teeth and shuffled over to the drawer, pulling out the capsule she had. Her face was a horrified ghastly white, and her intense desire to live collided with her extreme fear, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. 3 minutes left. The coiffured female doctor craned her head to look at her companion. Last time, her capsule was proven to be poisonous. So this time, her capsules may be non-toxic or toxic. This time, she has a 50% chance of survival. It's just not the case with the short-haired lady doctor. The short-haired lady's last capsule was a non-toxic capsule. According to the rules, a non-toxic capsule cannot be in the same person's hands twice. Therefore, the short-haired woman must die this time. And if she's lucky enough, maybe she can find her way out the door in the next 4 hours and make it through early, right? She doesn't want to die yet. At the thought, the coiffed female doctor closed her eyes and swallowed the capsule regardless. And the other side. The young nurse, who couldn't stop crying, and another older female colleague, both swallowed the medicine with trembling hands. The clinic was silent. Shin Wuzhou copied his hands and observed the current situation. The little nurse shuddered and stiffened, while the coiffed female doctor was lucky to be alive. On the other hand, the short-haired female doctor was hesitant to swallow the capsule, twisting her head to stare at the scarlet countdown, the resentment under her eyes about to condense into substance. And then, as if she had made up her mind about something, she suddenly hissed loudly. No! By what? Why should I die? Why should I die? I'm not eating. The short-haired doctor's expression was close to madness. Even if I die, I'll pull you guys with me. Chapter 48, Persecution. The faces of everyone in the clinic changed in unison. Shut up! The male nurse yelled in shock and anger. You shut up! What, dead or not, I think you're mentally ill. Just. Someone else chimed in. You're sick, aren't you? If you want to die yourself, don't bring others. The short-haired female doctor had an extremely extreme expression on her face, and the words she shouted out were clearly broken and meant to drag everyone down with her. Going by previous experience, stabbing through the truth so rashly was going to result in that damn death countdown. The short-haired woman's sentence also blew up in the live broadcast room. Asterisk. Completely hammered. I knew it was going to kill me, but coming from her, it still shook me up a bit. Don't you guys think it's weird to see her talking to that male nurse? It felt like receiving a threat from the rules that if she didn't take her medication, everyone would die. In-game. Shin Wuzhou's brain didn't stop and his thoughts spun fast. The behavior of the short-haired female doctor can only be described as a normal choice that human nature would make under extreme circumstances. She didn't want to die. If she had to die, she was going to pull everyone down regardless. Anyway, it's not a bad idea to pull one for the road together. However, the behavior of the short-haired female doctor could easily inspire extreme psychology in other players. According to the rules, a non-toxic capsule does not appear twice in the same person's hands. That means that a medic who survives this round of taking a non-toxic capsule will inevitably die the next time he or she takes the drug. What kind of crazy actions they would do before death was beyond Shin Wuzhou's control. And this time, a new 1-minute countdown was indeed superimposed next to the original 5-minute countdown. The warning above the rules, once again. Shin Wuzhou laughed silently and leaned back against the wall. He never underestimated human evil. This time, there was no need for him to make a move at all. The short-haired female doctor stood in the middle of the room clutching the capsule in a death grip, a look on her face that could be described as a grimace. The male nurse howled and lunged, grabbing the short-haired female doctor by the neck. "Swallow the medicine," he roared, his fingers so hard they turned white, and the female doctor's neck was instantly seized with blood. Time, only 40 seconds left. "I'll make you swallow pills." The male nurse's gesture inspired other players who are still alive. "Help him!" a doctor shouted, rushing forward to hold the female doctor's hand. "Help him! The woman's having an attack, for s sake. Quick! Make her swallow the medicine." The other female nurse forcefully broke open the short-haired woman's mouth. "Stick the medicine in." "Where's the medicine? Give me the medicine." Two doctors filled in one after the other, breaking the female doctor's clenched fists. In the center of the dilapidated consulting room, under the Scarlet Rule, the short-haired female doctor screamed in horror and misery. The scream, however, drew no sympathy from the crowd. The capsule was unceremoniously shoved down her throat by the crowd, and in the confusion, someone yelled, "Water! Is there any water? Does Coke have any?" Shin Wuzhou saw old Duan hastily handing over half a bottle of Coke. Seconds later, the female doctor let out one last whimper. A group of people gathered around her, and her bare legs abruptly stomped straight and shook for a moment. And then, like all those dead patients before her, the female doctor lay stiff and unbreathing. Inside the live room, the audience fell silent in unison. I'll go. Damn. Is this mass murder? Count on it, but they're going to die if they don't kill that woman. So hard. Where are the police? Upstairs, the police department is no longer dialed. Inside the frame. Shin Wuzhou looked at the rules next to the gate, and as expected, both scarlet countdowns had disappeared. The male nurse got up from the short-haired female doctor's body and cursed. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** happy," the other doctor said, looking up and wiping the cold sweat from his head. The celebration on his face swirled away and was replaced by a fine cold sweat and an expression of horrified helplessness. "None of us can help it," he said, trying to make amends for his behavior. "None of us had a choice. Who else would want to do that to their co-workers?" The dead ones were dragged to the wall, where they were covered with clothes and made to look asleep. Shin Wuzhou heard the intern doctor let out a cold grunt. The director clutched his sleeve timidly and squeezed an airy sound out of his throat breathlessly. "No, no boat ah. You mustn't go to death ah. Or else this life of mine. ing. The director is usually ferocious when he checks the room for medication. But now, the director had the good sense to stick close to Shin Wuzhou. "A thigh. It's a ing thigh anyway." Shin Wuzhou ignored the director and observed the situation in the clinic in silence. Right now, there were only 11 players left alive. Shin Wuzhou's group and old Duan's group were intact, totaling 8 people. Of the 3 remaining surviving medics, 2 were from the group of bribed female doctors, and 1, the coiffed woman who had survived. 4 hours later, it was the 3rd round of meds. According to the rule that a non-toxic drug does not appear twice in succession in the hands of the same person. Dr. Coiffure survives this level, then the next round of pills, she must die. Right now, she was cowering in a corner, one eye swiveling alertly, darting to the door from time to time. Only when she saw that the dust had settled did she stick to the wall and move to Shin Wuzhou's position. "That boat?" she asked in a low voice, looking at Shin Wuzhou and then at the intern doctor. "Did you too find anything when you went out there or not?" The disc-haired female doctor stepped forward and followed the director's example and grabbed Shin Wuzhou's other cuff. "Can you tell me? Please tell me." Her voice trembled badly as she glanced back at the drone. "I have $2 million left on my card, in cash. Tell me, take me out and I'll give you the $2 million up front. I'll give you another $5 million when we get out. Please, please. I don't want to be like her." The coiffured doctor glanced quickly at the Shin Wuzhou still really had some heart for money. Only, Dr. Coiffure was not destined to walk out anyway. If she knew she was going to die in the next round of the game, Shin Wuzhou didn't want to think too nobly of humanity. When it came down to it, all Dr. Coiffure had to do was take one step toward the door and everything would be over. Shin Wuzhou lowered his eyes. "While we're at it, we might as well stabilize her and make sure there's no way for her to walk out the door of the clinic. When the time comes, then we'll take a step." "Indeed there is." Shin Wuzhou lowered his voice. "Sleep first, and nourish your spirit. 3 hours later, I'll tell you." Chapter 49, Suicide. The disc-haired female doctor was visibly relieved, her eyes a little shifty. Shin Wuzhou did not miss this detail and quietly pondered. This coiffed female doctor, obviously calculating something. Shin Wuzhou didn't know the specifics, however, he could completely take precautions. At the moment, the worst consequence of the rules is that the scene exits are permanently closed. All he had to do was get the coiffed female doctor to take her meds on time and stay out of the office, and he could avoid both of those for the time being. He's a patient, he can't directly lay hands on the medical care, otherwise, the rules will rule that the patient is using violence against the medical care, and he'll be force-fed the medication. But if you let the medics take on the medics directly. Shin Wuzhou glanced at the male nurse and had a plan in his heart. The man acts paranoid, and when someone or something threatens his interests, he will strike without mercy. It shouldn't be too difficult to utilize male nurses. Inside the live feed, the camera gave a close-up of the coiffed female doctor. The sound of the two exchanging words was a bit low, so the broadcast was thoughtfully captioned. Is there really a way out? It's not right. If anything, according to the latest rules that have been postulated, this female doctor is definitely going to die. It's a good thing the ship made it past the third dose. I'm not so sure he really has a way to get this female doctor out. Inside the clinic, the disc-haired female doctor lowered her eyes, a flash of viciousness in them. The next pill she would never take anyway. In 3 hours, if the ship hadn't been able to come up with a way to break out of the situation, she'd just storm out of the clinic and leave everyone trapped here with her. Anyway, she's going to die. It's worth it to pull 10 men on your back. The disc-haired female doctor opened her mouth and wanted to say something to Shin Wuzhou. Before the words could be spoken, however, there was a commotion from the other side of the clinic. It's now after 4 in the morning. Outside the clinic's barred windows was a deep black dawn. A middle-aged male doctor ran towards the group of the oldest segment that had all survived and grabbed the unselected pills from the male nurse's hand. The broken and tattered table in Shin Wuzhou's eyes was knocked askew by him, and the leg bones met the corner of the table, making a frighteningly dull sound. The male doctor held up the pills in his hand and shouted in a near frenzy. Enough! He yelled, enough, I've had enough. Shin Wuzhou recognized it. This is one of the surviving medical staff from the group of bribed female doctors. The bribed female doctor is dead. According to the rules, he only has a 50% chance of surviving the next round of pills. Unfortunately, non-toxic drugs don't come into the same hands twice. If he survived the third round of pills, then the fourth round of pills, he would surely die. The male doctor's eyes were red and bloodshot, and he didn't know if it was from staying up all night or being overly frightened. I'm going to be finished anyway. He laughed a little with a pale face. It's only the difference between 4 hours and 8. He looked around the room, his eyes sweeping over a crowd of faces either surprised and horrified, or with little expression, and smiled again. I choose now. The male doctor turned to face the drone spinning silently in the air. Audience, we're playing a game of death. He said, there are red rule projections where the drone can't get a shot. The male doctor swallowed the capsule in his hand, not wasting the last few seconds. Pseudo-man is real. He cried out tearfully, the game is real. It came to reality. Everyone must die dash. Hey! Behind him, the male nurse stared angrily to stop. You're sick you. What are you doing? The male doctor went straight down. He stared and convulsed on the crumbling, dusty tile floor, and after a few seconds, lost his breath. The male doctor's initiative is a shocker. Even if the viewers in the live broadcast had already guessed the rules, they were still shocked by the truth coming out of the male doctor's mouth. What? What's real? Fake people are real? Asterisk. So scary. No, what did he say? AI came to reality? Mamia, I can't tell if he's really sick or if he's telling the truth. I'm scared. How could a creature like that, holster it? +1. I believe that Company X threatened with a gun, but the pseudo-human one could have been scared. After all, it was the one who was scared enough to commit suicide. In the meantime, inside the clinic, above the Scarlet Rule, their familiar warning appeared. Only, this time the warning was a little different. Warning, a player has seriously violated the filming style of this program. Since the player has committed suicide, the countdown is not meaningful. Shin Wuzhou quickly looked down. Due to the severity of this player's illness, we have decided to move up the third and fourth medications out of consideration for the mental health of all players. Shin Wuzhou thumped in his heart and memorized this detail. It's amazing how rules that have already been set can be modified from the original. If this is the case for every new game in the future, is there any pattern to this modification? Due to unforeseen circumstances, the 4 hours in the rules will be changed to 15 minutes. Please prepare yourselves, players. In 15 minutes, please follow the rules and collect and swallow the capsules. Shin Wuzhou heard the male nurse swear angrily. Shin Wuzhou wasn't worried about himself, he was worried about the coiffured female doctor who was bound to die. 15 minutes. In short, there's no time. His mind raced, turning to the internist beside him at the first opportunity. Close the door to the consultation room. Shin Wuzhou whispered. To his eyes, the consulting room had no door, only a crumbling hole where the door had been. So, he had to ask someone else. The intern doctor followed Shin Wuzhou's gaze and saw the coiffured female doctor who was dead set on the rules. Unlike her previous sincere fear, around the time the death of her companion struck her, or the 15-minute limit made her despair, the muscles in the female doctor's face trembled. Her eyes were extreme, like a trapped animal. Scarlet, regular script stabbed at the female doctor's retinas. 15 minutes. She knew, even as stupid as she was, that 15 minutes was far, far too short. Shin Wuzhou wouldn't have gone to the trouble of letting her rest for 3 hours first if he could find a way in such a short period of time. The disc-haired female doctor tugged at the corners of her mouth to give a somewhat crazed smile. She doesn't want to take her own medicine, and no one else should ever try to force it on her. Since the rules are already like this, then we'll all die together. The internist didn't lose any time. He strides toward the door and makes a motion to close it. The front door rattled reassuringly, followed by the sound of the lock twisting. The coiffed female doctor jerked her head around, her expression having gone completely epileptic. What are you doing? Open the door. The internist stood in the doorway, not moving. Shin Wuzhou snatched the director's cell phone, edited 2 sentences with a memo, and walked quickly to the other group of male nurses. The female doctor slowly got up from the ground. I told you to open the door. Chapter 50. In the memo, it's a very simple few sentences. If she's allowed to run out or doesn't take her medication, everyone won't get out. I'm a patient and don't have the luxury of taking direct action against a healthcare provider. So, please. The male nurse moved his eyes away from the cell phone screen and gave Shin Wuzhou a somewhat gloomy look. This boat, there is no mistaking it. He hated being told what to do by random people. But for one thing, falling out with Shin Wuzhou now was harmful rather than beneficial, and for another, the current situation, he would die if he didn't make a move. The male nurse gave a slight nod of assent. The coiffed female doctor got up from the floor and slowly made her way towards the door. Get out of the way. She said, I'm going out. The internist wouldn't let it, thin sweat oozing from the tip of his nose. He could see Shin Wuzhou's intentions. Can't make, will die. The dishrag's eyes were crowded with red blood as she flashed a smile at the intern. Then she bent down, removed her heels, and took one of them in her hand. The sharp heels of the heels reflect the warm light. If you don't allow it, then kill. If you can kill one, it's one. The coiffed female doctor lunged, screaming, and stabbing the heel of her shoe down as hard as she could. The intern doctor deftly dodged, while at the same time the male nurse flew up from behind and kicked, yelling, Where's the medical care? Get thee on it, stop her. The unforeseen kick hit the female doctor squarely in the back, and she flopped to the ground with such force that her mouth opened wide and she couldn't make a sound. The male nurse mounted her and punched her hard. You're still trying to drag us down. The scene thrilled everyone's nerves. The clinic room echoed with the muffled sound of fists to flesh. The director cursed, and the intern retreated next to the director, his brow furrowed. Shin Wuzhou didn't say anything. In the extreme, people are terrible creatures. His search for the truth about everything is predicated on keeping himself alive first. Whether or not others still had their humanity, he couldn't care less. The other side. Old Duan looked sweaty and shouted, Stop fighting. Okay. How is she going to take her medicine if you beat her out of her problem? The coiffured female doctor looked like she was hurt so badly that she couldn't even make a shot the entire time. After all, they were all colleagues once upon a time, and the male nurse's behavior caused intolerance among the other healthcare workers. Don't! The other urged, We'll have to break the rules just as much if she can't take her meds. The male nurse withdrew his hand and rose from the ground, dragging the dying woman back. That's it, he said, glancing rather threateningly at the other medic who had survived but needed to be medicated. That's what happens to anyone who dares to pull everyone down. The rules are right next to the front door, so the beating of the female doctor by the door was not captured on film. But that sound, which can be described as brutal, was recorded in its entirety. Both are pretty scary. The game is too extreme. It's really scary. This level, looking at the probabilities, is really out of the question. To put it bluntly, this bureau is certain death. Put in this extreme situation, the greatest evil in human nature is going to be aroused. Ugh, can't bear to watch. I'll take my medicine soon, and I want old Duan to live, and I don't want to see the nurse who hit him alive. Inside the clinic, no one spoke. Time's up. A new prompt to take the medication appeared next to the scarlet rule, and the medics fell silent and lined up methodically to take the medication. The male nurse dragged the coiffed female doctor, grabbed her by the wrist and forced her to take the capsule that belonged to her. The director walked back to Shin Wuzhou and was already sweating profusely. He looked at Shin Wuzhou with a mournful and compassionate look, his eyes red. I'm sorry. The director said, Really? I should have stopped you from going to that game then. Shin Wuzhou froze for a moment. He wasn't usually able to look up to the director's intelligence, and the director hated patients like him who didn't cooperate with treatment. At this moment, the director suddenly showed his true feelings and said a bunch of words like a final goodbye, which really didn't make him quite comfortable. The director couldn't care less about the rules and whimpered loudly and shamefully. Really? If you don't go to that game, those people are definitely going to die and not get out. You say these things. These. He bared his nose with the collar of his white coat and blew it, causing Shin Wuzhou to step backward. These things it wouldn't have happened and you wouldn't have been so young. The director howled. Shin Wuzhou's eyebrows jumped at the director's stupidity, and he grabbed the number 3 pill in Nurse's hand. Nurse's face is all sweaty and so are her palms. Ship, many thanks. The fact that Shin Wuzhou had chosen his medicine meant that no matter what, he would be able to survive this level. The intern doctor glanced at Shin Wuzhou and his voice was lowered. Hey, really don't cheat? In the space of 2 words, Shin Wuzhou had already replaced the empty shell. He flashed the empty shell of number 3 in his hand around to a few people, and, without hesitation, swallowed it. Shin Wuzhou's actions attracted the attention of most of the people in the clinic. People stared at him, wanting to see where he would end up. Now, the only patients left alive are him and Lao Duan. And unlike the tangled and hesitant old Duan, Shin Wuzhou chose his medicines too quickly, as if he didn't think at all. A paramedic wrinkled his eyebrows. Must die, right? Old Duan stared at Shin Wuzhou, and his palms were sticky and sweaty. Would it kill you to pick? This ship so dry? Inside the live feed. Holy, it's just watered down? It's not possible for someone to be so lucky as to live 3 times on the pill, is it? The atmosphere in the live room was a little tense. This time, will Shin Wuzhou, who has passed 3 hurdles in a row, fall? In game. Hey! The director shouted, snot and tears smeared across his face. I'm at least your primary care doctor. Don't you have anything to say to me? He glared at Shin Wuzhou, then turned his back as if he couldn't bear to look at him, and snot and tears muddled the intern doctor's shoulders. Even the intern's face was oozing a fine sweat. Everyone stared tightly at Shin Wuzhou, as if determining that he would fall down in the next second. However, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds of silence passed, and Shin Wuzhou was still standing in place without any reaction to the poisoning. The pop-ups, once again, boiled over. So much luck? Is this just luck, or is there something else going on? Holy, it can only be luck. Holy. What other means could he have? Mixed casino, or maybe cheating? Not sure. Look again. Inside the clinic. The intern reaches out and taps the director on the shoulder. Don't be a crybaby, leader. He said, the patient is alive and... The intern doctor quickly swept a glance at Shin Wuzhou's expression. He despised you a little. The director stopped crying. He wiped a handful of his face and turned around with a slightly confused expression. What is it? Chapter 51 Luck. The director slowly turned his body back around, right into Shin Wuzhou's glowing black eyes. He was indeed intact, almost considered glowing, except for the fact that a day and night of intense death games had left him a little pale. The director's hanging heart dropped violently, and his entire body went limp on the intern. The ship is alive. He doesn't have to die this time. Even if it's 15 minutes later and it's time to swallow the pill for the 4th time. But there's time, people are there, big deal, cheating. There's always a way to stay alive. The director's heart was relieved and he cried freely. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Scared the out of me. The internist and nurse looked at each other, equally relieved in unison. Survived. Again. How is that possible? On the other side, the male nurse blurted out. He gazed closely at Shin Wuzhou, wanting to see something from Shin Wuzhou. The probability of a patient surviving each one is 1 in 3. The probability of surviving 3 consecutive times, according to this calculation, is 1 in 27. This luck can no longer be described as good. Is this true luck, or has this ship discovered some law of medicine selection that will ensure that she picks non-toxic medicines every time? What to think? How is the probability of the latter a bit higher? The male nurse furrowed his brow and glanced back at the older section. The sweaty head and shaky legs of the old section made him feel a little bad. The old section, definitely by pure luck. However, if old Duan died in this round, then there was really no way for the male nurse to ensure that he survived to the end. Thinking of this, the male nurse gritted his teeth and turned to Shin Wuzhou. Boat, can you make the method public? Shin Wuzhou swept a glance at the male nurse's expression and instantly understood. This person felt nothing more than that they were cheating, or maybe they had discovered something. Unfortunately, there was no way he was going to talk about it in this situation. There is no method. Shin Wuzhou shook his head. I'm lucky. You guys hurry up, the time is coming. The male nurse's eyelids squeezed quickly, twisting back around as he shoved his own capsule into old Duan's hand. Pick mine. His tone was a little menacing. Come on. Shin Wuzhou coldly watched, and in the process tugged on the intern doctor who wanted to speak out to stop him. The internist's voice was low, but somewhat indignant. This one's a little over the top. The male nurse's calculations were loud and clear. He forced old Duan to take the medicine he was holding because that way, whether old Duan lived or died, the probability that he himself would live would be greater. It's now the 3rd round of meds and the game is just about over. Even if the old section died, the male nurse would only have to take another dose. Ultimately, the probability of his survival is 50%. Calm down. Shin Wuzhou's voice was also pressed very small. It's none of your business if others want to live. The internist swept him off his feet and asked more questions. What if it really is my business? Shin Wuzhou's voice was lowered. Nonsense. It's all having an effect on you if he doesn't die, do you? The internist pursed his lips and fell silent. The male nurse looked at the old section with a terrible look in his eyes, his fists clenched tightly. It's like, if Lao Duan doesn't eat his medicine, he'll just get his hands on Lao Duan and beat him to death. Old Duan's lips trembled with a very unnatural bitter smile. This is all a matter of probability, he said, looking straight at the drone. I want to say something to my daughter. The flesh on old Duan's face quivered in agony, and his eyes reddened. I hope you can live well. Shin Wuzhou watched quietly and felt his heart throb. Live well and be free of disease. As well, never go near this game. The old section took a deep breath. Don't go near this hospital, don't go near all these people you see on the air. The clinic was quiet. In the warm yellow light, a stiff row of corpses lay yards away at the base of one side of the wall. On the other side, two groups of people, one against the window and one against the wall, stood opposite each other. Old Duan stood upright right near the center of the clinic, clutching the capsule as tears rolled from his eyes. The next second, he tilted his head back, his throat bulging, and swallowed the capsule. Once again, the director bowed his head intolerantly and raised a hand to wipe his eyes. The internist's breathing slowed noticeably, and this time, all eyes in the consulting room were focused on the old section. The pop-ups rolled in the live room. Tearful, so not wanting him to die. It seems like his daughter still has some mental issues and doesn't know what she's going to do when her dad dies. Don't die, old Duan, can't you have any more luck? I'm crying, I'm really crying. Grass, this game is just disgusting. The clinic. Old Duan's luck didn't manage to stay good. He fell to the ground twitching like those before him, quickly stiffening and not moving. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The male nurse cursed hatefully. No. I'm going to have to take my meds for the next round, aren't I? You stop it. The female nurse next to him couldn't look away. People are dead. The dead are the most important thing. Don't you understand? The male nurse skimmed his head, glaring coldly at her and pulling a strange smile. Wow, lady. He crouched down and dragged the beaten and dying coiffured female doctor at his feet to her feet, forcing the capsule in her hand down her throat. You're so damn compassionate. You're going to have to take your medicine this round. Congratulations, soon you'll be for the big one too. The female nurse's face went white for a moment, and the male nurse sneered and patted her on the shoulder. Look, we have 2 more rounds of meds. What about this round for you? Even if you're luckier and survive, you're bound to die in the next round. The nursemaid's face had completely faded from color. She looked down at the coiffed female doctor's convulsively stiff body and gritted her teeth hard. Eat? The male nurse threatened coldly, and turned to the few other surviving medics who needed to take their medication. Eat them all. Come on, don't dawdle. Shin Wuzhou watched everything the crowd did and counted the time. The male nurses are a little too extreme. It's true that he could have survived by selfish means, but this is the kind of person who steps on people when he can, and strikes others with absolutely no comfort. Even if the male nurse could live to the end, Shin Wuzhou was not willing to make deep friendship with him. Inside the live room, there were a lot of opinions. This male nurse I don't like. It's true that he can live like this, counting on just 1 dose of medicine. It's a bit harsh, but it's not realistic for people not to be evil in the game. I don't think the ship is very evil. Lucky ship. But he won't necessarily be lucky the next time he takes his medicine. Inside the clinic, the paramedic who needed to swallow the medication struggled to swallow it, and the female nurse who had made the earlier statement struggled and collapsed. The open space of the clinic was once again filled with several stragglers. Right now, the only ones who were still alive were the 4 people in Shin Wuzhou's group, the male nurse in Lao Duan's group, and another female nurse. Chapter 52, The Last Time. And thanks to the advance in time, it's only 3 minutes until the next DOS. Except for Shin Wuzhou, almost everyone's face became serious. The intern doctor's mouth pursed into a line nervously, once again approaching Shin Wuzhou and lowering his voice. Seriously, ship, cheat. I figured out a way to do it. I typed it in a cell phone memo. Let's go outside and I'll show you. He's young, he wants to live. Shin Wuzhou might really have some way to correctly select the medicine, but if he didn't say anything, everything would seem confusing and inconclusive. Simply, he offered the ship another excellent cheat. With this stabilization, there is no worry about surviving. The intern doctor looked at Shin Wuzhou somewhat nervously, however, Shin Wuzhou only gently shook his head. No need. The internist was indeed smart, and he appreciated it, but he really doesn't have to. Cheating. He's been cheating for 3 rounds. The director listened to the conversation between the two in his ears and was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat and poked Shin Wuzhou hard. Your own life, will you get on with it? Even Nurse A, who was always quiet, was a little flustered. He followed the example of the intern and the chief and came over, lowering his voice to advise. That's right, brother. We're all experienced medics, we'll cover for you and we'll all live together. A few people don't know. The image of them gathered together was thoughtfully given a close-up by the drone. The AI even thoughtfully added lip-reading subtitles due to the low-speaking voice. The audience could see exactly what they were saying. Paramedics help cheat, and that's a way to go. Yes. It's very, very rare for a ship to survive 3 rounds. If it's purely by luck, round 4 hangs in the balance. There were also viewers who stayed awake throughout. Don't promise. The drones are filming now, and giving subtitles, which is the equivalent of them plotting out loud right under the AI's nose. It's a situation where you definitely can't cheat. +1. This time the rules are generating new ones all the time. What if you really cheat and generate or change another rule? The clinic. Shin Wuzhou shook his head and glanced scornfully at the drone. With the cameras, it was best for him to keep a steady hand and not reveal anything. In front of the gate, the 15-minute countdown was nearly at an end. No need, I've always had good luck. Shin Wuzhou shook his head. You guys just take the medicine. A drop of cold sweat ran down the intern's cheek. He stared tightly at Shin Wuzhou and asked one last time through gritted teeth. Ship, are you sure? Shin Wuzhou pretended to sigh helplessly and tried his best to make himself look more presentable. I should be sure. Like I said, I've always had good luck. The internist's face changed slightly. Across from him, sweat once again oozed from the director's bald head. No, you kid, how? The other side. The male nurse took in everyone's expressions and sighed in relief. It seemed that Shin Wuzhou's group was really clueless, and the ship wasn't as smart as he thought it was, really discovering the pattern or having some means of cheating. To put it bluntly, everyone was on the luck of the draw, and the ship was, extraordinarily, lucky. The male nurse turned back and stared at the drawer containing the medication, a hint of emotion in his eyes. He wasn't afraid of everyone dying together. That way, at least he wouldn't be alone on the way to the Yellow Springs. What he is most disgusted with is the game such as Shin Wuzhou. He has a way to survive, but does not tell him, letting him die for nothing. He also has a master's degree from a prestigious university and is a true pillar of society. No one should die who should die. The male nurse grunted, striding toward the table in the center of the clinic. Hurry up and come get your medicine, he said loudly, picking up his own capsule as soon as he could, and turned around to look at the 4 people in Shin Wuzhou's group again. You guys hurry up. I don't want to be dragged to death by you guys. The director glanced at Shin Wuzhou with great distrust. However, Shin Wuzhou just patted his shoulder in an unusually calm manner. This look in front of the director was tantamount to a prelude to an impassioned death, but the director had no choice. He could only grit his teeth in a cold sweat and take the corresponding capsules in the order specified by the rules. The other side. The male nurse was the first to get the capsule, and his brain was spinning rapidly. Another female nurse in the same group survived the pill swallowing she just did. In other words, this woman must die this time. But that doesn't mean he'll necessarily live. The last round of meds was so close. He had to figure out a way to take the 50% survival rate and pull it up to 100%. The male nurse looked at the sobbing female coworker next to him, surveyed the capsule in his hand, and gritted his teeth. What if he opens the capsule while no one's looking to see what's going on? His position was fairly concealed. What if he took advantage of the lack of attention, stalled for a while, and dumped the entire contents of the capsule in the confusion? Wouldn't that make it much less toxic, or at least not lethal, even if there was powder residue? Inside the live feed, countless pairs of eyes strained to see the tiny consulting room in the picture. It's the last round. Come on. Be sure to stay alive. Don't play chicken, hard. The police haven't replied so far and this game is all about luck again. Yes, it's a matter of probability. It's a gamble. The ship doesn't even have to survive. Good grief, that nursemaid must be dead. Hey, how do I choose this time? Holy, wait. A pop-up exclaimed. The ship is medicated. Great choice of dry. In the picture. Without the slightest hesitation, Shin Wuzhou once again chose capsule number 2. Hey! The director couldn't help himself and shouted with a sweaty voice, are you sure you don't want to think about it? Even the interns in Nurse A, who had always been reticent, were breathing raggedly. One must know that if Shin Wuzhou died, one of them would definitely die. The director is number 2 and won't die. But the director couldn't do the same if he had to watch a young man he had personally brought up die. Ship. You be discreet. The director's sleeves were already yellowed with sweat and oil stains. Do you have to send me 2 black men for nothing tonight? Don't be such a stupid not thing, hey? Shin Wuzhou simply ignored the director. He dazzled the capsule, as always, and then, without hesitation, swallowed it. The movement was so fast that even the intern doctor was startled and raised his hand to instinctively try to stop it. Nurse A cursed while the director lost his voice again, a heart hanging high. God knows. The probability of surviving all 4 times is 1 in 81. Even if Shin Wuzhou was really the chosen one, how could he possibly be able to be so lucky? The other side. The male nurse took advantage of the fact that everyone was staring at Shin Wuzhou and quickly turned his body, trembling as he opened the capsule and poured out the powder inside. Chapter 53, New Warnings. The male nurse's movements were indeed stealthy. His hands were behind his body, and the red powder landed in the corner behind him, and for a while, surprisingly, no one noticed. The male nurse quickly closed the capsule and swallowed it, glaring hard at Shin Wuzhou with one pair of eyes like the others. Is the ship going to die? The male nurse didn't have any other special considerations. He was simply trying to see what the others were up to when he was sure he was safe and sound. For the 4th time, under the gazes of the remaining 5 players in the clinic who were surprised, Shin Wuzhou continued to stand like nothing. The director swallowed and looked at Shin Wuzhou as if he was looking at a monster. 4 times you happened to take non-toxic? Or was there something special about Shin Wuzhou's immune system that could resist poisons? Nurse A let out a long sigh, her tense body finally relaxing completely. Ship, I declare you my best buddy from now on. He slid limply down the wall. Really? I owe this little life of mine to you, for S sake. The intern doctor didn't relax yet, still standing straight, only looking at Shin Wuzhou with some complicated eyes. He didn't believe that the ship was unsure. It was all luck, not because it didn't make sense probabilistically, but because of logic. The average person, even if they are certain they are lucky enough to face life and death, is unlikely to turn down the cheating that would give them another layer of security. But in favor of Shin Wuzhou refused. The internist pursed his lips and didn't say anything. So, is this guy picking up on some pattern? Or had he been cheating, and that was why he had simply rejected his own advice? A cheer went up in the live room. Well, at least the boat group of 4 all lived. Now I know that the boat is really OU. Looking back, the ship got lucky on the previous level. It was just that the angle of the pass was so tricky that we didn't even notice it. In-game, the male nurse bristled a little in disappointment. He coldly swept a glance at the fearful-faced coworker next to him and swallowed the empty capsule in his hand. Shin Wuzhou took advantage of the other's eyes shifting and bent down, using his sleeve to quickly wipe off the red medicinal powder that he had poured for the last time and hadn't had time to put away. The AI would modify the established rules, however, Shin Wuzhou could not figure out the modification laws now. Therefore, he must be careful in everything and never be caught in the act. There's one last step left to kill the pseudo-man. Now, it's just a matter of waiting for the last medic to swallow the capsule and seeing what happens. The last medic, a survivor of the 3rd round of drug swallowing, was from the old section of the group that swallowed the non-toxic drugs. According to the rules, this round of pill swallowing, she is bound to die. Shin Wuzhou silently gripped the gun in his sleeve and watched with cold eyes. A trapped animal is still fighting, let alone a man who is about to die. He's the patient, and across the street is the healthcare provider. According to the rules, he can't do anything violent to his opponent. But, once the other guy's behavior gets too radical for that male nurse to deal with, he didn't mind giving the weapon to the intern next to him to operate it for him. Across the room, the sure-to-be-dead medic clutched the capsule tightly, trembling and sobbing, and hesitated to swallow it. The corpse of the disc-haired female doctor was still unpacked, lying stiffly across the floor at her feet, a pair of lax pupilized eyes propped open, their whites yellowing in the light. She was still clutching the high heel in her hand, the sharp heel reflecting coldly in the light. "You hurry up," the male nurse said coldly. "How long are you going to dawdle?" The medic cringed. I don't want to die." She shuddered. I really don't want to dash." "What the do I care if you want to?" The male nurse roared as he stepped forward and grabbed her neck in one hard grip. The woman's horrified expression was reflected in his eyes, and the male nurse's face took on a very impatient look. "So many people have died, what the do you have to be afraid of?" The male nurse's hand thrust forward, the flab on his face quivering, his voice sounding like it was squeezed through his teeth. The female medic was pinned dead against the wall by him, her eyes staring in horror. "Isn't death just a matter of seconds? What's there to be afraid of?" The female medic struggled. "Let go of me." She cried out in a strained voice, "You're doing this, there's no way I can swallow the medicine." Shin Wuzhou took everything in and didn't show any particular emotions. The countdown at the clinic door had 10 minutes left. The male nurse grunted and let go. "You eat," he said, "don't drag what we can live with, be kind." The female medic gave him a hateful look and didn't hesitate any longer. She swallowed the capsule in one gulp, but then moved to crouch down and snatch the heels from the coiffed female doctor's hand. "I'll kill you." For a brief 2 seconds, no one had time to stop it. The female paramedic flew at the male nurse, the sharp heel of her shoe stabbing down heavily, and plopping into the male nurse's neck. Then she pulled out the heel of her shoe and collapsed, trembling. The blow seemed to have used up her entire body. Blood trickled down the male nurse's neck and he roared in anger, lumbering to cover the wound. "Ah! In stinkin' woman." The female medic was too weak and the heel of her shoe wasn't a sharp object, so it seemed that the blow, while horrible, hadn't hurt the core of her vitals. Large swaths of red stained the male nurse's cuffs as he let out his anger and stomped his feet on the already dead female healer. "I killed you. I should have killed you." Inside the live room, the audience sighed. "Holy, I thought he was dead. Be grateful to him. Without him, your idle ship would never have survived. Everyone will die if this situation isn't forced, right? Live and let live, and leave the rest to the law." On the live feed, the director frowned silently, and the intern's face didn't look good either. Shin Wuzhou similarly did not make a sound, only, his focus was elsewhere. There are 2 anomalies in total. In one place, probably stimulated by the fresh blood tissue of the male nurse, the 2 pseudomen's long tongues moved more and more hungrily, their stomachs squirming more. Their hands rested incongruously on the edges of their masks, as if they couldn't wait to remove the coverings and start eating. In another place, behind the male nurse, as he moved his position, Shin Wuzhou saw the small handful of scarlet powder on the dusty tiles in the corner. Shin Wuzhou's heart thumped and immediately understood. The male nurse took the same approach as him and cheated. It was just that everything Shin Wuzhou did was very secretive, leaving no traces of cheating. The male nurse, on the other hand, didn't even try to get rid of the powder. Under the phantom vision, the clinic floor is dusty, with cracked tiles and darkness. The scarlet color stands out against such a shabby backdrop, not to mention the camera's glossy and tidy clinic room. The drones are bound to find out. Shin Wuzhou quickly moved his gaze to the gate entrance rule, and sure enough, a warning popped up there silently. detected a healthcare worker cheating on his medication by emptying the inside of the capsule. Due to the rules being full and the original rules not having similar relevance, it is not possible to utilize the rules to penalize such behavior at this time. Shen Wuzhou did not relax and continued to look down. We've decided to be lenient. Attention all players. At the end of this countdown, the scene exit will be permanently closed. Chapter 54, the door is not open. After the closure, our staff will take enforcement action. Shen Wuzhou subconsciously slowed his breathing and went down to see the last line. Please prepare your players for the last morning of your lives. It wasn't just Shen Wuzhou. The internist also noticed the extra lines of warning. He wrinkled his brow as he read it, and then quickly swept over to the male nurse, catching a glimpse of the extremely conspicuous pinch of scarlet. Stop. The internist couldn't help himself. All look ahead. Asterisk 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 ing. The male nurse gave the stiffened female medic a final kick. He turned around with a curse over his neck, irritated by the new scarlet lettering. The large swathes of red against the snow-white gate were very wobbly. And the countdown, 8 minutes left. The internist shouted this, and all eyes focused on the new regulation in the doorway. The rules were clearly written and the red powder at the male nurse's feet was again very striking. Next to the rules, the two pseudo-humans couldn't wait to remove their masks, revealing two faces indistinguishable from humans. The corners of their mouths curved upward into strange arcs as if they were smiling. Sticky saliva dripped out of the corners of his mouth and dripped onto his gray uniform. Shen Wuzhou moved his eyes and was met with the straight eyes of the pseudo-people. There's no human emotion whatsoever. They look at them as if they were lizards staring at flying insects. Appetite. There was only a cold, urgent appetite. The director finally relented and broke into a fit of rage against a head of sweat. Stupid, aren't you? Don't you know how to clean up the scene of a crime? There you go. The last morning of my life. This is the final judgment that the AI hands down to them. Inside the live feed, the camera pans to give a close-up of the powder at the feet of the male nurse. Good lord, it's so obvious, no wonder it was discovered. My, he poured it in his pocket or not, why did he pour it on the ground? I think there was some change in the rules when the intern doctor suddenly called a halt just now and everyone looked at the door and then went crazy, right? It feels like it. And it's definitely death-related, wait and see. Brothers, can you turn the camera artificially? Want to see the rules? In-game. What the do you care? Old undead thing. The male nurse's voice was louder, and he put on a face like he wanted to kill someone. He didn't end up doing anything, however, and just snorted at the director. Wow, I am confused as to what some people are ghosting. The male nurse dropped his eyes. What, you guys really believe it when it says the last morning of its life? Can't we get off work when the countdown is over? There's still 7 minutes to go, hey, come on. He covered his neck and skipped past the two pseudomen, striding out the door. Medication is over. Game over. You know? The male nurse walked up the corridor and the man was out of sight. What's a bunch of panicking about now that the scene exit is open? It was still loud, with echoes of the darkness of the hallway. Walk out, then open the door, then walk out again. Is it so hard to keep those steps under 7 minutes? Inside the live feed, the male nurse's words gave the audience a clear hint. A number of people guessed the new rules and sweated for all of them. Whoa, where are the cops? I've called, it's not working, maybe there are too many callers to pick up. They have 7 minutes to get out of that scene exit or they die, right? Upstairs, yes. Now that male nurse went to scene the exit. I remember the scene exit was locked. Do you guys remember Dr. Coiffure going there before? What she said when she came back, the scene exit wouldn't open. Remember. They should be able to drive now that they've finished their meds, right? In-game. The male nurse was emboldened, yet the intern's eyes had changed. The male nurse didn't know what was going on out there, but, well, he did. The door to the so-called scene exit is closed. There was only a little over 7 minutes left, which meant they had 7 minutes to find the key and open the door. And consider that the rules also have a choking restriction of no more than 15 minutes out of the 601 clinic before the end of the game. The intern doctor woke up to something and suddenly turned his head, looking at Shen Wuzhou. Before the boat told him to hurry back and not use up the 15-minute credit. If he hadn't listened at the time and stubbornly ran out, the male nurse's cheating would have gone undetected and the rules would not have been changed. Then, he would be facing a situation where he would have to stay in the clinic and not be able to go anywhere. For everyone else, the time it takes to go out and find the key plus open the door and escape should likewise not exceed 15 minutes. This 15-minute rule is actually a big hidden pit. If Shen Wuzhou hadn't voiced a hint in the first place, it was hard to say what kind of situation they would be facing right now. The intern doctor looked at Shen Wuzhou and only felt his scalp go numb. Did he see through it already? But, the situation is even worse now than it was before the rule change. Not 15 minutes per player. Rather, it's only 7 minutes total. In 7 minutes, they have to find the key, open the door and get out. The corridors of the hospital are so big, even if several people go out together and carefully look all over the place without any details to miss, it will take 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes isn't enough. Shin Wuzhou didn't care about the intern doctor's eyes, he just quickly scanned the countdown without delay and looked through the cabinets in the clinic. At the lock of the gate door at the exit of the scene are chip-shaped recesses. And the chip needed to open the door is inside the pseudo-human's body. It's easy to kill a pseudo, he's got a gun. But what tool should be used to gut a pseudo-human quickly? Table chairs and glass shards are definitely a no-brainer. Shin Wuzhou's eyes scanned over every broken cabinet door and finally found a small piece of metal reflection behind one of the doors. It's a scalpel, a used scalpel. Shin Wuzhou quickly walked over to pull open the cabinet door and put the blade into his pocket. Not too blunt. If you cut it hard, you can make it. And the director and nurse, both of them, were already too nervous to stand. Let's go check it out too. The director gritted his teeth on the spot. Boat, what are you doing with a scalpel? Don't delay. He glanced at the countdown, beads of sweat seeping from his head. 6 minutes. Come on, it's too late. The director's voice was interrupted by a muffled yell from down the hallway that came from the male nurse, interspersed with the noise of the barred door being shaken frantically. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Locked. Why is it still locked? The director's footsteps, which were intended to head for the door, stopped, and a slight twist appeared in his expression. The corridor swirled with the sound of a hurried run, and seconds later the male nurse appeared in the doorway in a panic. How come? Why isn't the door open yet? Where are the keys? Where's the thing that opens the door? Chapter 55, Dissection. The director stopped, the muscles around his lips quivering. It's not open yet? Next to him, Nurse exclaimed in surprise, isn't it over? The safety exit dash. The ING key. The male nurse panicked and lunged at Shin Wuzhou, clasping his shoulders with both hands, his jaw cracking. Keys. Boat, do you have the keys? He just wants to live now. That newly appeared barred gate actually had to be opened with a chip. He had just tried shaking and kicking it, but the seemingly simple barred door was unusually strong. The hallway they were in, however, didn't even have a fire axe to chop with. Boats are bigots after all. He should have a way, right? When the male nurse called out this, all eyes focused in unison. Shin Wuzhou's hand hidden behind his back gently drew out the gun hidden in the sleeve of his bodysuit. He has noticed. The moment the male nurse re-stepped through the door, the pseudo-people's icy orbs slowly turned and finally settled on him. Underneath the phantom vision, the clinic room is strewn with corpses, cluttered and dilapidated, except for the light, which is bright and clear and yellow, and warm and out of place. The warm light shone on the cold gray uniforms of the pseudo-people and their bloodless faces, long tongues with fangs already poking out halfway, stupidly. Same time, the drone camera hanging in mid-air wordlessly reversed the direction of the lens. On the live feed, two weird-looking pseudo-humans appeared, and the Scarlet Rule at the clinic's entrance. The 6-minute countdown went on second by second, paired with the hungry eyes of the pseudo-people, like a prelude to the beginning of the gorging. A few lines of text appeared in the very center of the screen, and a shiver ran down the spine of the person reading it. Company X sincerely apologizes to all of you in the audience and to those of you who were inadvertently involved in the game. We are completely prepared. We expect to take steps to clear the site in question in 6 minutes. The live broadcast room was in an uproar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Scared the hell out of me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What that dead male doctor said before couldn't be true, could it? Too true. I'm zooming in and I don't think it's a holster. Rules. Aha, how can pseudo-humans be real mom? Some viewers were keenly aware of the anomaly, and the pop-ups were scrolling so fast that their comments flickered away. Measures in 6 minutes. What measures? It's not going to be a pseudo-human eating people and corpses, is it? It's a statement issued by Company X itself, or simply an AI release. I checked and there's nothing officially issued about it. In the picture, the male nurse couldn't wait a second. Where are the keys? Is it possible that you don't have a key either? The interns on the side were not idle and were already rummaging through every corner very quickly. Shin Wuzhou had just searched the cabinet and taken the scalpel, most likely to pick the lock or find another way. However, he had been in this clinic for a day and was more familiar than Shin Wuzhou. Shin Wuzhou took away the scalpel. He can try to find the key to open the door in the place where he may put the chip. Or will AI arrange clues in likely places like an escape room game? If he can't he at least take the key to that security exit at the hospital with him? The internist skillfully pulled open the last drawer on the lower level of the desk and swept a black key into his pocket. There are no keys yet. Shin Wuzhou's smooth voice entered the intern doctor's ears, accompanied by a crisp metallic clicking sound. The male nurse's hand shook. Shin Wuzhou, however, did not give the male nurse any time to react. He raised his arm sharply, and the next second the gunshot exploded behind the male nurse's ear. The bullet penetrated the skull of a pseudo-human with pinpoint accuracy, splattering brain and bone fragments against the broken wall. The other pseudo-human let out a hiss, yet Shin Wuzhou's gun was faster. This time it hits the body. Under phantom vision, the bullet sharply penetrated the heart. It fell stiffly to the ground, dead. The live feed was littered with question marks. It wasn't that Shin Wuzhou moved quickly, but the audience's questions were just too many. Where did the gun come from? The cameras aren't even rolling yet? I know the gun was fired from a boat, But, a blinking pseudo-person dead? Is that a homicide if it's a holster? Murder or not, it's good to get out. With things the way they are, can we still sentence the ship to death? Inside the clinic, it all happened so fast. 2 gunshots exploded in the consulting room, startling the director and nurse with a subconscious jolt. The sound of 2 pseudo-humans falling to the ground seemed too raspy and insignificant by comparison. Stunned expressions were just welded to the 2 faces, and then, in a whirlwind, the director exclaimed, "Boat, where the did you get a gun?" The shock from the loud pop hadn't subsided, and the male nurse only felt a buzzing in his brain, briefly losing his hearing. The director's shocked expression and a gaping mouth made him subconsciously turn back to look behind him. Blood was trickling out of the pseudo-man's shattered wounds. However, before the male nurse could react, Shin Wuzhou pushed him away. It's now 5 minutes and 50 seconds. He had to dissect the chip used to open the door as fast as he could. The internist stood cluelessly in front of the cabinet door, bewildered for a second. When the shot rang out, he was startled for 2 seconds before he turned his head and saw the body of the pseudo-man on the ground. But a gun? For a brief moment, the intern understood. The boat does have a gun. That prop gun in the game. In the first level, the conceptual weapon of 1 hit, 1 kill. Did he even sneak his gun out? At that point, the 3 surviving contestants left, and there was a blank section of the screen. By the time the screen reappeared, it was well after the exit door to Company X's game had opened. The boat didn't make any small moves under the public. The most likely time for him to have committed the crime was during the section coming out of the game. Which means, odds are, he knew from that point on that the game wasn't over. The internist's heart skipped a beat and chills ran down his back. Did everything they thought was an accident turn out to be under the ship's control? What else does he know? Shooting hypocrites now, just to stay alive, or for a higher level? Shin Wuzhou was too late and didn't have the heart to care what the others thought. He stripped off the upper half of the pseudo-man's body in 3 quick strokes, squeezed the scalpel tightly, and cut down fast and hard. The internist knelt down next to him, too late to think much. The ship did seem organized and steady beyond his expectations altogether. I dissected it, the intern said sharply, fumbling in his pocket for a pair of old rubber gloves that he hadn't had time to throw away yet. Which part do you want to dissect? Let me help you. Medical students are definitely more professional than him, and Shin Wuzhou simply gave the knife. Abdominal, he said, glancing at the smooth coveralls that didn't even have pockets. Then he smoothly made up a set of speculative logic and reasons that still made sense to cover up the fact that he could see through pseudo-human bodies at a glance. Perfunctory is perfunctory. But, in the absence of evidence, what is perfunctory is true. There's no key to the clinic, and when I looked in the hallway on my way out, there wasn't one either. The AI is playing dirty with us, and it's likely that the swords will make a surprise move and put the key in the pseudo-human's body. Anyway, dissect. But, Chapter 56, Surviving. Time is too urgent for an intern to waste a second at this juncture. The scalpel still worked, and he quickly slashed open the pseudo's stomach in 1 layer, instructing in passing. The key to the security door is in my pocket. When the time comes, we'll divide up the labor, you open the scene exit doors, and I'll open the security doors in the back. Inside the live room, the audience looked dumbfounded. The subtitles covering the top of the screen suddenly disappeared. The drone's camera adjusted its viewpoint very quickly, no longer aiming at the broken pseudo-human on the ground, but lifting upwards and aiming at Shin Wuzhou's face. Even though the screen was transferred quickly, many viewers still saw the 2 young men squatting on the ground cutting pseudo-humans, as well as Shin Wuzhou's sentences of outrageous speculation. No? What's this? I'm all confused. First a gun comes out, then they say that key is in the pseudo's body. Guns I understand, the ship brought the guns out. Wait, I don't understand, how could he bring the gun out? Asterisk 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 can't read the family, all I know is that it's 5 minutes out. The key being in a pseudo-human body is obviously a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Who puts chips in them? Dead camera, turn around. Inside the clinic, Shin Wuzhou looked up at the rules. The small print above the rules jumped, but did not generate a new warning public notice. In front of the scarlet font, the drone camera turned around and turned back, a bit of red light coldly aimed at Shin Wuzhou, like some kind of scrutiny and warning. Shin Wuzhou understood. He has a gun, I'm afraid even the AI didn't count on that. If he didn't have a gun, indeed, by the algorithm, the probability of him surviving is 0. Even if he had a gun, it's particularly unlikely that he could think of dissecting a pseudo-human stomach directly after shooting him. Good death, Shin Wuzhou took up all of these 2 elements. The AI, on the other hand, is obviously not generating new warnings because it is limited in some way or for other considerations. 2 people back. The director responded. He glanced warily at the rules and saw that nothing had changed before he wiped his forehead and cautiously opened his mouth to ask. No. Shippa, we need to do something? The director admits that he is a wimp and has a bit of a character flaw. But he is not a little cutie. Shin Wuzhou had a gun in his hand, and he could guess what was going on with the gun. The fact that there was a gun suggests that it was expected. Early anticipation, combined with the fact that the 4 previous medications had been precisely selected as non-toxic, The director felt that the probability was that Shinhwa Zhou knew something inside. Then, what should be the subsequent every step? He should just hold the thigh, right? The male nurse fell silent in a rare moment. He stared at Shinhwa Zhou with complicated eyes for a while, his slightly cloudy-looking eyes filled with unknown emotions. He was torn for a moment, and had just opened his mouth to ask a question when he was interrupted by an exclamation from the intern. Ouch! Really there? Shinhwa Zhou glanced at the time, less than 4 minutes. The internist's old gloves were stained with tissue and blood. He sharply yanked off a piece of something, quickly wiped it clean on his white coat and handed it to Shinhwa Zhou, and moved on to the second corpse. It was a tiny chip with bars of blue light, neatly arranged. The blue light of the real thing was a little brighter than Shinhwa Zhou looking at it under perspective. The blue light flowed slowly, but the curved arch reminded Shinhwa Zhou of some kind of maggot. Found it? The director exclaimed excitedly, rushing forward to look at the hard-earned key with him. That's the one. The male nurse exclaimed excitedly, that's the one. There are 2 pieces. That's the key. The atmosphere in the clinic changed. Nurse A soared with a national curse, her whole body shaking with excitement. I found it. Crass, I can't believe I found it. Inside the live feed. The confusing things are one ring after another. Shinhwa Zhou has found the key, but the audience is more and more confused. Ha? No? Why did you pass him again? I'm really going to be asking questions. What happened? I remember they were going to die a few minutes ago, then the ship suddenly shot the pseudomen, and then somehow they found the key and were able to open the door. I know all the rules, it's just the big guys maneuvering that I don't understand. Asterisk 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 it's living that counts, right? The clinic. Pay attention. The intern doctor made a cut and instructed Shinhwa Zhou without lifting his head. This thing was part of the stomach, and the stomach broke after I yanked it off. The scalpel made several quick and precise cuts, slashing open the abdomen of the second pseudo-human. Be careful, there could be stomach acid from this creature up there. Shinhwa Zhou took the chip and put it away, very quickly surveying the clinic room. The clinic is the equivalent of the playground for this round. With the experience of his previous past, he did not dare to underestimate any items left in the playground. They are likely to be key props for the next round of the game. Shinhwa Zhou quickly felt all over the pseudo-man's overalls, which were empty. The only thing left behind were some capsules, which were confirmed to be poisonous by the course of the game, scattered all over the clinic, and a few of the capsules were even stained with blood. Shinhwa Zhou did not dislike it and moved quickly to pick up the capsules that he could see in his head and stuffed them into his pocket. The male nurse on the side had a lively mind, and when he saw Shinhwa Zhou doing this, he also did the same thing and quickly picked up a few capsules in the corner. The director and nurse A took a look and were equally unoccupied. In less than a couple dozen seconds, the remaining capsules in the clinic were almost snatched clean. Everyone has at least one capsule in their pockets, except for the interns who are still in surgery. With the previous experience, this time, the trainee doctor was much faster. With a minute and a half left in the countdown, he yanked off the second chip without incident. Run! The internist stood up and took the lead out the door. Run! Don't delay! The male nurse reacted the fastest, shaking off the director next to him and rushing out like a madman. Boat! Hurry up and bring the chips! Shinhwa Zhou followed behind the two, squeezing the chip tightly in his hand. There must be no problem in getting through this round of the game. What about the next round of games? What will be the next round of games? Those capsules, could they come in handy? The internist rushed to the barred door, gasping for breath as he snapped the chip into the notch that fit it. Come on, he said, pulling the key to the security gate behind the barred door from his pocket. Shinhwa Zhou did not delay and very quickly snapped the chip into the other side. The director and nurse A came running over gasping for air. The male nurse propped his hands on his knees and stared nervously at the chip. The results did not disappoint them. The barred door made a pleasant drop and then clicked and popped open. The intern twisted the lock on the security door and depressed the handle. Shinhwa Zhou heard the director let out a long sob. Asterisk 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 I survived. Chapter 57, Officials. Drones circled behind them. On the live feed, the heavy security doors were pushed open in a concerted effort, revealing the escape route inside, illuminated white with lights. Shinhwa Zhou took a step out and took the lead in probing down and surveying the passageway. Safe. Aside from being somewhat dilapidated, the place was empty. The internist scurried down the stairs like crazy. Come on, he shouted, in case there's a door downstairs. Shinhwa Zhou gave him a nod in his heart for his caution. Several people couldn't care about relaxing and rushed down as fast as they could, finally reaching the first floor in the last 10 seconds. The good thing is, there isn't another barred door here. Beyond the security gate was the still-lit emergency hall, the projection clock on the wall flickering dimly, showing the time as 4:35 a.m. The internist bent down and held down his thumping heart, trying to calm himself. It's over. My God. Shinhwa Zhou sighed in relief. He couldn't see the projected clock on the wall himself. Under the illusion vision, there is only the murky sky outside, and the abandoned emergency hall with rusty iron chairs and peeling walls revealing red bricks. Inside the live feed, the audience completely relaxed. Vocal survived and never want to see dead images again. Broke down and watched the misery all day and night, and I really didn't eat anything at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what am I supposed to say? The boat is awesome, this is something I'm tired of saying. He was great, I still don't see how he got through. Wondering about the +1. Anyone near the brain hospital? Are there any officials on the scene who have traveled to deal with it? The live stream isn't over either, so I wonder if X is going to screw up again. And what's with the pseudo-men? Pseudo-men? And what's with the pistols, the ship's pistols? We need an explanation from X. The male nurse is shown collapsing to the floor in a whole heap, whimpering. The director was weak in the knees and managed to hold back his emotions. Nurse A, who was clearly breaking down a bit as well. Asterisk 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 asterisk, I can't do it. His voice had actually taken on a sobbing tone. Shun Wuzhou gave him a sympathetic look. Indeed. Such an experience would be too shocking for an ordinary person. It's been a long night, with people dying around them, and Nurse A herself threatened with death. One's extremely tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and Nurse A had begun to physically tremble. Somebody tell me what the is going on? Who the is going to tell me? The internist fished his cell phone out of his pants pocket. He seemed fairly calm, only his slightly trembling hands betrayed his emotions. I don't know what's going on, he said, looking at the director and then at Shin Wuzhou. But since it's live, there's bound to be opinion on the internet. Shin Wuzhou looked around. The drones didn't follow him any further, and through the gap in the wall he didn't see any suspicious staff or pseudo-humans or anything like that. The viewer who claimed to have entered the hospital and was going to run a live broadcast of the situation is also long gone. They were the only ones in the crumbling hall. Shin Wuzhou walked to the door and looked out. The morning light was not yet bright enough for him to see the scene at the front entrance of the hospital, only a few dimly lit street lamps on either side of the road. Even if he listened closely, he couldn't hear much else. Quiet. It's uncharacteristically quiet. Not even a single reporter for such a big deal? Shin Wuzhou's heart jumped. Is this a new game, or is there another arrangement? The male nurse remained paralyzed and didn't get up, and the director, with a white face, patted Nurse A's back to comfort him while moving over to look at the intern's cell phone. Now, what's going on out there now? His voice was still a little shaky, and he looked back at the passageway with great trepidation. Asterisk 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 asterisk, I lost my cell phone up there. Any news from the officials? It's such a big deal, it's not like no one called the police, is it? A side of blue light illuminated the intern's face. His brow furrowed as he watched the news on social media. The #1 hot search term is Game Pass, and when you click on it, it's full of all kinds of discussions and speculations about their live broadcast. The phrase official response was squeezed into second place in the search. Inside this entry is a police statement, brief and seemingly informal. After the investigation, we confirmed that Company X has committed illegal cultivation of organisms and other violations. Police have cordoned off the Janya Brain Hospital and the street where it is located, and have gone to the hospital to look for survivors. Citizens are strictly warned to stay away from the premises in question and wait for notification of the unsealing. Citizens can go to the official live streaming account and all proceedings will be broadcasted in a live newscast format. Shin Wuzhou put his head over and saw the short notice. The notice said that the police came looking for them and that everything would be broadcast live. Is this going to be a trap? Is it the police that are coming, or is it the fake people? Fortunately, the director wore an afterthought expression. The officials finally stepped in. If the one who picked us up was a staff member of Company X presumably thinking of the two strangely constructed, Horror Valley effect-looking pseudo-humans, the director let out a dry heave. There's absolutely no way Lao Tzu will get on their bus. Boatless if there's a staff in the team, you pistol remember to lend me a hand. Shin Wuzhou still had the last 2 bullets left in his pistol. However, he wondered if the police would confiscate the weapon. Shin Wuzhou subconsciously touched his sleeve. The AI didn't declare the game over, which means everything will continue. The pistol is important in a sense, it should never be taken away. Go to the official account and take a look. Shin Wuzhou ignored the director and instead patted the intern doctor's shoulder. Didn't they start a live broadcast? Take a look at what's going on. Okay. The internist switched crisply. Aside from the male nurse, who was still lying down, the other 4 men came together and went to see what was going on in the live room. The footage is supposed to have been taken by a drone flying at an oblique upward direction and downward, and although the light is a bit dim, it's still fairly high definition. 2 teams of police officers walked side by side down the center of the slightly dimly lit street. They were followed by a slow-sliding police car with alternating red and blue light bars. Those police officers at the front of the line were wearing very ordinary overalls. Shin Wuzhou meticulously saw them from head to toe, confirming that there were no guns or other weapons on them. However, the 2 police officers at the end of the line were heavily armed from head to toe and loaded. They wore helmets on their heads, and Shin Wuzhou couldn't see their faces on the screen. It's really coming. The internist said, with this lineup, it shouldn't be a problem. The director and Nurse A also dropped their hearts. Yes, so many people. And wearing uniforms, or the official number live. X company bold, but also cannot dare to pretend this. Shin Wuzhou didn't say anything and quickly counted the number of people in the team. Chapter 58 Opinion. Doing so for no other reason than the fact that the two cops at the very back of the line gave him a subtle sense of familiarity. Whether it was the slightly stiff walking posture or the style of dress that did not show the full face, none of them allowed Shin Wuzhou to be reminded of the two pseudo-humans from earlier. Shin Wuzhou didn't poke at it immediately and wrinkled his eyebrows in silence. He'll take a better look when they arrive. If even the officials could be infiltrated, it could only mean that the power of the AI was too much stronger than he had imagined. Those official men at the front of the procession who had no guns and wore ordinary clothes numbered 22 in all. With the last two suspected pseudo-human cops, there were 24 in all. That's enough people to play a game, if not more. AI, what exactly do you want to do next? Shin Wuzhou was clearly here to find the truth. But right now, the truth is getting more and more confusing. Going pretty fast. The director scratched his scalp a little anxiously, but he didn't look as fearful as he had before. Let's not get carried away here. I don't want to spend one more ING moment in this place. The male nurse got up from the floor and came over to look at the phone as well. The official livestream was watched by the highest number of viewers ever, 500 million. Many spectators squatted inside, even if they had been up all night. There's a talk of an official bribe, right, and this time it's out really late. There are only 3 people left. It's nice to be out there. I wonder how much money X is slipping them. Begging for a strict investigation of the umbrella, how handy are they to be able to come up with such monsters and openly release them to play murderous games? As well as begging for an explanation of that gun the ship had. Did the ship actually bring the gun out, or is that supposed AI game scenario non-existent and realistically built? The latter, I guess, all makes sense if the game is a fake scenario built in reality. More pop-ups were celebratory. The officials at least stepped in and broadcast it live. It would have been worse if it wasn't live in public. There were quite a lot of people sent out, all in uniform, looking safe. Yes, we want to see the 3 survivors properly placed. We'll keep an eye out for a follow-up. The male nurse didn't know what to think. His eyelids were drooping, and he looked depressed and nervous compared to the others. Get out, he said. I don't suppose we'll be arrested straight away? Shin Wuzhou heard it. This is him forcing someone to die upstairs before and being afraid of taking responsibility. Unfortunately, no one wanted to answer his inexplicable questions. A few people left the silent, dark emergency room and headed down the main road with only a few streetlights. It's not even 5 o'clock and it's still dark. The low greenery on either side was a ghostly black color, with some eerie greens haloing off only in the parts that were illuminated by the lights. They were getting closer and closer to the gate. Shin Wuzhou saw that the light in the janitor's room was on, and there was a half-drunk cup of tea on the glass plate of the table, but the janitor was nowhere to be found, as if he had suddenly disappeared. The scene seemed a bit bizarre. The sense of uneasiness in Shin Wuzhou's heart also grew stronger. The game is over. Pseudo-people are killed in the game. It's a live thing. If there is no longer any danger here, why are even the hospital security guards being evicted? Is this a rescue mission, or is there something pressing to be seen? Even the number of people who came was intriguing. 22 men, 2 suspected pseudo-men. If 20 of them go upstairs with the 2 suspected fakes, does that make for a new round of the game? And the remaining 2 people happen to take Shin Wuzhou and the others away in a police car to the next round of the game. Would that be the arrangement? They stepped out of the gate, a position where they could already see the procession coming from the other end of the street. The director immediately started waving his hand and yelling at the end. Hey, we're here. Saw it. Someone on the other end called back from a distance. Shin Wuzhou subconsciously clenched the pistol in his sleeve and made up his mind. At least not to the point where they can't immediately take away their handguns. He stood to the side, brushing up against the green belt at the side of the road. When the others weren't paying attention, Shin Wuzhou quietly threw the gun into the bushes. Beside him, Nurse jumped up and waved excitedly, here. The official men were close enough to them that a few of the ones at the front of the line had obviously recognized their faces. Boat. Shin Wuzhou heard someone shouting, it's a boat. He didn't answer, but instead, the chief, with tears of joy, stepped forward and hugged the lead officer. It's a boat. He shouted, you're finally here. We almost died in there. So close. The police officer in charge was in his mid-30s, with an inch hair, and was quite amiable. He revealed a comforting smile, patted the director, and was the first to go up again, checking Shin Wuzhou, the intern doctor, and the other 2 contestants one by one. When he saw Shin Wuzhou, the officer extended his hand with extra enthusiasm. Boat. Hello, my name is Lu Ping. I've heard a lot about you. Under illusion vision, Shin Wuzhou was able to see his normal and incomparable internal organs and a lung that was slightly darker in color due to too much smoking. He flashed a smile and shook the hand of the officer named Lu Ping back. Hello, Shin Wuzhou said politely, putting on a slightly surprised look. Are so many of you all here to protect us? Lu Ping shook his head and pointed to the young man next to him. He and I are the only ones who came specifically to get you. He enthusiastically introduced himself, not noticing in the slightest that Shin Wuzhou's line of sight had already crossed over him and drifted to the end of the line. We have different assignments. The matter itself is more serious and the implications are particularly bad. Lu Ping lifted his chin and raised it toward the group behind him. Here. Those 22 co-workers at the back of the line are in charge of investigating and sealing off the scene. Shen Wuzhou saw it. Under the E-vision, the light blue chips in the bodies of the two policemen at the end of the line are flashing brightly. The structure inside their bodies was very special, and Shen Wuzhou could see a thick, long, sharp-toothed tongue. Lu Ping was oblivious and was still introducing Shen Wuzhou. They will go into the scene of the incident in a few moments and take out the remains of the victims. The tongue contracted slowly, looking a little urgent. Lu Ping said, "Boat, let's get into the police car first." The 20 police officers behind him began to methodically walk into the hospital's main entrance and set off towards the building that Shen Wuzhou had just left. "Boat?" Lu Ping stretched out his hand and opened it, waving it in front of Shen Wuzhou. "You haven't slept for a day and a night. Hurry up, we've been instructed to take you to the hotel first. You guys need to get some rest." Chapter 59, Is it really over? Ooh, and a hotel? This treatment. The director stepped in across the room and made his way to Lu Ping's side. "That's a good sentiment. But aren't we going home?" Lu Ping smiled and raised his hand to scratch his head again. "Well, in theory you'll have to make a statement first. Only this time the situation is different. You guys are working hard, and there's a directive from above that you have to be assured of your mental condition first, so you can rest." The word rest seemed to strike a nerve with the director. He sighed bitterly, the violent relief haggling his taut face for a moment. "That's good," he said, so tired. "Really, can't slow down." Two teams of police officers passed by Shen Wuzhou, and a few of them reached out to pat Shen Wuzhou's shoulder and greeted him with a smile. A round-faced young man with a somewhat naive look turned his head to look at the two heavily armed police at the end of the line and took out his cell phone, wanting to take a picture with Shen Wuzhou. "Boat, can I take a picture with you?" One of the pseudo-humans urged. "Hurry up. Remember to turn off your cell phone after you take the picture. You can't bring your cell phone on site." Inside the live room, the viewers weren't idle. Hopefully this one is really taken seriously and squats a follow-up. "You can't bring cell phones to the scene, so can you bring drones? Or are the searches at the scene not broadcast live?" "I don't think it's live, the drone keeps circling the ship. +1, it doesn't matter if it's live straight or not, we've seen it all. Just one result. That said, there are still hotels, dependable. This should be really safe now, right?" Shen Wuzhou's thoughts flashed. Both the timbre and the tone of voice were much more natural compared to the two pseudo-human employees of Company X. Is this still the advanced version? He subconsciously went to look at the chip in the stomach of the pseudo-human who had spoken. It was still a light blue color, except that the pattern of the grooves on it had changed. The chip, the key to the pass. The fact that the chips were different meant that the two chips that Shen Wuzhou already had in his hand had no way to help the next round of passers. Shen Wuzhou glanced at the round-faced young man and put his head over to take a picture with him. He thought about it, but decided to say nothing and keep quiet. Other than being able to phantom vision, he wasn't really considered powerful. Knowledge of AI is not even close to skin deep. Rushing to lend a helping hand to others in this situation would only lead to nothing more than a killing spree. Shen Wuzhou could only guess that the 6th floor of the Jianye Brain Hospital's emergency building might turn into a permanent replica site. When those 20 die, there will be the next 20 in the game. Maybe, it just keeps going round and round. If so, what is the ultimate purpose of AI? Kill everyone? What is the source and truth behind it, again? If the world is certainly false. Shen Wuzhou looked up at the sky. It was just after 5 in the morning and the sky was already beginning to lighten, with some of the sun's rays showing on the edges of the distant clouds. Where is the real world again? What would it take for them to tear through a barrier where they couldn't even see the edges or breaks? On the other side, Lu Ping's rambling voice reached his ears. "This guest house is also the budget allocated from above. Environment, well, it is indeed nothing to say. No comment would be great." The male nurse was all smiles and came over to get close. "So, let me ask, are we going to court afterward?" Earlier in the game, he arguably did whatever it took to stay alive. Now that he survived, the male nurse isn't too keen on taking responsibility for his actions. With that thought in mind, the male nurse ignored the strange looks from the others and argued a few lines of reasoning. "Officer, people are pretty much out of their depth in extreme situations to stay alive. Not to mention that with some people, if I don't screw her, she's even more extreme. You understand that, don't you? You see, can I just be ruled exempt from self-preservation on this one?" Shen Wuzhou noticed that although Lu Ping had a smile on his face, his eyes were disgusted. "I'm not sure about that, I'll have to ask." He answered smoothly, glanced at Shen Wuzhou who was taking a group photo, and changed the topic without a trace. "Ding, if you want to take a group photo, hurry up. The ship hasn't slept for 24 hours in a row soon." Shen Wuzhou's group photo is finished. The round-faced policeman hemmed and hawed at Lu Ping, while Lu Ping remembered something and turned to Shen Wuzhou once again. Only, this time the face was a little more serious. "Boat, where is that pistol of yours?" He looked Shen Wuzhou up and down, also at the request of the officials. "That gun of yours is important evidence that needs to be sealed and handed over to these two." Lu Ping stretched out his hand and pointed at the two pseudo-humans. Through phantom vision, Shin Wuzhou could see the long wriggling tongue inside them and the weirdly upturned corners of their mouths under the masks. Instead, the upper half of their bare faces were frowning and looking serious. Shen Wujiao frankly raised his hands and signaled for them to search him. Fortunately, he had gone ahead and hid the pistol in the green belt. Shen Wuzhou did not change his face. The pistol, I didn't bring it out. He said, I was in such a hurry to run after beating the hypocrites that the gun fell out of my sleeve. Shen Wuzhou sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. It should be right there in the clinic. Who cares about that stuff when you're actually running for your life? One of the pseudo-men reached out and searched Shen Wuzhou from top to bottom. He was wearing the same bodysuit and sweatpants he'd worn from X. The sweatpants were still wide-legged, and there was no way to hide anything. In his pocket, instead, he had the poison capsule that he had picked up. The fake people didn't find out anything. It nodded slightly stiffly to Lu Ping and turned to walk inside the gate. Nurse A did not hold back, hugging another colleague of Lu Ping loudly sobbing. Male nurses see Lu Ping again idle, cannot help but go up to ask questions. The chief made his own way to the police car, and only the intern stood by the greenbelt looking at his phone with a frown on his face. Just right. This is a good opportunity to get your weapon back. Shin Wuzhou immediately put his head next to the intern doctor and watched the live broadcast on his cell phone. Inside the live room, there was a sense of euphoria. No spectators noticed the unusual number of people. Half the group was talking about the hotel they were about to go to, and the other half was speaking out in righteous indignation for the fallen. The setting is nothing to write home about? Any room straight shots? I want to see it too. When will Sanction X be broadcast live? My ship pushes aggressively, and the ship is tired to the point where it must rest well. Same burden, support. What about the other dead? Was there any compensation? And the bad behavior of the male nurse, please do the math, thank you. Beside Shin Wuzhou, the intern doctor glanced at the drone warily and moved closer again. That ship, he asked in a low voice, is your game really over? If others asked clearly, it would be quite inadequate for Shin Wuzhou to conceal it when there was no conflict of interest. He shook his head gently, noticing the intern's face change slightly. Shin Wuzhou didn't care. He looked at the live feed on his cell phone, which was captured clearly and was no different than surveillance. Except, there's only one drone, so the AI and the audience have visual dead space. Shin Wuzhou quickly looked around and adjusted his angle. He crouched down in a position that was absolutely undetectable to those around him and to the audience, pretending to tie his shoe as he quickly cuffed the gun under the green belt. The cold metal next to his skin gave him some sense of security. Shin Wuzhou pretended to dawdle for a few seconds and stood up, patting the intern doctor's shoulder. Come on, he said, go ahead and get a good night's sleep at the place where we're staying. Lu Ping heard them and greeted them with a smile. Several people got into the police car with their own concerns. Lu Ping grabbed the drone as soon as he could and placed it at the very front of the police car with the camera pointed at the car. At the request of our viewers, we'll take a shot of the inside of the room before you go to bed. He smiled and explained, and then, you guys can get some sleep. It's after 5 in the morning, and considering how tired you are, everything will wait until after 9 tomorrow morning. The director thanked him profusely, and the intern's face eased a bit. Shin Wuzhou was silent as he continued to listen. He had to judge whether the hotel was the location for the next game. Lu Ping smiled and continued to explain. Here's the thing, my co-workers and I will be staying with you to keep you safe at all times. Tomorrow morning, at 9 o'clock, we'll leave together and start with an official interview. Shin Wuzhou slightly relaxed a little. It was a passage that he didn't analyze. Since Lu Ping said that, then the hotel was really a place where you could just rest. And that official interview the next morning was probably the 5th game. The style of this interview is going to be a little more relaxed and enjoyable, and you guys shouldn't be nervous. Lu Ping explained in a cordial tone, we'll be on it as well. When the time comes, there will also be a mental stress relaxation session. All you need to do is to cooperate with the host to do some actions, and the interview will be over. Sure enough. What relaxing? What works with the host to do the action? This is, plainly, a preview of the next game. Shin Wuzhou had a number in his heart. Thanks, he said politely, we'll cooperate. Beside Shin Wuzhou, the intern doctor nervously pinched the corner of his coat and apparently also understood the other meaning in Lu Ping's words. His phone was still playing live, and in the live room, the audience was surprisingly expectant. An interview? The whole interesting topic. Normal interviews don't put too much psychological pressure on them. Yes, it would have been more psychologically stressful for people after all that. But it's nice to have a follow-up, or official. At least it's nice to see how everyone's status is. Inside the wagon, Lu Ping twisted his head in some curiosity as if he remembered something. Right, ship. There's one more thing I want to ask you. He scratched his hair in some embarrassment. I believe this is something that the viewers of the live broadcast have wanted to know for a long time. Lu Ping struggled to turn and look at him. Were you really extraordinarily lucky on the last level, or did you find something? That was a stone's throw away. The viewers of the live broadcast, who had been fairly calm, were restless. Finally someone asked. Yoop. I'm standing for Eugene. Patterns, I guess, but how did he manage to spot the patterns the first time he chose a drug? 111, I want to know too. Car. The director, the intern and the two nurses all came to be interested and looked at Shin Woo-jo in unison. Exactly. The director wiped the Mediterranean Sea. Don't tell me you're faking food, I don't believe you. I know you're a real eater, I can tell at a glance if you're faking it. The internist smiled and didn't hold back his curiosity. Ship, I'd like to know that too. He said, why did you reject my, cheating application back then? Right. The director nodded in agreement, how dare you bet your life. Shin Woo-jo glanced at the camera in front of him and didn't hide it anymore. He yanked the director, speaking naturally and bluntly. Oh, I used to dump the powder out of the capsule whenever I took a pill. This time, it's just a continuation of the good old tradition. He laughed a little. A thing is only a gamble if you don't know the answer. It's called chirography if you know the answer, or simply can manipulate the answer. The director's face hardened for a moment. He remembered. Shin Woo-jo did take his medication very punctually every day for a period of time before he escaped. It's just that he had earlier made a big fuss and forced the hospital to replace all the tablets prescribed to him with capsules. Feelings about that earlier period of medication were all fake, too. He's screwed. Shin Woo-jo slowly began to explain, from the first time he poured the powder, to taking away the capsules that were not eaten in the hands of the others, all the way to the end of the final fourth time he took the medicine. He explained it so succinctly and clearly that everyone understood. The pop-ups on the live feed multiplied several times over all of a sudden. Grip the grass. I told you. Sure enough. Holy, it's not the OU, it's the IQ. I didn't see it at all. Not right. I am staring at the boat the whole time? Families I'm intellectually in love with, I push the boat. Wagon. The director's face was colorful, and in the end he exhaled and gave a helpless harm. Can you at least wink me? Messing around without a word, I'm going to have a heart attack from you. The intern doctor glanced at Shin Woo-jo and his eyes had changed. This kind of thing is unexpected and reasonable. Sure enough, luck doesn't exist for people like boats. There is only a step-by-step just right precise algorithm. Pour the powder and then use the number on the capsule to speculate. It seems simple. In reality, however, it's a matter of being bold and precise and taking into account every aspect of the AI's possible breakdowns and weaknesses. Not to mention, Shin Woo-jo's control and consideration of various details in this game. It takes a high level of mental and analytical skills to do this. When the intern doctor looked at Shin Woo-jo again, he only felt a shock in his heart. How is this guy so smart? No wonder the director can give him a run for his money. Nurse A patted the director on the shoulder for comfort and sighed. Ship, if you get another chance later, go back and redo the test. He calmed his mind. Either you're not mentally ill, or you're simply the most powerful kind of mental illness. Lu Ping laughed, very impressive and smart indeed. It's no wonder you've survived so many times. Only the face of the male nurse, whose expression was unreadable in the darkened compartment, remained mute and silent. This ship cheated a long time ago. The drone cameras of the time were not without their surveillance dead spots. However, the ship gave no hints to the other players and watched them go to their deaths. And, in that comparison, his own cheating afterward was like a clown. The male nurse dropped his eyes to hide his emotions and gave a somewhat perfunctory, fake smile. Chapter 60, Changes in the Vision. Lu Ping Mouth Hotel is an old 5-star hotel in the city center. In the internist's cell phone screen, it flanked a tall bronze statue of the city center, surrounded by tall buildings cascading into the sky. But under the illusion vision, Shin Woo-jo saw only the dilapidated bronze statues that were climbing vines and nearly deserted, and the clumps of dangerous buildings that looked gray and exposed steel and brick. Some of the buildings were still lit, and Shin Woo-jo could see people busy in the tattered ruins. And the old hotel looks equally deserted, with water damage spreading on the exterior walls, making it look ghostly. The car came to a steady stop and the well-dressed security guard stepped forward to pull open the door. Let's go. Lu Ping smiled and said, the room has already been opened, and a few of us are connected in one piece. There's no need to register at the front desk, just go straight upstairs. Well. The director rubbed his eyes, I'm an old man, I do hold out. Nurse A let out a long yawn and didn't say anything. While the male nurse was just holding his cell phone and sending messages, Shin Woo-jo took a sideways glance and the male nurse's contact was a lawyer. He mentally shook his head, taking a very quick look around. There was a normal amount of people coming and going here, no strange pseudo-humans to be seen, and behind the walls, no spooky contraptions. Lu Ping led them to the elevator and gave each of them a room card. Rest first, he said, dinner in the afternoon by room card. Everyone stay awake for a while around 9:30 p.m. There will be an interview team coming. These words were not avoided by the drone camera and were spoken in the open. Lu Ping smiled and rubbed his nose, explaining a sentence. It's not a big deal, just talking about the shooting points for tomorrow. It'll be live streamed then too. He thought about it and thoughtfully added his 2 cents. Though I can't see the pop-ups from the audience and I don't know what's going on in your minds. But rest assured, there is no possibility of anything like threats or scripts when we dare to come out live and honest. The elevator doors opened. Shin Wuzhou stepped on the carpet, and under the illusion vision, the carpet was borne with thick mold. Yo, this is a weird environment. Nursa lamented, I'm sleepy. The room should be pretty big too, right? Shin Wuzhou still didn't say a word. The corridor here reminded him of the corridor in the first level of the game. It wasn't as Spartan as there, but the wall decorations were close to rotting, the wood on the outside of the door panels was rotting, and the exposed metal was dull. The whole corridor was permeated with a strong and uncomfortable odor of darkness and decay. Lu Ping was kind enough to help him swipe open a room and hand him the door card. Ship, you're the most tired here, you go ahead and rest. A very large bed was placed in the very center of the room, but unfortunately, Shin Wuzhou could only see the cotton outwardly turned bed head and the tattered bedboard. The ceiling looked dirty with water stains and mold everywhere. Fortunately, Shin Wuzhou had gotten used to it since 5 months when Phantom Vision had just appeared. This had always been the scene he had seen. Thanks a lot. He nodded to Lu Ping and watched the other man close the door to his room. Then, Shin Wuzhou walked to the edge of the bed, fumbled and slowly sat down, and closed his eyes. Well, the touch didn't go away. Under your hands are soft bedding and mattresses that are clean and neat to the touch. Shin Wuzhou fumbled and leaned back on the pillow, slowly relaxing. He needs to rest. Get enough sleep to be better prepared for the next crisis. There's always nothing wrong with resting, even if there's some anxiety in your mind. A dreamless sleep. 10 hours later. Shin Wuzhou opened his eyes and stretched a very long time. The time was already past 3 in the afternoon, the sunlight outside the window was dark and white. Shin Wuzhou sat up and subconsciously checked the gun he had hidden in his sleeve. The gun was still there, and the bullets in it were 2 no more, no less. He sat up from the bed to survey the entire room, which, at the moment, had taken a new turn. Originally, he could only see a dilapidated scene and nothing else. And now, a surprisingly thin layer of phantasmagoria hangs over the peeling wallpaper, the mold-infested carpet, and the empty bedpan. The shadow was faint, but Shin Wuzhou could tell what it was. Fresh, clean wallpaper, soft red carpet, white sheets and quilts and fluffy pillows. It's the world as normal people see it. Shin Wuzhou blinked his eyes and adapted. Phantom Vision didn't disappear, and neither did the layer of shadow. The two were stable and balanced, not changing in any way with Shin Wuzhou's movements, angles, or thoughts. Shin Wuzhou was happy in his heart. Yeah, this change solved just a little problem he had been wrestling with. It's inconvenient to only see the real world all the time, and it's easy to show up in front of other people. Besides, just because something is invisible in the real world doesn't mean it doesn't exist. If there is no wall in the real world, but there is one in reality, and Shin Wuzhou can't see it, then it would be bad. With this evolution, he can disguise himself as a normal human being. Shin Wuzhou joyfully turned around. He was about to turn back for another nap when there was a sudden knock on the front door. Ship? It was the intern's voice. Are you there? There's something we'd better discuss. Chapter 61, Request for Cooperation. Shin Wuzhou opened the door, and the intern doctor stood in the corridor with an expression that was obviously a little uneasy. Under the upgraded, Phantom Vision view, the dirty and tattered carpet was covered with a gorgeous and clean phantom. There's something I want to ask you. The internist took a step in and closed the door very carefully. Shin Wuzhou noticed that his spirit was not much better than before. I'm afraid that he didn't sleep well during this day. He opened his cell phone and pulled up a picture to show Shin Wuzhou. It was a screenshot of a social media post with close to no relikes or comments, and the words on it were shocking. My son, who was a police officer, went to the scene of the live game, the Janya Brain Hospital, early in the morning to investigate. We just got a landline call from the Janya Brain Hospital's number, in which our son said some very strange things, gave us his bank card number and password, and said he wouldn't be coming home for dinner anymore. We're worried, and now others can't be reached and their cell phones are completely off. We tried to contact his leadership and the response we got from the leadership side was that it was fine. This short article isn't over yet. Shin Wuzhou furrowed his eyebrows and continued to read on. But on the phone, our son sounded panicked. Also, the background sound seems like someone is chowing down on cantaloupe, so I don't know if you guys can understand us. We just want to know, what happened there? Did something happen to our son? We want an official answer. The internist sat on the couch, looking a little panicked and uneasy, as if the article had yanked his heart high into the sky. Boat, did you get the point about gorging on cantaloupe? Shin Wuzhou understood. He had seen a video before about the process of making various voiceovers. One of the zombie movies where the zombie eats human flesh and blood is dubbed by the voice actor by gorging on cantaloupe. If he understood correctly, the gulping of cantaloupe here referred to the sound of eating raw meat with blood on it. In other words, in the clinic, the two pseudo-humans were eating the body. It could be someone who died of poisoning in the previous level, or it could be a player who violated one of the rules in this game. Shin Wuzhou wasn't sure exactly which one. Ship, what do you think? Those people. They entered the game. Shin Wuzhou didn't hide it and said it bluntly. There is no need to hide it from the internist at this time. For one thing, this information is irrelevant and will come to light someday. Secondly, interns are smart people and don't just blabber on and get the AI's attention. The internist's face got worse. There are a total of 20 police officers in regular uniforms and 2 in special uniforms entering the game. Shen Wuzhou hinted cryptically. If that's what you've come to discuss, then that's all I've observed. The internist's face went white. Are you saying that the AI's copy really invaded reality? Which means, the internist panicked a bit, that will continue into the game as well? The game, it's not over at all. It just keeps replenishing people and keeps going on, doesn't it? Shen Wuzhou nodded and spoke lightly. Just my guess, I'm not sure. The human heart is unpredictable. He could have answered some very modest questions, and it wouldn't have mattered if he answered them back or not, since the answers they would have known soon enough anyway. But when it comes to truths he's after, when it comes to areas he has no understanding of, it's a dangerous thing to confide too much in someone who isn't even a friend. So, if the intern asked for more, he wouldn't have thought of telling the truth. The internist clasped his hands anxiously. He stared at Shen Wuzhou for a while, as if he was torn between asking for more and more details. He could tell that Shen Wuzhou held a bit more information in his hands than he did. Whether it is an understanding of the AI or a speculation about the world, if he is confused, then Shen Wuzhou at least has a general direction. However, Shen Wuzhou obviously didn't want to reveal too much at once. The intern doctor would rather go along with Shen Wuzhou and handle the relationship carefully. This is an excellent thigh. If not embraced and not maintained, then he is a complete. Thinking of this, he raised his head and looked at Shen Wuzhou, his tone serious. I have a piece of information to exchange with you. He surveyed the room warily and lowered his voice. Ship, I hope we can help each other in future games where there is no absolute conflict of interest. I'll tell you my guess, maybe you can use it. Shen Wuzhou nodded. No one will object to cooperation that doesn't drag their feet when their interests don't absolutely conflict. About the AI killing. The internist spoke quickly. My guess is that the AI probably has some sort of programmed restriction against killing at will. Otherwise, it wouldn't go through a game or rules-based format for such activities. Shen Wuzhou nodded, signaling him to continue on. Because there are restrictions on not being able to kill people for no reason, but it can kill humans who break the rules, it finds ways to set up rules that humans have to break with each copy. It's just, you're drilling too many holes, so that hospital copy, it changed its form. The intern paused, a strand of hair covering his face. It began to try to exploit the gaps in humanity in order to produce a perfect rule without gaps. This was consistent with Shen Wuzhou's thoughts. Even now, it seems that Shen Wuzhou can be said to be the test subject of its perfect rules. There's a high probability that the AI will choose to fill in the holes that Shen Wuzhou has drilled, such as shooting a pseudo-human directly after taking up 4 rules with infractions. However, Shen Wuzhou's angle of passage was already tricky enough. If it was really like what he guessed, then the next person who entered the copy would have almost no room for escape. The internist was silent for a moment. Ship, if your suspicions are true, then as long as the source remains intact, the game will continue to be played until everyone dies, right? Shen Wuzhou nodded. Theoretically, yes. Thank you for the information. The internist guessed something that matched his guess. If the person is reliable, then, with the same interests, he will be a good partner. But if interests don't align, then you need to be extra careful with each other too. The intern doctor stood up and patted Shen Wuzhou's shoulder. There will be a crew chat tonight. We'll discuss it after the chat? Shen Wuzhou said, okay, if he predicted it correctly. The content of tonight's conversation is likely to be relevant to tomorrow's level. Shen Wuzhou only knew that the chip that the AI placed in the monster's body needed to replenish its energy by ingesting human flesh and blood. But there is still a great deal of doubt as to what is going on behind the scenes. In that case, it's one level at a time, one game at a time, one investigation at a time. Surely more can be found. The intern doctor walked towards the door, and before he left, he took out a cell phone from his pocket and handed it to Shen Wuzhou. Take it for now and make do, he said, a little bit of good faith, my backup. There's no lock screen code, it's got everything that should be on it, and it's got my big number in the contacts. I hope it's a pleasure to work together. Chapter 62. The live feed was open, the projected clock in the upper left corner clearly showed 9:30, and the number of viewers in the upper right corner was still growing. The host's smiling face appeared in the center of the screen with a lavishly decorated room in the background. She sat on the far edge of the long couch in her white formal dress, her legs elegantly folded. Taking advantage of Lu Ping, Shen Wuzhou and the other 7 people taking their seats, the host naturally said an opening speech. Hello everyone, I'm Nini and I'm the host of tomorrow's program. The purpose of this little salon we're having tonight is also to familiarize ourselves with everyone's current state of mind ahead of time for the taping of tomorrow's show. As well, we'll explain to you the ideas and notes for tomorrow's program. Good evening. Ship. It's the living room of a presidential suite. Under illusion, Nene sits on top of a layer of bubbles, the tattered sofa frame inside especially clear. The floor-to-ceiling window glass behind her appeared nebulous, as if by leaning back hard enough, it would fall with the entire broken couch attached. Shen Wuzhou very quickly looked Nini up and down. She was a very normal human, and Shen Wuzhou could see the heart beating vigorously inside her body. If Nene is the host of tomorrow's game, then she is likely considered one of the players. There's a feature of the AI pulling people into the game. All people within the game scenario are players, except for those watching the livestream. If Nini was tomorrow's host, then Shin Wuzhou could conclude that she was also one of tomorrow's players. Good evening. Shin Wuzhou politely replied with a sentence and waited for more introductions from Nini. His gaze quickly swept over everyone. On the couch, everyone was fairly relaxed except for the intern's face, which was a bit stony. Especially the director and Lu Ping. One was doubly grateful to be back from the dead, and the other was probably red-faced from a job well done. For her part, Nene maintained a very professional and gracious smile. Everyone looks well rested. She turned her body sideways, her manner cordial without being distant. Are all ready to go on the program tomorrow? Everyone rest assured that this time, with the official people escorting us, there will definitely be no more accidents. The witty remark caused Lu Ping and his young co-workers to laugh. The director and nurse laughed cooperatively. Shin Wuzhou was as expressionless as ever, and the intern doctor's face became visibly ugly. Inside the live room, viewers chimed in. Indeed, pull in 2 institutionalized ones and nothing will happen to Iron. Nene, you deepened their psyche. Haha, it's true that there's nothing wrong with that either. Things are coming to an end. I'm relieved to see them safe and sound. On the screen, Nene cleared her throat. What about tomorrow's program, which is mainly focused on relaxation? Considering that 3 of you here are working in the brain hospital, we have prepared a psychology-related trivia game. Nene smiled graciously and decently. Shin Wuzhou grasped the point. Psychology-related trivia game, could this be an important hint? He looked at Nene, who, unsure, smiled a friendlier smile. Ship, don't worry. It's just a game. It's definitely not as scary as the director. The expression on the director's face froze for a moment, while Lu Ping and Nursa laughed in tandem. Ah, look leader, Nene knows you're scary now. Lu Ping smiled and rounded off the conversation. No la, the director is kind in his terror and cares a lot about his patients. The male nurse stiffened and laughed, while the interns couldn't laugh at all. Seeing that it was working pretty well, Nene let out a heavy hitter. In addition to a few of you, our program team has invited some of your acquaintances to participate in this game. There are your roommates, your family, your friends, and the show has even gone to great lengths to reach out to old classmates that some of you haven't seen in a long time. Shin Wuzhou's heart immediately missed a beat, and his face was a bit unable to hang on. For a brief moment, he thought of many possibilities. His parents disappeared a long time ago, and his grandmother, who pulled him up, died a year ago. So it's unlikely that his family will be on the show. But his college roommate, his guidance counselor, his classmates from childhood, were likely pulled into the program. Around him, the interns bowed their heads as if suppressing some emotion. The director, 2 nurses and 2 public officials, however, did not notice anything unusual. Nurse A was even a little agitated. Is my family here too? That means I get to see my mom early, right? Even the male nurse, whose face was always unpleasant, asked, are my parents here too? It should be my mom who's here. My dad is sick. The news, apparently, also touched viewers in the broadcast room. This program is kinda sweet. There's one thing to be said for being able to see your family at a time like this, it's the best comfort. Yeah, if it were me, I'd really need my mom. You guys see the look on the ship's face, what's wrong with him? If Shin Wuzhou was usually expressionless, then right now, his face was considered serious. Not too happy about it, are you? Not on good terms with the family, are you? Ha 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 ha. Laughing my ass off, probably sneaking out of the hospital for fear of being beaten by mom and dad. I can't strain myself, ha ha ha. Shin Wuzhou's serious look didn't remain for long. To be sure, everything with a camera is under AI surveillance. So the more the situation exceeds expectations, the more you have to pretend not to move. He looked to Nene. Nene was still smiling affectionately, with some hot tears. It's times like these that I think you need the company of family and friends more than anything else. She said gently, so, the first moment I received my hosting assignment, I immediately made this request to my leader. The words were spoken, but a flash of calculation flashed very quickly in Nene's eyes. This application was not made at her whim. As a well-known host, she also wanted to pave the way for her own sister. This program is a great opportunity. With the recent big hot events and the heat of the ship to add to the mix, there is absolutely no way that the show's traffic could be low. So, she was involved in the planning and design of the program, taking advantage of this proposal to shoehorn her own sister in under the pretext of increasing the sense of interaction and engagement of the hosts. This salon tonight is the perfect time to announce this. Nene looked to the side, where Nurse had clearly been moved. Thank you. His voice trembled, thank you. The scene was clearly infectious, and the director patted Nurse on the shoulder and looked up to wipe a tear from the corner of his eye. Everyone didn't notice that Shin Wuzhou's eyes changed when he looked at Nini. This woman doesn't realize the gravity of the situation and is just mindlessly working for the tiger on her own. The internist looked up at that, the lower half of his face taut, the corners of his mouth pursed up hard. Shin Wuzhou noticed the intern doctor's clenched fists. I'm afraid the internist would have thrown a punch under the noses of the world's people if he hadn't been apprehensive. Shin Wuzhou could understand his feelings. Once you're pulled into the game, it's almost like a direct death sentence. But it is irrational to be swayed by emotions right now. The internist was indeed smart and sent that cell phone that he needed. Shin Wuzhou voiced out a prompt, since it's already confirmed that they're going to be on the program, let's perform well. There's no point in expressing emotions now. The internist understands. He glanced at Shin Wuzhou through his bangs and gradually relaxed his fists. Ship has a point. When problems come, they have to be solved. No matter how disturbed and apprehensive his emotions were, the problem would always be a problem and would not change in any way as his mood changed. Only, Shin Wuzhou's words were a bit icy, hitting Nini and Nurse, who were still immersed in their emotions, froze in unison. Inside the live room, the audience didn't let go of this subtle change in atmosphere. Kind of a bummer. Game over, ah ship. It's possible to express emotions without being in the game. Too sensible, and the show's supposed to be relaxing, huh? Boat, are you PTSD? Ha, if the ship wasn't so rational, there's no way he could have gotten through the previous games. Just be tolerant. No comment, just worried. Ship's expression has been so serious it feels a bit like he's still in the game and hasn't come out. Can you check him out please? In the picture. With the professionalism of a presenter, Nini quickly adjusted herself and patted Nurse on the shoulder. She smiled and rounded up, thank you, Ship. You were excellent, and thanks to you, the entirety of your group survived. Nene paused and subtly changed the subject. There's no need for the guests to be too serious. She said gently, in fact, one of my own relatives will be attending in order to mingle with everyone at tomorrow's game. That's great. Lu Ping was the first to take up the cause, I'll look forward to a handful. Nurse smiled and asked, Ms. Nini, may I ask what tomorrow's game will probably be about? Can you reveal it? Shin Wuzhou once again looked at Nini with complicated eyes. What is this? This is so bad that not only is she and their family and friends facing death, but her family has been inadvertently victimized. Nene was oblivious. She waved her hand, signaling the staff to hand her a collar-like object. The content, we can't reveal too much specificity. But by and large it's simple, a game that utilizes a little bit of psychology to guess whether or not your opponent is lying. Nene showed the collar in her hand to a few people. Under illusion vision, Shin Wuzhou saw wires and a chip that was glued to it, with red light flowing from the chip. The thing had a light image wrapped around the outside of it, and it had a premium look, like a collar version of a sports watch. Everyone is going to wear this tomorrow, so I'll talk to everyone ahead of time. Nene looked at the intern's expression with extra emphasis. Everyone wears one, don't worry. This is a polygraph and body tester in one appliance. That advanced? The director froze. What are we wearing body detectors for? Nene's expression got serious. The program takes your health very seriously. As soon as someone's status on the program becomes abnormal, the back office gets an early warning alert. Our security staff will help you down to rest immediately. Lu Ping sniffed and nodded approvingly. This stuff is good. That's the official attitude, too, that we value the state of health of the survivors. Shin Wuzhou took the collar in Nini's hand and carefully observed the chip. Between the red glow he saw a line of small, very insignificant letters. The "Stay safe and beware of explosions." Shin Wuzhou understood. It's not even what's called a polygraph. It's a miniature bomb. The pop-ups were met with approval from the audience. Wow, this could work. This time the equipment is so perfect, it must be impossible to have an accident. This is so cool, is there a link? The boat, promise we'll wear it well, the boat is the biggest worry. Room. Nini reached out to Shin Wuzhou and retrieved the collar. Look, you guys, she smiled as she looped the collar around her neck, put it on like this before you go in. Remember, this position of the dial has to be aligned dash. Nene carefully adjusted the collar, moving it into position and reaching out to point it. Aligning our arteries. That's the only way the data will be accurate. This thing will automatically lock when you put it on, so we don't have to worry about losing it or dropping it. Shin Wuzhou sneered in his heart. Aiming for the aorta? It's clearly to make it easier to just blow them up. The automatic locking means that the AI is completely taking their little lives. Nene was still laughing. That's one point. There are a few more important points to emphasize with you. Everyone looked at her intently. Firstly, our program, since it's a live broadcast and a relaxing trivia game that requires everyone's participation, is not very long and won't last more than 4 hours in total. So, after we enter the recording venue, everyone is not allowed to just leave. There will be restrooms inside our recording venue, so please don't worry about that. There is no special information in this paragraph. In Shin Wuzhou's view, it was nothing more than conveying a veiled threat that he would die if he left the venue. Second, after our family members or friends are eliminated, they are the ones who will go directly to the backstage to wait. Everyone waits until the end of the game, then they can immediately head backstage and reunite with their family and friends. Reunion? Shin Wuzhou didn't say anything. Reunite with the body or part of the body of a family friend? Third, no cell phones are allowed during the taping of the show. Cell phones will be returned uniformly at the end of the program. Shin Wuzhou knew that this was to eliminate the possibility of them contacting the outside world from the root. Fourth and final point. Nini smiled softly, but that smile made Shin Wuzhou shudder a little. I hope you can interact with the audience more. The crew has arranged a little egg. She rationalized the language. If the guests interact with the audience, the guest who wins the trivia game at the end of the show needs to fulfill a small request from the audience. The requests won't be outrageous, they're all requests that the program has rigorously screened and determined to be okay. There was a sigh of relief in the live room. I want to be in the live audience. I want a group photo. +1, I want an autograph. Is it too late to sign up? I feel like this show is slightly more interesting than the previous AI break-in. I want to interact live. Inside the room. Shun Wuzhou understood. According to the possible patterns found so far in the AI's previously published rules, the game is usually played with 20 players or less and 5 players or more. If there were a lot of spectators on the scene, these spectators, definitely, would not be the same players as them. Even to the extreme, they wouldn't be humans, but humanoid monsters with chips in their bodies. On that premise, the program group has not screened the requirements, and Shun Wuzhou is assured. The program's rigorously screened requirements. Shun Wuzhou glanced at Nini and his mind raced. A better one might be to have a missing non-fatal organ, a piece of flesh. Anything worse, take the heart, take the brain, or just kill them. As for the specifics of the game, we'll announce them tomorrow. Nini giggled and stretched out a finger, pointing at Shun Wuzhou. I'm going to be a little transparent, the boat is in a group of 1, and the rest of you will have to use your ingenuity to detect his lies. Chapter 63. Holy, that's kind of funny. Ship used to lie a lot when she was in the mental hospital, I think. Support upstairs, the director couldn't even see to let him get away. Nene is still presenting it in a generalized way. I think this would have to depend on the specific topic, like what lies to make the ship tell or something like that. Wouldn't that alone be a bit boring? There was a lot of pop-up chatter, and the atmosphere in the broadcast room was fairly relaxed. In the picture, Lu Ping and the young policeman were dressed in uniforms, the official logo on their shoulders pulling in the audience's sense of security. In the previous copy of the hospital, it was an employee of Company X who picked up the 3 surviving players. Reviewing the entire process from the time Shen Waozhou came out to the time he entered the clinic, it did seem very informal. In contrast, this time it's the officials who sit right in, even with the players who survived, and participate in the program themselves. As a result, no one is thinking anymore about whether the game is really over. In addition to social media demands for a serious and thorough official investigation and an explanation for all the irrationality, there was little doubt about the authenticity of this variety show. And among the surviving players, the only ones who knew about it were Shen Wuzhou and the intern doctor. Room. Nene elegantly gathered her hair and flashed a smile at the drone. That's all I have to say, she turned mildly to the guests on the couch. Does anyone have any questions about tomorrow's taping? The people looked at each other briefly, and the intern doctor quickly glanced at Shen Wuzhou, the worry in his eyes clearly visible. Everyone else had it pretty easy. The director rubbed his nose in it and asked, "Can we meet the family before we go on the show?" He glanced at Nene and added with a smile, "Ahem, I'm afraid I'll cry on stage." The others laughed good-naturedly, and Nene's bright eyes narrowed to slits as she agreed. "Of course there's no problem," she said brightly, "meet as many of you as you want, we can free up some time tomorrow and get you all together before we go on stage." Spinning around, she didn't bother with the demeanor and performance of a few others, waving at the camera and saying goodnight to the audience. After the staff member gave her an okay sign, Nene breathed a sigh of relief and called out to the 7 people who had already gotten up from the couch. "Wait." She waved at a few people and pointed to the corner of the room. Shen Wuzhou looked toward the corner, and under illusion vision, there were 7 wooden gift boxes stacked there. The wood was ragged and shrouded in a finely carved phantasmagoria. Shen Wuzhou could see the 2 bundles of bills and the wallet and perfume inside, which looked equally worn and new and unreal to him. "A small token, please smile." Nene smiled warmly. "Please guys, I have a favor to ask tomorrow." The intern doctor once again glanced at Shen Wuzhou. Shen Wuzhou remained silent, waiting very sedately for Nini's next words. "This." Lu Ping froze, a look of understanding on his face, and this. "Nini, is it that the program group wants us to cooperate with a certain star?" The director also smiled and chimed in, "You're too kind. Is there a script that's just too inconvenient to talk about?" Compared to the other very young guys on the field, these 2 are considered to be veterans who have seen it all. The 2 of them could tell at a glance what Nene was up to. Nene didn't hide it, and walked over graciously, lifting 2 boxes and handing them over. "There's a little girl named Tan Encounter who will be on this program with you tomorrow." Nini bit out the word Tan Yu very clearly, in case they couldn't hear it. She carried out another box and handed it specifically to Shen Wuzhou. "Tan Yu is my sister," Nini said with a smile. "Ship, I'll still have to trouble you to take care of her, so that she can stay on stage for a longer period of time," Nini said while looking at Shen Wuzhou's reaction. Bribing the guests is kind of a no-brainer. This show isn't scripted like other shows. Moreover, after she took the job with the high offer and agreed to her backdoor plug, the newcomer director, whose name she had never even heard of, actually refused her bribe. So, she simply spends a little money to bribe the guests, especially Shen Wuzhou. This kind of 2-party confrontation elimination type of small game, as long as Shen Waozhou is loose, she does not worry about her sister's camera hours are not enough. Everyone but the interns laughed heartily. Lu Ping laughed. "This is simple. Teacher Nini, we are all ordinary people and we will definitely try our best to cooperate. That's right, Nurse smiled and went to look at Shin Wuzhou. Right ship, don't be so high and mighty. Shin Wuzhou took her gift decisively and promised dryly. I'll do my best. There was cash in here, and currency was just needed anyway, so there was no way Shin Wuzhou wouldn't want it. However, tomorrow, this game of life, Shin Wuzhou is equally unlikely to sacrifice himself for the sake of other people's exposure. So, he could only do his best, do a little bit of his best, and count it as his best. Nene's face broke out into a smile. Then please, everyone, take care. Inside the house, a polite response rang out. Shin Wuzhou looked at Nene's face that was smiling brightly, and his mind turned electrically. Nene is the host, and judging from what she just did on the air, she's the one who's been exposed to the rules of the game ahead of time. The fact that she's now coming for her sister to give a gift to a guest like them who has little commercial value is itself a bit of an anomaly. It's likely that the above path didn't work, and that's why they're trying to use this trick to stretch out their sister's appearance for as long as possible. And based on the phrase detecting the ship's lies that she said at the end of the broadcast, Shin Wuzhou can be sure that he has a crucial role in the next round of the game. If he seizes this little advantage of status and makes a little use of Nene's little sister boosting mind, will he be able to know some of the rules ahead of time? Shin Wuzhou quickly swept a glance at the staff who hadn't left yet and had an inner calculation. The fact that Nene doesn't avoid them when she does something like this means they're irrelevant or trustworthy. This meant that Shin Wuzhou could open his mouth and ask openly. Nene-san. He immediately assumed a tone of politeness with a hint of intimacy. Is it convenient for me to ask? How exactly does this game work? Shin Wuzhou observed Nene's face and saw that she did not look different, so he boldly continued to ask. You said earlier that you were combining your efforts to detect my lies. What does this mean again? Do I need to code with them while I'm on stage? The intern doctor looked at Shin Wuzhou with understanding and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Nene smiled daintily. Shin Wuzhou was a lot more attentive than she thought, a good boy who could come to things and read people's faces. She certainly wouldn't refuse to answer a question like that. This show is literally unscripted, and no one knows the exact title. Nene shook her head, so a direct pair of code words definitely won't work. But, she said, her eyes streaming over the 7 men of varying colors, it's okay to give you a bit of a sneak peek at the general rules ahead of time. Nene waved her hand, signaling the staff to go out first. Then she took out her own cell phone, tapped on a memo, and drew a schematic on it with her finger. Look! On the screen of the phone was a neat square with a scrawled ship in the center and a circle around each of the 4 sides. The internist put his head together with interest, but the others were obviously not as patient. So, we don't need to be involved in this session, do we? The male nurse asked, his expression a little impatient. It's a little late, can I go back to bed first? Nene didn't refuse and said yes with a smile on her face. There will be a light judgment time at that time. Nene smiled and said, trouble guys, when the time comes, if Tanyu is in your group, remember to let her answer the question first. Lu Ping lifted the gift on the floor and patted the director on the shoulder. Okay, no problem. He said in a conciliatory manner, Director, why don't we go together? In the end, only Shin Wuzhou, the intern doctor and Nene were left in the room. Nene tapped her finger on the screen and patiently explained. A circle is a person, and that word ship is your position. When the time comes, you stand at the very center of the stage, with 4 people standing around you on all 4 sides. There will be a question on the screen and you will need to answer that question, truthfully or not. These 4 people will have tablets in their hands, and on each tablet is the knowledge point of how to tell if you're lying, by micro-expressions. Shin Wuzhou's heart gave a beat. This is in response. It's naked suppression. Nene did not pay attention to Shin Wuzhou's emotions and smiled to herself as she continued to explain. Still, you won't be eliminated so soon. With the rules of this game, it looks like you still have a lot of room to play down the line. Shin Wuzhou washed his ears. Give me an example. Nene spoke slowly. Let's say you actually lied. Less than half of the 4 people judged that you lied, and the other big half judged that you didn't. Then at this time, you win. The one who judged correctly follows you and survives, and the other 3 who judged incorrectly are eliminated. But then, if it happens to be the other way around, and half or more than half of the people judge correctly, and you're seen through by them, then you'll have to be eliminated along with the one who judged incorrectly. Nene thought for a moment and added a little with a smile. Also, if you win the game, you're going to remain center stage. That person who won the game with you can go backstage and rest without having to participate in the next round of judging. Shin Wuzhou understood. Meaning, there's only one scenario in which he can survive, and that's if the number of people who see through him out of the entire group of 4 is less than or equal to 1. As well, the only one who needs to be mentally tense the entire time is, ultimately, himself. There is no way that AI is going to make questions easy. Those who had temporarily teamed up with him would surely face other pits after they survived, but at least the first close call was sort of over. Shin Wujia immediately asked, what if I'm eliminated in the first round? Then a random person will take center stage. Nini said naturally, since the 7 of you are the main characters, the candidate will definitely be drawn from among the 7 of you. Shin Wuzhou nodded. I'm not sure about the rest, but I can tell you what the first question you need to answer is. Nene gathered her hair. I've only seen the first question as well. and Tanyu happens to be on the first set as well. Shin Wuzhou held the pistol noiselessly through his sleeve. Without moving, he asked, "What is it, sis?" "It's for you to say a random sentence describing the nature of what you're seeing in the moment, and people judge whether you're telling the truth or not." Shin Wuzhou was silent. This question may seem simple, but it's actually very difficult. The nature of what is seen in the moment. If he can see it, then everyone can see it. For example, the floor is hard, the tablecloth is soft, and the screen is bright. How is he going to mislead everyone with this skyfall opening? Shin Wuzhou lowered his eyes. There were 2 rounds left in the gun, and in his pocket, some poisonous capsules. These things, they were the few things he had to fall back on. Nini patted Shin Wuzhou's shoulder and smiled sweetly. "How about that? It's easy. There's really no need to worry about the first level of Tan encounter. She's good looking, just give her the camera and the audience will notice her anyhow. You just have to say something random when you get there and get a good judgmental point. She's the first to speak anyway." Nene spoke indifferently. In her mind, it was a very insignificant little thing. "If you're eliminated because of this, I'll buy you dinner after the show." Shin Wuzhou directly sentenced Tanyu to death in his heart. First question, he knew what to do. But if that was the approach, the odds were that this Nene's sister would not survive. However, if she didn't die, did Shin Wuzhou die? Shin Wuzhou smiled. He said, "No problem, sis." This, in Nini's mind, meant that it was a complete done deal. She nodded and made a gesture of invitation. "Then there's no delivery." "Wait a minute." The cry was from the ever-quiet intern who asked, "Sister, are the groups scheduled in advance? Can I ask which group I'm in?" Nene didn't have a hard time with it. "You're the intern? It should be the second or third group. We'll find out when the time comes." The internist didn't ask any more questions and was secretly relieved. "Thanks," he said. "We're off then, bye sis." The door to the suite closed. Shin Wuzhou took big steps towards his room, and the intern doctor followed him with a somewhat uneasy look. "What are you going to do?" His voice was lowered. "I shouldn't be too much of a problem, but will you survive the first one?" Shin Wuzhou gave him a meaningful look and didn't say anything. The first question, indeed, seems difficult, but there was just as much at his fingertips that he could utilize. For example, as Nene mentioned earlier in the broadcast, viewers who can come on stage and interact with each other. For example, those poisonous capsules in his pocket. When the intern came to see him, the post he showed him mentioned the sound of eating cantaloupe. In other words, the pseudo-people were consuming the bodies of people who had died from taking poison. It is further hypothesized that pseudo-humans are immune to this poison. Then suppose Shin Wuzhou randomly pulled a pseudo-human audience onto the stage and made it drink the water with the capsule powder poured over it. And then, to the first group of 4, how about saying that this water is not poisoned? Would they still think they were lying? Chapter 64, No One Knows. Shin Wuzhou didn't explain his thoughts to the intern doctor. He opened the door to his room and said goodbye to his intern. Without knowing the exact topic, there is no point in discussing tomorrow's game. Shin Wuzhou said, "Let's talk about it tomorrow, if I successfully pass the first game." The intern doctor nodded and politely said goodbye to Shin Wuzhou. Shin Wuzhou was indeed not wrong. With 2 eyes in the dark, there was no need to discuss the subsequent game. But what about the first round? He was given the title and general rules of the first round of the game. Is there no point in discussing such a difficult topic? What the hell is he going to do tomorrow? Shin Wuzhou didn't care about the intern doctor's thoughts and pressed the pistol under his pillow as usual and closed his eyes. Shin Wuzhou was woken up by a ringing phone. He yanked up the receiver in a daze, and the director's voice came from the other end. "Boatless, wake up. Hurry downstairs and have breakfast, it's time to leave." The director's voice seemed muffled, and Shin Wuzhou could hear his impatience. "You hurry up, I need to hurry up and meet my wives." 40 minutes later, the group exited the restaurant in one piece and boarded the Chinese bus that had been specially prepared for them. Nene is in the mix. She had already put on her makeup and had a thick trench coat wrapped around her short dress skirt. Nene greeted everyone gently and seemed extraordinarily personable. Other than the intern doctor who looked a little nervous and Shin Wuzhou who was expressionless as usual, everyone else looked refreshed. Lu Ping and the director were red-faced and talking about the education of their children. Nene was sitting in the first row and was having her picture taken with 2 burly men in suits. Shin Wuzhou scanned over. Both men were healthy humans without any abnormalities in their bodies. "Hi, Boat." Nini sensed Shin Wuzhou's gaze and turned back to greet him, introducing, "These are the 2 security officers who are with us." "Together? Hello, I've heard a lot about you." "Ha, it's nice to finally meet a real person." The 2 men greeted Shin Wuzhou very enthusiastically, and Shin Wuzhou politely shook their outstretched hands. "Are you guys on the show too?" he asked. "Ah, you guys into the taping? Enter." One of the bald ones smiled and said, "We're just responsible for maintaining order, we don't know the specific requirements. Besides, this program seems to have found us 2 security guards." Shin Wuzhou had a number in his heart. The host, 2 security guards, that's 3 people. Shin Wuzhou was a liar, and recognized the lies of the detective. A total of 4 groups, each group of 4 people, adding up to 17 people. In that case, 20 players are flush. The bald guy was still chattering, "Just call me Monk, that's the nickname someone gave me. Him, Face Fong, we all call Fong. Fong's personality is a bit shy compared to Bald. He smiled at Shin Wuzhou and didn't say much. Monk slapped him around a bit, not wanting to stop. Boat, remember to use the restroom early. Once the show starts, there's no stopping. But don't worry, it's safe here. Do what you need to do to have fun, laugh, and take it easy. Nurse A smiled and comforted. Indeed, it's already fine. Ship, don't stress too much mentally, relax how you can. Nini glanced at Shin Wuzhou and didn't make any remarks. Judging from Shin Wuzhou's attitude yesterday, it was likely that he would be eliminated in the first round to go backstage. Your sister will stand with you as the winning player and comment on the performance of the other players. It's for the best. Shin Wuzhou was silent. The gun up his sleeve and a few pills in his pocket gave him plenty of security, and he smiled perfunctorily at the others. A small game. Shin Wuzhou said easily, indeed it's just for fun. 10 minutes later, the minibus stopped in front of a remote factory building. Under phantom vision, the place is run down and deserted, the walls are old and peeling paint, and the dusty glass above is chipped. At the main entrance, stood a casually dressed pseudo-human. It wore a black muzzle, and its hair hung down very softly. Through the fabric, Shin Wuzhou could see its gaping mouth and the corners of its mouth raised high. 2 rows of fine, pointed teeth were drawn with clear saliva. Director! Shin Wuzhou heard Nini's voice. He whipped his head around as Nene strutted over to the pseudo with a smirk on her face. Hard work, Nene. The pseudo-human opened his mouth simulating a human voice. Its eyes, which appeared to be no different than normal, swiveled and seemed to be taking a quick head count. 2 seconds later, it nodded humanely. Looks like they're all here. The pseudo-human director said, his smile widening a few points under his mask. It made a natural gesture of invitation and led them into the plant and through the long, dark corridors. The show starts taping in 10 minutes. There's no rehearsal because there's no script, everything is simple. It led several people around a corner, and Shin Wuzhou finally saw light at the very end. That means you have 10 minutes to see your family and friends. Shin Wuzhou noticed that when he said family and friends, the pseudo's eyes curved strangely. In 10 minutes, someone will come and take you on stage. The live feed starts when you enter the dressing room, which has a drone inside. The pseudo-human director pointed to the brightly lit room at the end and paused. I won't go in. Nene, I'm counting on you for what's next. Nene smiled and nodded, no problem dash. Wait. Shin Wuzhou suddenly spoke out, interrupting them. The pseudo-human craned his head to look at him, his realistic pupils dark and somewhat intimidating. What's wrong, Shep? I'm thirsty. Shin Wuzhou said, do you have any mineral water or water fountains here? If all goes according to plan, he'll need at least a glass of water or a bottle of water if he wants to confuse others into making bad judgments. The AI doesn't always offer these voluntarily, so it's safer for him to be proactive and ask for them, just to be on the safe side. The pseudo-man's eyebrows pressed down impatiently. There's an unopened case of mineral water, just in the corner of the dressing room. Get it yourself. Shin Wuzhou sighed in relief. Thanks. He followed Nene into the dressing room, and in an instant, everyone inside turned their heads. The next second, the tiny dressing room was abuzz. The male nurse's mother jumped up and hugged her son, crying loudly, tears pouring out like no money. The director exclaimed excitedly, wife. The intern looked around and froze the moment he saw the figure that lunged at him. Why you? Arkless. I'll go, it's been a long time. Do you remember me? I was your junior high school classmate. Shin Wuzhou was surrounded by the several people who pounced on him, and while he dealt with them, he took the time to glance toward the intern doctor. It was actually a little boy. The boy was definitely no more than 12 years old, not yet a twitchy child, with a slightly baby-faced face. It was Mom who was originally approached. I begged my mom to come and replace her. The boy yelled loud enough to hear a good-natured chuckle from a sizable portion of the crowd. This your brother, huh? Nursa laughed, letting go of her own girlfriend and stepping forward to pat the boy on the shoulder. The internist's face, however, changed. Shin Wuzhou knew why this was. If the intern doctor and the boy were in a group, Shin Wuzhou would never allow them to judge correctly at the same time. If the internist and the boy are not in the same group, then the boy will, with equal probability, end up dead. The internist seemed to make the decision pretty quickly. He shivered and crouched down, pulling out his cell phone. I'm calling Mom right now. He shuddered, you can't be in this program. Get your cousin or cousins, you can't be in this program. Inside the live feed, the audience was somewhat baffled. What's going on here? The kid is quite cute and good looking, so forgive him this time. Is this brother feeling too out of the limelight? Not that look, it feels like his brother is dying. The live stream just started and a kid got yelled at. I'm sorry to have met you in this way. Inside the dressing room, Nene stepped forward and stopped the intern. No way. She said, it's almost time, we need to get ready to go out. A man chosen is a man set, and it's too late for you to replace him. She smiled and stroked the little boy's head. Isn't that a good boy? The internist's face turned white. But it's too late. The door to the dressing room that led to the stage was opened and 2 crew members walked in. On stage, guys. One of them said, with a slight twang in his voice. Shin Wuzhou saw the long tongue coiled and curled in its body and his heart sank slightly. The pseudo-man stepped forward and took the little boy's hand in his. Let's go, little brother. You're first on stage. And, Tanyu, you come too. You're all in the first group. Nini gave Shin Wuzhou a look, straightened her skirt, and followed with a smile. The internist froze for 2 seconds. After Nini left, he jumped up and tugged on Shin Wuzhou's sleeve. Let my brother live, he said quietly, and Shin Wuzhou could hear his ragged breathing. Let Tanu die and let my brother live. Please, ship. The internist's eyes reddened as he pulled out his cell phone and quickly typed 2 lines. I will cooperate with you to the fullest extent possible without breaking the rules, even if I die. Shin Wuzhou patted his shoulder and didn't say anything. He could not guarantee that he would keep the little boy alive, because he could not artificially interfere with someone's judgment alone. But, if you weigh the two, the little boy surviving is more valuable than Tan Encounter surviving, at least in this round of the game. Yes, the internist is professional and smart. If he could really maximize his cooperation, the probability of Shin Wuzhou surviving would also be improved. I'll try, he said quietly. The internist breathed a little sigh of relief and wiped his eyes where the drone couldn't take a picture. Shin Wuzhou quickly searched. He quickly saw in the corner of the pseudo-human director set a box of mineral water. It was indeed a case. The case was covered by a nylon cloth, and no one would have been able to tell that it was mineral water by its appearance if they hadn't been told. Shin Wuzhou did not hesitate, striding over against the flow of people and quickly yanking out a small bottle of water from it. Then, with his back to the crowd and the cameras, he unscrewed the cap, unwrapped and poured a capsule in, and shook it quickly. Chapter 65, On Stage. The particles quickly dissolve in water and are invisible. Mineral water is a small bottle of 330 milliliters, short and stout, just enough for Shin Wuzhou to stuff into the pocket of his sweater. He turned hastily to follow the group and climbed a flight of stairs upward to the front of the stage. Pseudo-humans in overalls stood at the stairway, handing out miniature bombs disguised as smart collars one by one. Guests, hosts, and security personnel should wear collars. The staff simulated a gentle and accommodating tone. It grabbed a collar and quickly put it around the little boy's neck. Kids, you're going to give a demonstration. The little boy grinned and puffed out his chest, oblivious to the already hard look on the intern's face. He allowed the staff to tether the bomb to his neck and move it to the location of the aorta. And some guests have been defenseless enough to put collars around their necks, including host Nene and 2 security guards. Everyone can start wearing them. The staff member reached up and tapped the smooth display of the collar, raising his eyes. Shin Wuzhou met its dark pupils. He quickly put the collar back on and gave the pseudo-man a know-nothing friendly smile. On the surface, at least, nothing must be revealed. The director grinned and patted the automatic locking bomb around his neck. Hey, this fancy stuff, I'm wearing it today too. The pseudo turned slightly stiffly and made a please gesture. Everyone on stage. MS. Nini, please lead the way. The semicircular stage is quite wide. Behind the stage are 3 huge splicing screens, and the stage has been filled with people. In Shin Wuzhou's eyes, the stage was very worn out, with holes in the spliced floor in some places, and the load-bearing beams underneath were already askew. The very center of the stage was a square about 4 meters on a side, and the whole thing was hollowed out. If Shin Wuzhou's illusory vision hadn't evolved yet, what he saw was definitely a huge vacancy. Now, the upgraded, phantom vision, could see a layer of emptiness covering the square void, delineated into 5 areas. Below the shadow, inside the hollow, rested a huge, slowly rotating meat grinder. Shin Wuzhou fixed his mind and felt his breath freeze. There are 5 voxel plots, corresponding to exactly 5 people in a group. In other words, whoever is eliminated, the imaginary ground under his feet will immediately disappear, and the eliminated person falls into the meat grinder and is directly churned into meat. He moved his angle while most of the people were still jostling for position and changed to a position where he could get a better view. The meat grinder's spout held a small wooden table, and on the wooden table, an empty china plate. A pseudo-human in waiter's clothes stood by, like a waiter waiting for the chef to serve his meal. Shin Wuzhou withdrew his gaze and subconsciously looked at the stage again. There were no lights on the stage, but Shin Wuzhou could still see it. Rather than an auditorium, this setup is more like a seating area in a wedding hall. Small round tables covered with red cloth filled the not-so-big bleachers. 4 sets of delicate knives and forks were placed on each table, and at the table sat the audience, dressed in their regular clothes and in a cheerful manner. Shin Wuzhou saw the long tongue with sharp teeth curled up in their abdominal cavity. The pale blue chip lay ambling at the very bottom of the stomach pouch, flickering with a faint light. In Shin Wuzhou's field of vision, looking down from the lighted stage, they looked like a patch of eerie stars. Looking around, it was surprising that none of them were real people. Shin Wuzhou sneered in his heart. These pseudo-people, obviously, were waiting to be served. And the pseudo-man at the meat grinder is the waiter in charge of serving the food. Aren't they, the audience on stage, excellent ingredients? The camera swept over to the stands, and the viewers crouched inside the live feed became a little envious. Wow, so luxurious? Holy, they actually have cutlery on that little round table. So well treated. Will there be food on the table later? What families are sitting down there, my goodness. Well, it's normal that I can't go. On the screen, the director poked Shin Wuzhou and lowered his voice to remind him. Stop gawking, the show's starting. Ahead of them, Nene had finished her opening remarks to the camera with a sweet smile. Words are not enough. Let's just get straight to the point and start the relaxing trivia session. Nene half turned around, her fingers together palm up, directing the audience's attention to the huge screen behind her. The rules for the minigame, we put them here. Nene's tone was relaxed and happy. Guests on stage, please turn around and come see our specific rules for today. This time the rules are no longer projected in scarlet, but in very normal black sunglasses. The host is responsible for hosting the program, maintaining a relaxed and happy atmosphere and caring for the physical and mental health of the guests. Security personnel are responsible for maintaining order and guests cannot leave the venue early. Second, guests who are not feeling well should go directly backstage to rest before or after their portion of the game begins or ends. It is imperative that the games are attended. The first two rules seem fine and perfectly normal. However, under Phantom Vision, both of these rules are missing. The first one, leave the stage early, was followed by another sentence that was thickly mosaicked. Similarly, the second to attend is followed by this long mosaic. Shen Wuzhou turned his head sideways. The director to his left looked at the rules with interest, and the intern to his right was pale and obviously highly mentally focused. The guests either stared and thought or heckled and didn't take it seriously. Apparently, they, like the last round of games, were unable to see the mosaic. Shen Wuzhou could only guess that what the mosaic was glued to was the consequence of violating the rules. He quickly looked down. Third, the serial numbers of the regional directions are as follows, and the groups have been divided. Players standing in positions 1, 2, 3, and 4 need to determine if the player in position 5 is lying, see through and dismantle him. There's a little schematic underneath this rule. The first 4 positions are the perimeter of the square, and position 5 is the center of the square. 4. If number 5 lies and narrates a situation that does not correspond to the actual facts, and the other 4 guests have greater than or equal to 2 correct judgments to lie, the number 5 guest and the incorrectly judged guest are eliminated outright, and the correctly judged guest stays. If number 5 is not lying, the narrative is factual, and the other 4 guests have greater than or equal to 2 correctly judged honestly, the number 5 player and the incorrectly judged guest are eliminated outright, and the correctly judged guest stays. In the above case, the opposite is true, the player in position 5 and the correctly judged guest stays and the incorrectly judged guest dies. This rule was also what Nini had told Shin Wuzhou last night, and the crowd needed to work together to dismantle him. Shin Wuzhou can only live if the number of people who succeed in dismantling is less than 2. At this point, the person who made an error in judgment dies. If the number of people who succeeded in dismantling it was greater than or equal to 2, then Shin Wuzhou and the person who made an error in judgment died together. Those who stayed behind can critique with Ms. Nini and can discuss with the first 4 contestants in the subsequent groups. 6th, all forms of injury to staff members are strictly prohibited during the recording. Chapter 66, Acting. 7. Please ask the guests to actively interact with the audience on stage. You can let the audience match your actions to mislead or judge the truth, but after the show, you need to fulfill the audience's small demands. The 6th and 7th rules are followed by a similarly long and extremely vague mosaic. The 2 paragraphs that have been obscured out should be the same as the 2 rules that preceded them, and are likely the consequence of breaking the rules. Please. The intern murmured next to him, the muscles in his face tightening a little. Please, ship. The 5th rule means that players who have not been eliminated can interfere with the thoughts of those who are still in the game. Shin Wuzhou wordlessly looked at the little boy. The little boy happily held Nini's hand and bounced around, not perceiving the danger at all. That said, if the little boy survives, the intern does have the ability to intervene as a bystander in the thoughts and judgments of others. This round of the game does go through a little better with the help of the interns. Shin Wuzhou moved his gaze away from the little boy and met Nini's bright smiling eyes. She winked wordlessly at Shin Wuzhou and pointed a finger very subtly in a direction. Shin Wuzhou looked along and there stood a girl of 18 or 19 years old, with a long black hair tied behind her head with a black leather band, looking youthful and beautiful. This would be Nini's sister, Tan Encounter. Inside the live broadcast room, the pop-ups were so dense that they couldn't be stopped. The rule is written in such a roundabout way that it's actually quite understandable. What's going on with the program? I'm not quite sure what the point of the first 2 articles being there is. What's the point of having behavioral rules for hosts and security guards during guest games? Are the first 2 to show that the show cares about the mental health of its guests? And going backstage for a break but making sure to play the game is kind of inexplicable. Did you notice death in the 4th rule? It should just be a proxy for elimination. After all, there are uniformed ones on stage, so don't think about it too much. Obviously, people aren't looking forward to the game this time around. It's boring, isn't it? Someone said, depends on what the subsequent director arranges. Inside the playground, the stage was brightly lit in warm tones, and when neutralized with the blue and purple light of the huge screen, it was a bit splotchy. It shines on the bubble-smooth ground and the relaxed faces of the players, and underneath the bubble is dusty broken metal and rotten wood. Nene's heavily made up, gleefully sweet face looked absurd in this scene. Shin Wuzhou moved his eyes away and finally read the overall rules again. On the balance of interests, he was not destined to help Nene. The moment of staring at each other however made Nene drop her heart even more. She turned to face the audience on stage and clapped her hands lightly. "Alright," she said, "do the guests have any questions about the rules part?" The director scratched his Mediterranean and bristled. "I didn't. It's like the rules, they're kinda weirdly simple." Especially for him, a doctor with a degree in psychology and years of clinical experience, it wasn't a big deal at all either. The little boy had taken the lead and bounced over towards the center of the stage to take a piece of his favorite spot. "Come on," he shouted, "when can we start playing?" The players laughed good-naturedly. "The program is divided into groups ahead of time." Nene gave the little boy an affectionate look and skillfully gave 4 names. "Come, our first group of 4 guests, please stand in the position corresponding to the serial number. Boat, please stand in the very center of the square." In addition to Tanyu and the little boy, this group also included the male nurse's mother and another middle-aged man that Shin Wuzhou did not recognize. Several people stood on the phantom without any pressure, while Shin Wuzhou tried hard to pretend that he couldn't see anything and stood on the most central layer of the phantom. Below this layer of nebulous translucent patterns is the very center of the meat grinder. Shin Wuzhou could see the blades rotating out of the stumps at high speed inside the huge metal roller. Phantom vision can't get him to hear voices. But what is certain is that no matter where one falls from the square, the person will be instantly churned to mush. Shin Wuzhou gripped the mineral water in his pocket and raised his head without moving. "There," Nene said briskly. She clapped her hands and soon a masked staff member ran up to the stage, holding 4 tablets stacked on top of each other. It walked to the center of the stage with a stride very similar to that of a human and handed out tablets to the players in the first 4 areas. "And all this trouble, oh?" the male nurse's mom yelled. She took the tablet and squinted, perusing its contents. The little boy held the tablet and read it out, word by word. The micro-expressions that can occur when a person lies. He turned his head and asked Tanyu, who was standing next door, "Sister, are we going to judge whether or not the brother in the middle is lying based on this?" The middle-aged man laughed. "Just this little game, how can you still give us the boot?" Nene winked, lowering the difficulty and relaxing. She glanced at Tan Encounter with a smirk and raised her hand, signaling everyone to look at the screen behind her. "Guests, please read the question." The huge screen behind them was split into 2 parts. One section shows the rules and the other section shows the emerging topics. Title 1. Ask the guest ship in area number 5 to describe in 1 sentence the nature of the item you can see at the program site. Guests located in areas 1, 2, 3, and 4 at the moment are asked to determine if the ship is lying. The middle-aged man froze completely. "Isn't serious? That's a little too simple, isn't it?" Even Tanyu, who had good expression management, froze for a moment the moment he saw the title. Everyone knows what the question means. The title even specifies as seen on the set of the program. This meant that everything Shin Wuzhou could see, they could see. Unless what Shin Wuzhou saw was not the same as what they saw, this question Shin Wuzhou would lose without a doubt. Inside the live feed. A giveaway question? What is this, a way to get the ship to the backstage rest faster? We'll see, in case there's a reversal. Don't reverse it. This one's a bit of a no-brainer. In your place, how are you going to break the game? Stage. The director raised a hand to his bald head and smiled. That's a bit of an interesting question. But I'm betting the ship won't win. The reason was simple and realistic. Shin Wuzhou had accepted Nini's gift in front of them yesterday. Sure enough, Shin Wuzhou, who was at the very center of the stage, revealed a somewhat helpless smile. Off stage, the audience was dumbfounded. A tongue full of sharp teeth surged through the long throat cavity, and a pair of reflective black pupils stared at him as if he were already a given plate. Shin Wuzhou sighed to the audience on the stage. "How am I going to win this?" He shook his head with a deliberately bitter smile. "Where's the loophole for me?" Chapter 67. For the audience in the live broadcast room, Shin Wuzhou's anti was somewhat out of their expectation. "Ha! A tonic! How boring should it be to just admit defeat without drilling holes?" "No? You really admit defeat? Get your ass in gear." Stage. The middle-aged man standing opposite Shin Wuzhou froze. "No, really give up?" Tanyu subconsciously turned his head and glanced at his sister. Nene was in advance with her, and of course she knew everything that was going on. However, Shin Wuzhou cooperating like this was still a bit out of her expectation. This was a ship. She'd always thought that ships were the kind of men who were determined not to give up if they could. Shin Wuzhou silently calculated in his heart. When he stood on the stage, he deliberately chose to angle his back to the little boy. Because this allowed him to see the expressions of the 3 adults, he was able to tell by their looks if they had let their guard down. The little boy can choose right, but the 3 adults, they must choose wrong. The middle-aged man and Tanyu's expressions had clearly loosened up, while the male nurse's mom, who was skimming her lips a bit disdainfully, didn't look like she cared much about the game. Shin Wuzhou answered the middle-aged man's doubts, looking indifferent. "Just a fake trivia game." He scratched his hair. "Can't win with that question either, bro." The middle-aged man had completely forgotten about the tablet in his hand. He chuckled and agreed. "You don't say, that's true. This one, it's a little difficult." On the other side of the room, A sweet smile had blossomed on Tan Encounter's face for the camera. She didn't say anything, but both her look and her posture were filled with expressiveness. Nene is honestly not deceiving her. The male nurse's mom urged, "Young man, hurry up. I'm waiting to stand around and watch my son play a game. That's what it means to want to win." Shin Wuzhou didn't talk much. His eyes swept across the stage, and there was a smile in his tone that sounded extremely relaxed. "Okay. I'm just in time to liven things up. Any audience members want to interact? Rule number 7, you can interact with the audience, but you need to satisfy the audience after the program. Rule number 6, injury to staff members is strictly prohibited during the recording process. The definition of staff member is somewhat vague." Shin Wuzhou preferred to widen the scope. The term staff here is not to be understood as staff of the program, but as staff of Company X. In other words, all audience members can be regarded as staff members. The phrase during the recording process in Article 6 is not the same as after the conclusion of the program. It's likely that recording won't stop after the show. However, the rules do not say that you cannot manually stop the recording, and there is no such rule as not to destroy the props and public property of the program. In the last round of the hospital game, the AI had made it clear that with the rules mosaic all erased and the rules all clear, if a player's behavior does not correlate with the existing rules, then the existing rules cannot be changed. In other words, if Shinwao destroyed the camera, the rules really couldn't control him. In his pistol, he had 2 rounds left. One of the rounds was used to hit the camera, and the other round, to kill the pseudo-man. If he gets the same audience for all 4 rounds of the game, that's all he'll have to deal with at the end of the game. 1 round, perfectly adequate. Shen Wuzhou figured out a countermeasure. He looked downward. The long tongues inside the pseudo-people shrugged, and they, almost all of them, raised their hands. Shen Wuzhou pointed to a female pseudo-human sitting in the front row. She was recognizable in her scarlet velvet dress with a large bow that almost blended into the tablecloth. "Just you. This lady." The red-skirted pseudo-human let out a squeal of excitement. It hastily raised its hand and wiped its mouth, fearing that Shinwao would see the saliva that dripped from the corner of its mouth. Shin Wuzhou swept over the red dress's writhing stomach sack and invited her to stand next to him. He then naturally and skillfully turns his body so that his back or side is to the 3 adults. Since it had been previously confirmed that all 3 were mentally loose, there was no need to face them again and reveal a possible breach. The huge screen in the back didn't show his expressive demeanor, which meant that the 4 players could only observe whether or not he had lied from their own viewpoint. Shin Wuzhou faced the little boy, then the other 3 adults could only see his back or side face. Only the side face or even the face is not visible, so that even if they tried to observe, the observation would be incomplete. "Let's make it extra easy, then." Shin Wuzhou smiled at the pseudo-person beside him, and in a natural movement, he pulled out the bottle of mineral water from his pocket and displayed it in a circle towards the 4 people around him to make sure they could see it. The little boy's eyes were crystal clear, and one eyebrow was pressed down in a very serious manner, while the middle-aged man and Tan met with a noticeable flinch. "Ha? Mineral water?" Shin Wuzhou did not explain more about the origin of this bottle of mineral water. He was the only one who took the mineral water from the backstage dressing room. Talking too much without anyone else knowing is easily perceived as lying. Inside the live room, the audience was a bit surprised. "Ha? Where did you get the mineral water?" "Family, I'm a boat radical push. I was staring the whole time. He should have taken it backstage but didn't drink it." "What's this for? He's not going to say water is water, is he? Posing like this? It could also mean that the water is transparent. I understand him, he doesn't want to use his brain." In the picture, Shin Wuzhou casually unscrewed the cap of the bottle and handed the water to the pseudo-person next to him. "Here missy, please take a sip." "A request," Pseudo said excitedly. "Okay." Shin Wuzhou smiled, "Isn't it written in the rules?" The pseudo-man cackled. It didn't doubt it and took the mineral water handed by Shin Wuzhou and poured down a big mouthful. "Okay." The pseudo-person smiled daintily and looked at Shin Wuzhou with eyes filled with possessiveness. "Have you thought about your sentence yet?" Shin Wuzhou snorted and looked like he couldn't help it. "Harm," he said, "what's there to think about?" He shook the half bottle of water in his hand and laughed. "Listen to my sentence, this water is not poisonous." Inside the live room, the audience froze again. "No, what? Taking a ride around in a circle in this boat, you cow. Ha ha ha, it's really all about the interaction with the show, isn't it? Fantastic. Giveaway question, ship, that's a giveaway." On the stage, the pseudo-person in the red dress stood pensively, one face flushed from overexcitement. The way she looked, she could at least be considered spry. The middle-aged man was amused by Shin Wuzhou. "Nobody, you're Tan." You also couldn't help but look at Shin Wuzhou with feigned surprise. "Wow ship, you actually let the water out." The male nurse's mother was also laughing, only the little boy across from Shin Wuzhou was staring at him with a serious face. Shin Wuzhou deliberately moved his gaze away very quickly. The children are doing the questions carefully, and not daring to look at each other is a clear sign of weakness. A hint of satisfaction passed through Nene's eyes. She smiled, and said loudly, "Will the contestants in areas 1, 2, 3, and 4 please call out their answers dash. Our ship, has it been lying?" "No. No, no. The little boy's voice was the loudest. There's dash. Chapter 68, hanging on. It all happened so fast. In the next second, the middle-aged man, the male nurse's mother, and the imaginary image at Tanyu's feet disappeared like a bubble that had been popped. Several people dropped violently, not even managing to let out a yelp. A moment later, the void reappeared immediately afterward, cutting off the noise of the meat grinder below. Shin Wuzhou subconsciously glanced downward. Because the blades are spinning so fast, it looks like they're standing still instead. However, the three men who fell were unrecognizable for a short time, leaving only a large mass of flesh and blood laced with the fabric of clothing, spinning between the blades. The metal cylinder walls of the meat grinder had been covered in scarlet. Shin Wuzhou resisted the desire to vomit and raised his eyes as if nothing had happened. He's right in front of the people standing under the screen. Everyone else had been dumbfounded except for the intern, who took a long breath and had a moving expression. But only for a few seconds. What happened? Nope. Nene lost her cool a bit and immediately raised her hand high. Where's the director? This is an error in judgment on the part of the program. I request that Tanyu and the other two guests be allowed to return to the stage. Inside the live feed, the audience was confused. No, what's the situation? Ha? No? The water really isn't poisonous, is it? That's not right, the program got it wrong, right? MS. Human is standing in a good position. How is the ship lying? Wait for an answer. Stage. Shin Wuzhou did not smile again, as if the affinity he had just shown was just an illusion of the crowd. Nene was a little flustered. Boat is clearly not lying. The water is not poisonous, and that's the truth as we all see it. He clearly put water on Tanyu, so why did the showrunner make a lapse in judgment? When no one in the room answered, she raised her hand and asked again. Director? This time, the director's voice came over the radio, naturally, and officially. Nene-sensei, we did not make an error in judgment. It said. Shin Wuzhou heard a hint of salivation for flesh and blood from it. Shin Wuzhou understood. If he loses this round, the pseudo-people can only eat up to 2 people, one of whom is still a child. But he won, and the giant ball of meat in the meat grinder was a temptation the pseudo-people couldn't resist. From the beginning, the ship has been misleading everyone. The director mimicked the calm tone of a human. I'm sorry to say, you've been tricked. Instead of such a calm statement, Nene's emotions grew even greater. It's not just her yet. The director's statement seemed arbitrary and absurd to the crowd. According to this argument, Shin Wuzhou was lying when he said that the mineral water was not poisonous. Could it be that the mineral water is poisonous? All people are not cuties. Why is that female spectator still standing properly if the mineral water is poisoned? The male nurse was not satisfied. No, isn't that blatantly open? He cursed without mercy. If you want to promote him, why don't you just say so? Why do you have to drag us into a supporting role? Why don't you give him a separate program? The male nurse spat. My mom still wants to see me play the game. It's an ugly hang-up. This time, the viewers of the live broadcast didn't express any objections. Can't spray it, it does open up. But if it's a boat, it's not unacceptable to give him the boot? I'd definitely chase it if he was on fire. It's nice to like boats, but this? It's not even covered hay. Stage. Nurse A and the director pulled the male nurse. Except for the intern doctor, Shin Wuzhou and the little boy, everyone felt that Shin Wuzhou's backstage was too obvious. But, after all, it was still being recorded, and they couldn't say anything in front of the public. The little boy's eyes widened as he looked at Shin Wuzhou and then twisted his head to look at the intern doctor. He then quickly raised his hand and couldn't wait to tell his reasoning process. He's just lying. The little boy shouted, I observed that the mineral water bottle was full and no one had drunk it. But it didn't click when he opened it, which means he opened it ahead of time. Having opened it ahead of time and not drinking it would have been suspicious. I locked eyes with him afterward and he even moved his eyes away. There's definitely something in this water, it's just that there may be poisons that are slow to kick in and don't kill you. Shin Wuzhou looked at the little boy with some surprise. The boy was a lot more observant than he thought he was. Before that, and not letting his guard down because of his intentional misdirection, it was smart. It's just that he's so small that no one wants to take his word for it. The male nurse snorted, come on kids, you don't understand the adult world. Nene couldn't keep the smile off her face for a bit, her inner fire rising. The showrunners acted in such a way that it came across as a joke that she had gone to such lengths to buy people's hearts and minds. Her sister, who she was preparing to hold up, was on stage for less than a few minutes, and the serious footage was probably only a few seconds long. Then, it's a lumbering drop backstage in front of everyone. Nene was tempted to have a fit on the spot. However, she was a highly paid host for the show, and the ratings for this show were definitely not low. If she did lose her temper, it wouldn't be good for her career down the road. If she had pretended nothing happened and continued to host and followed up with more marketing circulars, she would have gained people's pity and empathy instead. At the thought, Nene gently wiped her eyes and smiled at the guests in the back. She peacefully complimented, still, the children are good. Now that the mystery is solved, let's continue the game. The male nurse bristled and his eyes drooped menacingly. Inside the live room, viewers were not happy with this coping. I'm starting to not understand. This is over? The host sister should be pretty clueless. The kid brother did a great job with the topic, but he really doesn't know the law. +1, it's definitely not poisoned, and if it was, it would have gone in after the boat program. Wow. Dare to test for poison? Ha ha show, whether it's punching a boat or punching a charter obviously, I'm going to watch it. On stage, things quickly got back on track. I'd like to invite our second group to the stage. Kids, your game is over, you need to come over here. Nene raised her hand and ordered 4 players. This time, the players in areas 1, 2, 3 and 4 were male nurses, interns, Nurse's girlfriend and Shen Wuzhou's junior high school classmates. The little boy rushed over to the internist with gusto and made a cheering gesture. The internist didn't say anything, just pursed her lips nervously. He knew what the game meant. The 3 guests who had fallen were afraid they would never come back. Guests, please read the question. Nene adjusted a smile and raised her hand, signaling the crowd to go to the screen. On the screen, a new question appeared. 2. Ask the guest ship in area number 5 to describe an incident that happened to them. The event must not be more than the perception of others, which means they must have seen it happen. The guest ship can choose to lie or be honest. The rest of the rules remain the same. Ask the other guests to refuel their judgment. Chapter 69, Trade-offs. The moment he saw the title, Shen Wuzhou's thoughts began to fly. It's a conundrum. It stipulated that Shen Wuzhou couldn't describe things that other people hadn't seen, so it was simple. Shen Wuzhou could only describe what happened on the live broadcast. Even if one narrows it down even further, he can only describe famous scenes that would be edited down for wide distribution. Junior high school classmates laughed and joked. This topic is so simple, there won't be another fraud at the end of the day, right? Shen Wuzhou pondered quietly without speaking. There was another way out, almost the only way out for him. That is, describing the cover-up that just happened and that everyone saw but did not believe. It was just that in this way, Shen Wuzhou had no way to fully control the reactions of the others. Hypothetically, he said he didn't get any cover. While almost everyone doesn't believe it, not everyone will necessarily be honest enough to say the boat is lying. He doesn't really know these people. If they choose to be smooth and smugly agree with the crew that the boat is honest, he's toast. If he had said he was being shielded by the show, these people would probably just as likely dismiss his claims out of pandering to the show. So, what seems like a topic with an obvious path to life is actually a giant pit of humanity. Shen Wuzhou wouldn't do such an unsure thing. But where there is the slightest possibility of uncertainty, it is gambling with your life. What the hell is he going to do? Describe something everyone sees. Describe what? Inside the live feed, the audience was a little confused, and the moment the questions came out, a bunch of people were either sending question marks or clearing their mouths that the show sucked. I also find it strange that if you want to give the ship the boot, just come up with a suitable and difficult topic for him. Why do you make the questions so easy and then have to be very deliberately open to abuse? Yeah, when a topic like this is put out, the ship is bound to lose, right? There are so many restrictions that it's really hard to have a chance of winning. There are just a few things that everyone knows about. Most of the guests looked confused at the title as well. The director didn't hold back and spat silently. What kind of questions are these, my god? Indeed. Nurse craned her head to look at her girlfriend standing in the center of the stage and raised her hand to scratch her hair. This really isn't difficult to win, huh? Hey, don't say that. A male guest interjected. The show is definitely cheating. I've seen this kind of thing a lot, and we're obviously all running along for the ride. The crowd's demeanor varied and their posture was relaxed. In their opinion, it was the nail in the coffin for Shen Wuzhou to stay. Shen Wuzhou turned around and observed the other 4 people's faces. The internist was nervous, while it was hard to see any obvious emotion on the faces of the other 3. Obviously, with the knowledge that they are already chaperones, these people no longer have any particular attachment to winning the game or not. Couldn't win anyway. If they were the same lucky ones as the little boy, then it would be to stand on the stage and continue to watch the program team give Shen Wuzhou the boot. If they are unfortunate enough to lose, it's just a matter of going backstage to play on their phones and wait for the game to end. So, how do you tell? This point has simply become irrelevant to them. If this is the case, Shen Wuzhou felt a little tricky. He looked to the stage. A pseudo-human in waiter's clothes was pushing a food cart to serve the food, and the air smelled vaguely of schnitzel. The pseudo-person in the red dress sitting in the front row got a small piece. It couldn't wait to tear open the caramel-colored outer skin, and Shen Wuzhou saw the raw meat and horizontal blood inside. Shen Wuzhou's heart moved. The thing that we all saw, besides the ambiguous openings, was the part where we got the audience to testify. What if he takes this matter up? What if he deliberately provoked the crowd into thinking everything was simple or ridiculous beyond belief? Now, the one thing he could be sure of was that everyone felt that his life was not in danger and that he was really on the show. I'm afraid they would only find it outrageous if he poked a little bit of window dressing. Then let's start, Shen Wuzhou said, feeling sweat seeping out of his hands. I want an audience member to cooperate with me for a bit. The middle schoolers froze and then lost their laughter. No way, you need an audience member to cooperate with you a little bit for something like this? You what, just say one and be done with it, bro. The other male guest said, full of concern, look, it doesn't matter what we do with this one. What doesn't matter? Shin Wuzhou rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. Dude, I'm tired. I haven't gotten enough sleep in the last couple days. Have you ever tried not sleeping for 24 hours straight? This sentence had nothing to do with the answer. It was just that Shin Wuzhou wanted to influence other people's choices as much as possible. Honestly, didn't it seem obvious enough to you that I showed it in the last round? Shin Wuzhou deliberately made his words ambiguous with a helpless expression. He sounded a little annoyed and frustrated. I don't know what the showrunners were thinking, but I really wanted a break. As if he was really in a hurry, Shin Wuzhou pointed at the red-skirted pseudo-human who had just swallowed the meat steak in a seemingly casual manner. Then it's still you, Missy, he said, may I? In the male guest's eyes when he looked at Shin Wuzhou, there was immediately a hint of sympathy. This tired tone didn't seem to be feigned. And the fact that Shin Wuzhou had struggled on the line of life and death all day before was likewise seen by them. Nurse A's girlfriend glanced at her boyfriend. Shin Wuzhou's expression reminded her of the game her boyfriend had experienced. Such a game, Shin Wuzhou had experienced a total of 4 games, right? Her eyes changed a little as she looked at Shin Wuzhou. Come on man, not much more to say, we get it. The middle schooler laughed, just hurry up, we'll use our discretionary judgment. The red-skirted pseudo-person daintily ran onto the stage, her lips daintily stained with blood. It turned to Shin Wuzhou and said joyfully, 2 requests now, oh little brother. The pseudo-man's dark eyes stared at his heart, as if gazing through clothes and skin. Okay. Shin Wuzhou said, looking like he just wanted everything to end quickly. 2 requests, that's easy. The pseudo-men covered their mouths, blocking the strands of meat between their teeth, and laughed with delight. Then I'll start talking. He asked the pseudo to stand at the very center of the stage and stated a fact quite indifferently. In the middle of the last question, I invited you, female human being, to come on stage and take a sip of mineral water in conjunction with me. Chapter 70. The previous article has been revised, so remember to brush it up. The middle schoolers froze. Dude, what the hell are you describing? The tone of these words was more on the side of inconsequential flirting, as if what Shin Wuzhou had done was so childish that it made him laugh and cry. Nurse A's girlfriend was also a bit tolerant. See, she said, a little breathlessly, you really want to rest. The stage was brightly lit, illuminating the phantasmagoria shrouded in ragged wood and metal iron frames. The faces of several people with smiles reflected in Shin Wuzhou's pupils, making him feel a hint of sadness. Shin Wuzhou knew the consequences. These people had sympathy and goodwill for him, and that glimmer of sympathy and goodwill would kill them. Only, in the face of life and death, Shin Wuzhou can only make this choice. He glanced at the cackling pseudo next to him and his stomach lurched. Inside the live room, the audience once again lived speechless. Ha ha ha, female humans, you don't say, that's quite a rigorous description. Abstractions for life, after all, can't compare to a gifted one like a boat. I can see he really wants to take a break, but why does he make the process so complicated? Just name something that everyone knows, wouldn't it be better? Others are curious about what the show's next move will be. With such an obvious answer laid out, it wouldn't make sense for the show to give the ship the boot again, would it? Stage. Compared to the indifferent attitude of the other few, the intern's face turned a little pale. Others don't know it's a game of death, but he does. This answer of Shin Wuzhou's looks completely correct, then in reality, it should be completely wrong. And the only part of the sentence that can be singled out as wrong is the words human female, not human, or not female, or, perhaps, both. The intern looked at the petulantly smiling pseudo-human and tried desperately to hide the fact that he was about to fall apart. Is this incredibly normal-looking young girl the same horrible monster pseudo-human as she was in the last round of the game? Shin Wuzhou's indifferent demeanor was reflected in his eyes, and the intern doctor only felt a chill on the soles of his feet. How much does the ship really know? The internist feigned a smile as if nothing had happened and tapped the shoulders of the 2 players next to him. I think the ship is really tired too. In that case, let's collectively give him an honest judgment this round, and when we're done we'll go down and rest for a while too. He shook his head, helpless. I want to go play with my phone too. All right. The middle schooler smiled and said, together that is. No problem, no problem. Another male player raised his hand tolerantly, I'm no problem. Me neither. Nurse A's girlfriend laughed, not avoiding the camera at all. Off-screen, the guests looked at me and at you, all smiling knowingly, except for the male nurse and the director, who had been blushing. They can understand interns. This boring program, I wouldn't be too good at it if it were me. Nurse A whispers to the director, hey, director, are you hot? Why are you sweating? The director gazed tightly at Shin Wuzhou and did not speak. Others may not have seen it, but he, as a practicing physician for many years, really saw something. Shin Wuzhou is lying. He didn't pay much attention to the last Q&A. But this time, no matter whether it was the physical appearance or the movements or the micro-expressions, Shin Wuzhou was misleading the others to make the wrong decision from the very beginning. And that seemingly correct sentence, when Shin Wuzhou said it, it actually did not come out very naturally. Not to mention the interns. If Shin Wuzhou's unnaturalness was just a little bit of the end that was shown under tension, then the intern doctor's entire fear and entanglement was just too obvious to be seen by the director. The director looked at the stage, which was stationary for the moment, brightly lit and newly decorated, with laser panels on the floor filled with advanced technology. What went wrong? Director? Nursa whispered, startling the director. He looked to the few people talking and laughing in the center of the stage and swallowed the doubts in his heart. Be quiet. The director said, watch and see. Shin Wuzhou and the intern doctor exchanged a cryptic glance, and a heart slightly relaxed. Now, it's completely done. It looks like our guests have made their decision. Nene had a perfect smile on her face, her voice was clear and her face was no longer visible. So, let's get to the judgment call that we've all been waiting for. Is the ship honest or lying? Please give your answers at the same time as the countdown ends. In the stands, the waiter pushes up a new food cart. The red-skirted pseudo-human scurried toward the stands, and in its wake, Nene counted down the time loudly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Honesty. 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 The internist was half a second slow. Lying. Next door to him, the floor disappeared beneath the man's feet. The internist subconsciously glanced downward, and the scene he saw at that glance was one he would never forget. The man was shapeless the moment he fell, a drop of blood splattering the edge of this area at his feet. Dead. Just die. Shin Wuzhou lowered his eyes and watched as the three people were churned into a ball by the rapidly rotating blades. Minced meat, unclean and mixed with scraps of fabric and leather and hair and bone, fell into clumps onto the plate. Shin Wuzhou watched the pseudo-human waiter hurriedly carry the plate away, raised his eyes, and looked at the crowd under the screen. This time, people reacted even more violently than last time. That's not right, is it? What's wrong with this? Where's the director? The male nurse's face hardened and he was obviously getting a little annoyed. Give an explanation. He shouted, a reasonable explanation must be given, or else I won't record it. The director looked at Shin Wuzhou and the intern doctor who were still standing in the center of the stage and was already cold and sweaty. An ominous feeling of foreboding rose from the bottom of his heart. There are questions. There's definitely something fishy going on. It's not as simple as it looks. What, exactly, would make two smart kids want to win this inconsequential game no matter what? Why would they mislead everyone in that way, in the middle of a seemingly irrelevant Q&A? And, what is wrong with the 2 sentences in the 2 rounds of Q&A with Shin Wabu? The director wiped a handful of his forehead and tugged at the male nurse, only to have the other man shrug it off at once. Come on. The male nurse sneered, aren't you guys disgusting? An explanation must be given today. Nene's expression collapsed for a moment. She glanced at the rowdy male nurse with a scowl and was about to adjust her expression to speak when she was interrupted by a delicate, familiar voice. Is it something I need to work with? The voice was not augmented by a microphone and seemed a bit thin in the recording studio. Shen Wuzhou turned around. The red-skirted pseudo-human picks at the stage, the part above her collarbone stuck to the layer of vapors. It smiled beautifully, with a little bit of blood in its teeth, and its dark, scary eyes stared at Shin Wuzhou, the muscles of its eye sockets crumpling up in a pitiful manner. Do I need to publish the answer? Just fulfill one more little request for me. Chapter 71 Offbeat Answer. This is outrageous favoritism, isn't it? Inside the live room, the audience was once again dumbfounded. I haven't reacted yet. How come the people on stage are gone? I need to explain. Me too, I really need it. Boat, either you agree to Miss Red Dress's demands or I'm not watching your stupid show. Stage. Shin Wuzhou looked at the red skirt pseudo-person's thirsty expression and revealed a smile. He had no way of explaining it himself, nor could he. This time, since the AI has made the game unknown, the pseudo-human won't be able to reveal its inhuman identity. Essentially, he has the most danger to face in this game, and is the only player who needs to play from start to finish. And the fewer people who know the truth, the better the game is rigged. Thinking of this, Shin Wuzhou had a decision. He made a space for the pseudo like before and asked it to come on stage in a very gentlemanly manner. I need an explanation too, Shin Wuzhou said. Where did I go wrong with that statement? One request. Pseudo-man emphasized once more with great urgency, now that's a total of 3 requests. Shin Wuzhou nodded his head as a promise. The pseudo-man then climbed onto the stage on his hands and knees, impatiently, and in Shin Wuzhou's opinion, there was a sense of inhuman weirdness. This is not without concern. It's getting a little spooky, family. In the live broadcast room, this pop-up screen in a little striking. Her pose doesn't seem very human-like to me. Instead it looks a bit like the pseudo-human that appeared in the previous game. Moreover, I just urgently went to study the micro-expressions and mannerisms that would appear when a person lies, and I realized that the ship did lie in both the first and second rounds. Families, I personally don't think it's quite that simple. There may be something else going on. Except that this long analysis was instantly topped. Don't get too conspiratorial. I would have believed you before when you said that. But this round 2 Uncle Hats are standing on stage in uniform. Right. The previous round was Company X taking matters into their own hands. This round is officially endorsed, brother. And the hospital side is also a team of police to go in, and now also sealed, posted is also the official seal. I really don't believe there's any company that can blatantly step on the official play, looking for death. Watch, wasn't the other lady just about to explain? In the picture, the red skirt pseudo-person ran onto the stage and held out her hand, signaling Shin Wuzhou to lend it the microphone. I know everyone has a lot of doubts, including Ms. Nini. The pseudo-human smiled at Nene, not sure what came to mind as its smile grew wider. What about this time? The ship was really lucky. The pseudo-human's voice changed abruptly, unexpectedly changing from a slender female voice to a clear male voice. But people are boys. Nene was dumbfounded. The director behind Nene was also dumbfounded. Male? He stared at the pseudo-human's expression, but all he saw was a pile of muscles too weird to describe. Male? That answer didn't seem to be a problem. But then again, it felt wrong to him. If the truth was as simple as this, then there was no way to explain Shin Wuzhou and the intern doctor's attitude. Lu Ping straightened out the official uniform on his body and stumbled a bit. Such a coincidence? Such a pretty girl as a guy? His young co-worker, too, froze in place. The live broadcast room was in an uproar. Noelle, what is it? Asterisk. I'm sorry Ship, I shouldn't have blamed you for cheating, it was just a bit of a coincidence this time. Does Missy have a social media account? I want to follow, I like it. Let's just say it's not pseudo-human, it's LGBT, and it all falls apart. A bit of luck on the boat. Hey, that's familiar. Stage. Shin Wuzhou watched the crowd's reaction in his eyes and his mind raced. This answer given by the pseudo-person is a bit more bombastic, but it works well. For one thing, it's a perfect, explainable coincidence that conceals the truth without the slightest break. By and large, it was in favor of his actions afterward. Secondly, most of the people had already had their eyes drawn to this outrageous but reasonable answer, and had paid less attention to Shin Wuzhou himself. The crew gave him the boot. This point was the root cause of the confrontation between the other guests and Shin Wuzhou. They just need to stop focusing on that entirely and play the game with a relaxed mindset, and the prancing around behind them will, in theory, be relatively easy. The red-skirted pseudo-person turned to Shin Wuzhou and winked at him. Didn't expect that, did you, little brother? Shin Wuzhou put on an appropriately surprised expression, which was fleeting on his face. Not really. The red-skirted pseudo-man grinned, his dark eyes looking at him again. It then scurried off the stage and asked for a fresh chopped steak from the waiter's food cart. Wow, what a surprise. It's actually a boy. Nene's smile had become forced as she snapped out of her surprise. She admitted it was a coincidence in the second round, but there's no washing her hands of the fact that the show covered up and kicked Tan and counter in the first round. If Shin Wuzhou went backstage for the second round of the game, she would still feel better. But on the contrary, Shin Wuzhou's luck was outrageously good. Nene adjusted a smirk. Congratulations to the ship, and to Dr. Intern, for winning the second round of the trivia quiz. Please ask the internist to exit the area first. The intern doctor passed a look to Shin Wuzhou and walked quickly to the bottom of the screen. So, please welcome our fourth group of area members number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4, wow, old partners. Nene smiled and raised her hand. Director, our two little nurse brothers, and dash. I'm not playing. The male nurse suddenly roared, interrupting Nene. The two beside him jumped at the outburst, and Nini was abruptly startled. The male nurse glared at Nene, looking paranoid. What a tie game. What a coincidence, it's just a script that was negotiated without our knowledge, isn't it? He sneered. My mom was going to watch me play the game, first round of that simple question to dry down, no kidding? What a disgusting thing, I'm not playing. The male nurse angrily strides toward the backstage, rushing and cursing as he does so. I'm not playing. What kind of crap rules, go backstage for a break and you still have to go back after the game, right? I'm going to my mom right now, and I'll see who dares to stop me. Shin Wuzhou's eyebrows jumped as he subconsciously glanced at the rules. Rule number 2. Guests who are not feeling well are asked to go straight backstage to rest before their part of the game begins or after it is over. Make sure you attend the game. The second half of this rule is hidden by the mosaic. And this behavior by the male nurse is likely to bring the second half of the rule right out into the open. Chapter 72, The First Mosaic. Hey, little brother. Nene subconsciously reached for the male nurse. However, the emotionally uptight male nurse threw her to the ground. Don't you dare. The stage froze and people were stunned in place. This is a live taping of the show. The male nurse's impulsive behavior took everyone by surprise. It's the equivalent of making a fool of yourself in front of at least a couple 100,000 viewers. Lu Ping and Nurser reacted fairly quickly and rushed forward to help Nini up. Nene's carefully done hairstyle was a mess, full of emotions written plainly on her face. She hasn't had a smooth ride since the show started. 2 days ago, she spent almost $300,000 on bribes for 5 survivors and 2 public officials, for the sake of being able to order more shots for his sister. However, the showrunners don't know what kind of madness is going on and let her heart and soul go straight to waste. Not to mention now, she's a little-known presenter and she has to take this kind of heat on stage. Nene looked up and broke down, yelling at the male nurse's back. If you're sick in the head, you go and get cured, your leader is also a psychiatrist. The live feed was abuzz. Wow, the show sucks quite a bit? Fun. I declare I'm staying here today. Recommended by a friend or family member to come see it. Just got in and it's a hoot. The game setup is poor, the guest interaction doesn't work, but it's catchy enough. With such a small interlude, the number of people in the live broadcast room unexpectedly jumped by several 100,000. The camera zoomed in meaningfully on the direction the male nurse had left, just opposite the straight downward staircase. It was dark at the end of the staircase that connected to the dressing room, and it wasn't until the male nurse turned on the lights that warm light filtered through. Holy, finally it's not just about the boats? Ships on the fritz. Probably watching the show with us, too. On the stage, Shin Wuzhou watched the movements at the male nurse's place while observing the rules on the screen in front of him. Mom! He heard the male nurse's voice come through in a vague, slightly puzzled tone. Immediately afterward, the voice got louder. Mom, where is everybody? Accompanying this query was the sound of rummaging, as if that would turn up a big living in an empty dressing room. The sound of pumpernickel continued for a while, growing more urgent as it went on. Mom? No, where are the others? You guys have 2 more ING backstage? Judging by the sounds coming out, the male nurse was already agitated. How come there's no one? The growl came up from the stairway, the heels of his leather shoes stomping on the tiled steps, crashing in the walkway with a thumping echo. A few seconds later, the male nurse reappeared on the stage. His chest rose and fell dramatically, and his face rose to a pig's liver color, obviously already furious. Give an explanation. He yelled towards Nene, where's the program? Give an explanation. Where'd my mom go? Why is there no one backstage? He rushed over and tried to yank on Nini to question her, but was stopped by Lu Ping and the young co-worker. Calm down bro, calm down. Lu Ping soothed, laboriously securing the male nurse in place. So many people are watching, and the program is still recording. If there's anything, let's talk about it after the show. The male nurse was not as strong as the 2 men, and fought and stomped and kicked, his head and face and neck reddened. I don't care if you're still taping this show. He finally got his strength and pushed Lu Ping away. I'm going to find my mom right now. You guys don't say where she is, do you? The hole is this big. I'll call her right now. He gave the camera the middle finger and angrily left the stage again. Inside the live room, people were eating their melons. I go awesome. The man is quite a clown, but has fun. The program does have its inexplicable parts, I guess, and you can't blame it all on someone else. Whatever, I had a pretty good time watching it anyway. In the meantime, under Illusion Vision, the rules on the screen, at last, have changed. Behind the second clause of the rule, a long mosaic of words gradually became clearer and coalesced into a new paragraph. If a guest is adamant about not participating in the game, then that guest is considered to have made a lapse in game judgment and is eliminated outright. The program will be after all the games are over. There will be a uniform liquidation of such guests. For the remaining panel guests, please continue the game. Shin Wuzhou read it. It means that the male nurse directly counts according to the game judgment error, and the probability of Shin Wuzhou's eventual victory becomes greater. However, male nurses do not die immediately. Uniform liquidation after all games. This sentence gave Shin Wuzhou a bad feeling. If his guess was right, either the bomb around the male nurse's neck exploded at the end of the 4 rounds of play. Either that, or, like before, the male nurse will be locked in the scene forever. But what the hell? The wording of the rule is a uniform liquidation for such guests, not for everyone. Shin Wuzhou would not be affected in any way by the male nurse's behavior. He even counts himself as a beneficiary from the point of view that the probability of winning becomes greater. That being the case, there is no need to necessarily include male nurses in the game. Even, he can drill another hole. According to the rules, if the number of people who made an error in judgment was greater than or equal to 3, then Shin Wuzhou could simply live. However, if he wanted the game to work, then it would be best for Shin Wuzhou to make sure that there was a person who participated in the game with him. The reason is simple. Rule number 3 describes the game in detail. People in positions 1, 2, 3, and 4 need to see through and dismantle Shin Wuzhou. If Shin Wuzhou is the only one on stage. For one thing, there was no way for the game to proceed in its entirety, and Shin Wuzhou was unsure if he himself counted as participating in the game in such a situation. Secondly, according to Shin Wuzhou's observation, in the previous 2 rounds of the game, it was only when Nini announced start that the game began. If he was the only one participating in the game, would Nene, with the mindset of a normal host of a variety show, foolishly announce game on? What kind of talk is that? Shin Wuzhou quickly scanned around the stage. On stage, the others had their backs to the screen and didn't immediately see the rule change. And due to the suddenness of the incident, host Nene's face hasn't quite eased up yet. She was a bit stunned and visibly overwhelmed at the direction the male nurse had left. Shin Wuzhou immediately thought of a countermeasure. In that case, he'd simply take advantage of the new rules to pretend to relieve Nene, and then, convince her to leave only one player on stage. If there is only one opponent, the other 3 default to an error in judgment. Then, regardless of whether the only person left on the stage judged correctly or incorrectly, for Shin Wuzhou, the situation was finalized. Thinking of this, Shin Wuzhou left the center of the stage and gave Nini a reassuring smile. A new rule has emerged. He tried to soften his tone as much as possible. How about this? I'll stay with the director and play the game, and let the nurse and the other guy attend to the still angry guest. He politely gestured for Nene to look at the screen, and quickly passed another glance to the intern. Shin Wuzhou smiled and turned to Nini, giving a very suitable reason. As it happens, the director and I, dead right. We're both center door to center door, and I definitely gave him a hard time this time. Chapter 73, The Question of Giving Away Points. As the camera view switches, the newly added rules take up the entire broadcast. I go? The rules of this minigame aren't fixed? It can still be increased? I guess the male nurse went too far and pissed off the show. Look Num family, this show is literally unscripted, pulling crotch. And that seemingly reasonable suggestion made by Shin Wuzhou was also spat upon by a portion of the people. But if the show had a plan, it wouldn't be so bad to let the ship screw up like that. Haha, mental trivia game. The first 2 rounds were not using any mental at all. The third round is going to be straight up all psychology? There's one thing to be said for the director and the ship being able to center door on each other, even if the others don't quit the game. +1, and even bring someone else along for a significantly better look. Ship, what are you thinking? It's just that the viewer's opinion is ultimately the viewer's opinion. Nene, being in the middle of the situation as the host of the entire program, only found the current situation a bit tricky. As normal as she was, she could tell that this crew wasn't a traditional crew at all. Besides, it was hard for her to let go of the male nurse when he was so extreme like that. The male nurse, it seemed, recognized her. Though, she herself didn't know exactly where the eliminated Tan encounter and the others were. What if the male nurse doesn't find anyone and, on impulse, rushes right up to the stage with the murder weapon? Were the 2 security guards at the far entrance capable of stopping it? In comparison, Shin Wuzhou's comment about having fellow players go down to watch him was already much safer. And again, the atmosphere at the scene was so awkward, and Shin Wuzhou had just happened to hand in a suggestion that could relatively take care of the big picture. Playing the game, between Shin Wuzhou and the director, there is indeed something to see. On the male nurse's side, it wouldn't be said by nosy netizens that they left their guest unattended. Why doesn't she just go along with the steps and get this over with? Shin Wuzhou observed Nini's expression. Seeing that she had faltered a bit, he turned around again and tapped Nurse A on the shoulder. Brother, there's another brother. Shin Wuzhou turned to Lu Ping's young colleague, the last player in the third group. He smiled and patted over, his voice lowered. Dude, that nurse, it's on you. Shin Wuzhou's tone was somewhat helpless. There's really no way I can get out of here, or I'd go over there with you guys. It's hard for them to do it when I'm gone and the game is unwatchable. The young man opened his mouth and looked as if he was hesitant. And nothing more, just simply don't want to deal with people like male nurses. He'd rather play games on stage. Okay. This sound wasn't said by Shin Wuzhou, it was said by the intern doctor. Interns aren't stupid. He knew the truth, and he could see the significance of the new rules for Shin Wuzhou. Shin Wuzhou would do this, it was nothing more than utilizing all the loopholes that could be exploited and surviving. The internist familiarized himself with the young public official's shoulder and was so nice that he was too embarrassed to say no. Come on buddy. I'll stay with you guys, I'm just going down for a drink. The internist twisted his head and greeted Nurse A in unison. Let's go, coworker. 10 minutes, we'll be gone for 10 minutes. Shin Wuzhou saved his brother's life. And that's a huge favor that the interns don't want to owe. At least not owed in this environment. Whether it's hugging or asking for things, equality is the basis of the dialogue between the two sides. Now, he had temporarily survived and had the ability to cooperate with Shin Wuzhou. So why not just pay it off now? It's better for both sides. Hey, you. The young man was a little helpless. However, in a situation like this, it was really not good for him to give the intern doctor a face in public. Not to mention that Nursa followed along quite indifferently and seemed a little impatient to get some rest. The young man had to go with the flow, walking slowly up the steps leading backstage. Shin Wuzhou looked at it and inwardly gave the intern doctor a nod. The wave fit was indeed perfect. Nene originally didn't give an immediate reply, but the internist pulled the extras straight down. In this way, the matter is finalized. Both those people and Nene had to make compromises. Inside the live room, the audience looked confused. I'm convinced, it really just pulled off. Onlookers' perspective really seems like the ship manipulated the crew. I'm sorry but being created to this is so disgusting. +1, the ship and the interns crossed the line, and the hosts are also incapable of being taken. And the ship was so relaxed the whole day, so at least take it seriously. For the sake of the face, I'll forgive him once. Stage. Shin Wuzhou stood back up over the functioning meat grinder and smiled at Nini. Unsurprisingly for him, Nene just glanced toward the stairway and made her decision. She adjusted a sweet smile and asked the director to stand inside area number 4. Game on. A new title appeared on the other half of the screen with Nini's command. The new title is intriguing, yet surprisingly simple. If someone's existence threatened your life, would you kill them without their knowledge? Area 5 guest ships have the option of answering honestly or lying. Please use careful judgment with the players in the first 4 positions. Shin Wuzhou's breathing lightened. This one is a giveaway. Without the coincidence of the male nurse and his early response, was he doomed to die on stage? Also, it's not that he's sensitive, but the question, it's just too much of a response. Fitting to the point that he felt a pit. AI, what the hell does it want? Below the screen, the rest of the guests were clearly surprised to see the title's expression. Only, the reason for their surprise was not quite the same as Shin Wuzhou. This question is still a bit simple, isn't it? Lu Ping was dumbfounded. This can be completely answered from the ship's previous behavior, there's no need to even think about it. Yes, it's straightforward to tell. The other nodded in agreement. In the previous games, he wasn't exactly cold, but he was pretty unforgiving when it came to possible threats. A stocky young man shook his head. That's a giveaway, chief. Inside the live room, the number of viewers began to plummet. Sorry about that, see you in the jungle. Really boring. The ship, so much traffic, the program team, why not catch it properly? I can't stand it. This is still center door sniping. I was expecting some kind of high-end game grass. Oh, 3 questions, all with one glance answers, no fun. I'll squat again, the college animals don't have class tomorrow, and I'll finish watching this down home chow. Stage. Nene maintained her expression and turned to the director with a smile to round out the conversation. Director, you should know all about boats. Nene flirted without words, trying to liven up the atmosphere. This time the problem should be considered a piece of cake for you, right? Chapter 74, Exposed. The vibe on stage was generic. Under the screen, apart from the little boy who survived the first round of the game and the host Nini, there were only 4 guests left, including Lu Ping. No one interacts or talks. From the looks on their faces, everyone thought it was a boring game. Even the ever-smooth Lu Ping only turned his gaze to the side after reading the title. Only the little boy was still staring at Shin Wuzhou, his large eyes full of curiosity. Across from Shin Wuzhou, the director scratched his scalp out of habit. In this case, the director smiled to match Nene's, trying to suppress the lingering sense of weirdness in his mind. What's wrong with it? Why would Shin Wuzhou let the other 3 go down? The only good thing about doing this is that he'll win this retarded as hell trivia game. Why does it have to be this way? The director answered a little distractedly. It's better to be specific. Nene smiled at the camera. Her mouth moved, but she was interrupted by Shin Wuzhou dryly. Then we start now. He spoke briefly because he didn't want to delay. No sound came from the backstage side, and it was quiet for the time being. The male nurse should have been appeased, but there's no way to persuade stubborn people all the time. Shin Wuzhou didn't know at what time and because of what he would explode. The meat grinder is located very close to the backstage lounge. In case he finds out the truth before the 4th game starts and breaks it, then, the difficulty of Shin Wuzhou surviving would skyrocket. For this question, my answer would be yes. Shin Wuzhou bit his words clearly. Director, it's your turn. The director squeezed the tablet in his hand tightly, surprisingly feeling a little nervous. The expression and demeanor of Shin Wuzhou just now, he saw it very clearly. Candid and firm, obviously, telling the truth. You. The director glanced down at the floor at his feet. The floors are still solid and reflect the light. It was just that Shin Wuzhou's various abnormal behaviors before made his uneasiness grow stronger. The director wiped his forehead again and spoke the answer very cautiously. You're not lying. My judgment is honest. This time, the shadow under the director's feet didn't disappear, and both of them stood firmly on the stage. This result was expected by everyone, and there wasn't much emotion on the part of the people, either on the stage or in the broadcast room. So boring. Why are there millions of other people watching? Are you guys idle? Aren't you watching too? I'm a college animal, so I do have time on my hands. I'm backing out. Am I watching the audience on stage eating schnitzel for abuse, or am I watching them play retarded games for you? Can't take it anymore. I'm backing out too. The show would have been somewhat watchable if the ship hadn't let the male nurse go down. Inside the live broadcast room, the number of people once again plummeted, and in the end, there were only 5 million people left. On stage, even Nene looked embarrassed. The scene of a show like this was already, in her opinion, stacked with minefields and full of accidents. But right now, there's no choice but to keep playing this boring, crappy game to the end. Shin Wuzhou's heart gently relaxed. Beneath the shadow, the meat grinder didn't stop running, as tray after tray of minced meatballs were squeezed out like cream. The pseudo-human waiter was so busy running around that he no longer had time to wait by the meat exit all the time. The charred aroma of grilled ground pork chops wafted throughout the venue. Only, Shin Wuzhou could distinguish the fishy odor of some blood that had not been processed cleanly from it. There are other less obvious smells, like burnt nylon, or the stench of burnt hair. Below the screen, the 4 remaining guests looked at each other in disbelief, and one even let out a long yawn. That smell, it's making me a little hungry. From the back of the stage, there was a vague cacophony of voices. Shin Wuzhou subconsciously glanced in the direction of the stairway. He could barely make out the male nurse's voice, but couldn't tell what was happening on the other end. There can be no more delay. Shin Wuzhou turned his head and urged as if nothing had happened. Come on, aren't you hungry? Finish this game and go eat. Lu Ping greeted the director who walked back and, in his place, stood opposite Shin Wuzhou. Come on, MS. Nini, can we start having fun soon? He made a harmless joke at Shin Wuzhou. I see the ship kinda wanna go down to rest. Don't worry, my brother has done criminal investigation, this time I will definitely send you down. Okay. Nene laughed, so, game on. Clank. Something was tipped over and exploded into the ground with a heavy thud. The original blur of cacophony disappeared for a second. Everyone subconsciously looked back, and Shin Wuzhou heard the male nurse's insufferable roar. Enough! It was still fuzzy, but for once, he heard it. Shin Wuzhou's heart sank. As he expected, there was no way the male nurse was going to be stopped for long. The meat grinder is expected to be discovered soon, and in the moment, the game can only be ended as quickly as possible. The cacophony of people on the other end rose again. Shin Wujiao took advantage of the others watching and raised his head to look at the new topic in front of him. Will the contestant in Region 5 please answer the question, what kind of meat is used to make the cutlets consumed by the spectators on stage? Area 5 contestants have the option of answering truthfully, or lying. Please ask the other regional players to carefully judge the answer of regional player number 5. Remember, this is important. In an instant, Shin Wuzhou saw through the AI's intentions. Its deliberate targeting has been all too clear up to this point. If Shin Wuzhou was a normal person who was completely unaware of the truth, his answer would have been I don't know. If he had said that, the others would have judged that he wasn't lying. However, once the answer was revealed, the truth that Shin Wuzhou had lied would be exposed. There's no way to hide the truth of the game forever. The people who died in this round were family and friends of those who survived. What would they do if they surmised everything? There's nothing in the rules that says players can't attack players. If he answered something else, such as pork, beef, lamb, it would be too easy to guess that he was lying. If he had answered human flesh, he would have been just as sure of a lie win by the entire group, but it would have exposed him to the others. In other words, no matter which path Shin Wuzhou took to survive, the final effect would be the same. What's more, the AI had purposely guided others to directly target Shin Wuzhou. The blurred voices in the background hadn't stopped yet, and Shin Wuzhou quickly looked around the stage. Unfortunately, the AI miscalculated. The little boy and the intern who survived the first and second rounds of the game will not be able to do anything to him. The director survived the third round of the game. The director's life was considered to be retained under Shin Wuzhou's manipulation, and there was no conflict in his position. His wife was also alive, standing right behind Shin Wuzhou. And those who didn't participate in the third round of the game will be liquidated uniformly at the end of the game. When you do the math like that, the only variables on the field are the director and the player who will survive the fourth round of the game. If it was not grasped well, the director and the survivors of the fourth round of the game would be on the opposite side of Shin Wuzhou. However, if the director's wife could be allowed to survive, then in the end, all Shin Wuzhou would have to deal with would only be a Nini who had broken down due to the loss of her sister. Shin Wuzhou glanced back at the director's wife. She didn't take the game to heart and, like the others, seemed curious about what was going on backstage. The male nurse seems to have broken through some kind of barrier. The cacophony was at its maximum, accompanied by vague roars of rage. And then there was a loud bang of a door being thrown heavily shut, and all was silent again. Chapter 75, Exposure. The slamming of the door was heavy and abrupt, and the guests on stage were startled. Inside the live room, the audience heard it just as clearly. Wow, is it finally going to be some fun? Laugh it up, the male nurses won't even show up for the fun of it. Back off. You see the title, which inexplicably asks to keep an eye out for the ship's answer. Personally, I'm leaning towards an egg, and suggest not going so fast. What kind of eggs can there be in a boring little game? On the live feed. At the back of the stage, thumping footsteps sounded. A few seconds later, the intern doctor appeared in front of the crowd with a hurried gait. He couldn't adjust his rapid breathing in time and turned to Shin Wuzhou. The male nurse ran away. He called his mom's phone and it showed his cell phone was off, and in a hurry, he went out first. The internist paused. There's a security guard at the gate, so he can't get out. But finding his mom should be quick. Also, he was very emotional. We were worried that something might happen, so we didn't stop. Shin Wuzhou was flexible enough to utilize the intern doctor's words and reacted quickly. Cell phone off? He feigned thought, looked quickly around the room, and arranged everyone in a few words. It's probably dead. Shin Wuzhou dryly turned to the director's wife. Sister, you have to not intentionally misjudge. Go to the nurse's mom first. Go talk to the nurse's mom and ask her to borrow her cell phone to return a call. It's all women, it's easier to talk. The director's wife, unlike the director, has a somewhat stern face. Fortunately, she looked at Shin Wuzhou and didn't think much about it. Okay, then I'll go down first when I get there. Shin Wuzhou turned to Officer Liu again. Officer Liu, so you'll continue on stage? Liu Ping had always been smooth, and likewise did not think much about it. Could be. So your answer is? That's the effect to have. What he just said was backwards. In order to lead these people on stage to make a judgment that is the exact opposite of the outcome he wants. Those who judge wrongly will fall, so the director's wife will purposely make what she believes to be wrong judgments. The person who judged correctly would stay on the stage, so Liu Ping, a few people, would make what they thought was the correct judgment without any problems. And Shin Wuozhou's demeanor and actions would make them subconsciously feel that the answer to this question was simple, retarded, and good for judging the truth. Shin Wuozhou pretended to lose his smile and said, "My answer is of course I don't know. I just smell an aroma. Exactly what kind of meat is it? How would I know?" Inside the live room, the negativity of the audience was completely ignited. "Not this again, huh? And come on. Ship, don't you dare try to maneuver the stage. There's absolutely no chance of anything happening this time, is there? The ship has been under our noses from the moment we entered this gate until now. He does know, doesn't he? The ship is going down to rest as it should." There were only a few tens of thousands of viewers left in the live room. Without knowing that this is an AI game, everyone's thinking is normal and ordinary. With this kind of thinking, the answer is too normal and reasonable to pick any faults. Stage. Nene routinely smiled and counted down, not even bothering to summarize anymore. "Come. 3, 2, 1. Lu Ping said decisively, "Honest." The two men in the area to his left and right reacted at the same time. "Honesty. Honesty." The director's wife didn't hesitate. "Lies." At the feet of the guests, a portion of the vapors disappeared once again. Except, it's not what the others expected. Lu Ping and the other two men dropped abruptly. Shin Wuozhou and the director's wife, on the other hand, were still standing on the stage unharmed. The live feeds were not calm, but soon, viewers found another reasonable explanation for the show. Whoa, the ship is swinging but it survived again. How is that not considered a hang-up? I told you that the program is holding up. But holding it up isn't so bad as to use such a crappy game. I can't hold out either, I'm losing the desire to watch. 4 rounds of play, 2 rounds gone wrong, 1 round not played, 1 LGBT round, what gold? What kind of programmer is it that makes this kind of crap? The number of viewers in the live room eventually stabilized at 30,000. Inside the playground. Inside the meat grinder, a new blood red was raised. The noise was isolated like before. Shin Wuozhou wanted to move his eyes away, however, a figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. It's the male nurse. He did look grumpy, and without further ado he rushed forward and yanked the pseudo-human messenger by the collar. Shin Wuozhou's heart lifted and subconsciously raised his eyes to look at the rules. Rule 6, Prohibition on causing injury to staff members. Pseudo-human waiters, aren't they considered staff? So, does such behavior by a male nurse trigger relevant consequences? Shin Wuozhou looked down again. The male nurse did not make a move, but spit in all directions. It should be in an emotional questioning. On the screen, the mosaic of the 6th rule did not produce any change. So, is the pseudo-human waiter not considered a staff member, or is it because the male nurse didn't do it any harm? Stage. The director's wife froze. No, how? She looked at Shin Wuozhou in confusion and then at her husband. Finally, she looked over at Nene, her tone thick with doubt. Did the show have a lapse in judgment? I don't think the ship lied, did it? Nene was obviously surprised by the result as well. It's just that it's all so crap. Stage mishap after stage mishap, and the game sessions were boring as hell, and Nene didn't even want to bother explaining more than she had to. She wanted to go to her sister off stage, get off work as soon as possible, and get out of this awful place. The program should have its own criteria for determining this. Nene smiled, I'm sure we'll get a perfect explanation in the end. Shin Wuozhou didn't pay attention to the stage, his gaze seemingly looking under the shadow. The pseudo-human waiter consistently shook his head, and the male nurse gradually lost his patience. Behind them, on the plate that had not been removed in time, minced meat had accumulated in a tall pile. The male nurse violently let go of the pseudo-human waiter's collar, and with a cathartic swing of his hand, knocked the entire tray to the floor. Under phantom vision, the plate crumbles apart silently. Minced meat ran sticky and gooey on the floor, interspersed with shredded fabric and hard soles of shoes of an ugly color. The male nurse was swinging his fist at the waiter. However, with a sweep of his gaze against the pile of broken flesh, he seemed to see something, and his eyes dipped and couldn't stay away. Shin Wuozhou saw that the male nurse's fist lowered. As if to confirm something, he bent down and picked something out of the crumbs that littered the floor. It's a human ring finger. It managed to escape the sharp blade, a tiny ring reflecting light on it. The male nurse stared for a second. A second later, as if in sudden reaction, he threw away his fingers. In another second, the male nurse dropped to the floor and moved backward in disarray, as if he had seen something extremely horrible. He quickly climbed out of the boundary of Shin Wuozhou's vision and disappeared. A few seconds later, Shin Wuozhou heard a vague scream. Murder here. Chapter 76, Weirdness. Shin Wuozhou looked around. Apart from him, on the stage, there were only a handful of 5 people left. The director and his wife, the intern and the little boy, and Nini, who doesn't even bother to maintain a smile. At this moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the muffled but frightening sound, and several pairs of gazes looked over in unison in the direction from which the sound came. What's the situation? The director's expression was like that of a startled bird, and his face, which already looked pale, lost even more blood color. His heart began to pound for no apparent reason, and the eerie, ominous feeling grew stronger. The doctor in training subconsciously swept to protect the little boy, whose bright eyes were a little curious and puzzled. He went to look at Shin Wuzhou, his lips moved, but hard swallowed the words what to do. Apparently, the male nurse discovered the secret of the game. The internist was certainly flustered, but at a time like this, it's better not to do anything rash in the first place. Nene frowned a little, the words coming out without thought. What's going on out there again? Inside the live feed, the male nurse's voice was still too low for the audience to hear directly. Still, the unusual behavior of the guests on stage attracted their attention. The good guys again? What happened out there this time? Was it a male nurse who made a scene? I guess so, I can't think of anyone else but him. Hey, it's a bit drama, let's see. Laughing to death, what's so great about making trouble? This variety show is full of 5 poisons, this time there's another accident. This time, the live stream did not disappoint viewers. The male nurse's voice paused for only a few seconds before resuming. Kill, kill. The voice, laced with a thick mixture of panic and sobs, came from far away and was heard more and more clearly by those on the stage. Judging from the direction of the sound, the male nurse should be running for the dressing room. As the straight line distance narrowed, the live audience heard his call sign. Murder! I see bodies, bodies. The male nurse cried loudly, and by the sound of it, he slammed open the door to the dressing room. Corpses, corpses. It's dead people. A whole lot of dead people. The words can already be heard extremely clearly. The only tens of thousands of people left in the live broadcast room completely exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My, homicide. What melon am I leaning on? I was wrong, this variety can be so attractive. Why is there another death? Call the police, I want to see the scene. Go live to the scene. In just a few seconds, the silent pop-up screen abruptly came alive. Stage. Nene was stunned and didn't seem to respond immediately. Dead people? She asked pointedly in return, whirling around and screaming in terror. What dead people? What situation? Instead, the director squeezed his own wife's hand and startled the other woman instead. What are you doing? A large portion of the blood faded from the director's face. He glanced violently at Shin Wuzhou, and his voice was already shaking. Old wife, didn't you hear me? Dead man. The director's wife didn't panic too much. Officer Liu was still here. Her tone was a bit reproachful. Did you forget? Shin Wuzhou swept a glance toward his feet. The pseudo-human waiter had left for who knows where. The work of the meat grinder, however, had not yet stopped, and large clumps of minced meat spilled out from the small table. And the male nurse's voice, almost frantic, came from the back of the stage. Help! Help! Aren't you a cop? Someone's dead. Someone's dead here. Judging by the sound of his voice, the male nurse didn't want to wait for the young officer's answer. Because Shin Wuzhou heard a chaotic sound of footsteps. Seconds later, the male nurse tugged Lu Ping's young colleague and rushed back onto the stage. Unlike his previous brutality and selfishness, one of his faces had fear written all over it at the moment. Tears spilled from reddened eyes, and snot left a bright trail over the man's center. On the stage, everyone's face didn't look too good. The director, in particular, looked miserable. The male nurse's wretched appearance was clearly reflected in the live feed. In just a few minutes, the word dead rushed to the media hot search. Countless people flocked back to the live broadcast to eat melon. Inside the live room, the numbers kept going back up. The male nurse's look was even more shocking to the audience as they watched. All freaked out like that. What the hell is going on? Ha! I've only been backed up for like 10 minutes. What happened? I should have known better than to back out. Any ins and outs? There were also a number of people who expressed amazement at the state of the male nurses. I think that, for him to be scared like that, this thing shouldn't be simple. But it probably won't be a guest on stage. I think it'll be a rotting corpse or something else horrible. The pop-up gained a lot of recognition. The character of the male nurse as a person is clear to all. What horrible thing had happened that could make the male nurse, who had been killing people and moving around maniacally hitting and arguing in the last round of the game, wimp out like this? Stage. The moment he saw a crowd of people, the male nurse's tense body slackened. His legs went weak and he fell to his knees, unable to stop shaking. Dead, the male nurse cried aloud, turned into a mass of flesh. He looked at Nene, and then crawled over as if in sudden reaction, and tugged at the hem of Nene's skirt. Nene frowned in disgust and tried to yank her skirt out of his hands. What are you doing? Where's the dead guy? Let's call the police. Shin Wuzhou retreated next to the intern doctor and silently observed. He saw the director's wife take out her cell phone and dial the police number. However, the call did not go out successfully. Can't call. The director's wife said, frowning gravely. My cell phone doesn't work, the signal is bad. Mine too. The internist chimed in, can't beat that. Nene looked around the room at the young cop who had been pulled up by the male nurse. However, the young cop saw through her intentions and held up his cell phone and shook it. The building is contacted. He said dryly, my cell phone doesn't work either. It could be a signal blocker on, it could be the carrier. Only way to get someone else to try again. Or, what about the program staff? Nene was a little flustered, a heart thumping hard. It was the first time she had encountered a program with so many accidents. Getting answers wrong, guests causing trouble, boring questions, late ships and even outright manipulation of the course of the game. Now, there's an inexplicably scary murder case that's just watered down and presented to the live camera. And both the staff and the director, at this juncture, actually all of them could not find anyone. Nene clenched her teeth, her face getting a little grim. As a host, she's the one who's really unlucky. Not to mention the fact that his sister didn't make it, but if he didn't make it, it would have an impact on his reputation. She reacted quickly, locking her eyes on the audience. Right now, these are the only people who can help. Audience, can anyone borrow a cell phone? She said, anyone help call the police? And for those of you on the air, Nene bowed to the camera, please help us get in touch. We're located at the far outskirts of J-City at the photo farm. These two words of Nene's drew Shin Woo-jo to follow and look toward the stage. Someone died, and that's a big thing. If it was a general audience, they would be curious, they would be mingling, they would be panicked and scared, and they would be evacuated by the program. However, the program's crew pressed on and didn't show up. What's even weirder is that none of the spectators paid much attention to it at all, as if it was all a matter of routine. Every one of them buried their heads in the dim light and ate their cutlets. They ate indecently, some of them burying their heads in their plates and making noises like cats sucking on canned food and winding up. Their knives and forks were held in crappy positions in their hands, as if they were completely useless ornaments, with each other, and without any communication that humans should have. It was as if the meat on the plate was their whole world. The director had obviously noticed the weirdness as well. He murmured beside Shin Woo-jo, his voice so weak that it trembled. What's this? What's going on? Merry Christmas, family, and a cheeky request for a bounty. This book may have been too new because of the subject matter, or because the title carries a sensitive word like AI, and Tomato didn't give it any traffic. Only about 700 people can see it in the bookstore every day, and you can currently make $10 a day, and the author is working very hard purely for love of power. No one watching and no one scoring also leads to inaccurate data and low ratings. Anyway, thanks in advance to everyone who was able to catch up here. But still cheeky to ask for a 5-star review with text to ask for bounty to urge more. After all, for the love of power is really tired. Thanks for the support. Chapter 77, Going to the Scene of the Crime. Nene was a little taken back. This eerie scene of the Valley of Terror effect pulling full circle caused a strong sense of unease and fear to rise in her heart. What the hell is going on? Shouldn't they be talking about such a big buzz and such a big accident? What's going on? Why isn't there even anyone who looks up? The aroma of charred meat permeates the air. Panic slowly crept into her face as she looked at the diners and the stands. The muscles in Nene's face tugged stiffly under the thick powder. She gave a dry chuckle, her tone frail. Viewers? Can you hear me? The live feed showed every detail of Nene's face. Behind Nene, there was the calm-faced Shin Woo-jo, the frowning young police officer, the slightly flustered intern doctor, and the director with a miserable face. The director's wife pursed her lips tightly, clearly alerted by the scene before her. Only the male nurse, still kneeling beside Nene, whimpered profusely. The audience couldn't see the bizarre scene in the stands, but the behavior of a few people on the stage was enough to make them wonder. I called the police. How far along is it now? It's like everyone's freaked out. No, what's wrong? Did Nene just ask a question that the people in the stands couldn't hear? The microphone isn't broken. Is no one paying attention to her? How is it possible for something this big to go unattended? Everyone was frozen, motionless, their faces showing the expression of seeing something bizarre. This is so wrong. The stalemate on the stage didn't last long. In a panic, the male nurse stood up and stumbled toward the young officer, clamping both hands on his shoulders. Aren't you a cop? He glared. Don't you have a police officer's license? The young man stumbled as he shook him and looked disgruntled. He was about to open his mouth when the male nurse's spittle had gotten the jump on him and flew into his face. You go see the scene. You take everyone to the scene. You go to the program. Don't you have a police officer's license? You go to the program. Get them. The male nurse stared angrily. Arrest them. Arrest them all. The young cop pushed him away and relented. Just calm down. Shin Woo-jo silently watched this scene without speaking. He was standing next to the internist, not too close to the screen. With a slight inclination of the head, you can read the lettering on it. Just now, the 2 lines of text added to the back of the second rule flashed subtly, as if to warn of something. If a guest is adamant about not participating in the game, then that guest is considered to have made a lapse in game judgment and is eliminated outright. The program will be after all the games are over. There will be a uniform liquidation of such guests. That momentary flicker just now seemed to be just the beginning. The next second, the rule flashed again with great regularity. The rules say all games are over, and the stage is, indeed, over. This flickering reminded Shin Woo-jo of the jumping countdown. Shin Woo-jo turned back and pondered without moving. Was it a liquidation warning from the program? Inside the broadcast room, flashing rules caught the viewer's attention. Rules? It's really kind of spooky, family members. It feels weird. A woman's intuition doesn't feel right, but from start to finish, logic can't find anything wrong with it. +1, that's weird, that's the only rule that flashes, it can't be a broken screen. I'm back, wait and see. At this moment, the number of people in the live broadcast room had surged to 300,000. The number in the upper right corner was still growing and the pop-ups were scrolling extremely fast. However, with their backs to the screen, the rest of the stage didn't pick up on the details of the rule flickering. In front of Shin Wuzhou, the young police officer and the male nurse were pulling and pulling, and there was no time to pay attention to other situations. Alright. He was a bit impatient. In that case, please ask the audience to leave first, and a few of you don't stay on the stage. We'll go down to see the crime scene together. Aren't there 2 more security guards? Director, can I trouble you to take the people who are resting backstage and go get the security back? Okay. The director agreed. He gripped his wife's hand tightly and looked at Shin Wuzhou as if for help. He didn't know what was happening. His mind was in 1,000 different places and there was no way to calm it. A vague sense of great foreboding was too stupid for the director to think about it. His first thought was to turn to Shin Wuzhou. Shin Wuzhou's eyes met his and nodded gently. The director then breathed a long sigh of relief as if he had been assured of something. He pulled his wife and signaled her to stand next to Shin Wuzhou and the intern doctor, and hurried down himself. That's weird. The director's wife muttered, so wimpy all of a sudden. The young cop frowned. His arrangement was very organized, however, none of the audience on stage moved. Everyone buried their heads in their plates as if they would die if they stopped eating. This scene is just not normal. Cold sweat broke out on the young policeman's forehead. What now? Nene couldn't laugh at all. We go backstage first? The police didn't hesitate any longer. He tugged at the male nurse and turned decisively toward the backstage. Go to the crime scene first, he said, all together. The policeman explained quickly. It's unclear who committed the crime, and the killer is likely still roaming the area. Going to a place like a crime scene is a little safer together than alone. He always noticed the blinking rule, but didn't think much of it. Why is the screen still broken? Is weird. Nene clasped her arms in front of her and glanced at the screen in horror. She hurried down backstage on her heels, followed by the director's wife. Then there was the intern doctor, the little boy, and Shin Wuzhou, and the intern doctor looked at the screen in thought, followed by a drone at the end. The camera flashed a little red light, like some kind of eye. Inside the live room, the audience marveled once again. Holy no, really live? Live streaming a crime scene, is this some new tactic? Curious. I'm still thinking about what happened in the stands, and it always seemed like something really bad. Do you guys remember my pseudo-human guess from earlier? A spectator asked. I feel like I was right about that guess. There's bound to be something weird going on in the stands, and looking at them, they probably just feel a little different from normal people. Unlike before, this comment elicited some agreement. Not a proponent of conspiracy theories, but you make a good point. We've got 2 cops on this one, and that's official. Let's see what's going on. There's truth on both sides. If it's a fake person that's scary, daring to make trouble under the official eye? Chapter 78, Thoroughly Exposed. The director and the men returned quickly, the 2 security guards following the trio with incredulity on their faces. Holy, homicide? The bald guy blurted out to the young cop. Where's the program team? Where are the other people who went out to the police? The young policeman made a gesture, signaling them to move outside. The male nurse wiped a handful of snot off his nose and stepped to the forefront to lead the way. It's such a big deal, and it's under the live camera, so theoretically the police will be out fast. The young policeman said, his face still grave. But it's been a long time, nearly 10 minutes since the witness came on stage. The young cop paused. The group followed the male nurse down the long, dark, low corridor, the sound of staggered footsteps inexplicably unsettling. If I remember correctly, we're all out within 5 minutes of an accident like this. The distance from the nearest police station to here is about 5 minutes by car. The implication of this statement is that the police were too late in some strange way. Shin Wuzhou glanced at the police and was silent. Or, they may not come before the recording is over. I'm afraid the officials have been pretty much infiltrated. Or, to be more extreme, officially fake. For the first 3 rounds of the game, it was in the Company X building, and the officials dragged it out hard until people were too dead to act as such. The 4th round of the game comes down to reality. Although Shin Wuzhou was still unclear about the truth behind it, the official actions were really disgusting as well. It was delayed until the end of the game, and of those sent, the 2 heavily armed SWAT officers were fakes. 2 pseudomen drove 20 public officials into the playing field, which happened to be the standard configuration for the last round of games. These public officials, in all likelihood, have all been sacrificed. Not to mention this time, the program, which is said to be conducted under an official banner, has no problem. But offhand, the drones followed. It dared to broadcast the murder scene live in front of the audience. The young cop tried to continue his explanation, but was interrupted by the male nurse. Is there any justification for inaction? He grunted, pointed in a direction, and shrank back a bit, stopping still. It's no wonder the male nurse recognized the wrong place. He was pointing to a small white door that did look not unlike the one in the powder room. Just here. In fact, even if the male nurse hadn't pointed, the crowd would have recognized where it was. The strong smell of blood accompanied by the stench competed for a place in one's nostrils, and the source of the smell was the small, hidden white door. Shin Wuzhou is not bad, a few rounds of the game down, endured to get used to it. The director gave a small dry heave. This smell. That smell is so familiar. Not too long ago, a similar smell filled the clinic, only the blood was a little lighter. Very bad memories came flooding back, and the director's face went completely white. The young policeman's face grew grim as well. He's not inexperienced. If it was just a corpse, how could it smell so bad? What's going on here, exactly? Hurry up and get in. The male nurse whitened his face and urged impatiently, hurry up. After looking at the murder scene, please assign those 2 guards to go with me to find my mom. The policeman pushed open the door. There's Officer Liu on your mom's side, and a group of men and women, so there's not much chance of anything happening. This time, Shin Wuzhou's illusory vision did not see the vapors covering the object. The space was not large, definitely no more than 14 square meters. The concrete floor was not floored or cleaned, accumulating a thick layer of dust. It was enclosed on all 4 sides by ragged wooden boards, and could barely be called a room. The room was not too brightly lit, white, illuminating the tall, brand new meat grinder in the very center of the room. A broken wooden beam slanted across the side of the meat grinder. From a normal person's perspective, it's hard to imagine that it's this rotted, broken wood at the bottom end that holds up the ornate stage above. The meat spout from the meat grinder never seemed to stop, and the one at the small table in front of it had been flooded with large piles of ground meat. Scarlet dripped down the legs of the table, and the strong smell caused even the young policeman to vomit. The internist covered the little boy's eyes for the first time, the blood fading from his face. Except for Shin Wuzhou, the intern doctor and the young police officer who were still calm, everyone froze for 2 seconds before erupting into screams in unison. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nurse accursed loudly. The horror of this scene far exceeded the crowd's imagination. People screamed and scrambled backward, a brainstorming rush to the little white door and back into the hallway. Inside the room, only the young policeman and Shin Wuzhou stood still and did not move. And inside the live broadcast, the disgusting scene looked shocking to the viewers. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's scary. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I was so scared my heart stopped. Does that mean a lot of people died? No. Why does the studio have a giant meat grinder? Doesn't that seem weird? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is a large amount of pork mixed with human flesh? Upstairs, pigs only do that if a live pig is put right in and stirred. Who do you think would do that? That's so weird. Why are we live streaming this? In the picture. A prank? Nuts. In the hallway, the bald security guard growled angrily. What's the point of this stupid program? This is no way to play with people. The staff come out and explain. The director's head was covered in sweat, and his wife was holding the wall, equally cold and sweaty. Is it really a prank? She gave a pale smile. I'm a surgeon. It's not like these can be faked by forgery. Nene crouched down and threw up. The male nurse's face was dark and he looked scared and angry. Not like a forgery? The bald security guard asked aloud. What does that mean? The director's wife resumed her serious expression. The meaning is clear. She raised her hand and pointed, the dark corridor not visible at the end. We'd better stay here and not separate from each other. She said, I think this whole thing is rather scary. Those who stayed outside acquiesced to her proposal, but the expressions of the few who were unaware of the truth also became more panicked. What the hell is going on? Square-faced security asked shakily, what the hell happened when you guys went on stage? The director mumbled his lips and didn't say anything. His wife turned and pushed the small door open again and walked in. I'll take a look. She said, I'm a surgeon after all, I can tell something. Inside the door, Shin Wuzhou listened to the conversation in the corridor in his ears and didn't say much. This is not a good time to explain, and forcing an explanation may lead to a fire. Besides, the program's reckoning has not yet come, and the 3 people who are about to die because of him are still alive. It's better to put it off and let them discover the truth for themselves. The meat spout of the meat grinder stopped. Shin Wuzhou knew that this meant that all the meat in the meat grinder had been output. What the hell did they put in there? How did they get so much stuff out? The young cop picked up a broken log off the ground and walked towards the mountain of meat, holding back his nausea. He turned on his cell phone flashlight and rummaged through the ground meat with the wood. What's with all the rags? He frowned a little. What's this? A zipper head? Plastic? Skin? Hair? The more the young cop turned it over, the more it seemed wrong. The broken wood seemed to have touched something, and Shin Wuzhou saw his movement stop. The young policeman dropped his wooden stick. He reached out with a trembling hand and picked 2 things out of the pile of broken flesh. Shin Wuzhou could see clearly from this angle that they were part of a photograph. The young policeman put them together into the frown of a man wearing a hat. Lao Lu? Chapter 79, It's all gone. What's the matter? The surgeon looked up and asked keenly, repeating the sentence in confusion. Old Lu? Are you talking about Officer Lu? Lu Ping? The young man did not answer. This is a fragment of the photo on Lu Ping's police officer's card, which has been stained with red. There are still lingering traces of steel stamps in the upper right corner of the photo, giving it a less tangible look in the dim light. The young policeman's hand trembled. He slipped the photo into his pocket with all his might, not caring about the dirt, and rummaged with his bare hands among the red and white scraps of broken flesh and bone and yellow fat. Shin Wuzhou looked a little bored in his heart and moved his eyes away in silence. Too many people have died. But he can't help it. The game can only be survived in absolute confrontation, and right now, he doesn't even know the AI's weaknesses. The slightest mistake is the end of all things. The surgeon sensed something was wrong. She stood up and walked over to Shin Wuzhou, wanting to know what had happened. What's the matter? The surgeon asked, breathing a little heavily. What do you mean, is Officer Liu dead? Is he the one who died? He's here dash. She fought the urge to vomit. Is he in here? The young cop turned his back on them and stopped rummaging. Slowly he straightened up and turned his body back around, a face that was especially frightening in the overhead light. Shin Wuzhou could see his forehead covered in cold sweat and his bloodied hands. On the policeman's right hand lay something, all mutilated, which he held out with a trembling hand and showed to the two men. Two different-looking zipper heads, a small scrap of knitting that had been churned up, and a ball of hair that was wrapped in blood and flesh. The surgeon's throat puffed out a bit, and she seemed to want to vomit, but held it back. People are dead, the young officer's voice trembled, more than one dead. He looked at Shin Wuzhou and his face was miserable. Let everyone in, he said. I don't know. He couldn't hold back any longer. The pieces of debris slipped from the young cop's hands, and he bent over and threw up. I'll go get someone. The surgeon's face went white for a moment, and he turned quickly and went out. Not a moment later, the director led the way in, and the intern took the little boy, hands still dead over his eyes. Following at the end of the line was the drone. The camera panned around and then gave the young cop a close-up. Although the face could not be seen, the trembling body and the constant reaction of vomiting also still created quite a frightening effect. What could make a cop throw up like that? What the hell happened? There's a problem. There's definitely something wrong. I'd also say that it's already pretty out of whack, but any variety show that isn't brain dead wouldn't air this. Have you guys read all the speculation online? I'm kind of looking back at this familiar style. I watched it and it was really scary. I'm already scared. I'm a plastic surgeon, and I'll just say one thing, there's a lot of yellow fat in these meats. Human fat is yellow. I usually do liposuction, and this amount looks so much more than what I get in a day of surgeries combined. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Fine thoughts, bro. In the scene, Nene is holding her vomit-empty stomach and is no longer able to stand. Under her delicate eye makeup, a pair of eyeballs were full of red blood. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The male nurse cracked. What the hell is going on? Shin Wuzhou could hear the fear hidden in his voice. At times like this, it is often the case that the louder the voice, the more frightened the person is. Don't you shout. The surgeon restrained his tone. You work in a hospital too, can't you see? She turned back to the pale male nurse, her gaze aimed straight at him. More than one person died. Go and take a closer look for yourself at the meat on the floor and on the table. Shin Wuzhou saw her face twitch stoically and beads of sweat seeped from her head. It's all mixed with yellow fat. The surgeon said arduously, human fat, you recognize it, don't you? Who the hell died? Nene cried, the man had broken down. Can we get out first? I'm begging you, I really don't want to spend any more time here. The two security guards didn't say anything, and both had hard faces. Aside from Nene's loud wails, everyone else was extremely consistent in their silence. The young cop emptied his stomach and straightened up. As if he saw something, he took 2 steps and picked up something from the ground. Shin Wuzhou is familiar with that kind of thing. It was a severed finger, the same one the male nurse had thrown away after being shocked. The ring at the end of the severed finger was luckily undamaged and reflected in the light. Old Liu is dead. The policeman hissed, holding his severed finger up. He seemed to have been numbed by the blow, and showed little intimidating emotion other than his eyes being red. This, he said, removing the ring from his severed finger, it's the best preserved thing I can see so far. Has anyone seen it? Inside the live room, the pop-ups went completely crazy. Old Liu? Liu Ping? You're telling me a public official died here? I actually have an answer in mind, but I'm afraid to say it. Don't be afraid, conspiracy theories come true, it's scary. It's not a matter of whether it's scary or not anymore. To such an extent that even the police department still doesn't take action can only mean that the situation is too much more serious than we thought. What the hell happened? Where's the truth? We need the truth. At least 2 are dead already. 20 minutes and the police haven't come yet, good job. With the level of terrorist attacks, I'm not very brave to leave the house right now. Room. Shin Wuzhou stood on the sidelines, silently observing each and every person's demeanor. Everyone else is relatively normal, except Nurse A. His lips quivered quite uncharacteristically. Nurse A took a few steps forward as if to confirm the authenticity of the item. He held the ring over for a few seconds, his tone instantly becoming helpless, tears welling up in his eyes. It's like, he shivered, it's an engagement ring, it's my girlfriend's. He held out his hand with a matching plain ring on his ring finger. A pair of my girlfriends, not them. Not quite willing to believe the truth, he drifted off and asked, is she dead? He was answered by a long silence and Nene's unceasing sobs. The director looked at Shin Wuzhou and beads of sweat slid down the side of his face. He was also a doctor, not a surgeon, but that much common sense he had. Not just one person died here, but several. Lu Ping is dead. Nurse A's girlfriend, odds are, is also dead. Who else is dead? When Shin Waozhou was on stage, he desperately faked the illusion in order to win. Was it because he knew the consequences? It was an implausible answer, but the more the director thought about it, the more he had a vague sense of plausibility. Are they all dead? All of them? Did Shin Waozhou already know they would die? I'd better go find the staff. Square-faced security broke the silence. What about the program staff in this situation? The program staff can't stay invisible, can they? And the police? The bald security guard nicknamed Monk chimed in. When are the other cops coming? The young cop's lips mumbled. He was just about to speak when footsteps abruptly sounded in the hallway outside the door. Tada! 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 It's the sound of a woman on high heels. The sound was rhythmic, approaching the place unhurriedly, reverberating through the cramped, claustrophobic corridor. Boat? A female voice shouted brightly, with a bit of an echoing tail that was indescribably eerie. Cluck cluck cluck. Little brother, I've come to find you. What about the request you promised me? And then the voice changed and became a clear male voice again. Is everyone there? I found a couple things on my dinner plate and brought them along. Gee, how presumptuous to put that in our food. The pseudo-human changed back to a female voice and pouted. But I think you guys should need it. I hope you guys like it. Chapter 80, Abnormalities. Such a sound in the dull darkroom filled with crushed flesh and bone residue, full of fishy stench. It was eerie and weird to say the least. In the room, people were staring at each other, either too pale to be bloodshot or with fear and panic in their eyes. Not normal. This is so not normal. Only Nene was still sobbing, her eyes frighteningly red and on the verge of breaking out. Inside the live feed. Is the LGBT guy that goes along with the program? What's he doing here? No, how did he know about this place? Fake people, right? I don't know, there are enough conspiracy theories on the internet to know which ones are true. Stop talking, live anyway, it's almost time to find out which is right. The number of people in the livestream was in the hundreds of millions, not unlike the number at its previous peak. The whole show, from the boring as hell in the beginning to the horrific gore, everything about it was treacherous and unspeakable. The internet has exploded with information, and countless kinds of speculation about this show have come out of nowhere under the relevant words. Countless people stared nervously at the screen, wanting to know what the truth behind it really was. Inside the room. Tada! Tada! The sound of high heels was close at hand. Shin Wuzhou vigilantly gripped the firearm hidden in his sleeve and took another step back toward the corner where there was no light. The monk and Fong in the doorway were already sweating, fine beads of sweat glistening somewhat in the light. The little boy grabbed the internist's hand and tried to show his eyes, but failed. The internist whispered, "Don't move." The heels stopped a short distance away from them, and Nene finally relented and rushed forward to pull the door open. She yelled as she yanked the pseudo by the hair and ripped it through the door, breaking down. Asshole! Asshole! What the hell are you pretending to be? Are you a staff member of the program? Disgusting thing, see for yourself what's going on. She pushed the red-skirted pseudo-human so hard that her own heels skidded on the floor and she almost fell with them. Nene straightened up woefully, screaming her lungs out. Get lost! Get back in your bleachers or call the staff. Everyone was silent and didn't say anything, and Nene stood alone in the center, her chest rising and falling dramatically. The red-skirted pseudo-human was dropped to the ground by her. The fall was not a bad one, and the pseudo-person lay face down on his back, seemingly unconscious. Only Shin Wuzhou can see. Face down, it stretched out its long tongue with sharp teeth and greedily and silently licked the broken flesh and blood on the ground. The internist took a step back with the little boy. The monk looked at the pseudo-man and swallowed nervously. It's not going to be a fall, is it? The young cop's face went white. Whether something goes wrong or not, he said, we have to be accounted for. Where are the rest of the men, and the fact that we're going out? Get us a car. Under phantom vision, the pseudo-man seems to have had enough. It crawled up like a broken piece of machinery, straightening its thighs, then starting at the last vertebrae and slowly standing up, back to front, like a snake. This strange scene made everyone's scalp tingle and their hairs stand on end as they watched. The number of pop-ups instantly exploded in the live broadcast room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Iowa scared me. Not human or grass. Fake people really are fake people. Run, grass. Run. Give me a dry aphasia. Run. Asterisk 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 scary no matter what escape first Asterisk 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 are freaking out. It's just too creepy to move like that. The director's face was white with fear, while Nene stayed where she was, unable to even move. The pseudo-man walked back to the doorway and stood, reaching up to rake his hair. It wiped the blood smeared on its face away with the back of its hand and gave a smile to the crowd, who were completely stunned in place. I'm not a staff member, I'm just a food lover. Shen Wuzhou put down his heart. Rule number 6, no harm to staff during recording. Originally, Shin Wuzhou wasn't sure if this pseudo-human audience was a staff member. Now the false man himself reveals the breach. In other words, Shin Wuzhou could directly explode its head without destroying the recording camera. It's convenient. He even managed to save a round. Come on. It said sweetly, Missy, get a grip. Nene clutched her chest in a death grip. The pseudo-human's smile widened, and Shen Wuzhou saw the blood marks in its teeth. Come on, Nene. It continued sweetly, holding out its own tightly clasped hand. The schnitzel was nicely fried today. What a coincidence that the first cutlet was the one I ate. The director seemed to have a premonition. He clutched the surgeon's hand tightly, his glasses already stained with sweat and oil again. The intern doctor stood silently toward the side of Shen Wuzhou. Nene glared at it. The false man turned his hand upward and stretched out his palm to show her. I got to eat this. The pseudo-man's hand position was placed low enough for everyone to see except the little boy whose eyes were covered. It was a mass of hair with a small piece of scalp attached. There was a black leather band wrapped around the middle of his hair, which was still intact, only stained with blood. Shen Wuzhou knew what it was, everyone knew. This is what's on Tan Encounter's head. Nene froze. The mass stabbed into her brain so hard that for a moment, her mind went blank. The camera pulled in close and gave a close-up of the massive hair. As if the pseudo-man didn't see Nene's gradually crumbling face, a light tone came from outside the painting. Take a look. Inside the live room, the audience's emotions completely collapsed. Aha, grass. Tan met. It's all dead. All ing dead. Grass. Fake people. Ah. It's the game again bar the grass. How did this happen? Don't look for an official, it's too scary. We just don't have one. Can't manage it. No one can control it. They're all dead from the first one, so the others must be dead. A large number of pop-ups raced across the screen, to the point where it was impossible to see them at all. The news of Tan Encounter's death certainly dealt a blow to everyone. She was the first group to play in the game. If she died, and Lu Ping died, then all the people who lost, probably died. Nene's eyes were covered in horror. It was a few seconds before she barely snapped back to her senses. Tan met. What's going on? Shouldn't Tanyu be in the backstage lounge playing with his cell phone? Tan Encounter just lost the game, how could he just die? How is she going to explain to her family in that case? Stray thoughts instantly filled Nene's mind. I can't blame her, she spent a lot of money. She's not wrong. If Shen Wuzhou hadn't made the strange move, if the program team hadn't intentionally misjudged, Tanyu wouldn't have died at all. Nene's breath caught. She jerked her head up, terrified, and began to shake it off. It's not me. She shouted, as if to prove something in a hurry, it's the showrunner. The damn showrunners misjudged. Shen Wuzhou could see that Nene's thoughts had been completely confused. It's amazing how completely she missed the point of things in a situation like this. The point is they're playing a game and getting out alive is what matters. But Nene, right now, actually only wanted to clarify herself. Nene took a step forward, sobbing and trying to prove something. Tantu can win, and I paid for it. Nene trembled and pointed toward Shen Wuzhou. He promised me, he took the money. And the program team. The program hasn't misjudged. Oh. Pseudo-man winked at her and raised his finger to point at Shen Wuzhou. Ask him yourself. What he puts in the water won't fool my. Chip. Chapter 81. Nene repeated. Core. Chip? Under the camera, the pseudo-human stuck out a bit of tongue with sharp teeth. The saliva on his teeth was clearly visible in the light. Inside the live room, the image pierced everyone's eyes. Hang on. I really saved my life, what the hell? I'm in the city, I can't take it anymore, I'll run right now. We just screamed in unison throughout the dormitory building, and it really wasn't an exaggeration. I knew it was a pseudo-human, but the moment she was exposed was really scary. What about the official? Is the official no longer useful? It's not that I'm rationalizing, I just came in and saw this. In the picture. The surgeon let out a squeal and jerked back to grip the director's slippery hand. Asterisk. The monk was startled and screamed a curse. When a person feels extreme danger, they will not take their eyes off the source of the danger. In the room, a group of people stared at the pseudo-man dead in the face, not even daring to blink. The young cop shuddered. He'd seen it on the air. You're fake people. It's the pseudo-person. Nurse's face was so ghastly white it looked like he'd been dead for 3 days, and next to him, the male nurse's throat shrugged and his glasses bulged frog-like. My mom. He finally shouted, where's my mom? The false man didn't avoid his question and smiled at him. It pulled something out of the pocket of its red dress and dropped it onto its hand, showing it to the male nurse. This? It asked, that's all your mom seems to have left. It was a gold necklace, half red, half yellow, stained with some tissue. It was several seconds before the male nurse squeezed a cry of pain from his throat. He glared at the pseudo-man, hissing with one sound after another as if it was the only way to vent his emotions that were going nowhere. The pseudo-person laughed crisply again. Nene glared at the pseudo-human. In extreme fear, her brain began to function. Nene slowly twisted her head. Shen Wuzhou's face was hidden in the shadows, giving her an extraordinarily trance-like feeling. What did you add? Are you, doing it on purpose? The pseudo-man was right next to Nene, smiling creepily at Shen Wuzhou. The intern doctor looked at Shen Wuzhou and his brain spun fast. What did Shen Wuzhou add? What can he add? In each of the previous rounds of the game, Shen Wuzhou's pass props were obtained from the previous round of the game. If this round is 2, then The internist tried to remember. What did he take from the clinic? What's there for him to take? What is it? Obviously poisonous, but it's okay for a pseudo-person to drink it. A bolt of electricity crossed his mind and cold sweat oozed from the intern's head. Capsules. He said subconsciously, those poisonous capsules. You put them in the mineral water? But, the internist frowned. How did you determine that the pseudo-person was okay to drink? The director shivered, and his gaze towards Shin Wuzhou had changed. Up to this point, he'd understood. All of his premonitions came true. This was a new game of death, and Shin Wuzhou, from the very beginning, knew it. That's why the layout came afterward. On stage, all those seemingly boring and redundant steps are actually means to save your life. Inside the live broadcast, pop-ups were all over the place. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Scalp is numb. Why would the ship know? Yeah, I remembered. It was the second question when he was talking about female humans. Holy goddamn female humans. You mean he knew it was the false man? Hang him, how does he know everything? So the rules on stage really are the rules of the game. Shocked, really shocked. I shouldn't have cursed the boat control à grace. The ship has his own reasons. Too much information for me to digest. College livestock, eat to the real family members. In the picture, Nene's voice was tight as hell. You knew they were going to die? Her voice gradually drew up, a heart beating hard. With each jump, it got colder on her. In retrospect, the boat was laid out last night. He asked her what the first question was. Even the bottle of mineral water was something he asked the director for in advance. And, Nene thought back to her first little game on stage and just felt like she was falling through the ice and it all seemed like a dream. From the very beginning, Shin Wuzhou was deliberately creating the illusion for everyone. An easy, casual, anyone can win illusion. You knew my sister was going to die, didn't you? Nene drew up her voice. You knew she was going to die, didn't you? You know everything. You did it on purpose. She was already a little hysterical as her emotions broke down again. You killed my sister. From the beginning, you killed everyone with premeditation. Nene cried, her tears washing away her makeup and leaving 2 long white streaks across her face. She took off her high heels and recklessly smashed them against Shin Wuzhou. Murderer! You knew everything and you deliberately didn't save. Shin Wuzhou dodged sideways, and his high heels then fell into the pool of blood. Nene's legs went weak and she collapsed into a pool of blood, crying out in pain. The young policeman looked at Shin Wuzhou, his eyes red with tears. You already knew? My brother's in there. He shouted, my brother's in there. Shin Wuzhou didn't say anything. It's impossible not to feel bad about this situation. However, in a matter of life and death, mercy is a big no-no. This emotion, even if it's there, is to be reasoned with first. Right now, the policeman, nurse and the male nurse, these are the 3 people who are not playing the game and have to survive for a while, and their family and friends have been killed in the accident. Shin Wuzhou didn't know how long they could survive. The most important thing now is to find a way to stall until liquidation. I'm sorry about that. He lied selectively, there's just no way I can be completely at ease, that's why this game is striving to win. Shin Wuzhou's tone was sincere, but the hand behind his back secretly gripped the gun. He gently gazed at the young cop's heaving chest and trembling body, assessing the state of the male nurse and Nurse A in passing. Nurse A's entire body had gone into a trance, so empty that it looked like nothing but a shell. The male nurse, on the other hand, clenched his fists tightly and stared at Shin Wuzhou with eyes that looked like they could rush over and kill at any time. I didn't know they would be like this. Shin Wuzhou said. I suggest we return to the stage first. If this is a game, then the stage has rules. Shin Wuzhou analyzed it calmly and objectively, word by word. The most important thing now is to save your life. The male nurse couldn't help it and violently rushed up, wanting to smash Shin Wuzhou's head with a fist. I'll kill you. Shin Wuzhou, however, deftly dodged behind the pseudo-person and said in a loud voice, I haven't fulfilled the audience's several requests yet. Although he would end up beating the pseudo to death, on the surface, he was food that the pseudo didn't get to eat. If a male nurse has the balls, he'll go straight to the food with the pseudo. The pseudo-man stared at Shin Wuzhou and cackled. Chapter 82, No Repentance. Shin Wuzhou's plan succeeded. The next second, the pseudo-man very quickly raised his hand, grabbed the male nurse's arm, and pushed him to the ground. Not so fast just yet. It said pleasantly, looking at the male nurse who was covered in blood. Don't you forget it. It blinked, a subtle stiffness on its pretty face that didn't belong to a human. He still owes me 4 small demands. The false man raised his hand and pointed at Shin Wuzhou. If there's anything, wait until I finish taking what belongs to me. The male nurse sat up from the blood and water and broken flesh. He glared at Shin Wuzhou with reddened eyes and gasped like a bellows. Originally, in the first game, it was the ship that was supposed to die. The ship has known everything for a long time, but deliberately pretended to know nothing and put her own mother at risk. The 4 little requirements the false man had said, he remembered there was such a rule. Moreover, this pseudo-person, after going on stage and cooperating with the ship to deceive them, has himself repeatedly emphasized the need for the ship to satisfy its small demands. Present-day karma, isn't it? The male nurse tugged at the corner of his mouth. Under extreme emotions, he hated to see Shin Wuzhou die immediately. He tensed his body and rose from the ground. Okay. The male nurse said, what do you want? When do you start? Inside the live room, the audience had guessed it. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what else could you want? Is life grass? Fake people invading reality, I guess. I'm curious now, how many of the top brass inside the police department are pseudo-humans? The pseudo-human is kinda recognizable, in a very distinctly mechanical way. It's true that I'm scared. I'm at the airport, family, and I'm going to stay away from Company X. Make yourselves at home. I'm scared while trying to see how the ship survived, and if everything is true, his current behavior will be standard operating guidelines. I wouldn't have guessed that he didn't have a weapon on him, and now it looks like there's something wrong with what he's wearing around his neck. Die laughing, vomit. In the picture, Shin Wuzhou looked at the pseudo-man and recalled the rules of the stage. Rule 7, last sentence. After the show, you need to fulfill the audience's little request. The first condition here is after the program is over. Now, the stream is still on, but the game is over. Shin Wuzhou raised his head and confirmed to Pseudo, is the show over when we're done playing our games? Or do we have to ask the director about that? The pseudo-man turned dark eyes. Of course it's over, little brother. When the game is over, the show is over. Now for the egg session. I thought you all knew that. Shin Wuzhou nodded. That leaves only the second question. The seventh rule, he remembered, trailed off into a long mosaic. The rules corresponding to that section of the mosaic are not shown with certainty. Based on prior experience, the AI will confirm players on the spot based on their demeanor and behavior. Therefore, Shin Wuzhou needed to make a fake move, misleading the AI and making it make up a rule that had nothing to do with Shin Wuzhou's real move. Then, exploit that vulnerability to do something outside of AI computing. The pseudo-man's eyes didn't blink, they were straight and open, aimed at Shin Wuzhou's face. Little brother, you won't regret breaking your word, will you? Inside the live room, a small group of viewers were analyzing the situation very carefully. Goddamn colorful, we need the army to clean up the pseudo people. As I wrote it down, if the ship asked that, it would have been based on the conditions of the seventh rule. Yeah, there was a program in the conditions that ended. It was probably meant to be a loophole, but the pseudo-person's answer closed that loophole. The rules are different now than they were in the game, and there are additions and modifications that can be made. Objectively, it's hard for a ship to find an opening. The dark room. Now, any fool can realize that the dreaded game of death has favored them once again. It's like a curse, and when you get it on, you can never get it off. Right now, there's a subtle vibe flowing among the players. Shin Wuzhou's previous behavior divided them into two camps. One, an intern, the chief couple and two security guards. They are sensible adults. Needless to mention the attitude of the internist. The director could also see that Shin Wuzhou was intentionally trying to save his and his wife's lives. At that time on the stage, Shin Wuzhou deliberately said the opposite to guide the surgeon to make a judgment. It was for this reason that the surgeon was now able to stand well by himself. The director and the surgeon looked at each other, reading each other's eyes. Based on this game, they would not make a move against Shin Wuzhou without absolute stakes. Even if it's in his power, the director will cooperate and give a hand. Just this case. Can Shin Wuzhou live? In what way? If he can't live, is he really capable of saving himself? As for the two security guards, Monk and Fawn, neither are cuties either. Shin Wuzhou didn't have any conflict of interest with them and, moreover, he was a big shot who had passed many rounds of the game in a row. Without threatening themselves, it was impossible for them to take the initiative and create a conflict with Shin Wuzhou. The monk looked at Shin Wuzhou, his bald head shiny with sweat. He could tell, even if he didn't know the rules, that the pseudo was just trying to eat the ship. I don't know if I've come up with a solution yet, seeing as how the ship looks like it's thinking. Other than that, in case Shin Wuzhou survived, they might even have to hug his thigh to go out. Monk and Fawn looked at each other and tacitly remained silent. On the other side of the camp, it's Nini and the three players who didn't participate in the stage minigame and survived for the time being. Nurse had slowly returned to her senses, while the young policeman's body hadn't stopped trembling, and he looked at Shin Wuzhou with an unkind look in his eyes. Their family, friends and loved ones have died horribly in this game. Shin Wuzhou knew, and Shin Wuzhou just did it on purpose. Nene clenched her teeth and sobbed as she gripped the mass of black leather straps. Like the male nurse, Nurse A, and the police officer, she was now incapable of thinking properly. However, she was happy to see Shin Wuzhou die. Shin Wuzhou followed everyone's every move and was ready to draw his gun at any time. The important thing for him in the moment was to find a reason to get back on the stage with rules first. He needs to see how the mosaic changes after the seventh rule. Thinking of this, Shin Wuzhou flashed a smile at the pseudo-person. Let's go back to the stage. He said, the smell in here is disgusting. And, Shin Wuzhou's brain spun fast and gave logical reasons. You're not a member of the program staff. I'd like to go back to the stage and double-check with the director before I fulfill your request. The slightly stiff smile on the pseudo-man's face was set in stone. As you wish. It said daintily, but you can't back out. If you go back on your word. Its lips split to both sides, revealing dirty teeth at Shin Wuzhou. There is a price to pay. Chapter 83 Opening. The popularity in the live broadcast room soared and had reached its highest peak ever. Everything that happened here was so shocking that social media was all over the place, full of speculation about pseudo-humans in games. The police did not respond and official announcements were not made in a timely manner. All kinds of talk and speculation abound. Pseudo-human virus invasion or Company X is secretly manipulating the officials. All the statements have a unified perception. Shin Wuzhou's behavior deserved a high degree of attention from everyone. He's the only one who's survived this far, and everything he does is a perfect pass template. What if you get pulled into the game one day? I came to see the pass instruction, although I have a feeling I'm not going to get pulled into the game is all. Just went to the supermarket and it was empty of rice, noodles and oil. Cam, only grabbed a box of instant noodles. It's no use, the game goes wherever the ship goes now. If he doesn't come to us, he should be okay. Am I the only one looking at this seriously? Now that the ship is going back, can someone explain to me what the point of him going back is? It doesn't make sense. A spectator analyzed it carefully. The ship either wants to stall for time, or wants to go back and read the rules. But stalling won't work, there's no time for him to stall. Rules if you will, the ship asked before if the game was over. From that question, it's obvious the ship remembers the rules. So I don't know if that move made sense for him. In the picture, the pseudo-man sidestepped his body and watched Shin Wuzhou pull open the small white door. Please lead the way. Shin Wuzhou turned to the pseudo-man and made a gesture of invitation. In the rules, it only said that the guest needed to fulfill the audience's small requests, and on the surface, Shin Wuzhou had already agreed to it. This means that under the current circumstances, it is very likely that the pseudo-man can take something from Shin Wuzhou himself. Although it now promised that it could return to the stage, Shin Wuzhou wasn't sure if it would suddenly snap. There was no way he'd be stupid enough to go to the front of the line himself and leave his back to the hypocrites. The pseudo-person straightened her red dress, stared straight at Shin Wuzhou, and walked out the door lightly. Follow. It cackled strangely, stepping into the long, ethereal hallway. Don't think about running away. The pseudo-human's heels made a crisp sound on the ground. Don't forget the rules. If you rush out of the scene now, the security staff will be implicated as well. Oh. The monk and fawn looked at each other, one on each side, and stood behind Shin Wuzhou with trepidation. They have seen the live broadcast and know that this so-called implicated will not end in anything other than death. Ship. Fong stuttered a little, a fine sweat oozing from his forehead. Real sorry. We really can't do anything about it either. You go. The male nurse interrupted the apology and shouted. He glared at Shin Wuzhou, not hiding the hatred in his eyes at all. Shin Wuzhou lifted his feet and walked out, not caring about the reactions of the others. Still need to get back on stage as soon as possible. The internist and the director looked at each other and followed with their respective families. The little boy did not say a word, but his face was pale, and his otherwise bright black eyes showed some trepidation, as if he had understood something. The internist and the director, both pinched and sweating. This level, Shin Wuzhou could definitely pass. Just where is the breakage again? If the rules of the game would be redacted based on human behavior, it would be exponentially more difficult. The director lifted his already dirty cuffs and wiped the sweat off again. The group returned to the stage in silence, following the way they had come. The diners on the stage were still eating, and not a single person looked up from their plates. The room was eerily quiet. The lights of the stage were still bright and eye-catching, only, the atmosphere on stage was very different. The original ease, leisure and boredom was swept away, replaced by several people with blood-stained bodies, heads and faces covered in cold sweat and tears. Shin Wuzhou stood inside clean and somewhat abrupt. The fear, worry and anger of the players was written on their faces, out of place on the brand new stage. And under the illusionary vision, the shadowy figure above the meat grinder had completely disappeared. The huge breach was shockingly visible to the crowd, and the smell of blood poured out of his nose. They dry know about the meat grinder, but they don't realize that the grinder is at the soles of everyone's feet. Even the surgeon, who had seen it all, could not help but give a small dry heave. Originally, the director murmured indistinctly, it was here. He tightened his grip on his wife's hand. The internist's face went white. Nurse shook herself and Nene whimpered again. Everyone understands what this means. It turns out that the moment the game was lost, these players were completely out of life. Even, the probability is that they die within a few seconds unexplained. The shock of the scene in the live room was a little too much for the viewers. So devastated, what the hell is going to happen now? Is this game going to spread everywhere? Or do we just need to avoid Company X locations? There are countless branches of Company X. There's no avoiding it. Help, I can't strain myself. In the picture, Shin Wuzhou was the first to look at the screen behind him. On the screen, the Rule 6 flickered much more slowly compared to before. Shin Wuzhou guessed that this was some sort of countdown hidden hint, the rules flashing from fast to slow, also symbolizing that the offender was about to die. And rule number 7, so far, has not changed at all. The pseudo-person laughed crisply and turned to Shin Wuzhou, opening his mouth wide. Well, little brother. You said it, you. Wait, you might be mistaken. Shin Wuzhou loudly retorted. At the moment, his mind raced. AI predicts by virtue of algorithms. If he went straight to disliking the pseudo-human in a very hardcore way, the AI would likely go on the basis of his attitude to surmise that he might hurt the pseudo-human, thus adding the clause about not being allowed to hurt the audience. And if he'd done it the other way around and deliberately acted a bit more roundabout, playing dumb and dumping on the hypocrites by throwing dirt on them and pretending he'd done nothing, the new rules given by the AI would theoretically be more along the lines of no denying or no slandering the audience. This lady, what are you doing? Shin Wuzhou's head tilted to the side, nervously keeping an eye on the pseudo-person's long tongue sticking out of her body. His hand, behind his back, tightened on his pistol. Who are you? An audience member? Why don't I quite remember inviting you? Shin Wuzhou looked at the pseudo-man's dark eyes and found the most outrageous excuse he could think of. I think it's your twin sister I'm inviting, isn't it? Even though you look alike, but dash. Shin Wuzhou lied with his mouth open, but she seems to have a mole on her face. Oh. Chapter 84 Dropping. Shin Wuzhou deliberately took the tone and did not speak in a very certain sentence. There was no denial to death, but there was denial in the words. This is to leave himself wiggle room so that the AI doesn't just condemn him to death with the new rules. It was just that if judged from other people's perspectives, Shin Wuzhou's behavior was more or less a bit childish. Inside the live feed. No. What was all agreed upon before, and now you're backtracking on it in this way? Ah, I know it's not funny, but I still want to laugh. Shin Wuzhou's actions made the audience a little confused. There have also been serious analyses that have suggested relatively reasonable possibilities. The ship should have known that the AI's rules would change, and he was probably testing, or in this way, inducing the AI to generate an irrelevant rule violation. I have a reasonable suspicion that the ship should still have a backhand, just like in the previous game. Agreed, the meat grinder on the stage is now open. Even if the ship's pistols are gone, pushing the pseudo-man into the meat grinder is the same thing. No way, he can push the pseudo-man? The probability of this losing is too great. Stage. The mosaic behind the seventh rule is really starting to slowly clear and take shape. Players are strictly prohibited from backtracking or denying and deceiving the audience. If a player politely or directly refuses the audience's request by obfuscating, refusing to admit, lying and slandering, then that player will be eliminated within 1 minute. The moment he saw the rules, Shin Wuzhou gently sighed in relief. Objectively speaking, there are almost no loopholes in this rule for AI. Neither outright refusal nor polite refusal will work. Just the 3 rules of can't back out, can't deny, and can't cheat the audience have already cut off most of Shin Wuzhou's chances of survival. But Shin Wuzhou didn't need to backtrack, deny or deceive the audience at all, much less reject the hypocrites by any means. The only thing he had to do was to gladly accept it and let the pseudo-men come and take what it needed. Then, send it a round of ammo as extra compensation. The other side. The internist couldn't help but look worried, the crushed hair on his forehead drenched in sweat. The director wiped away the sweat and 2 more hairs fell out of what was already left of his head. Does Shin Wuzhou have any other way to not be killed by the false man other than backtracking, denying, and deceiving the audience? Nene shouted out of control, kill him! Kill him now! The male nurse's chest rose and fell violently. He had too much pent-up emotion already to bother looking closely at the rules. He only knew that Shin Wuzhou was dead. Inside the live room, the audience watched intently. Every time you guys start cursing the boat, that familiar feeling comes home to roost. Asterisk 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 this one is different. You guys look at the neck of the ship, the countdown is out. Same, all this feeling. It's so desperate and exciting. There are no openings to be exploited. Nishihachi, are there really none or am I just too stupid? The front, it's very similar. Really no, it's really similar. In the picture, on Shin Wuzhou's neck, the display that was originally pitch black appeared with a scarlet 1-minute countdown. Boat. The internist spoke up and reminded, you have a 1-minute time display around your neck. Opposite Shin Wuzhou, the pseudo-person unabashedly pulled back the corners of his mouth and laughed exaggeratedly. Look at you, little brother. It said, I have to be met even if I'm eliminated, and I have to be met even if I'm not. Why do you need to? Then I am satisfied. Shin Wuzhou shouted dryly. I'm satisfied. Anything you want, just come and get it yourself. WH dash? The internist froze. In front of him, Shin Wuzhou was still continuously outputting. I was wrong. He apologized sincerely. I was wrong. I really was. I shouldn't have rejected you. The effect of those few words was immediate. The scarlet countdown on Shin Wuzhou's neck disappeared. The male nurse snorted. Asterisk 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 Q. What's the point? You're dead even if you go with it, and you're dead even if you go against it. As if in favor of the male nurse's words, Pseudo stopped laughing and daintily issued a warning to Shin Wuzhou. Little brother, pay attention to the rules. It's not okay to lie to me. Inside the live room, the audience was a bit confused. Is this the backhand? No family, my familiarity is still there. You guys are still cursing him now, so the backhanders shouldn't be here yet. Asterisk 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 it's a real curse, pure and simple procrastination. What is this? That's scary. Back off and come back in 2 minutes. Dying, is there really a backstabbing? Is it really pushing a pseudo-human into a pit? One certainly can't do that. Stage. The pseudo-person stepped on her high heels and walked towards Shin Woojo step by step. My request is simple. It said, I want your heart, ribs, thigh meat, and brains. It smiled, its tongue full of sharp teeth slowly protruding from its mouth, each salivary filament visible in the bright lights of the stage. Shin Woojo didn't even dodge, his finger gently hit the trigger. Sure, he said, keeping an eye on the long tongue. However, to show my apologies for resisting earlier, Shin Woojo looked at the pseudo-man's dark eyes and spoke in a calm tone. I'm going to give you one more thing. The words caused the long, disgusting tongue to pause. The pseudo-man continued forward, circling around to the front of the giant crater in the center of the stage. Its mouth didn't move, and the sound seemed to be coming from its abdominal cavity. What is it, little brother? The director has faltered. The internist had a premonition of what was coming, yet all thought seemed to be stuck in his throat as his mind went blank. Everyone on the stage stared at Shin Woojo, the blood-covered male nurse or the sobbing Nini with a patch of makeup. For a moment, the stage was extremely silent. In the next instant, such dead silence was broken. Gunshots exploded and thundered through everyone's ears. A bullet pierced the pseudo-human's skull with unerring precision, and a piece of brain flew out mixed with the skull and long hair. The pseudo-human stood still without taking another step forward, his smiling expression not yet ready to retract, his dark eyes curving softly into an arc. A barrel of black pistol was being held firmly by Shin Woojo. Behind the barrel of the gun was a very unconcerned face, as usual, without a hint of overexpression. It's a bullet. Shin Woojo answered the pseudo-person's question very calmly and lowered his raised arm down. Actually, I'd love to send you one more round. The pseudo-man's eyes returned to normal. The last second before it collapsed, Shin Woojo saw cold hunger in those dark eyes. I'm sorry to hear that, he said, watching the pseudo-man slam backward into the giant crater. The meat grinder was still running, and this time there were no shadows separating them. A loud noise filled everyone's ears as a few drops of scarlet mixed with minced meat splashed onto the stage. Shin Woojo put away his pistol and calmly finished his explanation. I don't have any bullets left either. I have to save them. Chapter 85 The Team. Saihachi, it's not that there's no way to live, it's that I'm too stupid. A gun? When did you get a gun? No. Wasn't his gun confiscated? Isn't it in the hospital? Bursts of gunfire hit the airwaves in silence. It wasn't until Shin Woojo put away his guns that the audience managed to react. No one will mistake that gun. However, no one also knew that the pistol had been by Shin Woojo's side. I'm not to blame, I distinctly remember someone searching him to make sure he didn't have a gun on him. How many times? I'm sorry, Ship, I shouldn't have scolded you. Stage. The director let out a long breath, his sweaty back sliding down against the screen. Scared me to death. He shuddered, scared me to death. He didn't know how Shin Woojo did it. There are so many tricks and complexities involved. If he hadn't received too much shock, he definitely would have stood up and cheered for Shin Woojo on the spot. The intern's brain was similarly blown white for a split second by the gunshot, but he read it. Shin Woojo should have left his heart from the very beginning and kept the pistol. All of it was his misdirection. I'm afraid even the AI didn't count on such a huge loophole in its rules. It's awesome. The internist took a deep breath and calmed down. It's really awesome. Indeed. Shin Woojo didn't refuse, and it wasn't considered a denial. He agreed to the pseudo-man's request and didn't say that everything had nothing to do with him, as he had done before. He's just giving away one more thing to the hypocrites. What's wrong with him? Is the pseudo-man to blame for the death of his gift flying too fast? The lights on the stage dimmed strangely, making a zippy, electric sound. Shin Woojo took out the cell phone given to him by the intern doctor and took a look in the mirror through the black screen. On his neck, no more countdowns appeared. Shin Woojo looked around. The director hadn't been able to slow down and still looked wasted. The interns and surgeons were fine, except that the sweat on their faces betrayed their state. The little boy stayed close to his brother, not saying a word as he surveyed Shin Woojo with a serious expression, but more curious than scared. The other few, not so much. Nene clutched her skirt tightly, sweat marks imprinted on the fabric. She stood not far from the male nurse, the shock and pain in both their eyes on the verge of overflowing. Compared to Nurse A, whose lips were so pale that she couldn't even stand up, the expressions of the other three were excessively ugly. On what basis are you? The policeman smiled at Shin Woojo. He walked toward Shin Woojo with unsteady steps, and Shin Woojo could see the madness that was about to erupt in his body. Shin Woojo looked at the police and didn't bother to say a word more. I'm sorry to hear that. The blinking of the Rule 6 had stopped, and a scarlet 15-second countdown had appeared on the cop's neck. The drone swirled behind the police and the male nurse straight at Shin Woojo. The viewers of the live broadcast, too, could only see the face that seemed to be devoid of emotion no matter what. Inside the live broadcast room, one wave after another. It's broken, the reckoning is over. The ship is kinda polarized right now in terms of the wind, but the best of the best, this honestly can't be helped by being dead. What if it was your mom who died? I don't have a problem with the male nurse, but the cop and the others did die in vain. Well, the male nurse's mom died in vain. A ship can't die at the hands of its own kind, can it? Stage. Behind the police, the male nurse glared at Shin Wuzhou, his eyes full of red blood. What gives you the right? He hissed, repeating one of the young cop's words. What makes you immortal? You killed my mom. You killed so many people. He stepped forward and pushed the policeman away. You killed my mom so you could live. Shin Wuzhou stared at the countdown on his neck and remained silent. 7 seconds. I'm going to kill you. The male nurse cried, yelling at Shin Wuzhou from a few meters away. I'll kill you myself. Kill him. Nene shouted from behind him. Excessive crying made her eyes red and the circle around them puffy, but she couldn't block the hatred of Shin Wuzhou in her eyes at all. Kill him and I'll testify for you in court. 3 seconds. The male nurse roared, almost frantically rushing towards Shin Wuzhou, swinging his fists high in the air. The internist shouted, look out. 1 second. His fist didn't have time to hit Shin Wuzhou's body. With a small muffled thud, the dial at the end of the countdown burst open. A red firework bloomed like a silky mist, and Shin Wuzhou saw the white bones in the male nurse's jaw. Further below the bone is a longitudinal section of the trachea. Then the scarlet rushed up, swarming in a tidal wave all over the male nurse's body. He froze in place, subconsciously stroking up at the wound. How? Is he hurt? Rules? Which rule? At the end of his life, the male nurse raised his eyes and tried to look at the screen. He failed. The reddened half of his body slumped to the ground, immobile. Only the reddened eyes were still staring straight ahead, gradually lapsing away with unfulfilled regret. And there were 3 such bodies. A great scarlet red, roiling across the stage in a phantasmagoria of false splendor. 2 seconds later, Shin Wuzhou heard the shouts of the 2 security guards and the shouts of the little boy who was frightened. The other side. Nene didn't take a breath and collapsed limply. The live feed was filled with profanity. A minute later, someone posted an analysis of the rules. The 3 people who died didn't participate in the game. It should have been the program group who did the so-called liquidation of them. The ship got lucky this time, right at this juncture when the liquidation happened. Stage. The internist took a moment to slow down and calm his thumping heart. On the other side, the director's blank brain began to come back to life. From the beginning, he didn't realize it was a game, so he didn't even look at the rules on the screen. He just felt that Shin Wuzhou was merciful to him and his wife, deliberately giving simple questions and setting up a situation to save their lives. When he returned to the stage, he was going to analyze the situation, but the accidents happened one after another, and his heart was in shock and his mind was turned upside down. Now that the dust had sort of settled, the director was in the mood for a serious review of the rules. It took a review to realize that Shin Wuzhou did not just come up with a simple topic to save his life, he saved his life from the very beginning by telling him to stay on the stage. The director's legs are shaking. If he wasn't still on the air, he would be willing to crawl over and hug Shin Wuzhou's leg and shout at Grandpa. Shin Wuzhou sighed in relief and signaled the intern doctor to look at the screen. The rules aren't flashing anymore, he said. That means the countdown stopped too. The audience was not idle in the live room. I thought the screen was broken. It's all under control, isn't it? Well. Nope. An audience member spotted the blind spot. Actually, if you think about it that way, the ship is meticulous a bit too much. You see the setup. Originally the AI was going to be antagonistic. Theoretically, as long as the ship is alive, there's no way anyone else who survived could have spared him, because friends and family would have died. But you see the 4 who actually survived, a brother and a husband and wife, wouldn't have laid a hand on him, no matter what. Yes, so, in the picture, the director couldn't help himself. He rushed over, hugged Shin Wuzhou, and howled. Inside the live feed. So he's really controlling the field and turning his arch-rivals directly into a team? Chapter 86, No More Recordings. The stage was scarlet, and the red snaked its way into the luridly huge pit in the center. The lights were still bright and blinding. An intense sense of ambivalence hits the viewer's senses as the camera sweeps over the whimpering director, the pale-faced surgeon, the intern who struggles to comfort the little boy, and the 2 security officers who are frozen in place. On the other hand, Nene woke up leisurely, her original light-colored dress skirt stained and dirty. So, they count this round as over? It stands to reason that with the stage and eggs gone, you should be able to get out, right? Hey, is someone coming? Due to radio restrictions, the audience heard a bit of muffled sound. But on the stage, Shin Wuzhou heard it extraordinarily clearly. It was a sound of footsteps coming from a backstage location, the heels of leather shoes shuffling and tapping obnoxiously on the stairs. The director stopped crying and sensitively ducked behind Shin Wuzhou. What's the situation? Aside from Nini, who was still a bit dumbfounded, the players on the stage who were still awake all moved in unison to gather around Shin Wuzhou. The 2 security officers looked at each other, the muscles in their faces tightening as if fear had reached a point. They are not cuties either. Seen it live, the meat grinder, death after death, it was all they had seen with their own eyes. They were there when the truth of the game was revealed. Under extreme fear, although they couldn't figure out the entire plot, they knew that Shin Wuzhou was the most powerful veteran player on the field. Follow him. Just follow. The sound of kicking footsteps grew closer, and a figure turned out on the hallway leading backstage. Shin Wuzhou recognized it. This is the director of the program, and it's what led them in at the very beginning when they entered the plant. The pseudo-man's black mask had come off. Only this time, instead of the corners of its mouth cracking as they had at first, it pursed downward, simulating a very unhappy look. Shin Wuzhou didn't say anything and didn't dodge backwards. To summarize from earlier facts, these pseudo-humans don't, or can't, rashly attack when the player hasn't violated the rules. The rules are ironclad. So, what's this pseudo-person doing here? Hello guys, the pseudo-human director said coldly. It opens its mouth very slightly, while concealing the sharp teeth in its mouth. The monk's face was hard. He opened his mouth to say something, but was cut off dryly by the pseudo. The stage is so ed up by you guys. The pseudo-man grumbled in annoyance, craning his neck and quickly locking onto the drone in the air. It strides over and jumps up in a comical pose, dragging the drone down with one hand and flicking off the switch. The red dot in the center of the camera abruptly went out. And live, the screen went black after a chaotic shaking. Miraculously, the broadcast didn't end. The sound could still be heard in the no longer picture live stream. A game of kung fu and your cell phone got stuck? It's not stuck. The director turned off the live feed. He didn't turn it off, he just turned off the screen. Family, I did a screen analysis. That director should be a pseudo-human as well. The pseudo-human has completely invaded. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what does it want? Turn off the screen and eat people? Out of the pitch blackness came the cold, icy voice of the pseudo-person. All 4 rounds of the game have been played and the colorful eggs are screwed up by you guys. The eyes under the pseudo-human bangs took on a plastic quality with an eerie sheen. No more recording, it announced, tossing the closed drone aside casually. Shin Wuzhou sized it up. The pseudo-human's dark eyes stared at them as if they were a lizard fixated on a flying insect. And then its pursed mouth curved in an arc. That's it, the uninteresting game is over. The audience heard these words loud and clear. Is the game over? It feels like there's a conspiracy. +1, the live stream should still be on. There's no way the game would be gone so soon. Besides Shin Wuzhou, the few people who survived looked at each other in dismay, and the 2 security guards obviously let out a long breath. There was so much inhumanity in the guy in front of him that all the survivors could see it. However, it plays the role of the director of the program. More importantly, it turned off the cameras in front of them, and the rules on the screen were all normal, no more changes. The game, it's really over. The 2 security guards let out a long breath. The surgeon grasped the chief's arm, and his tense body went slack for a moment. On the other side of the stage, Nene staggered to her feet as well. Shin Wuzhou, however, did not loosen the string in his head. The pseudo-human director's words are indeed very suggestive. But if you look into it, from 4 rounds of games to colorful eggs to 1 interesting games, there's not a single keyword that explicitly says all games are over or this show is over. Or the show is over. The game, is it really over? He scanned the rules, a long mosaic still trailing behind the first rule and the 6th. These mosaics didn't go away just because Pseudo-Man declared the game over. In the last round, all the mosaics were loaded before the players were able to clear the level. Shin Wuzhou had every reason to suspect that this round of the game was the same. Rule number 1. The host is responsible for hosting the program, maintaining a relaxed and happy atmosphere, and caring for the physical and mental health of the guests. The security personnel are responsible for maintaining order, and the guests cannot leave the venue early. Here, the phrase "no early departure" is mentioned. However, looking at all the rules, none of them explicitly provides for the concept of early departure. Is what the pseudo-human director says a signal that they can leave the field, or is it a misdirection that induces them to violate the law? If it's misleading, where is the real path to life hidden? Game over? A somewhat fluttering voice came from behind him. Shin Wuzhou turned his head. It's Nini. She walked this way with a trance-like gait, glaring resentfully at Shin Wuzhou. Ship, why don't you go to hell? Her eyes rolled and fixed on the pseudo-human director again. And you guys. Nene's voice was calm, as if a storm was brewing. You tricked me into coming here in the first place. What gives you the right? My great future. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. The moment she saw the director, Nene rushed over like mad. Shin Wuzhou gripped the pistol with the last bullet left and did not immediately stop Nene's behavior. Rule 6, injury to staff members is strictly prohibited. What kind of information is hidden behind that long mosaic? This kind of behavior from Nene was just right for Shin Wuzhou, who wanted to get information. Shin Wuzhou stayed vigilant and observed the changes in rule number 6. Chapter 87, The Trap. The moment Nene pounced on her, a wry smile widened at the corners of the pseudo-human's mouth. After the 6th rule, the mosaic couldn't wait to coalesce and take shape into a new sentence. Now, the complete rule 6 is as follows. 6th, during the recording, all forms of harming the staff are strictly prohibited. If anyone violates the above rule, then that person will die within 1 minute. And, if the surviving player asks for the proper steps to leave the scene after a staff member has been harmed, the TA will not communicate any valid information. Sure enough, it is a hint related to leaving the game scene. At the moment, Nene's hand was only a step away from the pseudo. Shin Wuzhou couldn't think about it in time and grabbed at Nene's arm with his quick eyes. Stop. Shin Wuzhou was obviously not the only one who noticed such a change. A trace of anxiety surfaced on the monk's face, and he struck out faster than his voice. Stop! In the end, Shin Wuzhou grabbed Nini's left arm while the monk directly stopped Nini, who was struggling to death. Calm down! Monk shouted. New rules have appeared, and your impulsive behavior will only get everyone killed. A few others gathered around. The faces of the interns, the chief and his wife were stony. The boy turned to the screen and read the new rules carefully and word for word. Then, turning to the intern, he concluded thoughtfully, "Brother, we can't hurt this strange man." Inside the live feed, after a chaos of sounds, everyone heard a child's voice mixed in with the woman's cries. Asterisk 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 thanks kid brother, I hear you. Asterisk 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 asterisk, so the game really isn't over and they still have to ask the pseudo-person for the correct steps? Would a pseudo-person say that? My god, this goes around and around. I can't say, it still feels pretty simple. By the sound of it, Nene was stopped, so they can still ask now. Stage. Shin Wuzhou noticed that in the center of the stage, the huge gap above the meat grinder was slowly closing. A void recovered it, as if the dust had settled. And this time, the new rules reveal the obvious. Players may ask a staff member how to leave the scene, but getting valid information assumes that the staff member has not been harmed in any way. It's a matter of life and death, and everyone knows that. Getting out safely was more important than Nene's mood. Nene wailed in desperation, struggling even more. Don't stop me! Don't stop me! Die together if you want to die. Shin Wuzhou cleanly commanded to the monk, knock her out. Other than helping him try to get valid information, Nene had no use for this person. Instead of dragging her down awake, let her calm down in her sleep. Without any hesitation, the monk made a crisp hand cut. The stage, quiet again. Nini was dragged to the furthest corner. The rest of the people looked at me, and finally unanimously looked at Shin Wuzhou. The director lifted his sleeve, lifted his hand, and dried the oil from his head I don't know how many times. So, can we get out now? Now, only the mosaic behind the first rule remains unwritten. The last 6 rules, which are already very clear, still do not specify the concept of early departure. Right now, the only valid new information Shin Wuzhou had gotten was that it could be obtained by questioning the pseudo-person. Under the new rules, it is possible for pseudo-persons to inform them of something useful. Shin Wuzhou glanced at the pseudo-person. The pseudo-human was unharmed, but strangely, the smile on its face didn't weaken as Nini's food survived. Don't move yet. Shin Wuzhou turned to the pseudo-human director and asked the first question very cautiously. Can we leave now? Shin Wuzhou's Mandarin is very standard. Inside the live room, the audience was very nervous. No can do. No. Ship, you ask good questions, but don't trust pseudo-people so easily. Grass, this director sure can lie. Nonsense, didn't he drop all the drones before? The live stream didn't end, that's misleading in itself. A pseudo-person's rambling voice came from a darkened screen. The game is over, so you can leave. On stage, it raised its hand and casually pointed at the screen. Don't see the rules? You can ask the staff for information. Then it pointed back at itself. Me, the staff. Isn't that obvious enough, player? Inside the live feed, the pseudo-person's voice was extraordinarily clear for the audience to hear. I'll go. It's not really possible to go, is it? No, the recording isn't over yet. It always felt like there was some kind of conspiracy. It said the game was over and you could go, and I watched the replay and it really did say the game was over before. Ha! It's so easy, so uncomfortable, my god. On the screen, there was a long sigh. Fong didn't hold back and covered his face, tears streaming from between his fingers. It's finally over. It's finally over. The director clutched the surgeon's hand so tightly that his exhale was shaky. Survived. He survived again. He and his wife, together, both survived. The director sobbed as he hugged the surgeon. The intern doctor looked at Shin Wuzhou with a somewhat shaky attitude. On the face of it, it all looked real, and it seemed like they could actually leave this hellhole and not die again. But then again, something didn't seem quite right, giving him an eerie sense of dissonance. The internist looked at the pseudo-person and began to carefully recall some details. What's wrong with it? Or, was it all just in his head? While the intern doctor was still reminiscing, Shin Wuzhou had already cleared up all of the pseudo-man's behavior roughly after he came on stage. Indeed. The first major move the pseudo-men made when they came over was to shut down the drones. The second important move is to tell them, the boring game is over. The third important move came after the emergence of the new rules. It says that you can leave when the game is over. This sentence, Shin Wuzhou regarded as an explanation for the early departure. This means that leaving after all the games are over is not considered an early departure. Immediately afterward, the pseudo-man asked them to ask it questions. But is it really possible to equate the first uninteresting game mentioned by the pseudo-person with the game of game over mentioned in the third important act? Uninteresting game, can it refer to all games? Is there any more interesting games behind uninteresting games that they don't know about? And, you can leave when the game is over is the condition. Still, the pseudo is not actually explicitly told whether the game is over or not. This rhetoric, while seemingly clear, is ambiguous. And drones. Are drones really closed? They didn't even have a way to determine if the recording was actually over. What if it wasn't? Shin Wuzhou swept a glance at the pseudo-person. The pseudo-human director could not have been more naturally standing on the stage, looking at the group of players with their different demeanors as if waiting for them to ask themselves questions. On the face of it, it's a quiet one. However, under Phantom Vision, there is a big problem. Where the pseudo-man stood was the vista that had just closed a few minutes before. More precisely, the position it was standing in was the stage game's area 5-bit, which was Shin Wuzhou's previous game bit, and the long, sharp-toothed tongue wriggled hungrily inside its body. No questions? The false man was getting a little impatient. What you can ask is in the rules. If you don't ask, you won't get a chance. Or is it? It scanned the circle coldly. You have given up your questions and intend to leave on your own? Chapter 88, A Bigger Trap. In an instant, Shin Wuzhou understood. This is a new round of the game, or you could say, it's the last round of the game. Only this time, their opponents turned out to be pseudo-humans. Rule number 2. Guests who are not feeling well are asked to go straight backstage to rest before or after their portion of the game begins or ends. It is imperative that the games are attended. The last words of the false man are a trap. Everything is subject to the rules. If you don't participate, you will be uniformly liquidated in the same way as the corpses lying on the stage. Inside the live feed, the behavior of the pseudo-persons is described as bizarre. After so many games, it was the first time the audience had seen a pseudo-human who actively urged the players to ask for clues to get out. What? What's the rush? This hypocrite is still weirdly good. Though my gut tells me it's not that simple. Wake up. Even if they ask, surely the false man won't tell them the correct content. It feels like something went wrong somewhere. I'll go analyze the rules again. Where's the boat? How come the boat doesn't make any noise? The screen remained black. On the other end of the screen, Shin Wuzhou was still silent and could only hear the director's somewhat urgent shout. Ask. Why don't you ask? Of course we asked. He subconsciously looked at Shin Wuzhou. Boat? In just a few seconds, Shin Wuzhou had finished assessing the situation on the scene. The last game is a must for them. Except that the pseudo-man stood at number 5, leaving only 4 in the area. And on stage, there are 8 of them alive. In this case, Nini is the host, and Monk and Fong are the security officers, who all have their own roles that they need to play without having to participate in this game. The remaining 5 people, including Shin Wuzhou, were the real players. However, there are only 4 people who need to stand up. Rule number 3. The serial numbers of the regional directions are as follows, and the groups have been divided. That said, there is also a fixed list of participants for this final round of the game. Ultimately, it's their call as to who stands on those 4 areas. Rule number 2, suggesting that they can ask about the proper steps to leave the scene, may yield valid information. However, if Shin Wuzhou directly used a question to ask the pseudo-person, then the question would probably become a game title. That is to say, the pseudo-person can withhold completely correct information from them, and they instead have to backtrack to determine whether or not the pseudo-person is lying without even knowing who the player is. The situation would have collapsed completely. Shin Wuzhou glanced at the director who was full of expectation and turned his head to the pseudo-people with a decisive tone. Director, this round of the game, we don't know what the divided groups are. At those words, the director's face changed. The intern doctor subconsciously furrowed his eyebrows, and before he could figure out the joints, Shin Wuzhou said his next sentence very quickly. You're standing in area 5, you're player 5. The internist looked up. It was then that he noticed the subtlety of the pseudo-person's position. I don't know when, and up in the center of the stage, the pseudo-person was in the area of number 5 where Shin Wuzhou stood before, facing the screen, smiling at them. The internist watched the curve of the pseudo-person's mouth and just felt a jolt of electricity run from his head to his feet. All the details of what was wrong abruptly strung together at the moment, sending a wave of fear through him. Right. The game, it never ends. If not for Shin Wuzhou's reminder, it is likely that the internist reviewed the rules and got cold feet. In all likelihood, they will simply be ruled out of the game by the rules and thus end up like the male nurses and the others. Fong was dumbfounded. Why isn't it over yet? The director shifted beside him, and the surgeon's face became even more bloodless. Number 5. It was only when Shin Wuzhou reminded them that they noticed the number 5 position. The director subconsciously turned his gaze and stared insecurely at Shin Wuzhou. Indeed, Pseudo never said the game was over. It's just the wording and tone of voice that is so confusing. The director wiped his clammy palms on his pants to wipe off his sweaty hands. Life. He has picked up another life. Shin Wuzhou calmly looked at the pseudo-person. According to rule number 3, the groups are divided. I would also like to ask you to inform the correct group, pointing out who the players in position 1, 2, 3 and 4 are respectively. Inside the live feed, Shin Wuzhou's voice was already enough for the audience to hear what was going on. Even though they can't see the scene, it doesn't stop them from sweating for the players. Asterisk 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 5th position. So they're sneaking the stage closed, then the pseudo people are standing over again. Tricked out of grass. How did the ship find out? Scared the hell out of me. I had a gut feeling they were going to die again. Holy. Details on ship. Some people analyze it carefully. When the false man told them to ask questions before, he should have meant for them to ask questions. So the ship said declarative sentences, again implicitly avoiding the trap. Otherwise, they'd have to play the game without even knowing the regional bits. I have to say, the ship is really well thought out. Concerns were also expressed. No, wait, the pseudo wouldn't lie to them, would they? Numerous pop-ups flashed by, and this time the pseudo-person answered with alacrity, not keeping the audience or the players on stage waiting. Position 1, ship. Position 2, intern. It reported the area and the corresponding ID in turn, the smirk at the corner of its mouth not weakened in the least by the fact that it had been dismantled again. Position 3, chief of psychiatry. Position 4. Shen Wuzhou saw that the pseudo-person's smile widened. It showed a bit of sharp teeth, with a drop of crystalline saliva falling from the tip of them. It's like, a delicious meal is imperative. Surgeon. It said pleasantly. Come on, now you can ask me questions. The pseudo-man seemed to think of something extremely pleasurable and simulated a quick laugh. Aha, the tablet is on the floor so you guys can pick it up and look at it. I do get micro-expressions, too. Please ask me questions within 1 minute. I have the right to be honest or lie. Please give your honest, or lying, judgment within 2 minutes of my answer. Shen Wuzhou picked up the bloodstained tablet from the ground and took the lead to stand at position 1. With number 1 facing the front of the pseudo-man, he could see the boundless hunger in those dark eyes. The director and the surgeon looked at each other and followed Shen Wuzhou's example of picking up the tablet and stood at positions 3 and 4. These two positions are on either side of the pseudo-person. The internist took one last look at his brother. The little boy understood what was happening, and he opened his crystal eyes and deflated his mouth as if trying to hold back tears. Then, as if remembering something, the little boy followed the adult's example and picked up a flatbed from the ground. Fawn and the monk looked at each other, and the two of them walked over to the little boy in silence and patted him on the shoulder. 1 minute is almost up. Shen Wuzhou looked at the pseudo-persons and asked the question that everyone wanted to know according to the implication of Rule 2. Excuse me, what are all the right steps for us to take to get out of here when the game is over? On the pseudo-human's face, an extremely anthropomorphic expression appeared. It's simple. Follow the way you came to the front door, which is a combination lock that can only be opened from the inside. The code is 321,654 well key. Complete all of these steps and you'll be on your way out. Chapter 89. Shen Wuzhou looked at the pseudo-person, lowered his head, and quickly matched the text on the tablet. The pseudo-person is fluent in this passage. There was no hesitation in the words, no hesitation, struggle or weakness in the simulated look. If you judge by virtue of what's on the tablet, it's not lying. The pseudo-man's deep black, plastic ball-like eyes looked straight at him. The corners of its mouth ripped wide open, no longer concealing the 2 rows of fine, sharp teeth that drooled. The pseudo-human smile made Shen Wuzhou's heart flutter. What's wrong? He looked at the pseudo-man and began to review the details on the fly. Things that are not that simple at all. Inside the live feed. In the pitch blackness, the sound of the pseudo-person stealing was clear. Begin your judgment, players. You have 2 minutes for discussion. In 2 minutes, I will count down to 3. Please join together and tell me your judgment dash. It pointed to the vapors at its feet. The answer to this question is fixed. Oh. You all know the result of a wrong judgment. Once again, the number of people in the live room was at a record high. Is anyone there? Tell me what's going on. Who dares to go? No one dares to go. I'm in J City, and everyone who can go on our side is heading out. That's a bit of a difficult question, and lying can be very realistic. And how could they know the right answer? Others have posted their analyses and thoughts in a very decent manner. We are public officials of the police department. We didn't receive any orders from our superiors, but a few of us analyzed the results using specialized equipment. Judging from several details such as tone and bite, the director is not lying. What it says should be all correct. Many inquiring comments appeared below this pop-up. What's going on inside you guys? Are you from J City? Any idea why the police didn't show up? The police returned quickly. Our leader is right next to us, and he's pretty clueless too. We're not in J City, and there's no way for us to know what's relevant over there. Let's just say that the question itself is still simple. I don't know if the ship they will be misled. Stage. The director standing flanking the pseudo-man struggled to reach his neck and see the pseudo-man's demeanor as he spoke. He didn't bother with the cold sweat that covered his head and quickly turned to Shen Wuzhou. If you just judge from the tone and expression, there should be no lies this time. The director said objectively, I've at least been in the classroom for more than 10 years, so I can still judge this. The little boy didn't know when he had moved behind Shen Wuzhou and gave his advice very seriously. Big brother, I don't think it's lying either. There are faster ways. The internist spoke plainly and simply, Monk, Fong, we don't have our cell phones on us, but your security does have walkie-talkies. Split one of you up to try it out, and you can tell when you have results on intercom contact. The approach offered by the internist made the surgeon and the chief's eyes light up. Indeed. Their cell phones were stowed away in the background and not returned, but the security staff was still in a position to contact them remotely. There is nothing in the rules that says you can't cheat in this way. As long as they try out the answer in a minute, they can make the right judgment. This explanation was well heard by the audience, and many expressed agreement or admiration. Learning to drill holes, too. Brilliant. Ah, it's really okay. Hey. Looking at it like that, it's a bit of an easy level. Stage. I'll be right there. Fong didn't hang around once he heard that and quickly ran towards the backstage. His voice was quickly far away, carrying the echo of the building. Wait for my results. The intern doctor looked at Shen Wuzhou, his chest rising and falling slightly. Is that so, Ship? Shen Wuzhou had figured it out and a heart sank slightly. Things that are not at all as simple as they seem. It's a dilemma of certain death. From the moment the pseudo-person stood in the area 5-bit of the stage, a huge trap took shape. It was just that this time, Shen Wuzhou didn't have the need to hide his position. All the participants in this round of the game are on the same string as him, and there is no conflict of interest between you and me. No. Shen Wuzhou answered calmly. He looked at the intern doctor, and the other party obviously froze for a moment, not expecting Shen Wuzhou to be this answer. Inside the live broadcast, the audience was also surprised by the two simple words. Hey, no, did I hear you wrong? In a dark screen, Shen Wuzhou's voice came over very clearly. He spoke quickly about his thought process. I think that in the director's original plan, we would have died whether we judged it correctly or not. The internist froze again. What? The director didn't respond, but the rules say that as long as we judge correctly the rules are mentioned that way. Shen Wuzhou dryly interrupted the director, not wanting to let a meaningless argument waste time. According to the rules, if we judge wrong, we die. Judge correctly, stay. That's no problem, right? All three, along with the little boy and the monk, nodded. Shen Wuzhou gestured for them to look at the screen. Rule number 6, during the recording process, it is forbidden to harm the staff. Otherwise, we will die just the same. Shen Wuzhou's voice was calm. The director said to our faces earlier that the uninteresting game is over, when in fact the interesting game is still going on. Then it turned off the camera in front of us and said it wasn't recording. Is it possible that it's just not videotaping, but it's still recording? A drop of sweat slid down the director's face and into his neck. He looked at his wife, whose lips were beginning to tremble, and then at the pale intern, and a chill ran through him. The internist's heart was pounding. No one wants to admit to facing this situation. However, what Shen Wuzhou said was just too reasonable. When it's a matter of life and death, no one dares not take it seriously either. Shen Wuzhou glanced at the drone on the ground and let out a laugh. We don't have cell phones, they were taken away first thing in the morning. How can we be sure if it's recording or not? The calming voice pierced the screen and there was an uproar. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's still true. A conspiracy, now they're standing on that stage and they can't get off. Judgment must be made, and whatever judgment is made is death. Judge correctly the bomb explodes, judge incorrectly the meat grinder. Destroy the drone. Destroy it. Shen Wuzhou's voice hadn't stopped. From the beginning, we've been dealing with interlocking conspiracies. If you are misled and choose not to participate in the game, you will die. Participate in the game and die anyway. Shen Wuzhou paused for a moment and wordlessly tightened his grip on the pistol. There's one last round left in the pistol. In fact, it's simple to survive by breaking the drone and making sure the recording is completely terminated before making the right judgment call. He instinctively wanted to keep this last bullet. If you destroy the drones, it should be okay to have people who aren't involved in the game to wrestle them artificially, right? Beside him, the director's face was waxy. The internist looked at his feet and gritted his teeth. Must die. Surprisingly, it's certain death again. The pseudo-man turned to Shen Wuzhou and laughed in a shrill voice. Very smart yo, boat. It was about to utter its next sentence, but was interrupted by Shen Wuzhou. Monk. Shen Wuzhou shouted decisively, do me a favor and smash the drone. Without hesitation, Monk picked up the drone and slammed it hard into the ground. The players turned their heads to see the monk's movements were so wide that they were considered tyrannical. Once, twice, 3 down. However, the seemingly fragile drone is sturdy in a way that defies common sense. No matter how much the monk wrestled with it, it had the powerlessness of smashing plastic against plastic plates. The hypocrites laughed louder. The shrill voice mixed with the violent wrestling noise made Shen Wuzhou a little nauseous. If that's the case, only the last bullet will be sacrificed. He gripped the pistol quietly and pulled down the safety through the noise. 2 minutes almost up. False man said in a loud voice. The monk slammed harder, the pseudo-man's voice almost drowning out the noise. Players, are your answers ready? Chapter 90. The sound of slamming terminated. Monk breathed heavily and looked down at the barely changed drone in his hand. The surgeon subconsciously tried to lean toward her husband, her eyes having changed. It can't be broken. Monk said in despair. I don't know what material this thing is made of, it can't be destroyed. He tried to reach out and wrench the center camera, and no doubt failed again. On the stage, there was silence. The little boy gripped the tablet tightly and looked up at the internist, his lips pursed. He wasn't very old, but he understood the analysis Shen Wuzhou had just made. Tears welled up in his eyes, and the little boy raised a hand to wipe his eyes, some fear evident. Inside the live room, after the initial noise quieted down, was the slightly tired and desperate voice of the monk. And then a long silence. Can't smash it? Insidious, this is really insidious. I'm having a cold sweat just looking back and thinking about it. It's disgusting if you can't smash it. Doesn't this thing die anyhow if you can't destroy it? Doesn't the boat still have a gun? How many bullets did he have left? Didn't count. But he just didn't talk, and he had security smashing on his behalf before, so I don't know if there's any more. There was movement on the darkened screen. In addition to the monk's ragged panting, there was another sound. It's the sound of zippy electricity. On the stage, Fong's excited voice came over the walkie-talkie on the monk's belt. It worked! It worked! The password is real. I left the gate open, when are you guys coming over? Inside the broadcast room, Fong's happy news only made the audience more nervous. Good news, the door was opened successfully. Bad news, I don't know if they'll survive. Imagine how desperate it would be to recognize all the traps and still not be alive. Stage. The response to Fong was a long silence. The monk grasped the drone somewhat helplessly, and the intern, surgeon, and director subconsciously looked at Shin Wuzhou. The internist's heart was beating fast, but he subconsciously pressed his breathing finely. He knew Shin Wuzhou had a gun in his hand. But, having never shot before, does he have any bullets left? The pseudo-man laughed silently. 2 minutes are up. What is your judgment, gentlemen? 5. Give me the drone. Shin Wuzhou decisively extended his hand to the monk. Hurry up. 4. Without hesitation, monk handed over the machine. Shin Wuzhou quickly checked around. This is a common drone on the market with smooth wings and the audio and video recording equipment housed in the very center. 3. A drop of saliva pulled at the silk and slammed to the ground. The pseudo-human's mouth split in an unnatural arc, on the verge of pulling back to the base of his ears. 2. Shin Wuzhou pulled out his pistol and aimed it at the radio equipment. The pseudo-human director's expression paused for a subtle moment. It tried to open its mouth to count out 1, however, the familiar sound of a gunshot disrupted its original rhythm. The bullets were a little more powerful than expected. The drone broke off in the middle and the camera in the center was in pieces. There was a sudden lag in the live feed. A second later, the end of live broadcast prompt appeared on everyone's cell phone screen. The pseudo-men opened their mouths. 1. Shin Wuzhou finished the last count for him and casually threw the ruined drone at his feet. The sound of the gunshot made the other 3 players' brains go blank, and the one yanked them back to their senses. In an instant, everyone realized what had happened. The shattered drone made their hearts, which had been levitating, slam down and thump, 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 thump with force. Steady. Live again. Shin Wuzhou did not delay and simply started. Our answer is, no one dared to be distracted at the critical moment. The 4 men spoke in unison, their voices strained but their bites very clear. Honest. Honesty. 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 In the center of the stage, the pseudo-human smile disappeared along with the vapors at its feet. Those plastic ball-like cold eyes only had time to look at Shin Wuzhou for one last second. It fell in like the spectators before it, and the meat grinder roared to life, churning it up instantly. This time the vapors did not close. The director's taut strings loosened and he sat down limply, sweating like a pig. He opened his mouth and not a word came out. The surgeon, no longer as stern as he had been at first, pressed his hand to his heart and stifled a cry. Scared me to death. She huffed, it really scared me. The internist lifted his sleeve and wiped the cold sweat off his head. The little boy rushed over and hugged him, bawling. The monk gasped in place and didn't say a word. Fong's voice came tentatively over the intercom. Hello? Hello? Are you all still alive? No one had the strength to answer him. The current over the intercom roughed up, and Fong seemed to let out a long breath of relief. I will wait for you on this side of the door. He said. The door was open, and I did not dare to close it or go out. And this time, the sudden closure of the live stream triggered an even more heated discussion in the outside world. Social media was almost completely occupied by this game, and the number of discussion topic posts of Shin Wuzhou and the others passing or not was in the hundreds of millions. Should have survived. I counted 1 bullet left in the boat's pistol. The live feed ended up hearing a very loud noise and the boat said to give him the drone. Thinking about it that way, live no doubt. There's no doubt that the ship they survived. It's just that we won't be able to see if they make it out or not. Ha! Within this, there was a blog post with a high number of likes, with many commenting below to express their anticipation. Hello everyone, as a little-known adventure anchor in J-City, I'll be leading my team of 5 to a photo base in the suburbs, the same studio where the ship is recording this show. Just now, we have everything ready and proper to go. This sentence is followed by a victory emoticon. Please support us by clicking on the image below to go live. Don't worry, everyone, we're fully armed and we won't have explosives strapped around our necks in advance. In just a few minutes, in the live broadcast room, tens of thousands of people had already gathered. Stage. Taking advantage of the group of people easing their moods, Shin Wuzhou twisted his head and checked the screen for any new changes. Possibly because Elfin opened the exit door, the mosaic after the first clause of the rule is gone, replaced by 2 long sentences. If the host fails to perform her duties as a host, then, as compensation for breach of contract, she will need to stay on site and continue to be responsible for subsequent hosting duties. If you leave the game early, then all players who leave the game early will die within 1 minute. How? The intern doctor calmed the little boy on one side and asked Shin Wuzhou on the other. He followed up with his own point of view, looking at Shin Wuzhou with a hint of solicitation in his gaze. I don't see any more traps. For the host, we should be fine if we leave Nene here, right? Shin Wuzhou tried to drag the still paralyzed director up from the ground. Yes. As you can see, the voxel in the center of the stage is not closed, Area 5 is missing, and the round is completely over. Shin Wuzhou briefly explained and gestured for the monk and surgeon to help. He couldn't drag the director. The other party was like a spider that had found its web, picking at Shin Wuzhou's thigh and not moving. When the director thought of the previous time when Shin Wuzhou was receiving treatment in the mental hospital, he had an urge to alabaster. At that time, he only knew that Shin Wuzhou was acting less normal because of his overactive mental state, but he didn't know that the weight of this thigh could be worth several of his future lives. The director whimpered. Ship, I'll be damned. Chapter 91. Shin Wuzhou broke away from the director and pulled him up from the ground. Stop crying, he urged, let's get out of this place first. The smell of cooked meat in the air gradually chilled down, and the fishy odor intermingled with it became especially noticeable. A few of the pseudo-humans had already licked their empty plates and lifted their heads, looking straight at the scarlet spreading stage. Run, the surgeon said with some fear, tugging the director backward. The director looked back and didn't hesitate any longer. Several people quickly returned backstage and retrieved their respective cell phones in a canvas bag. Then they jogged all the way to the gate the way they had come. Shin Wuzhou saw Fong from afar. His face was filled with panic and alertness, and the moment he saw Shin Wuzhou's people, Fong breathed a fierce sigh of relief. The door was opened a crack by him, and a little sunlight filtered through it, casting a narrow patch of light on the floor. Come on, he cried anxiously, get out quickly. Several people rushed out the front door, the heavy door flung shut behind them with a bang, locking tightly. Fresh air drilled into his nostrils, and Shin Wuzhou felt some of the stagnation in his chest dissipate. The surgeon went limp, covered his mouth, and whimpered. The monk let out a long, heartfelt sigh. Asterisk. I've never been so glad, grass. Shin Wuzhou raised his hand and stroked the piece of detector on his neck, silently counting the seconds. A minute had passed and the thing showed no sign of exploding. Once again, they managed to get through. A few people slowed down and looked at Shin Wuzhou with eyes that had completely changed. Those who survived were also adults, except for the little boy. But anyone with a little bit of brain could see that Shin Wuzhou was really a big brother. Along the way, in the course of several passes, Shin Wuzhou would only remind other players or save people when there was no conflict of interest, and this thigh was just something they happened to hug. However, Shin Wuzhou was their savior, there was no doubt about that. The intern doctor extended his hand to Shin Wuzhou and introduced himself very solemnly. My last name is Lin, my real name is Lin Sensmyo. Thank you very much, Ship. Thanks. The monk followed up with a thank you, spoken with sincerity. Really, I thank you for my whole family. Let's add our contact information, and if you need anything in the future, just ask. Fong took his own cell phone from the monk and came over to shake Shin Wuzhou's hand. Thanks, Boat. I may part ways on this, if you're free in the future, come hang out with me. He scanned the QR code of the contact shown by Shin Wuzhou, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. I'm the only one in my family anyway, and I'm planning on leaving J-City. He looked at Shin Wuzhou and then looked at the other people, and said it from the bottom of his heart. I'm serious, this whatever game, it's kind of scary. Someone called the police then, didn't they? Where are the police? The police haven't come yet, and there are 2 dead inside. Shin Wuzhou passed Fong's friend request without choosing to interrupt him. Fong scowled and glanced at the old plant. He yanked the monk over and led the way, wanting to get away from here. I'm going to go to the nearest police station right away. Or not go, simply look at the online reviews and just go somewhere else. Anyway, if I do have to give a statement or something, the police in the other city will be looking for me. It's safer than staying here, isn't it? Shin Wuzhou didn't say anything. If the whole world is fake, how can the game end if the AI is doing things the way it always does? They are now chosen, or worse, bound players, and I'm afraid that no matter what, they will not be able to get rid of the game. Unless one pulls back the threads, finds the truth, and discovers a way to completely break the ice. The director's forehead was oily and had been badly psychologized. Not very practical. He said, I, for one, would like to know what this is all about. I don't think there's any rush to hide just yet, all this. I think the odds are we're being watched. He looked at the intern doctor and then at Shin Wuzhou and subconsciously leaned toward Shin Wuzhou. I've been to 2 rounds of the game. This is something that can't be defended against, and you can't hide from it. What if we just get pulled into the game completely, like the ship? This time, the only people who managed to survive and escape from the scene were the 2 security guards, the director couple, the intern doctor brothers, and Shin Wuzhou, a total of 7. Except for the intern doctor, the director, and Shin Wuzhou who were somewhat mentally prepared, everyone else was basically struck dumb by the sudden death game. It may seem like a reprieve now, but in reality most of the people's brains are still in a state of stagnation, and there are many things that they just don't have time to digest and think about. The director's statement is a desperate one. The monk's heart jumped as he heard this, and he subconsciously retorted, how could that be? This world has been peaceful for so many years, even if this incident is sudden, then it can't be this serious, right? He looked over at Fong, unwilling to think about the whole truth in detail, as if it would put his mind at ease. We are now collectively going to the police. It's not like there's only one police department in a place this big, much less just one agency. There's always a department that can shelter us, right? Not really. Shenhua Zhou was about to open his mouth to speak, but he was interrupted by the roar of a car engine. It was a new-looking mid-sized van and a man poked his head out of the passenger side and waved at them enthusiastically. He ripped out his voice and yelled at the line. I see them! Stop the car! Hey boat, is that you? The car came to a sharp stop, braking steadily beside a few people. Shinwuzhou saw the situation inside the car through the open window. Waving at them was an inch-haired hipster with a slouchy top and a sort of indefinably off-putting smile on his face, as if it were embedded hard. But this man was no pseudo-human, a heart belonging to a human being beat vigorously in his chest. His other hand was holding up a cell phone holder, and Shinwuzhou's face was reflected brightly in the phone. We found him. Inch waved at the camera. Please don't worry, as a little-known adventure anchor in J-City, I can vouch by the number of fans that the ship is still in pretty good shape. A cheer went up from the squatting audience in the live room. Asterisk 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 asterisk, let's just say he survived. Ha, kind of happy. Anchor moved the camera, who else survived? There are still people living whole lives. Anchor, don't get out of the car yet, check if this boat is an imposter. The hipster extended a hand to Shinwuzhou. Sorry ship, a little offended. My name is Meat Chop and I'm an adventure anchor. Codlets? This ID caused Shinwuzhou's heart to jolt. Meat Chop didn't give Shinwuzhou a chance to speak, opened the car door, and jumped down. I watched your entire broadcast. And then because there were a lot of people worried about you, I came over with my team. You see, we dash. He pointed to the car behind him, wanting to introduce Shinwuzhou to his partners. The act didn't pay off, and the shrill honk of a siren resounded behind them. Someone shouted, boats. Chapter 92 Familiar Car. There was no excitement or elation in this sound or the one from the cutlet, but instead it was much more poignant. The group turned back to the head. A black car that Shenhua Zhou was very familiar with rushed towards them in a hurry and stopped violently a few meters away from them again. The car door opened. A uniformed public official rushed out of his car and stumbled towards the area. Shenwuzhou's heart snapped. He's seen this guy before. After the last round of hospital games, this kinda goofy-looking, round-faced cop came over to take a picture with him and then walked through the hospital doors. His current state was a far cry from a day ago. His face took on the ghastly whiteness of blood loss, and his face was covered in blood, dust, and tear stains. One arm appeared to be injured, and large swaths of blood, old and new, stained the sleeve. He held his other arm tightly over the injury, and his whole body kept shaking. Help! 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 The round-faced policeman began to sob as he became emotional. Dead, all dead. They're all dead. His eyes reddened as he looked around, his gaze darting between the director, Lin Xingmiao, and Shinwuzhou. Lin Xingmiao recognized the policeman. He was one of the people who went into the hospital to do a site inspection. What's dead? What happened? The person who asked this was Meatloaf. Dead people. What dead man? His breath caught noticeably and he stepped forward, aiming the camera at the round-faced cop. He then said that he had come to the right place to find a boat, and just as soon as he found someone on one end, a big hot pop was delivered to his mouth on the other. Meatloaf glanced at his phone, and the number of people in traffic on the live feed had definitely started to rise, and not at a slow pace. Not to mention, this wave of traffic and money, he's holding on tight. Meatloaf's question asked everyone in the audience. The director's face, which was just about right, turned white again. Monk and Fong looked at each other in a cold sweat. The round-faced policeman couldn't think of anything else, and explained in a sharp, topsy-turvy tone. All dead. We were forced to play the game with, well, pseudo-humans. The number of pop-ups has increased significantly in the live stream. Grip it. That's all he said, but I seem to have understood all of it. No way? Fine thinking. The round-faced policeman staggered a step closer to Shinwuzhou. Same game as you. Boat, I watched you live and it's the same game as you. It's a bit of a missing word, but the meaning is clearly conveyed. We went in, then our co-workers suddenly turned into pseudo-humans. Originally we were checking out the site. The cop winced. They want us to play games. It's the two guys at the end of the line with the guns. They're pseudo-people. It's the fakers. What did you say? The director couldn't help but lose his voice in shock. Meatloaf had a surprised look on his face, not realizing the gravity of the situation at all, but instead holding up his phone and taking it a step further. Holy, I watched that show, he said, grabbing the round-faced cop by the arm, not caring about the wound in the slightest. Are you talking about the two armed police at the end of the line back then? Were they the two with the masks? The round-faced cop reeled in pain and shouted out of control, let go of me. Meatloaf let go of his hand. Shin Wuzhou noticed that his face was ugly for a moment. The round-faced cop's face got worse. He eased up a bit, moved his dry, cracked, peeling lips, and continued on. That's them. Just like you guys before, we're going to take the pills. But we're facing significantly harder rules. The round-faced policeman looked as if he had thought of some horrible scene, and his whole body trembled badly. Meat Chop glanced at the live feed and couldn't help but have a happy face. Sure enough, it was a blast. The traffic to his livestream actually broke through his own all-time high. And the pop-ups have never been so lively, rolling across the screen one after the other, almost too fast to read. Asterisk 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 asterisk. AI invaded. Be rigorous, it's not an AI invasion, it's an invasion of Company X's man-made monsters. It's scary that public officials are pseudo-human. Seriously doubt the pseudo-humans have been invading for a long time, should have eaten a lot of public officials to become like them or something or other. Support upstairs. That does make part of the point. Please take a look at my homepage, I have related speculations. A whole article. Lin Jimia walked towards the surgeon and the two exchanged something in a whisper. The round-faced policeman cried. All dead. His face took on a pained expression. They stared at us. Wouldn't allow us to empty the powder from the capsule. A co-worker did this and just opened the capsule and died. Shin Wuzhou felt his heart beating a little heavy. He asked, how did you end up surviving? The round-faced policeman stopped his sobbing as hard as he could and spoke in complete sentences. More fortunate. He said, our group was luckier, I was blindly picking for times to take the pills, and they were all non-toxic. That's really lucky. Shin Wuzhou looked at the round-faced policeman and didn't know whether to say congratulations or condolences. But back there, the round-faced cop wiped his eyes. We still need to kill the pseudo. The other four are dead. No one spoke again. The director, the two security guards, and the rest of Meatloaf's team listened in silence, and Meatloaf couldn't suppress the smirk at the corner of his mouth, but still managed to hold back from interrupting. The surgeon went over to the black sedan driven by the policeman and rummaged around, finding a bottle of mineral water, opening it and handing it to him. The round-faced policeman took a large sip to calm down. Those two hypocrites had guns. Boat, you saw that right? Shin Wuzhou nodded, already having a guess in his heart. The last time he stole a pistol from a pseudo-man, he even took advantage of a round of ammunition for nothing. This time, the AI clearly learned its lesson and came prepared. What the two pseudo-men had on them wasn't even a normal pistol, it looked like it was much more powerful than a pistol. And the other cops that went in had nothing on them. The door to the hospital game, again, must be opened by a chip on the pseudo-person. The pseudo-human's body structure is special, and then counting the two sides of the disparity of strength words. There is no way that the 5 survivors could have come out in one piece. They all have families. The cop choked again, I don't have one yet. So, he couldn't hold it back any longer and let out a cry. These people, they all died to save him. Needless to say, everyone knew what was happening. The scene was very silent. In the live broadcast room, the pop-up screen attribute rest in peace, but also some viewers are curious about the situation of the police and the current situation. I want to know what the hell is going on with everything. Is it the end? A doomsday game written in a novel? It's a bit scary this. Homage. I'll try to restore the restoration. There's always a most logical explanation for everything. The surgeon patted the policeman on the arm. Let's get in the car first and make a trip to my house. I have tools at my house. I'll get them down and take care of the wound first. The round-faced cop shook his head. It's not safe anywhere. He said, I didn't know where I could go. After I got out of the hospital, I spent the night plus half the day in the car, came here after seeing the boat live on a projection outside and asking people about it. Seeing that the faces of the crowd were all a bit stony, the round-faced policeman added, I don't dare go back to the police station either. Those two hypocrites are the ones sent down from above, and I don't dare to go to all the police stations. Chapter 93 Exhortations. The round-faced cop was telling the truth. He lifted the uninjured hand and wiped his face, the blood on it making it even dirtier. The ship has won so many games. He said, I came, just in case. Just in case. The round-faced cop glanced at the camera of the meat steak and hesitated, but ventured his guess. I thought about some things while I was in the car. I think I'm one of the chosen players right now, along with Ship and the others. If you hug a group, it's at least a lot better than fighting on your own. He is not a cutie. After successfully escaping, he almost immediately thought of the rules posted by the AI in the very beginning of the virtual playground. If there are fewer than 5 players in the game, 20 will be made up. The round-faced policeman looked at Meat Chop's puzzled expression and, enduring the pain, added, meaning, I'm probably as much of a player as Ship and the others. I don't know if this game will end there, or if it's just a serialized copy like a nightmare. But if it's the latter, the round-faced policeman faltered, I'm afraid I'm going to have to attend compulsorily as well. The live broadcast room was buzzing with activity. Cop Boy is thinking the right thing, but can you guys help him with his wounds first? It's going to end, right? Gave me a whole lot of fear. It's really completely beyond my perception. I'm not in J-City, so it should be pretty safe. All the games should be within J-City at the moment. Who's behind this? Can we catch them or not? Let's not get into all that, but scientifically, who is capable of setting up a playground like this? Meatchop looked joyfully at the gifts that kept crossing the airwaves and almost couldn't help but laugh. Don't think about that yet. He looked at the pop-ups, one by one, and saw several calls for police officers to be sent to see injuries. Tell you what, let's do something the audience really loves. He came over to Shin Woo-jo's side and excitedly compared everyone is concerned about the injuries of the police junior. Boat, people have come to join you, what's your next step? The way Shin Woo-jo looked at the meat steak was the same as looking at a retard. This man was strange, he didn't seem to listen to a single word of what the round-faced policeman had just said to the point. Up until now, it was a matter of life and death, and it seemed like the only thing he was concerned about was the audience and the live broadcast. There's nothing planned. Shin Woo-jo replied coldly, you shouldn't follow us either, it's dangerous. According to his current thinking, the whole world is fake. And AI, or Company X, is unusually powerful. The death game has begun to spread in real life. Pessimistically speaking, any part of the entire world could turn into a playground. They, on the other hand, are players who have already been selected. The next round of the game arrangement has not yet arrived. In this case, Shin Woo-jo's philosophy is to hide as much as possible to collect some clues, and try to truth closer. Thinking of this, Shin Woo-jo did not hesitate any longer. All aboard. He looked at the surviving players and pointed to the black car next to him. Get in the car and we'll talk about it. First get as far away from this place as possible. After saying that, Shin Woo-jo didn't pay any more attention to the meat steak and took the lead in opening the car door. I'll drive. Monk volunteered, drive 3 hours each, then switch. Where do we go first? In a few words, the 7 men had jumped into the car and closed the door. Only Meatloaf was left standing alone next to the car, holding up his cell phone, his face gradually grimacing. He hadn't worked so hard and traveled so far with such difficulty to get such a result. Meatloaf glanced at the live feed. The traffic was still good, except that the pop-ups in the livestream were so neat and consistent at the moment that it had gotten a little weird. Anchor, chase. Anchor, chase. Anchor, chase. Anchor, chase. Anchor, chase. Other than that, there are no other sentences. Meatloaf, however, didn't think in the least bit in terms of being creepy or scary, nor did he notice that the people who were issuing these sentences had bull IDs. Ooh, such a strong reaction. Beside him, a man with black-rimmed glasses and an inch-haired head came up. Pi, what do you say? Chase or not? Meatloaf watched the sedan drive some distance away and gritted his teeth. After them. He pulled open the car door and quickly jumped back into his seat. Why don't we go after them? We have to go after them. The car scurried out like a rabid dog, dead center behind the black sedan. What's wrong with this person? Lin Jinmiao twisted her head to look. Not sick, right? The director laughed a little and was shoving a gun behind him with great effort. This is what the round-faced cop passed off from the pseudo when he left. There were a total of 2 guns at the pseudo-man's place, except the round-faced cop was in such a state that he could only drag one and run. The man is trying to rub it in. He explained, I've just been observing, he's not in a good mental state, he should be a more paranoid person. Try to get rid of him. Shin Woo-jo said, but if one insists on sending himself to his death, we can't stop him. Shin Woo-jo said this only in passing, but it clearly irritated Fong in the passenger seat. He jerked his head back, his face slightly flustered. This panic was quickly suppressed by him, and Fong turned to Shin Woo-jo, squeezing out a smile as if nothing had happened. Sending people to their deaths? No? Fong retorted, Ship, you don't really believe the game will go on forever, do you? That what? I think we should still believe in science. There has to be an explanation for everything. Fong didn't look like he was trying to convince others, but more like he was trying to convince himself. The pseudo-human can be explained away as an escape from Company X's experimental bionic, and these 2 games can be explained away as someone deliberately targeting you. But, they all obviously have to be deployed ahead of time to play ya. Fong looked at Shin Woo-jo seriously. Boat, you can't have to endorse the idea that the game must go on just because you've experienced 2 such accidents in a row. Fong looked again at the policeman at the end, where the surgeon was carefully examining his wounds. Right, comrade officer? And don't you get too nervous, nothing will happen. Shin Woo-jo didn't waste his words to make a defense. There's no need. When everything finally happens, Fong will naturally know. Fong had just emboldened himself with his words. He took a long breath and turned to the monk. Older brother, why don't you drop me off at the high-speed train station? I'll buy a ticket to go back to my hometown, not in J City anymore. The monk was silent for a moment, and eventually did not discourage it. He still confused himself, not knowing exactly what's going on. Fong went back home, and he didn't even think about interfering. Okay. The monk said, reversing course, where's your old home? Are both parents still alive? Fong scratched his head. Me, I made a lot of money as a professional bodyguard a few years ago. My parents are getting old, so I sent them to a high-end nursing home in L City to recuperate. Well, anyway, there are 3 ages at which people die, either 78, 83, or 92. Fong sighed and smiled again. They are exactly 78 years old. If they make it through this, they'll live at least 5 more years. Chapter 94. These words had a strong sense of dissonance in Shin Wuzhou's ears. 78, 83, and 92? This he did know, his grandfather died at 78, and his grandmother, who pulled him up, lived to be 83. As for how he died, Shin Wuzhou himself does not know. By the time he learned the news, his grandfather was down to a small box. Fong was still rambling at the front desk. I have to go back. He said, my parents are in a unique situation, they were born on the same day, same month, same year. In 3 days, it's their birthday. I have to be there for. He scratched his hair in some annoyance, you all know that. I get it, said the monk, make it through the birthday, if it's alright. The director looked at Shin Wuzhou and then at Lin Jimiao. Seeing that neither had any intention of opening their mouths, he hesitated to advise. Your name is Fong, right? I'll be honest, whether it's 78 or 83, you're not going to see either of them in person on either birthday. This is also a law, right? It's been that way for every old man in every family since you were a kid and all the way up to now. Shin Wuzhou froze for a moment, and an idea abruptly jumped out. Nope. His grandfather and grandmother, not so much. He remembers very well that his grandfather clearly stayed with the whole family on his 78th birthday. Instead, his mother disappeared that night and never returned. Everyone thought Grandpa would make it past 78, but the day after his birthday he inexplicably died while out and about. By the time Shin Wuzhou learned of this news, his grandfather had already been packed in a tiny box. The director was still bitterly persuasive. Look, birthday day, if you get through it, you get through it. If you don't, you don't. Why do you have to rush back now, when it's dangerous and completely unnecessary? Maybe, it'll even put your parents in danger. The more Shin Wuzhou listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Because, it wasn't just his grandfather, it was his grandmother who brought him up. 2 years after Grandpa died, it was Grandma's 78th birthday. And Grandma's birthday was spent with him. He was impressed because on his birthday, his father didn't come home. Grandma ordered a bowl of noodles to be eaten first, but Shin Wuzhou, who was only 14 at the time, felt uneasy because of his father's delayed return. The memories evoked extreme fear in Shin Wuzhou's heart. He remembers the suffocating and pumping feeling that came with the simultaneous sad news of his mother's disappearance and his grandfather's death the day after he turned 78. And while the day after Grandma's birthday was fine, the tragedy on the parents did repeat itself once again. Day after day after day, his father never came back. If that's the case, why did the director say, I won't see anyone on my birthday? If what the director said was true, why was the situation so unique in his memory? And, if everything is based on what he sees, if the world is fake, what about the people who died? Where did all those dead people go? And, Shin Wuzhou's heart was beating hard, and he felt an indescribable tension wrapping him up, as if the thoughts that arose from this breath would drag him into the abyss. Alphen's words matched the perception in his brain that people will die at the ages of 78, 83, and 92. After all of his parents disappeared, his grandmother's statement was, your mom is dead, your dad must be alive. Shin Wuzhou didn't know why she was so certain. If you counted by age, both of Shin Wuzhou's parents were still far from 78 years old. The difference between them is just that mom disappeared first and dad disappeared later. But why did grandma say with such certainty, mommy dies, daddy lives? If Fong's claims are correct, if his brain's perceptions are correct, why did mom die at an age far from 78? Is this normal? Shin Wuzhou tried hard to recall the details, but found that many places were vague and unclear. All he remembers is that the two were missing, and that everyone around him at the time, including Grandpa and Grandma, accepted that fact calmly. No one reported it and no one dealt with it. Even Shin Wuzhou's own reaction was similar. Even though he vividly remembered the immense fear and insecurity, he didn't think to seek outside help. It's a strange feeling. It was as if, at the time, he was not capable of producing such thoughts at all. What the hell is going on? He heard the director wrap up his long speech. Fong, you'd better not go back. Let's work together and try to get help from the outside world first to figure out what's going on and rest. Shin Wuzhou thought about it and sent a message to Lin Jimiao. Are your grandparents still alive? Have you spent any birthdays with them on or after their 78th? Lin Jimiao returned quickly. Nope. They both died at 78, and my grandfather made a phone call to my grandmother on his birthday. Shin Wuzhou looked up at him and found that his brows were locked and his expression was serious. I didn't hear the contents. My grandmother, she's had a change of temperament since that time. It's when someone who was very lively becomes completely reluctant to talk to people. This is clearly not right. Shin Wuzhou wanted to ask more, but the second half of Fong's reply attracted him. Mostly because my parents messaged me. I can't help but go back, and to be honest. Fong's voice was a little dull and pained. I want to see them too. Even though I don't get to be a chaperone for my 78th birthday, I want to let them know I'm safe at least until my birthday. The director couldn't speak, and there was silence in the car. Mom and Dad well. Fong said sullenly, my parents are most worried about me. I don't know if they saw the live broadcast, if they did, how worried they must be. Shin Wuzhou thought of his parents and a dull pain ran through his heart. Lin Simeon sent a couple of new messages. When you mention it, I think it's really strange when I think about it. My grandmother was afraid of everything she saw from then on, and the most she did every day was do Sudoku puzzles. The further back she went, the more so. And then later, she passed away. For a while, Shin Wuzhou's mind was a bit confused. In fact, there is something in common between the experience of Grandma Lin Jimiao and his. He met his grandparents on their birthday. And Lim Sumia's grandmother, likewise, contacted her husband on his 78th birthday. Only, Lin Jimiao's grandmother, most likely, knew some information revealed by her husband that no one else knew. What's it gonna be? And Sudoku puzzles, what does that have to do with anything? An average person may do Sudoku puzzles when they are bored out of their mind and have no other items of entertainment. Or, it could be doing Sudoku puzzles when they are important to him. Either that, or it could be psychologically stimulated, sick, and will go through some sort of behavior to compensate for the trauma, or keep repeating a certain phase of the behavior. These could be the reasons behind it. How can I be sure which one? Fong's voice entered Shin Wuzhou's ears. They are actually very considerate of children. I have another brother, and my brother is busy and has a family out of town. They just made a point of not having him come back. They just messaged me. They said that they really don't feel comfortable with me and that I should definitely go back and check on them. Guess what? Sorry family for being late the last couple of days organizing my thoughts again. An apology, and by the way, a contribution to the long overdue women's photo for those of you who followed the last book all the way through to this one. See what the author has to say. Chapter 95, Homecoming. Shin Wuzhou asked, Fong, did your parents just send you a message? Fong froze. Yeah. He wondered at Shin Wuzhou's question. It was probably that Cutlet, holding up the camera to film us. What's the problem? The strange feeling once again surged into Shin Wuzhou's heart. This time is when the audience knows they are out of danger. He pressed on. Did they send you a message before when the game was still going on? Fong's brow furrowed and he shook his head. No. He said, Boat, why are you asking so much? Shin Wuzhou instantly caught the wrongness in Fong's words. These words may seem normal, but they are actually logically flawed. He said his mom and dad were most relieved to have him back for a visit. The problem lies in the fact that the message was sent after they confirmed that Fong was off the hook. If they were really relieved that Fong was out of danger, would they have sent the message only after confirming that Fong was out of danger? Instead of the usual parents, it must have been when the game was live and the pseudo-human and shredded flesh were exposed to the public eye. What's more, Fong was there to open the door for a while in the back, and the live feed was broken. Did the old couple even have condolences at that hour? Weird, unspeakably weird. Shin Wuzhou glanced at Fong and deliberated on the wording. I just don't think something is quite right with the details. Fong, did they call the police or get scared into a coma or tell you they were worried and crying? Or any concern about your state? Fong blurted out, of course there's no coma crying. All they said was that they were worried about me and wanted to see me well and in front of them as soon as possible. This time, Shin Wuzhou was certain. Sure enough, there's a problem. The two didn't even call the police for help, not for something that big, not for passing out or crying, only for the game to end, leaving Fong to head for home with no guarantee of his own safety. Is that right? Between these two questions and answers, Shin Wuzhou was no longer the only one who sensed the problem. Even Fong himself, his face changed a bit. Realizing that something was wrong, he turned back around and looked at Shin Wuzhou, then at the director and Lin Jimiao. Ship, you mean, my parents are acting out of character? It's more than out of character, it has gotten a little weird. Even the first thing that Shin Wuzhou thought of was the pseudo-person. Fong's parents, were they replaced by a pseudo-person? Fong, you'd better not go back. Lin Jimiao also advised, your parents don't seem right. He glanced at Shin Wuzhou and then at the director who also intended to open his mouth to persuade people. There's a point beyond those two questions the ship asked. No one interrupted him. Even the youngest boy and the injured policeman were listening quietly with their ears perked up. Your parents specifically told your brother not to come back, but they want you to definitely go back. Do I understand correctly? Fong nodded, his brow furrowed. It does mean that. But, they're already at the end of their days. Lin Jimiao mercilessly interrupted. Fong, if it's you who's about to die, you have two sons, one who was in danger and just got out of it, and one who has already started a family. What would you do? Lin Jimiao looked at Fong's face, paused, and then continued to analyze. Let's divide parents with more than one child into two types. The first, if your parents weren't biased, then they must have had their hearts set on you, and they wouldn't have even called the police. Calling the police is the first reaction of most people. Even now, when the situation is so critical, the first thing we think of is to call the police. So the no favoritism line doesn't hold up. Fong didn't say anything, but he looked a little flustered in the flesh. That's right. The director recognized, with the same frown, Kobayashi, go on. Lin Jimiao's statement was consistent with Shin Wuzhou's thoughts. Therefore, Shin Wuzhou did not interrupt and quietly listened to him categorize the discussion for Fong. The other possibility left is that your parents are biased. But if it favors you, there's no way they won't call the police and care about you during the game. Fong opened his mouth to argue, but Lin Jimiao blocked it back. Okay, let's assume they have another reason for not messaging you in game. What about calling the police? Why didn't they even ask how you were doing? No phone call, just sent a message to send you straight back. Cold sweat oozed from Fong's forehead. He trailed off the word I for a long time, but still didn't come up with anything substantial in his defense. It can only mean one thing. The director glanced at Lin Jinyo and summarized. Kobayashi is right. Your parents are biased and favor your brother. Indeed. Under the logic of the biased brother, the preceding makes sense. If that's true, then the reason for specifically not calling the brother back is because going back wouldn't do the brother any good, or the parents know how difficult it is for the brother. Desperately calling Fong back, instead of paying too much attention to Fong's own well-being. Even if you think about it from that perspective, Fong should at least put his parents' words aside a little. It's a long way to go, in case the journey is a highway game of randomly pulling people. Shen Wuzhou quickly sized up Fong. He's one of those types who is quick to react, okay and reliable, but almost brainy. People like that are likely to get screwed. After thinking about it, Shen Wuzhou still spoke. You'd better not. His words were interrupted just as they started. No, don't you talk about my parents like that either. Fong stubbornly argued, they're good people. What's with the favoritism? It's just that they have their own considerations. His cell phone rang with 2 message alerts. My parents sent it to me. Fong said, opening his cell phone. My parents are unlikely to harm me. It's probably just that things were so horrible in the game that they didn't react, so they didn't call the police. Shen Wuzhou sat diagonally behind Fong, who didn't put on the anti-peep film, and this angle was just enough to see his screen. The screen showed a message bar, and the new one was simple and urgent. Fong, come back soon. Mommy and Daddy are so worried. Above this message was a message sent 10 minutes earlier. The content of the 2 messages is exactly the same, copy and paste in general. Fong apparently froze as well, as if he hadn't expected this. Immediately afterward, a new message popped up on the screen showing the time just now. Fong, come back soon. Mommy misses you. Come back and see us soon. Wait for you. Fong's expression had changed. On the cell phone, the opposite side grew more and more urgent. Why don't you write back? Come back, boy. Coming back? Write back. Come back. Come back. Chapter 96 Decisions. Not normal. It's really so abnormal. Even Fong, who was bent on defending his parents, couldn't afford to ignore the bizarre and urgent tone any longer. His hand shook as he held the phone and it snapped to the floor. My parents. What's going on with them? Lin Jimiao picked up the cell phone with a quick eye and swiftly skimmed through the messages. Like Shen Wuzhou, his eyebrows grew tighter and tighter. Not right enough to be obvious. The chief came over with interest, and the surgeon, the little boy, and the dirty cop were uncharacteristically curious. What's wrong? The surgeon asked. Can you read it? Fong didn't stop the others from looking at his cell phone. My parents aren't like that. He said in a panic. I was under the impression that they were very caring children. The content of the message on the cell phone screen irritated everyone's eyes. The cop even shook his voice. It's probably the same as what's going on in our police department right now. He said, those pseudo-men. The pseudo-men ate his parents, or in some other form, and sent you messages in their place. Lin Jinyo and the director looked at each other. Like, the director said, very similar indeed. There was an urgency between the lines of these messages that reminded him of the hunger of a pseudo-human when confronted with human flesh. For his part, Shen Wujiao did not immediately take a stand and habitually went through all the clues in his head first. In fact, his first thought, too, was that Fong's parents had been replaced by pseudo-humans. Once that condition is substituted, those few odd messages make sense. But then there would be a new logical hole. That's Fong's brother. Pseudo-humans do not possess human emotions. They can indeed simulate some feelings, but when faced with a human, they are starved for them. If it really was a pseudo-person, then it was more likely that they would have taken the attitude of letting Fong and his brother's family come back together, much less specifically telling Fong that his brother's family wasn't coming back and raising suspicion for nothing. This obvious eccentric behavior is too imprecise and does not resemble tightly calculated AI behavior. Therefore, what happened on the opposite side? What exactly was the situation? In Shen Wuzhou's opinion, it was still to be examined. The surgeon gripped his cell phone tightly, the thin hand already shaking a little. She tried to give her phone back to Fong when, on the screen, a new message happened to pop up. Unlike the previous short messages, this one has a long message box. Ah, Fong, are those friends you met in the game still with you? Is it true that they won't let you answer your letters or come back? Shen Wuzhou looked at it and his hairs stood up in sweat. That opening alone is voyeuristic. Listening in? Lin Jinyo subconsciously looked around. All electronics have the potential to listen in or locate. The policeman said with a pale face, we're in a car, and even if we remove all the cell phone batteries, there's no way to shut down the in-car system. Read the message first, he advised. Now that the surveillance is full coverage, each of our trips is almost transparent. There's no way to hide it. Lin Jinyo withdrew his gaze, and several people looked at each other. The car lurched up to speed, and Monk seemed so nervous that he accidentally pressed harder on the gas. Read it to me too. His voice was a little shaky. I can't read it. That car is still following behind me. So, word for word, the surgeon read the message in its entirety as clearly as he could. Mom and Dad will soon be turning 78, and with 2 sons in the family, you're the only one who hasn't settled down and started a family, and Mom and Dad are worried. We know you are out of danger, and to see you is our most urgent plea. Our nursing home expanded and built a beautiful farm with baby fish. We'd like to go with you on your 78th birthday. Are you coming back tonight? Your brother is going to be busy with his son, so come back and stay with us. The surgeon's voice screeched to a halt as the message ended. I'm not going back. This time, the Arab side stance was resolute. This is too wrong. I'd better not go back. Monk, I'm not going to the highway station. Fawn was in a cold sweat. He had wanted to go back, purely to pay his respects to his parents. But now, it's not even always his parents who send him messages. What are you going back for? To die? The monk helped out. Let's just forget about this situation. Let's change places first, or at least get some emergency medicine and food, right? The surgeon said, why don't we go to my house first? The lad's wound isn't fatal, but it's partially ulcerated and we need to treat it professionally. As soon as the words left her mouth, the cell phone in her hand, which she hadn't yet returned, rang again. The surgeon looked down and frowned very deeply. Word for word, she read the new information. Son, we're not cuties. Know your difficulties. We've heard about what's going on out there. Don't think we don't know anything. We actually know how hard it is for you and your buddies. Tell you what, Mom and Dad will be straight up honest with you and not hide anything from you. Is this a change of strategy? Honestly, is there a message to be given? The few people in the car looked at each other in disbelief, and they all stopped talking and concentrated on listening to the surgeon read. We got word today that if you don't come back, it's a sure way to get pulled into the next game quickly. I'm afraid no one can imagine the power behind this. Those 2 statements are true. Shin Wuzhou quickly dished it over and pointed out the problem in the words. It's true that if you don't go back, you'll be pulled into the game. But they didn't say going back wouldn't get you pulled into the game. I'll keep reading, this one seems a little different. A blue light hit the surgeon's face, and her brow furrowed in earnest as she scanned the long message up and down. Son, if you come back to see us, we'll at least be able to give you some supplies. If your friend is injured, we can also provide the tools and medicines needed. The nursing home is fully stocked with all of these. It's more of a negotiation of terms. And if you come back, there's a good chance we'll be able to live past our 78th birthdays and live to be at least 83. You and your companions can also get a good night's rest. Since we have a birthday coming up, you are by our side for a few days without having to worry about being pulled into the game. The surgeon paused himself as he read. The car was quiet, Lin Simeon looking down and typing on her phone as the director listened with her sideways ears, trying to analyze more of what was going on. The passage had not been read, but the information given was enough for Shin Wuzhou to analyze. Fang's parents repeatedly refer to his 78th birthday, and in the last ambiguous paragraph, they express the idea that because it's his birthday soon, he's staying with them and is safe and sound. What's the connection between having a birthday and them not being pulled into the game? The message also mentions don't worry about getting pulled into the game these days. These days, as in the days leading up to your birthday? So what really happens on and after your birthday? And how did the other side know? Does all this have anything to do with the disappearance of his parents? After all, looking back, my own grandparents' birthday was pretty fishy. Moreover, Fawn's parents had previously emphasized that they could accompany Fawn to see the farm on his birthday. This doesn't fit with the director's statement of not being able to see anyone on his birthday, but it is very similar to Shin Wuzhou's experience as a child. The same didn't go away on his grandparents' 78th birthday. Shin Wuzhou's hand tightly gripped the handrail. Going over? Would it be any closer to the truth of it all if you went over? The surgeon cleared his throat and continued reading. Chapter 97. Son, if you choose to come back, at least you won't risk being pulled into the game on the way. Think about it, if you don't come back, you guys could risk being pulled into the game even if you go to the drugstore to buy a pill. Don't underestimate Company X. We can make sure you rest, too. Wouldn't it be good for you to leave us after the dust settles? The car fell silent as the surgeon finished reading. Only Lin Jimiao's crisp cell phone keypad tone pitter-pattered in the small space, mixed with the police officer's somewhat ragged breathing from the pain. Those words made everyone in the car a little hesitant. All people are not cuties. The message conveyed in the last 3 sentences has been very blunt. First, there will be supplies and rest back at Alphen's old home. Secondly, if they chose to go back to Fang's hometown, then there would be no danger on the way, and they could pick up some of the supplies they needed. Third, it really isn't over. If you don't respond, you'll be pulled into the game at any moment. Everyone, including Shin Wuzhou, was weighing the pros and cons between returning and not returning. How? Lin Xinyao stopped typing. He circulated what he had analyzed to all of them and glanced down at his brother again. Do we TD or go back with Fang? If what the message says is true, then going back with Fang would still be at least somewhat beneficial. The cell phone was given to Shin Wuzhou, who skimmed through it with a glance, the first sentence of which was go back and you may be able to get more information about the game. This idea coincided with Shin Wuzhou's own thoughts. No. Fang screamed in response, no way. Can't you guys see that? My parents haven't been my parents for a long time. They're monsters. He said with certainty. It's a lot of pretense, but how could my parents know so much? I don't really want to go over there either. Monk said, craning his head to look in the rearview mirror. In the rearview mirror, the car from Meat Row was still hanging on behind them, a small camera sticking out of the window quite desperately. Monk stepped on the gas in annoyance. Everyone doesn't know what's going on with Fong's parents. Have you guys thought about what if they're lying to us? What if they show their true colors and eat people as soon as we go back? The monk sighed. Things like pseudo-humans can make up anything. Not necessarily a pseudo-person. Shen Wuzhou interrupted the monk. I'm biased toward not being a hypocrite. He methodically shared a bit of himself with the others and summarized in a silence. If it's a pseudo-human, the logic would be incoherent. Especially if Brother Fong is still alive and dragging his family along, then there's no way the fake is going to let it go. The director was still worried, one eye glued to Fong's cell phone. And what if it's a lie? He asked nervously. What if they're lying and there's actually nothing there? And, if Fong's parents aren't fakers, what's the point of them doing this? That's why we should go over there. Lin Jimiao patted the director's shoulder. Director, look at my analysis. I think it's something to do with the 78th birthday. But what exactly, I don't know. Lin Jimiao's meaning, Shen Wuzhou got it. Because I don't know, I'm thinking of finding out. At least for now, there are benefits to going there. Taking 2 days off before entering the game is at least a bit better than being randomly pulled into the game on the way. I'm all for going over there and taking a look, too. The policeman's voice came from the back seat. He poked his body over with a pale face, trying to take the initiative to join their conversation. Lin Jimiao made a little gap to the side. Yeah, I think so. The message said that going to a drugstore to buy a single medicine is a risk of being pulled into the game. Combined with what happened to the police boy and what happened to a few of us, I suspect that the game has been spread across the board. The little boy interjected softly and crunchily, like the Doomsday game I play? The kind of doom where blah 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 comes down? Lin Jimiao said, right. Fong's parents said that Company X is powerful, so I think they know some more information. If they want us to go back, there's no need for them to lie to us, at least at this point. Shen Wuzhou nodded his head in recognition. There's nothing wrong with that being the case. You can see that from the rules of the last copy as well. Do you guys remember? Nene had to stay in the replica and host the show all the time because she broke the contract. The director and the surgeon looked at each other. No one will not remember. This proves that the replicas will continue. Nene hosts the show, and the hosts will be the subsequent players who get dragged in all the time. Just like the cops were dragged into the hospital copy we came out of. There's no way for us to know for sure if such copies are already in full swing, but judging by the fact that there are pseudo-humans mixed in with the police station, the situation has become very dangerous indeed. Shen Wuzhou said it very straightforwardly, and everyone understood it. The cold, brutal truth was laid out before them, and all were forced to accept it. Their world has likely turned into a giant playground, and the reasons behind it are unknown. The surgeon's face trembled miserably as she looked at the police and then at Shen Wuzhou, as if it was difficult to face this absurdity and strangeness. I don't believe it. Fong said firmly, don't think much of it, and don't be fooled. He took a deep breath. I think that's a simple lie. And how is it possible to be pulled into a game anytime you want? The more Fong spoke, the more he gained in confidence and sounded justified. Think of it this way, they are trying to trick you into agreeing with them by saying that. If we say yes to them, then we'll just go straight back together on the highway and face their traps directly, and we won't know if there's some game of death out there. There's no way to tell if it's true or not if there's no one who doesn't oblige them and gets pulled into the game at any time thing. Fong wiped the cold sweat from his palms on his pants. It's a poorly thought out scam. I don't believe it anyway, so if you guys want to go back, you can do it yourselves. Monk, just find any police station and put me down. Shen Wuzhou wanted to give a small persuasion within his ability, however, Fong saw his intentions and held out a hand to stop him. Stop it, ship. Monk looked at the navigation and turned the car around a corner. Are you sure? He asked. The human police boy said that the police station is not a good place to be. Yeah, the police station really can't go. The policeman advised with affection, you believe me. I'm a cop myself and I wouldn't dare go into any police station. Fong struggled to move his lips without speaking. The black sedan began to slowly brake to a stop, eventually stabilizing next to a small police station. Shen Wuzhou took Fong's cell phone and quickly wrote down Fong's parents' contact information. I'll go ahead. Fong craned his head around and brought his cell phone over. You guys, you behave yourselves. I'm going to call the police. Chapter 98 Spreading. The monk shouted, Fong, don't be impulsive. The director probed to yank Fong. However, Fong moved faster than all of them. He jumped out of the car like a loach, not bothering to pull the door shut, and darted toward the police station. Call the police. He shouted, I'm calling the police. I survived the game and my parents were eaten by the pseudo-men. Under Phantom Vision, the small police station looks old. The exterior walls were mottled, water stains across the yellowed paint. The glass door was half gone, glass poking sharply around the edges of the remaining half. The door is broken a few holes, the original distinctive blue color has turned gray, public security of the official word has disappeared. Inside the door, two policemen talk and laugh. Inside the body of one of them, a bloody heart beat vigorously, while the stomach of the other cop wriggled hungrily, the chip at the bottom of his stomach sack flickering with a faint blue light. Fake people, this police station could very well be a new playground. Drive! Shin Wuzhou shouted to the monk, go! The farther away the better. Shin Wuzhou rarely spoke so loudly. Monk was startled, and before his brain could react, his foot hit the gas first. The car slid out like an arrow off the string, and the people in the car were caught off guard, falling backwards under the force of inertia. 2 seconds later, Lin Jinmiao probed his body and pulled the open car door closed as soon as he could. The sound of the whistling wind died down, and the director glanced at Shin Wuzhou in shock. "You scared me to death. What's the matter? Why the sudden cry to go? Fong just ran into the police station, and I suspect he's likely to be pulled into the game." Shin Wuzhou didn't hide it and explained to the director. In this case, stopping Fong was clearly unrealistic. There are pseudo-people in the police station, which means that Fong has probably been dragged into the new game. With a full complement of tired players in desperate need of recuperation, the more appropriate move at the moment is to run. Run out of the range of possible playing fields for this round and talk about something else. The faster we hide and the farther we get from the playing field, the safer we'll be. In the police station, pseudo-men have appeared. Fong's parents weren't wrong. The game, in full swing. The director's face went white for a moment. "Ship, have you thought about what we're going to do next after Fong leaves?" He organized his words. "The fact that Fong isn't coming back with us means that we don't have to go to his parents either. I was wondering if we could just keep running, run far away and find a safe place? Or are there any safety guides online at?" Shin Wuzhou was able to understand the meaning of the director's words. Fong was the cutout for the strange old couple who invited them. Now that Fong had left, they naturally didn't have to pay attention to Fong's weird parents. So the director's first thought was to run away, completely, to a place where there was no danger, once and for all. That works. Monk approved. It's still an oil car, and the oil just doesn't get used much. We can switch it around and drive it. It'll go a long way. Lin Jinmiao began to look down and flip through her cell phone, checking the current public opinion on the internet. "Chief, do you want to take a look at these notes? Look at the second one on my cell phone page." He handed over his cell phone. Shin Wuzhou came over and the pages of text were shocking. "Help! I've been pulled into a game that's all about standing in line for a milkshake at a milkshake store. Can someone help analyze the rules? I can't say. There was just a big brother who was so angry that he didn't want his milk tea and took his own kid out, and as a result both of them are now dead." This posting was highly praised, and Shin Wuzhou clicked into the comments section below, and in addition to the normal comments, there was also a large string of help comments attached. "I was in a public restroom in XX Park and I ran into the rules too. The family was suddenly pulled into the game and had to kill someone in 15 minutes. I killed my brother. I'm at work and the rules are so hard. Does anyone read them?" Shin Wuzhou scrolled down, and there were dozens of such comments to say the least. The IPs of the people who sent these comments, on the other hand, were not just limited to J-City or Asia 1, where Shinwaozhou was located. I had thought that the game might start in J-City and slowly work its way out. Lin Jinmiao analyzed, her fingers deeply inserted into her somewhat messy hair. Or it's just quite simply that it spreads wherever our group of players goes. But combined with the online public opinion and the information from Fong's parents, it's clear that things aren't what I suspected. The director patted him. "If we're looking for a pattern, isn't it true that we just don't go into the house? Look." The director's short, chubby fingers tapped the comments section. "All the games that happen indoors. I'm wondering if we can effectively circumvent the game by just not going indoors. Just stay in the car the whole time and keep moving at high speeds, like little old cop said." Lin Jinmiao exited the comment section with a stroke of her hand. He then scrolled down, settling the page on the second post. "So it makes sense to show you the second one." The second post was very short, and Shin Wuzhou looked at it, like it was sent by a person in a hurry. "Just save me. I couldn't drive off the highway for the life of me. Thought I was hitting a ghost wall until the navigation started broadcasting the rules." The director's brow was furrowed enough to pinch a fly. According to the second posting, even if we stay at highway speeds, we could be dragged into the game. Shin Wuzhou summarized, "In other words, we can almost assume that the game is everywhere." However, up until now, there hasn't been any information about safe houses or anything like that on the internet. Beads of sweat oozed from the surgeon's head, and the lines at the corners of his mouth worsened. The car was silent, and except for Monk, who was concentrating on driving as hard as he could, the rest of the group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. I told you," the cop spoke slowly, taking a deep breath. "It's serious, but it seems to be more serious than we thought. Everyone's playing games, and I don't know. What the hell is going on?" Outside the window, a patch of wasteland with yellowish weed growth skimmed by. Monk seemed to be in a bit of a panic, and behind them, the meat row car actually remained in pursuit. Death has just begun to spread across this land. Shin Wuzhou took out his cell phone and quickly entered a string of numbers. This is the cell phone number of Fong's parents, which he wrote down urgently before Fong got off the bus. Anyone in the car was tired, including himself. In this case, it would never be wise to play another round of randomized, high-intensity games. I'll look for Fong's parents, Shin Wuzhou said calmly. Try it, it's better than being randomly pulled into a high-intensity game without even a break. Besides, we might be able to discover some laws about this world from Fong's parents. Chapter 99 Confirmation of Conditions. Lin Jimiao came over ahead to look at Shin Wuzhou's information page. The smell of brand new leather and blood permeated the car, and Monk had turned off the air conditioning to save gas, just leaving the frontmost window open a crack. Fong, who had been sitting in the passenger seat, left, and now, Shin Wuzhou, Lin Xingmiao, and the little boy were in the second row, and the third row was very crowded with the director, the surgeon, and the police. None of them wanted to sit down honestly, and the three of them huddled together, peeking out from between the gaps in the second row of double seats. The message Shin Wuzhou sent over was politely worded. Hello auntie and uncle, I'm Fong's partner, Ship. The director glanced nervously at the highway outside, fearful of encountering an unexpected game like the online posters. So what the hell is going on here? Don't we live in a scientific world? When Fong's parents hadn't written back, the director swallowed and continued. I remember learning that it was always, the world is materialistic. But if it's really materialistic, how could such a game come down? And the pseudo-people. How come there are pseudo-people everywhere overnight? It's not scientific. The policeman picked up sullenly. If you don't think it's scientific, then it means these things didn't appear overnight. 2 of my equipped colleagues are pseudo-humans, and the magnitude of this is beyond anyone's imagination. Probably thinking of his dead colleagues and friends, the policeman's eyes were a little red, and tears were filling his eyes. He sank into silence to organize language. Just at this time, Shin Wuzhou's cell phone ding a sound rang. It's a reply from Fong's parents. Boat? We know you were very brave on the air. Why didn't you use Fong's cell phone to contact us? Is Fong not willing to come back? Before Shin Wuzhou could think of how to reply, a few more words popped up over there. Ship, don't get me wrong, we don't mean to make you unwelcome. Ah yes, and your companions, we are very pleased to have you here. It's not right. Even if Shin Wuzhou was still just a student who had not graduated from university, he could know that this was not the attitude that parents should have towards their children who had just gotten out of danger. Shouldn't we be concerned about Fong? Shouldn't we ask where Fong is going? The only message that asked about Fong was if he didn't want to come back, instead of how is Fong? Or where did Fong go and is he in any danger? Which most parents would ask. Lin Jimiao glanced at Shin Wuzhou. Boat, are you sure this isn't a fake person? A new message popped up right after. Did Fong go to the police station to call the police? Based on what we know about the kid, if he didn't want to come back at this time, he more than likely went to the police. Ship, where are you guys? When are you guys getting here? We'll send the address. Lin Jimiao looked at him in a cold sweat. Why on earth are they in such a hurry? Shin Wuzhou didn't know either. Fong's parents are full of mysteries. We'll go over there first. The director said, glancing nervously out the window once more. There's always a couple days off. We can't afford it if we're pulled straight into the game again. This time, the director's point of view was shared by everyone in the car. The policeman lowered his head, the wound on his arm tightly taped by a piece of clothing that the surgeon had torn off, and the blood stained another small piece of this clothing. If we rush into pharmacies or hospitals, it must be a new round of games, right? Better to say yes first. The policeman said, it does get better when you slow down and play again. Fong's parents had sent the address, a suburban nursing home somewhere in a 5th-tier city. Thinking about it, boys? You've got to come. Our 78th birthday is in 3 days. We've prepared your rooms here at the nursing home, and for the next 3 days, you'll be staying with us. Food, medical care, we have it all. You can recuperate well. Anything else can be done in 4 days. Once you've decided, give us your names or game IDs. We promise that you won't be pulled into any of the games for the next 4 days. Shin Wuzhou keenly grasped the word game ID. By telling Fong's parents the game ID, the other party can keep them from being pulled into the game, as if they could confirm their identity by the game ID. Is the world a giant server? If the world is fake and everything is a data bar, then how can Shin Wuzhou explain the reality he saw? Where are they now, and is their human identity real? What do you mean? The surgeon's eyebrows pressed down. Game ID? The opposite side of the room is really from Company X, isn't it? What's Company X up to? The game's coming down in full force, I guess. The policeman's face was unpleasant. I'd have some guesses about that. Boat, help me out with my name first. My last name is Zhao, and my moniker is Promise Should. Lin Jimiao said, the hospital game shows my ID as an intern, so let's report intern. I don't know my ID, the monk said, the latest game doesn't show personal IDs. Ship, you report my real name, Zhang Yu. I don't have an ID either, the surgeon said, my real name is Wang Xia. Shin Wuzhou sent these IDs and names over, and the other end couldn't wait to send an OK gesture. One last confirmation. Oh. The tone of the opposite side became a bit urgent, and Shin Wuzhou even had the illusion that they were breathing heavily. You guys volunteered to come over and spend your 78th birthday with us, didn't you? In place of our son, Fong? This sentence is a bit strange. The words confirm, voluntary and instead of the party make Shin Woo-jo associated with some kind of contract. It's as if the contract will only really take effect if these conditions are confirmed, and they're really valuable to Fong's parents. As to what exactly the value is, it's pointless to meditate on it now. Since you're already planning to go over there, take a step and wait until after you reach your destination. Instead of guessing, it is better to catch the psychology of the other party is eager to let them confirm the terms and order more of what they need. Shin Woo-jo looked around and the first thing that came to his mind was his pistol that was empty of bullets. The pistol doesn't come in handy on all levels, but there are never too few bullets. In the trunk of this car was an assault rifle that the police had brought from the hospital game. There may be bullets left in that gun, but it would be nice to ask for a little more. Thinking of this, Shin Woo-jo sent a message to the opposite side. Do you offer handgun ammunition there? He looked around the room and listed a few more necessary supplies. Anti-inflammatories, alcohol, iodine, gauze, surgical supplies you can provide as well? What about weapons? Daggers, long knives, boning knives, how many do you have? And things like gasoline, mineral water, canned goods, and compressed cookies. The opposite side did not seem to expect Shin Woo-jo to reply like this, and there was silence for a long time. Half a day later, they responded. Pistol bullets are illegal, and there's certainly no way for ordinary people like us to get them. But everything else, including scalpels, bone chisels, gauze, cotton balls, anti-inflammatories and such medical supplies and the gasoline, mineral water, food you mentioned, we can supply you with. It's well stocked here, and you can fill a truck full of it. The weapons you asked for, we don't have professional ones here, just kitchen knives and watermelon and fruit knives. Seeing that Shin Woo-jo did not reply, two more sentences quickly popped up on that end. Do you confirm the things we said? If you come to spend your birthday with us and it goes well, the day after your birthday, you do get what you want. There might be a portion of bullets, or some other weapon. Fong's parents did their best to convince. Ship, we're doing the best we can. Just so you know, there's no way for you guys to get your stuff now that chaos has broken out and a lot of supermarkets and pharmacies have turned into playgrounds. After you confirm our conditions, all playgrounds will be closed to you and you will not be able to enter. When Lin Jimiao saw this, he exchanged glances with Shin Woo-jo. The offer made by the opposite party is indeed not too bad. We confirm. Shin Woo-jo replied. Chapter 100 Shun Xin Nursing Home. Meat Chop's car followed closely behind Shin Woo-jo's car and theirs. The game's sudden big rollout was a big hit to their live streaming traffic. Within a couple minutes, the live stream was half full, with a sizable portion of people popping in to ask for help. Hiding out at home didn't get pulled into the game, but mom and dad had a problem over at the company and wanted to check it out. I'm grabbing stuff at the supermarket. It's like this game wants us to kill each other. At the moment, all 5 people in the meat chopper are looking nervous, and the only young girl in the team wearing a cake dress is shivering a lollipop. There doesn't seem to be anyone watching the live stream anymore. The internet is full of requests for help. The girl frowned. Brother Meat Chop, why don't we close the live stream? I saw a help post for a road game. She looked up, in a position where she could see the chief, the surgeon, and the police officer peering forward through the rear window of the black car in front of her. Looking for somewhere unoccupied to get out of the way first? The girl said. Avoid my ass. Meatloaf turned off the live feed. He leaned forward as the black SUV ahead of him made an abrupt turn onto a side road. Keep up. Meat Chop shouted nervously. The driver jerked the wheel and their car followed steadily. Are you stupid? Meat Chop let out a long breath. Look at them that way, 3 of them moving forward together, just discussing the way out. Now the rerouting is done, obviously the way out is discussed. We'll just follow them all the way and we'll go wherever they go. Meatloaf squinted as he looked at the data on social media. I don't believe what those words on the internet say anyway. In a technologically advanced world like ours, there can't be the metaphysical doomsday they talk about. What there is will only be a conspiracy by Company X. Catch this wave of traffic, and once the storm passes, we'll rake in the money as usual. The young girl twisted her head to look ahead. The straight highway stretched toward the skyline. The road was empty, in addition to the black car where Shin Woo-jo was in front of her. Surprisingly, she could not see any traffic to and from the car. How come there are so few people? The girl muttered, how about more people fleeing the city? Along the way, everyone in the car except Shin Woo-jo contacted their parents' families. The monk's 2 parents are in the countryside, and for the moment are well. Lin Xingmiao's parents are in hiding, and the game is fortunate not to have befallen them. My family is okay too. The director hung up the phone and slumped in his chair. We're down to my dad as an old man as a couple. It's okay too, he'll be 78 in a couple years and the game hasn't descended yet. After a long 4-hour drive, Shin Woo-jo and the others finally arrived at the city where Fong's parents were. It was dusk. The car drove slowly through the streets near the nursing home. The further we drove in, the more shocking the sights on both sides of the street became. The streets were empty. Beneath the illusion vision, a solid curtain of shadow covers the walls of the ragged building. In a small noodle shop, the leftovers were scattered all over the place, and several adult men were lying on the ground, scarlet gurgling down the steps. The iron gate of the supermarket next door was tightly pulled, and Shin Woo-jo saw an injured woman desperately crawling towards the door. Every now and then cries and screams came from the building, and it was frightening to hear them. Grass. Monk didn't hold back a curse, living hell. The car finally turned a corner and stopped in front of a retractable iron gate. To the left of the main door is the guard room, and on the right side of the vertical white marble is engraved with the words Shuenshin Nursing Home in black, reminding Shinwujo of the couplets at funerals. There was an elderly couple standing in front of the janitor's office door. The woman's body was already hunched over, and she stood trembling on her crutches. The man looked slightly more energetic, but was very thin, and there was no longer a trace of black hair visible on his head. The faces of the two men were slightly green and black, and underneath the phantom vision, two hearts belonging to humans were beating in their chests. The moment he saw the car, the old man stepped forward and a smile came to his face. The retractable door creaked open. The old man raised his arm and waved at Shinwujo's car and walked forward quickly. The monk rolled down the window and asked tentatively, "Papa Fong?" He looked at the old man with some trepidation, carefully recognizing whether the other man was a pseudo-human or not. Lin Jimiao probed his body and carefully surveyed the old man through the window. The old man's cloudy eyes flashed beneath his drooping eyelids. Yes, he said with some urgency, pointing inside the nursing home. "Over there is the parking lot. You guys park there, then follow us and join us for dinner." Monk swallowed nervously. "You guys don't have games here." The old man shook his head, his tone sincere. "Maybe the people in the nursing home are too old. We don't have any here. Young man, you go in first. Park the car and let's have a meal together. After dinner you will go to bed, the rooms are ready." The monk was about to speak, but the old man seemed to see his worry. "Don't worry guys. You guys didn't run into that kind of stuff along the way, did you? We definitely don't have any here. What we promise you guys is what we promise you." Shinwujo looked through the glass and quickly sized up the old man from head to toe. What secrets are they hiding? These two people were indeed ordinary, no different from what Shinwujo had deduced before, and even a bit weaker. How is it that two ordinary old men who seem to be completely out of touch with the times can not only know so much, but also give them valid promises on behalf of the manipulators behind the game? And what the hell is going on with their birthdays? That. Without waiting for the monk to finish his reply, the old woman's eyes narrowed and her gaze went straight to the back. She poked the old man hard, who followed her gaze and understood. "That car back there, it's yours too?" "No," Monk explained, "that's an internet sensation that followed us all the way here." Shinwujo saw that the old man and the old woman exchanged a quick glance. The corners of the old woman's mouth subconsciously rose as she then walked over on her crutches and raised her hand to signal the driver to roll down the window. "In that case, come over and rest together," she said amiably, "but, unlike you, you'll have to pay us for room and board. Our nursing home is safe enough at the moment to give your busload of people a reprieve for 3 or 4 days, just like them." The driver in the back was visibly agitated, but a little suspicious. However, the old woman's words completely dispelled the concerns of Meatchop and his party. "You guys dipped into the ship," she muttered. "There won't be any games for a few days, that's for sure. Wait until a few days from now. Room and board 2,200 per person per day. What do you think?" "Success." Meatchop stretched his head from the second row. "Auntie, do you have a VIP room here? We'll just hide for a while and go out after a few days when it's peaceful." Chapter 101. A few people parked the car, and Meatloaf tried to go back on the air, but was stopped by Fong's mother. "Take it easy, young man." She glared at the cutlet and said coldly, "This is one of the few safe zones in the game." The old woman hunched over and led them toward the slightly outdated-looking accommodations of the nursing home. The lodging area is a building that looks more like a commercial office building, maybe 20 stories or so. Inside, it was brightly lit, and through the phantoms shrouded in ruins, Shinwujo could see the cafeteria, entertainment area, and mini-market inside, and some old people who were still quite strong came and went. He had keenly grasped the safe zone mentioned in the old woman's words. "What is the safe zone?" Shinwujo asked decisively. "How much do you know about this game?" The old woman glanced at him with an expression of obvious concern. Unwilling to give a direct answer, she lapsed into a tangent. "If you reveal this rashly, this place will be packed. What you could originally buy at a low price will skyrocket more than 10 times in price by then." The few people who followed the old woman exchanged glances, almost all of them sensing that something was wrong. Safe zones in games is an important message. What's the safety zone? From the old lady's reaction, it was obvious she knew a lot, she just didn't want to talk about it. If this game was a sudden, mankind-wide disaster, then how was this old woman able to learn so quickly about information that even a veteran player like Shinwujo didn't know? Is there something difficult behind this? In this small amount of time, the old woman had led them to the interior of the building. She tremblingly took out a few room cards from her pocket and distributed them to several people in Shinwujo, and nodded to the new 5 people in the meat platoon. "You guys are going to have to wait," she said. "Give me your names and I'll go to the front desk and check you in." The old man was trying to collect their lodging fees from Meatloaf, and the 5 men gathered around him to pay for their stay, asking questions about the safe zone. Shinwujo and his party were standing next to each other. On one side was the old man who was hastily dealing with the situation and not willing to say anything. On the other side was the old woman who was eager to go to the front desk to register. The first floor was empty, except for a gray-haired registrar standing at the front desk. He very quickly took the list in the old lady's hand and glanced up again in the direction of Shin Wuzhou and the others, not hiding his envious expression at all. 12. The registrar quipped, taking a quick count of 5 room cards. Even though he had lowered his voice, Shin Wuzhou still heard his next sentence. Good guy. What luck you and old Fong have. As long as 4 of them survive, then you too will. TSK. Sure enough, another dead game. Shin Wuzhou did not feel too surprised by this, but only wrote down the number 4. 4 people survived. What does this do for Alfonso's parents? The old woman darted a quick glance back. Keep your voice down. She said, this is good luck from my oldest son. These people want a lot of things that come in trade. The registrar sighed. You've got a steady hand with the boat. I hope I'm like you, and I'll have children and grandchildren and live to be 90 again. The conversation is over. The old woman came back trembling and peeled away from her regimented companion. What's going on here? Her face suddenly grimaced and she shoved a stack of room cards into Meatloaf's hand. What are you arguing about? Meatloaf stepped forward and raised his cell phone. Grandma, we're asking about the safe zone. He said, I can add more money, this information is important to us. The old woman grunted and turned toward the elevator entrance. What safe zone? The game hasn't descended here, so it's not a safe zone? What do you have to ask for here? Meatloaf's face sank slightly. What about your last 2 sentences, Granny? I can pay more dash. Okay. The old woman pressed the elevator's 5th floor button. It's just normal economic laws. It's safe here, and if there's a huge influx of people here and supplies are in short supply, prices will naturally rise. She sighed heavily, wrinkles layering her grayed face. Good boy, this is indeed a disaster, but I'm sure it will pass quickly. The old lady's tone was sincere. The 5th floor is the cafeteria and your rooms are on the 19th and 20th floors. Eat and sleep first. You can rest here for at least 4 days. And this little police comrade, you can go to the hospital on the 6th floor after eating. The doctors over there are very professional and can take care of your wounds. The old lady didn't say another word to them. A few people filed out while she was left alone in the elevator and couldn't wait to hit the close button. Meat Chop didn't dare to go back on the air for fear of an influx of people into the safe zone. And on Shin Wuzhou's cell phone, he received a new text message. I put what you wanted in your room. Please take a good rest in these few days. It's our birthday in 3 days, and we'll give you a tour of the farm then. The food in the cafeteria was plentiful and delicious, and with 7 people around the table, they were finally able to fill their bellies comfortably. Lin Jimiao took advantage of her meal to come over and read the message, the farm in 3 days? Remember. He gave the little boy a slice of meat, his tone a little dubious. You say, weren't there always 20 people in the previous games? How come there's only 12 this time, counting Meat Platoon and the others? That's an unnaturally high number of vacancies. And that old lady just stopped Meatloaf from going live, which is the equivalent of stopping new people from joining. The cop glanced back at the cutlet and lowered his voice. And that safe zone is downright suspicious. The way the AI always does things, it should have just pulled all the old people and caregivers here into the game. It's useless to speculate now, Shin Wuzhou said. There were relatively more old people in the cafeteria, and he noticed that from the moment they entered the cafeteria, many of them looked at them with a strange gaze. It was as if they saw something else through them, and those people's eyes were filled with bizarre envy and jealousy. Our arrival will be of great benefit to Fong's parents. Shin Wuzhou whispered, we will enter the farm copy in 3 days. If we survive, it will also be beneficial to Fong's parents. Knowing these 2 points is enough. Rest well, try to survive, and then naturally anything will be known. Fong's parents were very good at keeping their word, and each had a large pile of necessary supplies stacked in their room. Shin Wuzhou found a sharp boning short knife on the table. He weighed it and the knife was quite smooth. Taking advantage of the night, Shin Wuzhou went downstairs and took out the remaining bullets of the submachine gun in the backseat of the car and stuffed the pistol's magazine. A fully loaded pistol and a sharp boning knife. With these 2 items, Shin Wuzhou's sense of security increased a lot. He took a hot, soothing shower, looked up at the vapors on the worn ceiling, closed his eyes, and in a few moments fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 102, the game that had to be played. In these 3 days, Shin Wuzhou did not think much about anything else, rested and exercised comfortably, and replenished his physical and mental energy. Other than the fact that screams and cries for help from the outside world could be heard here every night, and the old people whispered whenever they saw them, everything was peaceful. On the morning of the 4th day, Shin Wuzhou put away the small boning knife and the loaded pistol and went to the cafeteria for breakfast as usual. Fong's parents are here. Lin Jimiao came over with a plate. He looked worriedly at the little boy, with only a bowl of thin porridge on his plate. I hope the game will be easier this time. He said, I want to keep my brother alive. The little boy sat obediently next to Lin Jimiao, reaching out his tender hand to pat his brother. Shin Wuzhou was silent and did not comment on this vision of Lin Jimiao. For the past 3 days, the little boy has been well-behaved and rather introverted. Out of selfishness, Shin Wuzhou certainly did not want the little boy to die. But if you think about it on a macro level, the rules of the world have changed. They were now following the law of the jungle of the weak and the strong, and even if he had the ability to save people once or twice, how long could this situation last? The little boy must have a skill of his own if he wants to live long. Otherwise, Shen Wuzhou didn't want to think any further. He quickly pulled his thoughts back and quickly scanned the area around him. Today was a little different than usual, as the always dry meal aggressive pork chop team didn't show up. Shen Wujiao did not feel surprised. After observing over the past few days, Meat Chop gave him the impression that he was shrewd. This guy doesn't believe in the whole game coming down thing at all, and is still firmly in the peace in the world party. At this point, odds are he's fleeing out the door with the others. Shen Wuzhou didn't hold back a laugh. There are clearly unknown hidden rules behind nursing homes. More precisely, the Iron Law. It's not up to Meat Chop to run or not run. Shen Wuzhou was obviously not the only one who noticed this. The director and the monk's eyes wandered around the cafeteria while the director looked in the direction of the exit and was obviously a bit dumbfounded. The next moment, however, a hunched figure that appeared in the doorway shattered everyone's little thoughts. It was Fang's mother who hadn't shown up for 3 whole days. The old woman came to them with a lurch on her crutches, a smile on her creased and stacked face. "It's our birthday," she said in a pale voice. "Come with me. I'll give you a tour of the nursing home's underground farm." She lifted her finger and pointed to the shredded eel on the director's plate. "Some of the food you eat is from the farm." Mother Fawn's cloudy eyes scanned over them and suddenly asked, "Where are the other 5? Gone?" No one answered her. As Shen Wuzhou expected, the old lady's face, too, was only gloomy for but a short moment. She did a quick head count to make sure no more people were missing before pestling the ground with her cane. "Let's go downstairs and wait for them for 5 minutes. She said coldly. "They won't get out of this door." The other side. Meat Chop urges the cameraman to start the car in a hurry, holding up his cell phone as he watches the reaction of the viewers on the air. The game is in full swing, and the live stream is already much less crowded than it was before. Feedback from my postings over the last few days. Meatloaf flashed a fake smile at the camera. Everyone is more curious about the ship's copy this time, and whether our escape will be successful. Meatloaf gave a yay to the camera. You can't have it both ways. Families, let's say goodbye to the weird old lady. The pop-ups, however, were as hilarious as ever. Anchor Kawa, now this situation is still insisting on live broadcast? Haha, I just finished a round of games. The rules say stay where you are and get 2 days of rest, and the others can't get in yet. I'm going to sleep with a corpse, haha. We are hiding at home and have never been pulled into a game. There is plenty of food in the house and we are safe for now. Upstairs, where are you? Don't reveal the address. I found out the anchor's address. If it's really a great place to rest for 3 days like the anchor said, 3 days of not being pulled into the game, food and drink, and a boat that's about to go into a replica, that's a great place to be. I'm going to go. Beware of being pulled into a highway copy. I just got out of the highway replica and the car is my temporary rest area. As long as I don't get out of the car, I can go wherever I want. In that case it's true, a copy that's had its playstyle cracked by a ship is likely to be a little easier to get through. Upstairs smart people. To put it bluntly, this audience is already very different from the previous ones. In this situation, there are almost only 2 kinds of people who can still take their cell phones and leisurely watch the live broadcast. Either that, or, the lucky ones, who never get pulled into the game. Either that, or a tough guy who has survived 1 or even 2 rounds of escapades and survived the game. Anyone with eyes can see that this live cutlet is an exception. He's obviously an idealist, completely unaware of what's going on in the outside world, and still thinks, like certain, lucky, people screaming on the internet, that officialdom can take care of everything. In reality, most of the people in the broadcast room were just trying to extrapolate some of the rules by his escaping behavior. It would be great if his escape didn't work and he went back to go through the duplicate with the ship to provide a template for the duplicate break-in. The car moved smoothly toward the gate. Meatloaf looked ahead, suppressing his nervousness and maintaining a fake smile. 10 meters. 5 meters. The live feed was shaking slightly, and you could tell the person with the phone was nervous. 1 meter. Crash. Meatloaf shouted, crash through the gate, charge. Drop. A shrill chirp suddenly resounded throughout the carriage. The driver slammed on the brakes and Meatloaf's body lurched forward. The phone snapped to the ground. In the next second, Meat Chop's exasperated shouts filled the blackened broadcast room. What the? A cold mechanical voice answered him. The sound came from the onboard system, and Meat Chop glared over to see the scarlet subtitles synchronized on the onboard display. Will the 5 players, ID Meat Chop, etc., please keep their promise to return inside the playfield within 5 minutes and go in search of Mother Fong so they don't miss the game. The doors are locked and cannot be opened. You have 5 seconds to make a decision. Please advise if you wish to return. In 5 seconds, your carriers will either explode or remain intact. 5, 4, 3, 2. Meatloaf was confused. Before he could react, a panicked voice suddenly came from the back seat. We're going back. The young girl exclaimed, one hand gripping the edge of the seat so tightly that her knuckles turned white. I answer on behalf of the entire busload of players, let's go back. Chapter 103. Asterisk. Meatloaf cursed, hammering hard on the car door. As if in response to his anger, the originally locked car door popped open with a click. The air outside was a little cooler, and Meat Chop couldn't help but shiver. He cursed and bent down to pick up his cell phone, the horror on his face no longer hidden. The screen of his cell phone was still on, and there was a slight rise in popularity within the live stream, which at least gave him some comfort. In that case, we'll just have to go back. Meatloaf grudgingly tugged at the corner of his mouth and hopped out of the car to walk back. Tell you what, family members, reward more. The anchor is going to risk death to give you a live copy of the pass. To his dismay, very few people had rewarded him, and most of them had only swiped a small token dollar of love. The pop-ups were quite playful. Now that food and drink are expensive and money is devalued, we can't afford to reward too much. +1, no supplies, just bought a bottle of mineral water for $100. We watched the live broadcast, there is traffic should also be money, the anchor know what to do. Meatloaf's face twitched and he didn't say another word. Has it gotten this tough for these people? Where's the official? What about the army? Why don't you show up? Meatloaf pulled down his face, bad vibes peeking in his mind, but his heart still unwilling to admit that the game had come full circle. He walked back to the entrance of the building with the rest of the 4 men, and the old woman, who was as weird as she looked anyhow, stood on the steps, her wrinkled face condescending to him. Back. She squeezed out a smile and waved her hand, signaling Shinwujo for them to follow. Let's go. Anyway, you guys are at least brave. Under illusion vision, Shinwujo noticed that the old lady's heart strangely beat half a beat faster. You 5 be good. She said, I like brave young men, so I'm going to take care of some of you as well as I can. In Shinwujo's opinion, underneath the old lady's translucent clothes, the heart's beating rate was still on the fast side. Usually when a person lies, the heart's beating rate increases. So, the old lady was cheating on the schnitzel? Special care, what does that mean? There was no sun today, and the old woman's hunched back looked a little spooky against the overcast sky. She led the 12 men around to the back of the building and walked forward a bit, stopping in front of a low, gray building. The building was unassuming, with its dilapidated door hidden and a length of wire tangled around it. On the iron cable, a large lock fell. To the surprise of the crowd, a number of people had gathered in front of the gate. These people were all old people from nursing homes, all of them old, and their age definitely looked over 70 years old. Shinwujo quickly counted, there were a total of 8 old men, counting the 12 of them, the total number was just 20. In other words, these 8 old men are also players? Utilizing illusion vision, Shinwujo quickly swept the old people from top to bottom. Several of the old men, without exception, carried weapons, the least of which was a fruit knife, and all were obviously prepared. And these old men spontaneously came together as a group, looking at Shinwujo's group of young men with eyes that were clearly ill-intentioned and full of wariness. Even one of them, a short, lean old man, had eyes that could be described as fierce. Shinwujo stayed mindful. Obviously, they all know it's a copy, it's a game. But how did they know? Happy birthday to you all. The old woman nodded at the 8 old men, a hidden glint of amusement in her eyes. She pulled out an obsolete key from her pocket, and while laboriously bending down to unlock the huge lock on the iron cable, she muttered an introduction to Shinwujo and the other 12 people. These little children you must have met the other day, and I hope you will be able to talk to them. Shut up you. The diminutive old man said coldly. He grunted as he watched the old woman struggle to pull the building door open. It's also good luck to find 12. Chi luck. Shinwujo raised his eyes and looked at the old woman. What does this have to do with Chi? And the old lady just said happy birthday. Are all these old people celebrating their 78th birthday today? It must not be a coincidence. Shinwujo's mind raced. At that exact moment, the door was pulled open. Ignoring the short old man's words, the old woman tremblingly pulled out the key and led the way into the pitch-black warehouse. The warehouse was large and empty, with only a small elevator on the far right against the wall. Shinwujo swept around. Under illusion vision, the entire warehouse was solid, and there were no shadows or holes that could allow him to see through a certain place. The only detail worth noting is the warehouse floor. A regular huge circle was cut out of the gray concrete floor. The seams of the cuts were so thin that they were almost hidden amongst the dust and dirt flakes. In terms of area, the circle is about 30 or 40 square feet. From the depth of the cutting marks, Shinwujo felt that it was more like some sort of concrete lid-like thing, as if there was some kind of ulterior secret hidden underneath. The edge of the circle cut tightly into the elevator. Shinwujo looked up and the elevator only had one button down. This means that if they take the elevator down, the odds are that the space leading to it is the space below the circular floor. Before we take the elevator to the underground farm, the old woman reached into her other pocket and pulled a stack of black card-like cards out of it. I'll be handing out tickets to everyone. Remember, the ticket is an important credential for leaving the farm. She swept over the 7 people on Shinwujo's side and took an extra glance at the 5 people such as Meat Chop. No one in the warehouse spoke. The faces of the 8 old men were grave. The young people have seen the live broadcast. The stack of cards evoked their memories, reminding them of the first level of the game live identity cards. Meat Chop nervously held up his cell phone, trying to get a close-up of the deck. Under phantom vision, the old lady's heart beat another minute faster. She lowered her head, her withered hand flipping between the cards and handing the first one she picked out to Meat Chop. "Take it," she said. "Remember, you can't show your own ticket to anyone else. Unless you're absolutely sure." Meatloaf glanced down at the deck and nervously slipped it into a pocket inside his jacket. "What certainty?" he asked. "What certainty?" The old woman did not answer his words. She carefully selected her cards, giving the hand-picked 5 to the meat row 5. Then, she scribbled casually and randomly dealt the remaining cards to Shen Wuzhou and the other 7 people and the other 8 old men, as if these cards did not matter at all. The gesture was so obvious that the rest of the group quickly exchanged glances and looked again at the line of 5 in the meat row. "Cute little thing. I can't see it. If there's a pattern on the ticket, the odds are that there's a big difference between a carefully selected pattern and a randomly sent pattern." The card in Shen Wuzhou's own hand had a pattern of a triangle. "What have you gotten into?" the shorter, older man said in an unpleasant tone. "What did you give them on purpose?" His eyes were fierce, as if he could cut up Meat Chop and the other 5 at any time. Shen Wuzhou could understand. Things are expensive because they are rare. Even if they don't know what these cards do and what they mean, there are only 5 different cards carefully selected by the old lady. If you make basic inferences based on the basic rule that there are more dead people than alive people in the game, it is easy to associate rare pattern cards with life. Meatloaf shrank back silently, gripping the sharp knife in his pants pocket warily. The live stream was still on, and the pop-up discussion was heated. Meat Chop is holding an unusual card. Remember what the old lady said before? Love's a brave kid. The old lady is an important NPC, unlike the pseudo-human, if only based on Meatsteak's previous postings. So it's possible that she lied and gave the Meatsteak bad cards on purpose. I don't know if you've noticed, but if it's a pseudo-person, they don't lie instead. If it's a human, she doesn't seem to have a reason to lie. The Meat Chops were paid for her, and the escape didn't work out. There's no grudge against her. Are we going to see red before the game starts? Shen Wuzhou didn't care about the cards. Cards that can change hands. What he cared about was the action of the old woman carefully selecting out cards of a particular pattern. The old woman is not a hypocrite. This meant that Shen Wuzhou possessed the strength to absolutely constrain her. The old woman was able to target the cards before the game started. This meant that she likely had some level of understanding of the life and death paths and the rules. If you look at the two together, Shen Wuzhou swept a glance at the old lady. The AI shouldn't mind one more person in the game, he thought. If he forcefully drags the old woman into the game and makes her a grasshopper who is in the same boat as them and will die if she doesn't play the game through. Shen Wuzhou felt that in this extreme situation, the old lady would reveal all the information she knew. The only problem now is that the old lady doesn't have a ticket. I didn't give them anything on purpose. The old woman glanced at the short old man, her tone flat. In 3 minutes, please take your tickets and go down for a tour. Wait. Shen Wuzhou seized the moment and interrupted her. Auntie, if I tear up the ticket, can I also enter the farm? Can a person be a player if she doesn't have a ticket? The old woman gave him a puzzled look. Of course I can get in, she said, but how are you going to get out? Shen Wuzhou put down his heart. I'm going to go one last thing before I go. The old woman moved to the door, posturing herself to run away at any moment. She reluctantly skimmed her lips at Shen Wuzhou and the others, speaking quickly. It was as if she didn't want anyone to hear those sentences at all. According to the latest rules handed down yesterday, I should have confessed the truth to you before the game started. The old woman's feet moved back another step. We need to play a game on our 78th birthday. Of course, it is possible to have a biological child or someone else volunteer to replace us, as long as the person expressly wishes to do so and gives their name or ID. As long as one of our replacements survives, we will survive. Otherwise, we will die. Not wanting to stay long, the old woman quickly backed toward the door. Goodbye children, and good luck. Shen Wuzhou's movements were faster than the old lady's. The old woman didn't even manage to let out a yelp as a hand knife slashed down sharply. Chapter 104, Forced Entry. What are you doing? The photographer beside Meatloaf shouted, what if you break the rules? Although he was a big brother who had passed many times, Shen Wuzhou's sudden strike against the old woman still startled the others. Lin Jimyo and the director and others are still calm, and Meat Chop is not afraid to step forward to try to give a close-up. The others exclaimed and stepped back, watching Shen Wuzhou carry the unconscious old woman. It wasn't that they were timid, but this move of Shen Wuzhou to directly strike at NPCs was too appalling. This NPC, just say fight? What if there's some hidden rule that subsequently pits them? Wah boy, what do you mean by this? That short old man vigilantly held the pocket knife in his pocket, his cloudy eyes staring at Shen Wuzhou. Why are you so messed up? The group of old people, led by the old man, were startled, and someone tugged at the shorter old man's shirt. Forget it. It's no fun to get mad when you're dying. You're the one who's dying. The short old man glared back at his companion. He made his own death. We might die even faster. Shen Wuzhou's move, however, caused the players in the live stream to get excited. Wow, ha ha ha. The old lady tried to make the boat them instead of herself and still didn't get away with it? At least it will show one thing, that this old lady is the real deal. If what the old woman said is true, can we team up to rest in a nursing home and brush up on this copy? there are also those who are on the fence. The ship is the first to eat crabs. Let's see if there will be any side effects to NPCs this way first. On the screen, Shinwujo didn't even care about the several old men with gloomy faces and took the lead in the elevator. It won't spill over to you guys because the game hasn't officially started yet, he explained calmly. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on his face, Shinwujo moved stealthily and hooked the key that unlocked the door from the old lady's pocket and put it away. This old lady, seemingly an NPC, appears to be hostile to them. In fact, it's practically covered in treasure. According to the pattern of previous passes, the ultimate goal of the player is often to leave the scene alive. If Shinwujo hadn't knocked out the old woman, then, according to the original course of events, the old lady would have had to leave the warehouse and lock the door, taking the key with her. That is to say, what they would have faced, originally, was a locked and closed scenario. Shinwujo zipped up the pocket that held the keys and slightly loosened his heart. The door to the scene was still open now, and so was the big lock that crashed on the wire. Scene exits, potentially more than one. However, in case they chose this exit when the time came, in case the lock was closed when the time came, Shinwujo had the key and it was possible to open the door from the inside. It's always an extra layer of security. Let's go, Lin Jinyo said soothingly, taking the little boy with her and walking into the elevator second. There's nothing wrong with what the ship says, the game hasn't started and the rules haven't come up yet. Come up all. Taking advantage of the people outside the elevator not paying attention, he swept his gaze subtly over Shinwujo's pockets. What did you get? Lin Jinyo asked quietly. However, before Shinwujo could answer, Meat Chop and 5 others crowded onto the elevator, and the small space was filled with 8 people. There are only 2 floor buttons in the elevator, the first floor and the negative floor. The elevator rattled down. When the door opened again, a chill wafted across the room. The young girl still in her dress shivered. Why is it so cold? Outside the elevator, the lights were on. Bright white light illuminated an open clearing, or more accurately, a large circular patch of ice. It was about 30 or 40 square meters in size, and the ice seemed to be thick and whitened by freezing. Shinwujo noticed that no matter the size, shape or relative position to the elevator, the ice layer they were on could correspond to the one on the first floor that was finally cut into a circle. They were located inside a huge cylindrical building. People cautiously try to step on the ice for fear of what traps are underneath. Shinwujo followed Lin Jinyo and was the last to exit the elevator. The old lady hasn't woken up yet. Shinwujo couldn't bother to observe the environment and dragged her upper body, pulling her to the farthest place from the elevator entrance. Not a farm? The photographer asked. Where are the animals? The temperature here was really low, and he was only wearing a pair of very thin pants, giving him a bit of a full body chill from the cold. As if in response to this question, a short drop sounded. In the center of the room, the scarlet-colored rule projection that Shinwujo was familiar with lit up. We welcome all visitors to come and see our farm. Unlike the milky boyish voice before, this was a gentle female voice. Next, we begin with a special reminder from the hospital. No one spoke again. The elevator doors closed and opened again, transporting 8 other people. The chief, the surgeon, the policeman and the monk are listed. They walked quickly to Shinwujo's side and reassembled the team. The radio continued to broadcast without regard for the 5 people who were not yet there. Due to the drastic change in the outside environment, at the end of this game, the winning player will receive a 48-hour absolute safe zone and a special reward. It's a rare opportunity, so please work hard, players. Special rewards? The monk chewed on the words. There won't be any props, will there? In terms of the games that Shinwujo had played before, it was good to be alive, and even the weapons were saved from his teeth. 48 hours of absolute security area. Shinwujo had seen similar statements on the internet in the past 2 days. To put it bluntly, it's about giving a safe space where you can rest and not get pulled into a game that no one else can enter. Things like a car, a certain room in a hotel, a small convenience store, etc. are considered rewards available to most surviving players. And on top of that, there's a special bonus this time? Meatloaf and his partner exchanged glances with each other. They just want to stay alive, and they don't dare to think about the so-called special rewards. Meatloaf gripped his phone tightly, taking the time to glance at the pop-up. Special rewards? Never seen one. Squad 1. Almost starving. Any convenience store buddies out there who can pick up the slack? I'll squat the special bonus. Curious. Now, the role of cell phones has changed. To him, it's not just a live streaming tool, it's something that can be used to save his life. The live feeds were all full-bodied bigots from the game. Even if he did nothing and watched the big boys analyze the rules, the odds of surviving the entire game would be greatly increased. With that in mind, Meat Chop adjusted his position so that the cell phone camera could get a clear picture of all the rules. Not far from him, Shinwujo didn't dare to be too distracted and had already quickly and carefully read through half of the rules. This time, his phantom vision didn't see the blurry mosaic. Chapter 105. The rules are clear as day. The farm has 6 floors, and the farm contains animals that can be used as gourmet ingredients. The floors are labeled on the walls of each level. Shinwujo swept a glance toward the wall. The silver-gray metallic phantom has a painted level 1 near the elevator. The The location they were currently in was the first level of the breeding tower. 2. There are exits on the 6th floor of the farm. The ticket in your hands is the key to opening the exit. Please select the 5 tickets that are really useful and place the tickets in the designated order in the alcove next to the exit gate. Do the above and the exit will open. Third, a tip on tickets. Everyone has a ticket in their hands, so please look carefully at the floor features and the characteristics of the animals in the farm to select the truly useful ticket. 5 tickets that actually work? Shin Wuzhou looked at the old woman who was still unconscious at his feet. Before that, the old woman specially selected 5 tickets and stuffed them into the hands of 5 people, including Meat Chop. Shin Wujiao remembered that she had said something like brave child in appreciation. Will the 5 specially selected tickets be the truly useful tickets, as stated in the rules? There's also specify order. Specify the order. What order is it? What does this have to do with the characteristics of the animals on the farm? 4. Under the first 5 layers of ice, supported by heated trays. There is nothing under the 6th layer of ice, just the usual load-bearing ice. The thickness of the ice surface decreases in layers. From top to bottom, the general melting times for the first 5 layers of ice are 12 minutes for the first layer, 10 minutes for the second, 8 minutes for the third, 6 minutes for the fourth, and 4 minutes for the fifth. Once the game starts, the tray at the bottom of the ice will begin to heat up once a living person is standing on the ice. When the ice melts, you will automatically fall to the next layer of ice. From top to bottom, the maximum number of live persons loaded on each of the 6 layers of ice is 20 in the first tier, 17 in the second tier, 14 in the third tier, 11 in the fourth tier, 8 in the fifth tier, and 5 in the sixth tier. 6. If the current number of people alive is greater than the current number of people on the ice load, please find a way to do so. Otherwise, please do not doubt that you will automatically fall into the next layer of ice. Warning, there are large numbers of animals in need of food under the 6th layer of ice. The rules don't end here. Shin Wuzhou didn't hold back and subconsciously surveyed the surrounding scene, trying to find a hint of what was going on. The farming tower looks like the inside of an abandoned chimney covered in layers of vapors in the phantom vision view. The thick white ice was a false shadow along with the black palette underneath it. As stated in the rules, there are 6 layers of the void, layered at the player's feet. Due to the distance limitation, to almost 5 floors down a bit, Shin Wuzhou was not able to see the specifics of each floor particularly clearly. As for the 6th level down, all he could see was a dark, windy-looking body of water. Shin Wujiao set his mind and started observing from the first and second layers of ice that he could see clearly. An eel frozen in the middle of the first layer of ice. Eels? Shin Wuzhou thought of the shredded eel that the director had eaten this morning. Rule number 1. Farms with animals that can be used as gourmet ingredients. Eels correspond perfectly with this. Rule number 3. Please look carefully at the floor features and the characteristics of the animals in the farm and select the truly useful tickets. If the ice is heated and melted, the eels are visible to all. So the really useful tickets have eels written or drawn on them? Shin Wuzhou glanced downward. In the middle of the second layer of ice, a fish of unknown species is frozen. The fish looked fierce, its mouth wide open, showing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Shin Wuzhou's mind spun fast. He hadn't had fish with a head at the nursing home, but sauerkraut fillets had. If it is fish, it is indeed an ingredient and an animal on the farm. And the hints in the first and third rules, again, correspond perfectly. There was a snake frozen in the ice on the 3rd level. On the 4th level, a bullfrog. The 5th layer was a tiny mass of black, and Shin Wuzhou could not see it. Probably some kind of snail. All of these do work as food. In all likelihood, the order in which the animals appeared was the order in which the corresponding tickets were placed in the alcoves. 5 animals, which also correspond to exactly 5 tickets. Shin Wuzhou kept this thought in his heart and continued to observe. Below the first layer of ice, a pipe is attached to the edge of the black tray. This pipe was connected to a somewhat thicker pipe at the edge of the second wall, which would have been used to transport water from the melting ice. The edges of the black trays on the 3rd and 4th ice levels likewise have drains that are connected to the wall pipes in this way. The thick tubes of the wall, on the other hand, traveled all the way down, only to come to a screeching halt just above the 6th layer of ice. Shin Wuzhou's heart gave a beat. He gently moved a few steps to the side, shifting his angle so he could see better. There's nothing wrong with. The thick tube and the thin tube attached to it were like a black tree and its branches, hovering grotesquely above the 6th layer of ice. In other words, the water produced by the melting of the first 5 layers of ice will be discharged directly, through pipes, to the 6th layer of ice. Rule 4. The thickness of the ice decreases in layers. This means that the 6th layer of ice is the thinnest, and from the first layer of ice, as the melting water continues to be piped down, the 6th thinnest layer of ice actually began melting in tandem shortly after the first layer began melting. Rule 4. Below the first 5 layers of ice, supported by heated trays. There's nothing below the 6th layer of ice, just the usual load-bearing ice. What are the consequences of unsupported general ice meeting a large amount of water draining down? Will it slowly fail to support the weight of the water and simply break up and fall into the waters below and cease to exist? Or will it melt off the edges and then slide down to the animals that need food in large quantities and become a giant ice cube floating in the breeding pool? A familiar chill rose in the bottom of Shin Wuzhou's heart. Rule 5 establishes the maximum number of loaded live persons per layer of ice. Theoretically, the 6th layer of ice can carry 5 live players. But the 6th floor, can it really still carry anything? According to Rule 4, when the ice melts, you will automatically fall to the next layer of ice. Players will have to be passive and wait until after the ice has melted and all the water has been discharged to the 6th level before they can go down. There is no way to slow down the melting of the 6th layer. Again, they can't move down the road early with all hands on deck. When the 5th level opens, they will be confronted directly by the wailing creatures within the pool. There won't be a 6th layer at all. The exit of the 6th floor can never be opened even if you have all the e-tickets to open it and know the designated order. What about the real exit? Where would the real exit be? Shin Wuzhou settled down and continued to read the 7th rule. 7. As the killings are too brutal, we will set up a painless farewell device on the 5th floor. If you need, you can stand in the area inside the yellow line and press the button on the wall of the 5th floor, and we will automatically judge whether the e-ticket in your hand can open the exit of the 6th floor. If you can't, the area you are in will rise right up to the ceiling. It ends with a 3-sentence prompt. In 2 minutes, the game will officially begin. All rules come into effect when the game starts. Friendly reminder, please check the number of living people above the ice in time to avoid exceeding the maximum load. The rules end here. To the right of the large text projection was a scarlet 2-minute countdown. The elevator swings open, and inside, the last 5 players of the game step out. Overload! Someone shouted in panic. The old woman was brought down, and we now have 21 men. Quickly kill people! Kill people! Chapter 106. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the players were immediately in disarray. It was a man in the meat platoon line who made the shouting noise. The ice was slippery, and in the confusion, the man drew a knife and moved it toward Shin Wuzhou, wanting to result in the old woman's life. Boat, can you not get ahead of yourself next time? You guys read the rules. In the midst of the chaos, the intern shouted, the game hasn't started yet, and the rules aren't in effect yet. Don't mess up now. That had a small effect, and some people shouted after them. Everyone take it easy for now. Don't kill anyone yet. The words had a small effect, and the man's movements paused. The 7th rule had yet to be looked at in detail, and Shin Wuzhou didn't dare to waste even another second. As he clutched the boning knife in his pocket and kept an eye on the field, he lifted his head and took the time to scan the ceiling. Rule 7 specifically mentions ceilings. As can be seen from Rule 7, the 5th floor is equipped with a painless farewell device. If you cannot, the area you are in will rise right up to the ceiling. Beneath the phantom vision, the circular ceiling was covered with a shadow of sharp metal spikes. Each thorn was about a meter long, and Shin Wuzhou could see the chilling reflections on the vapors. If it does rise directly to the ceiling as stated in Rule 7, then there is no doubt that people will be skewered. In a short moment, Shin Wuzhou's mind was racing. First, there were the traces on the ceiling. If you look at the floor of the warehouse, there are obvious circular cut marks on the floor. That means that this piece of ceiling was embedded inside the floor, complete with cut marks, meaning that it could probably be moved or flipped. The warehouse is old, but the roof is high enough that if the ceiling moves up or flips over, the data makes sense that it won't get stuck. Shin Wuzhou knew that the life path on the 6th level of the game scene was a dead end. So, is it possible that the dead end in the ceiling is the way to life? Rule number 7 says painless farewell device, so if the thorns in the ceiling actually penetrate the body, it should hurt. Based on past rules, the AI will have a series of sophisticated calculations that will hide the loopholes, but there will be no fake rules. And the painlessness of the rule contradicts the sharp spikes on the ceiling. If the rules aren't fake, there is a huge possibility that the vapors of spikes on the ceiling will simply disappear when some players choose to rise. Shin Wuzhou once again looked downward. Beneath the cascading ice, the walls around the ice were smooth, except for a small, distinctly bright yellow door at the lowest, 6th level, and a scarlet button on the wall of the 5th level. There are no loopholes or other possible connections to the outside world. It can only go up or down. Shin Wuzhou felt his palms get a little hot. The situation was chaotic, leaving him only so many seconds to think. This time, the rules given by the AI will incite uncontrolled killing. But as far as Shin Wuzhou's existing thinking is concerned, whether they choose to go up or down, 2 conditions have to be met. First, live to the 5th level, because the up button is on the 5th level. Second, see or get all the day tickets, and then analyze what works and what doesn't, based on the clues. Disorganized killing only increases the risk of death and is not conducive to seeing or getting all the G tickets. You know. The old man's scolding pulled Shin Wuzhou back to reality. The words were addressed to Lin Jimiao. Before Lin Jimiao could retort, the sharp sound of a sharp blade piercing into flesh and blood filled everyone's ears. Pust! Another old woman collapsed on the ice, scarlet spreading outward from her neck, staining the thick ice. An unpleasant ho-ho-ho sound came from her throat, and her cloudy eyes stared defiantly in one direction. It's that diminutive old man. The old man was grunting and panting in the same way, holding a sharp knife in his hand. The old man was standing not far from Shin Wuzhou, his back facing him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Meatloaf cursed. He was visibly shocked by the bloody scene, and the cell phone he had been holding up to broadcast live snapped to the floor when he couldn't hold it steady. Shivering, Meatloaf bent down to pick it up, ducked at the very back of the crowd, and shakily aimed the phone at the elderly pair. Kill, kill. In the live broadcast screen, Shin Wuzhou was holding the sharp knife tightly and moving towards the old man without moving. His thoughts at the moment, too, were very straightforward. If we let the old man kill people, it would only set a precedent for disorderly killing. With a little bit of control, he, as a veteran player, would be able to fight for even a slight moment of subduing the situation, and he would be able to fight for a glimmer of the possibility of establishing order. With order and constraints, human behavior can be surmised and controlled. The chances of surviving, too, are greater. What are you looking at me for? The old man looked around coldly. There's no way around it, she's best killed. And the man is so full of base diseases that he won't live long, if at all. A liability. A second plop sounded as a sharp blade poked out of the old man's heart. The change was so sudden that no one made a sound. The old man's eyes widened. Blood slowly seeped out, and the blue-gray clothing on his chest gradually turned bright red. The short old man tried to look back at the murderer, but the sharp blade was quickly drawn away again, and more great swaths of scarlet poured out. In full view of everyone, the old man planted himself on the ice and died. Shin Wuzhou suppressed the nausea that churned in his stomach and casually wiped the blade twice on his jacket. In the cold light, his slightly pale face contrasted with his black hair, and there was little extra emotion to be seen in his somewhat narrow eyes. There was still silence around them, and a few young men's lips quivered in the line of meat rows. The chief subconsciously clutched the surgeon's hand, and the policeman's lips pursed without speaking. Lin Zhimiao hung her eyes as if she was thinking about something. 2 people died so suddenly that the total number was reduced from 21 to 19. The corpses sprawled on the ground terrified them. There is a significant portion of the population here that is still stuck in a civilized society in terms of their perceptions. Then there's the part that has been through the game but doesn't have blood on their hands. Also, the ship, while acting overly sensible, never initiates a fight. Even pulls a hand when he comes across one that can be saved. Can he even kill people? Do things by the book? Shin Wuzhou's heartstrings tightened as he kept an eye on the people holding weapons around him. I'm Ship, as I'm sure you've all heard a little about. He didn't give the crowd a chance to interject. The more chaotic and critical the situation seems to be, the more order is needed. It's also wrong to ignore the rules and panic to the point of outright murder because of a minor situation. Chapter 107. Shin Wuzhou directly controlled the field. Indeed, everyone knows who the Ship is, even the elderly in nursing homes who have seen the ID many times in the overwhelming news. Few people can immediately break through psychological defenses to kill, and most people are afraid of being killed. The Ship's move to announce order without resorting to killing was also in line with the mentality of the majority of the people. What's more, he's the authority. Taking advantage of the quiet effort, Meat Chop behind the crowd breathed a sigh of relief and put his phone down to check the live pop-up. Commentary analyzing the rules and the current situation gradually increased after the dust settled on the dead man's case. Awesome, controlling the field. Can he actually kill someone? Ha ha. He's the kind that can sacrifice others without blinking an eye to stay alive for himself, I guess. I'm done studying the rules. For now, there are 2 things that need to be taken care of first, the first being tickets and the second being population. Families, I have an immature idea. The anchor should be able to see our pop-ups by now, right? Can we collectively challenge the Ship's intelligence and play him to death? Upstairs, support. I'm just in time to get my head around it. How leisurely, I'm still working on supplies. A heart thumped as Meatloaf watched the comments fly by and skimmed over them. He looked up at the somewhat rambunctious Shin Wuzhou and clenched his fists. Not to play the Ship to death, he just wanted to stay alive. In the cold, hard air, Meatloaf put his mouth close to the phone and whispered for help with a hint of ingratiation. Big boys, help out. I'll be your pawn and I'll help you fight the Ship. He raised his eyes and slipped around to make sure Shin Wuzhou didn't notice him, and his voice was lowered a little more. Help me stay alive and I can keep you all informed of the Ship's movements. I can also set you all up with big hundreds of thousands after the game is over. Can someone tell me what to do now? He looked down at the pop-ups, which did respond immediately. Wife. No need. AI games are very much a test of detail. You try to shoot the scene as fully detailed as possible first. Now that the Ship has control of the field, you've lost your first step. Gotta figure out a way to keep your follow-ups from being squashed. The tickets, in the hands of the 5 of you, are too suspicious. If it were up to me, I'd just kill you all before I say anything. Yes, usually in this case, it's just that there will be 2 factions, 5 of you and 15 others. It'll just kill the 5 of you and then divide it up. Meatloaf, hold still and see what the Ship wants. On the ice, Shin Wuzhou didn't dare to stop thinking. In fact, the fastest and most brutal way to do this is to just consume the 5 bullets in the pistol. First, kill the Meat Platoon 5 who may hold special tickets in their hands, and then grab their tickets. The remaining 15 are then analyzed and resources are redistributed. However, the pistol was Shin Wuzhou's bottom card. The rules that the AI gave this time are, to be blunt, rules that play it straight. The main conflict is not in the pattern or distribution of tickets, but in the number of living people. Rule 5 gives the maximum number of loaded actives per layer of ice. 8 on the 5th floor and only 5 on the 6th. If people start killing from the first level until there are only 8 or 5 players left, or the total number of players in the game is only 8 or 5, then, it will be able to remain peaceful for a long time to come, just analyzing the rules related to tickets. But there are too many people. Shin Wuzhou also didn't have the certainty to cut the number of people to less than 8 while ensuring his own safety. He could consume all 5 bullets to kill Meat Chop and the others and get their ticket. So, what happens after that? Everyone will know that his bottom card is depleted. And between life and death, one needs to speculate on humanity with the utmost malice. It's too dangerous to be in such a position. Therefore, it was in his best interest to stabilize the field first and retain his battle power. It was more important for him to see more tickets, combine the rules, and analyze the meanings of the different patterns. Then, from there, choose the ones you really need. As for numbers, the law of extremes has never been the law of the weak. At that time, he only needed to provoke a little and they would kill each other. And Shen Wuzhou put the knife back into his pocket and gripped the gun in his pocket in silence. He's got the bottom line. The scarlet countdown went to the last 30 seconds. I read the rules. Shen Wuzhou looked at the meat steak and then looked around the tightly wound crowd. Everyone didn't relax. Even the 6 most vulnerable old men had taken up their prepared weapons. The director, the surgeon, the monk, and the policeman huddled together in a defensive posture, and Lin Jimiao shielded her brother, her eyes occasionally glancing toward the meat chops. Shen Wuzhou followed Lin Jimiao's eyes. Meatloaf ducked behind the photographer just in time to look down at his cell phone. His expression and demeanor was like that of a thief, his eyes a little haunted. A cell phone? Shen Wuzhou remembered that Meat Chop was always on live. Do you need to be sneaky to broadcast live? Or is he up to something else? Shen Wuzhou silently kept a heart. The group of meat chops was clearly the most intense. For no other reason than that the tickets the old woman distributed to them were so special that anyone with eyes could see it. They're clear. The 5 of them, they were easy targets. There's no denying that the focus of the rules is tickets. Between the electric flashes of his mind, Shen Wuzhou uttered the second sentence. It's really clear what to do. Now, the ice is plainly 3 groups. There was a group of 7 people, including Shen Wuzhou, a group of 6 surviving old people, and a group of 5 people, including Meat Chop. The 2 most sensitive groups are the old man and the 5 people such as Meat Loaf. The elderly are already a vulnerable group and will bear the brunt if they are really killed. The 5 guys from Meat Loaf, on the other hand, were clearly nervous about the others banding together against their tickets. Ship, what do you want? Someone asked. It's the photographer next to Meat Loaf. The photographer was tall and tall, his hand holding the knife trembled slightly as he stared warily at Shen Wuzhou. This game doesn't work without people dying. He said coldly, what are you playing at? From the previous games, Shen Wuzhou was too strong. He wasn't worried about not being able to defeat Shen Wuzhou, but he was worried about being pitted by Shen Wuzhou. The ship is capable of sacrificing anyone in order to live for itself. Arguably, he's the most dangerous being here. The photographer darted a quick glance at the cutlets, a glint of gloom in his eyes, and gripped his sharp knife tighter. The ship, it should be the first to die. Shen Wuzhou noticed his small movements and the killing intent in his eyes. I'm sure everyone noticed the old lady's behavior earlier. Photographers who voluntarily hit the gun. Shen Wuzhou didn't mind using up a bullet to deepen his impression that he wasn't to be messed with again. The old woman, still unconscious, seemed to twitch with feeling. I think we'll break the tickets into 2 categories for now. One category is the 5 on the meat shop side, and the other category is the other 15. Grouping them in this way would ensure that he could look at most of the patterns on the tickets first and find patterns, and maybe even stir the sensitive nerves of the Meatloaf group. The photographer stared at him intently, leaning forward slightly, more nervous. Shen Wuzhou ignored it. The game is about to begin. The first layer of ice can be held for 12 minutes. Let's split into these 2 groups for now, and each of the 2 groups will exchange the patterns on their respective tickets. No problem. Monk was the first to state his position. No problem. Lin Jimiao and the director spoke in unison. The old people looked at each other alertly and nodded their heads in agreement even though they couldn't figure out what kind of drug Shen Wuzhou was selling. They are inherently vulnerable. If Shen Wuzhou did not propose a grouping, it would only be them who would die. A minute more is a minute more. Get it wrong, and there is a possibility of continuing to live. We're okay with that. And then? The number of loaded live people on the second level is only 17. Shouted the photographer. We're at 19 now. How many do you mean? Who do you let die? There are only 5 seconds left in the countdown. While Shen Wuzhou was talking to the photographer, Meat Chop had already looked down and finished reading the refreshed pop-ups. Wow, give it a squeeze. There's a way. I just did the math. Remember that gun on the boat? That gun is empty of bullets. The ship's biggest card is gone. Support upstairs. The ship is only like this now because the bottom card is gone, and he can't afford to kill people openly, so he borrows the knife. Not willing to put themselves in a crisis. Bullets. No more? Meatloaf's heart stopped a beat. That was something he hadn't really noticed. That is to say, the ship is now a commoner like them with only knives? After the wave of pop-ups analyzing the situation passed, Meat Chop saw what he wanted to see. The layout of the ship is actually okay. Being able to see most people's tickets and grouping them like that spurs the anchors group to go kill for him. Yeah, well, when you go after the old man, they'll go after you. Mix it up. Upstairs, I think it can be broken. Why don't Meat Chop just make the trick work and have the photographer go straight to killing the ship? With that physique of the photographer, the ship shouldn't be a match. Ha, the ship won't be seen through and go offline in seconds, will it? I've practiced fighting, and the ship really doesn't look like it has a martial arts base. One must kill first. It doesn't matter who you kill, it's harder than him so you can regain control and take the high ground. Yes. This way the anchor has a better chance of surviving as well. Kill old people, kill ships, anything. We'll be able to strategize better when your group gets ruthless. Right, don't kill the comatose old lady. The comatose old lady is of great use. Meatloaf's heart thumped. He looked at the photographer in front of him, and then at Shin Wuzhou who had his hands in his pockets and was full of indifference. Survive. He wants to live. The pop-up is not wrong. This layout of Shin Wuzhou was an obvious target. He was secretly encouraging them to kill each other so that he could reap the benefits. He knew they had really useful tickets in their hands. He just wants them dead. Meatloaf looked at the scarlet 3-second countdown and clenched his teeth. 2 seconds. 1 second. A new 12-minute countdown appears next to the rules font with an ear-splitting tick sound. Kill him. Meatloaf shouted frantically, he's out of bullets. Kill him. In the meantime, the photographer violently leaped toward Shin Wuzhou, the sharp blade in his hand glowing with cold light. Chapter 108, 5 Flower Colors. Meatloaf hurriedly raised his cell phone curtly, trying to capture the historic scene. The change came more suddenly, however, and he didn't even have time to focus the camera. A gunshot exploded in his ears. A blurry cell phone screen shows the photographer's body sliding backward onto the ice like a puppet doll suddenly disconnected from its strings. Scarlet mixed with yellow and white spread across the ice behind his head. Meatloaf frozen in place, his brain going blank at the sight. The gun went off. What's with the guns? Didn't the pop-up say? The ship ran out of bullets? The players were in an uproar. A gun. He's got a gun. The few people who followed Shin Wuzhou were okay. There were a few old people who had already screamed in fear. They stepped backward in silence, leaving an extra large expanse of dirty white ice empty. The noise brought Meat Chop's consciousness back, and he subconsciously glanced at the screen. No one expected Shin Wuzhou to have a gun. Wow, where did this kid get the bullets from? Oh yo, hard to kill. Things are getting interesting. Indeed, I did not expect it. It stands to reason that he is not in a position to get a bullet. Asterisk. It's so sudden, I'm going to review it. It's so damn. It could have been the cop's gun that gave it to him. The camera slowly focuses and the picture becomes clearer. In Shin Wuzhou's hand, he was firmly holding the black pistol with a familiar style. Holy, it's not the cops. Repo dude, repo good to say something. Meat Chop's eyes moved away from the pop-up screen and glanced at Shin Wuzhou in horror, his two legs wobbling as he stepped back. If he'd known, he wouldn't have yelled kill you or anything like that. Now well, he'd offended the ship so thoroughly that he could be shot by the other side at any moment. What to do? What's to be done? Cold sweat seeped from Meat Chop's forehead. Shin Wuzhou didn't pay much attention to the reaction of the meat steak. He took 2 steps forward, crouched down, moved swiftly to pull a ticket from the photographer, and glanced quickly over it again. It is true that the old woman's carefully selected tickets are not quite the same as Shin Wuzhou's own. In the lower right corner of this ticket from the photographer, the name of the dish is printed. Eel paste with ringing oil. As Shin Wuzhou got up with the tickets, the pop-ups in Meat Steak's phone got excited. Nice guy. That got it for him? What's the ticket for? That's not the point. Now they have one more person to die and the meat platoon is in danger. Meat Chop, hurry up and apologize to Boat first. People like Boat, apologizing might work. Ha, I don't want to see our pawn die first. Firearms are an excellent deterrent. Shin Wuzhou kept an eye on his surroundings and no one dared to approach him. The people over at Meatloaf were almost scared to death, and the group of old men had almost backed up against the wall. The little boy looked at him with some fear, and the director swallowed hard. Only Lin Jimiao seemed to be calm. Boat, what's on that ticket of yours? In a short moment, Shin Wuzhou's thoughts turned fast. Eel paste with ringing oil, the name of the dish, the ingredient is eel. Rule number 1. Farms with animals that can be used as gourmet ingredients. An eel frozen in the middle of the ice on the first level of the farm. The 3 details above can correspond perfectly. This ticket, it did look like a ticket that could open the entrance to the 6th floor. Shin Wuzhou put this ticket away and took the tickets of the 2 old men who died in passing. The other 2 tickets were uneventful, the same as Shin Wuzhou's, with a triangle drawn in the lower right corner with the tip facing up. Boat? Lin Xinyao tentatively shouted again. Shen Wuzhou gripped the gun in his sleeve tightly and gave Mi Chop a warning look. Follow the original plan. He emphasized calmly, easing back into the middle of the group, don't move and have a seizure, it's really annoying. It's not necessary. With something as life-saving as a bullet, he didn't need to waste one to kill meat chops at a time like this. Act as an absolute deterrent and let others know that they have a weapon in their hands, and that's it. Meatloaf let out a long sigh and collapsed limply to the floor. It's so scary. Thanks to that he got his life back. This scene was clearly seen by the people in the live broadcast. Damn, the anchors aren't giving a, I'm on fire watching them. Dude, gaslighting is so big. There's a lot of intellectual sparring going on back there. Meatloaf, you show us your ticket first. We'll analyze it for you. Yes, since our little cutlet is still alive, let's see the tickets first. Ha ha ha. On the other hand, Shen Wuzhou didn't hide it. With one hand he gripped the gun in his sleeve, and with the other he took out the ticket with eel paste written on it and showed it to the crowd. There was no need to hide it, hiding it might instead irritate the others into targeting him altogether. Take it out in the open, instead no one dares to grab it at this time. For one thing, the game is only in its first tier, and the dust hasn't settled yet. There are too many variables to grab at this point. Secondly, there is no second person with a lethal weapon and kill shot like a gun in their hands. The piker is not guilty of the crime. If he grabbed it, not only would he offend Shen Wuzhou, but he would also attract others to get a piece of the pie. A proper killing. Rattling eel paste? Lin Xinyao looked carefully. If you look at the meaning alone, this is indeed the right ticket. A few flashes of envy flowed out of the monk's eyes and he looked over at the cutlets. The director began to sweat coldly again, and he cornered Lin Xinyao next to him, taking the lead himself and unfolding his palms. Here are my tickets and my wife's. In the center of the wet palms lay two black cards side by side. It was the same as the other three tickets in Shen Wuzhou's hand. Both of these tickets also have triangles drawn pointing upwards in the lower right-hand corner. Mine and my brother's. Lin Xinyao didn't hide it. The two tickets he handed over were not quite the same. One has an inverted triangle with the tip down, and one has a circle side by side and an inverted triangle with the tip down. Scribbled it, I guess. The monk laughed bitterly and handed over his ticket. Boat, look at me. In fact, I wonder if there's not much point in us being so right about the tickets. He swept a glance in the direction of the cutlets and lowered his voice. Why don't we just do it? While the ice is still melting, we can grab as many as we can. Grab them and redistribute them? No one took the monk's words. The director gripped his wife's hand tightly, and Lin Xinyao wrapped his arms around the little boy with a rare serious look. Once the killing starts, the first to bear the brunt is their loved ones who they see as their soft underbelly. There is no rush, Shen Wuzhou said soothingly. The monk's ticket is juxtaposed with a circle and pointed upward triangle. The policeman displayed his ticket and twisted his head to look at the elderly people who had spontaneously gathered in a group next to him. His lips were pale, and a tangled expression surfaced on his face. My pattern is the same as the monk's. The policeman struggled, I can't do murder. The police ticket pattern, too, is a pointy upward triangle. Up until now, the 7 tickets of the 7 of them, along with the 2 on the dead old man, had a total of 4 patterns appearing. Triangles, 5 of them. Inverted triangles, 1 sheet. Circles plus triangles, 2 sheets. Circles plus inverted triangles, 1 sheet. The AI is full of conspiracies. Shen Wuzhou said in a low voice, while there is still more time, analyze the things related to ticket first. Shen Wuzhou returned the tickets back one by one and walked towards the pile of old people next to him. I'm going over there to exchange information. Shen Wuzhou had a gun, so the old people were quite cooperative. The ticket color in their hands, there are 2 kinds in total. 6 surviving seniors, 5 tickets in the flower color of circles plus triangles. There is another one with the letter K in the flower color. The last remaining ticket has the tiny letter K written in the lower right corner. Where are your ticket colors, boys? Shen Wuzhou didn't hide it and didn't waste much time. He finished answering the old man's questions briefly and returned to his group once more. There are 15 tickets left, with a total of 5 suits. Positive triangles, 5 of them. Inverted triangles, 1 sheet. Circles plus square triangles, 7 sheets. Circles plus inverted triangles, 1 sheet. Letter K, 1 sheet. Are there any different meanings to these flower colors and quantities? Chapter 109, there's a pit. 5 patterns, with barely discernible patterns in the numbers alone. The director lowered his voice, his oily forehead coming up. There's a commonality on these patterns. The surgeon followed. Their eyes swiveled warily, fearing a sudden attack from the side of the meat chops. Luckily, the 4 men there just nervously came together to look at their cell phones, looking up from time to time as if they were more afraid than they were that something bad might happen to them. The director patted Shen Wuzhou's shoulder, good gun. The ice had melted some more and the ground was slippery. The surgeon held onto the wall to keep his balance and continued to analyze in a low voice. If we're categorizing, I think we can look at square triangles, circles and square triangles together. And inverted triangles, circles and inverted triangles. The more the surgeon talked, the less confident he felt. She looked up at her husband, again seeing misgivings in the director's eyes. The ship insists on deciphering the meaning of these cards. In the game, the ship is almost invulnerable, and he must have his reasons for doing so. But does it really make sense? This is shaped like a jumbled pattern, with unruly numbers and even a letter of the alphabet that doesn't fit in at all with the rest of the pattern. These. Does it really mean anything when you compare it to the obvious eel paste next door? And a full 5 minutes had passed since the game started. The temperature in the cylindrical space was frigid. Less than 2 meters from them, the policeman shook the old woman. The surgeon squeezed the ticket in his hand and winced as he continued his analysis. Based on commonalities, we can start by dividing tickets into 3 main categories. Shin Wuzhou did not speak immediately, his brain flew to connect all the observed details. The Surgeon General makes a good point. 5 patterns, 3 main categories. If you compare these tickets in their hands horizontally with the tickets in Meatloaf's hands, both sets of tickets, then, should be in 5 patterns. Even though Shin Wuzhou only got a ticket for the group of meat steaks, it was not difficult to find a pattern when combined with the eels under the ice and the rule hints seen by Illusion Vision. Meat cutlet group, 1 food corresponds to the name of the same dish. What about their group? Dash. A slightly hoarse scream abruptly tore through the icy cold air, interrupting Shin Wuzhou's thinking. It's the old lady. A dozen gazes converged in the direction from which the scream had come, as the old woman was held down by the monk, struggling and writhing frantically like a dying maggot. Boat. You shall not die. What did you get me into the game for? The old woman broke into a desperate cry. My life. You give back my life. You give me back. Shut up. The monk growled impatiently, a sharp knife at her neck. All was silent again, and the only thing that could be heard in the air was the old woman's ragged gasp through fear. Meat Chop moved back further, and his teammates lowered their heads again. For their part, the old folks watched the show with a bit of gloating, and no one intervened at all. I ask and you answer. Lin Shimyo said, it's about whether you can live or not. The old woman looked at him with abhorrence, her eyelids drooping sullenly, her clouded gaze flickering. The little boy curiously looked toward where his brother was and clutched the corner of Shin Wuzhou's coat with some fear. Seeing that the old lady did not struggle excessively anymore, Shin Wuzhou moved back his gaze and continued to focus on the pattern of the ticket. Rule number 1. There are animals on the farm that can be used as gourmet ingredients. Rule 6. Warning, there are large numbers of animals in need of ingredients under the 6th layer of ice. Beneath the phantom vision, under the 6th layer of ice is a dark water, indeed the habitat of those animals frozen in the ice. Not far. Lin Shimyo gazed at the old lady and softly asked the first question. Will those 5 tickets that you specifically picked out end up living? The voice was really soft, but Shin Wuzhou heard it. Can we live? The problem, with Rule 1. There are more animals on the farm than just those under the water. And them. Human beings, the highest of animals. Humans, either as gourmet ingredients for pseudo-humans or, as mentioned in Rule 6, as needed ingredients for underwater animals. 2 groups of animals that are ingredients for each other. If that's the explanation. Human gourmet ingredients, 5 of them, correspond to 5 styles of ticket patterns. The gourmet ingredients for the pseudo-human and aquatic creatures also correspond to the 5 styles of ticket patterns. 2 sets of tickets that correspond to exactly 2 sets of animals. Moving on from that thought, the problem is simple. Shin Wuzhou looked at the surgeon's locked brow and moved his gaze from her face to the 2 cards in her hand. 15 cards, corresponding to 15 people. The triangles, if solved according to man, are likely to be semiotic in meaning. Positive triangles, corresponding to men. Inverted triangles, corresponding to women. Not far. The old woman's pale voice trembled. How would I know? Didn't I tell you guys? Because those kids are brave, so give them. Can or can't. Lin Shimyo said, and the monk's blade cooperated with another point forward. The little boy clung to Shin Wuzhou. He stared at the old woman, wondering what he was thinking. After Shin Wuzhou made sure that he wouldn't run around, he distracted himself from the old woman's movements while continuing to solve the cards. If that's true of triangles, what about circles? Don't kill me, came the old woman's pale voice. Brother. The little boy tugged at his shirt. Shin Wuzhou lowered his head and met a pair of large bright eyes. The little boy followed the adult's example and deliberately lowered his voice. I think Auntie misunderstood. Brother, what is the result of your solution? The director and the surgeon looked at each other. Shin Wuzhou whispered, I'll start by assuming that the triangle is male and the inverted triangle is female. The little boy didn't seem to understand. He signaled Shin Wuzhou to squat down and whisper in his ear. My brother told me that you can't have a pattern finding question without a common denominator. Brother, I don't think it's possible for so many cards to have only one with English letters and the rest with patterns. Shin Wuzhou turned his head to look at him, and the little boy's eyes were seriously wide open. Brother, what if that circle is the letter O? Shin Wuzhou froze for a moment. The letter O? The letter O, what does it stand for? Take an inverted triangle as an example. Assuming that the women with inverted triangles correspond to the women in the 15 players other than the meat platoon group and the old lady who was later forced in. The significant difference between the surgeon and the old man who died, what was it? Age? What if O is short for the English word old? Shin Wuzhou glanced appreciatively at the little boy. O plus inverted triangle, elderly female, quantity 1. Inverted triangle, young female, number 1. O plus positive triangles, elderly male, number 7. Positive triangles, young males, number 5. K is kid, child, number 1. It adds up to no more, no less, exactly 15 people. Tickets for 15 people correspond to delicious ingredients for animals and pseudo-human beings in the pool. Does this mean that those who get these 15 tickets are destined to be devoured and digested by the animals inside the pool and become part of their bodies? Then they, in turn, become a delicious ingredient for humans. Exactly corresponds to the tickets, for the meat shops they have. Everything, perfectly closed loop. But, which 5 are the right tickets, anyway? Chapter 110, Delicious Ingredients. The Other Side. At the request of the audience, in order to maintain the heat of the live broadcast room, Meat Chop lifted his cell phone from time to time, real-time report on the situation at Shinwuzhou. In his other hand were 4 tickets. In the lower right corner of the 4 tickets, the names of 4 other dishes are written, such as pickled fish and dry pot bullfrog. The edges of ticket are a little wet from hand sweat. A few heads came together and stared nervously at the screen. Just now, the old woman screaming got the live feed excited for a moment, wondering what that old lady would say. They talk in really low voices. No one with a brain is going to be loud at this point. Gentlemen, any thoughts on the 4 tickets? A few people were so nervous that they even breathed a little less. After this question came out, several long sentence analyses quickly popped up below. If we're going by the tasty ingredients mentioned in the rules, Meat Chop and the others did get really useful tickets. However, if we go by the AI's usual style, the humans at the farm are also considered tasty ingredients. Meatloaf was so startled that he almost dropped his cell phone on the ice. The young girl's face was somewhat serious, her brow furrowed under her bangs. The pop-up guy wasn't wrong. That's the point. +1. There is an advantage on the ship side. They got the photographer's ticket and can directly analyze the laws on both sides. Anchor, if my guess is correct, the tickets there on the ship should also have 5 patterns O. Correspondingly it should be 5 kinds of people. Of course this is just my guess, you'd better verify it. Upstairs, the ship may have been solved. Just now he was fuming for almost a minute. Meat Chop looked down at the ticket in his hand, and his heart raced. When you think about it, the pop-up's thinking, while seemingly jumpy, makes too much sense overall. It's not even just a 2-minute effort, and the pop-up gurus have analyzed so much with just 4 tickets. The meat steak looked up at Shin Wuzhou's direction, and even his breath was shortened. This one, he will live. Or maybe even mess it up, and he could accidentally pit the ship as the pop-up bigots expect him to do. If these do happen, he's definitely going to be a hit. Families, let's figure out a way to get the cards on the other side of the ship. Support. Ideally it's straightforward to get different ones. Anchor, by the way, you try to find out how far the ship is analyzed. A flash in the live feed. Shin Wuzhou had already begun to survey the surroundings again, wanting to find more clues. Rule number 2. Please select the 5 tickets that are truly useful and place the tickets in the designated order in the alcove next to the exit door. Do the above and the exit will open. Rule number 3. Please look carefully at the floor features and the characteristics of the animals in the farm and select the truly useful tickets. Floor characteristics and animal characteristics on the farm. Floor features, only phantoms, spike ceilings, and black drainpipes leading straight down to the bottom. And with regard to the characterization of animals, the relevant description in Rule I is as follows. Farms with animals that can be used as gourmet ingredients. On top of that, Shin Wuzhou could see the frozen creatures in the ice. Eels, fish, bullfrogs, snake. There was also a small mass of what looked like snails that were black. And then nothing else. No matter how you look at it, those are the only clues. There is no way to tell which cards are the real ingredients based on this alone. Shin Wuzhou once again looked toward his feet. However, even if he used his illusion vision to its fullest extent, he could only see a dark, ripple-free water below. In the short span of a few seconds, these thoughts flew through Shin Wuzhou's mind, but they did not manage to resolve his doubts. Shin Wuzhou sank his eyebrows. What's the verdict on that? The old woman next to the threatened man was still puffing and panting, a muddy airy sound coming from her throat from fear. Animals. Ingredients. Eels, fish, bullfrogs, snakes. I'll say. She whispered, leave me alive. Take me out. Please. Shin Wuzhou forced himself to calm down. He always looked down at his feet, the deep waters serene as a deep lifeless pool. Eels, fish, bullfrogs. I'll say. The old woman's face put on a pitiful pleading expression, but those eyes became more and more cloudy, making it hard to see. Fish, bullfrogs. The 6th level below was still as dark as ever, and there wasn't a single movement. I hate clinical people. The old lady's voice was slightly louder. So the tickets I gave them were not good ones. Not a good ticket? Lin Zhimiao asked repeatedly. Yeah, the old lady said, not a good ticket. Bullfrogs. Shen Wuzhou's scalp went numb. He knew what was wrong. Bullfrogs, not exactly aquatic creatures, are amphibians. Because they are amphibians, bullfrogs surface for air every few seconds to minutes. However, the waters below the 6th level were always quiet. There are no bubbles that a change of air would create, and no ripples or waves. Nothing. You read the rules in advance? Lin Zhimiao's voice took on a threatening tone. The old woman seemed to shiver. I've read. You know how to live? How can I live? Shen Wuzhou subconsciously clenched the 2 tickets in his hands. The rules had been misleading his thinking. The rules don't say that the animals frozen beneath the ice are the same animals that are in the farm's pool. There were definitely no bullfrogs in the pool and probably no eels. Down there, I'm afraid there are only man-eating monsters. In the manner of the rules. The old woman said in horror, in the manner of the rules, go down to the 6th floor and open the exit with the ticket in your hand. Lin Zhimiao did not reply immediately. Tickets for those people. The old lady glanced in the direction of the cutlets. Shen Wuzhou already knew the answer. Rule number 1. On the farm, there are animals that can be used as ingredients. The concept of an animal, a living being with kinetic energy. Therefore, those frozen in the ice don't count as animals. And it is known that the species of animals in the water are not the same as the species of dead animals in the ice. Rule 3. Please look carefully at the floor features and the characteristics of the animals in the farm and select the truly useful tickets. Since these in the ice are not even animals, they are not the same species as the ones in the pool. Then, the tickets that could truly open the exit of the 6th level could only be the 15 on Shen Wuzhou's side. The old woman's words drifted into her ears with a phlegmatic tone. Those 5 tickets, they won't open the exit. You guys, you need to protect the tickets you have. Lin Zhimiao stared at her closely. Go down to the 6th level and you will be able to open the exit with the 15 tickets you have here. Do you have any other questions to ask? If not, Lin Zhimiao said, monk. The next moment, there was the plop sound of a sharp blade penetrating the body. Chapter 111, The Old Lady's Calculations. The monk's forehead was covered in a fine, cold sweat. He clenched the crown of his teeth, his face a little overly white from the kill. The knife dug deep into the old woman's stomach, and she looked at him with hatred and despair in her cloudy eyes. She stared intently at the monk and let out a final hiss with all her strength. It's the ticket in the boat's hand that counts. The aging voice echoed in the cold metal cylinder, provoking everyone to look at her. Those 15 tickets. Open the exit. Pust. Lin Zhimiao took a step forward and drew his knife, and this time, the blade stabbed into the old woman's throat with pinpoint accuracy. Shut up, he chided, his voice taking on a distinctly panicked tone. Shut up. That's not what you just said to me. The old lady fell to the ground. She opened her mouth wide to try to breathe, making a ho-ho-ho sound as her windpipe was blocked. Shen Wuzhou glanced at Lin Zhimiao. His face was no better than the monk's, and a strand of his long hair was already soaked through with cold sweat. The hand that held the hilt of the blade trembled, as if shouting those 2 words had taken all his strength. Just now the interrogation process, Shen Wuzhou was heard. What the old lady said to Lin Zhimiao was exactly the same as what the old lady was shouting now. 15 tickets will open the exit. So what was Lin Zhimiao's plan when she yelled out, that's not what you just said to me? Lin Zhimiao drew his knife. He staggered over to the wall and threw up. The scene was clearly captured on Meatloaf's cell phone. The old woman's desperate hissing on her deathbed drew the pop-up audience to a moment of excitement. Wow! Anchor, you're rich. The old lady was killed, and before she died she wanted to get back at Ship and the others, so she shouted out the truth. Agree with the upstairs point of view. What the old lady said should indeed be true. Just now it was the intern doctor who was interrogating. Looking at the action it should be coercing and tricking her into talking so that she won't die. It's dead even after you tell it, so that's why the old woman is so resentful, I guess. I have a PhD in psychology. This tone of voice from the internist, it looks like he's faking it, and the old lady is telling the truth. Meatloaf's hands were trembling slightly, and his palms were sweaty. Next to him stood the 3 surviving teammates, a few of them looking at each other, all seeing celebration in each other's eyes. Meatloaf wasn't wrong, the pop-ups were really a bunch of bigots. I was able to analyze so much just from the intermittent live feeds. With them, although they could not solve the problem directly, but, at least, they could analyze the rules and the way of life in a clear way. This hand, the probability of their survival became higher. Meatchop looked in the direction of Shen Wuzhou, into the cell phone, and lowered his voice. What now, big boys? If all the good cards are in their hands, how should we change over? After saying that, he once again aimed the camera in Shen Wuzhou's direction. The little boy tugged on his brother's sleeve, and Shen Wuzhou and the director patted Lin Zhimiao's back to try to make him feel better. The monk stood off to the side, looking around warily for any sudden killings. It's okay. The director said, anyway, you always have to adapt anyway. In the grand scheme of things, there's going to be a lot of things like this in the future. And, well, at least this floor is free from death. The director glanced at the old lady's body and instinctively leaned toward Shin Wuzhou, wanting to get away. It's good to survive. Shin Wuzhou said succinctly, cheer up, you still have to bring your brother. Lin Jimiao shakily pulled out a pack of napkins. He drew out a piece of paper to wipe his mouth, turned his back to the direction of the meat steak, and analyzed it very quietly in a voice that only Shin Wuzhou, the director, the surgeon, and the monk could hear. The old woman was cunning. He spat clearly but spoke quickly. I asked sentence by sentence. She answered with a mixture of truth and falsehood. Shen Wujiao nodded, signaling him to continue on. Meat Chop keeps looking at his cell phone. Lin Ximiao maintained her speed of speech. He's live streaming. Anyone who can still stay in the live broadcast right now is not simple. Looking at Meat Chop's expression, those people definitely said something to him in the pop-ups. Shen Wuzhou and the other three exchanged glances. That, pretty much, is the consensus. Don't turn around when talking. Lin Ximiao continued to remind, we can't rule out the possibility that someone in the pop-up can lip-sync. What comes next is important. Now, except for the monk looking on, the chief and the surgeon didn't even dare to look back. Shen Wuzhou asked softly, what did you find out? He scanned the black and white countdown in the center of the ice. 12 minutes, only 4 minutes left. In the corner, eels were being thawed out, the tips of their black and yellow tails exposed. The first question was whether she had read the rules, and the old lady said she had and didn't lie. On the second question, I asked how to live, and she lied. The old woman said a total of 3 things on this subject. Lin Jimiao raised her eyes to look at them as if for emphasis. She was lying when she said she went down to the 6th floor and opened the exit with the e-ticket in her hand. The director and surgeon's faces changed. The monk's fingers twitched, and a drop of cold sweat slipped from the corner of his forehead. So how? Hear him out. Shen Wuzhou whispered, I know the way out. Lin Ximia gave him a look. In the second sentence, it's true that the 5 tickets to Meatloaf couldn't open the exit. It's also true that going down to the 6th level, the ticket in our hands opens the exit. When Lin Jimiao finished, his slightly longer hair was already disheveled and his brows were locked. Our 5 tickets are the ones that will open the exit to the 6th floor, but the exit to the 6th floor won't keep us alive. Why? He looked at Shin Wuzhou. There is indeed an exit on the 6th floor. I can only guess that it's not a real exit, and our tickets, in fact, aren't really useful tickets. The director looked at Lin Jimiao and then at Shin Wuzhou. The temperature was low and he was already shivering a little from the cold. Kobayashi, so that line you just yelled, you did it on purpose? Lin Jimiao said, yes. I didn't analyze the rules carefully, but judging from past levels, the AI doesn't give everything for nothing. It's never wrong to deepen Meat Ro's misunderstanding of them. The old woman is cunning, she knows everything. Lin Ximiao gritted his teeth. She was originally looking for someone to be a scapegoat. Meat Chop and the others wanted to run away from the battle, and she hated them, so she purposely gave them the wrong tickets, to make them think they had the right ones in their hands. Indeed, this point Shin Wuzhou agreed. This move made Meat Chop and the gang a target from the start. If you get a different group of more ruthless players, the first step into the game is to kill people for votes. Then you forced her into the game, and we were all in on it. Lin Jimiao smiled pale at Shin Wuzhou. She knew she was going to die from the moment I threatened her, I'm afraid. So, she would purposely give me mixed messages of truth and falsehood, so that our 2 parties would fight each other to get to the exit door that goes down to the 6th floor. In fact, she gave the wrong life. Lin Jimiao turned her face sideways and looked at the old woman's decaying body. She's asking everyone to die with her then. No one spoke, and the breathing of the chief, the surgeon, and the monk became shallow, the surgeon's eyes reddening with tension. The little boy seemed to understand, and he clung to his brother's waist, obviously scared. Lin Jimiao patted the little boy's head. Ship, what about you? Have you come up with anything yet? 2 minutes left on the countdown. The ceiling. Shin Wuzhou said softly, spreading the tickets in his hand. I analyzed the rules and tickets. We need to get all the wrong tickets in Meat Ro's hands. He heard the director gulp. Time was of the essence, and he wanted to finish the whole plan before the killing began on the next level. As for our tickets here dash. O, short for old. Triangle is male, inverted triangle is female. K is kid. We're the food here. The director's face got even better. The surgeon grabbed her husband's hand and pursed her lips tightly. It was a game where there wasn't just one spot left alive, so there was no need for him to hide it. The other people Shin Wuzhou didn't know well, but the director and the interns were nice to him. Privately, Shin Wuzhou didn't really want them to die either. It's just that at the moment, the matter of the illusion vision absolutely cannot be told to them. You can only say what you can get by reasoning. And Lin Jimiao's words, exactly the 6th floor of the exit is not the real exit of the truth, to make up for the part that he could not say. The rules say there's a painless goodbye device on the 5th level. Shin Wuzhou continued to lower his voice. If the 6th floor isn't the real exit, then all we need is to leave from the 5th floor. The wrong ticket is the right one. The way to die is the way to live. So next level, try to change your ticket. Chapter 112. The way of death is the way of life. Lin Jimiao turned back and glanced at the rules again. Shin Wuzhou wasn't wrong. In the rules, there were only 2 paths that could be left given. down, or up. But the ceiling. Lin Xinyao hesitated. At the moment, the ice under their feet melted down to a thin layer, and the black palette below was clearly visible. The sharp, pointy metal spikes on the ceiling reflected chillingly on the pure black background. Is this really the way to leave? In case. The director swept along with Lin Xinyao gaze and apparently saw those terrifying reflections as well. He looked up at Shin Wuzhou and his lips were shivering. He vividly remembered anxiously watching the last game live in his office, fearing that the unconscious patient would die out there. On that occasion, it was the same horrible metal thorns that ran the entirety of the cage fighter through. Are they going to do the same? He knew the ship was awesome, but his eyes couldn't fool anyone. Could the spikes he saw with his own eyes really be the way out? Will they be like those players? I believe you. The surgeon whispered, poking her emboldened husband next to her. Her waxy face assumed a look of determination, and she spoke in a low but extremely bold voice. It's times like these, the surgeon said in a low voice, just like in the operating room. The fight is the silver lining. Don't say anything unlucky, what a bet. The director lowered his voice and chided, since when have you had major surgery, what nonsense. The surgeon was silent. The director tried to wipe his forehead, but it was so cold in here that there wasn't much sweat left on his head. We'll follow you. The director took a deep breath. Ship, don't drop your chain. Remember, you never drop your chain when you get into trouble in the asylum. I'll follow. The monk twisted his head and whispered. I've watched you live, I've played games with you, you're the big man. He knew he wasn't very bright, and it was hard as hell for him to analyze the rules. But he knew it was better to grit his teeth and take a gamble after the big man than to be banging his head all over the place like a fly. After all, there is still a little hope of survival. Only 30 seconds left on the clock. The ice was getting thinner and thinner, and was already breaking up because it couldn't hold the weight of the crowd. Shin Wuzhou raised his eyes and looked at it. The eel was completely thawed out, blending in with the black color of the tray, making it hard to spot. Once the tray is gone, this dead eel will follow them and fall into the second layer of ice. Shin Wuzhou looked at the meat row that was hiding behind his teammates and looking down at his cell phone, and a thought welled up in his heart. You can't treat the people in the live pop-ups like cuties. With the old lady making so much noise before she died, the opposite side must also be able to confirm that the tickets that can really open the exit are the 15 that Shin Wuzhou has here. Together with Lin Jimiao's previous shout that showed extremely heavy traces of acting, the opposite side was afraid that they were even more certain that their side was covering up the truth. So, the opposite idea, the probability is to get 15 tickets. And, they would think that Shin Wuzhou also wanted to grab these 15 tickets. Meatloaf's camera was pointed at the ice at his feet, and his breathing was a little ragged. In the pop-ups, a bunch of suggestions crossed the line. There are guns in the boat, so don't you move the boat yet, and get at those old things first. You go and switch with them, they won't dare resist. Maybe even kill 2 of them. Yes, there are only 14 of you on the 3rd level of the load bearing, 17 of you now. Dr. Psycho advises you to start by bluffing in front of the ship and not revealing the fact that you know the results of your analysis from us. Agreed. You go over there first and ask the ship if you can swap cards, and then switch back on the next level. That way, you can still test the depths of the ship itself. I reviewed it, and the bullets in the boat gun were most likely brought out and given by the police from the last round of the game, in very limited quantities. Go ahead and try the depths, he doesn't always spare those bullets. Shin Wuzhou moved his eyes away. One thing the pop-ups won't know. What Shin Wuzhou wanted was not the correct ticket that could open the exit of the 6th floor. Rather, it's the mistake ticket that can take them up to the ceiling. Indeed, bullets are too precious for Shin Wuzhou to use indiscriminately. So, can we use the animals in the ice and then use the shock of the previous control to put on a show? Since they want to change their cards, let's do what they want first. A viewer on Meatloaf's phone screen summarized. Why don't you just propose this, change your ticket at the next level, and change it back at the next level. Then, on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels, you operate as such. That's a good way to do it, and a good reason. Just say you want to see their tickets, and they can see yours, fair enough. That's an idea to try. Another pop-up said, the weak will be the only ones to die in the beginning. On the 3rd level, you'll kill 2 more weak ones. That wife of the head of the psychiatric department and that little boy have the highest probability of death. The ship is more indifferent, he won't care if you don't kill him. And in that case, the useful ticket happens to be in your hand on the 4th floor. With the experience of the first 2 floors, you can also test out the ship. The odds are that he won't spare a gun. Yes, you go to the 4th level and threaten the ship. Tell him that if he dares to shoot, you'll tear the ticket. For the first 2 levels, you gain the ship's trust and get him to let his guard down a little. That method doesn't always work, and the ship isn't a cutie. We'll see what happens when the time comes, and after we analyze the tickets, we'll have another round of misdirection. 15 seconds. The ice was nearly completely shattered. Shin Wuzhou half-crouched his body and made complete preparations for landing. Before the game started, he had already utilized the intimidating control of the pistol and was somewhat vocal. The most logical way, then, is to use this power of speech to set a vote exchange rule. On the second level, in the name of analyzing, let the meat chops and them exchange tickets in their hands with each other. On the third level, switch back, and this time the cutlet will still be holding the name of the dish ticket. On the fourth level, find a way to change it again, and the meat platoon gets the ticket associated with the person. The fourth tier has a capacity of 11 people and the fifth tier 8 people. There's no way to avoid the killing in any case. Under the rules, the weak are strong. The frail old man will surely die first. In other words, when they descended to the fourth level, it was likely that only Meat Ro and Shin Wuzhou's side were left on the field. When the time comes, if Meat Chop has a useful ticket in his hand, he will probably refuse to return it. But if that's the case, it's just right. They just saw the opportunity to play a game with the opposite side. Shin Wuzhou lowered his eyes. Cooperate with me in acting. Shin Wuzhou softly commanded, on the next level, I will set the rules. On the other side, Meatloaf put away his cell phone. He looked at the old man cowering in a ball in the corner, his eyes fierce. I'm going to kill someone, he whispered. So many people out there have killed to stay alive. The law is not against it. 1 second. The trays under the feet of the crowd disappeared into thin air as if they were burst bubbles. The man, the corpse, and the eel all fell together in one abrupt fall. Chapter 113, Exchange of Tickets. The distance between the second layer of ice and the first is almost less than 2 meters. Shin Wuzhou fell heavily on the ice, not caring about the dull pain in his back. He moved quickly to stand up by holding the wall. The speed of the meat steak was about the same as Shin Wuzhou. As if they had made up their minds, the meat chops didn't care about the slippery surface of the ice, and slid directly towards the group of old people who were moving the slowest. I want to live. The sharp knife stabbed into the flesh without mercy, blood splattering the face of the meat chop. I want to live. Shin Wuzhou didn't make a move to stop it. The rules of the game are brutal, no death, no life. He can't save anyone in this situation. Being able to save yourself as much as possible and pulling a few strings when you have room to do so has been great. Meat Chop looked a bit maniacal as the knife pierced through the 4 old men's bodies without mercy, and the fishy odor quickly filled the cold space. The 5th old man tried to fight back, yet his aging body was too weak, and his knife only left a gash in the Meat Chop's arm. Scarlet bled across the light-colored jacket, completely enraging the cutlet. With a foul mouth and the familiar sound of killing, the last of the old men fell to the ground, out of breath. The game's current live count has plummeted from 17 to 12. Meatloaf wiped the knife and stifled the stomach-churning desire to vomit as he gasped and stood up. His heart was beating hard and his brain was spinning fast at the limit. Boat had a gun in his hand, but Boat didn't make a move to stop the killing that had just taken place. The implication is clear. The ship didn't want to stop it. In other words, it was in his interest to make his own move. I didn't mean anything by it. Meatloaf slipped the knife into his pocket and held up his own hands in a gesture of surrender. He faced Shin Wuzhou and the others, forcing down his ragged breathing and squeezing a pleasing smile on his face. I can't help it. The rules say that only 14 can live on the 3rd floor. We're up to par now, aren't we? 11 alive on the 4th level, just need to kill one more. Look, at least this. Meat Chop's eyes swept down toward the little boy. Lin Jinyo looked at him coldly without speaking. Shin Wuzhou's hand hidden in his sleeve gripped the gun tightly, not knowing if he could do anything about Meat Chop's words. Meatloaf's voice shook a little, not sure if it was nerves or the shock of having just killed someone. 10 minutes on this 2nd level and 8 minutes on the 3rd level, we can peacefully coexist, right? In the center of the ice, the scarlet projection of the rules and the new 10-minute countdown pierced Shin Wuzhou's eyes. He took his time and waited until the cutlet was a bit of a manacle before he spoke. That's fine. Shin Wuzhou said succinctly, before going down to the 4th level, our 2 parties will first exchange tickets once. Meatloaf froze. Spinning around, the heartbeat, which had managed to calm down a bit, began to speed up again, the thumping sound hitting the brain. Replacement tickets. Shin Wuzhou actually took the initiative to offer to replace the tickets? He got it all this time? Meat Chop's heart welled up with a surge of surprise. Conditional. Shin Wuzhou felt a wave of nausea as he watched the dramatically changed expression of the meat steak. You can't take the Meat Chops and the people in the pop-ups too literally. Shin Wuzhou had shown a character that was on the side of caution and indifference in the previous games. Such a character can't easily switch ticket all the way to Meat Row directly. In particular, Fawn's mother shouted the words 15 tickets are useful before she died. How can a normal thinking person in this situation easily swap out tickets that might be useful? Replacing them all, on the contrary, raises suspicion. First exchange 5 with you. Shin Wuzhou said, the tickets you have there are only 5 in total, and I took one away earlier. It's the equivalent of, trading 4 of yours for 5 of ours. Fair enough, right? Next floor, then switch back. Shin Wuzhou deliberately loosened his hand, leaking a gun barrel from his sleeve. 5 of them, you can take your pick. I don't need to tell you the consequences if you go back on your word. Meatloaf was a little undecided. It was impossible for him to directly take out his cell phone to read the pop-ups in front of Shin Wuzhou. And Shin Wuzhou just looked at him with a pair of deep eyes, looking at him a bit creepy. Okay then. Meatloaf gritted his teeth and winced. I will definitely return it for the next level. But, you have a total of 15 tickets, and the other 10. Shin Wuzhou smoothly went down a step. The next layer doesn't need to be dead for now. If you keep your word, we can switch again on the next lower level. Meat Chop gritted his teeth, his hand unconsciously trying to reach for his cell phone to see what the pop-up gurus had to say. Both the man was so shady that he couldn't figure out what the other man was thinking. Right now, one could only agree to his conditions before taking a step forward. No problem. Meatro squeezed out an ugly smile. He took a tentative step forward and pulled out 4 tickets from his pocket. Big man, 5 on your side, how do I? Shin Wuzhou pointed to the crooked old man's body next to him. Drop your weapon. 8 tickets over there, 7 tickets for us here, you can take your pick. Meatloaf nodded without further comment. He grabbed 5 tickets of different colors and shoved the tickets he had in his hand to Shin Wuzhou, after which he quickly picked up his knife and left. Shin Wuzhou lowered his head and showed the others the other 4 tickets that the meat steak had exchanged for. First one, dry-boiled bullfrog. Second one, pickled fish. The third one, the big pretzel snake. Fourth sheet, popping leeches. Shin Wuzhou didn't hold back and once again looked down at the 5th floor. That pile of black stuff that looks like a snail on the 5th floor is actually a leech? Now there's another problem. The words came from the monk. He looked at the 5 tickets, his forehead drenched in sweat. We all overlooked it before. He whispered, there is no way for all 7 of us to survive in the middle of the game. Monk looks at ticket and then at the rules. Boat, can you think of anything? The monk's voice was not loud, but when these words came out, Shin Wuzhou felt the air freeze. Several people looked at each other in disbelief. Lin Jimiao protecting the little boy, the director blocking the surgeon, all silently dispersed to the sides. Women and children are vulnerable, but their families do not want them to get hurt. What now? Lin Jimiao asked softly. Ship, what do you think? Shin Wuzhou could hear the worry in Lin Jimiao's tone. In the end, there were only 5 tickets that were useful, but in their group, there were 7 of them. According to Rule 7, in order to use the painless farewell device to go up, you must have a ticket in your hand. Their group will probably start killing each other in 10 minutes or so. No one dares to move Shin Wuzhou, but others. Shin Wuzhou noticed that Lin Jimiao's fists tightened subtly. There are no loopholes in the rules. Shin Wuzhou honestly said that for the first time, he felt stagnant and stuffy in his heart. Everyone looked at him, Lin Simeon standing close to the police while the surgeon clutched the chief's hand. My advice is to forget about it for now and drop down to the 5th floor. Otherwise, pust. Shin Wuzhou's words were interrupted by the sound of a sharp blade piercing through flesh and blood. He looked up and over. This time it was the policeman who suffered, the scarlet color spreading from where his heart was, the tip of the knife glinting coldly in the light. Lin Jimiao drew out his blade and tried to suppress his breathing, his eyes red. 6. He said arduously, looking ready to vomit at any moment. No one said anything, and the surgeon's other hand covered her mouth to stifle the sobs that began. The director and the monk froze in place, as if they hadn't expected Lin Jimiao to engage in such behavior. Even Shin Wuzhou, who had always had no waves, was really frozen for a moment. As far as force was concerned, the cut was harder than the one that had stabbed the old woman in the throat. And after Lin Jimiao completely killed the old woman, she vomited for half a day just throwing up. I can't help it. Lin Jimiao looked up at them. I can't help it. I chose him for a reason, he's alone and close to me. His death will not touch any of the rest of you. He turned to Shin Wuzhou, and the little boy timidly hid in his arms, tears rolling down from those big eyes. Boat, and you saved a round. And the leader. Lin Jimiao turned to the director and smiled with a pale face. Your chances of survival have gotten better, and no one will make a move on you for a while. Isn't that right? No one blamed Lin Jimiao for his behavior. In extreme cases, one's sense of morality becomes illusory in order to stay alive. The director pulled at the corners of his mouth grudgingly. It should be that the probability of your sister-in-law's survival has become higher. Lin Jimiao didn't speak again. Get to business, Shin Wuzhou said. There are only 11 people left now. No one should die here again until the 4th level. He swept his gaze stealthily across the ice. The eel that had followed them down was underneath a body sitting against the wall in the corner. Meatloaf, on the other hand, was cowering across from them as he had been before, and the commotion that had just taken place here had apparently been fully recorded by his cell phone as well. The pop-ups are kind of hilarious. Wow, the ship side is starting to kill itself. Congrats to the anchor, survivor number 11, making it to the 4th level won't be a problem. Let's not talk about anything else, let's look at the tickets that were exchanged first. Don't tell me, dude really guessed it right, it's really 5 patterns. If it's the case that these tickets correspond to humans, as I guessed before, then the patterns on them should be pretty easy to decipher. Are there any great powers out there? Meatloaf, I know. I've studied a little bit of cryptography and semiotics, and there's really nothing wrong with what Fong's mom said. Ooh, awesome upstairs. Who is it? I'm from the police department and I just got out of the game yesterday. Coincidentally, Fong was in the same game as me, and he died. Meatloaf swallowed, not caring about that little detail. He grabbed the odd 5 tickets in his hand and stared intently at the contents of the pop-up. The eye that claimed to be a police officer quickly posted up a quote. Before the dead, across the street there were elderly males, elderly females, males, females, and children. O is the first letter of old and K is the first letter of kid. That's probably what it is. The problem is the meat row, and the opposite side is likely to solve it as well. Right, Anchor? How are you going to get the opposite side to reverse their attitude and think that the cards on your side are useless and then willingly give them to you? Meatloaf didn't say a word, and the pop-ups went on and on. One thing we can be sure of now is that ships don't take bullets and guns lightly. Brothers, judging by the ship's previous cautiousness in exchanging tickets and the random selection of tickets, I think it's likely that he didn't decipher what the tickets really meant. A pop-up popped up and caught Meat Chop's attention. Amidst the curiosity of the audience, that ID typed up a very long paragraph. Ship's character is on the cautious side. I've analyzed his previous games and he doesn't do anything he's not sure of. If he was certain that this ticket was useful, or if he had already unraveled the meaning of this ticket with some clues, he wouldn't have agreed to the meat row for the ticket at all. Keep your tickets firmly in hand and then pit the meat rows. But you see, what are they doing now? That pop-up added a smiley face emoji. The ship is looking down its nose at the cutlets for past tickets, and the interns are killing their fellow crew members. I'm afraid they're desperate themselves. Ha ha ha. Looks like this game, there are really a lot of pits. On the live broadcast screen, Shinwuzhou suddenly moved. The pop-up was quiet for a moment. Meatloaf and the rest of the audience just watched as Shinwuzhou stepped across the ice, bent over, and pick up a dead eel. Then, as if he thought of something, he froze for a few seconds the moment he got the eel. When he had meticulously sized up the eel in his hand, it was only then that he sauntered back to discuss something with the others in a low voice. Ah yes, have you guys noticed anything else? There was some urgency in the pop-up. The ship really didn't unravel anything this way. He actually discusses it with other people. My goodness. If he really thought of something, the odds are that he would have kept it to himself as well, as is usually normal. Support! Meat Chop looked at Shinwuzhou's back and felt a trance. He didn't doubt what the pop-up gurus were saying. All of their reasoning and analysis was so much better than him banging around in a headlong daze on his own. In just 10 minutes or so, these bigwigs analyzed the truth of this game. As for Shinwuzhou's side of the situation, the big brothers had a point. That is to say, he analyzed something that a ship of this caliber hadn't even analyzed? The ship hadn't even confirmed it after all that discussion, and he even knew everything with a few minutes left in the countdown to the first level? Meatloaf's brain was groggy, and he watched the live streaming stats, surprisingly feeling a twinge of relief in the cold, blood-soaked farm. This hand. He will be the final winner. When he goes out, his live stats will take off. As for the crisis, get out and everything will be fine soon, right? That must be it. Haha, in that case, Meat Chop, let's simply utilize the eels and steer the ship in the wrong direction. Let's just see if it works. If you can even just clutch these tickets and simply not change them. Chapter 114 Misdirection. The eel in Shinwuzhou's hand startled the monk. The director and his wife looked at each other, a circle of people coming together in some surprise. Where did this come from? Frozen in the first layer of ice. Shinwuzhou said simply, I noticed it early on. The surgeon raised his eyes to the rules and nervously touched his hair. That's misleading. She took the eel and scrutinized it. The eel was dead through and through, its soft, slippery body releasing a fishy odor. Dead creatures can't be counted as animals. There is an error or omission in the rules. Up to this point, all the traces in the words the old woman said, and Shinwuzhou's reasoning, all corresponded perfectly. Lin Jimiao darted a glance up in the direction of the meat steak, moved to a more private position, and took out his cell phone to open it. Looking at this position from the viewpoint of the meat steak, Lin Jimiao's figure was heavily obscured. He clicked into Meat Chop's livestream and frowned for 2 seconds before showing Shinwuzhou the livestream pop-up. Several people were clearly visible on the live feed. The pop-ups weren't exactly fast, but each one was pretty dry. The eel on the ship's hand should correspond to the floor feature. The eel, I think, is the animal that the rule points to. Ha, the rules do look a bit interesting when you look at them like that, ha. Too bad dead animals don't count as animals, don't try to fool me. Meatloaf, I suggest you get a move on. Don't forget that the ship interrogated the old woman. He likely knows no less information than we do. Shinwuzhou raised his head and exchanged glances with the others, continuing to look down at the pop-ups. There are really quite a lot of capable people in the pop-ups, and what Shinwuzhou reasoned out with the help of illusion vision, they all showed their skills and came up with answers using other ways of thinking. But after a dozen or so swipes in a row, no one in the pop-up screen launched the conclusion that the 5th floor is the real exit. They couldn't see the black drain pipe that went right down to the bottom, and cleared their heads thinking it was just a game of kill and reason. Shinwuzhou was still one step ahead of them. I'm looking for this nursing home and I'm almost there already. One pop-up caught Shinwuzhou's attention. Anchor, you try to find a way to test out the ship's attitude first, and see what the real progress is over there. Try it. If you can pit the ship, you've made a name for yourself. The director's brow furrowed. What does that mean? He asked very softly, why should I pit you? Shin Wuzhou shook his head and did not answer the question. Since the opposite side wanted to know their progress, they simply put on a fake show. Just pretend that we really didn't solve it. Shin Wuzhou said, fool them. Listen to me, let's do this. Over at Meatloaf, the three remaining men likewise looked at each other in disbelief. The young girl's face turned a little white as she looked up at Shin Wuzhou's side and visibly cowered. How is this going to be asked? In the name of exchange, they won't tell the truth, will they? Almost as soon as the words fell, a commotion came from Shin Wuzhou's side. Meatloaf looked up, his cell phone squeezed tightly in his hand. Across the street, the boat gang seemed to have erupted into some conflict over something. The intern looked like he was pumped, pulling the little boy with him, looking like he was arguing with the ship. The head of psychiatry and the woman were pulling the strings, and one acted as a backdrop and didn't get involved at all. What's going on here? Meatloaf hastily lifted his cell phone again to broadcast the farce live to the big boys. Can't say what they can analyze. Shin Wuzhou's back was turned to the camera, and the intern doctor's face was seen clearly. At first, they weren't too loud, and you could only hear some of them faintly. But things are quickly getting a little out of control. The internist's voice got louder and louder, and the four people on this side of the meat shop could hear it. Ship, I told you, I can't possibly misjudge. That old woman isn't lying, she's telling the truth, why don't you believe her? Shin Wuzhou's voice was still calm, so it was somewhat small. Meat Chop and his teammates exchanged glances, tacitly keeping quiet. Meatloaf clutched his cell phone and even held his breath. Providence. This is a godsend. They had just been discussing how to test out Shin Wuzhou's side. Isn't this coming? They didn't even have to try, the opposite side of the room was arguing. Just calm down. Shin Wuzhou's voice was also cold, but Meat Chop could hear it clearly. His mind was so focused that he was afraid of missing something. That old woman could be lying. Shin Wuzhou was analyzing, and he couldn't hear any emotion in his tone. She hates us, we brought her down by force. She hates the opposite side just as much. Shin Wuzhou lied with an expressionless face, making sure that Meat Chop could hear what he was saying. She was all set to die, but she could have lived. What truth do you think comes out of the mouth of a man who died unjustly? Meatloaf looked up, and the others looked at each other in disbelief. Don't say. What the ship said seems to make some sense. She just wanted us to die with her, so she gave everyone the wrong information on her deathbed. Doctor, what makes you think the old lady shouted that on her deathbed just to get us to kill each other? We're going to kill each other anyway, aren't we? In the live feed, Lin Jimiao's expression really wasn't considered good. I told you, I can tell if she's lying by the look on her face. What's wrong with you? Shin Wuzhou carried the eel in his hand, wringing oil eel paste. Although the dead animal isn't an animal, there's the same in the water at the bottom. That's the most logical explanation I can think of. Lin Jimiao pulled her hair in pain. Ship, listen to me. You've won too many games and have drifted dash. Shin Wuzhou sneered back. You didn't learn micro-expression analysis just from the last game, did you? These words were interspersed with the director's kindly sentences, and it took some effort for Meat Chop to hear them. He was a little confused and subconsciously looked down at the pop-up. These two quarreled, though not a word was mentioned about the resolution of the 5 ticket patterns given to him. But, word for word, how he listened to it was how he didn't interpret the meaning of the ticket. Is that possible? Is this really true? Barely audible. Wow, is the ship real? I listened to it too, and it felt like he just didn't understand the meaning of the ticket. And he was assuming the old woman was lying. Ha ha ha. Families, don't laugh, it's really possible to not understand. I haven't studied semiotics like that dude did, and I look at it and I'm just really confused. So true, I was confused at first. That O is a square circle and I really didn't even think in the direction of the alphabet. Dr. Psycho tells you that interns have a real look on their face. At least I can't pick out the prick. I can't see the expression on the ship's face, but his tone is familiar to me, and it doesn't sound like he's telling a lie. A heart beat a little faster when Meat Chop saw this. What Dr. Psychologists are saying. He looked up at the intern and a surge of joy flooded through him. Shin Wuzhou really didn't solve the meaning of the cards, so everything, then, was quite understandable. He didn't know who these cards represented, so he had to solve his original ones first. It just so happens that these are very disorienting again, so the ship is planted straight away with this one. Meatloaf and the other three looked at each other in disbelief. The somewhat shorter man looked rather eagerly at the pop-up. Platoon, in that case, can we not return the cards? He glanced over in Shin Wuzhou's direction, and his hands shook a little, not knowing if he was nervous or shaking. Or, how about we ask the big boys again how to act more prudently? Or there is. The young girl came over to me, her voice shaking with cold. Brother Platoon, when it comes down to it, we can do neither. If the ship might die, why don't you find another way to get his gun on the 5th or 4th level? On the last floor, we can only survive 5. Meatloaf twisted her head to look at her, and the young girl gasped, her eyes looking ambitious. Indeed. Guns are good. Especially Shin Wuzhou's gun, that is the game one hit will die props. If you get it, even if it's loaded with normal bullets, it should work much better than a normal firearm, right? Meatloaf's breath caught in his throat. He lowered his head as a new pop-up yanked him back to his senses. Anchor, take it easy. There are 3 minutes left before you fall to the next level. Across from them, Shin Wuzhou and Lin Jimiao seemed to have made up briefly under the director's persuasion. The two still seemed to be arguing about something, only their voices had returned to their original slightly lighter volume and were inaudible. In a place where Meat Platoon had no way to see, Shin Wuzhou was looking down at the pop-ups on the screen. Yeah, don't eyeball that gun just yet, keep your cards in your hand. Meatloaf was actually pining for his gun? The ship shouldn't be unpacked by now, but you'll have to load it too. Yes, the ship is still smart after all, having been through a few rounds of the game. I suggest you act as if the card is indeed difficult to solve and go over and replace it again. You go and test the attitude, and say that they have 15 tickets there, and you're looking at 5. Then, you ask if you can get 5 more different ones and keep looking. Haha, that's a good idea. You can still test the ship's attitude. From his attitude toward the tickets, then determine what he really thinks. Judging by the attitude of the pop-ups, Meat Chop should be taking these big boys at their word. Lin Jimiao moved stealthily to put her cell phone away, and a few people touched eyes. Still have to act it out. Shin Wuzhou twisted his head and glanced at the countdown. There was only 1 minute left. The ice had become slippery and fragile once again, and had cracked a bit where several people stood. And in the corner, the animal that had been frozen in the ice showed most of its body, apparently also lifeless. The next tier won't have to kill for a while yet, he'll play nice and pretend for a while. The most intuitive understanding of what the pop-ups say about his attitude toward tickets is just whether he wants to switch those 4 back from Meat Row. If he doesn't switch back, he's making a mistake for a right in the eyes of the live audience. If he switches back, I'm afraid those guys are in a bit of a crisis. 10 seconds. Shin Wuzhou subconsciously glanced at the black water pipe. As the last of the icy water trickled down, the pallet at their feet once again abruptly disappeared. Bodies, people and dead animals slammed down together, and this time, the ice was noticeably less thick. Shin Wuzhou held his head with both hands, and the moment he landed, he heard the ice rattle unbearably. Accompanied by a sharp drop sound, a scarlet projection of the rules and a new 8-minute countdown once again appeared in the center of the ice. Shin Wuzhou moved quickly to stand up holding onto the wall. Their position dropped down another 2 meters or so, and the temperature got colder and colder. And this time, his illusory vision was finally able to see clearly down to the 5th floor. A thick phantom layer of water was stacked above the ice on the 6th level. Under the ice water, the ice had become much thinner than it was at the beginning, like a thin layer of glass. The thin glass phantom is slowly sliding downward, probably because of the melting edges. Shin Wuzhou narrowed his eyes. The straight line distance between him and the lowermost waters was reduced by 4 meters. Now, the water beneath, illusion vision, was no longer completely black. Under the pitch blackness, several giant shadows of darker colors swam, making Shin Wuzhou think of the writhing stomach sacks of the pseudo-people. Sure enough, what is kept in the water is not any eel or bullfrog at all. Shin Wuzhou withdrew his gaze. Not far away, the cutlet stepped carefully through the ice. His hands trembled nervously, and his face assumed a look of unnatural flattery. There are guns in the hands of the boats. Though he was sure and had the means to do so, he still had to be cautious. Saves the opposite side from getting upset and shooting themselves in the head. Thinking of this, Meat Chop stopped not far from Shin Wuzhou. He trembled and revealed a smile, spreading out the 5 tickets on his hands and showing them to Shin Wuzhou. Boat, I'll change back the ticket. Meat Chop made his purpose known while Shin Wuzhou on the opposite side frowned. Okay. Shin Wuzhou's tone had a subtle hint of displeasure. Tell you what, let's go by the same rules as at the very beginning. On the next level, you'll return those tickets. Meat Chop heard the emotions in Shin Wuzhou's tone and his heart was happy. The boat is not cool. The boat doesn't want to change the ticket. Doesn't that mean that he thought those tickets, with the names of the dishes on them, would open the exit? In that case, everything is negotiable. He was about to agree, but he saw the intern doctor on the side poking Shin Wuzhou's arm hard. You don't have to change back for the next level. Lin Jimiao deliberately sang the opposite tune. You just take it away dash. How is this good? Meatloaf said in a huff. He took a look at Shin Wuzhou's face and after realizing that Shin Wuzhou was unpleasantly slack-jawed, he put his heart down. Good. Inside this group, the boat has the guns and the boat says what it wants. It still doesn't look like Ship wants to change his cards much. Meatloaf's heart was relieved and his face smiled even wider. That, big man. I have something that I would like to discuss with you. He spread out the 5 cards. These cards of yours, they are too complicated for us to solve. Look, can you give us a little grace to change our tickets? Can I see the other 5 cards you have here? Meatloaf finished his 3 sentences, carefully watching the Ship's face. Seeing the other man's expression ease, he was relieved to say the 4th sentence. Don't worry, we'll leave this 4 tickets with you just the same. Next floor, we'll switch back. Chapter 115, Fooled. Meat Chop looked at Shin Wuzhou, whose face was not particularly good looking, and his brain was turning up in smoke. He is not a cutie himself. The big guy in the pop-up said the Ship was smart after all, which he agreed with. Right now, the 5 tickets in one's hand were, after all, 5 of a different color. K and 2 triangular tickets representing different women, both arguably the only colors in the house. If we hastily replace all of them back, what should we do if the ship looks at the tickets of the 5 colors and suddenly becomes enlightened? When you think about it that way, it's safer to keep those 5 tickets to yourself anyways. These 5 tickets were properly the keys to the 6th floor. Even if Shin Waozhou suddenly reacts and wants to take action against them, he can still use the threat of tearing the ticket. Thinking of this, Meat Chop heatedly smiled at Shin Waozhou. Thank you, big brother. Then we'll keep these 5 tickets and return them on the 4th floor. Meat Chop said while observing Shin Waozhou's expression. Bob looked to be happy from the bottom of his heart, even with a smile at the corner of his mouth. In Shin Waozhou's opinion, this Meat Chop belonged to the paradigm of thinking too much and still thinking wrong. Right now, Meat Chop is really making things easy for him by acting like this. On the contrary, the intern doctor's face was hard to see. Ship, are you sure you don't want to think about it anymore? The ship swept coldly past the intern, and the doctor in training wanted to speak, but didn't. Meat Chop hastily collected the ticket and carefully stepped back. Thanks a lot, Biggie. Thanks, big brother. Pity. That intern was pretty smart. But the ship, it's practically sending life into his hands. Not daring to delay, Meatloaf tried to go as fast as he could through the already somewhat melted ice. Shin Waozhou, on the other hand, stepped over the corpses of the old men who had stiffened and bent down, deliberately picking up a strangely shaped fish at an angle that could be barely photographed by the live stream of the meat steak. It's the animal that's frozen in the second layer of ice. This step is also just to better confuse the other side. By the time he grabbed the frozen fish and returned to the team, Lin Jimyo had already reopened the live stream. It looked like Meatloaf had just given his cell phone to one of his other partners. The pop-ups didn't stop, and there was a lot of talk about the scene of the replacement tickets. It's a success for now. At least for the 3rd level, the correct ticket will stay in our hands. Anchor teammates are very powerful and just zoomed in. In my deep experience in psychology for so many years, the ship was really happy at the end and the intern was really unhappy. Hey, you guys, is it possible that in the end the intern doctor will be able to decipher the true meaning of ticket? It feels like he's pretty smart. The ship got a new animal, a fish. But that one doesn't matter anymore. Shin Waozhou slightly lowered his heart. The pop-ups are right on the money. At least for the 3rd level, the correct ticket stays in the meat platoon's hand. As for what happens after the 4th level, simply take it as it comes, take a step and see what happens. The other side. Meat Chop and a group of 4 others whispered. Luckily, the opposite side is really not solved. The slightly scrawny man sighed in relief. Brother Platoon, good job. We should all survive this one. Meatloaf clutched the 5 cards in his hand firmly and leaned insecurely against the wall. 2 things are more important right now, he said. The pop-ups have question marks. Which 2 things did the anchor say were important? I already thought of that. Looks like the anchor isn't a complete idiot. These pop-ups were read word for word by Shin Waozhou. He didn't dare turn on his voice, and Meat Chop spoke so quietly that he couldn't hear what Meat Chop was saying. The good thing was that he could surmise what the conversation was about on Meat Rose's side through the pop-up reactions. In the damp, chilly air, Meatloaf exhaled slowly. That's right. He glanced warily in Shin Waozhou's direction. Ship seems to be looking down at the ticket in his hand while the others are obviously discussing things. Meat Chop then dropped his heart. Bigwigs, the rules say to observe the characteristics of each floor and place the tickets in order. Does anyone have a clue about this? Now, ticket is useful, he knows that, and he knows what ticket means. But it's no use just knowing those 2 things. Rule number 2 explicitly states that tickets are to be placed in the designated order in the alcove next to the exit door. That order, what order would it be? Interesting question. But Anchor, what other order do you think it could be? The rules call for observing the floor features on each floor. I actually looked earlier, and the only distinguishing features of the floors are basically the spray-painted serial numbers and the animals frozen in the ice. So the boat is seeing that order and thinking that the eels and fish are in order, and that's why the dish name tickets are useful, I guess, haha. Lin Jimiao turned his body sideways a little to make sure that the live broadcast couldn't capture his movements. He reached up and flipped the pop-up up a bit, offering in a voice that the others could just about hear. Providence. He whispered, Ship, give me your cell phone. I'll send a pop-up. The director kept rubbing his frozen hands. It does make sense to have an order. Boat, look at that rule, do you have any clue? Shin Waozhou shoved the cell phone back to Lin Jimiao. He lowered his head and gazed across 3 layers of ice. The 6th layer of ice melted quickly under the icy water and kept sliding downward. But after a few minutes of work, Shin Waozhou felt that it was a little closer to the lowest water surface. And on the wall about 2 meters above the ice, Shin Waozhou found 5 very small grooves. The notch is square and exactly the same size as the ticket. Through the layers of phantoms, Shin Waozhou could see a few lines of text carved above the alcove. Only, the words were too small and the distance was a bit far, so Shin Waozhou could not see it. He scanned the rules and a ridiculous thought welled up in his mind. These are not the words that are mentioned in the rules as specified order, are they? Lin Jimyo handed the cell phone back. Boat, take a look. On the pop-up, there was one more very long pop-up. I don't think you have to think that much upstairs. Aren't people considered animals before they die, and don't they become floor features when they're not animals anymore? Looking at these two sentences alone, there is a hint of reason in the absurdity. Shen Wuzhou glanced at Lin Jimiao. This one's bull skills are not far behind his. I observed that it was the old man and the old woman who died first before the first layer of ice melted. So, these two cards should be at the top of the list. And then the dead photographer, so the triangle card is third. The woman isn't dead, the child isn't dead, and those two cards are pending. Or there's another possibility. Go ask the ship how many cards of the same suit there are in total. The rules don't say that useful tickets have to be of a different suit. That's one way to think about it. Chapter 116. The director's big, bare head came up, and after carefully reading the string of pop-ups, a strange expression came over his face. No wonder your mentor's recommendation letter said you were a talent. This is too much to pull off. Shin Wujiao just ran through it smoothly and didn't see any logical problems. Even this reasoning, entirely, makes sense. The viewers of the live stream certainly didn't ignore such a long paragraph. Read it, it makes a lot of sense. Yes, that one does make sense. But I suspect there are other possibilities. This ID Shin Wuzhou recognized, it was the one who claimed to be a doctor of psychology. You guys read the rules. The doctor analyzed in a pop-up. The rules said to observe the floor features. They didn't say which specific floor features to observe. Indeed, that's a good point. Shin Wuzhou lowered his eyes and subconsciously swept his gaze over the small words on the wall of the 6th floor. How is writing on the wall not a floor feature? If they did choose to descend, they would fall straight into the waters and be eaten by those unknown monsters. But the rules don't lie. The floor features are still there, even if they are eaten. Anchor, and everyone else in the booth, listen to my advice. The psychologist typed out this quote. Let's keep the advice of the dude up there. Anchor, people are definitely dying on the 4th and 5th levels. When the time comes, you code the tickets that match the characteristics of the dead in order of death first. And then you make sure at the same time that the tickets that you have there are 5 different colors of flowers. That way, whatever the final order is, there shouldn't be any major problems. The doctor analyzed the situation, and Meatchop took a long breath as he read the pop-up. God knows. Ship is the big guy who's been through the game multiple times in a row and is smart about it. Attitude-wise, he insisted on taking the menu ticket in Meatloaf's hand. Also, the animals corresponding to these dish name tickets can really be found in the ice, and there is no evidence that the animals kept underwater are different from those in the ice. Although there are a lot of bigots on their side. What if the ship is the right one? Earlier, although they had solved the meaning of the ticket in the ship's hand, there had been no sequence, causing a subtle hint of panic and suspicion in his heart. Now, the two big brothers had given their analysis and approach in great detail, which made his heart, which had been hanging a little, completely let go. Thanks to the two big brothers. Meat Chop whispered against his cell phone and looked up at Shin Wuzhou again. The atmosphere on the other side of the boat seemed to freeze and no one spoke. He noticed that the psychiatric director was looking at the intern in an unusual way. It was as if the intern had done something weird that they hadn't expected. Did you break off because you didn't get a deal? Meatloaf gloated a bit. The game wasn't over yet, and he quickly collected himself and asked a second question. Bigots, now there's another point of doubt. 11 people is the load capacity for the 4th level. 3 people must be killed to get to the 5th floor. Speaking of which, Meatloaf's breath caught a little more sharply. We can't kill people on our own team, can we? That would make us too vulnerable to ship and the others with so few people. But isn't it impractical to go straight for the kill on his side when the ship has a gun in its hand? The pop-ups didn't stop for a second, and the meat platoon's question instead made them jump on the bandwagon. Shin Wuzhou lowered his eyes to look at the screen. Meatloaf should be asking questions again, and the topic of the pop-up is changing quickly. The ship has very few bullets, but I think there's still some probability that he'll shoot if you go straight for the kill. The bullets in his gun have been replaced with regular bullets, but the pistol shells are one hit away from hitting and dying, and the blind guess hits are so high that they have to be watched out for. Anchor, the question looks double-sided. Upstairs says the hits are great, this is a gem. It would certainly be best if you could get your hands on it. Meatloaf was startled for a moment and subconsciously looked up in the direction of the ship. Shin Wuzhou's back was turned to them and his expression could not be seen, but he could see the side of the internist's face, which had a serious expression and a mouth that was talking. Delusional. Lin Jimyo said. Meatloaf's heart felt like it was being lifted, his heart rate increasing again and his whole body drifting a bit. Pistols. What the pop-up big man said earlier about switching tickets and holding onto the tickets that came his way, he did. Will the pistol really be available this time? Wouldn't that be invincible? They're still fighting. The young girl followed Meatloaf's gaze, her voice soft. She wore very little and kept rubbing her hands together to pucker her breath and make sure her knuckles could move properly. The young girl half crouched next to the cutlet and looked at the back of his head. Meatloaf was her boss, but the man was really a dumbass who couldn't recognize the situation. With a death game like this, all he does is watch the pop-ups, and his brain spins and turns like it's rusty. But where the ship had been a little more brutal earlier, he'd have been a mass of dead meat. A flash of hostility flashed in the young girl's eyes. A pistol in this man's hands is a waste and a threat. At that point, if he gets out and realizes the game is still on, the pistol will become his tool to enslave others. Might as well give it to her. It's also much better for her to get the gun, shoot everyone and then survive the pass herself than follow the group. The girl looked down at the screen as the pop-ups gave a variety of advice. Aren't there exactly 4 of you here? Want to try and pull the boat together to make a 5? How do you pull the wool over your friend's eyes when he's out of his mind, telling him the correct solution to the rules? Can you guys be more reliable? Why are you giving such unrealistic advice? Upstairs it would have been impractical enough to say that you need a meat row to get a gun. Basically, in this kind of game, it's good to be able to pit the ship. Wait, to say there is a way, there really is. The last pop-up made Shinwuzhou a little curious. Time passes quickly. The ice beneath their feet had melted almost to the point of becoming slippery, broken shards of ice once again. 2 minutes left. The surgeon chimes softly, going to the 4th level. Pop-ups give advice. I suggest you guys, hold off on the 4th floor for now. Anyone who wants to live, isn't that the truth? If you guys don't do it, they'll have to do it if they want to get to the 5th floor safely. Hold your ground for a while and say you can't expend the ship's 2 rounds. Also, you guys look at the situation right now. That ID lazily typed the last paragraph. The interns and the little boy in a group, the director and his wife in a group. Ships have always done things in their own favor. If he does it, he'll either just kill one of the groups to make sure those who stay won't target him. Either that, or kill the monk who fell behind and take out the strongest combatant besides him. Either way, it's good for the anchor. The pop-ups were naked for all to see. No one spoke, and other than Shinwuzhou, everyone else more or less tensed their bodies nervously. Shinwuzhou was reticent and gripped the gun in his sleeve. The man didn't analyze it wrong, and if the situation was extreme, he couldn't say that he would actually do that. But the thing is, he's holding a gun that can shoot at long range. Why did he have to shoot at his temporary own people and leave the potential for hatred or mistrust until the last minute? If he can't, isn't it good for him to point his gun at the meat row first and let the opposite side kill each other for a round? The other side. The young girl lowered her eyes, one hand clenched tightly. She wants that gun. What's the point of going through all the trouble of getting a gun back with only 1 or 2 or even no bullets if the ship uses them up early? The young girl glanced at the pale cutlet and tugged the corners of her mouth coldly. She'd seen Ship lie before, and had been watching what he did since entering the game. Ship was a very cautious man, careful to curb all his emotions under the law of the weak and the strong. This game is only going to end up with 5 survivors no matter what. So why does she have to cling to Meatloaf, who is neither competent nor able to see the big picture? She was perfectly capable of furtively displacing tickets, and then taking the opportunity to kill a useless presence on the team for the ship. When the time comes, as long as she shouts "I know what these tickets" really mean and shows that she's more valuable than everyone else, the ship will definitely keep her in the group. After gaining trust, it's a little less difficult to go undercover and kill someone for a gun. Besides, she usually worked out quite a bit, so when it came to strength, she really wasn't sure she couldn't amail. At the thought, the young girl leaned close to Meat Chop's ear. "Brother Platoon, take a break on the next floor, I'll go change the ticket? I'm weaker, they're not much on guard. It's just as well, I'll go and see what's going on." The countdown is down to the last 15 seconds. Meatloaf gave the young girl a very distrustful look. "You know how to change it?" The girl nodded. "Platoon, I'm watching it all. According to what the big brothers said, let's find a way to keep these cards first. I'm a girl, I'll have a softer attitude then and see if they can be lenient and give me more of an old man card and a man card." That's saying something that fits the plan for the meat chops. The second level of death is the old man, followed by the police officer, and according to the speculation of the pop-up bigwigs, both cards do have to be more numerous. Without further thought, Meat Loaf nodded and handed the young girl the 5 cards in her hand. The countdown ended just in time. The pallets at the feet of the 11 disappeared and hit the next layer of ice with a heavy thud. This time, the ice was significantly more fragile. Shinwuzhou turned his face sideways, and cracks had been smashed out on the slightly thinner ice phantom compared to the previous layers. As the distance dropped about 2 meters again, the 5th and 6th floors could be seen more clearly. The 6th layer of ice actually held up to the gravity of the water and didn't break apart. It slipped even more severely, only about half a meter apart from the darkened level below. Through the rippling water waves on the ice, Shinwuzhou once again saw the giant thing swimming in the dark waters. Almost the size of a man, shape. Shinwuzhou was able to vaguely distinguish the thin and slender limbs on both sides of the bodies of these giant fish. Lots? What kind of fish? With hands? Why do fish have hands? Shinwuzhou didn't look at it again. He withdrew his gaze and carefully braced himself on the ground to stand up. For once, the person coming across the street wasn't a meat platoon. It's that young girl. She held the 5 cards and carefully walked towards Shinwuzhou with an intense tension and determination on her face. The young girl held her cards in her left hand, her right hand hidden in her jacket, gripping her military dagger. In Shin Wuzhou's team, there were 3 objects that were the best for her to lay her hands on. One is the most fragile little boy, the chief of psychiatry, who is obviously sedentary and has flabby chi and muscles, and the surgeon, who is also female but shorter and weaker looking than her. However, if you look at her line of travel, the only person most convenient for her to lay her hands on would be the little boy. The little boy hugged the internist and hid at his side. In this position, if she stabbed up, her opponent wouldn't be able to resist at all. In a life and death situation, who cares if the one who dies is weak? And doesn't the intern care about his brother? When something happens to someone who cares, the first human reaction is often to focus on the victim. She could also go down on the intern and stab him again before he could react. That way, the threat is also resolved, and you can further demonstrate your value. The young girl took a deep breath and stopped at a place that was about 2 paces away from Shin Wuzhou boat. She gave away the ticket in her hand, her voice small. I've come to change my ticket, but I have something more important to tell you. Shin Wuzhou gazed at the young girl and did not answer immediately. This beginning is not meant to be a pop-up. So, what is she up to? I don't think Meatloaf would dare to get out of the pop-up and direct it without authorization, would it? I know what you guys really mean by these tickets. The young girl took another step forward and lowered her voice. I solved it. The boat, these tickets, are the way to live. I'm not lying to you. I wanted to. The girl's movements were too sudden and too fast. No one had time to stop. The dagger slammed into the young boy's neck and the boy let out a sharp hiss. Scarlet sprayed out, staining the girl's dress and pants. The sudden change caught Lin Jimiao off guard, and in the moment he was stunned, the second blade stabbed him straight and swiftly in the heart. Go to hell! The girl shouted hoarsely. Only the end of the word death came to an abrupt end. A sharp blade stabbed through the back of her neck and went straight through her throat. The girl's arms dropped helplessly, her eyes widening incredulously. Before she died, she saw Lin Jimiao turn to catch the little boy's collapsed body as the surgeon came hastily to their side. The frantic surge of adrenaline drove her brain into a frenzy, and if the angle and speed of the blade's thrust were any indication, the person who struck could only have been the ship. 4. Why? Shin Wuzhou drew his knife. He didn't have only one weapon, a gun, and he still had to use the others when necessary. The girl fell forward onto the ground, dead. Chapter 117. Holy! What's happening, holy? The roar of the cutlets rang out in the cylindrical building, crashing into a fuzzy echo. Meatloaf didn't hear what the girl said. The scene appeared to him as the young girl suddenly attacking the young boy as if she were crazy, and then being cleanly disposed of by the ship with a single slash. She took matters into her own hands and ruined the original plan that he and Bouncer had discussed. The surgeon's hands were drenched in scarlet. The little boy froze in Lin Jimiao's arms without breathing, and his chubby little face quickly began to gray. Inside the live feed, the internist began to call out a name over and over again, one by one, shouting to the end, horse. And Lin Jimiao finally, as if recognizing the reality, knelt on the ground and bawled. Wow, Anchor, congratulations, now there's good news and bad news for you. The pop-ups were slightly mocking, while Meat Chop's face had gone pale. It's over. It's all over. It didn't even take a pop-up tip for him to realize that the stupid woman had screwed everything up. She took their 5 useful tickets to the ship and went on a killing spree. Though he couldn't figure out why the ship had struck this time. But, judging by the attitude of the ship, by the attitude of everyone else across the street, it was all over. The young girl's actions upset the otherwise delicate balance between the two parties. Now, not to mention the subsequent exchange of tickets, the 5 tickets that they had given away, the probability was that they would not be able to return. Stupid. Meatloaf didn't hold back and slammed his fist on the ice. Stupid thing. Stupid thing. Stupid thing. The pop-up was a sigh of relief. Pity. It can't be helped. It's not supposed to be easy to survive the game for such a young child. Thinking of my sister, only one could live in the room last round of the game, and I hurt her. The intern definitely cares about his brother. I don't judge that girl's behavior. The intern would probably go crazy. Meatloaf looked through them one by one and almost lost his cell phone a couple of times. They're down to a pitiful 3 here. Meat Platoon scrambled back, trying to get his 2 remaining teammates to block for him. The only 5 living people left across the street were the ship, the intern, the chief's husband and wife, and the monk. The ship had no intention of going on a killing spree at the moment, just crouched down and said something. Shin Wuzhou did not expect the little boy to die so suddenly. He knew that the game was coming down in full force, that the general environment was bound to be brutal, and that there were only 2 ways for the young boy to go. Either grow up quickly and develop skills and a mindset that can support your independent existence. It's either that or death, because there's no one here who can really shelter him for the rest of his life. The end of death is certainly heartbreaking, but pull yourself together. Shin Wuzhou whispered, remember to take your brother out. There might still be a chance. Lin Jimiao was in a sorry state, his eyes were bloodshot and tears were sliding down his cheeks. Shin Wuzhou's words made him raise his head for a moment, his hand holding the little boy was still trembling, but his brain caught the meaning beyond Shin Wuzhou's words first. The surgeon tore off a strip of clothing and sharply bandaged the appalling stab wound. What do you mean? Lin Zhimiao asked softly, his blood-red eyes staring at Shin Wuzhou. What do you mean there's still a chance? The world is floundering. Shin Wuzhou had played a few games and could see some clues. First of all, if the whole world is false, then what is the reality that he sees and the phantom that hangs over the reality? How is this possible? If it's all a lie, then how is human existence to be explained? Are they data? Or are they something else? If they are also fake, then where did the dead people go? A few games played down, as far as Shin Wuzhou has seen, whether it is the accidental death of the corpse or 78-year-old natural old age, will eventually become a monster or pseudo-human feed. If human beings are also false, then being eaten and turned into sustenance could be just an outward expression of some deeper truth. If this conception of Shin Wuzhou is valid, does the retention of the little boy's body mean the retention of some data about someone? Don't ask yet. Shin Wuzhou whispered that he could not tell Lin Zhimiao these secrets yet. Figure out a way to get out first. Get out and talk. Lin Zhimiao stopped crying, but her body was still shaking and trembling. His gaze swept over the young girl's body and then over the cowering steaks of meat in the distance, pulling up the corners of his mouth into a smile. It's like a butcher confronting a pig or a sheep to be slaughtered. Boat, help me. He gently handed the little boy over to the surgeon as if his brother was just taking a long nap. Give them the most desperate death possible, please. Shin Wuzhou didn't refuse. The internist is smart, and would be a great partner in a game that is not absolutely antagonistic and can survive more than one person. As for the most desperate way to die, it's nothing more than a way to make people think they can survive and burst that bubble after great joy and celebration. Isn't that the kind of thing they're already doing? Shin Wuzhou took out his cell phone. The sudden turn of events made the pop-up section even more lively. Anchor, the good news is that there's one less person to kill, and your killing task might be lightened. The bad news is that the fact that Ship made this move probably means that he was optimistic about the intern's abilities and wanted to continue working with him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been the woman who died. So you'd better pray that he can kill the director or the director's wife. Otherwise, the ones who die will inevitably be on your side. Shin Wuzhou continued to scroll down, and this ID was still outputting. There's one more piece of bad news. If I were a ship, there's no telling what you'd be completely hopeless by now. You don't have tickets in your hands, and not only do I have a gun in my hands, but even in terms of numbers, I have a considerable advantage over you. Think about what to do, Anchor. Alas, it is indeed quite speechless. Originally thought that I could pit the ship to death, but halfway through, I killed a bad thing. Shin Wuzhou glanced across the room. The pop-ups clearly had irritated Meat Chop's sensitive nerves, and his purple face could be seen clearly from some distance. Meatloaf's hands squeezed the phone tightly. He's not happy about it. Why? Risking win death on his own to start a live stream, he had a hard time getting guidance from the pop-up gurus. He originally solved all the card meanings and the deeper meaning of the rules. However, because of the personal behavior of the members of the group, all the efforts have come to naught. He was once again reduced to death. On what grounds? He's not happy about it. The pop-up was a sigh of relief. There's really no way to meet stupid people. Ugh, it would have been possible to get the boat that gun. Ha ha, old man down the line. We've found this nursing home. Don't give up, Meat Chop. See if there's a way to get the gun. You still have a chance, don't you? Shin Wuzhou entered his homepage, and his nickname on this live streaming software was still the initial string of gibberish. Without fans, no one should recognize it. After thinking about it, Shin Wuzhou decisively typed a string of text up. Meatloaf, I do have an idea that will help you reverse this. Meat Chop looked down at the pop-up and froze. Before he could ask in detail, the garbled ID sent a sentence immediately afterward. Don't let anyone see your cell phone, stay away from them. Meatloaf looked around suspiciously. One of his two teammates was observing the situation on Shin Wuzhou's side very vigilantly, and the other was a little frightened like him, holding a knife in his hand and muttering to himself. Dying. Platoon, you look quickly, you help us. Meatloaf took a wary step to the side, furtively covering his cell phone. He lowered his head as the garbled ID coincidentally sent a message. Why don't you just kill another one and make amends to the ship them? Don't object just yet, listen to my analysis to see if it makes sense. Now the people left on that team of ships are either ones that Ship finds valuable or emotionally might be a little selfish, and he's not going to make it easy. What he needs most right now is for you to be the one to help him with the task of killing the last one. Shin Wuzhou was not willing to waste even one more bullet, and indeed he was not willing to kill anyone else in the team anymore. Kill the director? The director had always fought him earlier, but he knew that the director was only acting out of duty to his patients. The director was also the one who cried every time he chose his medication in the mental hospital. If he didn't have to, he wouldn't take it easy on the director. Kill the surgeon? Are you kidding? That's not only the chief's wife, but also a highly skilled doctor. Kill Lin Zhimiao? Although they hadn't known each other long, Lin Zhimiao had given him a cell phone and exchanged messages that were not only helpful, but also smart. Kill a monk? It's also impossible, he's the one with the highest force value in the team, and observing it, he's honest and decent. Not to mention, they leave the game at level 5. Since only one person needed to be sacrificed, Shinwujo would rather move his lips and pit the opposite side of the meat row. After you do it, then you can make a deal with him. Meatloaf's heart was beating so hard that his hand shook so violently that he barely held the phone steady. There had been only 3 left on their side, and it had been severely unbalanced. Now, what would it take for him to raise another knife? Against one of his own? The bouncer didn't pay attention to his reaction, analyzing it smoothly. For one thing, you fulfill his core need. Secondly, you will be at an absolute disadvantage after you kill one. The ship will look at you and will not feel threatened by you, but will instead let its guard down. Third, he doesn't know that the tickets you're holding are the right ones, and he maintains the wrong perception. You're going to walk away with those 5 tickets of your own, and it doesn't threaten his interests. You don't have to worry about him killing you at the next level. You have the ticket and the truth in your hands, so the big deal is that the next tier will expose themselves to the truth and then threaten to tear up the ticket if they shoot. Think it over. This is your only chance to possibly turn the tide against the wind. The cutlet was freezing and shivering, and his lips were even more bloodless. He looked up at his partner and then at the boat without speaking. The advice given by this big guy in the pop-up felt ridiculous at first, and then incredibly reasonable when subsequently analyzed. Meatloaf's hand touched his pocket, and the murder weapon, stained with the blood of those old men, was inside. Is it risking death as it is now, holding the line without tickets? Or do you throw in the towel, put up a fight, and trade the sacrifice of one of your colleagues for the ticket to get out of the scene? Meatloaf slowly put his cell phone into his other empty pocket. His right hand touched the hilt of the blade and raised his head, just in time to meet the gaze of Shinwujo on the other side of the ice. Those black eyes were bright, but they really weren't exactly warm, provoking a raw shiver down Meatchop's spine. Like a cat that had exploded, he jerked out his knife and hissed as he stabbed at the skinny man talking to himself. Scarlet splashed his cheeks, giving him some warmth. The skinny man didn't even manage to let out a yelp, while Meatchop, like a walking corpse, drew his weapon with all his might. You're crazy, aren't you? The only remaining companion whipped his head around and yelled at him in panic. Meatloaf glanced at the knife nervously aimed at him in his companion's hand and shook his head at him with a sneer. I apologize. Meatchop yelled in Shinwujo's direction, his voice shaking a little. Ship, I apologize to you. On this floor, you don't have to kill anyone else. What the hell are you doing? My companion was about to freak out. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Can you let us continue to work on our tickets? Meatloaf twisted his head to glare at his companion and took 2 more steps forward. Ship, we're no threat to you right now. Look, can you abide by the rules you set before and give us at least 5 tickets that you don't want? The companion seemed to understand what Meatloaf was trying to do and stopped talking, a look of despair coming over his face. Stupid. How in the world can there be such a stupid boss? This is in a game, not anywhere else. How could anyone be so stupid as to weaken themselves in order to beg for mercy from the other side, and follow the rules set by the other side? If he's a ship, he'll just crash the meat row in himself, saving himself the trouble of having to kill it on the 4th level. Surprisingly, Shinwujo laughed. He nodded and signaled for Meatchop to come over and take the ticket from the young girl. Indeed, it poses no threat to me, Shinwujo said with a deep meaning. Tell you what, I don't want to toss and change my ticket. You come over here and take the 5 she has on her. Anyway, I don't need them. After saying that, Shinwujo didn't even stay in place, as if the matter of the meat steak getting back the ticket was simply a trivial matter. He strides toward a corner and picks up a dead snake from the ground. The huge surprise hit Meatchop so hard that he was dizzy. He twisted his head to look at his incredulous companion, and his heart snapped. Sure enough, the pop-ups are real bigots. You really can't go wrong with listening to the big man and letting go. The ship promised. Really promised. The melt time for the 4th layer is 6 minutes. After all that, the Scarlet Countdown only managed to have 90 seconds left. Not caring about the slippery ice, Meatchop walked as fast as he could to the young girl's body. He tried to ignore Lin Jimia's icy eyes and smile, and quickly drew away the 5 tickets in the girl's hand. Seeing that Shinwujo's attention was not here, Meatchop quietly groped his way over to the 2 overlapping old man's corpses and quickly groped away 2 more tickets. Steady. This is really solid. Chapter 118, The Void. The ice is already thin. Clutching the 7 tickets tightly, Meatchop lifted his frozen feet and stomped hard to break the ice, returning to the side of the only remaining teammate. His teammate's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the dagger. The ticket is obtained. Have you thought about what to do on the next level? There are 2 more people to kill on the next level. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. By you? By us? Meatloaf shook his head and smiled as if relieved. With a ticket, with the truth, you live. He whispered. He's going to live. The pop-up guy tells him that he can threaten the ship by tearing up the ticket, which is indeed the way to go. But threatening the ship would not end well for himself, I'm afraid. There could also be a better way to save your ass, like simply backwatering and seeing if you can join the ship first. Boats like people with values, don't they? The head psychiatrist looks like a wreck, and the intern next to him who lost his brother feels just like that. Also, on this level, he sacrificed worthless teammates, and the ship seemed to appreciate him. On the next level, he sacrifices another worthless teammate and helps the ship kill 2 more people who might not be good enough to do it out of selfishness. Then, inform the ship of the truth. He couldn't believe the ship wasn't impressed. If you survive, you have a chance. When the ship leaves the scene and lets its guard down, he's perfectly capable of stabbing it in the back and taking the ship's gun. Meat Chop looked at his one remaining teammate with a cloud in his eyes. Don't blame him. It's not all about survival. At this moment, there were only 30 seconds left in the countdown. Shin Wuzhou stood back and swept the cell phone that Lin Jimia handed over. The pop-ups were a bit of a mess, with some people getting suspicious and a few others recognizing the schnitzel. I didn't expect that. The ticket, really just asked for it back? Haha, Meat Row is going to lose, isn't it? That approach of Brother Chaos, now it's confirmed that it did get the cards, but it simply won't work in the long run. Indeed. It's also far-fetched for that man to say that the next level could just expose the truth and threaten it with a torn ticket. The ship's gun is too strong. Taking a step back, a rip ticket doesn't always move as fast as a bullet. Guys, I've actually been thinking about a question. 15 seconds. Shin Wuzhou's gaze pierced through the phantom of the heated tray and looked toward the 6th layer of ice. The 6th layer of ice is really thick enough for 5 people to stand on, which is pretty thick. The 6th layer melted much slower than the others due to the fact that there was no tray heating the bottom and only the ice water slowly melted. With the 4th layer almost completely emptied of ice and water, the 6th layer of ice was clearly on the verge of bearing down. Long cracks appeared in its thinnest center section. Guys, it always felt like the ship wasn't that stupid. Could he be launching something we didn't launch, and that's why he keeps having to take dish name tags? 5 seconds. Shin Wuzhou put away the pistol and crouched down. I've actually thought about it. I'm looking into it. Someone in the pop-up chimed in. I always felt like something was off. But I've read the rules several times and I don't think there's anything. Shin Wuzhou heard a clear and crisp caw. It's the 6th layer of ice. 1 second. The tray at his feet abruptly disappeared. As it landed, the 6th layer of ice finally shattered under the heavy pressure. Ice cubes and pent-up icy water smashed into the dark, ghostly waters with a loud clanging sound that reached everyone's ears. What's that noise? The surgeon asked. The director rolled into a ball with the monk in fear and looked around in disbelief. They were thrown around and before they could react, the loud noise hit a few more people in the chest. The cutlet on the other end was clearly stunned as well, and it took 2 seconds for him to react. What fell in the water? Lin Jimiao froze. The cutlets are right. Something fell in the water. He seemed to realize something and looked up at the rules and then around. A sound of this magnitude is obviously not something an animal in the water could make. Floor features. He muttered, suddenly turning his head to look at Shin Wuzhou. On the 5th layer of ice, Shin Wuzhou slowly supported his body. He was close to the exit of the next level, and he could see the dark waters that had not yet calmed down more clearly. Probably because of the stimulation of heavy objects falling into the water, the strange fish in the water raised its upper body. The upper body is humanoid. Grayish-white skin stretched smoothly over layered, well-defined ribs, and a slender neck drew out from the mountain of ribs. A male head was stacked on top of his neck. At the moment, the head was resting on its back against a piece of ice floe, its grayish-white eyes rolling upward listlessly. Under the illusion vision, Shin Wuzhou saw the stomach sacs in the body of the strange fish that had shrunk and dried up due to hunger. At the bottom of the stomach pouch, a tiny chip was flickering with a dim blue light. Beneath the ice floe, the grotesque creature slit its mouth, its scarlet tongue licking its lips. Shin Wuzhou moved his gaze away and did not look again. On looks alone, this thing is even more disgusting than a pseudo-human. After just a few seconds of looking at each other, Shin Wuzhou felt a wave of revulsion. Is it ice? Lin Jimiao said in a low voice next to him. Boat? He twisted his head to look at Shin Wuzhou and happened to see a disgusted expression on the other's face. There's only a fleeting nausea. No shock, no anticipation. Lin Jimiao's heart trembled. The ship has known for a long time. But how did the ship know? Shin Wuzhou stood up from the ice and very quickly surveyed his surroundings once. The 5th layer only lasts 4 minutes. The countdown in the center of the ice had 3 minutes and 50 seconds left. On the wall to the right of the countdown projection is the red button for the painless farewell device. The ice below the button, however, is not very clearly labeled with the designated area. Under Phantom Vision, the palette underneath that piece of ice was framed with a circle of white tape. In the center of the area, also in small or large white letters, are the words Painless Farewell Area. Shin Wuzhou sneered in his heart. If he didn't have an ability like illusion vision, then the words would have to wait at least 2 or 3 minutes for the ice to melt before they could be revealed in a general way. 3 more kills to go on level 5 to 6 and the countdown is only 4 minutes. If Shin Wuzhou didn't have a way to control the field, in 2 minutes, the situation would definitely be chaotic. It was so chaotic that at the end of the day, it was questionable whether or not you could successfully get the designated person to stand in the area and push the button. If it were a different group of players who didn't have guns and relied purely on cold weapons and IQ to get by, this layer after layer of pits would just lead people straight to their deaths. Ship, the director leaned over, again covered in cold sweat. Last floor, right? We're listening to you. High up in the ceiling, the vapors of spikes shimmered with a chilling light, rushing straight up to the top of each man's skull in a daunting manner. If not for Shin Wuzhou's insistence, the director would never have taken the initiative to try this way of life. Yes. Shin Wuzhou lowered his voice, there is also only this path to take. He looked across the street in the direction of the meat platoon. Meatloaf didn't reach for his cell phone. He cowered behind his teammates, a sharp knife raised in his hand, looking hesitant. The second Shin Wuzhou looked over, the meat steak seemed to have made up some kind of determination. He growled and raised the spiked knife, looking frantic as he stabbed at his only teammate. The team tried to turn back, but unfortunately it was too late. Just as the others had ended, he was stabbed through the chest with a sharp blade and fell down unbelievably. You! Shin Wuzhou heard Lin Jimiao let out a laugh. Meatloaf lifted his foot and kicked him, panting like a bellows. Afterwards, he clutched the ticket and the knife in his hand and took one step in Shin Wuzhou's direction. Ship! Meat Chop shouted, my teammate is worthless. I'll take care of him for you. Shin Wuzhou was silent. What's all this talk about helping him out? It's helping the cutlets work themselves out, isn't it? Lin Jimiao did not hide anymore. He opened his phone to watch the live broadcast of the meat steak. The camera was dark, but the pop-up screen was still active. The commotion that just happened killed someone. Did you guys hear something fall into the water? I just heard a lot of water. I heard it too, it wasn't an illusion. What's that? Just before the schnitzel kills. We found this warehouse at the nursing home and it was actually locked. Sounds like Meat Chop killed the last of his teammates? And then went for the boat. Stupid, never seen anything so stupid. All the previous steps were played for nothing. Ha ha ha. He at least has the truth. Let's not ask for anything else for now, and pray that our pawn survives. The cutlets are tight. He looked at Shin Wuzhou's expressionless face, looked at the intern doctor who was playing with his cell phone with his head down, and then looked at the director whose head had started bubbling with oil once again. With little hesitation, Meat Chop targeted the director. It was a man, but he looked decidedly weak and of average health. Good kill. The woman beside him, so thin and weak, is also good to kill. Meatloaf shouted, Ship, I have something to tell you. He smiled curtly at Shin Wuzhou. My ticket, is the real and useful ticket. In order to emphasize its illusory value, Meatloaf deliberately hides the existence of cell phone pop-ups. I went to great lengths to decipher the true meaning of each ticket. Without waiting for Shin Wuzhou to react, he was like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube, telling him everything he knew. Triangles are men, inverted triangles are women. Also, round plus triangle, round plus inverted triangle, means old man, old woman. Shin Wuzhou looked up at the countdown. With this delay, Meat Chop had only 2 minutes left before the fifth layer of ice was completely gone. The ice began to melt, thinning below the scarlet button and faintly revealing the shadow of the white tape affixed to the tray. It's about time. Shin Wuzhou led the way to the right area, and Meat Platoon followed and turned around, eager to prove himself. Boat, I have the truth here. I know the order in which the 5 tickets open the door. Shin Wuzhou had already walked into the narrow area circled by the white tape. The menu ticket is wrong. Meatloaf gripped the sharp knife. We humans are also dishes. You trust me, the ticket I'm holding is the useful ticket. I can take you out. The pop-ups were a hubbub. I'm counting the minutes, there's still over a minute left. Only 5 can live in the end anyway, now it's up to the dead ones. I probably know what Meat Platoon is trying to do. Can't beat the ship so try to join it. How do you say? It's kind of a dead end. Wait, the ship hasn't killed anyone yet? What's going on with the number of dead people needed to reach the mark now? Can't afford to waste a bullet, can you? Ha! I'll wait outside the warehouse. The broadcast is dark now, so I'll see who comes out then. Desperate, Meat Chop is such a virtue that the ship won't die anyway. Meat Chop's eyes were covered with red blood and stared tightly at Shin Wuzhou and his group. The director and surgeon stood behind Shin Wuzhou, and the tall monk stood next to the scarlet painless farewell button on the wall. The intern doctor stood in the position next to Shin Wuzhou with the little boy, who was still playing with his cell phone with his head down, not knowing what he saw that was funny, and the corners of his mouth kept an arc. What the hell? Why didn't the ship react at all to his behavior and his words? There's only a minute left on the clock, so why isn't the ship even making a big kill? Only 5 people can live on the 6th floor, can't they? Without knowing that he intended to kill the director. Why? Hasn't he done it yet? Can't wait any longer. The meat steak accelerated as smoothly as possible on the slippery ice, wanting to get closer to Shin Wuzhou. The next second, however, the black barrel of the gun was aimed straight at him. With a click, Shin Wuzhou pulled down the safety of the pistol. I know everything you said. He looked into Meat Chop's panicked eyes, his demeanor calm. You left out an implication that K is a child. There are 55 seconds left on the clock. Meatloaf's face turned a little strange. He looked at Shin Wuzhou, his brain not able to turn around for a moment. You know all about. But it's only these 5 cards that are. It's correct. Shin Wuzhou picked up with a natural expression. It can open the exit of the 6th floor. Meat Chop lowered his head and quickly glanced at the ticket in his hand. The strange feeling grew stronger, accompanied by a peculiar uneasiness. There's nothing wrong with that? The 5 tickets in his hand were the same as what Shin Wuzhou said. He didn't take it wrong. Is it because the ship knows everything, so now it's killing people? Meatloaf was startled and reacted almost immediately. He pinched 3 fragile tickets between the index fingers and thumbs of each hand and shouted a threat. Don't you dare try to kill me. Boat, watch this. There's only one of each color of these tickets. I just have to tear. I'm not trying to kill you. Surprisingly, Shin Wuzhou denied his thoughts in a calm tone. I don't know if I can live. Shin Wuzhou said. He glanced at the countdown again, 30 seconds. But I know that you will not survive. The sense of unease in Meatloaf's mind was about to engulf him. He looked at Shin Wuzhou, wanting to ask what that meant. Why don't you just kill another one and make amends to the ship them? Shin Wuzhou said coldly. It was déjà vu, and Meatloaf's hand shook as he gripped his knives. You do it and then you go and make a deal with them. Shin Wuzhou smiled at him and looked at the time in the back. 23 seconds. Think it over. This is your only chance to possibly turn the tide against the wind. Meatloaf couldn't hold back any longer. He remembered. It's pop-ups. It was some bigot who gave him a pop-up. You were watching the pop-ups too. He yelled with a bit of a breakdown. You knew everything. You knew everything from the beginning. No, a little. Shin Wuzhou said indifferently. I can remember these lines because they were posted by me. Shin Wuzhou finished, raised his hand to signal the monk to press the painless farewell button. Monk, hold it down. Monk looked up at the ceiling, which was pierced with spikes that alarmed his entire being. He struggled to look at Shin Wuzhou and Lin Jimyo as a drop of cold sweat slid down from the corner of his forehead. One can only bet. At the last minute, there was no way back for them. You. Meatloaf's face turned white. You vile. You made me kill all my team, you dash. He watched as the monk pressed the red button and suddenly burst into a maniacal fit of laughter. Ha 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 ha, Ship, is this your final decision? After all you've done, you want to use this painless farewell device? Yes. The piece of tray Shin Wuzhou was on peeled off and began to slowly rise. Meatchop's face twisted as he stood on the ice and watched Shin Wuzhou as they gradually rose to the top of their heads. I'll watch you die. Meatloaf shouted maniacally. I watched you die. Chapter 119 Big Bets and Rewards. The huffing and puffing gasps of Meatchops echoed between the metal walls. He craned his neck laboriously, the ferocity and loathing in his eyes spreading wildly. Dead. To hell with it all. The small piece of metal platform that Shin Wuzhou was on rose higher and higher and faster. On the ceiling, metal spikes glowing with a sharp, cold light came closer and closer, and the monk put his hands over his head and closed his eyes. Shin Wuzhou subconsciously clenched the barrel of his gun. He could see the scarlet countdown below. 10 seconds left and the ice will be gone. Meatloaf was still staring at them, with the demeanor of a trapped animal. He was fooled hard by the ship, and the ship's attitude did fluster him. It's just that the ship's messed up ID only started sending pop-ups after that stupid woman died. Until then, what the other big boys told him was still not interfered with. It is correct to speculate. And the ship knows the correct answer, but he surprisingly chooses a painless farewell to the device? Meatloaf clenched his fists, a touch of mockery in his eyes. He didn't know why the ship had made such a stupid choice, but, ship, they were close enough to the metal spikes on the roof. Meatloaf's heart thumped, and he purposefully ignored the twinge of unease at the back of his mind. In the rules, it says painless farewell device, doesn't it? The rules also say that the person who stands on the painless farewell device must be holding a ticket that does not open the exit on the 6th floor. This is clearly a dead end. Almost there, almost there. There were still 6 seconds left in the countdown, and the piece of iron pallet that Shin Wuzhou was on rose to the original first level. Meatchop looked at the spikes on the ceiling expectantly, longing for Shin Wuzhou's flesh and blood to be stained on those metals. He don't want to know why Shin Wuzhou chose so. He just needs the ship to die. 5 seconds. In the cold air, Shin Wuzhou smelled the smell of brand new metal. Next to him, Lin Jimyo held the little boy tightly, her expression calm, but her knuckles were so tense that they turned white. The director and the surgeon interlocked their fingers, and a bean-sized cold sweat congealed on the tip of the director's nose. At this moment, those metal spikes were close to them. Yet, there was no tendency for them to shrink back or disappear. 3 seconds. A great sense of crisis forced the director to jerk his head up. Looking at it that way, he felt as if his eyeballs were only an inch from the tip of the metal spikes. Suddenly, the pallet accelerated again, and the director's pupils dilated abruptly. Boat. For a split second, the metal spikes moved away from his eyeballs. The director fell on his butt in shock, his heartbeat filling his ears like a drum. He stared at what was in front of him, wide-eyed and frozen. The great circular ceiling flipped on its axis at a certain diameter. The side that had been facing them and had the metal spikes on it flipped into a vertical position. And the pallet that held them up, very delicately, stopped a little below the floor. They lifted their feet slightly and stepped over the difference in height between the pallet and the floor, the warehouse from which they had come. Shin Wuzhou heard the hiss of the meat steak collapsing. 1 second. Shin Wuzhou heard the sound of something falling into the water. The sound was amplified by the cylindrical building, a ghostly echo interspersed with the unwilling hissing of meat chops. Why? What the hell is wrong? He can't figure it out. Why isn't there a sixth floor anymore? Why would the sixth layer break up into nothing but ice floes, floating in the breeding pond? The cold, biting water wrapped around him, and Meat Chop struggled to grab onto a piece of ice floe and looked up to see the exit. The exit was almost 2 meters away from him, and Meat Chop paddled desperately over to make out the small print above it. Please insert tickets in the grooves in order of old man, woman, old woman, child, from top to bottom. Meatloaf understands. It's a sad trap. The reason that the truth that he had so easily obtained was written so casually on the door was because it was not a door. 2 meters was an unreachable height for him in the water. You killed me. You killed me. I wouldn't be a ghost too. The spiteful shouts were interrupted by the sound of water and a strange shrill whistle. Shin Wuzhou didn't have time to pay attention to what was happening below, pushed the director and then yanked the monk who was scared silly to come back to his senses in the same place, and quickly stepped onto the warehouse floor. The sound of water coming up from the bottom of the cylinder grew louder and louder, as if someone was struggling fiercely, or as if koi carp in a park were leaping out of the water to fight for food. Such movement also quickly faded, and all was silent again as the ceiling flipped back into place once more. The director fell to his knees and cried. The surgeon trembled his lips and patted his back, not forgetting to tearfully bow and thank Shin Wuzhou. If there is no boat. She shuddered to think what they'd end up facing. Compared to the damp and cold underground, the warehouse is dry and warm. Lin Shimiao placed his brother's body, and as if he remembered something, he took out his cell phone from his pocket. Meatloaf's live screen had completely blacked out, showing that the broadcast had ended. It's likely that the live stream stopped not long after the phone hit the water. Lin Shimiao twisted her head to look at Shin Wuzhou and moved quickly to open social media. Social media is running low, but there are still survivors posting and trolling the ship for this play. What's going on? I've been watching the action on the live feed. How did Meatloaf suddenly fall into the water? Didn't see it. Meat Chop is dead, I think. He kept howling at first. I restored the audio. The text version is below, so read it yourself if you have a need to analyze it. The heat of the game that the ship participated in is still there. It's just that most of the postings didn't have any substantial content, just expressing their incredulity at the two things, the ending of the meat steak and Shin Wuzhou's choice actually being the right one. Lin Jinyo scrolled down and flipped to an analyzing post with 100 likes. Took another disc of the rules and details and finally figured out where we went wrong. Lin Jinyo skimmed over the two pictures the blogger put up. One is the rules and the other is a screenshot of the ice before it completely melted. In the second screenshot, the blogger has drawn the pipe opening in the ground with a red circle. The water from the melting of the first 5 layers of ice should have drained directly above the 6th layer of ice. The loud sound of water we heard on the 5th level was actually the sound of falling water after the ice broke up on the 6th level. By this point, the blogger's emotions seemed to have flared. The ship knew that early on. If you look closely you'll see that he only wanted the dish name tag from the 2nd level on. His behavior after that has been misleading. It's misdirection. He knows. He knows that the rules don't give useless details, and probably deduced everything from the lack of a tray under that 6th layer of ice, and that pipe connecting it to the 1st layer of ice. There are quite a few people on this comment. How else do you say the ship is scary? A big man is a big man, but thanks to you, we have another copy of the pass. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Head is numb, so the meat chops are not dead? Lin Shimiao skimmed over these meaningless comments, her fingers scrolling down somewhat impatiently. He wanted speculation about the world, not some boring copy reasoning like these. However, one posting stopped his fingers in their tracks. That's a very familiar ID. The ID bubbled up several times in the livestream before the copy was finished. I've been waiting at the warehouse door for a long time. Could hear rattling inside, but the ship hasn't come out yet. This is so slow, I doubt our big star is dead. Lin Jinmiao frowned imperceptibly and showed this posting to Shin Wuzhou. Shin Wuzhou stood in place, the sudden sourness in his eyes preventing him from opening them immediately. He was about to say something to cover it up when he was startled by a sharp drop. What the hell? It can't be that one game just survived, followed immediately by a new one, can it? Shin Wuzhou didn't care about the hardness of his eyes and raised his head. In the center of the dusty warehouse, the familiar scarlet text unexpectedly appeared. Grass. What the hell? The monk subconsciously cursed. The good thing is, it's not the playlist the crowd thought it would be. To the players, ID ship, ID intern, ID chief of psychiatry, ID surgeon king, ID monk. First of all, sincere respect to you all. Congratulations on passing the Nursing Home Farm game. Since the Nursing Home Farm game is a safe zone special game, with a high level of difficulty to survive, we will fulfill our promise and give you the following rewards. Shen Wuzhou's heart slightly dropped. It's a bonus. That's okay. Safe zone rest ticket, 5. Traveling to the safe zone with this ticket entitles you to 3 additional days of rest. Please note that these 3 days do not count towards the rest of the rest period. Small off-road caravan, 1. The facilities are relatively simple, but crash resistant, can accommodate 5 people to ride and 3 people to rest at the same time. Please go to the basement garage of your nursing home to pick up your RV. Rest tickets have been placed in the RV. Rest time and absolute safety zone, 48 hours per person. Due to the difficulty of the game, we have humanely extended the time to 72 hours. This time, your absolute safety zone is spread out in a circle around yourselves, with an area of 5 meters in diameter. Please take a well-deserved break and gather as many supplies as you can. If you have a need, please proceed to the safe zone in a timely manner. The scarlet words stimulated Shin Wuzhou's retina. For some reason, the soreness in his eyes was even more intense, and he could barely stop the physiological tears. Boat? Lin Jimiao asked, what happened to you? Shin Wuzhou lowered his head and wiped his eyes, subconsciously concealing it. It's nothing. I'm just happier to be all alive. He heard Lin Simeon give a laugh. Lend me the gun. He whispered, or you can do it yourself. Shin Wuzhou's eyes were blurred. There's no way a bacterial infection. He never touched his eyes with his hands in the game, how could that be? Shin Wuzhou was a little flustered in his heart, but still forced himself to calm down. What's wrong? Someone said they went outside the warehouse. Lin Jimiao's voice was not loud, just the right level that two people could hear. Got enough bullets? If so, shoot them. Shin Wuzhou forced his eyes open. He remembered that there was this code, and from the time he started watching the pop-ups, people had been talking about going to a nursing home. There's no guarantee that it's not coming from a bad place. Ship. The door to the warehouse is locked now, they can't get in. We'd better be cautious. Lin Jimiao's consideration is very reasonable. Only, Shin Wuzhou was not sure how many people were on the other side. He only had 5 rounds on him and had to save them for the game. If it was used on these people. Shin Wuzhou subconsciously looked toward the doorway, but was startled by the sight he saw. The gate that the original, illusion vision, had no way to see through turned into a muddy, somewhat transparent dark gray color in his still blurry vision. Shin Wuzhou moved his gaze, and found that not only the door, also turned dark gray warehouse walls, the floor and the piece of round ceiling below the playground. It's just that the dark gray is still too opaque. Shin Wuzhou struggled to open his still sore eyes, but he could only see a few blurred silhouettes near the back of the door. It's phantom vision. Phantom vision. Evolved again? What does the dark gray color mean this time? It is not a ruin or a phantom shrouded in ruins. The ruins were connected to the earth, but this gray warehouse was more like some sort of sudden presence. Boat? Lin Jimiao realized something was wrong with him. Are you okay? Do you want, napkins? Shin Wuzhou didn't have time to talk. Outside the door, several gunshots burst out abruptly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The director shouted, and the monk beside him was already prone on the ground as if on reflex. Lin Jimiao moved with agility and tugged Shin Wuzhou to hide behind the wall. His palms were so nervous that they were already sweating. Shin Wuzhou didn't care about that uncomfortable feeling of his eyes about to go blind. He forced himself to open his eyes and looked outside the dark gray walls. 5 humanoid figures fell askew at the base of the wall, blood rubbing against the wall and leaving a dark shadow on the dark gray walls. Shin Wuzhou moved to the side and saw the pensive figure behind the door with a gun. Just from the silhouette, it looked like the man was about 5'8", and appeared to be wearing a very thin, short trench coat, belted meticulously. He quickly and warmly snapped, calling out what turned out to be the intern's name. Sense Neo? Are you in there? I'm your advisor, and I said you wrote your paper like the one on the red chamber. Lin Jimiao froze. The director looked up from the floor with a gray head and some confusion on his face. Dream of the red chamber? Full of ridiculous words? No, that's not what your mentor told me. The man at the door obviously heard him. Yeah, because I'm going to recommend him to you. He answered rightfully. You're that Chang director from Jianya Brain Hospital, aren't you? You're still alive? I dashed. The director's face rose into a pig's liver. He jumped up from the ground and called out the other man's name word for word. Sun Fei. What do you mean, you? What do you mean I'm still alive? Why don't you say you're still alive? I would have lived. The man called Sun Fei said in a serious manner. You guys are being watched. They likely thought the rewards you received were generous, so they waited here on purpose, hoping to risk getting some. The director stopped talking. But I just shot them. I came over to join your party. It's possible to walk in company for a while if you don't mind. Chapter 120, Professor Sun's Vision. Family members' previous chapters seem to have tomatoes with swallowed parts. Remember to refresh. Sun Fei's sentence caused everyone inside the room to be a bit confused. Shin Wuzhou's eyes began to ache again, and he closed his eyelids as he heard the director protest loudly. Sun Fei, although I know you better, but what do you mean by banging your whole gun here at this time of the year? You chucked your gun and helped and threatened. The director circled around the open space, probably because he felt that Shin Wuzhou was the safest there, so he rolled and crawled to hide behind Shin Wuzhou. Our boat is now 1 toe 4, and you add to that, he's 1 toe 5. Is this right? Shin Wuzhou had no way to open his eyes and could only think while hustling the director to the side by feel. Sun Fei is Lin Jimiao's mentor and has a gun in his hand. Judging by the dryness of the shot he just fired, bullets may not be in short supply for a while. To survive the first game and get a weapon, this person can't be any less powerful. A guy like that can get by just fine on his own. Considering the world as it is now, there is basically no trust between people. With the possibility of being stabbed and robbed of supplies by a teammate at any time, I'm afraid it would be more appropriate to go through it alone than to expose your strength and risk joining a team like this. Unless, of course, the person has a reason for having to join the team. Shouldn't be about a toe 5. Outside the door, Sun Fei's calm voice came. It may be that we 5 drag one. Director Chang, you reflect on reflection, your wife can heal, monks can fight, the boat brain is good, knowledge of the small analyze the psychology of people is really not bad. What about you? What do you know? Shen Wuzhou lowered his head, physiological tears kept bubbling out. He couldn't help but lift his sleeve and wipe his eyes, tugging at the director to signal him to keep quiet. Professor Sun. Shen Wuzhou tried his best to make no emotion audible in his voice. What about you? What do you know? A boat? Sun Fei seemed surprised for a moment. He quickly adjusted himself and stated his reasons calmly and clearly. Ship, have you ever read a novel called The Galactic Empire? Galactic Empire? Shen Wuzhou had really read it. Seen it. He chose to tell the truth, not figuring out what Sun Fei's point in asking that was. There's a setting in Galactic Empire called psychohistory. Prof. Sun was patient, explaining without hesitation. The book is very vague about this psychohistory thing, which is about encapsulating the entire universe within a computational model, and figuring out where history is going to go based on human behavior and all sorts of other elements. Shen Wuzhou remembered this setting. The setting was amazing, but he never thought about it in depth. There's no way we've been brought up, or within our perception, to know destiny in advance. Professor Sun spoke this passage very slowly, as if he was afraid that the few people in the room would not hear him clearly. There's only a little bit of unfounded rumor on the internet that the ancients could roughly project a person's destiny based on the rituals of the star's orbits, the phases inherent in the world, and so on. I can't research that kind of thing without information. No one in the room spoke. Shen Wuzhou's eyes were still not well, and he raised his hand to wipe them while listening silently. The idea of psychohistory in the novel gave me some inspiration. Sun Fei still spoke slowly and clearly. I think that if my algorithms are comprehensive enough, my grasp of environmental data is precise enough, and my control of the relationships around people is central enough, I am perfectly capable of determining each person's destiny through my calculations. Shen Wuzhou's heart gently paused. Before he could think carefully, Professor Sun on the other end began his detailed explanation again. Ship, let's establish a minimal model. We make assumptions. In an asteroid, there are only 2 chickens, 1 beast, a small patch of crops and 2 people. The asteroid is surrounded by a star that provides a constant and steady supply of light and heat. The ecology is relatively simple at this time of year, isn't it? Shen Wuzhou recognized. Right. Okay. At the sound of the voice, Sun Fei put the gun down. At this point I create a computational code, put in factors including all the above-mentioned organisms, stars, stellar orbital patterns, gravitational forces, strains, soil texture, etc. And I'm ready to start calculating. That's not a problem at all, is it? Sun Fei said it clearly. Shen Wuzhou did not hear anything wrong. His eyes are a little better, not as itchy as they were just now. No problem, Professor. Sun Fei gave a casual hum. Okay, that's the environmental data part. Let's go back to the interrelationships between these things. We'll just center on people. Sun Fei paused, repeating the previous few elements. Man, the thing that is the subject, we refer to it by I. First of all, there is the relationship between man and man, which we summarize as, the same as me. Shen Wuzhou didn't think there was any problem. The beast eats the man, so the relationship between the beast and the man we summarize as, restrain me. Still nothing wrong with it. Shen Wuzhou let out a simple syllable, signaling Professor Sun to continue explaining. Crops that need to be planted by people in order to grow. This relationship, we summarize as, what I give birth to. And there's no problem. Chickens, they are food for people. So the relationship between the chicken and the human being is, what I refrain from. Still no problem. Shen Wuzhou said, please continue. Finally, there are stars that continuously provide light and heat. Sun Fei laughed a little. Light and heat provide the right environment to give birth to everything. So its relationship with man is, to give birth to me. Ship, all relationships in the world can be summarized in these 5. I or what is like me, what I restrain, what restrains me, what I give birth to, what gives birth to me. Something moved in Shen Wuzhou's heart. He asked, so you put these 5 relationships into the model? Yes. Sun Fei said, this is the core of the relationships of all things. I have abstracted them into 5 simple symbols, and the symbols correspond to each other in these 5 relationships. However, such a model is not comprehensive enough. Sun Fei was thoughtful. Shen Wuzhou's eyes no longer shed tears. He opened his eyes and carefully observed the world underneath the illusion vision, while listening to Sun Yu. We need to take into account again that everything is in motion. It is due to this character of the movement that they change in relation to each other. Prof. Sun gave the simplest example. For example, a sleeping beast is food for humans, and at this time the relationship is, one that I refrain from. The waking beast uses humans as food, and this time the relationship is, restraining me. Relationships aren't necessarily bound to either, but they definitely switch between two of them. Relationships change, but two relationships can happen to the same thing. They are also unified. So I abstracted this transformation into two symbols of unity of opposites and added them to the relational model. Shun Wuzhou understood. He nodded, agreeing with Professor Sun. Indeed. This computational modeling is scientific. Sun Fei seemed to be smiling again. Ship, look. Now there are environmental factors, relational theories in this model. I used the theory of the relationship of everything interacting with each other to create an algorithm, and then throw as many environmental factors around a person into that algorithm as I can to calculate that person's destiny ritual. The more environmental factors I have at my disposal, the more precise the person's destiny will be. This is psychohistory. Of course, I prefer to call it ritual arithmetic. You have no doubts, do you, Ship? Prof. Sun's vision is bold. Shin Wuzhou quickly went through his theory just now in his head and still didn't find any logical loopholes. The vision, it's scientific. Shin Wuzhou raised his head and in front of him was a translucent gray wall, kind of like the kind of texture of a bubble in the sun. Behind the wall, Professor Sun stood pensively, waiting patiently for his answer. No, Shin Wuzhou said, feeling a little cold. If only he could actually use some kind of model to calculate the rituals of human destiny. Then, all he had to do was know some stats ahead of time and he would be virtually invincible in the game. I nested the model in my cell phone. Professor Sun said, Ship, out of curiosity, I gathered some of your data and recalculated how you might have ended up in the first few games. I think I may be less elemental, or maybe you're just that special. Prof. Sun paused. The original relationship of birth and death won't work on you. This computational model doesn't count you. According to the model, you'll be dead by the fourth game at most. Shun Wuzhou subconsciously stiffened. Luckily, Prof. Sun quickly relieved him. Of course, I watched part of Meatloaf's broadcast. It's also not in the model's calculations for an old man to play the game and die at age 78 and find a replacement to survive. Or maybe it would have been strange to fix death at 78. The models can't be wrong. I can't figure it out. Sun Fei paused again. Ship, you're as special as the world. That's why I want to join you. I've been thinking about this setting for a while now, and I had to write it out today, still a little nervous. Will I read it? Chapter 121, Odd Man Out. Shin Wuzhou could probably understand what Professor Sun meant. In the example of the tiny model given by Shuani, it is indeed possible to calculate the approximate direction of things using this method. If this model is expanded indefinitely, if the arithmetic power is sufficient and the data is sophisticated enough, theoretically, it does apply the relationship between things interacting with each other to project a person's destiny track. Just that the math doesn't work out for him because of the missing element. Shin Wuzhou tensed. Is it because of phantom vision? Or is it because of a lack of control over his character? And what does it mean that old people aren't supposed to die at 78? The eyes of the other four stared up in unison. Shin Wuzhou ignored it and raised his eyes to look at the straight figure outside the wall, snorting as if nothing had happened. It should be personality. You don't have access to the data of my surroundings, so of course you can't project my personality. Lacking that part, the calculated choices I make will be skewed. Sun Fei may indeed be very good. However, there was no way Shin Wuzhou would be foolish enough to expose his illusion vision just because of the other party's two words. That's silly. It's possible. Sun Fei said, but you're really good. He clapped his hands together. Okay, do you have a key to open the lock? Do you need me to just shoot the lock? Shin Wuzhou was curious. Where did you get the bullets? The shooting range. Shuan Yue said, my last game was at the range. Got not much, but it was enough. Shin Wuzhou's heart inexplicably jumped. Shooting range. If it's 20 players inside the range, the scene is as chaotic as you can imagine. How did Sun Fei survive in a dignified manner? Shin Wuzhou twisted his head to look at Lin Jimiao and found that Lin Jimiao had her eyes downcast and didn't know what she was thinking. This silence lasted for a few seconds. After a few seconds, Lin Jimiao seemed to be done thinking. He noticed Shin Wuzhou's gaze and turned his head. Ship, let's open the door. Professor Sun is not a bad person. Shin Wuzhou also did get the key to open the external lock from the old lady before entering the game. Open the door? Sun Fei outside the door heard it. Okay, I'll throw a gun. Sun Fei did throw the gun. The hunk of metal hit the concrete with a dull thud. The door was wrapped around several sections of a very long iron lock, and at best it could only be opened a crack as thick as your wrist. Through the crack in the door, Shin Wujiao and Professor Sun outside the door hit the ground running. While the other man's white hair was meticulously combed back, his face looked to be at most 40 years old, giving off a somewhat icy, jaded feeling. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses rested on the bridge of his nose, and he was neatly dressed, with only a few bloodstains on his cuffs and stomach. Shin Wuzhou lowered his eyes and pulled the lock closer with the help of Professor Sun. It's amazing that you can come out of the range without much injury and maintain such a decent job? Thinking about it, Shin Wuzhou's hand movements did not stop. Click to open the door lock. The chains were quickly undone. The moment Shin Wuzhou pulled open the door, the scarlet projection in the center of the warehouse disappeared. Sun Fei also quickly got up and retreated to the side with great courtesy. Hello, boat. He extended a hand to Shen Wuzhou. Nice to meet you. Not far from his feet lay a submachine gun. I don't know if it was due to the fact that the illusion vision had evolved once again, but Shen Wuzhou felt that his eyesight had gotten better. He was able to see farther and clearer. Every tiny line on Professor Sun's face was clear. And Xuanyi is indeed a human being. Under the clothing, a flesh and blood heart beat vigorously, and Shen Wuzhou did not see any suspicious stomach sacks or chips. So Shen Wuzhou extended his hand and politely shook it back. Hello. Immediately afterward, Sun Fei gave Lin Jinyo a warm hug. Sense Mio, he said, long time no see. What a coincidence. Hi, Professor. It should not be Shen Wuzhou's illusion that Lin Jinyo said this sentence reluctantly. He quickly pointed inside the gate and smiled again, very reluctantly. I'm sorry, Professor. My brother died. I don't have the means to have normal contact with people right now. The director hugged the little boy and nodded at Sun Fei. Old Sun, he said, twisting his head to look at Lin Simian's state, in a rare case of not joking. Be considerate. Kids are hard. Dad? Sun Fei saw the little boy on the director's shoulder and was stunned for a moment. Sensmyo, you should adjust your state first. There is another more important matter. He frowned. What are you going to do with the boy? This is a very real problem. The dead would rot, and there was no way to store the bodies well under such conditions. Indeed, Lin Jimyo was not in a position to carry the little boy all the time. I'm going back home. Lin Jimyo said, I have a freezer at home. My parents don't live with me dash. As if thinking of something, a hint of despair crossed his eyes. I won't waste too much time. Is that okay? No one said no. The director raised his hand to pat him on the shoulder and turned to Xu Yue once more. Do you want to share a car with us? Prof. Sun shook his head. No, he said, I have my own car. I just got out of the game and have 3 days off. I wonder how long you guys can rest. If the breaks aren't consistent, we'll just have to each take a copy. The director and the surgeon looked at each other and didn't answer right away. Lin Jimyo was also silent and didn't say anything. The monk wanted to open his mouth, and looked at Shen Wuzhou in desire to speak. Everyone's mind is pretty much the same. No one knows if Sun Fei can be trusted. Obviously, the other side has a large number of weapons. The cross-country caravan was already enviable enough, and with those 5 tickets for 3 more days of rest in the safe zone, it was really coveted. 3 days can do a lot in this world, too. Should I tell Sun Fei the truth or not? We're also 3 days. In the end, Shen Wuzhou said with discretion. Sun Fei laughed. Okay, he said brightly, then we'll travel together for a while. I have my own car. With that said, he bent down to pick up the submachine gun and headed for the parking lot on his own. I'm getting in the car. I'll wait for you. Sun Fei's back was gradually moving away and soon out of sight. The director whispered behind Shen Wuzhou, what a strange man, the ship also has a gun. Why isn't he afraid of death? Lin Jinyo took her brother from the director. Probably studied the character of the ship. He said lightly, the word character being given extra prominence. The group headed for the underground garage of the nursing home, and once again the group fell silent. Take a few days off first, just to get in shape. The director said. Didn't we get some supplies at the nursing home? That vermicelli and vegetable egg should be pretty tasty, I think. The underground garage of the nursing home was very, very small, just like the warehouse that Shen Waozhou and the others came out of, presenting a translucent gray color. There was only one car parked in the garage and the keys were hanging wide open on the door. It's an RV with a look that makes you feel safe. The body was painted dark green. The car was almost 6 meters long and had a high chassis. Steel is angularly framed out of the body, which at first glance looks like a solid mini fortress. Even Shen Wuzhou, who has always been relatively calm, was not quite able to walk the path when he saw it. The hardcore exterior is secondary to the fact that it's mostly too safe. It looks too safe. Chapter 122 Relaxation and Decision-Making. The interior of this caravan is not particularly luxurious or comfortable, but the simple and narrow dining area, sanitary shower, and bed are still there. There was plenty of power and water, even the window glass had a good dark tinted film on it. Several people circled around this caravan back and forth in awe. Only Shen Wuzhou and Lin Jimyo, who was holding his younger brother, were relatively silent. Under Phantom Vision, this vehicle, like the others, is a translucent phantom that looks like a fine virtual prop. The internal structure of the vehicle is clearly visible, and it is indeed much sturdier and more functional than ordinary vehicles. Now, Shen Wuzhou's Phantom Vision could see 3 different states. One is a complete phantom like a vehicle, another is a broken wall covered in phantoms, and another is a translucent gray building like a warehouse. Is there a special meaning to these 3 different Phantom Vision states? Obviously these things, to the naked eye, look the same. A few minutes later, the director, surgeon, and monk went upstairs to get their supplies, and Shen Wuzhou and Lin Jimyo, who was obviously in a very poor state, stayed in place to watch the car. Wait for me. Shen Wuzhou said, I'll be right back. He's going back to their original car to get the assault rifle. He didn't carry the submachine gun with him, because in his opinion, that thing wasn't too useful at the moment. The submachine gun was pretty much used up by the police, and was dismantled with 10 rounds. 5 rounds were loaded into his pistol, one used up in the game earlier, leaving him with 4 rounds. The rest of the bullets were stowed in his backpack, which the director was supposed to bring down. As for the empty submachine gun, he still had to carry it. Weapons like this are scarce and may come in handy someday. Lin Jimiao hugged the little boy and let out a trance-like hmm. Shin Wuzhou gripped the pistol in his sleeve and walked out, quickly seeing the above-ground parking lot. He swept around from afar and didn't see Professor Sun or Professor Sun's car. Shin Wuzhou didn't think much about it and quickly took away the submachine gun he wanted and quickly returned to the RV parking spot again. The director and the others aren't back yet. Shin Wuzhou stuffed the gun into the cabinet of the car, not daring to relax, jumped down and continued to wait for someone. Vote. After a moment of silence, Lin Jimiao suddenly spoke. You realized something was wrong a long time ago, didn't you? Without waiting for Shin Wuzhou to reply, Lin Jimiao spoke on his own. Prof. Sun is right. It does seem a bit unreasonable for a 78-year-old to die in that manner. You see, no one realizes this irrationality. He pulled open the car door a little annoyed. I'll take the right bunk. I'll put my brother down for a bit, and you guys don't move in that bed. I think he's rotting fast. He took off his own clothes and wrapped them around the little boy in an attempt to hide the stench if any. So abnormal. Lin Simeon said, quickly getting out of the car again. Shin Wuzhou wanted to open his mouth to comfort, however, Lin Jimiao seemed to see his intentions. I'm fine. He said, dead is dead. Anyway, I just took him when I was a kid, and when I grew up he went to school and I went to school, and I didn't see much of him. I'm like this now, I just can't leave it alone when my kid dies. The odds are that my mom and dad are dead too, so let's just die. People live to die. The words were said, but Lin Jimiao's eyes were red. Shin Wuzhou then didn't mention the matter of the little boy again and changed the topic rather stiffly. If you look at it according to Professor Sun's theory, how do you think the old man should have died? Not in a ING game anyway, Lin Simeon said. He looked down and kicked away the small stones on the ground, and was silent for a moment before saying, strange, I never seem to have thought of that before. I was under the impression it was just supposed to be a natural old age death at 78 or 83 or 92, and most people don't live past 78. There was a tumult of footsteps at the garage door. Shin Wuzhou reflexively drew his gun, however the first to walk in was the director of the large bag. Don't be nervous. The director gave Shin Wuzhou an innocent to slightly silly smile. Ship, we carried down both you and Shaolin's things. Monks have the most strength and carry the most large bags. He grinned at Shin Wuzhou and very nimbly went to unload the goods. Get in the car. The director said, I'll take turns driving with Monk. You guys take a break in the back. Go. We're going to Kobayashi's first? Boda, what did that Professor Sun say? Prof. Sun. Under normal circumstances, it was unlikely that Shin Wuzhou would allow such a person who did not lack lethal weapons and came from an unknown source to follow, even if this person seemed to be sincere. In the grand scheme of things, this is too dangerous. But Professor Sun threw out a bait he couldn't refuse. Prof. Sun's ritual arithmetic seems to have worked out the strangeness of the world with some kind of scientific theory. Prof. Sun's few words, however, are all about the errors and omissions of the world and its specialness. Shin Wuzhou wanted to know and needed to know more. How does a tiny little X-company manage to do something like this on such a large scale when the game of death is coming down? If the world is fake, then how is he going to break out of this confinement? It's gotta be true, right? If Professor Sun's doctrine can really find the loopholes of this world through calculations, then even if it is very risky, Shin Wuzhou will choose to travel with him for a period of time. He has his own car. Shin Wuzhou's mind finished circling around and answered the director's question. We'll go on our way, and he can follow if he wants to. Be alert on the road and keep an eye out. The director didn't refute it. He nodded and pulled away from the cockpit. Get in the car, boatless. Get some rest, I know where Kobayashi's house is. With Monk in the co-pilot's seat, the surgeon was a little uneasy and sat in the dining area closest to the cockpit. Lin Jimiao sat next to the little boy, and Shin Wuzhou was on the bed across from him, his eyes piercing through the layers of phantoms and looking at the back of the car. The tiny fortress had pulled out of the nursing home, an SUV following it closely. This is Professor Sun's car. Underneath the phantom vision, Professor Sun sat in the driver's seat, his face unreadable and somewhat stereotypical. Shin Wuzhou saw the submachine gun that he had placed on the passenger seat. He squinted his eyes, and his excellent vision after the illusion vision upgrade allowed him to see quite clearly. There were, surprisingly, no bullets left in that submachine gun. And Professor Sun's car is as meticulous as the man himself. The storage space in the car is well organized, including the trunk. The trunk was stuffed with a thin blanket, 2 boxes of instant noodles and a case of water, but otherwise empty. Shin Wuzhou carefully looked at the car a few times and was sure that there weren't any extra bullets in that car. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong. According to Prof. Sun, didn't he pass from the shooting range? There is no shortage of weapons at the range, and that game is bound to be intense. Most likely, Prof. Sun was the only one who survived that game. How can someone like that not even have extra bullets? If what he says is true, what the hell is he up to? Chapter 123. Thinking about it more doesn't help. Shin Wuzhou stayed mindful and averted his gaze from Professor Sun's car. 5 black cards had been placed in the center of the driver's and passenger seats where the cups of water had been placed, and Monk, sharp-eyed, picked them up for closer inspection. The foiled text on the card reflected the light. "It's our ticket to rest in the safe zone," Monk said. He carefully left 2 and handed the other 3 to the surgeon. "Take that, guys. Speaking of which, where are we going next?" The monk wanted to say something, looked at Shin Wuzhou who was sitting on the edge of the bed in silence, and then looked at Lin Jimia who was guarding the little boy, and was silent himself. Ryoga sighed softly. "My parents, not to mention, passed away. I do have a younger brother as well, who had a rougher fate, and I don't think he'll survive either." The director, in a rare moment, didn't chime in. His only family was the surgeon, and his own situation was easier to accept than a situation like Monk's where his family was separated. Not being able to see it, not knowing if it's dead or alive, and in turn worrying about it endlessly, is the hardest part. You can't say that either. The director thought for a moment, but spoke out reassuringly. Some people have a bad time in the first half of their lives, and then suddenly the second half goes well. "No," Monk said. "The odds are he died in the hospital. My brother broke his leg earlier when he violated a traffic rule. Well, you know how hospitals are. For this kind of rule-breaking injury, you have to make an appointment for surgery, and when he goes to the hospital the doctor gives him a simple bandage and then makes him wait for a seat." The surgeon nodded. "Right. But with an injury of this magnitude, the usual wait for surgery is as little as 5 days. When did your brother get into the hospital?" "So I finished." Monk wrung his hands together, looking a little anxious. "I happened to be at the nursing home the day he had surgery. I called him every day at that point and ended up talking to him on the phone 2 days before I attended the game." Shen Wuzhou was somewhat interested. 2 days before attending a nursing home game? By that time, the game had descended. "Your brother hasn't met the game?" "No." Monk shook his head. "My brother said it might have been God's favor, that the hospital they were in had been free of such accidents. He was on the verge of going into surgery." The surgeon frowned thoughtfully, and a very mild expression appeared on his somewhat stern face. "That shouldn't matter. Look at me, I'm not even qualified to do surgery, even though I have a good knowledge base and seniority." Shen Wuzhou remembered. Earlier in the game, the director had unintentionally spat a line about surgeons not being able to do surgery. An inconsequential remark that he still remembers to this day. Doctors who get to be lead surgeons in big hospitals are great. Usually this kind of fracture surgery for traffic violations has a low success rate, but it does have a success rate. "Your brother may have just been in an anesthetic coma and slept for 2 days in a haze." Monk gave a dry chuckle. The surgeon's last words were obviously comforting. "It's fine," he said. "I don't know. I'm alive anyway, and I'm going to die someday. It'll be okay when I die." The surgeon stopped talking. On the contrary, it was Shin Wuzhou, who was seated in the back row, who keenly grasped the key point of this conversation. "There is no game coming down to this hospital when the game comes down. So is it possible that this hospital is the same, safe zone, as a nursing home?" Shin Wuzhou didn't hide it and asked it directly. "Safe zone?" The monk's tone lifted. His breathing was obviously a little short, and he suddenly turned back to look at Shin Wuzhou. Shin Wuzhou saw the anxiety on the monk's face. "Ship, do you think this is a good thing?" he asked seriously. "The last, safe zone, those old men and women were catching scapegoats, and death was just going to be a game. The hospital, if it really is a safe zone, then my brother's surgery." Monk's face went white as he thought of the blood and horror of the game. "Could be going to that game too? If you play through, it's a successful surgery. If you don't, it's a failed surgery and death." Monk turned violently toward the surgeon. "Doctor, you just said that the success rate of surgeries has never been high, so that's probably why." "Very likely indeed." What the monk thought of, the whole room should be able to think of. "Just." Shin Wuzhou lowered his eyes, looking at the dilapidated highway under the layers of phantoms and thinking. It makes sense to decide the death of an old man through a game. But a game to determine the success of a fracture surgery sounds more than a little ridiculous. Is it possible that by playing the game and getting past it, wounds that would otherwise have to be treated with a series of complicated procedures such as debridement and suturing can suddenly be recovered? This is something that has no way of being explained by any of the now known laws. Shouldn't the success rate of a surgery depend on how good the surgeon is? Otherwise, even if you've played the game, it still won't help. "Monk." Shin Wuzhou raised his head and confirmed with the monk very seriously. "Are you sure your brother went into the operating room for surgery and not to get some sort of surgical qualification category? It would make sense if having played the game would qualify you for surgery. But in the operating room. It should have gone into the operating room." The quote is from the Surgeon General. She frowned as if remembering something. "I don't think that the surgery necessarily has anything to do with the game. Because I, as a surgeon, have observed it from outside the operating room. After the surgery, I'll go in and help organize and clean up, too." When these words came out, even Lin Jimiao, who had been a bit distracted along the way, looked up. The surgeon raised a hand to gather his hair and spoke objectively. Here's the thing, normally for a procedure like a fracture, 5 doctors are assigned to go in. The operating room is a fully enclosed space with only one door to the outside, the door to get in. People who have had failed surgeries are transported directly to the morgue. The surgeon sighed as he thought of a scene like that. People who have successful surgeries are usually wheeled out unconscious and sent to a ward to recuperate. And there's a more important point. The surgeon spoke earnestly. After they woke up, I was not to have noticed anything out of the ordinary, it was literally as if they had slept. It's all I remember before I went into the operating room, hearing that I was red-faced and able to eat and drink after my successful surgery. She looked at Shin Wuzhou and added, "You know, it's just that people who have been in the game are obviously in a different state than those who haven't. Older people, I do wonder why they are so tight-lipped about none of it, but younger people usually can't do it. At that age, you put everything on your face." Chapter 124 Telephone Calls. There would have been very few old people who could have lived to 78. We've seen how difficult the game is, and most of the old people must be corpses. Shin Wuzhou said. He thought of his grandparents. Shin Wuzhou really didn't have too many emotional ups and downs when they died, as if this was some rare thing. At that time, the two men should have separately found their sons and daughters-in-law as scapegoats to play this game. Combining the difficulty of the game and the fact that in the end, one of the two old men survived, but Shin Wuzhou's parents didn't come back, it's very likely that they found more than one double, just like Fang's parents. And judging by the series of previous behavior of the old ladies, these old people would secretly receive notifications of the game a few days before their birthdays. Shin Wuzhou did not know what kind of notice, but it is very likely that the notice explicitly stipulates the matter of prohibited from spreading. He voiced his suspicions and there was another brief silence in the car. Of course there will be such a notice. Ryoga, the director, interjected. Don't you guys think something doesn't make sense? If it were me, I would have just thought it was a joke the moment I saw the notice. The director scratched his scalp. Or if I'm gutsy, I'll call the police, and if I'm cranky, I'll cuss. Do you understand what I'm saying? If it's such a big deal, the outside world can't hear nothing. Even if I think it's a joke and am adamant about not participating in the game, and then I just karma in the house, that's still considered sound movement. Shin Wuzhou shook his head. He couldn't understand it either. He tried to remember the days leading up to his grandparents' birthday, and the two older men in his memory really didn't show any panic. And Fang's mother. Though the old woman seemed strangely stiff and cold, she was quick to accept the truth. Should have found a way to get some clues. Lin Jimiao's head was covered in sweat. I was also in a bad mood at the time, plus Professor Sun came, so I forgot about it. Ship, do you think there'll be at least a diary of some sort or a cell phone memo? When Shin Wuzhou was pulling out the keys in the old lady's pocket, he really didn't find a cell phone in her pocket either. Now that I think about it, she was most likely thinking she would be going back soon, so she put her cell phone somewhere. It's just that the circumstances were really a bit unique. Their rewards had just arrived, and there was no telling how many people were eyeballing them in just one live room. Since someone was able to find them, their location had obviously been exposed. The old lady's room they don't know, go to the front desk to look it up or ask someone about it, and when they get into the room they'll most likely have to deal with her elderly companion, and it's a lot of time to go back and forth again. Shin Wuzhou only had 10 rounds of bullets, and he couldn't just run out. So at that point, it was true that staying 1 second longer increased the potential danger. At that time, Shin Wuzhou, it is also true that because of various factors slip-ups, there was no way to immediately go looking for useful clues. You can't say that either. The surgeon shook his head, seeing the regret of the two young men. In this case, the old woman doesn't necessarily have anything on her cell phone, and the only living old man must also be too restrained to say much. And even if we get the phone, we can't unlock it. It's still a pain in the ass to find someone who knows how to unlock this. Indeed, too. Regretting now won't solve the problem, so if it doesn't work, go find someone to do an information exchange with later. Or, take the time to make another trip back to the nursing home. I'm actually more curious about what Monk said about the surgery in that hospital than anything else. The surgeon pulled a few people's thoughts back. Shin Wuzhou pulled out his cell phone. Monk, do you have a hospital phone? If it's a safe zone, just ask. If it is, the medical patients inside should all be alive. Monk pulled out his cell phone in a hurry. He flipped out a number and read the digits out loud. It's a landline number. Shin Wuzhou dialed the phone on the speakerphone, the other end soon rang a melodious music. The phone was picked up quickly, and a middle-aged female voice, thick with exhaustion, came through. Hello, Sid's hospital. Can I help you? Shin Wuzhou squeezed the cell phone tightly, and his heart couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Does being able to answer the phone properly mean the game isn't coming down? He didn't beat around the bush and asked a straightforward question. May I ask if your hospital is a safe zone? There was a noticeable pause on the other end. Whirling around, the woman's voice was visibly tainted with fear. Safe zone? She asked pointedly and rhetorically, reminding Shin Wuzhou of a stressed cat. This is a safe zone. She shivered. Are you trying to get in? Shin Wuzhou felt strange. What could have happened in the hospital that could make a woman suddenly fearful like that? We have, safe zone, break tickets. Arrest ticket? The woman asked. What's that? We haven't heard of that one. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became a little noisy, and then, Shin Wuzhou heard a very faint male voice. What's going on? Someone asked. Who called? Come and ask about the safe zone. The woman's voice moved away from the microphone. It says there's some kind of safe zone break ticket. The next second, the receiver was taken over by someone else. Hello? You guys want to come to the safe zone? Yes. Shin Wuzhou said, let's ask about the situation. Of course you can come. The man said eagerly, how many of you are there? How many games have you gotten through? Shin Wuzhou did some calculations in his mind. He'd played a total of 6 or 7 games on his own, but only 3 if you didn't count the ones he'd played within Company X. 3 games. Shin Wuzhou said, does it matter? 3? The man was surprised for a moment, that many? I take it you don't have any companions then? What's with all the prying eyes? Shin Wuzhou didn't know why he asked. He looked around stoically and locked eyes with Lin Simeon and the surgeon. Lin Jimiao gently nodded and showed his cell phone to Shin Wuzhou. He typed 2 sentences in the memo, and Shin Wuzhou weighed them and read them out accordingly. An improvised team with companions, but not as many hurdles to cross as I have. Hey man, are there many people in the safe zone now? The man froze for a moment, seemingly not expecting Shin Wuzhou to ask this. The safe zone is crowded and quite a lot of people. But here now, if you will, it's still pretty organized. The man gave a couple of heh chuckles. I hear you guys have some kind of break ticket, is that right? This safe zone is also good to enter. Just give something and you can come in and rest. Weapons for weapons, food for food. And, of course, that rest ticket of yours can be brought here and we'll see if it works. Chapter 125. Monk glanced back, and the surgeon's brow furrowed. Lin Jimiao had been looking down at her cell phone, and she only moved her head unsurprisingly when she heard the words. May I ask if it's everyone who comes into the safe zone? Shin Wuzhou's tone was still very flat, as if this matter was equal to asking for directions in his heart. Of course, the man said, safe zone, it's rare. The concept of safe zones is only widely known today, you know? Inside that replica the ship went through today, the nursing home was the safe zone. Shin Wuzhou knew it too well. This safe zone we have, it's a lot more awesome than the nursing home one. The man's tone was urgent. There are 3 more days before the games start here. We came here 2 days ago and there's everything over here to eat and drink, just no games. Shin Wuzhou knows. The male player said with a straight face, you can't get in until you pay something, and his overall attitude was clearly much more at ease than the woman at the beginning of the game. Obviously, this safe zone has been captured by them, and is a product of this group's jurisdiction. Shin Wuzhou and the others were resting in the nursing home for a few days before participating in the farm game. This man, or rather this group, should all be players who had participated in the game and survived at that time when Shin Wuzhou was resting. These players had found a place where no copies of the game had descended, and it wasn't until this morning that they realized that such a place was called a safe zone. It's not surprising that these people were able to easily take over the safe zone. For example, the nursing home was a safe zone, but Shin Wuzhou hadn't even seen a pseudo-human in a place other than the farm. This place was so tranquil that it was like a paradise, and the first batch of Shin Wuzhou who went over to them and the thought-lagging meat chop could definitely not be considered extrajudicial lunatics. So the old order of the nursing home has not been disrupted. In addition to the rampant gaming in the outside world during those days, many of those who survived also had the restriction of absolute safe zones, where they could only stay in their cars or convenience stores or other fixed locations without being forced to participate in the game. As a result, very few people are in a position to enter a nursing home and go on a killing and looting spree. But that's not necessarily the case with other places in the safe zone. It's not unusual for something like this to happen at Sid's hospital. Hello? Hello? Shin Wuzhou didn't say anything for a few seconds though, and the other end became a little anxious. Dude, are you coming or not? We have some game clues here. If you're coming, let's join the game together. The man seemed intent on selling the game. Hey, in this game, the ones who play with each other will have a better chance of winning. It does seem likely if the West German hospital is thought of in a similar way to a nursing home, where there would be a character like an old lady to lead the way to the game. But there was no point in counting this because Shin Wuzhou did not intend to enter that hospital in advance. Okay. Your game starts in 3 days? Yeah, 3 days from now. 9 o'clock in the morning on the 4th. The man said absently, how's that? Come on buddy. It will come. Shin Wuzhou said, don't worry. He hung up the phone. Lin Jimiao said, with that tone, I guess they should have killed quite a few people. The words made the monk's heart skip a beat. He slowly clenched his fists and spoke slowly. Ship, are you really going to go? If you're going to go, I'll follow you. If you're not going to go, the monk sighed, his eyes reddening. You guys just find an empty car and drop me off. My brother was in there, and whether he died surgically or was killed, I had to see a body. Lin Jimiao glanced at Shin Wuzhou and continued to absent-mindedly lowered his head and scratched his cell phone, the meaning of which was like he would follow Shin Wuzhou wherever he went. The surgeon pursed up her lips and looked at her husband, who was driving, and then at the 2 young men behind her. I don't know how much the content of the copy has to do with the hospital itself, If it does, I can help. The surgeon's words were no more than a statement of willingness to follow. West German hospitals, known to be the same as nursing homes, are safe zones. The safe zone game is harder, but the rewards after passing it are better. What's more, safe zones, like nursing homes, hide the truth behind the deaths of the elderly, and it seems that some of the secrets of surgery can be found in West German hospitals. The more secrets of this kind in his hands, the closer to the truth that Shinwao Zhou wanted. Besides, the West German hospital is not far from where they are. After we get Sensmio back to her house and settled in, we'll actually be about the same for 3 days if we stop and pick up some stuff on the way to West Germany. Shinwao Zhou opened his cell phone map and looked at the route. It's weird that people are dying a bunch and the internet is still smooth as hell. 3 days later, just in time to join the game there. There's no time limit on the use of safe zone rest tickets, so it's possible to save up for now. Going directly to the West Germany hospital and then resting in the hospital for 3 days was a bit of a death wish in Shinwao Zhou's opinion. As it stands now, there's no way that anyone willing to share game clues with complete strangers before the game starts is going to survive. Like this nest of ruthless people who directly occupied the safe zone, Shinwao Zhou thought that their modus operandi was more like tricking people in to kill them. People come, cars and supplies stay. If it was a player like Shinwao Zhou who had played 3 games, he must not be a good person in their eyes either. Even in the game, it would be a great threat to them. Therefore, if Shinwao Zhou really went, they were afraid that they would not leave Shinwao Zhou alive. Wouldn't it be good to keep a few white people, the kind of good people who by chance attended a game to survive or didn't attend a game? It's good to bring these people into the game, good to control, and good to kill if control doesn't come. Save it. Lin Jinyo said. His tone suddenly dropped, and his hand on the cell phone screen paused. The safe zone rest ticket is something that can be used to save your life. Just think about it. If one day a couple of us get hurt or something else happens and we can't make it to the game, then, theoretically, if there are enough safe zones and enough safe zone rest tickets, we have an extra way to live. The rules don't specifically state that they can't be stacked, so resting tickets should be able to be used that way. Lin Jinyo sneered. What a thing. To engage in this life-for-life stuff is to enslave people for fun. I'd like to see what's behind this. I'll chop it up myself. After saying that, Lin Jinyo dialed a number as if she had made up her mind about something. He closed his eyes and a tear slid down his cheek. Chapter 126 Clues. The phone didn't go through, and Shinwao Zhou could hear the shutdown tone coming from there. Lin Jinyo held down the phone and dialed another. This time it was just as much of a shutdown prompt, but he didn't put the phone down until the beeping stopped. It's my parents calling, they got into the game in the wee hours of the morning, he said, raising a hand to wipe his eyes. That's good, they should all be dead. Normal people's cell phones don't turn off unless there are unforeseen circumstances. For example, a damaged cell phone with no battery. The probability of any human being living with a dead cell phone is low. So basically, the only possibility left is that the phone is damaged to the point where it won't turn on. Shinwao Zhou thought of the meat grinder backstage at the program recording factory. It's also quite good. Lin Jinyo smiled a little to herself. There's no more burden. Otherwise I'd have to explain to them about my brother. Shinwao Zhou didn't know how to comfort this great hurt. He lowered his eyes, and within his field of vision were layers of phantoms, beneath which the broken concrete pavement flew backward. As long as you live, there are more possibilities, he said, settle your brother and live. 3 hours later, their cross-country RV entered the city. Judging by the return trip, there were just too many things that didn't make sense along the way. Logically speaking, even if the game had descended on the world at the same time and boxed people all in place, there's no way that the roads downtown would be as empty as they are right now, with cars just driving around. Normally, a small car accident can cause congestion on several roads. Now the people in the car will be pulled into random games on the road, and many will die in the car, and in normal times, the road would be blocked. Even if there are fewer cars on the highway, how come downtown makes it seem like everyone has no cars? The car crashed through the neighborhood entrance and exit lifting bar, parked steadily under Lin Jinyo's house. Shinwao Zhou looked up. The building isn't that tall. Under phantom vision, the occupants inside were dead and running, with only 2 rooms containing survivors. One of them was cowering in a corner, shivering, no longer quite sane, while in another room, several survivors had apparently seen their car. Lin Jinyo pulled open the door, and Shinwao Zhou thought about it, but he still planned to carry the gun and make a trip upstairs together. As long as there are people in the building, you can't let your guard down, right? Wait. The voice was coming from the car behind them. Professor Sun pulled open the car door and got out of the car, carrying his submachine gun that was no longer loaded. I'll do it. He raised his voice. I'll search every room. Sun Fei is indeed a very smart person. If Shinwao Zhou didn't know that he didn't have a gun, looking at this stance, he would only think that he was a bandit who had an absolute advantage and had come over to rob. They are nervous about others and others are nervous about them. Once this bluff was called, those people wouldn't dare to mess with it no matter what. Okay. Shinwao Zhou agreed dryly. Taking advantage of Sun Fei acting to smash the door and Lin Jinyo going upstairs, Shinwao Zhou quickly went through the information in his head. He was charging and swiping his cell phone almost all the way there. There is already some speculation on the internet about the game coming down. There was one post that was very cerebral, such as the evil god advent theory, which argued that the game was rigged by evil aliens, and that Company X was their projection on Earth, commonly known as their headquarters. The PL post got a lot of likes, and people in the comments section chimed in to say that all people are experiments farmed by aliens, and that those pseudo-humans are actually proper human beings. There's also a more highly liked post that argues that humanity has probably been in a huge common dream, and that the originator is X Corporation. The post claimed that this would allow many irregularities to be rationalized. The world Shinwuzhou saw was composed of layers of phantoms, and under the phantom coverage was a wasteland. The dream argument did make sense, but if it was a dream, there was no way for his phantom vision ability to be explained. There is another who believes that no matter what kind of conspiracy is going on, it's good to be alive. Survival is a luxury these days, and with the total collapse of humanity's social and economic order, what's the point of talking about the real world? Why don't we first figure out the rules of the game and figure out how to survive? And aside from all this speculation, it's pretty much just help posts and trade posts. There are also warning tips given to warn people not to trade on the internet so easily. Just happened to see a family of 3, they just seemed to be driving to the convenience store to make a deal. Just opened the window, the guy got stabbed to death, and the 2 women got dragged out and stabbed to death. The car, the supplies in it, and the 3 bodies were dragged by 2 men to the convenience store. Let's all be careful, don't forget that there has been easy food since ancient times. The extreme situation now is similar to the great catastrophe and famine of that time. If you really want to hoard food, people are food. The man advised bitterly. And don't believe in any novels, starving like that can still serve people with color, dream on. If you really run into someone with a sense of crisis, the first thing you'll do is make you into jerky. Indeed, it is only after one is full that one thinks of lust. Shinwuzhou gave this person a silent nod of approval. There are quite a few of these fiascos on the internet. Unfortunately, Shinwuzhou rummaged around a lot and didn't turn up any fresh concepts other than safe zone, and there was only barely one posting that counted as valid information. I set fire to a store last night, and when I went to see it today, the store was actually intact. Oddly enough, if I didn't remember the name of the store distinctly, I'd think I'd burned out. Also, everything I took last night is gone. It's kind of like refreshing recovery in a game. A location that is regularly refreshed and repaired after being destroyed. It's just that what's inside can't be recovered. Shinwuzhou sighed. The game descended almost 5 days ago. It had been nothing but chaos and confusion for 5 days, with most people afraid to go out and gather supplies for fear of being pulled into the game somehow. Also for this reason, there were hardly any people to be seen on the road. Boat. Lin Simeon jumped into the car and pulled the door shut. He dumped a huge black backpack on the ground, looking like he had finished with the little boy. Go. He said wearily, I don't really want to stay here much longer. The director stepped on the gas and started the car. Sun Fei's car followed them, and the 2 vehicles raced one behind the other toward the city where the West German hospital was located. On the 3rd night, their car arrived in a neighborhood not far from Sid's hospital. In these 3 days, Shinwuzhou, the director and the surgeon rested quite well, and Lin Jimiao forced herself to sleep every day, barely able to sleep for a few hours a day. But the monk suffered from severe insomnia and his face was visibly haggard. A few people had taken turns keeping watch over the past few days, and everything was going pretty well. Get some rest tonight, energy is important. The surgeon sighed, the game starts tomorrow, and according to the plan, we're meant to jam through. There's no telling what's going to happen yet. Chapter 127, Entry into Hospitals. The night went pretty well. The place the director was looking for was relatively old, and the streetlights over their heads were all broken. Combined with the fact that the game hadn't started for long and most people were still in fear of pseudo-humans and didn't dare to go out easily at night, there wasn't much to come looking for trouble. Shinwuzhou slept heavily in the second half of the night, and it was not until 8 o'clock in the morning that he was woken up on time by the alarm clock. He got up and shuffled around, staring at his reflection in the mirror for a short while. The constant evolution of phantom vision made a mess of his vision. Looking directly at a person with the naked eye, he could see at the same time the person's skeleton, the constantly rubbing internal organs, the sinews and flesh, and the most superficial layer of skin. A few layers of phantom shadows were superimposed, and the person in his eyes became little more than a human being. But it was good that each layer of shadows was clear, so it was not so bad that he couldn't even recognize his facial features. As for the mirrors, he could indeed see the scene behind them, but he could also see the mirror image at the same time. It was good that the mirror image wasn't affected by phantom vision. The youth in the mirror had 3-dimensional features, and his bright eyes were hidden under the shallow shadows of his eye sockets, giving him an aura that could not be easily caught. Boat? What are you doing? The director slipped over 2 custard pies and a bottle of AD calcium milk. Hurry up, gotta go. Damn you don't say, I'm a little nervous. Seeing Shinwuzhou take the things, the director sighed and sat back in the driver's seat. You reflect on it, AD calcium milk is so good, why don't you blackmail people a few more boxes in the first place? How much has been consumed down in just a short while? It's simply not enough to drink. The SUV started, and Shin Wuzhou sat on the bed without squeaking. What do you mean he didn't blackmail more? The director, a thing, has 3 bottles of AD calcium milk a day all to himself on the grounds that driving makes him sleepy. No amount of blackmail can stand up to this kind of fabrication, right? The off-road RV sped through the narrow streets in the direction of Sid's hospital. In the meantime, inside the hospital building, a scream rang out from the female nurse. What are you screaming about? A middle-aged man with a bit of a blonde figure and a gold necklace around his neck retrieved his sharp knife. So many people have died, I thought you guys were used to it. Behind him stood 2 other men in neat rows, all of them looking vicious. They are in the surgical waiting area on the 9th floor of the hospital. The chairs in the waiting area were empty. Several paramedics crouched on the floor holding their heads. In addition to the 3 men directly in front of them, there were 7 or 8 others with weapons, surrounding them. At the feet of the man in the lead with the gold necklace fell a body, a young female nurse judging by her dress and hairstyle. Lie and die. The man growled, do they all think I'm stupid and easy to fool? Who hasn't seen that live broadcast from the ship's safe zone? You guys go out and ask around, any survivor knows that there are people in the safe zone who can know the rules ahead of time. We're all family members of patients who were called here by you. The man sneered, what? You guys didn't read the rules and you're calling us? So the old woman yelled for the boat to go over without reading the rules? The head nurse, crouched in the very center, was on the verge of tears. This is a tertiary care hospital, but it is located in a remote suburban area. To put it bluntly, it's a small hospital invested and built by the developers of a few high-end properties around the area for the convenience of those rich people. It's just a coincidence that the occupancy rate of the high-end developments hasn't come up yet, and they're taking in very few patients, mostly resettled families from the nearby demolished houses, and a few city dwellers who figure it's a nice place with fewer people and a better environment. The hospital hadn't been open long before the game descended. It wasn't true that they had become a safe zone here, but death wasn't far away from them because of that. Brother Zhang, we really didn't lie. The head nurse tried to calm herself down and try to communicate with the gold-chained man in a softer tone. You have all our cell phones, you've been looking at them every day for the past few days, and every day someone is going to get a beating. The head nurse took a deep breath, remembering a couple of male doctors who had been locked up in the consulting room without a good piece of skin left on them. One man had his ribs broken 3 days ago, the bones poking into his lungs, and he died not long afterward. Everyone gets the same text message on their cell phones. Feeling Zhang's eyes grow more and more fierce, the head nurse winced and gathered her courage to speak down. It could be that each safe zone has different standards, and the one on the ship did have people who could see the rules, but we really didn't even know what the game was. With us here, it's really just for us to call the families on behalf of the patients who have the will to live and explain that it's a safe zone. All we know is what the message says. The corners of Zhang's mouth clasped tightly downward as he listened to the head nurse recite the contents of the message word for word. Hospitals are places that save lives, and after a visit, we decided to make West Germany Hospital a safe zone. Healthcare professionals who receive the message are asked to promptly call family members of patients currently in need of surgery to notify them that the game is coming down, and that taking the patient's place in the safe zone game will allow the patient to get the surgical bit that will make the surgery a 100% success. Special incentives are also available for family members of patients who attend the game. Once the patient's family confirms that they are going, they will not be pulled into any other game until the safe zone game begins. Anyone else can also be invited. Non-patient family members can travel to the game and receive special rewards just the same. The head nurse's eyes misted over. As you know, we medics are forced to pull in the game if we don't get enough people to play it. Originally, there were very few patients inside this hospital who needed surgery. Zhang's face became even more ugly. He'd been turning over this message for the past 3 days. It is because of this message that he and his handlers are almost as good as they come. For each one that came, the stronger ones ganged up on the sharks and took the other stuff again. The weaker ones see how it goes, and the ones who have the sense to stay as a candidate to join the game together. In the game, every move is a game and a confrontation. No one needs that many strong people. Instead, the weaker ones who are better to deal with go in, and your side wins by a few points. By the end of the game, most people will be enemies. It's just that this game is different. From the ship's experience, the game in the safe zone would be very difficult, and just by watching the live stream, Zhang broke out in a cold sweat. His own 2 previous games had been simple models in comparison, something that could be figured out with a little brainstorming. He had thought he could be like the ship, arresting people and asking for some rules of the game. But the current situation was beyond his expectations. He's been here for a few days now. From the end of the cleansing of the hospital, he had been on the lookout for information on the subject. He pressed for 3 days of unsuccessful questioning, and in the last hour, these nurses, who had been tortured and kept awake all night, were still unable to say anything. Zhang's face was ugly. These people really don't know anything. What about him? This incredibly difficult, safe zone, game would literally have to be played without knowing anything about it. Zhang gripped the knife in his hand tightly and looked at the paramedic with an unkind gaze. Anyway, right now, the people aren't all there. Why don't we just half-cripple these people and bring them into the game altogether? Zhang was about to give an order when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. It was the voice of the man in charge of the gate. As if he had been exposed to something incredible, his tone was agitated to the point of distortion. Brother Zhang, we're rich. We're rich. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I was just about to go upstairs to meet you guys. Isn't it time for the game to start? Results, Zhang, who was already in a bad mood, was in an even worse mood. If you have something to say, just say it quickly, will you? RV. The caller yelled. Zhang thought he heard wrong. What? Caravan Zhang, caravan The man was excited. Asterisk 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 what a cool RV. Like it was driven out of a military area. But that driver is obviously not a soldier. Asterisk 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 I just looked at it from a distance and people just knocked the lift bar right off. RV? A cool RV? This time, Zhang confirmed that he had heard correctly. Stuck exactly half an hour before the start of the game, the place got another entry. Also, the other guy is a fat kid with an RV. If you can get this stuff, you can imagine that the supplies will be no less. Only, I'm afraid the strength won't be low. Where's the car? Zhang's breath caught. Where did they drive it? Just ahead, underground garage, just went in there a little while ago. Brother Zhang, what do we do? Zhang swallowed his saliva. What else can we do? It's off. He scanned the circle around him. I'll bring people down to them later. Try to kill them if you can. If you can't, you'll be crippled and brought into the game. You hurry to the hall and see if they've come up. The man was a little terrified. He didn't dare to go. Who knows if those people would be outlaws like Zhang? He was just a minion, and going alone would likely get him killed straight away. Brother Zhang, that's only half the story. The man swallowed back the rest of his half-sentence hard as he watched several figures walk up from the underground garage. Brother Zhang, they're coming up. It looks like. A few of them looked relatively neat and clean. The young man at the head of the group looked extremely familiar, and he stopped about a few steps away from the man without much expression on his face. We've come to join the game, Shen Wuzhou said. You're one of the players, aren't you? Like what? Like what? Zhang got anxious. I told you to go dash. A trance-like thud came from the man on the receiver. Boat? Asterisk 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 ships? Interns and chiefs? Zhang's brow furrowed. A boat? Director? Intern? What a coincidence that the person who came was the ship he had just mentioned. Don't be offended yet. Zhang's voice cooled down. Bring it up. When he finished, he cut off the phone and thought quietly. Boat. The name was not a boon to him. Ship is an extremely sensible person who would have no qualms about pitting anyone in order to survive the game. Although his teammates seem to be useless, they must not be underestimated if they are left behind by the ship. Director, me? That monk, for example, looks like he can fight at first glance. Young's cell phone vibrated with a picture sent to him by the man watching the door. The photo is a little blurry, it's a panicked shot of the RVs but even then, you can see how sturdy and powerful the real thing is. Zhang just felt his heart miss a beat. Is this the boat's RV? Is this the safe zone special reward that was said in the broadcast of Meatloaf's live broadcast? If this thing is his. Zhang looked at the photo and made up his mind. Grab it. Be sure to grab it. Almost without hesitation, Zhang replied. Take elevator 1. I'll lead a blockade of them. The other side. The man looked fearfully at the submachine gun in Xu Yue's hand and nodded his head as he led the group toward the building. What a thing. Boats with guns are scary enough. Where did this guy come from and why is he carrying something like an assault rifle? I didn't think I could meet you in person. Your way, we should be in the same game. As early as when he came up from the underground garage, Shen Wuzhou saw this guy on the phone. His heart had been beating so fast it was obvious he had an accomplice. Moreover, from what they had deduced earlier, this was definitely a group of ruthless people who killed people. How is it possible to say that this group is not coveting the sight of RVs and supplies? The man opened the curtain and let Shen Wuzhou advance. The strong smell of rust and the smell of dead rats suddenly filled the entire nasal cavity, and Shen Wuzhou subconsciously wanted to vomit. That's disgusting. How many people is this and how many days has it been rotting? There was some accident here earlier. The man explained, leading Shen Wuzhou towards an elevator. Shen Wuzhou didn't care. He watched the man's back and spoke as if offhandedly after the man pressed the elevator. What floor is the game on, do you know? 9th floor. The man said, that I still know. But exactly how to get into the game, I'm not sure. Lin Jinmiao answered slyly, he didn't lie. That's a bit of a strange thing to say. The man tried to turn his head, but his neck was violently penetrated by coolness. A sharp blade penetrated his windpipe from back to front with great force. And then, Shen Wuzhou pulled out that knife and wiped it twice on the man's pants in passing. It would be foolish to suspect that this group of ruthless people wanted to kill people and go directly and defenselessly down the elevator into the tiger's mouth. Shen Wuzhou moved quickly to pull out the cell phone from the man's pocket, grabbed the corpse's hand, and fingerprinted it to unlock it. The phone wasn't talking or recording. Shen Wuzhou clicked on the contact software. The top of the chat record is the deceased and Zheng a few minutes ago the conversation. It's their RV, and the phrase, "Take elevator 1." Such an appetite. The director came up and counted. No one expressed dissent to Shen Wuzhou's move. It's that time of year, and if you don't have some defense, you're really going to get yourself killed. Let's go. The game starts in 20 minutes. Shen Wuzhou said, let's take elevator 3 and stall for a longer time. Chapter 128, Dean Hu. Elevator 3 is on the other side of the small hall, opposite elevator 1. The director pressed down the number 3 elevator while Shen Wuzhou dragged the dead man into the number 1 elevator compartment and pressed down the floor 9. He hated calculations between people. The game was about to start, and he didn't want to waste too much stamina or bullets. Shen Wuzhou thought Zhang was stupid. But where the other side has a little bit of backbone and a little bit of power, the idea would be to kill him with the help of the game and then take his stuff. Wasting energy to get in your face and turn it on before the game starts is clearly treating him like a threat in the game. 15 minutes to go. The elevator at the hospital was slow and a foul smell permeated the elevator car. Scarlet numbers slowly pulsed beneath the brown bloodstains on the tin wall. Just catch up, Shen Wuzhou said. They had made it to the 7th floor. On the other hand, elevator compartment number 1 dinged and stopped under Zhang's nervous gaze. Zhang held a watermelon knife tightly in his hand and waited a short distance from the elevator door. The elevator stopped and he was even more nervous until his palms were sweaty. The ship has guns and brains. He had to shoot the ship before it reacted, determined not to let the ship enter the game with him. Otherwise, he would basically only end up dead himself. The elevator doors slowly opened in full view of everyone. Zhang raised the knife in his hand ready to slash downwards, however the image in front of him spurred him to an abrupt halt. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A few juniors did not expect Zhang will suddenly come so a moment, the body rushing forward for a moment did not break, hit Zhang headlong into the elevator compartment. Shunzi! Zhang shouted, damn it, stop it all. Fooled the grass. A body fell in the innermost part of the elevator compartment, and the floor was a thick scarlet. It was the same Junko who had just spoken to him a few minutes ago. It's over. Zhang's face went white as he peeled away from the others and rushed outside. Surround. Split up and block the elevator. The ship found out, and that's kind of a bridge. If he did let the ship into the game, he probably wouldn't have survived at all. Zhang's face changed. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when elevator number 3 across the hall slowly opened. A black pistol was pointed at Zhang's head from a distance. Shen Wuzhou regretted not wearing a mask. The smell of blood was indeed much lighter on this floor, but it wasn't very well ventilated, and the first floor smothered a strange odor. The chairs here were still new but dusty. A body, a young nurse by the looks of it, had fallen beside the foremost chair. Next to the fallen nurse, there were 5 or 6 other medics crouching. As he watched Zhang's footsteps abruptly stop 8 meters away, an expression of disgust appeared on Shen Wuzhou's face. Don't move, Shen Wuzhou said coldly, guns and bullets have no eyes. Professor Sun stood next to him, pretending to hold the unloaded submachine gun. The game starts in 10 minutes, I think. He said indifferently, how can anyone force us to use bullets anymore? In the first place, a handgun is scary enough. As soon as the submachine gun came out again, Zhang just felt bad about the whole thing. What a hook-8 thing. Who is this? The game started only a few days ago. How could anyone have something so horrible? Zhang didn't even dare to move his eyes, and cold sweat instantly drenched his back. Brother, misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. That what? Zhang searched his mind trying to find the right thing to say. Luckily, a sudden footstep saved his life. The sound was a bit eerie in the silent and dreary air. The people in the hospital are pretty much dead, and the weaklings who were selected by Zhang to be allowed to participate in the game are all on this floor. The only ones left were the doctors who were half-beaten and locked up in their consulting rooms. Other than that, Zhang couldn't think of anyone else who could come. The footsteps shuffled across the floor with a thud, looking tired and heavy. Accompanying the footsteps was the reeling sound of iron wheels rolling across the tiled floor. The sound came from the hallway leading to the operating room. The voices were getting closer and closer, and Shen Wuzhou could hear the heavy panting mixed in with the footsteps and the wheels of the cart. It's a doctor. This doctor was even wearing a surgical cap and green scrubs, and the rubber gloves on his hands were not removed. On his feet were a pair of soft-soled, operating room-specific cavernous shoes, as if he had just finished a long surgery. Under the phantom vision perspective, Shen Wuzhou saw the stomach pouch riding under the doctor's sinewy flesh. It's the pseudo-person. Almost all that remained of his large, shriveled body was the enormous stomach stuffed with minced meat, except for the long, spiky tongue that curled up inside. The chip at the base of the stomach lit up pleasantly, the gastric sac wriggling and squeezing as digestive juices wrapped around the centermost half of the heart. The pseudo-man wore a mask, revealing only a pair of red bloodshot eyes. It was pushing a cart with a green body bag placed on it. If Shen Wuzhou only looks at the most superficial phantom and ignores the white bones in the body bag, he would also have thought it was a tired, exhausted doctor pushing a patient who had failed to be resuscitated. For a moment, the waiting room was silent. Everyone looked at the doctor who had suddenly appeared. Dean! The head nurse shouted excitedly, her voice taking on a sobbing tone. Dean Hu! The director twisted his head to look at Shin Wuzhou's expression and unconsciously stepped back. And young, it's like he ate sure. Have you, Zhang spoke with a hard voice, been in the operating room? The pseudo-person stopped inside. Its voice was pale, and with the deliberate curvature of its spine, it really looked like a senile old man. Yes. What a long surgery, it could have been over a few days ago. I was 3 whole days late. The word late sounds a bit like eat. Shin Wuzhou remained silent and watched as the pseudo-man licked the blood off the edge with intent. With the mask covering them, the others couldn't even see the action. None of the patients from the last surgery made it through. The pseudo-man sighed, it's not just me. Including the patients at Dr. Zhu, Dr. Liang, and Dr. Huang's place, altogether zeroing in on 20, they're all dead. 20. Shen Wuzhou keenly grasped this suspicious figure. Then Dr. Zhu, Dr. Liang, and Dr. Wang should all be hypocrites as well. What are all you nurse practitioners doing squatting here? The pseudo-man sighed long and hard, his neck stiffening as he stared at the young nurse's body. The game starts in 7 minutes. Let's see, these are the patients' families with the knives, right? Here to qualify for surgery in place of a patient, or simply on your own, right? This is so weird. As if realizing something, the head nurse stopped talking as a few moments of awe showed in her eyes. Shin Wuzhou gripped the pistol that was tucked away in his sleeve and secretly shook his head. This is not at all what a normal person would do. The dean was in the operating room and didn't eat or drink for 3 days, so by what did he survive? When he came out, he ignored the bodies on the floor, but didn't ask the nurses, who were obviously threatened. There was no emotion, just a statement that it was time for the game to begin. Where did you learn about the game? Any normal person would be suspicious. And, judging by the nurse's excited dean behavior, it's clear that the pseudo has been around for quite some time. What's the situation? Were all the previous surgeries really as much of a game as they suspected? Playing through the game is a successful surgery? Come over here, all of you, it's getting late. The pseudo-man sighed. Let me count. 6 of you, plus 10 of you, that's only 16. The pseudo-man lifted his hand and picked left and right among the few nurses on the ground floor, choosing the one with the most tender meat. Tell you what, the head nurse stays. You younger ones, follow along. Chapter 129. 2 groups. A few of the little nurses who were named turned pale. People are not cuties. Dean, whose weirdness is obvious to anyone. Obviously, he plays a role similar to that of the old lady who brought the boat into the game. All follow. The pseudo-man said, a pair of dry, grayish fingers pointing to the bag of white bones on the cart. Nurse practitioner, the usual rules. Don't open it, take it to the morgue. The rest of you, if you hurry up and keep up, I can still introduce you to some of the rules. No one hesitates anymore. Zheng tightly gripped the watermelon knife and led the other 7 men under his hand to take the lead in following. Shin Wuzhou and his party followed behind with good intentions, and at the very back were a few trembling, small nurses who looked like they were on the verge of crying out. I won't say much about the other things, you will naturally know when the time comes. The pseudo-human's footsteps were thick and heavy, leading them through the not-so-long surgical corridor. Just a little. Your family members who need surgery, if they are still alive, will receive surgery immediately after you win the game, and the surgery will have a 100% success rate. 100%? The success rate of the surgery is said to be raised? If you go by the surgeon's statement, the success rate of the operation should be very low. If you don't have family members in our hospital, then we will offer another incentive. The pseudo-person stopped in front of the operating room. The door to the operating room was lit up in green with the word closed, and the pseudo reached out and pulled the door open on both sides. I'm old. The pseudo-man muttered, leading them into the room. There's no smell of disinfectant water here, only the stench of rotten blood that's stronger than anywhere else. The entire operating room hadn't been cleaned in I don't know how long, and the walls and floor were splattered with bloodstains and bits of clinging flesh could be seen. There was a rib with visible teeth marks on the floor, and the pseudo-man lifted his foot and unobtrusively kicked it under the operating table. Someone couldn't help it and threw up with a wow. Zhang's face was ugly. Or rather, except for Shin Wuzhou, who was already accustomed to it, everyone's face didn't look too good. The monk's lips quivered and he seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Where is this a surgical site? It's clearly a murder scene. His brother. Okay. The pseudo-man clapped his hands together and walked to the edge of the smooth metal wall and pressed the red button on the wall. The white metal wall cracked open, revealing an elevator behind it. Go on. The pseudo-person stepped into the elevator first, a grin on his face under the mask. It still had a small piece of minced meat on its sharp teeth. Come on, may you all be able to advocate for yourselves and your families. It's a cargo elevator, don't worry about the lack of space. A fine cold sweat broke out on the surgeon's head. She looked at Shin Wuzhou, as if she had something she wanted to say to him, but stiffly held back. The elevator raced down and soon reached the -2nd floor, but it still didn't stop. After about 10 seconds or so, the elevator stopped with a ding, but the floor still showed -2. As the elevator doors slowly opened, a rather grand and luxurious hall appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This hall wasn't dark, and the deep, white light hitting the gray carpet was cold and high class. Under illusion, the walls of the hall are the same translucent gray as the nursing home warehouse. The entire hall was about 10 meters high. The hall is unfurnished and has only 4 rooms. 3 of the rooms, in a zigzag pattern, are on the ground. There is another room that is higher than the other 3, built on a trapezoidal raised platform not far from the 3 rooms. The pseudo-man sidestepped to the side, signaling the players to look at the blank space in front of them. Families, please read the first part of the rules. Shin Wuzhou's familiar scarlet font suddenly appeared above the light gray carpet. Good morning, players. The rules of this game are special, so please take 5 minutes to divide yourselves into 2 groups. The grouping tips and requirements are as follows. Please think carefully and make your own choices. Group 1, normal player group, number of players 15, playing field is 3 rooms on the ground. Group 2, balance officer player group, number of players 5, playing field is the room on the trapezoidal raised platform to the right of the entrance door. Both groups of players face games of similar difficulty and there is no absolute difference between hard and easy. The 2 groups of players are interconnected but face different rules of the game. During the grouping process, violent clashes and fighting and killing are strictly prohibited. Otherwise, the scene will be closed forever. Once the grouping is complete, please ask the balance officer player group to remain where they are, and the ordinary player group to follow the relevant prompts to receive their serial numbers and enter their respective rooms. 5 minutes after the regular player group enters the room, please have the balanced player group enter the room on the high platform. Please rest assured. The game in the room has not started yet. The group read the rules and looked at the 3 rooms on the floor in unison, then up at the room on the raised platform. What's the choice? The rules say that the 2 sets of rooms are similar in difficulty, but individuals know that the 2 identities are bound to be different. The rules give very little relevant information. What would it take to analyze more? Under illusion vision, the 4 rooms are light layers of shadow. Through the heavy phantoms, Shin Wuzhou saw the situation inside the ground room. Below, there are 3 rooms distributed in the shape of pins, 2 by 2, connected by a long table. One end of the long table was in one room and the other end was in another, and the wall stretched across the center of the table so that no one on either side could see the other side of the table. 5 balls are placed in the corner of each room. The balls inside each room are the same size, and for 3 rooms, there are a total of 3 sizes of balls, large, medium, and small. 3 balls? Look up there, you guys. The monk moved into the middle of the crowd, eyes narrowed as he looked at the high platform. The walls of that room on the high platform are made of mirrors. Shin Wuzhou raised his head. Phantom vision, it's a little less convenient this time of year. He recognized the hall's mirror image above the phantom still, as he carefully identified it. A mirror indeed. The surgeon said, Monk, what are you trying to say? Go straight up and take a look. Lin Jimio said, setting up mirrors like this is meaningless on its own. But if you look at it from experience, it becomes clear that the game never does a setup that doesn't make sense. Lin Jimio analyzed in a low voice and took the lead in lifting his feet and walking upstairs. What's the mirror set up here for? For you to look in the mirror in the room below? But if it's a one-way mirror, it makes sense. With one-way mirrors, people on the outside can't see inside. Lin Jimio wanted to say something, but Shin Wuzhou understood. Those outside can't see inside, so those below, in any case, can't see the rules in the room above. Chapter 130, One-Way Mirror. Would a single-sided mirror serve the purpose of obscuring the rules in the room above it? The Scarlet Rule stimulated the senses of all the players present. Other than a few young nurses who were white and scared for the first time in the game, others, like Zhang and the like, were fairly calm. Grouping? What crappy rules? Someone muttered in a low voice. Shin Wuzhou twisted his head to look over. It was one of the players following Zhang, a man with a simple face. Never seen it grouped like this. The naive man continued, the one I had before was also grouped, but the 2 groups don't separate, so they cut each other. Cut each other? Shin Wuzhou froze for a moment as he listened. What kind of brutally simple model is this, and how come he hasn't seen it before? Generally speaking, this cockamamie game grouping is meant to pit 2 sides against each other. The thin man beside the simple man spoke. Brother Zhang, for confrontation, it's better if we go with the balance officer. There's just 5 of them in the balance officers group, and with so many monks and so little meat, it doesn't sound like a bad name. And the room is up there. This position, if my guess is good, I should be able to see what's going on in the room below. The thin man's comment caused the crowd to look sideways and upward. On a trapezoidal raised platform, a room made of mirrors reflects the beautifully decorated walls and columns within the scene, like an elaborate box. Under illusion vision, through the thin layer of illusion on the mirror wall, Shin Wuzhou saw the round table in the center of the room. There was obviously something placed on the round table, only the viewing angle was too low for Shin Wuzhou to see clearly. There really isn't a big problem with the skinny guessing line of thought. Zhang wasn't stupid, and with a quick glance toward the rules, he strutted toward the high platform. The rules don't say you can't move around. Zhang casually named Bean Man and Slim Man, seeing that these 3 were the core of the team. You 2 come up with me and check it out. 4 minutes left in the division countdown. Shin Wuzhou didn't dare to delay. He took Lin Simeon and the surgeon with him, and walked quickly up the steps as well. The view from the high platform is great. If you stand next to the room and look down, you can just about see the roof of the room below very clearly. Under the vision of phantasmagoria, the roof below was a trio of light phantoms. Shen Wuzhou squinted his eyes and recognized that the roof was made of a very thin layer of transparent glass. That is to say, if the room above is indeed made of one-sided mirrors, in theory, those in the room above could indeed easily see all the other players below. It is indeed a one-sided mirror. Lin Zhimiao whispered behind him. Shen Wuzhou turned around and Lin Zhimiao was placing her finger vertically on the glass, signaling Shen Wuzhou to look at the mirror image. A normal mirror will have a layer of metal behind it, so there will be a distance between your fingers and the mirror image. But behind a one-way mirror is glass and nothing else, so there is no distance between the finger and the mirror image. Ship, you said, the cover-up rule dash. Obviously, Lin Zhimiao and Shen Wuzhou were of one mind. The purpose of the one-way mirror is probably to block the view of the normal players in the room below, so that they have no way to see the rules of the room above. If it's used to obscure the rules, then it makes sense that the balance officer would enter the room 5 minutes later than a normal player. Shen Wuzhou didn't rush to deny it. He heard Lin Zhimiao's thoughts. If those 20 players are split into 2 groups, it's almost a given that the 2 groups have different rules. The rules are different, the 2 groups are related, and it's highly likely that it will be another self-defeating confrontation. In the rules, the time difference between the 2 entering the room is specified. Balance officer enters the room 5 minutes later than a normal player, assuming that with balance officer's field of vision, he can see the entire scene downstairs. If the assumption holds true, then those 5 minutes are for showing the rules to the regular players in the room below. 5 minutes later, the balancing officer was in place and the rules upstairs appeared. And to prevent the balance officer from seeing the downstairs regular player rules through the glass roof, the downstairs rules will disappear in tandem. At this time, due to the one-sided mirror above them, even if the roof of the room downstairs was glass, there was no way for those ordinary players to see the rules of the balance officer through the one-sided mirror. This creates a confrontation between the 2 parties. Shen Wuzhou once again looked at the room downstairs and did not immediately express his approval. There's nothing wrong with the logic of this idea, but there are problems with the details. Lin Zhimiao's voice wasn't too loud, Zheng wasn't far away and could hear it. He couldn't help but look at Lin Zhimiao a few more times. It was that intern doctor. Anyway, this paragraph, when listened to in combination, means that the interns think pretty much the same way as the people on their side of the fence. The people above you can see all of it, and in every way, from the name, etc. It's the upstairs that has the advantage. The 2 sides of the rules are separated, and the one-way mirror obscures the view of the crowd below so that those downstairs cannot see the rules of those upstairs. Similarly, the people upstairs can't see the rules for the people downstairs. Zhang looked at Shen Wuzhou again. The ship wasn't about to deny it either. Zhang had a plan in mind, waved his hand, and greeted his little brother to go downstairs. The ship would have definitely gone with the balance officer group if it hadn't suddenly made a fool of itself. Zhang's voice was pressed very, very low. We've offended him before, plus that car on his side, that supply, it's all we need. The simple man and the thin man looked at each other, and both of them understood. Brother, just going to get his stuff, huh? Those are balancing officers, and he has a gun in his hand. What are we going to do? Crap! Zhang scolded, have you guys never played a game before? Aren't so many games of this confrontational type? The 2 camps in a rivalry game, the same camps don't usually lay hands on each other. Boats are indeed awesome. Zheng thought of the elevator containing the body. The knife marks on the body's neck were neat and dry, not a trace of hesitation could be seen. It is a husband who can bend and bend. If he also picks balance officer, don't offend him yet. Maybe he can take us through a handful of times. Balancing officer, there are only 5 positions in total. The thin man asked, and his companion. Companion, what companion? Zhang got a little impatient, we have companions too. When the time comes, the 2 of you plus Wanzi, the 4 of us will grab the seats first. Zhang's group was used to running rushhour over the hospital, and they weren't worried about not being able to rob anyone else. In any case, they'll take 4 spots before they let the boat add to it. In that case, 4 of the 5 balancing officers are their people, and it will be easier to go after the ship after the game. Secondly, only Shen Wuzhou was a balance officer in his team, and in order to save his life, he would have to target the intern doctor and others. At the end of the day, he might be the only one alive in their ranks, and he wouldn't have any extra help. There's only 3 minutes left in the countdown. Zhang made up his mind and led the way downstairs. Shen Wuzhou didn't hear Zhang's ramblings. While the group had just been discussing in low voices on the stairs, he had finished looking at the setup in the room upstairs. There were no chairs inside the room, only a round table. On the round table, 5 cell phones and 2 stacks of number plates were neatly placed. 2 stacks of number plates, one thin and one thick, both with the number 1 at the top. 5 cell phones, obviously for 5 balance officers. 2 stacks of number plates if you number balance officers and regular players by head count. One group is the numbers 1 through 5, and one group is the numbers 1 through 15, which also happens to correspond to a thicker and thinner stack of number plates. As for why the codes of both groups are here at balance officer, Shin Wuzhou thinks that the probability is that the numbers correspond. It would make sense if there were 5 balancing officers, each responsible for balancing 3 normal players of the corresponding code. The 5 cell phones are, most likely, the tools that the balance officer uses to contact the players below. But looking at this setup alone, it would be too easy for the balancing officer. Regardless of the rules, the balancing officer's vision condition would be almost complete. However, the rules given by the AI say that both sides are of similar difficulty. If there is such a prerequisite, then the balancing officer must also have a clear weakness. Boat, that look on your face? Lin Jimia waited for a while without waiting for Shin Wuzhou's answer and subconsciously observed Shin Wuzhou's expression. Do you think something is wrong? Go down and take a look. Shin Wuzhou said, let's go simulate the perspective of the houses below. There are only 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in the division countdown. The 3 of them quickly descended the stairs, and Shin Wuzhou casually chose a room, stood by the wall, and looked over in the direction of the high platform. The 3 rooms are arranged in a zigzag pattern, with the bottom 2 rooms facing the high platform. Shin Wuzhou was standing in front of one of the rooms. From this position, he needed to tilt his head to see the room on the raised platform. And the wall on his side was definitely no less than 2.5 meters tall at eye level. The roof of the house covers it flatly, and there is absolutely no possibility of a human viewpoint being higher than the walls. That is, with the walls obscuring them, the only thing the people in the room below could see when they looked up was the game scene's lofty roof and the lights on it. With such an angle, ordinary players struggled to see the room above them, so how could they possibly be able to see what was going on inside the room? Not to mention, Shin Wuzhou was still relatively high. For a shorter player, it really wouldn't even be a thought. That's the problem, Shin Wuzhou said softly. When we enter the room, we can't see what's up there. So, the point you just made about the one-way mirror being used to block normal players' vision doesn't hold water. Lin Jimiao stood in another position and tried it. Indeed. Looking at this fact that Shin Wuzhou had discovered, the existence of the one-sided mirror in the room above once again seemed redundant. Shin Wuzhou's heart was rapidly calculating. Lin Jimiao has a saying that no one thing is superfluous in the game, and the principle on which the one-sided mirror acts is light. When one end is brighter than the other, the bright end sees a mirror and the dark end sees glass. If the light is reversed at both ends, then what is seen will be diametrically opposed. Now, the room is dark and the outside is bright. So, while the room sees glass, those outside can only see mirrors. Assuming the outside lights are dimmed and the inside lights are dimmed when the game starts, then the equalization officer will only be able to see the mirror. That's weakness. Chapter 131 Balancing Officer. Friends, Chapter 130 was rewritten because it was very unsatisfactory. The meaning of the expression is still the same, but there are changes. You can refresh. Today 2 more. Behind them, there was only 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the Scarlet Countdown. Shin Wuzhou walked back to the group and spoke quickly to the others about his guesses. The player who is the balancing officer will most likely have to balance according to the rules and direct the normal players below him without seeing any progress below him. As for the 5-minute time difference after the grouping, it could instead be an eyewash. Sun Fei nodded her head and didn't seem to care much about what Shin Wuzhou said. That's a good point. However, I made sure to pick the normal player one a long time ago. Monk looked up and down, torn but not too torn. I didn't think much of it. He whispered, the rules aren't out, and both are about the same difficulty anyway. I do think, balance officer, sounds very cerebral, and I'm afraid I'm not cut out for it. Shin Wuzhou would not interfere with other people's choices. He said what he needed to say before the game really started, which was kind. When the game starts, he'll still put his own survival first, and the choices of others won't have much to do with him. The director and the surgeon listened with a bit of fear, while a fine cold sweat oozed from Lin Jimiao's head. Shin Wuzhou glanced at the countdown, 30 seconds. He didn't dwell on it because he had illusion vision, which was pure wall hanging. Having a one-way mirror and not having a one-way mirror made no difference to him. From his perspective, the difference between picking up or down is that the room below is literally invisible to the room above. It's a matter of perspective, and it's not next to phantom vision. Really picking the bottom, it's the same thing if he has or doesn't have phantom vision. But if he chose the group of balance officers, leaving aside the difficulty for a moment, he could at least see both sides of the rules and the scene in the room below him once the game started. Such an advantage was indeed something that Shin Wuzhou could not refuse. Considering it so comprehensively, he would still choose balance officer. And this time, there didn't seem to be a lot of players who wanted to choose balance officer. A few timid nurses aside, they were in a relatively weak position, looking at Zhang's large group of people with panic in their eyes, not to mention grabbing a seat. On Zhang's side, apart from Zhang himself and the 3 authorized people, there are a few people with obscure eyes, looking at the room above them from time to time, not knowing what they are thinking. Balance officer. Anyone who knows what those 3 words mean, and they certainly do. This game, any way you look at it, it's a little bit more of an advantage for balance officer. A big reason they usually listen to Zhang is that Zhang is the most ruthless, and they simply can't survive without clinging to him. But when it really comes to the game of playing for your life, By what right does Zhang say who has the advantage? If he really grabbed the balance officer position, what could Zhang do? It's almost time. The pseudo-human known as Dean who reminded in a mute voice. Its red bloodshot eyes surveyed the crowd mechanically, and its mouth split in an exaggerated arc under its thick muzzle. Underneath the phantom vision, the long, sharp-toothed tongue wriggled retrospectively, as if the human flesh it had eaten in the past 3 days wasn't even enough for it to stuff its teeth with. 10 seconds to go. The pseudo-person pointed to the clearing to his left, and the smile on his parched face widened once more. Let's see. On the side I'm pointing to, will the player who chose balance officer status please stand over here dash. As soon as the words balancing officer were uttered, the clearing where the pseudo was pointing was instantly filled. Shin Wuzhou happened to be in a place closer to the pseudo-persons, so he was lucky enough to be the first to stand. Behind him, Zhang was second, and the third, fourth, and fifth positions were more fiercely contested. Good thing the rules state that during the grouping process, violent conflicts and fighting and killing are strictly prohibited. So, despite the fierce competition among the crowd, it was generally peaceful. The naive man didn't grab the other yellow-haired man, and the skinny man stayed firmly in place. The fifth position was occupied by a man that Shin Zhou was not familiar with, a man with one side of his hair shaved with a Z, and he did not look very good to be messed with. All right, the false man shouted hoarsely, that's 5. Shin Wuzhou heard someone swear. He glanced behind him, and besides him, the group was full of people from Zhang's small group. Zhang met his gaze and gave him a friendly smile. As expected, the ship chose the significantly more advantageous balance officer. This time, as long as the relationship is good for the time being, there's no worry about getting the pass reward and the ship's RV supplies. Shin Wuzhou ignored this uneasy smile. He went back to the 3 houses on the ground, keeping an eye on the rules that could come into play at any moment. Everyone else's default status is normal player. False man said, raising his hand and pointing to the 3 houses in front of him. Okay, get in the rooms. 5 in each room. The group followed the pseudo-man and slowly made their way towards the house. Horror, nervousness, and despair came over the faces of a considerable portion of the people, as if those 3 huts were their graves. The director turned his head and reluctantly made the mouth shape of "Be merciful" to Shin Wuzhou, who unsurprisingly saw his reflective forehead. Lin Jimiao typed on her cell phone without raising her head. Shin Wuzhou didn't dare to respond to the director. He didn't know what the rules were going to do, and he wasn't sure if he'd show mercy to an old acquaintance like the director. The pseudo-men took the keys out of their pockets and unlocked the doors to the 3 rooms in turn. The team was completely disrupted. Lin Jimiao and the monk were assigned to one room, the director and the surgeon were in one room, and Sen Fei was in the 3rd room. And Young's little group was similarly stirred up and spread evenly throughout the 3 rooms. Shin Wuzhou didn't dare to be distracted and watched as the pseudo-man locked the doors of the 3 rooms in turn. The moment the last door was locked, Shin Wuzhou saw through the phantom the scarlet-colored rule that appeared suddenly. 1. 5 balls are placed in the corner of the room, 1 for each player, and it is forbidden to take more than 1, or not to take more than 1, or to pass one's ball to anyone else in any form. There is a laser device in the room, and offending players will die immediately. Shin Wuzhou saw that the players who moved fast had already gone to the corner to get the ball. Second, there are 3 models of balls in the room, large, medium, and small. Inside the playing field, there are and are only these 3 models of balls. This matched what Shin Wuzhou saw. Indeed, there are 3 rooms with 3 types of balls, large, medium, and small. Third, the big ball eats the medium ball ball eats the small ball, and the small ball eats the big ball. Players need to consume the balls in their hands at once as given in the rules below. Here's exactly how to play in the rules. Shin Wuzhou swept a glance at the pseudo-man who slowly walked back and continued to look down. Fourth, in each room, there are 2 tables. The 2 tables are connected to 2 other different rooms at each end, and it can accurately determine the model of the ball without mistakes. Place the ball on top of the table and the table will automatically determine and compare the model of the ball at each end. The eaten sphere will fall under the table and be consumed. If no ball is placed on the other end of the table, the sphere placed by the player will not fall under the table and will not be consumed. Up until here, the rules have been about introducing gameplay. Shin Wuzhou quickly went over it in his mind. This is kind of very simple to play and understand at first glance. The difficult part for the players inside is judging each other's sphere models and which table the other will likely choose. The walls blocked their view, and the people in the room did not know the model of the balls in the other 2 rooms, so they had to blindly select the table and place the balls they were holding on it. And, even if you get lucky and pick the right table, the other end of the table is not always going to be filled with balls by someone in the other room. If a player's ball is not consumed, it may be that the rule of the spheres eating each other is not fulfilled, or it may be that the opposite side has no ball at all. This would make the matter of determining the model of the remaining 2 room spheres challenging. In other words, it's a pure gamble on life. The rules don't end there. Shin Wuzhou continued to read on and soon saw the part that mentioned the balancing officer. Chapter 132, Scene Key. 6. The bell will ring every 10 minutes. Each time the bell rings, a player must place a ball on any table within 30 seconds. Otherwise, all players in the room will die. 7. Balance officers. There will be a corresponding balance officer for each regular player in the room above you. During the intervals between the bells or after the bells have rung, a player may follow the advice of the balance officer and place the ball on one of the tables. The 6th rule amounts to a deadlock time for players to think and coordinate. Every 10 minutes, someone has to release the ball. In conjunction with Article 7, each time the balancing officer makes a recommendation, it must also be given within 10 minutes. There are 5 players in total, which means this game will be over in 50 minutes. Without illusion vision, both balance officers and ordinary players would be ignorant of the scene below. It is too harsh to give only up to 10 minutes of thinking and reaction time under these conditions. A hand abruptly shook in front of Shen Wuzhou's eyes, and Zhang's voice sounded very fussy. "Boat, what's all the fuming about?" At an important juncture, Shen Wuzhou was less able to be distracted. He replied somewhat perfunctorily as he pondered the rules. "Wait for the entrance and adjust your mood." The 7th rule was just like what Shen Wuzhou had guessed before. The task of the balance officer was to contact the ordinary players and make the ordinary players act in a certain way. There were still 2 minutes left and Shen Wuzhou was about to go upstairs. He couldn't be sure if the rules would disappear when he went upstairs, as he had previously surmised. So, without doing any further thinking, he hurried on. "Ah, Big Brother is really joking." Zhang shamelessly extended his hand towards Shen Wuzhou. In his opinion, Shen Wuzhou not only responded, but also did not give a cold face and had a conciliatory attitude, which meant that he agreed to live in peace. He won't be able to move his gun easily, so anything goes. A trace of joy rose in Zhang's heart. "Boat, introduce yourself, IID Zhang, you can also call me Lao Zhang." Shen Wuzhou's eyes happened to sweep over the 8th rule. 8. There are 5 cell phones at the bottom of the table, each with a number on the lock screen. Please ask players to get their phones and confirm their numbers. The numbers cannot be replaced or changed, and the offending player will die immediately. Looks like someone has already read this article. Shen Wuzhou saw the 2 men, Lin Jimiao and the monk, thunderously take out 2 cell phones from under the table. As you can see from their movements, the phone appears to have been glued on. Shen Wuzhou keenly grasped the key point. Player number, which cannot be changed. "Boat?" Zhang smiled with concern. "Are you okay?" With the idea that it was better to do more than less, Shen Wuzhou absent-mindedly shook Zhang's hand. "I'm still getting used to it. Thanks for the concern." 9. Cell phones are used to contact the balancing officer. The balancing officer will seize the moment and take the initiative to contact you. Please rest assured. The balancing officer will not tell you lies. X. When only the winning player and the dead player are left in the room, the door to the room opens and the player can go out and look for the key to leave the scene. The key is within the scene, and there is no time limit to the search. The rules end here. And below the rules, there's a tiny line. In 10 minutes, the game officially begins. Next to the font was a scarlet countdown, which at the moment had already passed 4 minutes, synchronized with the countdown outside. Ha, what's there to get used to? Zhang became more and more certain of Shen Wuzhou's attitude. This step was taken care of, meaning that it was less difficult for them to hug Shen Wuzhou's thigh. Shen Wuzhou's ability is very strong. As long as the thigh can be hugged, not only will the difficulty of passing the game be reduced, the difficulty of killing him afterwards will also be reduced. "Boat, you're still young. I'll tell you from experience, there's nothing to worry about." Zhang was in a good mood and laughed as he struck a preachy pose. "Can't you still calculate everything? We all just have to take it as it comes. We haven't even seen the rules yet. There's nothing to be anxious about ahead of time." Shen Wuzhou finally looked at the noisy Zhang. Indeed, before seeing the rules, there was no need for Shen Wuzhou to target anyone in particular or waste bullets. But the countdown was there, and with less than a minute to go, they would see the rules. "True enough," he responded perfunctorily, continuing to turn his gaze back. "Thanks for the reminder." For now, the players in all 3 rooms on the ground are fairly peaceful. Hardly anyone moved. The surgeon and the chief each stared nervously at the rules, and Lin Jimiao's lips quirked softly, her head down as she typed rapidly on her cell phone. Xuanyi had read the rules and stood easily carrying his empty gun, the ball resting on the ground at his feet. The nurses, despite their expressions, focused their attention on the rules. Only one individual held a knife and surveyed the surroundings, as if pondering when it was time to strike. Unfortunately, Shen Wuzhou couldn't hear what they were saying. The rules say player number on phone lock screen and he can't see it either. If there was no other way to contact them, Shen Wuzhou could only choose blindly. Zhang was still planning to continue to get close to him. However, the pseudo-man's hoarse and old voice suddenly rang out. "Please tie this to your wrists." Then, a wristwatch-like object was handed to Shen Wuzhou's eyes, and holding it was a hand wearing a blood-stained medical glove. "Hurry up," Pseudo urged. Shen Wuzhou took it and asked in passing, "What is this?" "Polygraph," the pseudo-man said. Shen Wuzhou took an extra look at the 9th rule. The equalization officer will not tell you lies. This one is also a requirement for balance officers, and the polygraphs issued by the pseudo-persons corroborate this. But how is the balancing officer going to tell the truth if he himself can't see the scene below? Players would be a mess if they listened to the balance officer's advice, too, wouldn't they? Shin Wuzhou had only read half of the rules, but he could already be sure that this was another proper pitfall reunion game. He sharply strapped the polygraph to his wrist and took one last look at the countdown. 10 seconds. Time is running out. Shin Wuzhou swept through the rules again, forcing himself to memorize every word as best he could. The pseudo-man seemed to calculate the time and began to slowly lead them toward the high platform. Right at this moment, the cell phone in Shin Wuzhou's pocket suddenly vibrated. It was a message, sent by Lin Zhimiao. The message is simple and brutal, no nonsense. I read the rules, and I think that if the balance officer can't see the scene below, as you say, then it's highly likely that there's an adversarial check and balance relationship between the balance officer and the regular players. Indeed. Once you know the condition that a one-sided mirror obscures the balance officer's field of view, regardless of the balancing officer's mission and purpose, the balancing officer does not lie is not credible. The people underneath, on the other hand, have to listen to the advice of the equally know-nothing balancing officer to make inferences and actions. It's just pitifully obvious. My number is 3 and the monk's is 4. I don't know about the others. Don't pick those two numbers when you see the message. Lin Zhimiao did not know that Shin Wuzhou had illusionary vision, nor did he know the specific mission and purpose of the balance officer. Therefore, he only gave the advice of don't choose yourself based on the current reasoning, trying to avoid a confrontation with Shin Wuzhou as much as possible. Shin Wuzhou subconsciously glanced at the room below. The rules hadn't disappeared yet, and instead of looking at her cell phone, Lin Zhimiao leaned against a corner of the room and looked around warily. They had climbed the high platform. The pseudo-man pulled a key from his pocket and opened the door. Immediately afterward, it pulled 5 tiny chips out of its pocket and distributed them to the 5 players. This is the key to the scene exit. The corners of the mouth under the pseudo-human's muzzle were about to split to the base of its ears, as if it were doing something extraordinarily pleasing to it. Its stomach sack trembled with excitement, and Shin Wuzhou saw that the minced meat inside had already been digested almost to the core. I hope you guys are keeping it safe. But yeah, the scene exit isn't in the room. Shin Wuzhou's heart suddenly jumped as he thought of the 10th rule below. He didn't have time to think about it, because the pseudo's cloudy, yellowed eyes were staring right back at him, and he saw the jelly-like brain in its cranial cavity. Once you enter the room, the door will automatically unlock. The pseudo-man finally cracked a smile, salivation soaking through his gag and snapping down his chin and dripping onto his scrubs. A locked door is not so easily opened. Goodbye, players. Chapter 133, The Upstairs Room. When people are frightened, their eyes are subconsciously fixed on things that make them feel threatened. The 4 people behind Shin Wuzhou were just staring at pseudo-man's soaked mask all tautly, while Shin Wuzhou had already taken a step ahead of the crowd and stepped into the room behind pseudo-man. The room was dark without light. Through the glass, Shin Wuzhou was able to clearly see the inside of the 3 rooms below. The scarlet rule below had disappeared, and the people in the room were visibly tense. There are no casualties yet, and the crowd is mostly in a tense standoff, talking intensely as they try to stay away from the others. Then, a red light suddenly lit up, accompanied by an ear-piercing drop sound. Outside the door, the synchronized scraping of surgical scrubs rang out. Shin Wuzhou turned his head and a new piece of rules lit up on his right-hand side. And the pseudo-man walked away as if he had been given some sort of instruction, leaving behind a cold and sweaty Zhang and his little brother. The thin man was still in a bit of a trance while Zhang raised his hand to wipe off a cold sweat and took the lead to walk into the house. Isn't it just a pseudo-human? Zhang sneered to hide the fact that he was intimidated. He took a look at Shin Wuzhou and turned his words around, patting his ass. Learn from other people's boats. A bigot is worth his weight in gold, and it wouldn't be so bad to be half as cool as someone else. Shin Wuzhou didn't have time to pay attention to Zhang. In the space of 2 sentences from these men, he had already read half of the rules. The first 5 entries in this rulebook are the same as the room below, and all talk about the basic gameplay of the game. Within the 3 rooms on the ground, there are 3 models of spheres, large, medium, and small. There are and are only these 3 models of spheres within the game scene. 2. Each regular player has 1 ball and will not take more than 1, will not fail to take more than 1, and will not pass his or her ball to another player in any way. Third, the big ball eats the medium ball eats the small ball, and the small ball eats the big ball. Regular players need to consume the balls in their hands at once in the manner given in the rules below. These rules can be corresponded to the 2 below. The next part of the gameplay can also be corresponded to. Regular players need to place the ball in their hands on top of the table and the sphere will be consumed or left behind. The intervals can also correspond perfectly, i.e., the bell rings every 10 minutes, and someone needs to put a ball on the table within 30 seconds of the bell ringing. Otherwise, all normal players in the room die. Boat, let's not fight. Zhang walked next to Shin Wuzhou and patted his shoulder affectionately. He raised his head to quickly and carefully look up the rules, not forgetting to get close to Shin Wuzhou on his mouth. For this game, we have a united front and a win-win partnership. My people are your people. After the game is over, you can also tell me what supplies you want and what needs you have. Zhang felt that his attitude had been clearly and to the point. This pie was beautifully drawn, and it was also true that in the game, he was not yet foolish enough to go against Shinwuzhou, who had a gun and a brain. Ship, there's nothing else in the hospital, but there's still all kinds of medical supplies, rice, flour and oil. Shinwuzhou had already finished reading the 7th rule. It is also from the 7th rule that the information gap between balance officer and normal player begins to reveal itself. 7. There were 5 cell phones and 2 stacks of number plates on the table. The cell phones are not numbered and there is no difference between the phones. The number digits of the 2 stacks of number plates are 1 to 5 and 1 to 15, corresponding to balance officer and ordinary player. This rule was the same as what Shinwuzhou had guessed before, 2 stacks of number cards corresponding to 2 parties of players. Zheng's words passed through his ears. Shinwuzhou's eyes swept up the 8th rule and replied smoothly, okay, thanks a lot brother. Zheng saw the 5th rule. I see the difficulty of this game. He said, when 2 spheres are put up, there is a winner and a loser. Anyone wants to win, but the players below are cut off from view and must rely on us balance officers to do so. Brother, if that's the case, it's still a bit simple. The thin man shook his head. The view we have here looks down on large and small spheres at a glance. The time limit is given to 10 minutes, which is more than enough anyways, if not more. This way, the balance officer has no difficulty, so I guess the second half of the rule is going to zoom in. Zhang gave a shallow grunt. Shinwuzhou nervously glanced at the countdown. There were still a little over 4 minutes left. The time has been urgent. Shinwuzhou remembered that when the rules of the room below appeared, there was a line of small words and a 10-minute countdown attached to the bottom. The lower rules were kept for 5 minutes. When Shinwuzhou and the others saw this rule, there were only 5 minutes left before the game started. Now, in 4 minutes, the first ring may come. Within 30 seconds of ringing the bell, the players below release the ball. In other words, within 4 minutes, they not only had to read the rules, but also make the decision that was most favorable to them as fast as they could and lull the players below into doing the same. And in 4 minutes, the one-way mirror in this room will be completely flipped. 8. Each balance officer shall draw a number card with a numerical range of 1 to 5 as his or her number, and 3 more number cards with a numerical range of 1 to 15 as the numbers of the corresponding, ordinary players. 9. Balance officers shall each take a cell phone. The back of the ordinary player number plate records the contact information of the ordinary player, with the corresponding number, which can be entered into your cell phones for easy contact at any time. It's not hard, it means that the balance officer has his own counterpart, normal player, just that both his own number and the number of his counterpart, normal player, can be chosen by himself. The 2-step rule seems wordy, but in reality it's just asking both players to make a connection. Definitely not core. Yo, Boat, have you looked at number 7 yet? We have to pick our own cell phones and corresponding players yet. Zhang laughed. There's definitely a doorway in the stinky nature of this tie game. But it's okay, we don't know which unlucky person the number corresponds to. The other two, except for the skinny guy, laughed in tandem. Don't even think about it. It must be for us to kill the people down there. Zhang familiarly put his hand on Shinwuzhou's shoulder. Not really, it's not easy to make them win this game, but it's easy to make them lose. Even this rule, we can work with each other to pit them against each other. Going to number 10 is the part that really involves the balance officer, play and the 2 players associated with it. X. Balance officer cannot lie to the players below. Otherwise, balance officer will die immediately. This rule, too, would correspond perfectly with the rule below and the act of the pseudo-person handing out polygraphs. 11. If the balancing officer, S corresponding, ordinary player, wins, that balancing officer will die immediately. If the balancing officer, S corresponding, ordinary player, loses, that balancing officer survives. In other words, for Shinwuzhou to survive as a balance officer, he had to make his corresponding, ordinary player, fail. This is the basic survival guideline. Shinwuzhou read the 11th rule again. Since time was of the essence, he could only dart down the list first. 12. At the end of the 5 pitching games, if only the winning player and the dead player remain in the room below, the door to the balance officer room will be closed forever. In the opposite case, the door to the balance officer's room may be opened, and the balance officer may go out and search for the exit of the scenario for an unlimited amount of time. 13. It is strictly forbidden to break the glass in the room where the balance officer is located by any means. Offending players will die immediately. 3 minutes. Shinwuzhou did not hesitate any longer. He grabbed a random cell phone and his mind began to race. Chapter 134 Extreme Moments. Zheng picked up a cell phone with an example and twisted his head back to look at Shinwuzhou. Seeing that Shinwuzhou just took the cell phone but didn't determine the corresponding, ordinary player, number, Zheng didn't move. Shinwuzhou didn't dare to be distracted, and his thoughts went down in a string. Equalization Officer, Rule, Article 12. At the end of the game, if only the winning player and the dead player remain in the room below, the door to the balance officer room will close forever. Corresponding to this statement is the 10th rule of the normal player rules. When only the winning player and the dead player remain in the room, the door to the room opens and the player can go out and look for the key to leave the scene. The condition for the door to normal player S room to open corresponds to the condition for the door to balance officer S room to be permanently closed. And the pseudo-man handed over the key to the scene exit to Shin Wuzhou and the other balance officer before they entered the room. The key to leave the scene is within the balance officer room. That is to say, if normal players really fulfill the conditions of the rule and leave the room, then what awaits them will be the permanently closed door of the balance officer room. The key to leave the scene will also be permanently blocked in the balance officer room along with it. Shin Wuzhou subconsciously gripped the cell phone tightly, and sweat seeped out of his hand. Only the winning player and the dead player remain in the lower room. This condition in the rules is by no means a life sentence. Zhang walked back to Shin Wuzhou and glanced at the countdown, quickly sweeping through the last 3 rules. He frowned, wanting to communicate with Shin Wuzhou. The ship is the absolute authority in the game. Moreover, the confrontation between balancing officer and balancing officer is not reflected in the rules of the game. At least from Zhang's point of view, it was entirely possible for them to have the possibility of living in peace without moving their swords and guns and working hand in hand to pit ordinary players together. I think it's still understandable, Zhang said. These words vaguely drifted past Shin Wuzhou's ears. Thoughts about the rules invaded his brain, and he really had no time to think about Zhang. The second half of Rule 12 of the balancing officer gives the way for the balancing officer to leave the room. In the opposite case, the door to the balance officer's room can be opened. In balance officer's hand, there's the key to the scene's exit. As long as Shin Wuzhou left the room, he would definitely be able to survive. The opposite situation in the rules refers to the situation where there is only the winning player and the dead player left in the room below. That would be, in the room below, there are only defeated and surviving players left, no victorious or dead players. Zhang familiarly put his hand on Shin Wuzhou's shoulder and shook the cell phone in his hand. It's just a matter of having all these people at the bottom fail and live. I looked at our rules, and we are not saying here that failing players will die. Shin Wuzhou heard. He was in a near frenzy to recall the rules below that he had just urgently memorized. There are indeed only 2 rules in the normal player rules that explicitly mention death. One is the first one, where the player can only honestly take his ball, not leave it untouched or let it be touched by anyone else, or die. One is number 6, a player must place the ball on the table after the bell rings or die. Other than that, there are really no other rules that say the word death, even including rules that mention losing the game. So players who fail the game do survive. Right on. The door to the balance officer's room can be opened as soon as you get only the losing player left in the room below. And he'll get out alive. Shin Wuzhou glanced at the countdown, and for the first time, he felt that the broken hair on his forehead was soaked in cold sweat. He was thinking fast, with 3 full minutes left on the clock. But what to do? Boat, you're too nervous, Zhang said with a smile, seeing the sweat on Shin Wuzhou's face. That's easy, have you ever done that kind of bank sales? Just cheat. He let go of Shin Wuzhou and walked to the front of the table, picking up the thick stack of number plates. Come on, Boat, don't freeze. You're the youngest with us, you pick 3 first. Shin Wuzhou, however, averted his eyes and subconsciously glanced at the room below. It's not at all as simple as Young made it sound. For the room below to be full of failing players, at least one thing needs to be done: coordinate the 3 rooms below and make all 3 rooms lose the game. In theory, it's not really that hard to achieve this balance, just make sure that one end of each long table is empty each round. This way, if there are balls at one end of the long table and the other end is empty, then there is no way for the balls to be consumed and the player who throws them is automatically ruled to have lost the game. But here's the thing, theory is theory. Shin Wuzhou thought so because he was able to see both sides of the rules at the same time. And, he stood to benefit himself by doing so he would surely live. But who is he to convince the people below? The normal players, including Lin Jinmiao, saw that the rules were that the normal players had to win or die, otherwise, they would be trapped in the room. What do they do if there is a failed and surviving player? Such extreme conditions. Such extreme conditions. Shin Wuzhou watched the countdown pass second by second, a drop of cold sweat sliding down the corner of his forehead. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. 2:28. Will the regular players at the bottom really allow the game losers to live? That's one. Secondly, on the rules for regular players, it also just says that you can listen to the advice of the balance officer. It doesn't say that you have to listen to the advice of the balance officer. Even if they, balancing officials, succeed in their first deception, what about the next few? Will the players at the bottom take matters into their own hands and do the opposite on purpose? Human nature, simply uncontrollable. Gee, you guys, look at this kid get nervous. When Zhang saw that Shin Wuzhou didn't answer immediately, he was a little upset in his heart, but his face pretended to smile amiably away. Tell you what, in order. I'll pick first, and I'll dash. Leave number 3 to me, Shin Wuzhou suddenly said. Number 3, it's Lin Jinmiao, an acquaintance. As long as Shin Wuzhou could get out of this room, he would try to save them as much as he could within his ability. However, if the door to the balance officer is allowed to be locked, then everyone will just die. To put it directly, to survive in a game like this, Shin Wuzhou had to know everything down there like the back of his hand. Lin Jinyo is a person who is quite easy to communicate with. And from him, he might have a way to contact the director of the other rooms, Shuani, and know their numbers. Being able to contact players in 3 different rooms at the same time would be a much better way to get a handle on what's going on in all 3 rooms. And that's all we can do now, take a step forward and see what happens. Shin Wuzhou quickly walked to the glass to check the situation below, took the number plate handed by Zhang, and entered the number corresponding to Lin Jinyo on his cell phone. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the atmosphere in the room below seems to be all a bit saber-rattling. Chapter 135 Negotiations. 2 minutes left. In the room below, the naive-looking man held his cell phone, looking at the screen every now and then, as if by doing so he could wait for a call from the balancing officer. What the hell is wrong with those guys upstairs? They're like this and we don't even have a set of rules. As Shin Wuzhou had seen, the 5 people in this house were divided into 3 groups, each staying far away from the other. One set was Lin Jinyo and the monk, one set was 2 small nurses, and the remaining naive-looking man was holding a small ball in one hand and a cell phone in the other, so nervous that his head was covered in sweat. 3 minutes ago, the rules in the room suddenly disappeared and they were thrown into a brief moment of confusion. This game is so pitiful. There are no rules, and it's still a game. Luckily, the doctor in training in the boat party spoke up in time to stabilize the scene, offering to wait and saying he had memorized the rules, which helped the situation settle down again. There's no rush. Lin Jinyo replied indifferently. His blob was placed in his pocket, his cell phone in one hand and a knife clutched in the other. Right now, there was no way for him to accurately deduce what was at stake upstairs and downstairs, but he had greeted Shin Wuzhou and explained his guess. If that guess was right, or if nothing compelling happened, the probability was that Shin Wuzhou would not purposely choose his number. The telephone is the only way to connect the top and bottom. Calling is something that the rules should be set in stone. Lin Jinyo calmly looked down at his cell phone, and not surprisingly, it buzzed and vibrated. Incoming call. Monk looked nervously at Lin Jinyo. Brother Lin, you dash. Lin Jinyo had picked up the phone. A familiar voice came over the phone. It's me, Ship. The rules hadn't gone away, the one-way mirror's view hadn't flipped. Shin Wuzhou's gaze was firmly fixed below, focusing on the dynamics of each room. The room where Lin Jinyo was, took exactly the smallest ball. Currently there are no dead people in the 3 rooms, and Sun Fei next door to Lin Jinyo even pretended to control the scene directly because he was carrying an empty gun. The room the director was in was significantly more complex in form, and there were 2 of Zhang's former minions in that room. They were aggressively armed with knives and were clearly in charge of the room. Boat? Lin Jinyo's voice came over the microphone. Shin Wuzhou saw him raise his hand to wipe his sweat. Boat. Surprisingly, it's a boat. With how smart the ship was, there were only 2 possibilities for choosing him after seeing that warning message. The first, requires him to cooperate with something or the game won't be won. The second, as a last resort, may be that there is no choice, or that it's the same for anyone, so it's better to simply pick the one you know best and understand the most, and have a better chance of winning. Either way, the situation is not going to be easy. Also, this playing for keeps doesn't preclude the possibility of the ship cheating him. In an instant, countless thoughts flew through Lin Jinyo's mind. Time was too tight for Shin Wuzhou to beat around the bush with him. There's one in your room who follows Zhang. This was said succinctly. I'll find a way to get him to be the first to put the ball on the table and tell me his number. In the room below, all eyes were focused on Lin Jinyo. It's the boat. The internists, balance officer, it's actually the ship. The monk pursed his lips, and the naive man looked at the 2 little nurses and then at Lin Jinyo, and his expression was also noticeably more serious. Anyone who knows. Boat, a powerful teammate and a tough opponent at the same time. If one happens to be on his opposite side, the end is almost exclusively death. Lin Jinyo lowered her eyes, not wanting the others to see the signs. He suppressed his inner turmoil and asked, what's the difference between successive? On the other end of the receiver, Shin Wuzhou's rather calm voice came. If you're allowed to be the first to release the ball, odds are you're going to get killed. What Shin Wuzhou has to do is to consider the whole situation. Human nature is a complicated thing. In the room where Lin Jinyo was, Shin Wuzhou divided the players into 3 types. 1 vulnerable group, 2 small nurses. These 2 have not experienced any games or kills, are very young, and are complete cannon fodder, or lambs to the slaughter in the game. 1 type of person is a good citizen, and both Lin Jinyo and the monk are classified in this category. This kind of person, although they have experienced the game, and even Lin Jinyo's hands have been stained with human life, but not to the extreme situation or will not go out to kill. They prefer to watch from the sidelines most of the time and still retain the most basic of morals. 1 kind is Butcher, the naive guy who has followed Zhang around. Such people have been through several rounds of the game, are used to seeing kills, and have no qualms about killing people themselves. They have nothing but extreme selfishness and egoism in their outlook and will do anything to stay alive. Within 1 minute and 40 seconds you must throw the ball. Shin Wuzhou's speech was fast, but he spat out his words clearly. Sensmyo, I don't guarantee that you or anyone else will succeed. I can indeed see down there now. But you have to realize that when the rules say 3 types of balls, large, medium and small, they are not necessarily divided into types according to the size we see, but also by mass. I can't pinch these things right now. Shin Wuzhou stood behind the glass and spoke without changing his face, only the fingertips that were so hard that they were about to lose their blood color exposed his nervousness. The rules do have such a loophole. Shin Wuzhou couldn't use this loophole, all he had to do was to make the people below keep placing the balls on the empty long table at the other end, so that the probability of failure could be stabilized at 100%. However, this loophole could be used to convince Lin Jinmiao to cooperate with him. Shin Wuzhou glanced sideways and there was 1 minute and 50 seconds left in the countdown. His cell phone was on speakerphone. Zhang and the others were behind him, so they could hear the conversation clearly, and it also saved Shin Wuzhou the time of having to do another explanation to ask them to cooperate. While Shin Wuzhou was talking, Lin Jinmiao's mind followed and spun rapidly. There's nothing wrong with that first sentence. Leaving aside the one-way mirror in the back for a moment, the loophole Ship had suggested was indeed a loophole, and he had to admit that Ship did think things through. The one who's been hanging out with Young is the fiercest of you and the most likely to take on the loser. Yes. The naive man is just looking naive, and his cruelty can be seen when he can mix into Zhang's right-hand man. Lin Jinmiao could imagine that if in the end they still hadn't decided on the candidate who would release the ball first, the odds were that the Bean Man, in order to confirm the model of the balls in the 2 rooms, would force the 2 weakest little nurses to release the balls to try it out. In that case, let him be the loser first. That way, he'll lose the reason to move against you guys in the first place. This situation can be vulnerable as long as Bean Man himself fails first. Of course, it is also possible to take a more extreme approach because the game is failing. Lin Jinmiao glanced upwards, trying to see Shin Wuzhou behind the one-way mirror. There's no way the Ship didn't take that into account. Why not say a word about it? Don't worry. Shin Wuzhou guessed his thoughts. I will stabilize him after the first round of games. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Lin Jinmiao sneered, Ship, you never do anything that doesn't benefit you. What if you're just trying to bait, trying to make us all fail one by one in this way? After all, I don't know your rules. Chapter 136, Lin Jinmiao's speculation. Lin Jinmiao deliberately asked a nonsense question. In the rules, it is clearly stated that the balancing officer cannot lie. Shin Wuzhou didn't lie. And from these clear and honest words, Lin Jinmiao almost instantly launched their situation and Shin Wuzhou's position. Shin Wuzhou said that the simple man is most likely to take on the loser and that he has no way to ensure a certain victory, and there's nothing wrong with either of those statements. The problem is that Shin Wuzhou clearly expressed that he wanted to make the simple man lose the reason to make a move on the others, and that he wanted the toughest one to be the first to fail. The rule that Lin Jinmiao saw as potentially survivable was that there could only be a winning player and a dead player in the room. If the rules for surviving were the same on both sides, then what Shin Wuzhou was afraid of would not be the Bean Man killing people, but the players who failed but survived without anyone to kill them. If the rules of living are the same on both sides, with Shin Wuzhou's consistent intelligence, he can definitely figure out that it doesn't matter who is the first to release the ball as long as Lin Jinmiao is back in the order. It's better not to be Bean Man instead, because if you need to die, Bean Man will be the sharpest weapon while it lasts. Shin Wuzhou, on the other hand, made a diametrically opposite choice. He even promised to stabilize the failing Bean Man and the whole situation after that. Hammer on hammer. Therefore, Lin Jinmiao could be certain that the rules for living upstairs were diametrically opposed to theirs. They want winning players and dead players, while the Ship wants, most likely, losing players and surviving players. Lin Jinmiao subconsciously glanced upwards, and behind the transparent roof, the ceiling was pleasantly lit. He could imagine the scene in the room upstairs, the Ship most likely standing behind a one-way mirror, gazing down at all that was below. In just a few words, the Ship had given him so much information, his position at a glance. On the face of it, revealing your position is risky behavior. And in fact, the other side never does anything risky. Lin Jinmiao is almost certain that, in addition to the failed players and surviving players, the rules above have another hidden meaning. So he reacted as fast as he could by asking a suggestive nonsense. One by one, they all fail, what to do? There's no way out in defeat. The door opens in victory. Our purpose is the same, both to leave the scene. Shin Wuzhou's calm voice came from the receiver, speaking a little faster than usual. Lin Jinmiao does not look like someone who would ask this kind of question, too straightforward all nonsense even if, actually also appeared to expose the position of the loophole. If Shin Wuzhou didn't know the other party's rules, he would have even wondered if the opposite party was deliberately misleading him by asking this. There was only one answer, Lin Jinmiao was deliberately sending him positional information. Lin Jinmiao is definitely not a cutie who blindly trusts her teammates either. The great probability is that he can do so, having already surmised the contradictions of the rules from only a few words. 1 minute and 5 seconds. Shin Wuzhou glanced at Zhang next to him, who made eye contact with the other three and very cooperatively did not speak. This back and forth was heard by Zhang. The words asked by the intern doctor directly exposed the position of the ordinary player below. These, regular players, want to win. Balancing officer, Rule 12. At the end of 5 pitch games, if only the winning player and the dead player remain in the room, the door to the balance officer room will be permanently closed. In the opposite case, the door to the balance officer room can be opened. This is a rule that presents two very different positions. Judging from the doctor in training's question, it was easy to guess that the general player's position was probably the opposite of the balance officer's position of winning player and dead player mentioned in the rules. When you look at it this way, the boat lives up to its name. The reason he gave was appropriate and perfectly suited to the interests of the balancing officer side. It makes sense to want the players below who are the toughest and most likely to kill people due to various imbalances to fail first. Zhang's eyes showed some uneasiness and looked at Shen Wuzhou apprehensively. A thought flew through his brain. Admittedly, the intern exposed the position, but he didn't seem to want to fall for it. You didn't question my terms. In the next second, Shen Wuzhou's voice that slightly appeared to be cold came into Zhang's ears. The key to leave the scene is in our hands, and it is we who have the view from above. This one is for the interns. Below, Lin Zhimiao's breathing really lagged. The key to leaving the scene is in their hands. To put it more rigorously, their rule of survival is actually the rule of leaving the scene. By analogy, if Shen Wuzhou's rules for leaving the scene are the opposite of theirs, then everything makes sense. The keys are in the ship's hand. However, if they agree to the leave scene rule, then judging by the ship's message, it is highly likely that the balance officer above them will be trapped in the room. When the time comes, it's a disgusting situation to face. If they go to the trouble of getting out of the room only to realize they can never leave the scene. Just thinking about it made Lin Zhimiao feel cold all over. Disgusting. So disgusting. His stomach lurched, and with it, his face turned even paler. The ship on the other end of the phone didn't slow down its speech, and Lin Zhimiao didn't have time to think more carefully. I'm your balancing officer. It won't do me any good if you die, Shen Wuzhou said coldly. Not to mention, it takes us 2 to 3 rounds of play to map out exactly what the large, medium and small models of balls correspond to. This statement was a pretext of indifference and was said to Zhang and the others. Zhang only thought that the ship was indeed smart. What a ball model, what a 2 or 3 round game. It's impossible to pick a single thorn in the side of this muddled, normal player, rhetoric. Shen Wuzhou glanced sideways at the countdown, 1 minute. For both sides to listen to him and work together perfectly, he needs to give enough information to both the top and bottom at the same time. Lin Zhimiao, get it straight. Apart from the 2 nurses in your room, the weakest person is you. If the people below Zhang don't go first, do you think he'll last through 3 rounds of the game? Lin Zhimiao wanted to ask more, but there were only 55 seconds left on the clock. He glanced at the naive man and decisively quoted the number 5. Shen Wuzhou snapped the phone. Number 5. Convinced, Zhang picked up the number plate for number 5 and dialed. Ship, that intern doctor isn't going to play mind games, is he? Not so much, Shen Wuzhou said, not taking his eyes off the room below. You just fight. 3 rooms, 2 of which are not a concern at the moment. One was the room where Lin Zhimiao was, and the other was the room where Sun Fei was. Probably because the shock of the submachine gun was too strong. From Shen Wuzhou's viewpoint, it seemed that Sun Fei was standing by one of the tables, leaning diagonally with her gun, with a look that could be described as leisurely. Directly opposite him were 3 of Zhang's minions and a small nurse. The little nurse cowered, and Zhang's little brother didn't look any better. This room over here. Shen Wuzhou raised his hand and pointed in Sun Fei's direction, signaling the 3 people standing side by side with him to look down. Y'all take a look. Same as the internist's room, let the ones who can kill put the ball first and pit them. For the reasons I told you on the phone. No problem, brother Ship. The skinny guy was sweet-talking and called out to his brother. We do the same thing in that room with the chief of psychiatry, and we know what we're doing. Just let them put it on the table without the ball.